Transported to the world of Leo Ultraman. Can I connect to the internet with a smartphone? And I want to snatch the transformation device from 7. Xia Yan walked down Showa Street, neck hunched, wearing short sleeves, shorts, and flip-flops, completely out of place with the surroundings. 7 had just fallen, and Leo had just appeared. The streets were buzzing with discussions about the new Ultraman. Yet he had a smartphone in his pocket, which not only allowed him to browse episode recaps, but also connect to the internet. Watching Leo in Leo's world, this operation is incredible. What's even more outrageous is his golden finger. A simple panel, life level E, no skills, just the word material. None. Xia Yan's eyes twinkled. Why not go find Ultraman? Try borrowing 7's transformation device. Maybe it will activate some abilities. After all, 7 loves humans the most, even if he is a traveler. He will probably help. He stared at the sign for Nan Gymnasium, heart racing. Feng Yuan and Ultraman are most likely here. But with aliens everywhere, Zuru seeing people kill on a whim with a small frame, he would be done for if he encountered one. Can borrowing a transformation device from Ultraman by using a smartphone really work? In the next second, will he bump into a monster as soon as he enters? This plot is more thrilling than watching the Ultraman episodes. Traveling to the world of Leo, can he really win over Ultraman's woman with just one line? As soon as Xia Yan entered the gym, he was confronted by a little brat. Uncle, you must be the bad guy, right? Toru spread his arms to protect his sister, looking so vigilant that it almost made Xia Yan laugh. He silently held a grudge. Homework must be doubled. As soon as Yamaguchi Ayako appeared, Xia Yan immediately started flirting. Feng Yuan keeps bragging that his girlfriend is gentle and beautiful. Seeing her today, he wasn't lying. As soon as this was said, Ayako's face instantly turned red, stammering and unable to speak. The little brats immediately started cheer. So Ayako is Feng Yuan's girlfriend. Are they getting married? I want to be the best man. A group of people clamored for wedding candies. Ayako was completely overwhelmed, but inside, she felt as sweet as if she were holding honey. Xia Yan watched this scene, secretly pleased. Having secured Ultraman's woman, the next step is to mooch off the transformation device. But if Feng Yuan knew someone was selling him out like this, would he transform and beat him up on the spot? In the next second, will Feng Yuan suddenly appear? This plot is even more dramatic than fighting monsters. Calling Ultraman to come and die? This operation is way too bold. Xia Yan followed Ayako into the office and was immediately stunned. A middle-aged man was bent over on the floor, marbles rolling to his feet. The curator was having a blast, waving for Ayako to join in. Ayako's face turned completely red. She probably wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Fortunately, Ayako quickly called the mic team, and the person who picked up the phone was Feng Yuan. Xia Yan picked up the receiver and lowered his voice to drop a bombshell. Leo Ultraman. Feng Yuan on the other end was completely stunned, almost dropping the phone. Ultraman was right beside him, banging his cane on the ground, immediately driving all the team members away. Feng Yuan held the phone, his voice trembling. Who are you? How do you know about the monster clues? Xia Yan sneered inwardly. The magma people are coming soon. If you don't come to Nan Gymnasium, Black Tide Island will be submerged. But he chose not to say it outright, just keeping Feng Yuan hanging to in the next second. Will Feng Yuan transform and fly over? Is this phone call a trap or a lifeline? This plot is more nerve-wracking than monsters fighting. Did a single line make Ultraman lose his composure? Xia Yan's operation has driven Feng Yuan mad. Picking up the phone, Xia Yan slowly reported names. Yamaguchi Ayako, Toru, Kori. The magma people said they will torture everyone you know to death. The first one is your beloved Ayako. Soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At the mic team base, Feng Yuan exploded. His eyes turned red, grabbing the receiver and roaring, "You better clarify this." The scene of L-77 being destroyed exploded in his mind. Memories of his parents and brother dying surged. He rushed towards the fighter jet like a madman, wanting nothing more than a fly to Nan Gymnasium immediately. Ultraman blocked him with his cane. It's a trap. Feng Yuan pushed him aside. I have to save Ayako. With your strength, you'd just be sending yourself to your death. Ultraman pressed his iron cane against his throat, his eyes fierce. In the moment they were at a standstill, the alarm sounded. Abnormal tide levels at Black Tide Island. Xia Yan in the gym sneered. I guess you would come, Feng Yuan. Your transformation device, I reserved it, but he didn't know the magma people were really about to act. In the next second, will the tide drown the entire island? Can Feng Yuan break through the obstruction? This plot is making people's hearts race. Monsters chasing after him. Xia Yan directly hit pause. This operation is even more impressive than Ultraman. Just as he was about to mooch a meal, the gym suddenly shook. Boom! 2 monsters, one red and one black, charged in, opening their mouths to spit lightning, and a tsunami flooded the island. Xia Yan looked up and was dumbfounded. What the hell? Speak of the devil and he shall appear. The kid seemed trained, dropping everything and running wildly. Yamita Toru ran past shouting, "Uncle, run!" Xia Yan dared not stop, sprinting away, but no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun the monsters. The shadow behind him grew closer, the waves almost splashing on his face. Just as he was about to be crushed, the smartphone in Xia Yan's hand suddenly heated up. Everything around him slowed down. The collapsing buildings hung in midair, the waves paused above his head, and the monsters froze with their claws raised. He could even see golden and black light spots floating around everyone, his heart racing as if he wanted to absorb all those light spots. The phone screen lit up. Please select a growth direction. Xia Yan was stunned. Is this going to awaken superpowers? But the monsters were right in front of him. How long could the pause last? In the next second, will Feng Yuan come rushing in with light? Which golden and black light spot should he choose to avoid death? This plot is more thrilling than opening blind boxes. He didn't even dare to blink, choosing Ultraman for evolution, but being tricked by Feng Yuan into the sea. Leo just appeared and got knocked out by the monsters. 3 evolution options popped up. Ultraman, Monster, Dark Devourer. Xia Yan decisively chose Ultraman. The phone transformed into a light orb and drilled in his chest, golden light spots pouring over him, just as he wanted to strike a cool transformation pose. Feng Yuan suddenly burst in. As soon as this guy transformed, he broke the time freeze. The waves crashed down, and Xia Yan was instantly submerged in the water, leaving only one thought before losing consciousness. Feng Yuan, you scoundrel! On the surface, Leo made his grand entrance. He flew-kicked the twin monsters, but they didn't budge an inch. Turning to show off with a backflip, he was grabbed by black Jiras and ambushed by red Jiras. The 2 monsters spun at high speed, the electric light making Leo tremble, and the timer flashed red. In the next second, Leo lay flat. Zhu Xingtuan looked pale on the shore. Oh no. Meanwhile, in the water, Xia Yan's chest light was still flashing. Could he complete his transformation underwater? The plot twists faster than flipping a book, sending viewers' blood pressure skyrocketing. The magma alien poked Leo, and suddenly a strange Ultraman appeared. The silver giant grabbed the spear and thrust it back into Magma's eye. Screech! Just as the scream rang out, a knee slammed down. Crack. The sound of eggs breaking made people's scalps tingle. Then a kick sent Magma flying, followed by a shoulder throw, creating a dent in the sea surface. Xia Yan's series of rogue moves left Magma dazed. When did Ultraman start playing so dirty? But when he turned to look, Leo was still lying on the ground. The chest timer was flashing like a disco light, but wouldn't wake up. Xia Yan was furious and slapped Leo. Smack! The crisp sound echoed. Leo's bulbous eyes widened instantly, completely confused. Who is this? Hitting me? Taking advantage of the moment, Magma commanded the twin monsters, beginning to spin rapidly. An energy barrier formed, and the scythe-like horns word was the famous scene of Seven's broken leg about to be reenacted. Xia Yan looked at the still-dazed Leo, ready to explode. How can someone your age still be asleep? If you don't move soon, those 2 monsters will turn us into pulp. In the next second, would Leo fight back? What exactly is this strange Ultraman's background? This plot is crazier than the Ultraman Fighting Championship. The strange Ultraman pulled Leo to block an attack. Zhu Xingtuan was dumbfounded. Is this the seed of the original? A blue spinning top whizzed in, and Xia Yan quickly pulled Leo. Bang! Leo was hit by Kira's spin, flipping in the air several times before crashing into the sea. He looked up at the strange Ultraman, full of questions. Are you setting me up? Xia Yan looked innocent. It was purely instinct. Really? He turned to settle scores with the magma alien, using Leo as a target for the twin monsters. Leo was sent flying, his chest light flashing like it was about to run out of battery. Zhu Xingtuan on the shore twitched at the corners of his mouth. What's up with this new Ultraman? Even worse than Leo. But the more he looked, the more familiar it became. That face, that figure, if it had red stripes, it would be the original. Could it be the original seed left on Earth back in the day? Just as he was pondering, Zhu Xingtuan suddenly unleashed his Ultraman's psychic power. A red torrent sent the magma alien spinning. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xia Yan snatched the spear and thrust it through Magma's back. The magma alien didn't understand until its dying breath. Why doesn't this Ultraman follow the rules? After sneaking an attack, he stabs with a black knife. Leo over there was getting beaten to the point of tears. Can you 2 at least look at me? I'm about to be turned into Ultraman potato chips. In the next second, would Zhu Xingtuan recognize him as family? Could Xia Yan withstand the twin monsters' ambush? This plot is more thrilling than an Ultraman family drama. Leo can't use his beam skill. Zhu Xingtuan angrily slapped Leo. After the magma alien was stabbed, Xia Yan quickly shouted for Leo to use his beam. But Leo just delivered 2 hand chops, directly decapitating the twin monsters. Xia Yan was stunned. Why don't you use a beam? Leo awkwardly scratched his head. I'm not very practiced at that yet. As soon as the battle ended, Xia Yan de-transformed and started to fall. Leo quickly caught him, flying towards Zhu Xingtuan. But after seeing Xia Yan, Zhu Xingtuan turned and gave Feng Yuan a stick. Bang, bang, bang. He hit Feng Yuan so hard he yelped, "Captain, why hit me?" Zhu Xingtuan was even angrier and slapped him again. Smack. Do you think being victorious makes you impressive? Relying on someone who can't do anything? Or because you got tossed around by monsters? Do you know you almost lost your life? Feng Yuan covered his face, feeling wronged. But didn't we win? Zhu Xingtuan looked at him, so angry he could hardly speak. You still want to be Ultraman? First, learn to use your brain. Meanwhile, the unconscious Xia Yan had no idea. Zhu Xingtuan had already concluded that he was the original seed and was contemplating notifying the Land of Light. What would Xia Yan say when he woke up? Would Zhu Xingtuan force the 2 novices into special training? This plot is livelier than monsters fighting. The one who tricked Ultraman over the phone turned out to be a teammate? Feng Yuan was stunned. Zhu Xingtuan knocked Feng Yuan awake with his stick. Do you think winning makes you impressive? Without me, you 2 would have been monster food already. Feng Yuan then realized that the red psychic power was something the captain exchanged for his life. His eyes instantly turned red, feeling ashamed and unable to lift his head. Turning to the hospital, it got even more exciting. Z told Feng Yuan. The one who called was Xia Yan. Feng Yuan looked at the unconscious person on the hospital bed, stunned. So the one who tricked me about magma wanting to kill Z was this guy? But then he thought about how no one believed him in the Mike team and suddenly understood. All right, it's understandable. Just as he was about to smooth things over, Z suddenly threw a straight ball. Feng Yuan, did you secretly save my photo because you think I'm good-looking? Feng Yuan panicked, his gaze darting around. I just think the scenery is nice. His nervousness was like a caught elementary school student. Meanwhile, the unconscious Xia Yan's consciousness entered a red light sphere. A silver-blue striped Ultraman approached, exuding full pressure. Ultraman, open your eyes. Who is this? Is it the original? How would Xia Yan explain the trick he played on Feng Yuan when he woke up? Would Zhu Xingtuan's devil training begin? This plot is more gripping than Ultraman fighting monsters. A deep and commanding voice rang out, causing Xia Yan to pause. Wait, I actually see Zophie, and it's the Land of Light version. At that moment, another voice came through. When Xia Yan tried to listen closely, he could only hear a jumble of indistinct sounds. And the scene in his sight was rapidly changing. Then he found himself outside Earth, where a huge cross-shaped creature appeared in space. The black mechanical body blocked the sun's light, and its orange vertical pupil looked down at Earth. Zidane. The mechanical limbs folded towards the center, ultimately forming a giant cannon aimed at Earth. The terrifying orange energy ball grew larger and larger, but a silver-red figure flashed by. Boom! Xia Yan opened his eyes in shock and immediately jumped up from the bed. Zophie, you bastard! As he cursed, he suddenly realized that the surroundings were quite unfamiliar, and his expression froze in frustration. When the smell of disinfectant wafted into his nostrils, Xia Yan finally realized he had just been dreaming. That scared me. I thought I was going to die. Just a dream, and after a false alarm, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, Zophie in the form of a light star person had an overwhelming sense of oppression. And that creature, Zidane, lurking in outer space, was merely a biological weapon Zophie had casually brought along. He had seen the new Ultraman, and just from Zophie being able to enter a black hole to retrieve Lipia, one could imagine how powerful he was. In comparison, Captain Yin 2, you should just withdraw from the group. The star on your chest looks like it's just been painted white. A slight stinging sensation came from the back of his hand, and when Xia Yan looked over, he realized he was still on a 4 drip, slightly frowning as he casually pulled out the needle. He knew his own body all too well. There were no cuts or internal injuries. There was absolutely no need for an 4. Feeling his current state, it seemed he had escaped from his previous subhell status, and he was full of spirit. A thought crossed his mind, and an intelligent smartphone appeared in his hand, but it had already changed drastically. The entire body was smooth with a silver metallic texture, and the rear camera had disappeared. As he held it, he noticed a transformation button at the edge where his thumb pressed, and the front camera had turned into a red indicator light. Overall, it looked like an alternative beta magic wand. Although its appearance was a bit strange, Xia Yan could still tell this was a transformation device. Fortunately, the screen and other functions were all intact, and the software could still be used to search for information. Opening the data panel, his personal interface had changed. All Ultraman Mastery Evolution LV1 Identity. Human Life Level. Comprehensive Skills. None Special Ability. Crossing LV1 opens a small black hole portal limited to consciousness, randomly entering other worlds. Consciousness can inhabit human bodies. Material. Human Hope Power 1 can enhance life level when used during transformation, and single energy output can be amplified to the body's limit. After thoroughly activating the data panel, Xia Yan could clearly feel the power of light within him. His body had transformed into a half-human, half-otaku being, capable of independently transforming into his true form. If he wanted to enhance his life level, he would need to use materials. Now he had jumped from E to E, and it must be said that the hope power was indeed a good thing. The special stripes on his body during transformation should have been changed because of the hope power. It's just a pity that acquiring it is somewhat difficult. It requires a large number of humans to be in intense emotional states to obtain the golden light points from them. The 2 times he had obtained before had subconsciously consumed one during his transformation. From the description, it belonged to a mage's exclusive material, capable of maximizing the power of light skills. Ultraman's release of light skills has its limits, which depends on how much single energy can be output. This is like the difference between a small water pipe and a fire hydrant. When the single energy output is large enough, even a small cutting light blade can directly become Ultraman's decapitation sword. However, Xia Yan was somewhat troubled because he didn't even have a single light skill mastered. Just as he was pondering whether to seek advice from Zhu Xing Tuan, the door creaked open. Feng Yuan entered with a meal box, and upon seeing Xia Yan standing in the room, his expression froze for a moment before quickly turning into surprise. He asked with concern, "You finally woke up? How do you feel? Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable?" Because Xia Yan had not woken up for so long, Feng Yuan had been worried and stayed by his side. He had just gone out to get food. With a joyful expression, he leaned in to observe, his eyes wide open like copper bells, staring intently at Xia Yan. The deep concern in his eyes seemed to suggest he wanted to check every part of him. The two stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. After recognizing the person in front of him as Feng Yuan, Xia Yan felt a chill run down his spine from being stared at. "What kind of look is this? I'm sorry, I might hurt you by saying this, but I don't like men." After saying that, he took a step back to create distance between them, his expression cautious. Feng Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood what it meant, and, fearing a misunderstanding, hurriedly explained, "No, I like women too." "Oh, is that woman Yamamoto Momoko?" Xia Yan looked at him teasingly and continued, "I see she seems to like you quite a bit. When do you plan to get married?" Feng Yuan was instantly shocked, his secret exposed, and he became anxious, glancing around as if afraid Momoko would suddenly appear. Upon hearing Xia Yan's next words, his face turned red, and he stammered in defense, I haven't actually had that kind of relationship with Momoko besides." Seeing Feng Yuan like this, Xia Yan smirked and casually said, "Momoko is very pretty. Since you don't have any relationship, I might just pursue her. Who knows, she might agree, and then you could be the godfather of the first child she has." Feng Yuan, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he naturally imagined the scenario. His face visibly turned angry, and he suddenly grabbed Xia Yan by the collar, shouting, "Yamigo! Momoko is mine. I absolutely want to allow that." Furious, Feng Yuan shouted, and then he realized Xia Yan was looking at him with a grin, holding a square object, and his own words echoed back to him. "Yamigo, Momoko is mine. I absolutely want to allow that." Feng Yuan, 6, why are you such a jerk? Even though you're also Ultraman. Chapter 10, I came first silence. Silence is the song of tonight's Cambridge. Feng Yuan was completely stunned, his body stiffened in place, his expression blank, feeling an urge to kill in silence. How could there be such a shameless Ultraman? What Feng Yuan didn't know was that Xia Yan was Ultraman, but not entirely. Therefore, his moral bottom line was exceptionally flexible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do things like poke eyes, kick groins, or throw lime. In the adult world, innocence fades and everything done so far is purposeful, including the recording he was currently holding. After transforming from a human to Ultraman, he knew exactly what he should do next. Just like the seagull's answer, living is about going to the dock for some fries. Xia Yan now wants to gather light energy to become stronger and stronger. The two locked eyes, and in the end, Feng Yuan was defeated. "Sorry, I was too loud just now. Please don't let it get out." With a sudden bow, Feng Yuan's attitude and tone seemed very sincere. Xia Yan came to Feng Yuan's side, reached out to help him up, and wore a big smile on his face. "Don't you want this recording to get out? Coincidentally, I have something that requires your help." Feng Yuan found Xia Yan's smile to be quite annoying, but he straightened his expression, I'm a partner who fights alongside Xia Yan. No matter what happens, I will help. After saying that, he thought it was inappropriate to keep the recording, so he planned to suggest deleting it. However, before he could continue, the door suddenly creaked open. Zhu Xingtuan appeared at the door, leaning on a cane, and looked at the brotherly and humble demeanor of Xia Yan and Feng Yuan. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his serious face as he said, "It seems you two get along quite well." This made Feng Yuan's mouth twitch. He wanted to say that he might not be human, but Xia Yan was definitely a dog. Unfortunately, with the recording still present, Feng Yuan didn't dare to say much. As Zhu Xingtuan entered the room, he handed a stack of documents to Xia Yan while staring at him intently and bluntly stated, "I have checked your body. Your strength has not been fully developed, and your combat skills are quite poor. Join the Mike team. I will help you devise a training plan to make you stronger in the shortest time possible." Xia Yan took the document and, upon hearing Zhu Xingtuan's words, couldn't help but think of a jeep racing out from the smoke. His expression suddenly became unnatural, seeing the change in his face. Zhu Xingtuan thought Xia Yan was on guard and gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You don't need to be nervous. I'm Ultraman 7. He then pointed to the side where Feng Yuan was standing and continued, "He is UltramanLeo, and we will do our best to help you." Feng Yuan quickly nodded, looking eagerly at Xia Yan, his expression somewhat excited. "Xia Yan-san, let us protect the Earth together and eliminate those evil aliens." Seeing Feng Yuan's enthusiastic demeanor, Xia Yan fell silent for a moment, wanting to make the child happy. He looked forward to seeing how he would look when he wore the pain mask in the future. However, Xia Yan still needed the power of human hope. So the Earth indeed needed to be protected. To be fair, humans on Earth in the Ultraman universe are truly suffering. Because whether it's aliens or monsters, they all like to run to Earth, and unfortunately, current human technology cannot stop them. Xia Yan suddenly remembered the Kotet team, those various kinds of advanced technology, and the skyrocket that could take down Jaden in an instant. It seemed very unreasonable. So the key question arose, why did the equipment of the Mike team now seem to regress in technology and become worse? With this thought, Xia Yan looked towards Zhu Xingtuan and fell silent for a moment. Spoiling truly can ruin a person, and this applies to races as well. Perhaps people had become accustomed to relying on the power of 7. Regarding the invitation to join the Mike team, Xia Yan thought for a moment but did not refuse. Instead, he made a request. "Okay, but I will only be responsible for ground patrol." He needed an income to meet the living expenses on Earth. After all, his body had not yet detached from humanity. Seeing that Xia Yan agreed to join the Mike team, Zhu Xingtuan's serious face showed a hint of joy. However, when he heard Xia Yan's request, he was momentarily taken aback, thought for a moment, and then agreed. Being responsible for ground patrol was fine. He was quite lenient with his brother's child. What's wrong with having a bit of a request? He was still just a kid after all. Walking to the window and opening it, Zhu Xingtuan pointed at the rising sun with his iron cane. With a look of satisfaction, he encouraged Xia Yan softly. "Look, if I were the setting sun, you would be like the rising sun. The future will surely be brilliant." Feng Yuan. This sounds a bit familiar. The captain seemed to have said something like this to me not long ago, right? Clearly, Xia Yan also joined the Mike team, and we could fight side by side. Why do I not feel happy? Damn it, the captain is smiling so brightly. Could it be that Xia Yan is his illegitimate child? Feng Yuan thought to himself. Feeling frustrated, he still remembered that when he first agreed to join the Mike team, the captain didn't smile like this at all. He even ambushed him and threw him out far away, saying that a warrior must always stay alert. Looking at it now, what a load of crap. Feng Yuan felt like he had been tricked. Xia Yan listened to Zhu Xingtuan's motivational talk, but it went in one ear and out the other as he casually replied, "Captain, you're absolutely right. To put it simply, trusting him is not as good as trusting oneself." However, there was something a bit off about Zhu Xingtuan's attitude towards him. It was as if he was looking at a junior. Just as he was filled with confusion, Zhu Xingtuan turned his head, placed a hand on Xia Yan's shoulder, and wore a smile that was as bright as the neighbor's sun, radiating warmth. With a serious tone and piercing gaze, he said, "Xia Yan, actually, you should call me Uncle Siwen. I've thought about it for a long time, and I believe you should know this. As it concerns your background, your father is the first Ultraman of the Land of Light." Xia Yan looked puzzled, staring at the serious-faced Zhu Xingtuan as he spoke. "What is this all about? I'm not even from this world. How could I possibly have anything to do with the first generation?" Zhu Xingtuan, are you even awake? Could it be that your brain got scrambled when the twin monsters broke your legs? Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was completely stunned, his eyes wide as he listened to Zhu Xingtuan's story. The more he listened, the more his expression changed dramatically. After hearing such a big scoop, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turns out that the first generation had such a tragic and touching love story with humans back in the day. However, it was a bit unethical to leave Xia Yan on Earth and not take him back to the Land of Light. That's just too cruel. Xia Yan watched as Zhu Xingtuan's words became more and more absurd, as if he were witnessing his own birth. He quickly raised his hand to stop him. Wait. I have nothing to do with the first generation. Seeing that Xia Yan's expression was full of rejection, Zhu Xingtuan thought he couldn't accept it and earnestly said, I know you have grievances. I have sent an Ultraman signature to the Land of Light, and the first generation brother will come to see you. At that time, the Land of Light will be your home. No matter what you do, we will support you unconditionally. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan immediately shut his mouth, and the words of rebuttal were swallowed back. His mind quickly pondered other ways. Finding a father for himself was certainly not an option, but he really couldn't bear to part with the Land of Light. How could such a thing be used to tempt the cadres? Am I that kind of person who can be tempted? What Ultraman brother's brilliance? What true power of Ultraman father? I have no thoughts on this, really. Chapter 11. Who gave me this name? Zhu Xingtuan saw that Xia Yan's expression was hesitant, and he didn't respond for a long time, thinking he still wouldn't believe it. So he unzipped the team uniform of the Mike team and took out a newspaper from the inner lining. With a thud, a pair of burnt red glasses fell out, and Zhu Xingtuan remained unfazed, casually using his iron crutch to pick up the Ultraman glasses from the ground. As an Ultraman, even if he couldn't transform, it was reasonable to carry the transformation device with him. However, what puzzled Xia Yan was that logically, a lame person shouldn't be able to move easily. But why did Zhu Xingtuan's movements look so smooth? Could this guy be faking it? At this moment, the newspaper Zhu Xingtuan handed over pulled Xia Yan's scattered thoughts back. Nowadays, newspapers all over Tokyo were selling like crazy due to the appearance of the new Ultraman warrior, who, together with Leo, defeated the twin monsters and the magma aliens. The public's heated discussions would surely last for a while. Zhu Xingtuan had bought a copy when he came over, mainly because of this content, which he had quietly leaked out. Otherwise, Leo's fame spread quickly after just his first battle, which must have had the support of public opinion. People need a hero. Heroes are necessary. Xia Yan took the newspaper and looked down, immediately seeing the bold black font and the giant Ultraman after his transformation. What? The descendant of the first Ultraman is the salty egg superhero. Just seeing the headline made Xia Yan's face instantly resemble that of an elderly person on the subway looking at their phone. He turned to Zhu Xingtuan, looking shocked. What S with this title? Who came up with this name? Zhu Xingtuan looked a bit awkward. He didn't know Xia Yan's name after his transformation, so he didn't say anything. Who would have thought the newspaper would come up with such a name? He quickly put on a serious face to change the topic and said in a solemn tone, That's not important. This is a photo taken by satellite at that time. Look, the face was almost identical to the original, and if the stripes on the body were changed to red, it would be exactly the same. After saying that, he suddenly grabbed Xia Yan's shoulders, letting his cane fall to the ground, and with an excited expression, he exclaimed, I really am your Uncle 7. Xia Yan's face darkened. What do you mean by the title doesn't matter? Damn. If today I could be named Salted Egg Ultraman, will tomorrow be Giant Mountain Superpower? However, after being reminded by Zhu Xingtuan, Xia Yan realized that he did indeed look very similar to the original version after transforming. He frowned, sensing that things might not be simple, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. The previous dream of Zofie and Libya. Compared to his own self, without an energy timer, he actually resembled Libya more. And right after his first transformation, the Light Starman Zofie appeared in his dream, and everything seemed so coincidental. But when coincidences reached this extent, Xia Yan couldn't help but suspect that the dream had deeper meaning. The only thing he couldn't figure out was that, apart from before the age of 5, he had no abnormal memories, just like an ordinary person. The memories before the age of 5 had long become vague, which is a common phenomenon for everyone. It couldn't have been back then. Zhu Xingtuan noticed that Xia Yan seemed a bit lost in thought, and thought he was finally ready to accept the reality. The hands gripping his shoulders were a bit too strong due to excitement. The pain in his shoulders made Xia Yan temporarily suppress his thoughts. No matter what, he was still himself. Whether it was Libya or the Light Starman Zofie, as long as his strength was enough, he had nothing to fear. Captain. After thinking for a moment, Xia Yan prepared his words and looked at Zhu Xingtuan, who was staring intently at him, putting on a strange expression and speaking in a tone that was somewhat both humorous and helpless. Is there a possibility that I am the original Ultraman from a parallel universe? Zhu Xingtuan's smile immediately froze. The excitement slowly faded, and the hands gripping Xia Yan's shoulders involuntarily loosened. Something crossed his mind, causing his heart to tremble. But he still made one last struggle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Ultraman signature has already been issued, and the news on Earth is exhilarating. If this turns out to be fake, how would the original react when he comes? Zhu Xingtuan simply couldn't bear to think about it. Xia Yan politely continued to stab at the issue. Actually, when I first arrived on this planet, I had no trace of life and no identity information either. So you and Feng Yuan are friends? Zhu Xingtuan's face was filled with shock, his eyes wide open. Could it be that the information he found was false? Well, that was when I discovered the magma aliens and the twin monsters. Thinking my strength was insufficient, I went to the South City gym to contact you guys. The identity I mentioned to Baizi and the others was just an excuse to get close quickly. Yes, Captain. At that moment, Feng Yuan also added, to help Xia Yan-san cover up, I told Baizi and the others that I had known Xia Yan-san since childhood. Zhu Xingtuan stumbled, looking at Xia Yan and Feng Yuan with deep sorrow. Damn it. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Seeing this, Feng Yuan quickly stepped forward to support him. Noticing Zhu Xingtuan's face gradually turning pale, he couldn't help but ask in concern, Captain, are you okay? Zhu Xingtuan turned to look at Feng Yuan's face, feeling an impulse to slap him. Okay, this is a big deal. In the end, he still didn't slap Feng Yuan, and Zhu Xingtuan's expression became serious, as if the earlier blunder had never happened. He looked at Feng Yuan sternly and scolded. Have you practiced your moves? What are you doing just standing here? After saying that, his gaze shifted to Xia Yan. And you? How can you get stronger if you don't train? Feng Yuan replied with an "oh" and turned to leave. Seeing that Zhu Xingtuan was not in a good state, Xia Yan also decided not to provoke him. However, as they just reached the doorframe, they heard a serious voice from behind. Remember, no one is allowed to leak what happened today. At this moment, Zhu Xingtuan had already picked up his cane, staring at the two who turned back, his voice low otherwise. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air was heard, and a hole suddenly appeared in the ground. Feng Yuan looked at Zhu Xingtuan's iron cane and then at the hole that had been punctured. Remembering how his neck had once been held in place, he felt a chill run through his body and immediately straightened his face. We didn't see anything today. After saying this, he hurriedly pulled Xia Yan away. It was too dangerous. It turned out the captain's cane was so terrifying. As Zhu Xingtuan watched the two leave, his stern expression gradually darkened, then constantly changed. Now that the Ultraman signature had been sent out and couldn't be retrieved, and the newspapers were everywhere, things had reached this point. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Xingtuan made a decision that went against brotherly loyalty. After all, they had also caused him a lot of trouble back then. First generation brother, you still have to bear this blame. Xia Yan has a grudge against you. Now he only acknowledges you as an older brother. The brother has already done his best to help. Meanwhile, in the universe, the Ultra signature sent by the Ultra Star Group is about to reach the Land of Light. Chapter 12. The First Generation. Defamation. This is defamation. Because Baizi is not lying in a hospital on the brink of death like in the original plot. When Feng Yuan starts training, his attention is not distracted, fully showcasing what it means to be a genius. The spinning flying kick is a technique to restrain the twin monsters. After practicing just a few times, Feng Yuan has initially mastered it. He no longer needs Xia Yan to pull the rope. He can now jump into the air and spin around continuously by himself. Watching Feng Yuan spinning in the air, Xia Yan fell into silence for a moment. This is unreasonable. Where's gravity? Newton, come out and manage this. Why does the hang time after jumping last for several minutes? And he is spinning during the process. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who landed on the ground, seemed a bit tired. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he approached Xia Yan and said, Xia Yan-san, now I will assist you in practicing. After saying that, he took the rope from Xia Yan's hand and put down the iron rod used for spinning. Recalling Feng Yuan's painful screams from falling earlier, Xia Yan was actually reluctant to practice this. However, he also felt a bit of anticipation. In this idealistic Ultra universe, what if he has extraordinary talent? Thinking this, Xia Yan gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and grabbed the iron rod, deciding to give it a try. While they were training vigorously, the Ultra signature sent by the Ultra Star Group had already crossed a distance of 3 million light-years. Within the M78 Nebula, on a gigantic planet, lived a group of Ultra gangsters. This is the Land of Light. Surrounding the emerald green planet are several small satellite planets revolving around it. On one inconspicuous sandy planet is the Ultra Key that controls the operational orbit of the Land of Light and is immensely powerful. However, Such an important item is not guarded here. It can only be said that the defense of the Ultra gangsters remains unchanged, as expected. Those who understand, understand. Of course, this is also related to the education in the Land of Light, where there are almost no criminals among the population. It is estimated that in the common understanding of the residents of the Land of Light, they believe that no one would steal anything. At this moment, on the Emerald Green planet, Ultramen walked back and forth on the crystal streets. There were couples leisurely strolling with Ultra infants, hurried Blue Tribe members rushing to the Science Bureau, and Red Tribe members heading straight to the Ultra Arena. Just as this peaceful time passed, an Ultra signature appeared above the Land of Light. Big Brother, First Generation, come to Earth to pick up your son. The Ultramen collectively halted in their tracks, looking up at this signature, and the next moment, it exploded into chaos. What? The First Generation actually has a son? Looks like my aunt has no chance now. But how could the First Generation's son be on Earth? I heard that when he was on Earth, the First Generation had a deep relationship with a human woman. Why didn't he bring the child back to the Land of Light? Could it be that the First Generation was afraid of punishment? What? The First Generation left the child on Earth? How could this happen? I didn't expect the First Generation to actually be a scumbag. The Ultramen discussed animatedly, and the topic gradually began to deviate further from the facts, until it eventually alarmed the Cosmic Police Force, and then Taro went to inform Father of Ultra. Of course, Taro here only has half his power, belonging to the Ultra badge, with the other half given to Higashi Taro. At this moment, the First Generation, who was teaching at Ultra University, was completely unaware of the situation outside. Suddenly, he received a summons from Captain Kane, so he put down what he was doing and headed to the Ultra Council Hall. Along the way, many Ultramen whispered among themselves. When the First Generation looked over, they all immediately fell silent, only their bulb-like eyes still staring. This made the First Generation feel quite perplexed, wondering why others were looking at him. Usually, those juniors who would greet him were also silent today. Upon entering the Ultra Council Hall, the First Generation saw Father of Ultra, Mother of Ultra, and Zoffy were also present, thinking that something significant must have happened. He hurriedly approached and inquired, "Captain, is there a powerful enemy we need to deal with?" First Generation. Father of Ultra looked at him with a strange expression, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "You are also an excellent warrior of the Land of Light, and an important member among the Ultra Brothers. How could you make such an irresponsible mistake? Bring the child back. We will not blame you." The First Generation's eyes were filled with question marks. Next to him, Mother of Ultra gently spoke, with a hint of reproach in her words. "That child must have suffered a lot on Earth. As a father, how could you abandon your child? Hurry and bring him back." The First Generation was even more confused. "When did I have a child? How come I don't know?" Ace, who was next to him and had the most volatile temperament, could not help but say, "Big Brother First Generation, how could you let your child grow up without a father? While there is still a chance to remedy this, go to Earth and bring our nephew back." As an orphan, Ace was rescued by Zoffy from the battlefield and instinctively empathized. At this moment, the First Generation was completely stunned, staring with wide eyes in confusion. What is going on? Why am I being pointed at by thousands? Who spread this rumor? I am a lifelong bachelor. Fortunately, Zoffy was more composed and did not blame the First Generation. Seeing his bewildered expression, he explained, "Just now, Seven sent an Ultra signature asking you to go to Earth to pick up your son. Is there a misunderstanding? Also, we heard the citizens of the Land of Light say that you had a romance on Earth back then. Is that true?" "No." The First Generation abruptly interrupted Zoffy, angrily shouting, "Absolutely not. I have no son at all. Zoffy, you know that Hayata's matter has nothing to do with me. And besides, we broke up. It's not like I'm like that unlucky Ace." The First Generation was furious. Ace sensed that the situation seemed a bit off, and even if he was scolded, he dared not say anything more. Zoffy fell into thought upon hearing this. It seemed that there was indeed such a thing. He remembered that the life stabilization device had just been invented, and it seemed to be done by Hikaru. Speaking of which, what has Hikaru been doing lately? Why haven't I seen him at the Cosmic Science Bureau? Torquia has complained several times. Father of Ultra and Mother of Ultra exchanged glances. It seemed that the situation was not as the citizens of the Land of Light had said. They had watched the First Generation grow up, knowing his character well, and he had been single all these years. It seemed unlikely that he would suddenly have a child, but Seven's Ultra signature was not forged. After thinking for a moment, Father of Ultra stepped forward and said, "Seven should not shoot without reason. In that case, First Generation, you should go to Earth and see what is going on." The First Generation flicked his red cloak and thought about finding Seven to settle the score. He immediately agreed, "I'll go right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky, unable to help but curse in his heart. 7. You rascal, just wait for me. Chapter 13. Feng Yuan. Thank you so much. South City Gymnasium. With a thud, Xia Yan fell to the ground again, staring blankly at the ceiling, deciding not to get up and simply lying flat. At this moment, his face was filled with existential doubt. Why? What happened to the idealism? Why does the gap between Ultraman and Ultraman feel just like the gap between people? Damn it. Why has the world changed, but this law still can't be escaped? Feng Yuan could bounce into the air and spin around after just a few practices without needing help. And for me, I've tried this more than 10 times. The pain coming from various parts of Xia Yan's body made him clearly understand that one must have limits. Just like that math problem. No matter how frustrated he got and tried to swallow the formula, it still couldn't be solved. Feng Yuan saw Xia Yan lying on the ground without moving and thought something had happened to him, so he hurried over to check. Seeing that he was just lying on the ground with his eyes open and gasping for breath, Feng Yuan finally relaxed. Although Xia Yan's face was covered in dust, it was still evident that his expression was very downcast. Seeing this, Feng Yuan thought for a moment and comforted him, saying, "Hey, Xia Yan, why don't we try again? Maybe after practicing a few more times, you'll slowly master the spinning kick." Feng Yuan wasn't very confident about this either, as it seemed Xia Yan couldn't grasp it. He couldn't quite understand why the spinning kick was so simple. However, Feng Yuan was a straightforward and honest person and wouldn't say anything sarcastic. So his face always showed a sincere expression of encouragement. Xia Yan heard him roll his eyes and thought, "This is the 3rd time I've heard this. Do you think I still believe it?" Upon careful consideration, he realized that Feng Yuan's talent in combat was simply extraordinary. If he wanted to compare himself to him in this area, it would be like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. So, with a mindset of humbly seeking advice, Xia Yan turned to Feng Yuan and asked, "Do you already know the trick? Share it with me so I can learn from it too. It's not really a trick. You just need to do this first and then that. And you can practice it," Feng Yuan said, scratching his head shyly. Xia Yan fell into silence upon hearing this. Listen to what you're saying." With the last shred of hope in his heart extinguished, Xia Yan suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Yuan. "Feng Yuan, the gap between people is like the universe at our fingertips. In this brief moment, I realize that the harder a person tries to improve themselves, the more they will fail under the brilliance of genius. And if one wants to surpass and change all of this, I will no longer be human." Feng Yuan, who was being stared at, felt somewhat uneasy and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Xia Yan-san?" Xia Yan didn't say anything, just smiled slightly, raising his hand as the transformation device appeared in his grip with a flick of his thoughts. Soon, the previous recording was played back loudly. Feng Yuan's body stiffened. At this moment, Xia Yan's smile was devilish, and he chuckled as he said, "I need your help now, and you wouldn't want Baizi to know about this, would you?" Feng Yuan took a deep breath, his fists involuntarily clenched. He really wanted to punch that face directly, but he still forced a smile and said, "What is it? Xia Yan-san, please tell me." Xia Yan, hearing this, was not polite at all. He immediately grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and squeezed it tightly, afraid that he would break free and run away. With a sincere expression on his face, he patted his chest hard with his other hand and said seriously, "Don't worry. I swear on my chest that the recording will definitely not be leaked." Feng Yuan coughed a couple of times and looked at Xia Yan with a resentful gaze, thinking, "You're the one slapping my chest. How can I feel at ease?" Xia Yan then continued, "What kind of relationship do we have? We are brothers who fought side by side. I will definitely keep this secret for you for a lifetime." "Thank you," Feng Yuan said, his words insincere, and his whole face looked constipated. "Why are you being so polite with me?" After Xia Yan finished speaking, he put on a generous demeanor and immediately activated his ability. At that moment, Feng Yuan felt that the recording had to be deleted, so he planned to voice his request. "Xia Yan-san, please delete the recording, ah?" Before Feng Yuan could finish his sentence, he suddenly gasped, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. The light energy within him was continuously flowing out through his arm, and Feng Yuan looked at Xia Yan with a face full of horror. He wanted to break free, but felt completely powerless, and he stammered loudly, "Why you? I'll let go." Xia Yan turned a deaf ear to Feng Yuan's shouts and just kept absorbing the light energy. Seeing Feng Yuan's terrified expression as he looked at him, he felt a tiny bit of guilt in his heart. He comforted him in a gentle tone, saying, "It's normal to be a bit nervous the first time. Don't worry, this is actually my first time too. After a few more times, you'll get used to it." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and he wanted to curse, but was trembling all over his mouth shaking so much he couldn't form complete words. Was this really just a matter of being nervous? And you're actually thinking there will be a next time? No way. It's really about to be over. Feeling his body being rapidly drained, Feng Yuan, who was gradually feeling like a pineapple, saw that Xia Yan was completely unfazed, holding onto his arm without letting go. He had no choice but to settle for second best. Even though his mouth was shaking uncontrollably, he still shouted with all his might. Record. Record the audio. Delete. Delete it. At this moment, Feng Yuan's eyes were as wide as two copper bells. There would be no next time, absolutely none. However, Xia Yan put his palm near his ear, pretending to listen. He feigned not having heard clearly and leaned closer to Feng Yuan, responding loudly. What did you say about keeping the recording safe? We're brothers fighting side by side, so I'll definitely help you keep it safe. Don't worry. As for that shouting about deleting, I've never heard anything like that. Xia Yan sincerely responded to Feng Yuan's gaze, with a look of reassurance that seemed to say, leave it to me. Even the smallest fly is still meat, not to mention the high-quality light energy from Feng Yuan, which could be replenished after being absorbed. This secret, as long as Feng Yuan had not made up his mind to sever ties with Bai Zi, Xia Yan would not let it go. After absorbing the light energy, feeling the fullness of power within him, he finally released Feng Yuan. Unlike Feng Yuan's weak and pale body, Xia Yan was glowing with health. He looked energetic, but when he turned to see Feng Yuan's appearance, he felt a bit embarrassed and said with guilt, sorry. I had no experience the first time. I will definitely be more careful next time. Feng Yuan was so angry that his eyes turned red, thinking, don't even think about having a next time. Unfortunately, although his body was no longer trembling, he was completely drained. He wanted to kick Xia Yan directly, but his energy was completely depleted, leaving him with no strength at all. As a result, he fell forward to the ground. Xia Yan didn't even have time to finish cursing, as Feng Yuan fainted on the spot from excessive exhaustion. Chapter 14. When effort doesn't yield results, why not try to cheat? Xia Yan watched as Feng Yuan fell to the ground with a thud, eyes closed, and a serene expression on his face, as if he had peacefully fallen asleep. He couldn't help but be taken aback. He quickly reached out to check Feng Yuan's breath, feeling that he was still breathing normally, just in a state of self-protective slumber. Only then did he feel relieved. Ultraman has a strong recovery ability. As long as he gets some rest, Feng Yuan will soon recover. Earlier, when Xia Yan fell during training, the abrasions on his arms and knees had already healed completely, leaving no scars behind. So, the question arises, how long will Zhu Xingtuan's lameness last? Recalling most of the plot involving Leo, Zhu Xingtuan had been limping with a crutch ever since his leg was broken upon his entrance, and later, when he was blown up and exited the scene. A broken leg injury, even for a human, would take about 6 months to heal to a considerable extent, even if it were a comminuted fracture. Given the life force and stronger recovery abilities of Ultraman, the healing time would only be shorter. As for Zhu Xingtuan being old, that's a joke. No matter how old he is, he wouldn't be over 20,000 years. Even if he were 20,000 years old, that age is still considered young in the Land of Light, as Ultramen have a long lifespan. Therefore, excluding all impossible factors, the final result, no matter how unlikely, is almost certainly the correct answer. Xia Yan felt increasingly wary of Zhu Xingtuan. This person truly had a lot of bad intentions. He glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Feng Yuan and thought that in future training matches, he would insist on having him join. With the idea of repaying his father's debts in mind, Xia Yan took out the transformation device and opened his personal interface to check the changes in his panel. All Ultra Control Evolution LV1, 10100, Identity, Human Life Level, E-Comprehensive Skill, Cosmic Fist Technique LV1, 0100, Special Ability, Time Travel LV1, 0100, Materials, Human Hope Power 1, Leo Ultraman Light 1. It seemed he had already passed the beginner stage, as the panel no longer provided detailed descriptions, but instead displayed the corresponding experience bar progress. However, as Xia Yan contemplated using it, he naturally understood the effects of the skills and materials. The Leo light provided by Feng Yuan could be used during transformation to achieve a fusion form. His body's toughness, jumping ability, wrist strength, and grip would be significantly enhanced, though this was only temporary and would disappear once the battle ended. However, Xia Yan's own body could achieve a permanent increase in upper limits during the transformation process, albeit to a lesser extent. But what if he transformed multiple times? Thinking of this, he looked at the sleeping Feng Yuan and couldn't help but smile. Forgive me, Feng Yuan, this won't be the last time. As for the Cosmic Fist technique, there was no need to elaborate. It was Feng Yuan's signature skill brought from L77 star. Although it wasn't very mature yet, It already had the capability to summarize and integrate all boxing and kicking techniques into a single martial art. It included not only spinning flying kicks, but also the basic boxing techniques and a prototype version of the Leo flying kick. Xia Yan actually wanted to obtain the light skill more, but the cosmic fist technique was also not bad. This time, he didn't manage to absorb the light energy from Feng Yuan, but he could wait for him to recover and find another opportunity to absorb it. He believed that he would also be able to extract new skills. With this thought in mind, Xia Yan's transformation device flickered and disappeared. At the same time, he walked a short distance away, planning to try out another idea. After adapting to the sensation in his mind, he suddenly leaped into the air. His whole body then started to spin rapidly. Success! Xia Yan's expression suddenly changed to one of surprise. This was something he had completely been unable to do before. Indeed, when one feels that their efforts are not yielding results, why not try using a cheat code? This is simply within reach. As his attention wavered, Xia Yan lost his balance and couldn't maintain the suspended state. He immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Although his face showed some pain as he gritted his teeth, his smile couldn't be concealed. The spinning flying kick that he had previously struggled to master. Now, even if he wasn't very proficient, after practicing a few more times, it would likely be no problem to use. With joy on his face, Xia Yan took out his transformation device and opened his personal interface to check the changes, which were just as he had anticipated. Cosmic Fist Technique LV1 1100. Since it contains various fighting techniques, the experience for the Cosmic Fist Technique only increases a little. However, it can be seen that as long as he practices the spinning flying kick, there will be progress, and mastering it is just a matter of time. Of course, it doesn't mean that just practicing the spinning flying kick will allow him to infinitely increase the experience of the Cosmic Fist Technique. In Xia Yan's view, he would probably only gain about 10 points of experience before the spinning flying kick would no longer provide experience. At that point, he would need to practice other fighting techniques to continue increasing the progress of the Cosmic Fist Technique. After all, it is a martial art that integrates various techniques. Just as he was pondering this, he vaguely heard footsteps coming from the hallway. This was a training ground specially reserved for Xia Yan and Feng Yuan by the Zhuxing group, entrusted to Daimyo Masashi. Usually, they were busy teaching students, so there wouldn't be anyone coming to disturb them. Since it was on a higher floor and there were no elevators in this era, it took several minutes to climb the stairs. The children almost never came here to play. Ever since his body evolved, Xia Yan's abilities in human form had become extraordinary. Relying on his hearing and vague sensing ability, he could tell that the person was wearing sneakers and had a relatively light physique. Now he hadn't started training his ultra-telekinesis, so his sensing ability was a bit lacking, but that was enough for him to guess who it was. Putting away his transformation device, Xia Yan approached Feng Yuan and helped him up from the ground. He still had to maintain appearances since in the eyes of others. He was a lifelong friend of Feng Yuan. At that moment, Baizi appeared around the corner of the hallway, slightly out of breath, holding a food box. Through previous tests, she had already understood Feng Yuan's true feelings and naturally had to take some action. Although she didn't know why Feng Yuan always avoided her, it didn't stop her from continuing to advance. Recently, she had learned a technique from a student's mother to win a man's heart. One must first win his stomach and then slowly give him a sense of home. So today, Baizi brought over a carefully prepared lunch. In a bit of a rush, and after climbing the stairs, a fine layer of sweat appeared on Baizi's delicate face. But her lips were unconsciously curved into a sweet smile, revealing a couple of cute little tiger teeth. However, when she walked into the training ground, she noticed that Feng Yuan seemed to be in a bit of a bad state. With a sudden panic in her heart, Baizi hurried over and asked anxiously, Xia Yan-san, what happened to Feng Yuan-kun? When she reached him and offered her support, Baizi noticed that his complexion was very pale, and her expression couldn't help but show concern as she gazed at him. In response to Baizi's question, Xia Yan remained calm, not changing his expression as he said, let's take Feng Yuan to the don't worry. He just trained a bit too hard and fainted. He'll be fine after a nap. Chapter 15. Want to show off your love in front of me? Not gonna happen. Baizi, your cooking skills are really good. If you and Feng Yuan live together in the future, this guy will definitely be well fed. Xia Yan was praising while constantly shoveling food into his mouth. The wooden food box with several compartments was placed on the table, and the rice and dishes were quickly diminishing, while Feng Yuan was still peacefully asleep in bed, likely not waking up anytime soon. Although Feng Yuan had joined the MC team, Daciwa and Masashi had still kept his room, so the two did not go to the lounge. Under the guidance of Baizi, Xia Yan carried Feng Yuan into the room and placed him on the bed. Baizi initially thought it was inappropriate to let someone help without reason, so she invited Xia Yan to eat together. However, She never expected Xia Yan to have such a huge appetite. Considering that 2 men would have a larger appetite, Baizi had prepared enough food for 4 people. But now it seemed completely insufficient, and even Feng Yuan's special portion was taken by Xia Yan without hesitation. Baizi watched Xia Yan devour the food, her hand holding the spoon, feeling quite stiff. She forced a smile and said, if you're still hungry, there's more here. I'm not that hungry. This was just a polite remark. In her heart, Baizi had already decided that next time she would bring lunch for Feng Yuan. She would definitely avoid Xia Yan. He was just a bottomless pit. Perhaps it was Xia Yan's whirlwind-like eating that momentarily stunned Baizi. Her portion had not been touched at all. Then Xia Yan's eyes lit up as he reached out and took Baizi's portion away. Since you say so, I want to be polite. I'm still not full. Baizi was stunned. No, I was just being polite. You really took it. Seeing Xia Yan devour his portion just as fiercely, Baizi felt like crying without tears. Her slightly open mouth was caught between wanting to say something and holding back. Actually, I'm a bit hungry. Normally, shouldn't I decline a bit? Xia Yan, you really? Soon, all the food brought was completely wiped out. Thank you for the meal. I'm full. Xia Yan stood up, patting his flat stomach with a beaming smile, giving Baizi a thumbs up. I won't disturb you and Feng Yuan anymore. Baizi, your cooking is amazing. If you bring lunch for Feng Yuan next time, make sure to call me. Saying that, he waved goodbye and turned away with a satisfied expression. Baizi snapped back to reality, turned to look at Xia Yan's departing figure, and then at the empty lunchbox. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth. Want to invite you again? Dream on. Xia Yan's speechlessness towards Baizi is unknown. He truly hasn't eaten enough. Ever since he evolved and could transform into Ultraman, he feels like his body is an endless pit. He previously absorbed Feng Yuan's light energy, but he didn't feel any excess energy. Perhaps this is related to Planck space. However, even though he can vaguely sense it now, Xia Yan has no way to enter it. After realizing that he is likely connected to the new Ultraman Lipia, he occasionally tries to sense it. With the introduction of Planck settings in the new Ultraman, it's like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He can indeed detect a special space that is connected to him. After returning to the training ground, he practiced all the combat techniques included in the Cosmic Fist technique a few times, and once he finished gaining all the experience possible, he left the Nansha Gymnasium. Xia Yan estimated that Feng Yuan was about to wake up, and he was worried that if he didn't leave soon, he might be blocked. The Cosmic Fist technique LV1 35100 skill couldn't be directly used in combat just because he understood it. After all, while the mind grasped it, the body hadn't yet. If his overall strength increased in the future, he could apply his knowledge broadly and move in sync with his thoughts. Having just drained Feng Yuan's energy, Xia Yan felt it was better not to meet him in the next few days, but he also wanted to continue getting stronger. With his current level of power, he was completely insufficient to deal with the enemies that might appear in the future. All his unease stemmed from a lack of firepower. He figured that Feng Yuan wouldn't have a chance in the short term, so he naturally thought of another Ultraman. Xia Yan looked up at the sky. When there were no aliens on Earth, the various star clusters were usually in the space station. According to his words, the radar at Mike's team headquarters could monitor the entire Earth. As soon as there was any abnormal energy response, they could be informed immediately. However, that's not the case. If Mike's team's radar were really that powerful, they wouldn't have been completely wiped out later on. Moreover, the team's performance had always been poor, making it hard to say whether it was due to equipment issues or simply because they were not very skilled. Xia Yan had an idea in mind. After arriving at a remote, deserted mountainous area, he took out the transformation device and pressed it directly, accompanied by the sound effect of transformation. A silver giant appeared in a burst of white light, with the stripes on its body turning gray. This form was Xia Yan's original appearance. He didn't need to consume any materials for a simple trip. Standing tall on the ground, he bent his legs and spread his arms forward and suddenly flew into the sky. However, his flight trajectory appeared a bit unsteady. To tell an Ultraman joke, he actually didn't know how to fly before. Fortunately, Feng Yuan's Leo kick required a certain flying skill to execute. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to learn how to fly. As he gradually adapted, as Xia Yan's body stabilized, layers of sound barriers exploded around him, and silver streaks of light broke through the clouds. When he went to find his next victim, Zhu Xing Tuan, in the South City Sports Center, Feng Yuan suddenly sat up straight. His face was blank for a moment, but then he suddenly recalled his previous encounter and involuntarily shivered. The next moment, his face turned furious as he turned his head to search for Xia Yan's figure. Damn it, that brat. Baizi, who had been waiting by the bed, was delighted to see Feng Yuan wake up. You finally woke up. Noticing that Feng Yuan's face was still pale, his tone turned reproachful. Feng Yuan-kun, even if it's training, your health is very important. Seeing the worried expression on Baizi's face, Feng Yuan's irritability gradually eased. I understand. As he searched the room for Xia Yan, he couldn't help but ask, Baizi, where did Xia Yan go? At this moment, Feng Yuan just wanted to catch Xia Yan and give him a good beating with the cosmic fist technique. Feng Yuan-kun, are you even listening to me? Baizi expressed dissatisfaction and held up a mirror to Feng Yuan's face. Look at yourself, pale, weak limbs, and excessive sweating. Xia Yan-san said you became like this due to overtraining. If this continues, your health will collapse. Hearing this, Feng Yuan's mouth twitched as he looked at his haggard reflection in the mirror. Upon hearing that bastard's ridiculous excuse, he clenched his fists. Xia Yan, you bastard. Chapter 16. It's all about the 1,000-year-old foxes talking about strange tales. Since Baizi was still around, Feng Yuan had to restrain his emotions and forced a smile. Don't worry, Baizi, I'll be more careful in the future. But inside, he was gritting his teeth, thinking that if it weren't for that bastard Xia Yan sucking all the energy, he wouldn't have become so haggard. Just recalling that feeling of being drained made Feng Yuan feel a dull pain in his lower back. While speaking, he noticed the food box on the table, momentarily putting aside his search for Xia Yan, and cheerfully said, Did you make this for me? Just in time, I'm hungry. Baizi had already cleaned up the leftovers, so it looked like there had been no fight at all. Wait, Feng Yuan-kun. Baizi quickly tried to stop him. However, it was obviously too late. Feng Yuan plopped down at the table, picked up the bento, and said with a smile, It's okay, no matter how you make it. Baizi, I will think it's delicious. After saying that, he lifted the lid, but there was nothing inside. Feng Yuan thought it was at the bottom, so he peeled back layer after layer. No, Feng Yuan-kun. Baizi came over and complained, explaining, Xia Yan-san has a huge appetite and ate your portion too. Just as Feng Yuan finished looking at the empty food box. Hear what Baizi said. His smile instantly froze, and his face darkened. Not only did he drain my energy, but he also ate my food. Damn it, can Xia Yan act like a decent person? Where the hell is that bastard Xia Yan? Unable to contain himself any longer, Feng Yuan suddenly stood up, his face filled with anger. Ready to find him. Baizi was startled by him, and quickly saw that Feng Yuan looked like he was about to fight, so he hurriedly stopped him and advised. Don't do this, Feng Yuan-kun. Xia Yan-san has already left the sports center. You won't be able to find him now. Moreover, if you like, Baizi seemed a bit shy, thinking Feng Yuan was concerned about the bento he made, and awkwardly said, I'll make you another portion right now. You wait here. In the end, he even became a bit more familiar in his address, glancing at Feng Yuan before turning around and quickly walking out. With Baizi's glance, Feng Yuan felt as if his irritation had diminished significantly. Although he still remembered to find Xia Yan for a reckoning, there were more important matters at hand. So fighting was temporarily set aside. On the other side, at the headquarters of the Mike team in outer space, the alarm was ringing incessantly. The conference room was filled with the red lights of alarms, and Zhu Xingtuan leaned on his cane, looking around. What's going on? The female team member responsible for intelligence reported anxiously. A huge creature is rapidly approaching. It's going to collide. With the female team member's scream, the other Mike team members immediately looked panicked. What? Zhu Xingtuan's face was shocked as he felt his abilities spreading out in an instant. Dense energy flooded his vision, and the familiar aura instantly darkened his expression. Xia Yan definitely wouldn't crash the space station. He just wanted to give Team Mike a little wake-up call. As the collision was imminent, he transformed back at the last moment. Using the instant, he became a ball of light to fly directly through the wall into the base. He had barely landed when a series of loud footsteps approached. Zhu Xingtuan, leaning on a cane, walked over with a serious expression, glaring at Xia Yan and criticizing, Next time, don't just fly over. I thought it was an alien attack. What if it really had been aliens just now? Xia Yan's words were full of implications. Zhu Xingtuan couldn't help but be taken aback, reflecting on the urgent situation they had just faced if it had been an alien attack. Even a simple collision could have caused Team Mike's space station to fall. At that point, everyone. Thinking of this, Zhu Xingtuan's brow furrowed deeply. After giving Xia Yan a long look, he turned and walked ahead, saying, Follow me. Once the two arrived in a private room, Zhu Xingtuan closed the door to ensure no one was eavesdropping. He then frowned and looked at Xia Yan, asking, So, what do you want to express? Talking to a smart person is convenient. If it were Feng Yuan, he probably still wouldn't understand why it had to be done that way. Xia Yan didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained. The Mike team's base is established in space, which is actually a huge risk because both aliens and monsters enter Earth from outer space. if they choose to attack the space station first. The Mike team headquarters will be destroyed, and the people inside won't have time to evacuate. To be honest, I don't know why there haven't been any alien attacks on the space station, but if I were the invader, I think the captain saw the situation just now. Saying this, Xia Yan shrugged his shoulders, expressing nothing but the truth. The Mike team's headquarters, which looked like a spinning top, is shamelessly built in outer space. Isn't this clearly telling the invaders that there is a lookout post outside Earth, and if they don't destroy it, their movements will be exposed? Zhu Xingtuan fell into deep thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he said with some frustration, "But if the headquarters is built on the ground, then it can't monitor the entire Earth, and aliens won't be able to know immediately when they arrive on Earth. That's your problem, Captain." Xia Yan indicated that such troublesome matters were not for him to consider. He then chuckled and continued, "Besides, is the surveillance radar really effective? When the radar detected me just now, I was about to crash into the Mike team headquarters. Even if it was detected, it was too late." Zhu Xingtuan's face darkened upon hearing this. He tightened his grip on the iron cane in his hand, striking the ground forcefully, making a clanging sound, and said sternly, "Are you feeling proud? What are you doing here for no reason? Have you mastered your moves?" Looking at the unremarkable cane, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Zhu Xingtuan was serious about hitting people. Moreover, there were energy bombs hidden in the cane, and if it accidentally exploded. Thinking of this, he quickly straightened his face and forced a smile. "Of course I have mastered them." While speaking, Xia Yan approached Zhu Xingtuan, rubbing his hands like a fly, and cautiously said, "Actually, I came here to tell the captain some important information. However, I still need a bit of help." Zhu Xingtuan, being an old fox, squinted his eyes and immediately saw that he had ulterior motives. He glanced at Xia Yan and said in a calm tone, "First, tell me what you need help with." Xia Yan was originally prepared to reveal the information, but upon hearing this, he was slightly taken aback and awkwardly smiled. "Captain, don't you want to know about the aliens first? It's not too late to wait for the aliens to arrive." Zhu Xingtuan said unhurriedly. He really wasn't afraid of the aliens coming, because the first generation was about to arrive on Earth. Zhu Xingtuan knew how much the first generation loved humanity. Once they discovered the alien invasion of Earth, they would certainly not sit idly by. Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan, who was not falling for the trick, and felt a bit nostalgic for the silly Feng Yuan. It was hard to trap an old fox like him, so he simply chose to ask for help. I need your light energy, Captain, to develop my own powers." Zhu Xingtuan found Xia Yan amusing, thinking to himself, "With your level of skill, what kind of trap are you trying to set for me?" If he had said so earlier, it would have been straightforward. However, since it was to help a junior, he didn't refuse. He reached into his pocket and took out the ultra glasses, and a small amount of white light energy floated out, quickly merging into Xia Yan's body. Ultra possession ability LV1-0100 flashed through Xia Yan's mind, and he didn't even have time to feel anything. He stared at Zhu Xingtuan, watching him put the ultra glasses back inside his clothing. Xia Yan couldn't help but slightly open his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping himself. "No way. Is this all there is? What about the light skills?" All right, Captain, so this is how you want to play it." Chapter 17, Sharp Tongue, Soft Heart. "Captain, this energy isn't enough." At this moment, Xia Yan's expression looked as if he were constipated. There was just a small handful of light energy, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He couldn't even form any materials. As he spoke, he leaned closer to Zhu Xingtuan, his mind already filled with malicious intent, and quickly reached out to grab his arm. "Captain, I'm just trying to get stronger to deal with aliens. So hand it over. What do you need so much energy for?" Zhu Xingtuan asked with a puzzled expression, but he still took out the Ultraman eye. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly noticed Xia Yan reaching out to grab his arm. Don't be fooled by Zhu Xingtuan being a cripple now, even if Xia Yan and Feng Yuan teamed up. As long as they didn't transform into Ultraman, they wouldn't be enough to take him down. Zhu Xingtuan was a master of martial arts. Although his leg was broken and he was limping, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Xia Yan's sneak attack caught Zhan Xingtuan off guard, he felt it was somewhat sluggish. He saw Zhan Xingtuan swiftly step back to evade, the movement so quick and agile that Xia Yan was momentarily stunned, his outstretched hand grasping at nothing and freezing in place. "Damn, Captain, are you really limping?" He looked at Zhan Xingtuan's bent knee, his expression a mix of frustration and doubt. How could someone with a limp be so nimble? After creating distance, Zhan Xingtuan watched Xia Yan with a wary gaze, his expression serious. "What do you want to do again?" Hearing this, Xia Yan showed no sign of embarrassment from his failed sneak attack. He kept his hand extended. Instead, he displayed a concerned smile, wanting to step forward again. "Hey, I'm just worried about you, Captain. I'm afraid you might accidentally fall. As he spoke, he prepared to help Zhanxing Tuan, his eyes filled with sincerity. However, Zhanxing Tuan felt that this kid had ulterior motives, and he crossed his cane against Xia Yan's chest. Just stand there and don't move. After saying that, he felt uneasy and took 2 steps back to increase the distance. Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan with a shocked expression, covering his chest and saying with a pained look, Captain, how can you guard against me like this? I look exactly like the first generation, so you could say I'm your second brother. Zhu Xingtuan couldn't help but sneer. After a moment, he suddenly realized that this kid seemed to be taking advantage of him, and his gaze sharpened. You still dare to call me brother? His expression suddenly became stern, and without further ado, he swung his iron cane directly. That unruly kid needs a good beating to behave. Seeing this, Xia Yan quickly took off running, covering his head and dodging the cane while noticing an office desk ahead. He dashed over, circling around like a game of tag, continuously shouting, Captain, you're wrong, you're wrong. I want to be your brother anymore. At this moment, he was extremely nervous, fearing that he might accidentally get hit by the cane, while internally cursing. The world is declining, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Ultraman shouldn't have such a bad temper. How could he just attack without a word, not adhering to martial ethics? Launching a sneak attack, the Zhuxing team circled around the desk for a while, and no matter how the cane swung, it couldn't hit Xia Yan. It seemed that in his eagerness, he suddenly swung the iron cane down onto the desk. Crack! The desk immediately split in half. A crack spread across the floor right under Xia Yan's feet, startling him, and he quickly reminded, Captain, breaking things cost money to fix. And that comes from the Mike team's budget. After saying this at lightning speed, Xia Yan looked as if he was paying for the Mike team's finances. Do you have any objections? Zhuxing team glared at him, but didn't continue to attack. The blow earlier had also vented his frustration. Plus, since he was somewhat handicapped, Zhuxing team was too lazy to deal with him any further. At this moment, Xia Yan quickly shook his head to indicate that there was none, and then skillfully played the emotional card. But the funding source includes the hard-earned money of countless people. We should think about not wasting it like this. After saying that, his face was full of sincerity, as if he was genuinely considering humanity. Zhu Xingtuan glanced sideways at Xia Yan, unsure of how much truth there was in his words, but he did feel much better inside. The key was the 2 words humanity having an effect. Seeing that the emotional card was working, Xia Yan moved from the broken desk to Zhu Xingtuan's side and continued. Captain, I'm doing this to protect the Earth. If you give me more energy, I can become stronger and easily defeat the invading aliens. Wouldn't that be a better way to protect humanity? As he spoke, Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan with anticipation, his tone filled with enthusiasm for protecting humanity. Of course, how much of it was genuine remained unknown. Having just witnessed the gap in strength between himself and Zhu Xingtuan, he felt that continuing to sneak attack would probably yield no results. His thoughts were a bit more honest, but not completely so. However, at this moment, Zhu Xingtuan caught on, realizing that Xia Yan still wanted energy after all that. He, who was used to maintaining a serious expression, shot Xia Yan an irritated glare and then took out the ultra glasses. In a last battle with the magma aliens, I was careless and injured my foundation. I need to constantly use energy to repair my body now, and I don't have much energy to give you. While saying there wasn't much energy, a light sphere the size of a basketball floated out from the ultra glasses. It was many times larger than the previous egg-sized energy sphere, a typical case of a sharp tongue but a soft heart. As the light energy merged into Xia Yan's body, Zhu Xingtuan's serious expression turned pale. He tightened his grip on the cane, maintaining his stability, and said in a flat tone, There isn't any more today. If it's not enough, come find me again tomorrow. Xia Yan was taken aback upon seeing this. The light energy merged into his body, and the feeling of fullness was exceptionally obvious, with ability information automatically appearing in his mind. However, he did not feel happy inside. 8-point light wheel LV1 0-100. Light sphere transformation LV1 0-100. 7 Ultraman's light 1. Looking at the pale expression on Zhu Xingtuan's face, Xia Yan felt a twinge of guilt arise in his heart. It is said that sincerity is the ultimate trump card. Captain, please don't be so nice to me. When I want to plot against you in the future, I will feel uneasy inside. Suppressing the rising guilt, he took out the transformation device and opened the video software. Let's first take a look at the information about the aliens. When he showed Zhu Xingtuan the video of Leo Ultraman, Xia Yan's expression turned strange at the thought. Captain, look, he found the episode with the Zulu aliens and brought the screen closer to Zhu Xingtuan. However, Zhu Xingtuan looked at him with confusion and asked in a perplexed tone, "What are you doing with your transformation device?" The video had already started playing, but Zhu Xingtuan seemed to regard it as invisible. It was as if he couldn't see it at all. Xia Yan stared blankly at Zhu Xingtuan, and after thinking of something, he asked in astonishment, "Captain, can't you see the video?" Chapter 18. Two old sixes collaborate with Clap. Zhu Xingtuan's serious face showed a slight frown. After taking the transformation device from Xia Yan's hand and examining it carefully, he returned it to him and said flatly, "I can't see it." In fact, what Zhu Xingtuan saw was just a rather special transformation device. However, seeing that Xia Yan's expression did not seem to be fake, he examined it carefully again, but still found no change. "What about this one?" Xia Yan said as he found the recording. Feng Yuan's roar echoed from the transformation device. Zhuo Xingchuan's serious expression revealed a hint of strangeness. "How did you manage to catch Feng Yuan off guard?" After a brief thought, Zhuo Xingchuan realized that this recording was definitely not voluntary on Feng Yuan's part. He didn't have the guts for that. From the time he went to the South City gym and brought Feng Yuan to Team Mike, as someone who had been through it, Zhuo Xingchuan sensed that the relationship between Feng Yuan and Baizi was complicated. The ambiguity between them was reminiscent of his own past with Anu. Remembering Anu, Zhuo Xingchuan felt a pang in his heart as beautiful memories replayed in his mind, as if he were back to the time of protecting the Earth. Now that he had applied to be stationed on Earth, Zhuo Xingchuan actually harbored a selfish desire to see Anu again. But perhaps too much time had passed, and he couldn't find any news about Anu now. Anu. Zhuo Xingchuan wore a face that seemed to have lost his wife, and he couldn't help but murmur her name. Xia Yan was lost in thought when he suddenly heard Zhu Xingtuan mumbling and couldn't help but turn to look at him. "Captain, were you just talking about Anu?" "No, you heard wrong." Zhu Xingtuan's expression changed to a serious one instantly, and he said with a straight face, "Continue talking about the alien matter." Hearing this, Xia Yan was speechless. How could they be so close and he possibly hear wrong? He said it, so why not just admit it? It's not like he wasn't thinking about rekindling old flames with an ex-lover. Of course, Xia Yan only dared to think this in his heart, worried that Zhu Xingtuan would get embarrassed and angry. It was just some trivial matters, and he didn't want to expose Zhu Xingtuan's past. Finding a pen and some blank paper, he said, "Let me write down the information about the aliens." He could hear the recording, but couldn't see the video, and Xia Yan could roughly guess the reason. When Leo Ultraman was played, there was sound, but Zhu Xingtuan did not react. However, the recording from Feng Yuan could be heard, which meant that things from other worlds could only be seen by him. The phone turned into a transformation device, and not only did the camera disappear, but also the charging port and headphone jack. It also directly transformed into silver metal. But this didn't hinder him from providing information. All the information about the Zulu K star people was written down on the paper, especially the two-part attack of their dual-wielding style. While writing, Xia Yan said to Zhu Xingtuan, "My transformation device can sense the information about the next alien attack. If we prepare accordingly in advance, we can quickly defeat them." After saying this, he handed the written information to Zhu Xingtuan. When it came to serious matters, Zhu Xingtuan suppressed his thoughts about Anu and carefully examined the information. When he saw it was about the Zulu K aliens, he naturally recalled the evaluations of this guy in the universe. They had attacked weak planets multiple times, preferring to ambush and slaughter under the cover of night, earning them the title of murderers. Connecting this with the information in hand, Zhu Xingtuan came up with a preliminary response plan. "You go and call Feng Yuan over." After saying this, he pondered that in order to deal with the Zulu K aliens, they must master a three-part attack. Currently, neither Xia Yan nor Feng Yuan had it, and he needed to get them to practice it as soon as possible. Captain, why don't you notify him?" Xia Yan's expression was slightly awkward at this moment. He was not very willing to go find Feng Yuan. After all, he had just drained Feng Yuan's energy, and when the two met, they might end up fighting. Xia Yan didn't want to do something so counterproductive. If he lost, he would lose face, and if he won, Feng Yuan would see that he used the alien martial arts. Good grief, not only would he lose his skills to someone else, but he would also get beaten up. Feng Yuan would probably get so angry that he would have a fit. So, he thought that the two should have a cooling-off period. How about this? Xia Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and looked excitedly at Zhu Xingtuan. "Captain, let's become one in heart and soul." The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. With bright eyes fixed on Zhu Xingtuan, he continued, "I'll take on the role of Ultraman, and you can provide battle experience and light skills as a human form. This way, my strength will instantly increase, and defeating the Zulu star people will be a piece of cake." As he spoke, Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan with full anticipation, his eyes burning with eagerness, almost ready to initiate the Ultraman fusion. Hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan felt a bit tempted. According to Xia Yan, the idea of becoming one in heart and soul was indeed workable. They could immediately produce a mature Ultraman warrior, capable of dealing with any alien in the future. However, this method had a flaw that Xia Yan, being a new Ultraman, did not understand. Zhu Xingtuan was very clear about it, and after thinking it over, he resolutely refused. While I wish to protect the Earth, I cannot allow your growth potential to be diminished because of this. Seeing Xia Yan's confused expression, not understanding, Zhu Xingtuan continued to explain. Once we become one in heart and soul, it won't be something we can separate from in a short time. During that period, my fighting style and understanding of skills will have a huge impact on you. The Land of Light has already experimented with this. Warriors who grow up too quickly are of little use. In this world, there are no two completely identical people. You should walk your own path. Trying to force growth will only harm you. Xia Yan listened to Zhu Xingtuan's heartfelt words, and the thought of being one with him faded in his mind. This kind of earnest concern, reminiscent of a caring elder, made the guilt that Xia Yan had suppressed rise again. Damn it, why do Ultramen all act like goody-goodies? Captain, with you like this, my conscience feels uneasy. Rarely has his moral bottom line been raised, and Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan with a complicated expression. Just when he felt a slight touch of emotion, he heard Zhu Xingtuan continue, of course, if you want to become stronger quickly, you can recognize the first generation as your brother. With me helping to put in a good word, I believe you can also obtain the first generation's light energy. Zhu Xingtuan said this without changing his expression, his tone full of an elder's care for his junior. Xia Yan's expression darkened, and the momentary feeling of gratitude he had just experienced vanished into thin air. Recalling the blunders made by Zhu Xingtuan earlier, Xia Yan immediately understood what he was trying to do. So he still wasn't giving up. He estimated that the Ultraman signature would soon be sent to the Land of Light, and the original Ultraman would be arriving on Earth soon. Zhu Xingtuan was trying to find a way to remedy the situation. However, after careful consideration, Xia Yan realized that he was also quite tempted by the light energy of the original Ultraman. So after a moment of thought, he said in a low voice, Captain, this matter will ultimately be exposed, and by then, both of us will be hated by the original Ultraman. Don't worry about that. Zhu Xingtuan's serious expression showed no signs of changing, clearly understanding that Xia Yan had figured it out. He straightforwardly asked, do you still want the light energy or not? To say if you're in or out. I'm in. Xia Yan replied energetically. Let's do it this way. Chapter 19. Zhu Xingtuan's team is too difficult to lead after the two discussed how to set a trap for the original Ultraman. Zhu Xingtuan patted Xia Yan on the shoulder. Good. Just make sure not to reveal any flaws. As he spoke, he secretly sighed in relief. They had already reached a consensus, and all they needed to do next was to fool the original Ultraman. Don't worry, my acting skills are top-notch, Xia Yan confidently assured him. Only after saying this did he realize that he had unconsciously patted someone else's chest again. Seeing Zhu Xingtuan's face darken at that moment, he awkwardly smiled and said, Captain, I just remembered I haven't done my patrol yet, so I'll head back first. Without waiting for Zhu Xingtuan's response, he quickly turned around and left the room. Zhu Xingtuan's face was dark. He had already felt a bit weak after expending energy, and Xia Yan's two pats almost made him lose his balance. Watching that kid run away, a sense of worry rose in his heart. He felt that Xia Yan was even more of a headache than Feng Yuan, with not a single reliable person in sight. But right now was not the time to dwell on these things. Since the Zulu people were about to appear, not only did Xia Yan and Feng Yuan need to practice their corresponding moves, but the Mike team also had to play their part. However, just thinking about those team members, each one with terrible shooting skills, made Zhu Xingtuan even more frustrated. Being a captain was truly too difficult. When he could transform into Simon before, he had the support of this group, but now, Xia Yan and Feng Yuan have not yet grown up. So the Earth Defense Force's effort is essential. Train. Everyone train hard. Zhu Xingtuan, with determination, leaned on his cane and left the room to head to the conference room. His gaze swept over his team members, Kuroda, Aoshima, Akashi, Shirakawa, and Momoi. Also outside were Hayama and Sato, patrolling in their fighters. These 7 were the main members of Team Mike, although there were many reserve members. Only a few could engage with extraterrestrials and come out alive. Aside from Shirakawa and Momoi, who were responsible for communications, only a few others could manage that. The other regular team members only needed to surround and relay the positions of the extraterrestrials, not suitable for direct confrontation. Walking to the communication console, Zhu Xingtuan instructed Shirakawa, notify Hayama and Sato, who are still on patrol, to return to base as soon as possible. After speaking, he turned to the people in the conference room. Everyone else, come over here. Hearing the order, Kuroda and the other team members quickly got up and followed Zhu Xingtuan to the command map. Captain, what's going on? Kuroda, the vice captain, asked. Zhu Xingtuan, leaning on his cane, scanned the group and handed the intelligence report to Kuroda. His expression serious. I've received news that the next extraterrestrial to appear will be the Zuluk Star people. You all need to review the intelligence in order. The enemy's weapons are sharp enough to cut through steel, and we absolutely cannot let them get close. Starting today, except for Shirakawa and Momoi, who will monitor the radar outside Earth, everyone else must train. In preparation for the upcoming Zuluk Star people, training marksmanship is the top priority. Look at the way you dealt with extraterrestrials before. That sweeping gun technique is unacceptable. Upon hearing this, Kuroda and the others felt embarrassed. But since the captain had given the order, they all had solemn expressions, ready to protect the Earth from extraterrestrials. Just as Zhu Xingtuan and Team Mike's main members were discussing the details of dealing with the Zuluk Star people, Xia Yan has transformed and flown back to Earth. Arriving at the Mike team's land branch, he is here to pick up a patrol vehicle. A young man comes to greet him, who only appeared once in the original plot and unfortunately ended up being cut to pieces by aliens with a sharp blade. Looking at the enthusiastic Suzuki, Xia Yan wonders if his appearance could create a butterfly effect that would allow the other party to avoid sacrifice. However, this is actually uncertain unless the Zuluk aliens find and kill him immediately after appearing on Earth. Otherwise, as long as Suzuki is still involved in patrol missions, he can encounter the Zuluk aliens. The two of them get into the vehicle together. Mr. Xia Yan, the captain has already told me. So next I'll show you around the patrol route, Suzuki says as he fastens his seatbelt. He suddenly remembers something and turns to the back seat to retrieve a box. All right, this is the equipment I prepared for you. Just come back to the base to restock when your ammunition runs out. Saying this, he directly hands the box to Xia Yan, smiling and giving him a thumbs up. Go for it. I think you're much better than that Feng Yuan guy. Come over to my house for dinner tonight. Feng Yuan is actually very capable, Xia Yan says politely while opening the equipment box. Suzuki's overly enthusiastic invitation makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. The unique helmet of the Mike team comes into view, along with a uniform, a laser pistol, a communicator, and other gear. The communicator looks ordinary, and Xia Yan suspects it might just be a wristband. Just as he follows Suzuki to record the patrol route, a red light ball is speeding toward Earth in the vast universe. Since the first generation departed, the father of Ultra has specially held a speech in the Land of Light, explaining the situation regarding the Ultra signatures sent by Seven. The essence of it is that the truth has not yet been confirmed, and one should believe that the first generation would not do something irresponsible. However, while the father of Ultra explains, he did not consider issuing orders to prohibit the Ultramen from discussing it, because the Land of Light is a utopia that prioritizes the public. Originally, after the father of Ultra's speech, the matter should have come to a temporary end. But he has a son, Taro, who is both a member of the Space Patrol and also serves as an instructor. Whenever a junior asks about this matter during training, Taro enthusiastically recounts the story of the first generation. Among the Ultra brothers, Taro is the youngest, and he is particularly looking forward to a potential nephew. Thus, the news began to spread from one to another. In the end, a series of Ultra signatures were all sent to the first generation. First generation senior. I heard from Instructor Taro that you went to Earth to find your son. Senior. I heard from Instructor Taro's student that you want to go to Earth to find a lover. First generation senior. I heard from a friend that you planned not to return to the Land of Light. First generation brother. I am Mebius. I heard from Brother Taro that you have left the Land of Light to start a family. Although I am reluctant to see you go, I still wish you well. The first generation, transformed into a red light ball, was getting increasingly furious during this time, especially when he saw the last signature sent by Mebius. He nearly wanted to turn around and fly back to the Land of Light immediately. Damn it. Who is still spreading rumors about me? I just left the Land of Light not long ago. How could it spread that I was stripped of my nationality? The more the first generation looked at these Ultra signatures, the angrier he became. Finally, his gaze focused on a name that appeared in all the Ultra signatures. Taro. Just wait until I get back. I'll make sure to break your legs. Chapter 20. People cannot, at least should not. Mr. Xia Yan, it's already so late. Why not just sleep at our house tonight? At the entrance of Suzuki's house, a woman with her hair tied up said as she saw Xia Yan off, I've already tidied up the room. It's no trouble. This is Mrs. Suzuki. dressed in a traditional Japanese home outfit. Although she has given birth, her figure is only slightly fuller and not considered fat. To describe her, she has a mature, womanly charm with a well-proportioned figure. The two walk to the street, and as Xia Yan opens the patrol vehicle door, he smiles with a gesture of refusal, saying, "Ma'am, you should go back first. Suzuki still needs to be taken care of. Then be careful on the road, Mr. Xia Yan." Seeing that Xia Yan is determined to get in the vehicle, Mrs. Suzuki can only remind him. After watching the patrol vehicle drive away, she turns around and goes back inside the house. Xia Yan drove toward the South City Sports Center. The cold wind blowing through the car window brought clarity to his slightly tipsy mind. This family was truly too enthusiastic. Suzuki insisted on getting him to drink a few glasses. Unable to refuse, Xia Yan ended up having a few bottles, but for Suzuki, this was a challenge. He thought that since his junior was so accommodating, as a senior, he naturally couldn't fall behind. However, after downing 2 bottles, Suzuki was already quite drunk, pulling Xia Yan for one drink after another. The outcome was predictable. As Ultraman, Xia Yan was just a bit tipsy, while Suzuki was slumped over the table, passed out. Mrs. Suzuki had been sitting beside them the whole time. While her husband was drunk, the colleague he brought home was still sober, and their high school daughter was peacefully sleeping in her room. This scene was almost reminiscent of the beginning of a certain film. As Xia Yan recalled, his mind, trained in the information age, involuntarily brought up certain scraps of information. The architectural signage of the Southern Gymnasium brought him back to reality, prompting him to remind Suzuki. It's easy to get into trouble when not on guard against strangers, like tonight's situation. If he were a bad person, human shouldn't he be? At least Ultraman should he. Suzuki protects the Earth from aliens, and his wife is a teacher who he says loves children. There are many families like this. The members of Team Mike didn't just appear out of nowhere. Perhaps their achievements against aliens seem inferior compared to other special forces. However, as they charge into the front lines, risking their lives with nothing but human bodies to fight against vicious aliens, they face the possibility of death at any moment. Even if the battle results are unsatisfactory, they should not be looked down upon or mocked. Xia Yan thought to himself, casting aside his previous low opinion of Team Mike. Both teams were dedicated to protecting the Earth, and Team Mike might even sacrifice more people. There shouldn't be any discrimination. After parking the car and waiting a moment, Director Omura opened the door and welcomed Xia Yan inside. Feng Yuan had already been called away by the Star Group, and he wasn't worried about the two meeting. "Xia Yan, have you really not considered coming to our gym during your free time to teach the kids?" Director Omura said as he led the way, turning back to extend the invitation again. "The students heard that you're a friend of Feng Yuan and also a member of Team Mike. They admire you greatly. You remember those 2 kids, Xiao Tong and Xiao Xiang, right? They came by today to ask me where you were. But considering you and Feng Yuan were in training, I didn't tell them." Hearing Director Omura's words, Xia Yan immediately recalled the child Yamita Tong. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he thought for a moment, then said to Director Omura, "I don't have any thoughts of becoming a coach for now, but I can find some time to guide the students on professional fitness movements when I'm free." "Oh, you know about fitness too?" Director Omura exclaimed joyfully, turning around and patting his beer belly. "Look at this belly of mine. How long do you think it would take to lose it?" Xia Yan's gaze swept over Okamura Masashi's abdomen, which looked like a 10-month pregnancy, and he tactfully said, "If you pair it with a good diet and professional exercises, you can see results in just 6 months as long as you stick with it." Once, while scrolling through videos, Xia Yan had a whim and practiced for a while. Although he completely slacked off later, it was no problem to guide others. After all, he had a ton of fitness videos saved, and he could check the information anytime for answers. However, looking at Okamura Masashi's chubby face, Xia Yan asked with some skepticism, "But can you really do it, Okamura? A big belly isn't a big deal, but the scariest thing is a face full of fat." Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Okamura thought to himself, how could a man say he can't do it? So he proudly patted his belly and said, "You may not see it now, but back in the day, I was a karate champion with an easy 8-pack. So where did it go now?" Xia Yan chuckled and teased him. Hearing this, Okamura was momentarily at a loss for words and could only mutter a stubborn defense. "I'm just middle-aged now. It's all part of life cycle." Xia and Omura Masashi were joking around here, while at the same time, outside the solar system, the first generation, who had been thinking about coming to Earth to find out the truth, was about to arrive on Earth. When the blue planet appeared in the first generation's ultra sense, he couldn't help but speed up a bit. As he was about to enter Earth with his energy converging, the first generation suddenly sensed the presence of 7 in the space station. Anger instantly surged in his heart, and with a flash, he transformed back into Ultraman, sending out an Ultra signature. 7. Get the hell out here. At the headquarters of the Mike team, Zhu Xingtuan, who had been busy all day, returned to his room, exhausted, and was about to fall asleep. An Ultra signature suddenly filled his mind. Zhu Xingtuan opened his eyes wide and sat up abruptly, shivering. Oh no, Big Brother, first generation, is here. Feeling anxious, he broke out in a cold sweat, forcing himself to calm down after a while. He picked up the cane next to his bed, and with a serious expression, he raised his hand and punched himself hard in the chest. Zhu Xingtuan's face turned even paler, thinking that he looked so weak now, Big Brother first generation wouldn't just attack him upon meeting, right? Still feeling a bit uneasy, he took out some red ink from the drawer, opened it, rolled his pants up to his knees, and then poured the ink over the bandaged area, dyeing the bandages red. After doing all this, Zhu Xingtuan sensed the location of the first generation and immediately sent out an Ultra signature. Big Brother first generation. I'm injured and can't transform. Please come to my room. The first generation outside the space station, who was suppressing his aura, was taken aback by the angry look in his bulbous eyes after receiving this Ultra signature. Feeling puzzled, he carefully sensed Zhu Xingtuan's aura, and his previously annoyed expression changed to one of shock. What is going on? Why is 7 so weak? The first generation didn't have time to think too much and quickly transformed into a beam of light, rapidly arriving next to Zhu Xingtuan. Then, transforming into an elderly Hayata, he saw Zhu Xingtuan's miserable state and hurriedly went forward to support him. Tuan, who hurt you like this? He looked at Zhu Xingtuan's bent knee, not knowing where the first generation pulled out a wooden hammer. Bang! He directly struck Zhu Xingtuan's broken leg injury. Looking at him with concern. How is it? No reaction? Then let me try harder. Hiss! Zhu Xingtuan immediately gasped in pain. Chapter 21. Hikaru, you troublemaker. No, that's enough, Big Brother. Zhu Xingtuan quickly reached out to stop him, realizing that the first generation was really hitting hard, definitely taking personal revenge. If he hit again, the wound would probably split open, and then the fake blood would be mixed with real blood. We're brothers, don't be polite. The first generation, however, ignored him and firmly pressed down on Zhu Xingtuan's shoulder, making him sit on the bed, his tone filled with concern. You're injured. Of course I have to take good care of you. Let me check your injury first. Saying this, he was about to touch the bandaged leg. Zhu Xingtuan dared not let the first generation check. The feeling of that hammer hitting his leg was still painfully fresh in his memory. He quickly stood up, using the cane to create distance, moving his legs back and forth with a serious expression. Protecting Earth with this little injury is nothing. I don't need to check at all. Look, I'm in great condition now. Unfortunately, at this moment, the first generation seemed to sense something. There was still a lingering smell of ink in the air. His gaze turned to Zhu Xingtuan's lame leg, and upon seeing the red bandage, his expression darkened. Damn it, you Taru brat. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Zhu Xingtuan, unaware that he had already exposed himself, picked up a newspaper from the nearby table, excitedly coming to the first generation. Big Brother first generation, look what I found. There are your descendants on Earth. However, the first generation was already unhappy, and Zhu Xingtuan's words hit the nail on the head. Memories of the past suddenly surged back, and he felt incredibly frustrated. How could he hide his expression? Damn it, you still have the face to say that. Don't sleep too deeply tonight. The first generation looked at Zhu Xingtuan's face and became angrier. He raised his hand and punched out, cursing. I told you to stop spreading rumors. I told you to stop sending Ultra signatures. Soon, Zhu Xingtuan fell to the ground. Originally, he wanted to dodge when he saw the situation was bad, but unfortunately, the first generation was also a master of combat, and with Zhu Xingtuan's legs being a bit inconvenient, he was no match for the first generation at all. Wait, just take a look. Look at this. Seeing that the first generation had no intention of stopping, Zhu Xingtuan, who had just taken a punch to the eye, quickly unfolded the newspaper. He looks just like you. Damn it, I see you. The first generation's cursing stopped as he noticed the photo in the newspaper. The fist he had raised did not come down. Snatching the newspaper away to examine it closely, the more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, a flash of insight hit him, and his face turned to one of realization. Oh, I see, this is my son. No, wait. I don't have a son at all. When the two Ultra brothers gathered together, their intelligence inevitably dropped a few points. It is well known that during the Showa era, the Ultra brothers were a mess when gathered, and when they came together, it was as if they were hit by a dumbness strike, always capable of producing some comical actions. Tied to a cross, turned into wax figures, and almost watching Taru get beaten to death. Perhaps because they were still in the Showa era, the Ultra brothers were not mature enough, so whenever they gathered, they would appear not too smart. Holding the newspaper, the first generation looked down at the photo that resembled him, his expression full of confusion. At first glance, it looked a lot like him, and others would instinctively think it was his descendant. But the first generation knew in his heart that it was not. Thoughts raced through his mind. Damn it, could it be Hikaru? No, that kid was found on Earth. At this time, Zhu Xingtuan had already gotten up from the ground with the help of his cane and came over to the side. The first generation simply turned to him and asked, "Who is this child? What is going on?" Without even a timer, the first generation automatically categorized Xia Yan as a minor ultra, thinking that this kid looked quite urgent. Zhu Xingtuan had long been prepared for everything. And seeing the first generation asking, he was secretly delighted, but his face remained unchanged. "He is Hayata, Xia Yan." Saying this with a serious face, he appeared exceptionally calm, not revealing a hint of panic. He took out a document from a drawer and handed it to the first generation, continuing, "I have already figured out this child's identity. There is no doubt he is the descendant left by Hayata back in the day. The lifespan of humans is so short, and now the members of the KOD team have vanished." Zhu Xingtuan could fabricate whatever he wanted. Identity information could be written out casually. As long as the first generation didn't take the time to verify it, the fake could be considered real. "Big brother, first generation," Zhu Xingtuan said, his expression serious, his gaze earnest as he continued. "I think there is a possibility." The first generation, flipping through the document, felt increasingly uneasy and turned to Zhu Xingtuan. "What possibility?" Zhu Xingtuan had a look of fear of hitting the first generation with bad news. "When you separated from Hayata back then, his genetic makeup was altered to inherit your light power. So this, to be precise, is Hayata and your descendant." The first generation was shocked, instinctively denying it. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." "Nissan, this is actually very possible." Zhu Xingtuan's tone was filled with certainty. Seeing the first generation's astonished expression as he looked at him, he continued, "Do you remember the life solidification device invented by Hikaru back then? Perhaps it was because of this that Hayata's human genes were altered, and then the child inherited your light power." "Huh?" The first generation was stunned, struggling to refute, "But Hayata and I are both men. How is that possible?" With his eyes wide open, the first generation did not want to accept this, his face filled with disbelief. "Nissan, think about it." Zhu Xingtuan continued with a final blow. "Hikaru's technology was not mature back then. Don't you know what he could do? It's very possible that the life solidification device was not perfect, which caused this result." Upon hearing this, the first generation staggered, clutching his chest in pain, his expression gritting his teeth. "Hikaru, you really should die." Seeing this, Zhu Xingtuan quickly reached out to support the first generation, feeling a bit guilty as he seemed overly distressed. So he comforted him. "Nissan, actually this is a good thing. Think about it. Skipping the process of love and going straight to the result doesn't seem so troublesome, right?" The first generation immediately glared at Zhu Xingtuan, wanting to slap him for what he was saying. Zhu Xingtuan also realized that his consolation was inappropriate. So he continued, "Well, there are precedents for situations like yours. You know Taro, right? I heard that he is actually the result of the captain and Belial's friendship." However, as soon as the first generation heard the words I heard, he became reactive, glaring, and questioning. "Who did you hear that from?" "From Mother Mary," Zhu Xingtuan replied. "She always said that the captain cared too much about Belial and often overlooked her existence." "Nissan, didn't you know?" The first generation fell into silence, as if he had accidentally discovered something significant. He thought to himself, "I can't suffer alone. Since my reputation seems irreparable, let's make everyone suffer together." He raised his hand and sent an ultra signature to the Land of Light. "Captain, Seven told me that Taro is your and Belial's child. How can you hide this from everyone?" Zhu Xingtuan. "No, are you serious?" Chapter 22. The friendship boat capsizes. Zhu Xingtuan was completely stunned, looking at the first generation with disbelief. "RG, what's wrong with you? Why so serious? What about our brotherhood?" "Nissan, how can you backstab me like this? We've been brothers for thousands of years. Blood is thicker than water." Looking at the first generation with pain, Zhu Xingtuan completely lost it, his face filled with frustration. "Damn it. Once this ultra signature is sent to the Land of Light, Taro is irrelevant. But what will the captain and Mother Mary think?" The first generation saw the expression on his face and felt a bit pleased, coldly laughing at Zhu Xingtuan. "Now you remember we were brothers? When you sent the ultra signature to the Land of Light, why didn't you remember we were brothers?" Hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan was momentarily speechless, staring at the first generation, wanting to say something but hesitating. After a moment, he thought he didn't need to worry. After all, he was still on a business trip and needed to stay on Earth, unable to return to the Land of Light. The captain and Mother Mary wouldn't make a special trip to Earth for such a matter, right? Taro was even less of a concern. In the short term, he wouldn't be returning to the Land of Light, so there was no need to fear taking responsibility. By the time he returned, this matter might have already settled down. Thinking this way, Zhu Xingtuan felt stable in his heart and was no longer flustered. He looked at the first generation, who had a somewhat smug expression, without revealing his thoughts. All right, Nissan, pretending to sigh. Zhu Xingtuan changed the topic to discuss Xia Yan. What are you planning to do about this kid, Xia Yan? The first generation's smile froze, and his mood sank again. Zhu Xingtuan, like a knife that doesn't draw blood, continued to say heart-wrenching words. I've talked to Xia Yan about his background. I earnestly advised him for a long time, but knowing the truth, he has been resentful toward you and reluctant to acknowledge you. In the end, I had no choice but to tell him to treat you like an older brother, and only then did he reluctantly agree. Over the years, Xia Yan has suffered a lot. His unique body has made others see him as an outcast. During the twin monster invasion, if he hadn't miraculously awakened his light power to transform, he might have already died. Zhu Xingtuan's expression grew more serious as he spoke, as if he were recounting a true story, showing no sign of a flaw. The first generation believed him, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt, asking with a face full of self-reproach, where is Xia Yan now? At the South City Sports Center, seeing the first generation turn a fly to Earth, Zhu Xingtuan quickly reached out to stop him. Let us meet him tomorrow. It's late now, and he is probably asleep. Plus, I have something else to say. The first generation thought about it and agreed. After all, now that he was on Earth, he wasn't in a hurry. He looked at Zhu Xingtuan. Once the first generation stopped, Zhu Xingtuan explained Xia Yan's current situation and the crisis Earth was about to face. Xia Yan told me he needs light energy to develop the power within him. So when you meet him, you can start from this aspect. Of course, there are things to be cautious about. Ever since the battle with the twin monsters, he has felt weak and crave power. Now, with the impending arrival of the Zorak aliens, this situation has become even more serious. I'm worried he might go to extremes, so Nissan, you must always pay attention to correct him. Upon hearing this, the first generation's face became serious, and his guilt deepened. Zhu Xingtuan continued, tomorrow I will arrange for you to meet. At that time, you can casually take over the training of the two rookies. A long night passed during their discussion, during which Zhu Xingtuan had the first generation use healing light to heal his broken leg to a large extent. However, he asked the first generation to keep this a secret. After all, the young must go through trials to become strong. With the same show of mindset, the first generation agreed, and even planned to let Xia Yan stay on Earth for a while longer. As the sun rose, outside the South City Sports Center, Feng Yuan was driving Zhu Xingtuan's beloved Jeep, slowly stopping at the entrance of the gym. The brakes on this car were not very responsive, making him drive cautiously. It was unclear what Feng Yuan had been through, but his face occasionally broke into a silly smile. Just as he was thinking about Bai Zi, a figure unknowingly approached. Xia Yan walked to the side of the car, waved his hand in front of Feng Yuan, and cheerfully greeted him. What are you thinking about, smiling so lewdly? If it weren't for the repeated assurances from the Zhu Xingtuan that everything would be fine, I wouldn't have planned to see you right now. At this moment, Feng Yuan came back to his senses, and upon seeing Xia Yan, his face instantly darkened. He coldly snorted and said, get in the car. The captain said, we need to train. After saying this, he turned his head away with a sullen expression, clearly not wanting to see Xia Yan. Xia Yan didn't mind at all, opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and joked with a smile, you've recovered your energy. How about doing it again today? Hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately glared at him, feeling a twinge of pain in his lower back. The feeling of being drained still fresh in his memory. However, the tenderness from Bai Zi also made him feel sweet. Having made up his mind, he couldn't help but sneer and say, you can't coerce me. Even if you tell Bai Zi about the recording, I absolutely won't compromise. After saying this, Feng Yuan slammed down on the gas pedal, and the Jeep shot out with a whoosh. Xia Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, was thrown back against the seat by the sudden acceleration, but he didn't mind it. With a look of astonishment, he turned to Feng Yuan and asked, did you confess to Bai Zi? And she agreed? This situation felt very strange. What had happened between them after he left? Feng Yuan's face turned slightly red upon hearing this. The situation wasn't quite at that point yet, but he didn't want to acknowledge Xia Yan. Shut up. It's none of your business. Feng Yuan, annoyed, glared at Xia Yan with a look that said, don't come near me, and decided in his heart that he wouldn't be easily fooled like this. Xia Yan looked at him and thought for a moment before changing his wording, explaining with a guilty expression. Actually, I have my reasons for this. I need light energy to develop my powers. You must have heard the captain say that the Zulu people are coming to Earth soon. I'm just trying to become stronger so I can better protect humanity. Feng Yuan, Earth is just like my former hometown. We both love Earth dearly, don't you? Just think about it. If I become stronger, won't Sunjing, Sea, and Baizi be safer? This is all to protect the Earth that we both cherish. With a face full of guilt as he spoke, Xia Yan quietly observed Feng Yuan's changing expression. After the previous incident, where the Zhuxing team actively provided light energy, he realized that Ultraman couldn't handle a direct approach. Sure enough, the keywords triggered a response. Hometown, love for Earth, Qingnan Sports Center, and Baizi. After hearing Xia Yan's words, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a sense of empathy and turned to look at him with a complicated expression. Could it be that I misunderstood Xia Yan? Thanks to my brothers for their rewards and monthly votes. Chapter 23. Some things will not be forgotten. Watch the road. Are you even watching the road? Xia Yan watched as Feng Yuan turned to look at him for a long time, frightened and hurriedly reminded him. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles on the street. Otherwise, he would really worry that an accident would happen in the next moment. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan turned back to drive seriously, a shy and awkward smile on his face. After this distraction, he had already forgiven Xia Yan for his previous behavior. At this moment, while driving and pondering over things, his expression gradually became complicated, and he silently thought to himself. Xia Yan came from a parallel universe, and it seems he can no longer return, having lost his homeland just like himself. He loves the Earth and humanity just the same, treating this place as his homeland. Everything he did before was to become stronger. It's clear that whether Xia Yan's words are true or false, Feng Yuan believed him. Thus, he couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt in his heart, and said sincerely, Xia Yan, if you need energy, as long as it's to defeat the aliens, I'm actually very willing to help. Feng Yuan spoke seriously while driving, showcasing the passionate heart of Ultraman. At this moment, it was vividly displayed on him. Seemingly recalling something, Feng Yuan shyly covered his waist and said, but Xia Yan, please don't absorb too much energy each time. My body can't quite handle it. After saying that, he revealed a sincere smile, fully believing in what Xia Yan had said. I will be careful, Xia Yan replied, feeling the sincerity in Feng Yuan's tone, his expression becoming complex. Zhuxing Tuan is like this, and so is Feng Yuan. Is this what it means to be Ultraman? That familiar feeling is truly nostalgic. Some things, although obscured by various marks as one grows up, will not be forgotten. When those buried memories are suddenly recalled inadvertently, it becomes even more thought-provoking. The memories of the past surged in Xia Yan's heart. He still remembered the scenes from his childhood. The 5 great oaths of Ultraman. Don't go to school on an empty stomach. Dry clothes in good weather. Pay attention to traffic when crossing the road. Don't rely on others' strength. And don't play barefoot on the ground. The passionate heart must not be extinguished. Help each other, show compassion to the weak. Be friends with people from anywhere, and don't give up on these feelings, even if they have been betrayed countless times. Dagu, I feel like I'm losing some beautiful things. Kindness, gentleness, consideration. These beautiful essences that belong to humanity seem to be slowly fading. The bond alone will be passed down forever and shine again, and then it will strangle generation after generation. Senior Ultraman, Senior Digga, lend me your strength, Ultraman Orb. In husband and wife form. Xia Yan suddenly came back to his senses and quickly kicked the new generation of losers out of his mind to avoid being overwhelmed by their negative energy. He turned to Feng Yuan, his gaze filled with contemplation. Ultraman, truly a life form of light that people yearn for. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived at their destination. The training ground was chosen in a wooded area. From time to time, the sound of rushing water could be heard nearby, which, upon closer listening, resembled the sound of a waterfall cascading into a pool. Zhuxing Tuan had been waiting here for a long time and saw Xia Yan and Feng Yuan arrive. He approached them, leaning on his cane and limping. Although his broken leg had been healed, Zhuxing Tuan felt it was still not the right time to tell Xia Yan and Feng Yuan. So he continued to pretend to be limping. After all, he had previously told Feng Yuan that he couldn't T-transform, and if he was going to act, he had to go all the way. The original Ultraman was a bit more anxious than Zhuxing Tuan. Dressed in a black training outfit, he quickly walked up to Xia Yan and Feng Yuan. Xia Yan lagged a few steps behind because he was lost in thought, so at this moment, Feng Yuan was walking ahead of him. He saw that the first generation had transformed into the appearance of Hayata in his old age, rushing over with an excited face. He directly hugged Feng Yuan tightly. Xia Yan, you haven't suffered over the years, have you? Good child. Xia Yan watched as the first generation hugged Feng Yuan, his expression in shock as he momentarily froze, thinking, I'm right here. Oh no, have I become a substitute? In the rush, the star group hadn't had time to take photos, so naturally there was no record of Xia Yan's human form in the data. The first generation, still unaware that he had mistaken the person, continued to hug Feng Yuan tightly, his tone filled with self-reproach and guilt. If I had noticed earlier back then, I wouldn't have left you on Earth. Believing he could still save his identity, the first generation was about to continue expressing heartfelt words. Suddenly, Feng Yuan awkwardly interrupted him, saying, Senior, you've got the wrong person. The first generation's expression instantly froze. The star group came up beside him, signaling for him to look back, and quietly reminded him, Nissan, he is Xia Yan. Upon hearing this, the first generation's face quickly returned to normal from its stiffness, and he tossed Feng Yuan to the ground. Damn it, how could I mistake you for someone else? Then, with a strong twist of his ankle, he rolled Feng Yuan aside. Taking a few steps forward to stand in front of Xia Yan, the first generation placed his hands on Xia Yan's shoulders, his face filled with joy. I knew something was off. Why didn't you remind me? Sure enough, you have the same outstanding demeanor as I did back then. He patted Xia Yan's shoulder with satisfaction, as if the earlier embarrassment of mistaking someone had completely disappeared. The first generation looked at Xia Yan with increasing fondness in his eyes, thinking, truly, you are a testament to my genes. Xia Yan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, looking at this shameless tone that was just like Zhu Xingtuan's, truly worthy of being an old rogue from the Showa era. Senior, when do we start training? Without responding to the first generation's words, Xia Yan glanced at Feng Yuan, who had rolled far away, with a strange expression. Poor Leo, being toyed with by the senior. First, there was Zhu Xingtuan's improper training, and now the first generation was getting even worse. If it were him, he would have run away on the spot. However, upon hearing Xia Yan's address, the first generation's heart sank and his body stiffened. Oh no, it must be because he mistook the person earlier. The kid won't even call him brother. The first generation looked at Xia Yan, feeling anxious, and for a moment didn't know what to say to make up for it. In fact, the first generation was mistaken about the reason. Mainly, during the journey, Xia Yan was influenced by Feng Yuan's passionate heart. Remembering the innocence of watching Ultraman, his mindset had slightly changed. If it were the old him, he would have been very willing to join Zhu Xingtuan in tricking the first generation. But now Xia Yan didn't really want to do that. Treating people with sincerity naturally earned sincerity in return. As for the trap he had previously discussed with Zhu Xingtuan, no, he didn't remember it. He never agreed. Zhu Xingtuan, at this moment, still didn't know what Xia Yan was thinking. Seeing the atmosphere become somewhat silent, he quickly tried to ease things. To deal with the Zulu people, I've specially devised a 3-stage attack training plan for you and Feng Yuan. From now on, the first generation will be responsible for training you. If you have any questions, you can ask him. On the other side, Feng Yuan had just gotten up from the ground, looking at the three standing there with a resentful expression, thinking, is it really this realistic? Where's the captain? Where's my brother? Come help me out. It clearly involved 4 people, but why did it feel like he was being ignored? As he walked closer, Feng Yuan felt gloomy, scanning the 3 with his eyes, and suddenly exclaimed in shock. Huh. Captain, why are your eyes swollen? Ha! Who hit you? You look like a bear. Zhu Xingtuan's face turned dark. Chapter 24. Very good. Full of spirit, Zhu Xingtuan didn't waste words with him, raising his cane and giving Feng Yuan a smack on the butt. Hiss! Feng Yuan immediately gasped in pain, his laughter stopping abruptly. He still didn't know why this happened. Covering his butt and looking at Zhu Xingtuan in confusion. Captain, why did you hit me? It turned out that Feng Yuan often got beaten up, and it wasn't without reason. Zhu Xingtuan, too lazy to deal with him, chose to ignore him directly. After discussing training matters with the first generation and Xia Yan, he limped away with his cane. Seeing this, Feng Yuan scratched his head, unable to figure out what he did wrong. Recalling what he said earlier, it seemed fine. He was just speaking the truth. The captain shouldn't be that petty. Could it be that he thought I was too lazy? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression suddenly became serious. The lingering pain from being hit seemed to transform into strength that invigorated him. Since that's the case, I can't let the captain down. Motivating himself like this, he looked at the first generation with anticipation, his tone spirited as he shouted, Senior, let's start training. In front of him stood the first generation of the Ultraman brothers. Feng Yuan often heard stories about them while wandering the universe. And now that the real person was right beside him, how could he not be excited? However, The first generation originally wanted to say a few more words to Xia Yan, but was suddenly interrupted by Feng Yuan's loud shout. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the carefully cultivated emotion vanished completely. The first generation turned to look at Feng Yuan, his face darkening. You little brat. Just like that ace guy. Can't you read the atmosphere? Very good. Full of spirit. Let's see if I train you. Xia Yan, wait a moment. The first generation showed a kind smile to Xia Yan, his tone gentle. When he turned back to Feng Yuan, his expression changed instantly, becoming stern. He raised his hand and pointed to the right side of the woods, speaking harshly. You, go over there. Feng Yuan felt something was off, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. So, he simply decided not to think about it anymore and followed the first generation to the space between two sturdy trees. Xia Yan followed behind the two, his gaze sweeping over the two trees, and he understood in his heart. One was tied with a rope and the other marked. This was to train leg strength. Upon arriving at the place, the first generation said little, facing Feng Yuan with a serious expression. Come, let me give you a taste. Without waiting for Feng Yuan to respond, the first generation suddenly made his move. Wait, senior. Seeing the situation, Feng Yuan's face turned pale. He wasn't ready yet. Noticing the first generation's attack was already close, Feng Yuan had no choice but to quickly extend his hand to block. However, his movement seemed too slow in the eyes of the first generation. Even though he had held back somewhat, this was a two-part attack. He only managed to block the first generation's arm, and the next moment, Feng Yuan felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes. A cry of pain escaped his mouth, and he was immediately knocked to the ground, covering his eyes and rolling over. He suddenly understood why the members of the Zodiac team had such swollen eye sockets. Just as he stood up, Feng Yuan found that the first generation was already approaching again, and he immediately threw a punch. However, the first generation casually deflected his attack and, at the same time, elbowed him in the abdomen. The pain caused Feng Yuan's body to bend over, and when he finally managed to recover, he looked at the first generation, who was too lazy to pursue. He felt a bit unconvinced. Clenching his fists, he wanted to try again, but just as he raised his arms, he felt a flash before his eyes. Then he saw the edge of a palm blade resting on his neck. Looking at the shocked Feng Yuan, the first generation patted his shoulder, indicating not to take it too seriously, and explained, this is a two-part attack, a technique that the Zulu stars are good at. To counter it, you must train for a three-part attack, using your arms to block, and then use your legs for the rest. As the first generation spoke, he gestured for Feng Yuan to look at the two large trees, and then pointed to the rope. What you need to do is train your leg strength first. Go! Tie your ankles with the rope, and then keep kicking at the target. Feng Yuan looked at the black rope, and then at the marked kicking point high up, and realizing what needed to be done, he nodded vigorously. Yes. Senior. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to tie the rope around his ankles, looked at the distant target, and shouted, yeah. Without any hesitation, he charged forward, leaping into the air for a flying kick. But immediately after, he was pulled back by the taut rope, and Feng Yuan fell to the ground, rolling several times. The pain in his backside and the mud all over him didn't shake him at all. He stood up and charged out again. Watching from the side, Xia Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling it was a bit unreasonable and highlighted a certain idealism. After thinking it over, he decided not to dwell on it too much. After all, if Feng Yuan could train successfully, it would be the same as him training successfully. With that thought, Xia Yan felt that idealism was quite good. The first generation looked at Feng Yuan's determined appearance and nodded with satisfaction at his unyielding spirit. He's a good young man, he thought. I heard from the Zodiac team that his name is Leo Ultraman, from L77 star in the constellation Leo. It's a pity that the Land of Light didn't discover him in time. Otherwise, they would definitely have sent someone to support him. Sighing inwardly at Feng Yuan's past experiences, the first generation turned to look at Xia Yan. His expression immediately became kind, and he gently asked, Child, feel free to tell me what you want to train. As long as I know it, I can teach you. How about light skills? This attitude formed a stark contrast to how he treated Feng Yuan, implying that he could choose freely. Feng Yuan, who was charging towards the target, was stunned to hear the first generation's words. He stopped in his tracks and turned to look, his eyes wide with disbelief. Senior, I also want to train light skills. At this moment, even Feng Yuan, no matter how foolish, realized that this was clearly a case of differential treatment, and he felt unconvinced after coming to the first generation and Xia Yan. He stared at the first generation, indicating that he wanted to train too. The first generation turned to look at Feng Yuan, his expression suddenly becoming stern, and he raised his hand to slap him on the head. What do you think you are? Go back and continue training. What are you looking at? What kind of expression is that? Do you think you can save the earth with a half-hearted effort? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan felt as if a switch had been flipped. His whole body shivered, and his mind seemed to awaken. Seeing him standing still, the first generation kicked him the backside. What are you standing there for? Go train. Stumbling back between the two large trees, Feng Yuan had an awkward smile and scratched his head. The first generation shot him a glare and then turned to Xia Yan, his face once again full of kindness. Child, I've learned from the Zodiac team that you need light energy to develop your physical strength. Is there a problem with the light power inside you? That's senior. Xia Yan felt uneasy under the first generation's gaze and spoke politely. Is it possible that the captain deceived you? The first generation's expression froze. Xia Yan took out the transformation device and found a recording, looking somewhat guilty as he said, I thought about it for a long time and still feel that I shouldn't deceive my seniors. Back when he was negotiating with Zhu Tuan, he thought that the one who might be backstabbed had long prepared an escape route in secret. As long as I backstab first, others won't have time to backstab me. In the shock of the first generation's wide-eyed expression, Zhu Tuan's voice sounded. After the first generation came over, we slowly unfolded our plan, and everything matched perfectly with last night's situation. The more the first generation listened, the harder his fists became. 7th. You bastard. Chapter 25. One must have self-awareness. You did well. Realizing your mistake. Good job. The first generation suppressed the rising anger in his heart, patting Xia Yan's shoulder and trying to sound gentle. After all, he was still a child, looked somewhat close to him, and honestly admitted his mistakes, which made it difficult for him to blame Xia Yan. Damn it, 7th. You born schemer of light. I'm going to personally send you on your way. The more he thought about it, the more gritted his teeth. The first generation forced a smile and said, Listen, I have something to take care of now. When I come back, I'll still teach you everything. After saying that, the first generation could no longer hold back, took out the beta magic wand, pressed it directly, and in an instant transformed into a light group rushing into the sky. 7th. Let's see if I can deal with you today. Xia Yan looked up at the light form transformed from the first generation, which quickly broke through the clouds and disappeared. He then pressed his palms together and prayed to the star team, hoping that the legendary midwife would bless him so he could see the complete captain again tomorrow. Amen. In his heart, he secretly muttered, Forgive me, Captain, it's just this once. Next to him, Feng Yuan, after listening to the recording in Xia Yan's transformation device, had a look of utter astonishment on his face. Is the captain's strategy this deep? Did he trick me before? Feng Yuan recalled the things he had said to himself after meeting the star team and felt like he had been deceived, but he couldn't pinpoint how. Suddenly thinking of something, Feng Yuan turned to Xia Yan and asked Xia Yan-san, Did the captain also discuss with you how to trick me? The first generation senior is the captain's brother, and if he almost got tricked by the captain, let alone himself. Feng Yuan felt he might have unknowingly been deceived by the star team. You don't even need to discuss how to trick someone. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Feng Yuan with a humorous expression and said, You really think highly of yourself, Feng Yuan. It's okay to be a bit foolish, but one must have self-awareness. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately shot him a furious glare. What are you talking about? Who do you look down on? All right then, let's see who can master the 3-stage attack first. His competitive spirit ignited. He stared at Xia Yan and issued a challenge. Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback, recalling Feng Yuan's idealistic learning approach, feeling speechless. Only a fool would compete with you. Glancing at Feng Yuan, who was still staring at him, he did not engage with his words, simply stating with a calm expression, Temporary wins and losses are just a matter of pride. The stronger you are, the more powerful beings will take notice, and thus you will also become weaker, so you're still far from it. After delivering a cutting remark, Xia Yan turned around and ignored Feng Yuan, moving to another area to train alone, leaving Feng Yuan stunned in place, looking bewildered. He didn't quite understand, but felt greatly shocked, sensing that Xia Yan seemed to be looking down on him. If you don't want to compare, then don't. What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Yuan scratched his head, muttering to himself, feeling somewhat regretful for not paying attention during his initial studies. Knowledge always feels insufficient when you actually need to apply it. However, the key issue is not about having less or more knowledge, but that he never bothered to remember it in the first place. Confused, Feng Yuan returned to the space between two large trees to continue training his leg strength and techniques. Meanwhile, Xia Yan was concentrating on gathering light energy, a light ring spinning in his palm. Carefully controlling the light ring, he slowly made it float, the serrated edges gradually forming. Currently, without transforming, with his human body strength, he still couldn't catch an 8-part light wheel with his bare hands. Therefore, while training this skill, he had to be cautious not to make any large movements. Otherwise, he might end up injuring himself. As for the new 3-stage body technique attack, it was enough for Feng Yuan to practice. He only needed to wait for the results. Then, by absorbing light energy, the cosmic fist technique would automatically update its skills, and he might even acquire other abilities. Thinking of it this way made him feel somewhat like a training tool. Feng Yuan, you need to work hard. If you get stronger, I can become stronger alongside you. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xia Yan controlled the mini 8-part light wheel. He approached a large tree to begin cutting, as this forest lacked everything except trees. Once his proficiency in the light skill improved, Xia Yan would be able to master it more easily, and naturally, its power would increase as well. During the training of Xia Yan and Feng Yuan, the first generation transformed into a light sphere and arrived outside the Mike team base. After sensing the location of the Xinxing group, it flew directly into the space station. At this moment, the sound of gunfire echoed continuously in the Mike team's training range. Kuroda and Aoshima were aiming and shooting at the targets, firing ammunition as if it were free. Most sharpshooters, aside from those with extraordinary talent, are nurtured through countless bullets. Practice makes perfect. If a few attempts don't work, then dozens will do. As long as one isn't a complete fool, they can definitely learn something. While they may not be able to hit exactly where they aim, it's certainly better than just outlining a human figure at close range. Xinxing leaned on his cane, limping back and forth behind several team members. Although the Mike team had lowered their entry standards in recent years due to high casualty numbers, every official member had their own strengths. Overall, they could be considered elite. After all, those who have fought hand-to-hand with aliens must possess better physical qualities than ordinary people. Watching their shooting skills gradually improve as they began to hit the target center, Xinxing showed a look of satisfaction. Walking behind the team members, he sternly admonished, "Remember, you are here to deal with aliens and protect many people from harm. You must protect your own lives in this process. But sacrificing more lives for that is absolutely not allowed. Answer me. Do you all understand?" "Yes, Captain." Several Mike team members responded loudly, their faces filled with excitement. As the vice captain, Kuroda shouted, then realized someone was still missing, and asked, "By the way, Captain, where's Feng Yuan?" "You all continue your practice." Xinxing frowned, his expression stern, and after a moment's thought added, "I've arranged a special training plan for Feng Yuan. Don't worry too much about it." It could be said that Xinxing indeed had an exceptional personal charm, but his ability to regulate the team's atmosphere was somewhat lacking. Kuroda clearly expressed his discontent over Feng Yuan's special treatment, and the others also showed some displeasure. However, due to Xinxing's usual authority, everyone kept their feelings to themselves, just suppressing their frustrations. The actions of shooting became increasingly fierce. Son signe familier aura approching. Xinxing turned to look and saw the first generation staring at him from outside the training field. Confused, he limped over to the door with his cane, and upon seeing that no one else was around, he relaxed and asked, "Ni-san, why are you here? What about Xia Yan and Feng Yuan?" The first generation stared straight at him, almost unable to resist the urge to slap him. But since the Mike team members were still present, even though he wanted to take care of his brother, he still had to consider his face. So, after giving Xinxing a deep look, he suppressed his anger and said, "Zwan, come with me. I have something good to show you." "What is it?" Xinxing showed a puzzled expression. But the first generation didn't wait for an answer and turned to leave. Seeing this, he had no choice but to follow with his cane. After limping for a while, he remembered that his broken leg had already healed, so he returned to his normal walking posture, as he had been pretending for so long that it had become a habit. The two of them arrived in a room together, and the first generation looked at his brother, speaking in an unrefusable tone. "Keep up." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a light sphere and flew out of the Mike team base. It wasn't convenient to unleash all his strength in the space station. Xinxing was somewhat bewildered, unable to ask questions in time, his face filled with confusion. He took out the ultra glasses, pressed the button to transform into a light sphere, and followed suit. When they reached the surface of the moon, the first generation finally transformed into his Ultraman form. The light in his bulb-like eyes was filled with anger. One could say that Ultraman's face was naturally hard. His eyes showed no discernible expression, making it difficult to discern his emotions without speaking. Therefore, Xinxing had no idea that at this moment, the first generation was itching to slap his ears into 2 points. Upon seeing the first generation in his Ultraman form, Xia Yan transformed as well. At this point, he was completely unguarded, leaning in closer to ask with confusion, "Ni-san, what exactly do you want to show me?" "Watch closely." The first generation shouted angrily, suddenly raising his arm. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan widened his bulb-like eyes, then noticed the first generation's large silver palm approaching quickly. Slap! With a crisp yet somewhat muffled sound, Xia Yan was struck hard in the face by the first generation's powerful slap. His entire body spun around and crashed straight down to the lunar surface. Boom! As his body crashed into the mountain range, Xia Yan fell dazed, unable to recover for a long time. The first generation's use of the Ultra Slap was incredibly effective, finally shaking off his confusion. Xia Yan struggled to get up from the deep pit created by his fall. A pile of rubble rolled down, and seeing the first generation charging at him, Xia Yan couldn't help but exclaim, "Nisan, what are you doing? How dare you even ask?" The first generation lunged forward, delivering a flying kick. However, Xia Yan, sensing the impending danger, agilely dodged. At this moment, upon hearing the first generation's words, Xia Yan realized he had been backstabbed, and his face darkened immediately. Xia Yan, this mischievous kid, does he still have any integrity as an Ultraman? Selling it off right away, huh? What happened to the promised cooperation? All right, if you want to play this way, we still have a long way to go in the future. In his heart, Saburo kept a mental note against Xia Yan, then turned and dashed away, leaping straight into the sky. He wasn't stupid. The first generation clearly came over to deal with him, so why wait any longer? However, after the first generation landed, he turned back and saw Saburo bouncing around, instantly infuriated. Damn it, I shouldn't have healed your legs. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He raised his hand and conjured an 8-pointed light wheel to throw at Saburo, controlling it with Ultraman telekinesis. The light will instantly split into 6, tracking and attacking from multiple directions in the air. Saburo sensed the danger coming from behind and had no choice but to turn around and swing his hand to release the ice axe above his head. But as he smashed through the light wheels, the first generation had already flown over to the opposite side. One hand raised in an L shape. The other hand touched his arms at the wrists, instantly forming a cross. The Spatium Ray was unleashed in an instant. Caught off guard, Saburo quickly brought his arms together over his head, and the crystal on his forehead released the Amirium Ray. The two beams clashed in midair, but Saburo, in a hurry, hadn't gathered much energy, and with him positioned on the left, his Amirium Ray was quickly overwhelmed and shattered by the first generation Spatium Ray. First generation, we are brothers for thousands of years. Blood is thicker than water. Seeing the situation turn dire, Saburo shouted, trying to awaken the remaining brotherly affection from his older brother. Unfortunately, the first generation remained indifferent, even increasing the energy output. The Spatium Ray struck Saburo's chest, causing a burst of sparks, and he quickly lost the ability to fly, plunging straight towards the ground. A loud crash echoed, creating another human-shaped pit on the lunar surface. The first generation dissipated the spatium light, his bulb-like eyes coldly watching Saburo below, sneering. Who said our blood is thicker than water? Nonsense. At that moment, in the pit, a disheveled Saburo climbed up, feeling a sharp pain in his chest, and angrily looked up at the first generation. Brother, are you serious? If you keep this up, I might fight back. Then come and try. I want to see if your strength has improved over the years. You're washing socks. Yoa. The two Ultramen instantly clashed, both letting out battle cries as they charged at each other, the scene turning extremely intense. In the training grove, the trees had been cut down one by Xia Yan, but fortunately, he had reached the next stage. Otherwise, this grove would probably be cleared out completely. Now, the training was focused on mastering the precision of light release, which would enhance cutting power. 8-pointed light wheel LV2, 45,100. During the training, Xia Yan also wanted to use Feng Yuan's body to practice his Ultraman possession ability, but unfortunately, he didn't get permission. Ever since he accidentally got recorded earlier, Feng Yuan had become more cautious, wary of Xia Yan. He didn't want to be controlled and end up doing something strange, which could be used against him later. As dusk approached, the two prepared to head back to the South City Sports Center. Xia Yan remembered the promise he made to Omura Masashi last night. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, simply wanted to see Baizi. Just as they were about to leave, the sound of a cane clattering came from behind. Zhu Xingtuan, bruised and battered, appeared in their line of sight, followed by the first generation, and neither of their situations looked any better. Both were Ultraman brothers with equal strength. The first generation was now regretting it deeply. If he hadn't healed Zhu Xingtuan's legs, he could have dealt with his brother however he wanted. Unfortunately, time couldn't be reversed, and neither of them gained any advantage from their fight. Zhu Xingtuan fixed his gaze on Xia Yan, and with the help of his cane, He was walking faster and faster. Xia Yan noticed that something was off and quietly moved behind Feng Yuan. When Zhu Tuan approached, Feng Yuan was still unaware of what was happening, only to see the captain's face covered in bruises. He immediately stepped forward to help. "Captain, who beat you up like a pig's head? I'll take your place." Slap. Zhu Tuan raised his hand and interrupted him with a slap. He was already angry, and hearing that only darkened his expression further as he kicked Feng Yuan away. Chapter 27. The captain channels some energy after receiving a slap from Zhu Tuan. Feng Yuan was then kicked and stumbled to the side. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. "No, Captain, I was just concerned about you." Feng Yuan felt a bit wronged, covering his face with his hand as he turned to Zhu Tuan, his eyes filled with resentment, ready to complain. Then he saw Zhu Tuan raise his cane and swing it at Xia Yan, and his eyes instantly lit up. The look of grievance immediately turned into one of amusement, as if he were ready to cheer. However, Xia Yan remained completely unfazed. He leaped to the side to dodge the cane while shouting, "First generation, save me." Sure enough, in the next moment, the first generation appeared beside him. As Zhu Tuan swung the cane for the second time, the first generation reached out and grabbed it, then shielded Xia Yan behind him protectively. The first generation's gaze was fixed on Zhu Tuan, his expression serious, and his tone filled with discontent as he admonished, "Xia Yan knows that such behavior is wrong, which is why he didn't want to deceive me. Tuan, how can you vent your anger on him like this?" Xia Yan hid behind the first generation, peering out as Zhu Tuan spoke rapidly and with righteous indignation. "Captain, I believe that there should be mutual honesty between you and the first generation. Schemes and tricks will only ruin our feelings for each other. If the lies of deception are exposed, it will be like a shattered mirror, making it even harder to mend." The first generation nodded in satisfaction, a look of relief appearing on his bruised face. No wonder he is from a parallel universe. He understands so many principles at such a young age and has good character. It seems this child is like me. The more he listened, the more Xia Yan seemed pleasing to him, so the first generation protected him even more. Meanwhile, Zhu Tuan was about to explode with anger, thinking, "You weren't saying this before. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, you're acting like a good little baby. Huh, Xia Yan, you damn it." Watching the behavior of the first generation protector, Zhu Tuan's anger grew as he glared at Xia Yan. But his betrayal of me is also an act of dishonesty, and he must be punished. After saying that, he swung his cane in hand, seizing the opportunity to strike at Xia Yan again. However, the first generation directly grabbed it and glared at Zhu Tuan, refusing to back down. He is still a child. Damn it, upon hearing this, Zhu Tuan felt a sudden blockage in his breath. Seeing that the first generation protector wouldn't back down, and realizing that he couldn't deal with Xia Yan today, he shot a fierce glare before retracting his cane, turning to look at Feng Yuan beside him. The look in his eyes immediately frightened Feng Yuan into retreating a few steps. His face was filled with anxiety, thinking, the captain wouldn't want to hit me again. Would he? Seeing Feng Yuan's anxious reaction, Zhu Tuan, who intended to ask about the training progress, couldn't help but feel a headache. Neither of these two little brats are easy to deal with. With a cold snort, he prepared to leave, not wanting to see these two troublesome people again. But at that moment, Xia Yan called out to him, "Captain, wait a moment, could you give me some light energy before you go?" Zhu Tuan's face darkened immediately as he turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife fixed on Xia Yan. "Damn it, your face is really thick. No, get lost." He scolded and couldn't be bothered to deal with this irritating thing anymore, swiftly leaving with his cane. "If you don't give it, then so be it." Xia Yan shrank his neck and muttered, "Why shout so loudly?" Zhu Tuan suddenly halted, turned back, and couldn't help but clench his fist tightly. Xia Yan saw that the situation was not right and quickly hid behind the first generation, quietly observing. Fortunately, the captain eventually left. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he felt that he was probably marked by Zhu Tuan. Since they didn't deal with him this time, who knows when they might take revenge next time. He needed to be cautious. However, speaking of Zhu Tuan's walking speed, wasn't a bit too agile for a normal person? The more he looked, the less it seemed like a limp. This thought made him wonder, could it be that Zhu Tuan had already been healed by the first generation? Xia Yan suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He stole a glance at the first generation's bruised and battered appearance and guessed the answer in his heart. If Zhu Tuan was still limping, then he definitely wasn't a match for the first generation. Now that both of them were injured, the situation of them not wanting to give in to each other was already obvious. Recalling how Zhu Tuan had still pretended to limp just now, Xia Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This person's cunning was truly off the charts. he was probably thinking about how to train himself and Feng Yuan. It was likely that he would first give a beating and scolding, followed by a feigned act of suffering. If one didn't know the truth by then, they might even end up feeling grateful to him. Xia Yan glanced at Feng Yuan beside him, noticing his somewhat dull expression, and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. There's no hope, just wait to die. However, he did not express his thoughts to Feng Yuan, silently keeping them to himself, planning to make a fortune quietly. At this moment, the first generation patted Xia Yan on the shoulder, with a grand gesture and a generous smile, saying, "Don't be disappointed, it's just light energy. If he doesn't want to give it, then I'll take it." After saying that, he directly took out the beta magic wand and pressed it towards him, energy surging out like a white stream of light. As the light energy flooded into his body like a tide, Xia Yan felt a refreshing sensation rushing to his head. The feeling can be summed up in 2 words, "Hi." Feng Yuan beside him felt envious just watching, and a thought of wanting to intercept some energy popped up in his mind. However, he thought better of it, as even if he obtained energy from other Ultramen, it would only serve as a supplement and wouldn't raise his overall limit. He couldn't understand how Xia Yan had the ability to extract light and what the energy was used for. Feng Yuan couldn't figure it out in his mind, but it didn't stop him from feeling a bit sour-eyed, as if he was sitting on the void lemon mountain. After the energy transfer was completed, the first generation's face noticeably paled a bit, but he didn't show it. "Let's leave it at that for today. Come find me tomorrow morning after I've recovered." "Thank you, big brother." Xia Yan nodded upon hearing this. Truly an Ultraman brother, this energy was given with such generosity. Ultraman Telekinesis LV-1-0100, Spatium Ray LV-1-0100. Light of the first generation Ultraman, 2, organizing the information in his mind. He couldn't help but show a hint of joy on his face. The first generation noticed the smile on Xia Yan's face and smiled back, but the next moment, he felt pain in his facial injuries as he moved his face, instantly ruining his good mood. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I shouldn't have healed you, 7. At this time, Feng Yuan saw that the light energy transmission was complete and stepped forward to invite the first generation, saying, "Senior, you don't have a place to stay. Why not come with us to the South City Gym?" "No need." The first generation was not in a good mood at the moment, refusing the invitation. He wanted to find a Zoffy team to settle accounts. So he explained, "I still have matters to discuss with your captain. See you tomorrow." After saying that, the first generation didn't wait for the 2 to respond, pressing the beta magic wand again, transforming into light and soaring into the sky. Chapter 28. Who can't transform with willpower? Ultraman Telekinesis was actually one of the skills Xia Yan most wanted to obtain. As for side effects, they didn't exist. This move was not an ordinary skill, but a versatile superpower. In the universe, besides Ultramen, other aliens could also master telekinesis. Those with outstanding talent could even be stronger than Ultramen, like a certain little kid in red or a certain magician. Thinking of this, Xia Yan's expression became somewhat strange. If you remember correctly, that kid was only 5 or 6 years old and was picked up by Anu. He took out the transformation device, found episodes related to Leo Ultraman, and confirmed it, revealing a playful expression on his face. Feng Yuan, who was driving the Jeep and holding the steering wheel, noticed Xia Yan taking out the transformation device, and his expression tightened, thinking that something was happening. He activated his Ultraman perspective, scanning the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. After turning off the Ultraman perspective, feeling puzzled, he turned to Xia Yan and asked, "What's wrong, Xia Yan? Why are you taking out the transformation device? Watch the road. Don't look at me." Xia Yan rolled his eyes at Feng Yuan's turned head and casually explained, "I'm researching how to transform more quickly, so don't disturb me." Feng Yuan obediently turned back but felt a bit strange in his heart. Was a transformation just a matter of will? Feng Yuan had 2 sets of actions for transformation, which he designed himself to cope with different situations. When not in a hurry, he used a more complicated punching motion, and in emergencies, he could transform by simply raising his arms. Of course, these 2 sets of actions were just for show, purely to be cooler, even without any specific motion. As long as the transformation device was in hand, he could easily complete the gigantic transformation, even if he lost the transformation device. As long as the Ultraman's will was strong enough, he could still transform, because Feng Yuan was currently only mimicking a human, not a unified human form. His body was already filled with light energy. All that was needed for transformation was to ignite a spark. The only thing missing for the gigantic transformation was a trigger, which could be the transformation device or willpower. Thinking about it, Feng Yuan believed that Xia Yan might be pondering transformation movements, so he didn't ask further. Back then, he also spent a lot of time designing his transformation movements. At this time, After finishing watching the relevant plot, Xia Yan felt a bit disdainful towards the Zoffy team. Goodness, they called themselves telekinesis masters. Just looking at that little kid's mother being Anu during the telekinesis battle, not only did she let go, but also unleash the entire Pacific Ocean. Nearly 20,000 years of Ultraman. Still a member of the Ultraman Brothers of the Land of Light. Ended up losing to a child. How embarrassing. However, it's worth mentioning that the telekinesis of that little kid was indeed extraordinary. Using telekinesis caused his entire body to be covered in a layer of silver, and he could still continue to compete with the Zoffy team. And afterward, he transformed and had a fight with Leo. The amplification brought by telekinesis was evident. At least in the future, when Xia Yan released light skills, he would be able to use Ultraman telekinesis for assistance. He wouldn't have to worry about misfiring his light skills. It was even possible, after leveling up the telekinesis skill, to create an Ultraman prison with bare hands like the legendary midwife. Thinking of this, Xia Yan felt a bit happy in his heart, while secretly warning himself to stay grounded and not be too ambitious. The Spatium Ray goes without saying. It's the signature instant skill of the first-generation Ultraman. Often, under unexpected circumstances, it could instantly kill enemies with a single blast. The only downside was that this move couldn't be used in human form due to insufficient body strength. It could only be practiced after transforming, which would slow down the speed of experience gain. Xia Yan is currently in a half-human, half-oaf form, and it's not just about having energy to transform without limits. He can only grow in size a maximum of 5 times a day. Before his life level evolves again, the number of transformations cannot increase, and forcing a transformation can damage his body. The jeep slowly stopped at the southern gymnasium, and by this time, it was getting late, with most of the trainees having left. Only a few who had not completed their training goals remained in the gym, including Yumida Tsu and Yumida Kaori. When Feng Yuan saw Baizi, Director Omura, and Nomura Takeo gathered there, he immediately went over to check the situation. A middle-aged man with a bald forehead was nervously watching Yumida Tsu along with Omura Masashi, both of them shouting like cheerleaders. "Come on, Tsu. If you complete it, you can reward yourself with some TV time tonight. Just hold on, you're almost there." Unfortunately, their words distracted Yumida Tsu, causing him to fall flat on his back. Seeing this, Feng Yuan quickly rushed over to help Yumida Tsu up and immediately understood the situation. So he comforted him. "Are you okay, Tsu? Haven't you completed your training goals yet? Come on, get up and try again." "Brother Feng Yuan," Yumida Tsu exclaimed, his expression turning unusually excited as he quickly got up and said happily, "I finally see you, and Brother Xia Yan too." Perhaps because Xia Yan joined the mic team. Yumida Tsu had also begun to admire him, and his way of addressing him naturally became more affectionate. Xia Yan reached out to rub Yumida's head, his gaze sweeping over the familiar scene, stirring something in his heart. However, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Train well. In a couple of days, I'll give you a gift. Don't think that just calling me brother will let you off the hook. I still remember that uncle from before." Yumida, unaware of what was about to happen, beamed and said, "Really? Then I must pass." With that, her small face turned serious. "Come on, Yumida." Feng Yuan encouraged her, then turned to Omura Masashi and said, "Please be quiet for a moment and don't distract Yumida." As night deepened, Yumida completed her training goals under Feng Yuan's encouragement, and the Yumida family left, chatting and laughing. At this moment, Baizi stood beside Feng Yuan, gazing at Yumida's retreating figure with a hint of longing in her eyes. What an enviable family. Can we also become a family? Feng Jun? A direct question came her way, and Feng Yuan, not shying away from Baizi's hint, felt his face flush and was about to say something when Xia Yan interrupted. "Baizi, I need to borrow Feng Yuan for a bit." Without waiting for a response from the two, he pulled Feng Yuan directly toward the inner room. "Xia Yan, what are you doing?" Feng Yuan was quite confused as he was dragged along. Once they reached a place where no one could see them, Xia Yan's expression turned serious. "The Zulu Crick people might attack the Yumida family. I don't have the captain's communication line yet, so you need to contact him now." "What?" Feng Yuan was taken aback and immediately turned to prepare for rescue. "What are we waiting for? Let's go together." Xia Yan grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and, seeing the puzzled look in his eyes, spoke with a serious tone to arrange the plan. "You're still holding us back too much. Go notify the captain to let Team Mike take action. I'll handle the Zulu aliens." Given Feng Yuan's current strength, he would definitely be no match for the Zulu aliens. And if he wasn't careful, he could even be decapitated by a 2-stage attack. Meanwhile, Xia Yan could not only use the fusion form, but could also fuse materials again after transforming. Although he didn't know what the odds of winning were. At least delaying for time was not a problem. Xia Yan had a well-thought-out plan, but Chapter 29, Questioning Siwen, understanding Siwen, surpassing Siwen, was a no-go. Feng Yuan rejected it without a second thought, struggling with his arms, his expression anxious. I must save them. Besides, having one more person means more strength. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan fell silent, suddenly understanding the feelings of the Zhu Tuan as he saw Feng Yuan's resolute attitude, resembling a reckless man who wouldn't listen. Questioning Siwen, understanding Siwen, surpassing Siwen. The situation was urgent, and he was too lazy to elaborate further. In the next moment, without waiting for Feng Yuan's agreement, he directly activated his ability to absorb light energy, but this time he didn't completely drain it. Hiss! Feng Yuan's whole body jolted as a familiar sensation spread throughout him. His eyes wide open in anger as he glared at Xia Yan. However, Xia Yan was completely unmoved to prevent Feng Yuan from acting impulsively and making a mistake. He could only weaken him first. Considering Feng Yuan's feelings, Xia Yan feigned panic and exclaimed, "Huh? Why can't I control my ability suddenly? My body instinct is actually causing trouble." Ah, damn it. His expression and eyes made it seem all too real, allowing Feng Yuan's body to slump against the wall. Xia Yan pulled out the transformation device and spread his hands, saying helplessly, "There's no other way. It seems you still have to notify the captain." As he spoke, he pressed the button, and the transformation sound effect immediately rang out. Feng Yuan felt his vision blur, and then he watched the light in front of him disappear, gritting his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why is this happening again? Being drained of light energy was secondary. What mainly angered him was Xia Yan's actions, which reminded him of unpleasant memories. When they were invaded on L-77, his father did the same thing, telling him to take his brother and leave first. By the time Feng Yuan reacted and went to support, it was already too late, and he didn't have time to save Astro when he returned. "Xia Yan, you bastard!" In a fit of rage, Feng Yuan punched the wall, his face pale, cursing under his breath. He hurriedly used his portable communicator to contact Zhu Tuan. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Mike team, with Ultraman's body restoration ability, Zhu Tuan had returned to the base, looking normal again. When he discovered that the first generation had come looking for him, he simply sat down in the base's conference room, ignoring whatever the first generation had to say about the Ultraman signature. Although the first generation wanted to fight Siwen again, he couldn't do anything if Zhu Tuan didn't come out. He couldn't just rush in and start a fight. That would reveal Zhu Tuan's identity to the Mike team. Watching his own brother stubbornly refuse to face him, like a turtle hiding in a space station. The first generation thought for a moment about how to break the stalemate, and then his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and sent an Ultraman signature to Zhu Tuan. "Siwen, if you don't come out, I'll go back and tell the others that you found a woman on Earth." Everyone in the decision-making body of the Land of Light knew about Zhu Tuan's past. They had already investigated his background thoroughly. Siwen always applied for mission station on Earth. The first generation didn't believe he wasn't thinking about seeing his old lover again. At this moment in the Mike team conference room, Zhu Tuan's face darkened when he saw the Ultraman signature. He suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. "This is too much. This is slander. Slander." His sudden outburst startled the on-duty female member, Momoy. She turned to Zhu Tuan and asked, "Captain, what's wrong? What happened?" "It's nothing." Zhu Tuan replied dismissively, his face dark as he walked out of the Mike team conference room. If the first generation went back to the Land of Light and spread rumors, how would the captain, Mary's mother, and a few brothers view him? The problem was, even if he found Anu, that would be one thing. But he hadn't found her at all. Since he hadn't found her, that meant it was non-existent. Without evidence, this was slander. Entering his office, Zhu Tuan pulled out the Ultraman glasses, preparing to transform and spar with the first generation for a few hundred rounds. Just as he was about to press the transformation device, the communicator on his wrist beeped. Zhu Tuan paused, thought for a moment, and then pressed the answer button on the communicator, speaking in a serious tone. "This is Zhu Tuan. Captain, the Zulu people have appeared. Xia Yan is heading to stop them from attacking the Yamita family. We need to get the Mike team moving." "What? Where's the location?" The Mike team's alarms blared, and several official members, including Kuroda and Aoidai, quickly appeared. At the same time, they were about to set out. On the streets near the South City Sports Center, a shadow stealthily moved through the darkness under the dim streetlights. After arriving on Earth, the Zulu people searched for prey in the night, intending to kill humans and frame both the Salted Egg Ultraman and Leo Ultraman. One was the son of the Ultraman of the Land of Light, and the other was the surviving prince of L-77. If they could kill these two, just thinking about it sent shivers of excitement through the Zulu people. Picking soft persimmons. Ever since the news spread that the descendants of Ultraman and the Prince of L-77 were active on Earth, countless aliens had turned their attention to Earth. Many aliens from the Land of Light had long been waiting in the universe, while those Ultramen, having nothing to do, called themselves the Cosmic Police Force. It should be noted that before those Ultramen appeared, the rule of the Dark Forest was the default in the universe. However, after the emergence of the Ultraman Mafia, everything was changed, and it was natural for the aliens to be dissatisfied and continuously resist the Land of Light. Unfortunately, most of the strong ones have been wiped out, and the once populous Baltan people had sacrificed their entire race. Now, some aliens in the universe had stood up again to confront the Land of Light, but it was uncertain how things would turn out. The Zulu people didn't dare to go to the front lines, so they targeted the Salted Egg Ultraman and Leo on Earth. Many aliens shared the same idea, including the old rivals of Ultraman. Upon hearing the news that the son of Ultraman was currently active on Earth, the Mephiles people were also very interested and expressed their intention to visit Earth. However, they couldn't spare the effort right now because they were also involved in the resistance against the Land of Light. But smart as the Mephiles people were, they would not easily believe the external information and would first send underlings as cannon fodder to Earth to test the true strength of the Salted Egg Ultraman. Upon learning that the Magma people had broken Siwin's leg before he died, preventing Siwin from transforming again, and now only 2 rookie Ultramen remained on Earth, the Zulu people's thoughts immediately turned. With 1 Siwin who couldn't transform and 2 rookies with no combat skills, which alien could resist this temptation? In summary, the current message circulating among those aliens with ulterior motives towards Earth was roughly, 1 severely injured and 2 level 1. Come harvest. Their thoughts were unified. If we can't take down the Land of Light, can we not deal with these 3? The Zulu aliens have come to Earth to cause trouble. They not only want to kill Ultraman and Leo, but also want to tarnish the reputation of these 2 Ultramen. You Ultramen are supposed to protect the weak, right? Then the Zulu aliens intend to use the name of Ultraman to slaughter all the weak humans on Earth. The crimson pupils occasionally flicker in the shadows, constantly searching for prey. However, the Zulu aliens also do not know if it is their bad luck, as they have searched for a long time without encountering any humans. The dark night grows thicker, and the Zulu aliens hide in the dim shadows. Just as they feel a bit frustrated, they suddenly hear footsteps slowly approaching from a distance. Chapter 30. The Star Group, look at what you've done. The middle-aged bald man's name is Yumitaka Wayama, the father of the siblings Yumita and Yumaha. He had been focusing all his attention on little Yumita, thinking about getting him to meet the training standards, and had not noticed the time. Now, after leaving the South City Sports Center, he recalls the recent news that the Mike team has been spreading about aliens attacking at night. Yumitaka Wayama occasionally scans his surroundings. Although he feels very nervous, he cannot show fear in front of his 2 children. He calmly reminds them in a low voice, Yumita, Yumaha, make sure you don't make any noise or you'll attract the aliens. Just as he finishes speaking, a wild cat's shrill scream suddenly pierces the air. The 3 of them are instantly frozen in fear, their bodies stiffening. Yumita and Yumaha's little faces are filled with fear, and they tightly grip Yumitaka Wayama's arms. Dad, I'm scared. Yumita's voice trembles as he speaks. Yumaha buries her head in Yumitaka Wayama's arm, too afraid to open her eyes. Yumitaka Wayama looks around in fright. Once he realizes it's just the sound of a wild cat, he breathes a sigh of relief and reassures his children, it's okay, Daddy's here. However, after thinking about it, he still feels uneasy, so he says to Yumita and Yumaha, it's getting late, and it's dangerous. Let's head back to the sports center. After saying this, he turns the bicycle he is pushing around, deciding to stay at the sports center for the night. Surely, Omura Masashi won't refuse their stay. Yumita and Yumaha nod obediently, tightly holding onto their father's clothes, afraid to make a sound. The 3 of them retrace their steps back to the South City Sports Center, but they have already been targeted by the Zulu aliens. In the dim shadows, a dark figure leaps closer several times before landing on the mesh fence. The faint creaking sound stands out in the quiet road. Yumitaka Wayama turns around in shock, and before he can look in the direction of the sound, a completely black alien has already landed in front of him. The light from a blade flashes in his eyes, and Yumitaka Wayama instinctively raises the bicycle in his hands. However, the Zulu alien lets out a cruel, sinister laugh, raising its sharp, long knife, preparing to cut the bicycle and dismember this human. Just as it is about to swing its knife, a sudden sense of danger arises in its heart, followed by a whistling sound from behind. The Zulu alien quickly turns around. Suddenly, it sees a blinding white light wheel, causing its crimson eyes to be blinded for an instant. It can only raise its arms. crossing the long knife in front of its chest, trying to block the attack. However, the incoming light will suddenly shifts upward, heading straight for its neck. The Zulu alien, realizing the situation, turns pale with fear and quickly ducks its head down. A sizzling sound erupts. A piece of metal clinks to the ground, which happens to be the forehead antenna of the metal mask it was wearing. This scene makes it feel a sense of dread. If it hadn't ducked its neck in time, just now, its head would probably be lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Yumitaka Wayama does not stand frozen in shock. Seeing the alien's attention diverted, he hurriedly picks up Yumita and Yumaha and runs away. However, he is still worried about the one who saved him, fearing that they might not be able to defeat the alien. So he doesn't run too far, hiding behind the roadside railing instead. If the alien were gigantic, no one would be foolish enough to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But if it's of human size, many men from the Showa era would think about fighting back. Although Yumitaka Wayama is somewhat weak, he still has the courage to confront the non-giant alien. At this moment, the Zulu alien is furious and pays no attention to the Yumita family. It looks toward the dim area on the road, its long knife swinging angrily. Voice filled with rage. Who is it? Come out. Aliens can actually speak too, but they generally don't waste words during battle. Footsteps echo in the quiet street, accompanied by a calm response. Just a passing Ultraman, remember that. The silver Ultraman leisurely walks into the area illuminated by the streetlight, his muscular body clearly defined, and the gray stripes enhance his explosive power. It's Ultraman. In the distance, Yumita can't help but gasp in surprise. Peeking out cautiously, his face is filled with excitement, completely no longer afraid of the alien. Yumitaka Wayama quickly covers his son's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Yumita realizes that speaking might attract the alien's attention, so he nods immediately, though his little eyes still stare intently at the scene. Xia Yan glanced at the Yumita family without showing any emotion, feeling as if a flurry of snowflakes had passed through his heart, chilling him to the bone. Damn, can't you talk? Yelling so spiritedly, don't shout next time, and your homework will be doubled. It's Ultraman, not Salted Egg Superman. Zhu Xingtuan, look at the good things you've done. Even the children shout it so fluently, it's clear that this nickname has spread everywhere. At this moment, the Zulu alien's eyes were bright. Having also recognized Xia Yan's identity, it rubbed its arms with long knives against each other. So you're Ultraman's son, Salted Egg Superman? With a hoarse and eerie laugh, the Zulu alien said mockingly, you don't seem that impressive. Xia Yan ignored its mockery, his gaze sweeping over the Zaluki alien's forehead, noticing the missing piece of its metallic mask, and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. While staring at the opponent, he casually asked, Zaluki, what brings you to Earth? Xia Yan was only asking casually, as he was prepared to directly engage in battle afterward, but he didn't expect that after posing the question. The Zaluki alien felt confident in its advantage and began to respond classically, saying in a chilling voice, those guys in the universe have learned that you are Ultraman's son and are active on Earth. They all plan to come here. Oh, who are they? Seeing that there was information to extract, Xia Yan continued to probe. You don't need to know that. Just that treacherous little man, Myphilas, actually wants to come and compete with me for prey, but I want to give it the chance. After saying this, the Zaluki alien took a combat stance, its legs gathering strength, ready to pounce at any moment. Its hoarse voice coldly sneered, because your salty egg superhero's head will be cut off by me, Zaluki, tonight. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan was taken aback. He wasn't panicked by the Zaluki alien's threat, but was shocked by the implications of its words. What's going on? How could those aliens know about this? Has that lord acted again? Moreover, not only would they come to Earth, but the old rival Myphilas would also come knocking because of this. What the hell have you guys in Star Alliance done? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Yan felt uneasy if this continued. Wouldn't I have to take the blame for the original Ultraman? While he was thinking, he noticed the Zaluki alien making a move. So Xia Yan quickly gathered his thoughts and steadied his mindset, his gaze sharpening. With a slight mental movement, he took out the transformation device and held in his hand, ready to use it to transform again. I see now, he said. It seems many aliens want to come and put an end to my path of becoming stronger. That's fine. You're welcome anytime. It's better than having no opponents at all. However, you're not qualified yet. Chapter 31. Your account is currently logged in from a different location. To disdain the enemy strategically while actually valuing them tactically. This would lead the opponent to mistakenly believe they are being underestimated. If the enemy's mind isn't cool enough, then one can take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow when the enemy is enraged. Xia Yan's ultra telekinesis was always focused on the Zuluk alien, Although he couldn't yet forcefully control or immobilize it, any movement from the opponent would not escape his perception brought by the ultra-telekinesis. Considering that the Yamita family was still nearby, coupled with the towering buildings after the giantization, if the Zuluk alien did not giantize, it would only hinder its combat ability. Therefore, he planned to engage in a battle of equal size as long as the opponent did not giantize. If we say that the intelligence of aliens is not high, there are still some like Myphilas who are clever, but if we say it is high, most aliens would drag down the average. The Zuluk alien clearly had some intelligence, but not much. The idea of setting a trap for Ultraman was probably the limit of its IQ. Now, provoked by Xia Yan's words, it suddenly became furious and leaped up, its black body flipping in the air, and then it swung its dual blades to attack. Its black body made it easy to hide in the pitch-black night. In the blink of an eye, the Zuluk alien had closed in on Xia Yan. Be careful. Yamita Chuanshan couldn't help but exclaim. Seeing that Ultraman seemed to be inactive, he gritted his teeth and charged out from his hiding place, holding a bicycle. With the human eye's limited ability to capture the intricate changes of the battle, the Zuluk alien's movements were entirely within Xia Yan's perception through ultra-telekinesis. As the two blades approached, he just pressed the transformation device button, accompanied by the fusion transformation sound effect. A strong photon energy erupted instantly. UltramanLeo, Master of Light. The photon energy instantly condensed into a giant phantom. The attacking Zuluk alien, with its long blades just inches from Xia Yan's body, could not advance even a bit no matter how hard it tried. The scene was reminiscent of the Kanai, piercing Susanoo. At this moment, Feng Yuan, who was still thinking about rescuing and was rushing towards this side, suddenly sensed something and looked up. The red giant stood on the ground, and that imposing figure was clearly UltramanLeo. Feng Yuan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this scene. Huh, I transformed. No, I'm still here. Who transformed into Leo? How could this happen? After realizing it, Feng Yuan's eyes widened. One phrase to describe his current mood would be, your account is currently logged in from another location. Noticing that this UltramanLeo was quite illusory, Feng Yuan's face suddenly darkened as he thought of something. Xia Yan, you bastard. Just at that moment, the gigantic Leo phantom suddenly disappeared. Feng Yuan quickly rushed over upon seeing this. When the Zuluk alien discovered that the Leo phantom had blocked its two-phase attack, it was completely devastated. Who the hell spread that false information? Is this a rookie Ultraman? While it was in shock, it suddenly saw the Leo phantom disappear again. Feeling that it could continue to swing its dual blades, the Zuluk alien was overjoyed, thinking it was all just for show. With that in mind, it swung its dual blades horizontally. But in the next moment, a surge of photon energy began to gather. After Xia Yan integrated the Leo phantom into his body, a burst of red light radiated from him. He gazed at the Zuluk alien in front of him and spoke flatly, transform. The fusion form was instantly completed. At the moment the energy for transformation erupted, the Zuluk alien's dual blade struck him but couldn't inflict any damage at all. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Yan raised his hand and formed an 8-pointed light wheel, holding in his palm and aiming it at the Zuluk alien's head. Although the dual blades struck his arms, they didn't break through his defense, which shocked the Zuluk alien. Upon realizing this crisis, its pupils widened in horror. Fortunately, it could execute a two-part attack and was quick to react, crossing its long blades to strike at the 8-pointed light wheel, sneering inwardly. The Zuluk alien was naturally familiar with the 8-pointed light wheel. In its view, this move of Ultraman was not very powerful. It believed it could easily break through it, so it didn't take it seriously. It was even about to launch its next attack. However, what it didn't know was that the thrown 8-pointed light wheel and the one held in hand were completely different skills. The director of the meat processing plant of the Land of Light had proven countless times that super beasts lack pain perception. He then went on to prove that the 8-pointed light, while held in hand, was essentially a light chainsaw. With a loud crash, sparks flew. The 8-pointed light will spun at high speed like a chainsaw, striking fiercely against the long blades. The force from the impact shocked the Zuluk alien, as it realized the rapidly spinning 8-pointed light wheel was heading straight for its neck. It immediately crossed its dual blades to block, trying to use the strength of its arms to forcefully overturn Xia Yan. The physical strength was the Zuluk alien's most confident area. It had once thrown other aliens away with one arm, so even though it was temporarily at a disadvantage now, it believed that as long as it used its arm strength, the Salted Egg Ultraman would definitely not be its opponent. Under normal circumstances, that would indeed be the case. However, Xia Yan was currently in a fusion form, and under the influence of Leo's light, all his attributes received a temporary and tremendous boost. To put it simply, his current body stats from Ultraman combined with Leo's stats resulted in an enhancement that was not just a simple addition. The most intuitive manifestation was that his muscles swelled, and his arms were thicker than the Zulik alien's thighs. His entire body also changed to a red color, representing power, accentuated with silver stripes, resembling the layout of Tiga's red power form. At this moment, the size difference between the Zulik alien and him was like a skinny monkey facing a muscular giant. Xia Yan pressed down on the rapidly spinning 8-pointed light wheel, feeling the resistance that came from it, and his bulbous eyes widened. Taku, accompanied by a roar like a rogue, the Zulu alien felt a powerful force strike, and its arms suddenly went weak. Then, under the gaze of its crimson eyes, the high-speed spinning 8-pointed light wheel came crashing down. Sparks flew. The force of the strike sent the Zulu alien hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling. During this, the metallic mask on its face shattered into 2 pieces, and a stream of dark blood sprayed out. All of this happened in an instant. The situation had already changed dramatically after just a moment of combat. Miyata Kawayamato, who was running towards this side, stopped in his tracks, holding his bicycle in shock. In his eyes, he saw the Zulu alien pounce on the Eggman, and in the blink of an eye, the Eggman was enveloped by the suddenly appearing Leo Ultraman. The next moment, there was a flash of light, and the Zulu alien was sent flying. If he hadn't witnessed the change in the battle with his own eyes, Miyata Kawayamato would have doubted whether he had suddenly become dizzy. Looking at the changes on the Eggman's body, he instinctively murmured, "Transformed, Siggy." At this moment, Miyata also ran to his father's side, his eyes fixed on the newly transformed Eggman, exclaiming in admiration, "Suwa, it's a second transformation." That robust body gave an overwhelming sense of security at a glance, with a mane-like shape on its head resembling a lion, exuding an extraordinary majesty. Just after Xia Yan sent the Zulu alien flying with the 8-pointed light wheel, he sensed something was off and immediately understood when he saw the metallic mask on the ground that the opponent was not dead. Chapter 32, Zulu Alien. What the hell? This is such a cheat. If time could turn back, the Zulu alien would never have come to Earth and would have torn apart the one who spread the rumors. This is a rookie. What kind of rookie can perform a second transformation? The power of the 8-pointed light wheel is like cheating, and the strength is ridiculously great. This is such a cheat. It may not have much intelligence, but that doesn't mean it's a fool who isn't afraid of death. As soon as they clashed, the Zulu alien understood that it was probably no match for the Eggman. Even if it used its second stage attack, it would be useless because the opponent could overpower it with sheer strength. If it landed a hit on the Eggman might get hurt. But if the Eggman hit it, it would be seriously injured on the spot. If it hadn't been for the metallic mask blocking the blow earlier, the Zulu alien figured its head would have cracked open. Realizing this, it instantly became cowardly, so when it was sent flying and crashed to the ground, it immediately leaped to escape. At that moment, Xia Yan clapped his arms together. The edges of his palms formed a cross, instantly releasing a white spatium ray. However, it only grazed the Zulu alien's leg, causing a burst of sparks. Seeing the opponent jump into the dark shadows, Xia Yan, who had been focusing his Ultraman's psychic energy on it, noticed that the Zulu alien was trying to escape and immediately pushed his psychic energy into its mind. However, he hadn't had time to level up his psychic energy yet. So the Zulu alien steps only paused for a moment before it broke free from the psychic control and continued to flee. Fortunately, that brief pause was enough for Xia Yan to catch up. Just as he slightly bent his legs to fly over, the roar of fighter jet engines came rushing in. Several Mikey 3 fighter jets from Team Mike were circling in the surrounding area, and they were about to land. As soon as Xia Yan stopped chasing the Zulu aliens, he thought to himself, if everything is solved by Ultraman, then what is the use of the Earth Defense Force? He heard from Feng Yuan that the Mike team was also training, specifically to deal with the Zulu aliens that had appeared this time. If they failed to make any contribution, would the members of the Mike team just give up? Just like before, when 7 could still transform. Since Ultraman could handle the aliens, they wouldn't bother to strive for improvement themselves. Indulgence can ruin not only an individual, but also an entire race. The Earth, where humanity resides, should ultimately be protected by their own hands. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him fish. Moreover, according to the Zulu aliens, more aliens are expected to come to Earth in the future, and humanity should master their own strength. As for those aliens coming to Earth because of Kamen Rider and Leo, that doesn't really mean anything. If those two weren't on Earth, would the aliens not be eyeing Earth? No, without Kamen Rider and Leo, Earth would only be visited by aliens more frequently. They already have the intention to occupy Earth, and seeking trouble with Kamen Rider and Leo is merely a convenient excuse. While his thoughts were racing, Xia Yan pondered for a moment and made a decision. First, he would use the Zulu aliens to give the Mike team some practice, so that they wouldn't be a hindrance when other aliens arrive later. With that in mind, he nodded towards the Yumita family on the other side and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Yumita was visibly excited and waved vigorously at the night sky, shouting, "Thank you, Kamen Rider." Meanwhile, his father, Yumita Chuan Mountain, picked up his bicycle, instinctively thinking about his job. If he published tonight's events in the newspaper, he might get a promotion, right? However, after a moment's thought, Yumita Chuan Mountain suppressed that idea and turned to his son, advising Little Tong, "Don't tell anyone about Kamen Rider's ability to transform twice." "Why?" Yumita Tong asked, puzzled. "Because this will allow Kamen Rider to catch the other aliens off guard next time." Yumita Tong nodded, somewhat understanding, and then eagerly asked, "Can I just say that Kamen Rider saved us tonight?" "Of course, that's fine." Yumita Chuan Mountain ruffled his son's hair, a look of relief on his face. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Feng Yuan ran over, panting, and scanned Yumita Chuan Mountain and the siblings. "Are you all okay? Did you encounter any aliens?" One could only say that Ultraman's recovery ability is incredibly absurd, especially under strong will. Feng Yuan, who had looked pale before, now appeared normal. His body was not weak, but he did look a bit tired. "Brother Feng Yuan, we just encountered a completely black alien." Yumita Kaori, who often asked Feng Yuan for homework help, responded when she heard his inquiry. "Fortunately, Kamen Rider arrived just in time to save us." Yeah. Yumita Tong joined in, gesturing excitedly towards Feng Yuan. "It's a pity you didn't see it. I tell you, Kamen Rider is so powerful." Seeing that the Yumita family was fine, Feng Yuan's face relaxed into a smile. He reached out and ruffled the heads of the Yumita siblings, but after hearing their account, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How did Xia Yan suddenly become so strong? He had tried practicing the spinning kick dozens of times before without success, yet now he could drive off the Zulu aliens? It felt surreal, and recalling the shadow of Leo he had seen before, Feng Yuan couldn't help but speculate. Could this be the kind of power Xia Yan had mentioned? He never expected it to become so strong. Lost in thought, Feng Yuan suddenly felt a bit envious. He felt Xia Yan's performance was like using Ultraman's neural reflexes to cheat while playing a human game console. Upon further reflection, he found it unrealistic. How could Ultraman's power increase so easily? Now that Hikari hadn't invented the fusion enhancer and orb hadn't appeared yet, Feng Yuan had yet to experience it and thus remained oblivious. Several Mike team patrol cars sped toward them, and Zhu Xingtuan got out of the Roddy vehicle. He quickly approached Feng Yuan, and after briefly understanding the situation, he immediately commanded the Mike team to disperse and search, while contacting the ground combat units to surround the entire area. As the encirclement grew tighter, the Zulu alien's presence gradually became exposed. Whenever it thought about breaking out, Kuroda and other Mike team members would concentrate fire, forcing it back into the shadows. The Zulu alien tried to grow larger several times, but feared being discovered by Kamen Rider. Already injured, it became even more beleaguered under the combined fire of the Mike team, and its hiding range began to shrink. At this moment, Xia Yan had already arrived next to the Zhu Xingtuan. The first generation, upon receiving the news, would also not be absent. As for Feng Yuan, he had long since acted without thinking and directly went to chase the Zaluki people. This time, Xia Yan did not stop him, and Zhu Xingtuan also did not intervene. The three of them were overseeing the overall situation next to the Rhodey armored vehicle. At this moment, Zhu Xingtuan put down the communicator, looked at Xia Yan and the first generation beside him, and said with a serious expression and a solemn tone, "The Zaluki people are probably about to undergo giantization. Xia Yan, first generation and I-San, how about we do this?" Chapter 33. Only through countless trials can one become a hero. Xia Yan is not a petty person at all. This time, he really didn't report to Feng Yuan, and he didn't even mention the previous incidents. He only talked about the intelligence he received from the Zulu people, concerning the many extraterrestrials that might take the opportunity to come and that the Mephiles aliens might come to Earth to cause trouble. After hearing this, the Zhu Xingtuan felt heavy-hearted. They were originally thinking about discussing countermeasures, only to find out that Feng Yuan was not present at all. Upon contacting Qingdao, they learned that Feng Yuan had already gone after the Zulu people. Upon receiving this news, the Zhu Xingtuan's faces turned dark. With Feng Yuan's current strength, Without mastering the three-stage attack, he couldn't possibly be a match for the Zulu people. They had clearly warned him not to be impulsive. Yet he planned to run off to fight the Zulu people. He had done the same when dealing with the twin monsters, rushing in without certainty and nearly losing his life. According to Zhu Xing Tuan's thoughts, if they discovered the Zulu people coming to Earth, and if the other side did not directly giantize, they would let the Mike team engage in land attrition. If they giantized directly, they could use fighter jets to strike from the air. He had realized that he had previously managed everything, rushing to the front lines whenever encountering extraterrestrials, seemingly gradually rendering the Mike team ineffective. Now that he had awakened, he naturally would not repeat those previous pampering actions. Humans should also contribute to protecting Earth. Only when the Mike team could not resist the extraterrestrials would Ultraman step in. During this time, as Ultraman, the task was to find the enemy's weaknesses and quickly achieve victory after taking over the battle. The cooperation between Ultraman and the Mike team should result in both sides exerting effort and progressing together. However, Feng Yuan, that reckless guy, the more Zhu Xing Tuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Why couldn't he prepare in advance? All he thought about was rushing in without any plans, constantly thinking about transforming. Regarding Xia Yan beside him, when Zhu Xing Tuan learned that he had faced the Zulu people alone, he was prepared to lecture him, but he didn't expect that he actually won. From the description of the Amida family, it seemed the Zulu people were completely crushed. Zhu Xing Tuan swallowed his reprimands. If Xia Yan had fought the Zulu people to a standstill or narrowly won, he would have lectured him. But from the traces left at the scene, the metallic mask that was split in half clearly indicated that the one who nearly got torn apart was the Zulu alien. Thinking of the Leo phantom he saw before arriving, Zhu Xing Tuan pondered. It seemed that was indeed the power Xia Yan had mentioned, which could be considered promising potential. There was nothing to criticize about this battle result. He wasn't someone who would nitpick. Therefore, he prepared to let go of the reprimanding words and simply gave a few light reminders. Then, Zhu Xing Tuan shifted his gaze to Feng Yuan. According to the information Xia Yan had gathered, more extraterrestrials would come to Earth in the future. If Feng Yuan remained this reckless, he would definitely be exploited by the extraterrestrials due to this weakness. So Zhu Xing Tuan thought for a moment and resolutely arranged a set of procedures for Feng Yuan. Since you call me captain, I must be responsible for you, so there is nothing to show off. Just go and learn the hard way. Suffer more during training, bleed less during battles. Moreover, both these little brats are not easy to deal with. If I can't educate one, can I not educate the other? With this in mind, he glanced at Xia Yan beside him, thinking that it might also serve to set an example. After hearing Zhu Xing Tuan's plan, the first-generation Ultraman agreed without much thought. The thoughts of Showa Ultraman were very simple, so training the younger generation's ideas were mostly unified. Not mature and steady enough? Train. Can't beat extraterrestrials? Train. Hate that you can't do anything? Then keep training. In short, as long as training doesn't kill you, just train hard. Only through countless trials can one become a hero. Zhu Xing Tuan was observing the position of the Zulu people while using team communications to give commands at any time. The first generation was pondering how to train Feng Yuan while also thinking about how to deal with the Mephiles aliens. After hearing that they would come to Earth, he planned to stay for a while to see. The Mephiles aliens excel at using schemes. This time, their arrival on Earth would not be that simple. The tricks from back then, they would definitely learn from their lessons and not use them again. With the intelligence they had accumulated over the years, once they schemed, it would likely be very troublesome. The waters were too deep, and the first generation worried that the young ones wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, the first generation and Zhu Xing Tuan were beside Xia Yan, who was examining his transformation device and silently summarizing the specific changes in his mind. All Ultraman driving evolution LV1, 70,100 every time energy is obtained from other Ultramen that allows for fusion transformation. The experience in the direction of growth will increase. Each material increases by 10 points, and using it can also add 10 points of experience. Currently, the light energy owned includes 1 part from Leo, 1 part remaining from before, 1 part from 7, 2 parts from the first generation, and 1 part from the hope of humanity. Xia Yan was quite curious about the level of evolution and what changes would occur upon reaching level 2. From previous experiences with fusion transformations, he could clearly feel that different materials brought different effects after use. The power of hope significantly increased his energy output for a single use, greatly enhancing the power of the 8-fold light wheel. It's important to note that after using materials to revert from transformation, he could permanently enhance some effects corresponding to the materials used. This is also the reason why the level 2 8-fold light wheel could cut through the Zulu-K aliens' masks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to cut through something made of cosmic metal. After using the Leo light energy, Xia Yan felt that his human body had become slightly stronger. The obvious manifestation was that just by clenching his fist, the muscle lines on his arms were already very prominent. Of course, these were just secondary. The important thing was the change in his identity and life level. Identity: human hybrid light life. Life level: C. Now Xia Yan felt that he had stepped outside the realm of humanity. Although his body still resembled a human, he actually belonged to the universe. Ultrawave Vision LV-10100 was acquired when he updated his leg training techniques while absorbing the weakened Feng Yuan. It also belonged to the category of superpowers and could be used in human form, allowing him to emit a piercing flash from his eyes to see through the disguises of aliens or hidden monsters. Apart from these, after roughly tallying other skills, Xia Yan's gaze inadvertently fell on his ability to traverse dimensions. After some thought, he decided to temporarily set this aside. He couldn't be too ambitious. He wouldn't engage in the foolish act of picking sesame seeds while dropping watermelons. The traversal ability was only at level 1, and the open passage was limited to consciousness entering, which wasn't worth Xia Yan trying now. What if the flow of time was different on both sides? If 1 hour passed for his consciousness, but a year passed for his body, wouldn't he age and die on the spot? With that time, he could level up significantly in the land of light. Currently, his body had only evolved to C-, and his lifespan certainly had limits since he was still just a hybrid light life. Moreover, the worlds he could traverse were random. If he entered a hell-level dungeon and the flow of time differed from his body, the final outcome could be imagined. At least he should evolve into a complete light life and resolve the lifespan issue before considering consciousness traversal. With that in mind, Xia Yan put away his transformation device and looked at the radar display in front of the star cluster. The red dot representing the Zulu-K aliens had already been surrounded by Team Mike in the center. Chapter 34. You used a bug race's knife to slash my beast race warrior? Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously in the dim alley. The Zulu-K alien was being chased to the point of desperation, feeling extremely frustrated. These earthlings were simply despicable and shameless, only knowing how to shoot continuously with their guns, showing no intention of engaging in close combat. This behavior made it feel increasingly suffocated, and just behind the Zulu-K alien, Feng Yuan and Qingdao were sprinting hard, their faces contorted from the exertion as they cursed. Stop. Damn you bastard. Don't think you can get away. You jerk. As they panted and cursed, they raised their guns and kept shooting at the Zulu-K alien. Unfortunately, due to the intense movement, the shaking was too great, causing the laser bullets to completely lose their accuracy. At this moment, the Zulu-K alien wanted nothing more than to turn around and use a 2-stage attack to cut them in half. However, it knew that if it turned around, these 2 earthlings would immediately flee, giving it no chance for close combat. It had tried before, but either got kite or was shot by several people at once. This left the Zulu-K alien feeling extremely frustrated, yet had no way to break through. Just as it saw an alley corner ahead and was about to run into another street to buy some time, Feng Yuan suddenly leaped into the air, flipping directly in front of the Zulu-K alien to block its way. Well done, Feng Yuan. Seeing this, Qingdao quickly stopped, raised his hand, and began shooting at the Zulu-K alien, ready to run at any moment, while loudly shouting, "Be careful not to let it get close." Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, and sparks flew from the Zulu-K alien's dark body. Feng Yuan also shot at the opponent, and a laser bullet hit the wound on the Zulu-K alien's face. A stream of dark blood spurted out. The intense pain on its face instantly filled the Zulu-K alien with rage. Dark smoke rose from its body. Sensing the energy fluctuations from the Zulu-K alien, Feng Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted to Qingdao, "Not good. This guy's going to grow huge. Run." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and ran, while Qingdao, hearing this, looked panicked and quickly fled in another direction. Boom! The giant Zulu-K alien crashed to the ground, causing the street to crack and several buildings to collapse. Earlier, during the encirclement, members of Team Mike's ground division had evacuated the crowds in this area, so there were no casualties. After growing huge, the Zulu-K alien looked completely different from its previous form. Its lizard-like body stood upright, and its long-armed knife transformed into a giant metallic bone knife, used as a weapon for attacking. With a long gash still bleeding on its face, its crimson eyes fixed on Feng Yuan. Boom! Boom! As the giant foot of the Zuluke alien came crashing down, Feng Yuan scanned his surroundings, saw that the environment was dim and no one could see, and simply raised his arms. Now, light energy erupted. The red giant suddenly appeared in the air, leaped, and then landed on the ground, assuming a battle stance. The Zuluke alien was startled by this sudden situation, thinking it was the arrival of Ultraman, and instinctively crossed its bone knives in front of its chest. Backing away a few steps, it had been startled by Ultraman, fearing that a sudden eightfold light wheel might come flying at it. Once it realized that the figure before it was Leo, the Zuluke alien couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, recalling its previous experiences, it didn't dare to be careless. Its eyes locked onto Leo. At this moment, Leo was somewhat unsure how to attack. The Zuluke alien had assumed a defensive posture with its bone knives, and it seemed that any attack would result in a disadvantage. The Zuluke alien, unable to gauge Leo's abilities, also didn't dare to launch an attack recklessly. Both sides circled each other, neither willing to strike first. However, with Leo's energy running low, he couldn't afford to drag this out. With a roar, he suddenly leaped and lunged at the Zuluke alien, wanting to take it down first. However, in the Zuluke alien's eyes, Leo's attack was easily seen through. It simply dodged with a swift movement, and once they engaged, it immediately realized that Leo was truly a novice. So it no longer held back. It wasn't like Ultraman was that unbeatable. How could a rookie like you even think to fight me? At this moment, Leo posed in a starting stance, leaping high into the air. Then, he spun around and used a spinning kick against the Zuluke alien. But this approach was akin to using a bug race's knife to slash at a beast race warrior. Not only was the effect poor, but it also exposed the flaws in his technique. The increasingly infuriated Zuluke alien saw Leo spinning in for a kick and immediately raised its bone knives in defense. Two enormous bone blades crossed and suddenly jabbed into Leo's abdomen, then effortlessly lifted him above their head, followed by a brutal slam to the ground. Rolling on the ground, Leo was covered in dust, and just as he got halfway up, the Zuluke alien was already closing in on him. The massive bone blades struck repeatedly. Sparks flew everywhere. As Leo was tossed around by the Zuluke alien's dual-arm bone blades, three people beside the Roddy vehicle were watching him getting beaten. Captain, Original Nissan. Summer watched as sparks exploded around Leo, who was being chopped mercilessly by the Zuluke alien, and with a worried expression. He turned to the side. Shouldn't we help Leo in this situation? The star group remained unfazed, looking up at Leo getting beaten. Their faces serious as they said, "Don't rush. Leo can't always rely on us." That's right. The original nodded in agreement. Also looking up at Leo getting beaten. To train Leo, he must have endurance. At this moment, the Zuluke alien had positioned the dual-arm bone blades across Leo's neck, lifting him forcefully into the air. Seeing this, Summer's gaze sharpened, and he immediately pulled out his transformation device, saying, "No, training can be compensated with double training." But Leo is about to be killed. Before he could press the transformation button, the star group swiftly snatched it away and grabbed Summer's arm. "Stop. You can't go." "But Captain." Summer, not panicking about losing his transformation device, concentrated his other hand again. "We can't just watch." With a swift motion, the original took the transformation device and grabbed Summer's arm, his expression serious, as he said, "No, we are protecting Leo. Don't worry. We have experience with this. That's how Taro was trained back in the day." "Exactly. It's all for Leo." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's eyes were filled with question marks as he looked at the shocked expressions of Zhu Tuan and the original generation duo. Damn, so you guys actually planned this. However, Zhu Tuan no longer paid attention to him, raising his head to shout at the struggling Leo on the ground. "Leo, stand up. Hurry and stand up." At this moment, Leo's energy timer was flashing red. Hearing Zhu Tuan's voice, he looked up at the three standing there, stretching out his hand for help and calling out, "Senior Chudai, Xia Yan-san, please help me." But at this time, Chudai waved his hand and coldly refused. "Don't wait for others, Leo. You have to rely on your own strength." Chudai Nissen is right. "Hold on, Leo. Get up and continue fighting." Zhu Tuan also spoke seriously in support. Then Leo was kicked into the air by the Zalukians, flying far away. After he crashed to the ground, his energy timer flickered twice before it went out completely. Immediately after, his body automatically unfolded in reverse transformation, turning back into the human Feng Yuan, lying on the ground like a corpse, completely motionless. Chapter 35, Chudai. This is all Seven's arrangement. This scene was reminiscent of the time when they failed to save Taro. Not only was the process similar, but even the outcome was exactly the same. This was no longer the time of Mebius, so the Ultraman brothers were still relatively young. Perhaps it was the negative energy turmoil during the ID period that made the Ultraman brothers mature and steady quickly, leading to their reliability during Mebius. Their care for their juniors afterwards was even more commendable, with hardly any embarrassing or funny incidents happening again. Even Taro, who was the most mischievous and lively, had changed. Well, Taro might be an exception. After all, fatherly love eventually arrived, albeit late. As for the Ultraman brothers during the Leo period, it had only been a few years since Taro protected the Earth. For Ultraman, this span of time was not much different from just a few days. So, these people who would not save others in danger probably hadn't grown much in terms of caring for their juniors. Thinking this way, Xia Yan found it reasonable. They could pull stunts with Taro before and now treat Leo this way. It indeed seemed like something they could do. In this period, you could always trust one Ultraman brother, but when two Ultraman brothers came together, it was a different story. Previously, there was the tattered Higashi Taro, and now there was Feng Yuan, peacefully lying down, eyes closed, as if in eternal sleep. Xia Yan was pondering that he needed to stay alert at all times, otherwise he might get inexplicably tricked one day. Speaking of Taro, was he still traveling on Earth? He seemed to remember that Tokusatsu Taro had not separated from Taro. So the question arises, Taro, why are you just watching? However, he didn't realize there were details involved. After all, there were too many loopholes during the filming of Ultraman, and it wasn't he explained in detail whether they had separated. The truth is that after returning the transformation badge to Mother of Ultra, Taro's power had already been split in two. One part was still on Earth traveling with Tokusatsu Taro, while the other part returned to the Land of Light with the badge, and with the activation of the Plasma Spark Tower, another Taro was created. Ace could also be divided into two parts, allowing two people to become human forms simultaneously, so there was no reason Taro couldn't do the same. Now, Tokusatsu Taro on Earth had only half of Taro's power in his body, making it exceptionally difficult for him to transform. Of course, Xia Yan was still unaware of all this. He noted in his mind that he needed to find Tokusatsu Taro, and then turned his attention to the two, Star Cluster and the First Generation. At this moment, he was not in a hurry, watching them closely, observing their every move. As soon as these two released him, they fell into silence, staring blankly at the fallen Feng Yuan. Xia Yan then remarked in a low tone, Captain and First Generation, you are really heartless. Not only did you watch Leo almost get killed, but you also held me back from transforming to help. He didn't expect it to turn out this way. The First Generation's gaze wandered, feeling uncomfortable under Xia Yan's scrutiny, and he awkwardly said, Leo's energy is too low. I thought he could hold on a bit longer. As he spoke, he caught sight of Star Cluster beside him and immediately shifted the blame with an angry glare. It's all Star's fault. Look at what a terrible idea this is. No, brother. Star Cluster was taken aback and looked at the First Generation. You didn't oppose it just now? However, at this moment, the First Generation was full of righteous indignation, glaring at Star Cluster as he retorted, What do you mean I didn't oppose it? I never said I agreed. You handle it yourself? Star Cluster was momentarily speechless, his eyes wide open, trying to maintain composure. Damn, now you're going back on your word. Huh, you weren't saying that back then. All right, if you want to play it this way. But he had indeed come up with the idea earlier. So Star Cluster could only silently remember this grievance and plan to find opportunities to trick second brother a few more times in the future. At this moment, the Zurok alien noticed the three of them and, unfortunately, approached intending to crush these three Earthlings. At this time, it was in high spirits, thinking that Leo Ultraman had already been killed by it and had become even more arrogant. Along the way, the Zurok alien casually destroyed the houses. It thought to itself that even if the salted egg superhero came now, it could just turn and run. Star Cluster, having the blame placed on him by the First Generation, was already in a bad mood. The commotion caused by the Zurok alien immediately caught his attention as he saw it daring to be so arrogant. Realizing it had lost its usefulness, Star Cluster immediately unzipped his uniform, pulled out the Ultraman glasses. Feng Yuan, I'm getting revenge for you right now. He quickly put on the Ultraman glasses. Joe, with his fists crossed over his chest, he let out a loud shout, and the Ultraman glasses on his eyes immediately gathered energy, shooting out a yellow beam. The transformation device of Ultraman can also release some light skills in human form. Star Cluster still needed to keep the information about his ability to transform hidden from the aliens that would appear in the future. So he wouldn't transform unless absolutely necessary. The beam aimed at the Zurok alien's eyes was already enough. The Zurok alien never expected that an Earthling would suddenly release a beam of light, and it was horrified and wanted to defend itself. However, due to its previous arrogance, it had lowered its guard, thinking that these were just 3 Earthlings and had no real defenses. Caught completely off guard, it had no time to react. Its bone knives had not even moved before the yellow destructive beam effortlessly pierced through its head. The Zurok alien steps halted, its entire beastly body suddenly stiffened. With sparks flying from its head, it fell backward, lifeless, ending its life as a tool of the universe on Earth. Boom! The corpse exploded in flames. Star Cluster took off the Ultraman glasses from his eyes, casually stuffed them back into his uniform, and maintained a calm demeanor, as if this operation was completely natural. Xia Yan was stunned as he watched from the side. The Ultraman glasses could be used like this. His gaze was fixed on Zhu Xingtuan as he shoved the Ultraman glasses back into Mike's team uniform, his eyes full of curiosity. Suddenly, he remembered his earlier speculation. So he tentatively asked, "Captain, can you transform now?" "Absolutely not. Don't say such nonsense." Zhu Xingtuan immediately denied without a second thought. His expression was serious, showing no signs of lying. As if he felt this was not convincing enough, he thought for a moment and solemnly added, "In the battle against the magma alien, I was injured at the core energy source, and it's not easy to recover from that." As he spoke, Zhu Xingtuan's body suddenly swayed, appearing weak and powerless. Leaning on his cane as he continued, "The light just now was actually one of the few skills I can still use in human form. But in order to avenge Feng Yuan, I would risk even shortening my lifespan as a side effect." Hearing this, the first generation couldn't help but glance at Zhu Xingtuan, forcing himself to maintain a straight face, stifling a laugh and not exposing his younger brother. However, Xia Yan felt speechless. Another side effect of shortening lifespan? Come on, let us see if I believe you, you fool. Chapter 36. Captain, you really know people well. He glanced sideways at Zhu Xingtuan, thinking that such words could fool that idiot Feng Yuan, but Xia Yan, definitely wouldn't believe it. The moment he heard the side effect was a shortened lifespan, he was certain that this person had no good intentions. Earlier, he had solemnly told Feng Yuan that using Ultraman telekinesis would consume lifespan, but would it really? Only Feng Yuan would naively choose to believe it. Zhu Xingtuan noticed the expression on Xia Yan's face and felt quite frustrated in his heart. This younger generation being too smart wasn't entirely a good thing. Seeing that disdainful look in his eyes, it was clear he didn't believe what he said, making it hard to deceive him. Unlike Feng Yuan, that idiot who believed everything right away. Realizing he couldn't trick Xia Yan, Zhu Xingtuan decided not to care whether he believed him or not and directly changed the subject, saying, "What are you still standing here for? Feng Yuan is already injured like this, and you're not going to carry him back." With that, he shot Xia Yan a glare and quickly made his way towards Feng Yuan with his cane. Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan's back, and 2 question marks appeared in his eyes. Then he heard Chu Dai beside him reprimanding, "Feng Yuan is your friend. How can you just leave him there? Don't do this again next time." Hearing this, Xia Yan was filled with confusion as he looked at Chu Dai, who after finishing his words quickly followed Zhu Xingtuan towards Feng Yuan. Watching the backs of these 2 old rogues, his face was filled with astonishment. Those 2 sentences left him bewildered. Wait, who caused Feng Yuan to be in this state right now? You 2 are the culprits. Once Xia Yan realized this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath as he followed the 2. When they reached Feng Yuan, Zhu Xingtuan and Chu Dai didn't say anything else to make excuses. They just looked at Feng Yuan lying on the ground, both displaying self-reproach. Ultimately, they had miscalculated Feng Yuan's energy limit, which led to his current situation. The first time they faced the twin monsters and the magma alien, Feng Yuan did not show any signs of energy depletion within 3 minutes. As for the second time, Zhu Xingtuan mistakenly thought Xia Yan was his nephew and didn't focus on Feng Yuan, so he was unaware of his energy limit. As for Chu Dai, there was no need to mention it. Which Ultraman can stay active on Earth for as short a time as Leo, although it was said to be only 3 minutes. As long as one's fighting spirit is strong enough, the time can be extended. Naturally, Chu Dai had set the time for Feng Yuan at 3 minutes before deciding whether to intervene based on the situation. Who would have thought that he would be out of commission in just over 2 minutes? How could a young person be so short-lived? Zhu Xingtuan had similar thoughts to Chu Dai, and the 2 watched as Leo was beaten out of his transformation. At this moment, Xia Yan stepped forward to check the situation, bypassing the 2 people. When he saw Feng Yuan's pale face and bruised body, he sighed and said to Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation, "Feng Yuan already has low energy, and the captain is holding me back from transforming to help, while first generation brother is just standing by and doing nothing." After saying that, He crouched down next to the lifeless Feng Yuan, reached out to check his breath, and continued sarcastically, "He's almost out of breath. This is too tragic. Is this really what the captain and brother mean by caring for Feng Yuan?" The first generation felt a twinge of guilt and didn't know how to retort. Despite his shamelessness, he looked slightly up at the sky as if he hadn't heard anything. Zhuxing Tuan's face darkened. Watching Xia Yan's mocking expression made him increasingly angry. After thinking for a moment, he immediately said to the first generation beside him, "Brother, if it weren't for Xia Yan's serious warnings about the aliens that would appear in the future, I wouldn't have thought about training Feng Yuan. So this is all Xia Yan's fault." Xia Yan looked confusedly at Zhuxing Tuan, thinking, "Why is this being thrown back at me again?" At that moment, the first generation exchanged a glance with Zhuxing Tuan, and their deep brotherly bond, forged over thousands of years, kicked in. With just one look, they understood each other's thoughts. After realizing this, the first generation thought to himself, there were 3 people watching Feng Yuan get beaten at that time. And since the other 2 were already taking the blame, Xia Yan might as well take the blame too. So, with a serious expression, the first generation nodded and said, "That's right. If I hadn't given him the light energy before, which prevented me from transforming, how could I not save Feng Yuan? Yeah, I also gave him my energy." Zhuxing Tuan immediately followed up with a straightforward conclusion. "Taking away all our energy prevents us from transforming. Xia Yan is really something." Xia Yan was immediately stunned, his eyes wide open as he stared at Zhuxing Tuan and the first generation, disbelief written all over his face. How could anyone say such things? Do you really want to hear what nonsense you're talking? Seeing the 2 trying to pin the blame on him, Xia Yan revealed a devilish smile. "All right, if that's how you want to play it. When Feng Yuan wakes up, I'll tell him how you deceived him. The Ultraman's psychic energy won't shorten his lifespan." As he spoke, he turned to the first generation and continued, "And you, first generation, don't think you can escape. Just now, you directly chose to ignore the danger." Hearing this, Zhuxing Tuan's face darkened further. Xia Yan had indeed figured it out. They couldn't let Feng Yuan know the truth now. Or how could they continue to deceive him? After thinking for a moment, Zhuxing Tuan approached Xia Yan, his expression serious as he stared at him, his eyes full of intensity. "No, you should know nothing." With that, he pressed his palm on Xia Yan's shoulder and squeezed hard, his gaze filled with danger. However, Xia Yan showed no fear at all, staring back defiantly. Seeing that this tactic didn't work, Zhuxing Tuan pondered for a moment and changed his approach, patting Xia Yan on the shoulder. "Don't let it out. I want skimp on your hush money." A mere bit of money wooden by Xia Yan, but just as he was about to refuse resolutely, a surge of energy flooded into his body, momentarily halting his speech. Solar energy absorption LV1, 0100. Instant transmission LV1, 0100. 7 Ultraman Light 2. As the information in his mind was rapidly absorbed, Xia Yan's expression changed dramatically. And he said seriously, "Captain, what are you talking about? What you're doing is all for training Feng Yuan. If he finds out about your good intentions years later, he will definitely understand you. A bit of money couldn't buy him, but if it's light energy, then, Captain, you really know how to pick." After hearing his words, Zhuxing Tuan was satisfied and patted Xia Yan's shoulder with a smile. "It's good that you understand." Receiving the hush money from Zhuxing Tuan, Xia Yan immediately changed his mind, his gaze turning sharp as he looked towards the first generation. The first generation felt a pang of discomfort under Xia Yan's fiery gaze. He had previously given energy once, and then transformed to try to find 7 for a fight. Now, the first generation hadn't fully recovered. However, seeing that Zhuxing Tuan had given a hush fee, he gritted his teeth and took out the beta magic stick, raising it to point at Xia Yan. It was a bit hard to bear. Thinking back, the Mephiles aliens didn't seem so terrifying after all. So could I leave Earth now? Chapter 37. The First Generation. Feeling pineapple as the first generation pressed the beta magic stick, a beam of light flowed into Xia Yan's body like a torrent. After being infused with energy from 2 Ultramen in succession, he felt no discomfort at all. Perhaps the energy entering his body was merely a process, primarily stored within the transformation device. This energy was just a one-time use, akin to a fleeting existence, lacking the true power of Ultraman. The light energy possessed by Ultraman comes in 2 forms. One can be restored after use, while the other is his true fundamental power. Even losing a little would weaken his upper limits. The general situation is that from 100%, it drops to 99%, which isn't a significant impact. However, such a slight decrease is inconsequential, as it can be restored to the normal 100% in no time. If the power is completely lost, then transformation would no longer be possible. just like how Tiger returned his power, with the transformation devices of Jeed, Orb, and other Ultramen being statues. Although it was just a one-time light energy, Xia Yan's complexion visibly brightened. However, for the first generation, who was transmitting the energy, it was different. After squeezing out the little energy he had left, he became utterly exhausted, like someone who had spent the night venting 7 or 8 times. Light Blade take LV1, 0-100, Body Defense Ability LV1, 0-100. First Generation Ultraman Light 2 after receiving the relevant information about the skills. The smile on Xia Yan's face never faded. The number of times he could fuse and transform increased, and all the skills had good practicality. The ability to absorb solar energy allowed the transformed Ultraman skin to have the function of 7's chest armor, enabling faster energy recovery than other Ultramen. Not only did it extend the battle time, but as long as the sunlight wasn't T-blocked, it could also serve a healing function. Instant transmission, on the other hand, covered the entire body with energy, allowing for immediate long-distance displacement. This skill could be released at varying distances and once leveled up. Dodging enemy attacks in short distances by constantly flashing was no problem. The first generation Light Blade take allowed him to clap his palms together, negating the enemy's light attacks and smashing them down to interrupt the release. The body defense ability was straightforward, with the typical advantage being a tougher and sturdier physique, capable of withstanding most light attacks without injury. However, all these abilities were still at level 1. To exert their effects, he needed to continue grinding. Practicing just 2 or 3 skills was fine, but now that he had more and more, Xia Yan found it somewhat troublesome. Although time wasn't an issue, since his lifespan problem would eventually be resolved in the short term, practicing the Cosmic Fist, Spatium Ray, 8-part Light Will, and Ultraman Psychic was the fastest way to level up and get stronger to deal with the frequent alien threats. The Cosmic Fist included various fighting techniques, and with the 8-part Light Wheel, which had cutting attributes, it would ensure that his close combat was no issue. Leveling up the Spatium Ray would also yield considerable power, and it could be unleashed rapidly. Ultraman Psychic had both control and output. If he caught the enemy off guard, a single hit would usually lead to an immediate end to the battle with the Spatium Ray. Most importantly, Xia Yan could grind levels to maximize the skill's power. At least at this stage, using this combination could make his combat power rapidly take shape and soar. However, leaving so many powerful skills aside to not practice made Xia Yan feel heartache just thinking about it. How great would it be if someone could help him train? As the thought popped into his mind, he instinctively glanced at Feng Yuan, who was lying down like a corpse. Hey! A flash of inspiration brightened his eyes, and he fixed his gaze on Feng Yuan, increasingly convinced that it could work. Just as he was brainstorming how to trick Feng Yuan into volunteering, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Zhu Xingtuan noticed that several official team members from Team Mike were coming this way. So he said to Xia Yan, "All right, let us take Feng Yuan to the hospital. I'll handle the rest of the matters here." Xia Yan also noticed the arrival of others, temporarily suppressing his thoughts, and lifted Feng Yuan onto his back. He turned to the first generation beside him and asked, "First generation, why don't you come with me? It will be easier to find you tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the first generation's body involuntarily stiffened. He recalled the promise he had made earlier. A wave of regret surged in his heart, wondering why he had to be so generous for no reason. Now he was all messed up, feeling a dull pain in his lower back. He thought that he could delay things for a while, so he resolutely refused with a serious expression. "No need. The disaster situation is so severe, I should stay and help deal with it." The Xinqing team looked at the first generation with puzzled expressions. The residents in this area had long been evacuated, so where was the disaster? As for the houses collapsed by the Zuluk people, they would be rebuilt with funds from the International United Organization. The remaining issue was the living arrangements for the owners of the collapsed houses, which was what the Xinqing team would handle next. Noticing that the first generation's face was unusually pale, the Xinqing team suddenly understood. It turned out he was out of energy. Although they felt a bit amused, they still didn't expose their second brother. Seeing this, Xia Yan didn't say much and quickly left with Feng Yuan, who was still peacefully asleep. The familiar hospital. The familiar 4-drip. Only this time the person lying on the bed was Feng Yuan. On the way, Xia Yan informed Baizi and others. So now the ward was crowded with people. When Feng Yuan was almost wrapped up like a mummy and his face looked a bit more rosy, everyone finally stopped their busy activities. The truth was that Xia Yan had secretly transferred a lot of light energy into Feng Yuan's body, allowing his energy to be replenished, which was why he began to recover rapidly. Baizi stood by the bedside, holding Feng Yuan's hand, his expression full of worry. The village Masashi wiped the sweat from his face with his arm and said with emotion, "It seems that being a member of the Mike team is not easy. Fighting against aliens on the front lines. A slight mistake could lead to serious injuries or even danger to life." "That's true." Nomura Takashi nodded in agreement, indignantly saying, "The Mike team fights so hard against aliens, yet there are still people blaming them for being useless. Compared to Leo Ultraman being beaten to the ground by aliens, Feng Yuan and the others are doing quite well." "That's not the case," the village Masashi frowned, correcting him. "Since Leo Ultraman has appeared, he also wants to help. If Leo Ultraman could defeat the aliens, perhaps Feng Yuan wouldn't have been so severely injured." Xia Yan glanced at Nomura Takashi, then at the still unconscious Feng Yuan, his expression becoming somewhat strange. "Is there a possibility that Leo is actually Feng Yuan? Or did Feng Yuan actually die during the fight with Leo?" Chapter 38. Groundless. Never thought about it. Don't talk nonsense. Nomura Takashi's words left Xia Yan momentarily unsure whether he was praising Feng Yuan or criticizing him. Looking at Baizi, who was still anxiously watching by the bedside, Xia Yan thought for a moment and said, "Let us go outside first. Baizi can stay with Feng Yuan." Daimura Masashi and Nomura Takashi were taken aback by his words, then exchanged a glance, understanding Xia Yan's underlying intention. So, Daimura Masashi, realizing this, also said, "Baizi, we'll leave Feng Yuan in your care. Just call us if anything happens." Nomura Takashi also tactfully walked out. Recently, the relationship between Baizi and Feng Yuan in the gym had been the talk among the kids. Yet, neither of them had spoken out to refute it, so it was clear that their relationship was ambiguous. The three men left the ward together, leaving the private space for the two of them. They stepped outside. Xia Yan looked at Nomura Takashi and recalled the storyline about him. So he casually asked, "Nomura, don't you have a girlfriend you grew up with?" "Huh?" Nomura Takashi's expression changed in surprise as he looked over. A bit embarrassed, he replied, "How did you know? Did Feng Yuan tell you?" "But that's just right. In 2 months I'll be getting engaged to Siko, and you all should come too." "What?" Okamura Masashi looked at Nomura Takashi in astonishment. "Such an important thing. How come I never heard you mention it? I was just planning to inform everyone later." "You rascal. We will definitely attend." As they joked, Nomura Takashi's gaze turned to Xia Yan. Feng Yuan's friends are his friends, especially since they are all part of the Mike team. He certainly wanted to invite them to support him. Xia Yan noticed that Nomura Tako misunderstood and didn't bother to explain, which was just as well since he didn't need to say how he knew these things. After confirming in his heart that he was not mistaken, he happily responded to the other person's expectant gaze. "No problem, I will definitely attend then." However, he continued, "I heard there is a kind of alien." Pausing for a moment and seeing the looks from Omura Masashi and Nomura Takeo, he went on to say, "It's very similar to the legendary werewolf, which likes to suck the blood of young women at night and can possess women, forcibly turning them into brides in their dreams." As he spoke, he wore a serious expression, and the more Nomura Takeo listened, the more frightened he became. "Is that true? Xia Yan-san, please don't scare me." Despite Nomura Takeo's strong physique and muscular build as a coach, he was actually quite introverted and timid. Xia Yan's expression was serious as he tugged at his clothes and said earnestly, "Look at what I'm wearing. This is information I got from the Mike team. It's best not to let your girlfriend walk alone at night. Aliens like to ambush at night." As a friend of Feng Yuan, Xia Yan reminded him to be on guard, hoping to create a butterfly effect that would prevent Siko from being possessed. This was already a sign of his lingering goodwill. If Feng Yuan didn't believe it, there was nothing more he could do. After all, he was an Ultraman, who had the noble character of sticking his warm face against the cold, but even when it was unwanted. If the monsters couldn't cause chaos and there weren't massive emotional fluctuations in the crowd, he wouldn't be able to gain the power of human hope. That would be a huge loss, like losing 1,000,000,000. Huh, am I not Ultraman? How could such evil thoughts pop into my head? It seems I'm still human, and it's reasonable for my base nature to surface, so it's no big deal. Perhaps this is the benefit of a flexible moral bottom line. Xia Yan quickly dismissed that evil thought without any psychological burden. If it were any other Ultraman, they would probably have to wake up in the middle of the night and slap themselves. As for Xia Yan, he thought, "Don't talk nonsense, I never thought of that. How could I tarnish someone's innocence without evidence?" In another hospital room, Feng Yuan was likely having a nightmare, sweating profusely while muttering, "Damn it, that bastard Zulu." Seeing his distressed state, Baizi wiped his sweat with a towel, his expression filled with worry as he softly called out, "Feng Yuan." Perhaps Baizi's call had some effect. Or maybe Feng Yuan was too caught up in his fierce battle with the Zulu aliens in his dream. Suddenly, Feng Yuan opened his eyes wide, sitting up straight and ready to curse. However, The sight of Baizi's face made him swallow the words. Baizi, where am I? Feng Yuan spoke as gently as possible while looking around. Seeing him wake up, Baizi's face lit up with joy. Feng Yuan, you're finally awake. This is the hospital. Xia Yan-san brought you here. The hospital. At this moment, Feng Yuan was completely awake, the previous memories flooding back to him. He immediately grew tense and asked, what about the Zulu aliens? Did the fried egg Ultraman show up and defeat them? Baizi shook his head and explained, the fried egg Ultraman didn't appear. But I heard that Captain Zhuxing used a weapon to defeat the Zulu aliens. Fengken, don't think about these things right now. Your body hasn't recovered yet, so you need to rest more. However, Feng Yuan didn't pay attention to Baizi's later words. His expression stunned as he recalled the situation with the Zhuxing team. He had nearly learned about all the weapons the Mike team had over the past few days. It was impossible for them to defeat the Zulu aliens. Xia Yan didn't know why he didn't take action, but if the captain defeated the Zulu aliens, could it be that he was consuming his lifespan to use ultra-telekinesis again? As Feng Yuan thought of this, his pupils constricted, and he was filled with self-blame. If this continued, whenever he encountered something he couldn't solve, the captain would again consume his lifespan to use ultra-telekinesis, while he could only watch helplessly. Filled with guilt at this thought, Feng Yuan slammed his fist on the bed and said with shame, damn it, why is it like this again? Why can't I do anything? Seeing this, Baizi quickly grabbed his arm and comforted him, saying, Feng Jun, don't say that. You've actually done very well. At that moment, the sound of a cane clattering echoed, and Feng Yuan suddenly looked up and listened carefully, instinctively saying, Captain, it's the captain. That familiar sound of the cane could not be mistaken. Dajon Masashi and Nomura Takashi had to take care of matters at the gym, so they didn't stay long before leaving. After Xia Yan sent the two of them away, he encountered Zhuxing Tuan coming over with a cane. The reason why Feng Yuan ended up like this was ultimately due to a mistake in the previous arrangements, which caused Feng Yuan to be beaten out of his transformation. Zhuxing Tuan was worried about his physical condition and rushed over as soon as he finished his tasks. However, he was not good at expressing himself and always maintained a serious expression. When he reached Xia Yan's side, he finally asked, how is Feng Yuan doing now? There's no problem, Xia Yan said, using his perception to check the situation in the room. He continued, I just replenished his energy, and he is recovering quickly now. Baizi is inside, keeping him company. Upon hearing this, Zhuxing Tuan looked at Xia Yan in surprise. This kid actually dared to give energy to someone else. However, knowing that Feng Yuan was fine made him feel relieved. After thinking for a moment, he then instructed Xia Yan, come help me inside, and don't show any flaws. Remember, Chapter 39. We can't let Feng Yuan continue like this, Captain. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After listening, Xia Yan hesitated a bit. This guy really has a bad heart, treating people like this. Huh? Zhuxing Tuan is indeed not a person. Feng Yuan is already in a bad situation right now. Although he has his own light power to help his body recover somewhat, he is still not fully healed, and Xia Yan felt a bit of pity. However, Zhuxing Tuan didn't think so. Even if the Zuluk aliens were dealt with, extraterrestrials could arrive on Earth at any moment. And he and the first-generation Nissan couldn't help with everything. Not only does Feng Yuan need to be tempered, but this troublesome fellow next to him also needs some polishing. Seeing that Xia Yan was reluctant to agree, Zhuxing Tuan glanced at him sideways and said, what's wrong? Didn't you think it was bad when you recorded and set up Feng Yuan? The two continued walking while talking, and Zhuxing Tuan's face darkened at the thought of the recording. He hadn't forgotten the previous backstab. This little brat also has a scheming personality, silently setting people up, and Feng Yuan is just naive. However, Xia Yan was displeased by his words and retorted with a righteous expression. What kind of talk is that? I did that for Feng Yuan's happiness. Is that so? Zhuxing Tuan looked at him sideways, expressing disbelief. Of course, Xia Yan affirmed, with a serious expression as if he was considering Feng Yuan's well-being. If I hadn't done those operations, would he have such a close relationship with Baizi now? Zhuxing Tuan continued to glance at Xia Yan, feeling a bit amused by his arguments. So, Feng Yuan still has to thank you. Although he maintained a serious face, a hint of an imperceptible smile flashed across it. The feelings between Feng Yuan and Baizi reminded him of the beautiful experiences he once had with Anu. Then he remembered that Anu was still missing, and a sudden pain shot through his heart, causing his expression to turn stern. No, the gentle place is a hero's grave. How can Feng Yuan continue to be lost in it? Thinking this, Zhuxing Tuan turned to Xia Yan and asked seriously, now is not the time for Feng Yuan to be sentimental. Just say whether you agree or not. Xia Yan's gaze flickered as he planned to refuse. Feng Yuan is my friend after all, and he has provided me with energy a few times. How could I? The star group suddenly reached out and grabbed Xia Yan's arm, directly sending a surge of light energy to interrupt his words. Ultraman Power LV1, 0100, 7 Ultraman Light 1, he is a brother who fights alongside me, someone I can trust with my life. How could I? Telekinetic Shot Explosion LV1, 0100, 7 Ultraman Light 1, Xia Yan's expression suddenly became serious, as if he had changed faces. He immediately supported Zhu Xingtuan, his tone filled with disappointment. A man's ambition should be like a river rushing towards the sea. How can I bear to watch my brother indulge in the comforts of a gentle land? Feng Yuan is no different from withered wood and decayed grass. After saying this, without waiting for Zhu Xingtuan to respond, he hurriedly helped him towards the hospital room, their pace quickening. Forgive me, Feng Yuan, this is the last time. I don't want to agree, but the captain has given too much. Zhu Xingtuan glanced sideways at Xia Yan, who spoke with such righteous indignation, truly worthy of respect. Just when he had exhausted almost all his remaining energy for this kid, he was now indeed weak and pale. As the door creaked open, Feng Yuan's gaze was fixed on the doorway, and when Zhu Xingtuan appeared in his line of sight, he instinctively exclaimed with joy, "Captain." But when he saw Zhu Xingtuan's pale face as he was being supported by Xia Yan, his expression froze. The trace of a smile vanished, and self-blame spread within him. Feng Yuan stared directly at Zhu Xingtuan as he approached, their eyes locking in a gaze that seemed to convey some kind of emotion. Of course, there was also a possibility that only Feng Yuan was feeling stirred up, seeing the captain's pale and weak appearance. Feng Yuan's face showed concern as he said, "Captain, Yuan." Zhu Xingtuan interrupted Feng Yuan, grabbing his shoulder. "Come with me." The concern on Feng Yuan's face immediately stopped. He understood Zhu Xingtuan's underlying meaning, but his body had not yet recovered. Did this mean they had to continue training? Bai Zi, who had been watching, felt sorry for Feng Yuan and spoke up to stop them. "Captain Zhu, Feng Jun is still very weak right now. Let's wait a while before he is discharged." Zhu Xingtuan was not swayed by Bai Zi's words. Xia Yan was not to be trusted, and besides, with that kind of power to enhance strength, there was no need to worry about cosmic beings using him as a breakthrough point. However, Feng Yuan was in a dilemma. Not only was he poor in combat skills, but he also had not mastered his light skills, and he couldn't even sustain energy for 3 minutes. Time was running out for him. If he didn't intensify his training now, would he just drag everyone down? Thinking this, Zhu Xingtuan grabbed Feng Yuan's arm. "I know his physical condition very well. Yuan, come with me." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan was taken aback. The captain knew he hadn't recovered yet, but still wanted him to continue training. He lowered his head and didn't look at Zhu Xingtuan, feeling a wave of grievance rising in him. "But Captain Zhu, Feng Jun almost died." Bai Zi glared at Zhu Xingtuan, very angry, not knowing Feng Yuan's identity. She didn't understand why he had to continue training even while injured. How could his body possibly endure this? Zhu Xingtuan's gaze was fixed on Feng Yuan, and seeing the grievance on his face, he sternly reprimanded him. "What kind of expression is that? What kind of look is that? What is that grievance for? Can cowardice save the earth?" Feng Yuan suddenly looked up at Zhu Xingtuan, his heart awakening as if clouds had parted. The two of them locked eyes, and Zhu Xingtuan continued, "Yuan, before he could finish, his body swayed, and he was about to fall to the ground." Casting a discreet glance at Xia Yan beside him, Zhu Xingtuan saw that Xia Yan was pretending to look up at the ceiling, as if he hadn't noticed that Zhu Xingtuan was about to fall, and even subtly pushed him away. His face instantly darkened. "Damn it, Xia Yan, you bastard." At this point, we have no choice but to continue. Zhu Xingtuan acted swiftly, immediately falling to the ground with a pained expression, ignoring Zhu Xingtuan's gaze. Xia Yan looked up at the ceiling as if he hadn't seen anything. When he actually fell to the ground, Xia Yan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed his arm, his expression alarmed and his tone concerned. "Captain, are you okay? Did that side effect flare up again?" After saying this, he tried to help Zhu Xingtuan up, intending to backstab him, but not fully committing. Chapter 40. Bai Zi becomes suspicious. "I'm fine." Zhu Xingtuan gazed at Xia Yan for a moment, observing his anxious expression, and one might think it was just a careless mistake. However, as a cunning old fox, Zhu Xingtuan knew that this little brat definitely wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Feng Yuan, seeing Zhu Xingtuan fall and hearing Xia Yan's words, suddenly realized something. It must be due to overusing the ultra-psychic power that caused the captain to end up like this, while I'm still here, being dramatic. Filled with shame at this thought, Feng Yuan endured his discomfort and got out of bed. He helped lift Zhu Xingtuan with his other arm, joining Xia Yan to assist him. Captain, are you alright? As Feng Yuan approached with a concerned expression, Zhu Xingtuan couldn't retaliate against Xia Yan's earlier jab. He looked directly at Feng Yuan and weakly said, I have received news that more aliens will frequently come to Earth in the future, and our time is running out. Yuan, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's pupils widened, and feeling more guilty, he realized, so that is how it is. I should have blamed the captain. With this in mind, he looked at Zhu Xingtuan, nodded vigorously, and said firmly, Understood. I will go train right away. Xia Yan watched as Feng Yuan believed in Zhu Xingtuan without even a hint of doubt. He raised his head to look at the ceiling, forcing his expression into a poker face. He struggled to suppress his laughter, almost breaking character right there. Zhu Xingtuan noticed his stifled laughter and immediately glared at him, reprimanding, Xia Yan, don't slack off, you need to train too. After saying that, worried that the kid would laugh out loud, he leaned on his cane and clattered out. At this moment, his body was not shaking at all, and his movements were quite agile. However, Feng Yuan didn't notice anything amiss and turned to Xia Yan excitedly, saying, Xia Yan-san, let us follow along. As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled off the bandage wrapped around his head and rushed to keep up with Zhu Xingtuan. Once Feng Yuan had his back turned, Xia Yan quickly rubbed his face, as holding back laughter was truly a test of endurance. The three big men walked straight out of the hospital, leaving only by Z behind, stunned and dazed. She seemed a bit bewildered, not only because she was ignored but also due to her confusion about Feng Yuan's recovery. She had personally bandaged Feng Yuan's injuries, so she clearly remembered where he had been bleeding. However, when the bandage was removed just now, there were only a few bruises left on Feng Yuan's face. It was hard for Bai Zi not to notice such a rapid recovery. Nevertheless, since Feng Yuan insisted on training, she wisely chose not to stop him, only silently noting this unusual situation in her mind. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingtuan was driving his beloved Jeep, taking Xia Yan and Feng Yuan to the training site. A cripple was driving. It's unclear why Feng Yuan was so at ease, but Xia Yan knew the truth and felt reassured. Zhu Xingtuan had been healed by the first generation and could transform, so his leg was probably no longer crippled, yet this guy still pretended to be lame, clearly with ulterior motives. Poor Feng Yuan was still in the dark. Xia Yan had considered telling Feng Yuan, thinking of double-crossing Zhu Xingtuan by absorbing energy from both sides. However, after some thought, he dismissed the idea. After all, Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation could provide 4 units of light energy. If he double-crossed them, how would he get energy from them later? Meanwhile, Feng Yuan could only provide 1 unit, which wasn't worth it. The jeep stopped near the previous forest, and Zhu Xingtuan, leaning on his cane, led the way. When the three reached a pond, he pointed his cane at the waterfall and said, Yuan, go and cut that flowing water. What? Feng Yuan looked astonished at his words, staring at the water flowing into the pond. How can water be cut? You can do it. Zhu Xingtuan replied affirmatively, his gaze fixed on Feng Yuan as he encouraged, imagine the flowing water as the arm of a monster, and then cut it. If there was one advantage Feng Yuan had, it was his extraordinary talent in combat. Zhu Xingtuan noticed this too, as it took the younger generation from the land of light months, or even longer to learn new moves and master them. However, Feng Yuan could learn and use a technique in just about a day. Wasn't he that a martial arts genius? Because of this, even though the Zulu curse had been dealt with, Zhu Xingtuan still planned for Feng Yuan to learn the 3-stage attack. The more combat techniques he mastered, the higher his future growth potential would be. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked at the flowing water, although he had some doubts on his face. Since the captain said so, he resolutely walked towards the pond. As Feng Yuan began his training, Zhu Xingtuan turned his gaze to Xia Yan, his brows slightly furrowed in thought. Zhu Xingtuan then asked directly, you need light energy, but how do you develop your powers? Unlike Feng Yuan, who only needed to train techniques, this kid's growth direction was something Zhu Xingtuan couldn't fathom for now. Well, seeing Zhu Xingtuan asking for details, Xia Yan thought for a moment and revealed some truth, explaining, I can use the powers of other Ultramen to fuse with myself and obtain an evolved form. Although it's only a temporary boost, I can comprehend new skills and abilities after fusing. He spoke with sincere expression, actually mixing 5 parts truth with 5 parts falsehood. If he revealed everything, it would be utterly outrageous. Only such a description would be acceptable. After all, how could there be an Ultraman who absorbs light energy to directly steal other skills? And moreover, each stolen skill was different. After the fusion transformation, his base stats would permanently increase, even if only slightly each time. The increments could add up. Not to mention, Now his Ultraman control had reached level 2, and there were new effects he hadn't had the chance to experiment with yet. These were Xia Yan's true trump cards. Although Zhu Xingtuan could trust him, there was no need to fully expose his secrets. However, even this brief description left Zhu Xingtuan stunned. This thing sounded off from the start. He suddenly recalled Taro's Ultraman horn, which could also fuse the powers of Ultraman brothers. Once, the super fusion monster Granth had been so tough that even all the Ultraman brothers together couldn't break its defenses. It was only by entering Taro's body and transforming him into a super state that they finally dealt with it. However, that required a specific frequency, while Xia Yan's ability was even more outrageous. He could fuse at will and only needed a one-time light energy. Although it couldn't yet compare to the Super Taro state. When the energy was sufficient, it surely wouldn't be a problem. The most important part being that he could comprehend new skills and abilities. While Feng Yuan was diligently striking the flowing water, trying to cut it, he suddenly turned back upon hearing Xia Yan's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief, his mouth agape. Xia Yan, you really have opened up, right? Turn off the cheat. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Xingtuan had no suggestions on this matter. But he still said seriously, temporary power is ultimately not your own strength. The new skills you gain from understanding need to be practiced and mastered well. I understand. Xia Yan did not refute this statement. He also knew that one must be strong in oneself. Seeing that Zhu Xingtuan was about to leave after finishing his words, Xia Yan quickly called out to stop him. By the way, Captain, help me find out where this person lives. His name is... Chapter 41. Next time I won't help you so easily. Even though Black Tide Island is no longer submerged like before, the destruction and casualties caused by the magma people controlling the twin monsters back then were still immense. Fortunately, although Xia Yan caused a butterfly effect, that incident on Black Tide Island had a positive impact. So that person still fortunately survived. Zhu Xingtuan was responsible for handling the aftermath of the victims, so he naturally had some impressions of him. After informing about the other party's information, he leaned on his cane and pretended to limp away. Halfway through, he remembered something, paused, turned his head to look at Xia Yan, and seriously reminded him. By the way, Xia Yan, the first generation is at the Mike Team space station, training the Mike Team members. He asked me to tell you that you must find him after training. You must not forget. After saying this, Zhu Xingtuan maintained a serious expression, as if he were stating a serious matter, afraid that Xia Yan might forget. He shot him a warning look before leaving with his cane. The first generation had certainly not instructed this. But that did not stop Zhu Xingtuan from speaking on behalf of his second brother. He still remembered being wrong before. At this moment, Xia Yan's eyes brightened, thinking that the first generation was indeed generous, truly a brother of the Ultraman. Since that's the case, he would go over after training. Originally, he had received a lot of energy from the first generation, and since that the first generation seemed a bit weak, feeling somewhat embarrassed about it. Plus, since he could use materials more frequently now, Xia Yan planned to wait a few days to talk about it. However, now that the first generation himself did not mind and even warmly invited him to absorb energy, why be pretentious? Ultraman is simply too good, even when feeling weak. He still invites me to absorb energy. Not only does he ask for nothing in return, but there is also no hint of a transaction involved. How can Brother Man be so generous? Captain, you should learn from this quickly. Just as he was thinking, Feng Yuan crawled out of the pond, approached Xia Yan with a hostile look, and sourly said, Xia Yan-san, you open up, right? Turn off the cheat. If one were to summarize Feng Yuan's current feelings, it would be a mix of fearing that his brother wasn't doing well and worrying that his brother was driving a luxury car. Back when they practiced the spinning kick, Feng Yuan was always worried that Xia Yan wouldn't be able to learn it and would be discouraged. But now, after learning the details, Feng Yuan felt immediately unbalanced. Why is that? We are both Ultraman with two bulbous eyes, both newcomers. Why is the way to become stronger so drastically different? There seemed to be a sour smell in the air. Xia Yan noticed the desire in Feng Yuan's gaze and comforted him. It's not considered a cheat. After saying this, he felt something was off. Didn't that mean he was admitting to using a cheat? So he straightened his face and said, Don't say that. Xia Yan did not use a cheat. Feng Yuan, I just heard you admit it. It wasn't that he was jealous of Xia Yan's ability. It was mainly the stark contrast that made Feng Yuan feel uncomfortable. Seeing Feng Yuan's gaze fixed on him, Xia Yan awkwardly smiled. Then he retracted his smile, became serious, and firmly patted Feng Yuan on the shoulder, saying earnestly, If you always think about relying on external forces, it will lead to flaws within yourself. In the end, What you should rely on is yourself. Hearing this, Feng Yuan was taken aback, his face showing a thoughtful expression as if he understood something. Previously, when facing the Zulu Crux aliens, he couldn't win and had to seek help from the first generation and the captain. But their responses were the same. They didn't want him to rely on other strength. They could help temporarily, but could not help for a lifetime. If he had been able to win against the Zulu Crux aliens at that time, how could he have felt so powerless? In the end, he could only rely on himself. I understand, Feng Yuan said firmly, his willpower becoming even stronger. He had not thought about Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation, who had deliberately let him take a beating at that time. Even now, the things Xia Yan had just said were also just to fool him. When Xia Yan saw Feng Yuan's sudden realization, he finally revealed his true intention. Your body should still not be fully recovered. Let me input some more light energy into you. Hey, there's no need for that, Xia Yan-san. Feng Yuan, with a look of shock, hurriedly wanted to refuse, his tone filled with panic. You will become weak like this. However, Xia Yan did not wait for him to resist and directly grabbed his arm. His attitude firm. Stop being overly sentimental. This light energy will only temporarily exist in your body, just to give you the strength to train. It will be returned afterward. After saying this, a surge of power from his body rushed into Feng Yuan. As the light energy was transmitted, Xia Yan's body suddenly swayed. Feng Yuan did not notice that his face had turned pale. Seeing Xia Yan's body unsteady and seemingly weakened, he quickly supported him, his tone full of concern. Xia Yan-san, are you okay? At this moment, Xia Yan pushed Feng Yuan away, turned around to face him with his back, and said in a low voice, I'll only help you this once. I won't easily give you energy next time. After saying that, he quickly walked away from Feng Yuan, mainly worried that he would notice something was off with his expression. The light power he had just output was only the energy from transforming once, which had no effect on him. The reason for acting this way was to put a psychological burden on Feng Yuan, preventing him from consuming the light power in his body, making it easier for him to retrieve it later. Xia Yan wanted to verify whether such an operation could be considered as training alongside Feng Yuan during the training session, essentially using experience to replace effort. Dressed in a white training outfit, he moved to a distance, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and released his Ultraman psychic power. Now pretending that he didn't have enough energy to practice the eightfold light wheel, he could only focus on controlling his psychic power. By the water pool, Feng Yuan's gaze had not left Xia Yan. At this moment, he was deeply moved, subconsciously murmuring, Xia Yan-san, his face full of emotion, completely unaware that he had fallen into a trap and had become a leveling tool. As he gazed intently at the figure of the instigator, his emotions stirred intensely. After all, the Star Group had displayed similar behavior before, clearly using Ultraman's psychic power to help, yet appearing impatient. Feng Yuan felt that Xia Yan was somewhat like the captain back then, clearly wanting to help him train, yet still stubbornly arguing. Thinking this, he felt a warm current rise in his heart. Xia Yan-san was actually quite nice. The entire person, due to the influx of light power, became full of spirit, with no bruises left on his face. Feeling the changes in his body, Feng Yuan resolved not to expend that light power. With a serious expression and a tone full of determination, he spoke, I absolutely cannot let Xia Yan-san's good intentions go to waste. With that, he jumped directly into the water pool, quickly moved to the flowing water, and began to punch repeatedly. In the distance, with his back to this side, Xia Yan couldn't help but smile upon hearing Feng Yuan's words. Feng Yuan, you think you've understood the second layer, but I'm actually on the fifth layer. Chapter 42. Sneaking another opening. Let us turn off the cheat. The Ultraman power skills newly provided by the Star Group belong to the category of explosive power. They can gather all strength in the muscles and then unleash it in one breath. This technique can be used on any part of the limbs, thus automatically classified under Cosmic Fist technique. However, training Ultraman's psychic power cannot be achieved overnight, at least when a layer of silvery white appeared around his eyes. Xia Yan already felt a bit dizzy. Ultraman's psychic power LV1, 50100. The training progress was slower than he had imagined, which made him, feeling mentally exhausted, stop practicing. Turning his head to look at the other side of the water pool, Feng Yuan was still there, continuously throwing punches, attempting to cut off the flowing water. Perhaps he had not yet grasped the key point. At this moment, he still couldn't manage to cut off the flow of water. To be fair, no matter how many times he watched, Xia Yan still felt that mastering the technique was quite abstract. How was this technique of breaking the water flow connected to the three-part attack? Normally, it should involve continuous attacks with both arms, followed by leg attacks. forming a set of techniques that could quickly chain together, which would be the normal three-part style. The cosmic fist technique that Feng Yuan had mastered now only had a single direct attack. Yet, after grasping the technique to cut off the water flow, it formed a three-part attack, which seemed very abstract. However, Xia Yan didn't dwell on it. After all, Feng Yuan mastering it equated to his own mastery. Seeing that he was still unable to break the water flow, Xia Yan took out a transformation device and searched for a video to check the detailed explanation of the principle behind this technique of cutting off the water flow. No matter how absurd the operation was, as long as it could be mastered, that was sufficient. Feng Yuan noticed Xia Yan coming by the water pool, stopped his punching motion, and looked at him. Xia Yan-san, is there something you need? At this moment, Feng Yuan was still grateful to Xia Yan, and he didn't think about any insults like Xia Yan a dam. He truly resembled a husky in a wolf pack. Xia Yan, Zhu Xing Tuan, and the first generation are not overly cunning, leaving only Feng Yuan, who is pure and straightforward in his speech. The cherry blossom petals around them drift down, occasionally landing in the flowing water and flowing into the pond. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan ponders, recalling the theory Zhu Xing Tuan mentioned in UltramanLeo. The flowing river has no end. If you can't see the flowing point, you can't cut off the water flow. Coupled with the cherry blossom petals Feng Yuan sees in the water, if explained with modern knowledge, it means concentrating power to attack a single point. When Xia Yan thinks of this, unexpectedly, all the theoretical knowledge he had seen before connects at this moment. Adding the power techniques from the cosmic fist technique and the explosive techniques brought by Ultraman's power, he suddenly understands what the key to cutting off the water flow is. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels the method is correct, and he has completely forgotten that he came to remind Feng Yuan. He casually leaps into the pond and approaches the flowing water under Feng Yuan's puzzled gaze. He adopts the starting posture of the cosmic fist technique, his expression serious as his energy and spirit merge, quickly mobilizing the power of light within him. Feng Yuan, who sees this scene, widens his eyes, recognizing the familiar starting gesture. He immediately realizes it's his cosmic fist technique, and then, as he watches, Xia Yan suddenly strikes with a knife hand. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light passes, and the water flow is instantly split in half. What? Feng Yuan instinctively exclaims in shock. Seeing this scene, he watches the flowing water continue to flow from the broken section and then turns to look at Xia Yan, his face full of astonishment and a hint of existential doubt, staring blankly at Xia Yan as he withdraws his palm. No, are you kidding me? Turn off the show. The more he thinks, the more uncomfortable Feng Yuan feels. He's been practicing hard here for a long time without learning, while Xia Yan just sat for a while and then came over to cut the water flow with a single strike. Anyone would feel greatly impacted by this. And now Feng Yuan feels like a loser, while Xia Yan has become a genius. However, at this moment, after succeeding, Xia Yan's brow furrows slightly, because even though he has managed to cut off the water flow, a single attack remains just a single attack, and hasn't transformed into a three-part attack as he had hoped. Recalling the feeling of exceptional clarity he had just experienced, where known knowledge continuously connected and was quickly understood, and then successfully executed the theoretically feasible technique, he has a faint suspicion in his heart. If the Ultraman body after transformation is indeed the new UltramanLeo, then it belongs to a technological type of light life form. So turning theoretical knowledge into reality is inherently the ability of this type of technologically oriented Ultraman. Thus, it makes sense that he used knowledge to clearly learn the technique of cutting off the water flow, but unfortunately, it did not transform into a three-part attack. Fortunately, there is still a dedicated transformation device that can fill this gap. Now, what Xia Yan still cannot understand is why the transformed Ultraman body would be the new Ultraman. At this moment, Feng Yuan, regaining his senses from the sense of loss, immediately asks excitedly, Xia Yan-san, how did you manage to cut off the water flow? Feng Yuan looks at Xia Yan with an expectant face, his gaze fiery. The sense of loss only makes him feel down for a moment, and in an instant, he becomes happy for Xia Yan. This is probably the character of Ultraman. There is no jealousy or envy. Seeing Feng Yuan's intense gaze, Xia Yan suppresses his thoughts and has no intention of hiding anything. He points to the flowing water and asks in return, did you see the cherry blossom petals in the water? Following Xia Yan's, Feng Yuan looks, and the flowing water occasionally churns with a few petals. The flowing river has no end. If you can't see the moving point, you can't cut off the water flow. Imagine the cherry blossoms as the moving point. With Xia Yan's clarifying explanation, Feng Yuan's eyes brighten, the more he listens. One can only say that his talent in fighting is truly extraordinary. He can learn in a short time without prompting, and once prompted, he suddenly realizes the moving point of the cherry blossom petals, murmuring to himself. Feng Yuan's eyes widen, then suddenly looks at the flowing water. I understand, it's this. As he speaks with excitement, he suddenly throws a punch, then instantly changes to a double palm strike, followed by leaping up to deliver a flying kick. The water flow is instantly cut in half. Returning to the pond, Feng Yuan looks back at this scene and can't help but excitedly look at Xia Yan, his face full of joy. I did it. Xia Yan-san, I did it. Watching him cut the water flow, Xia Yan nods perfunctorily while his mouth twitches. Damn, it really is a three-part attack, even though he was mentally prepared. Seeing this ideal result still makes Xia Yan a bit envious. Glancing at the happily beaming Feng Yuan, he speaks in a low tone. You've mastered it. So hand over my power of light. Feng Yuan's smile instantly freezes, feeling a slight pain in his lower back. Chapter 43. I have a connection with the land of light. Feng Yuan stares blankly at Xia Yan, noticing he doesn't seem to be joking, his face showing a hint of resentment. Why is it that at the happiest moment, I can't feel happy at all? Even though he has already been drained of light energy twice, every time he thinks of that energy, the feeling of it being pulled from his body makes his heart tremble. Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation actively squeezed energy out of their bodies. Perhaps they were already used to it. However, Feng Yuan still doesn't know these operations and can only passively have his energy extracted. It's like an experienced veteran who has released energy multiple times versus a young boy just hitting puberty. The former feels comfortable, while the latter is left with only fear. Of course, even Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation would feel weak and powerless if they squeezed out too much light energy. For instance, the first generation, who is training the Miku team members in the space station, intentionally avoids Xia Yan for this reason. However, Xia Yan's previous action of actively giving out light power has left Feng Yuan still grateful to him. He grits his teeth, extends his arm, and wears an expression as if bravely facing death, saying with a tragic face, Xia Yan-san, go ahead. After he speaks, he extends his arm forward, closing his eyes decisively. Seeing Feng Yuan's anxious expression, Xia Yan can't help but want to laugh, making it seem like he is about to use torture. Although he says he will take back the light power he just gave, his actual purpose is just to conduct an experiment. Therefore, he won't take it all back. He only needs to take a part to know the result. Relax, after a few times, you'll get used to it. Moreover, from now on, it won't be so uncomfortable when you extract energy. Xia Yan comforted him cheerfully and then directly reached out to grab Feng Yuan's arm. As his thoughts shifted, his ability activated. Feng Yuan, who was looking tense, felt his body go numb. Just when he thought he would be drained of energy and feel weak like before, a surge of energy re-entered his body. He looked at Xia Yan in astonishment. This feeling was different from before. Noticing the confused look in Feng Yuan's eyes, Xia Yan explained while holding his arm. Actually, the first 2 times were unavoidable. Recently, my ability has improved, allowing me to absorb your light energy while also replenishing my own energy. After saying this, he released Feng Yuan's arm and turned to walk away without saying anything more. He was eager to check the results. Feng Yuan stared blankly at his back, a wave of guilt spreading in his heart. It turned out that he really misunderstood Xia Yan. The previous actions were entirely out of necessity, and it seemed that Xia Yan was indeed a good person, just like the captain. He felt ashamed for having misunderstood him. It was evident that Feng Yuan believed him. He even made up excuses for Xia Yan in his mind. As for the fact that Xia Yan had finished all the lunchboxes that Baizi brought him without leaving a single bite, Feng Yuan was now so touched that he had completely forgotten about it. His expression gradually became more determined as he turned back to practice by the flowing water again. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xia Yan was taking out the transformation device to check the changes in his personal interface. Cosmic Fist Technique LV2 5100. The 3-stage attack technique was directly mastered without needing further practice. As a result, the Cosmic Fist technique was upgraded to level 2. But the experience points provided by the 3-stage attack had not yet reached the limit. When he next exchanges light energy with Feng Yuan, he expected his experience to naturally increase. Xia Yan can set aside the Cosmic Fist technique and use this time to train other skills, such as instant teleportation. Speaking of the new feature of exchanging light energy, it is one of the effects brought about after the upgrade to level 2 of Ultra Control. What he just said was not just to bluff Feng Yuan. Since the growth aspect of Ultra Control evolved from level 1 to level 2, the effects have been completely renewed. The absorption of light energy remains the same, but while absorbing, he can also input his own light power into other Ultramen as a form of exchange. This gentler method means that in the future, when Xia Yan encounters other Ultramen, he won't be feared by everyone. Of course, these are secondary. The most important thing is the new fusion transformation. It's not just Xia Yan using materials to transform alone, but rather transforming together with other Ultramen. This means that if Feng Yuan transforms into Leo during battle, he can exchange light energy with Leo to perform their respective fusion transformations. This transformation not only doesn't consume materials, but both sides can also gain new forms, even if just temporarily, which is enough to determine victory or defeat. The only thing that makes Xia Yan feel awkward is that after reaching level 2, the experience required for Ultra Control has increased by a factor of 10, from 100 to 1000. Fortunately, only the experience required for this upgrade changes. The experience needed for leveling up skills in the categories of martial arts, beam techniques, and superpowers does not change for the next level. Perhaps this is because the evolution of Ultra Control pertains to growth, representing an increase in the upper limit of strength. Hence, the experience required stacks up. The abilities in the other 3 categories represent the lower limit of strength, making them easier to improve. However, even so, just thinking about needing more experience after the evolution of Ultra Control in the future is daunting. Xia Yan felt a bit numb all over, but the higher the path, the stronger the demon. He quickly thought of a way to exploit a bug. How many Ultramen are there in the Land of Light? After roughly estimating the terrifying experience needed for Ultraman's upgrade, Xia Yan knew he had a connection with the Ultramen of the Land of Light. With this in mind, he immediately planned to find the first generation. However, thinking that there would be plenty of time to get along in the future, he suppressed his anxious thoughts and began searching for information about the new Ultraman with the transformation device in hand. Xia Yan had not forgotten the feeling of turning knowledge into skills. Theoretically, without mastering Spatium 133, he could not transform into the new Ultraman. But the transformation device allowed him to bypass this process directly. The energy driving his body was replaced from Spatium 133 to light energy. It was somewhat similar to the transformation light particles of Fujimiya and Yum in Gaia, except that their light particles were stored in the transformation device, while Xia Yan's were directly stored in his body. The material Ultraman body, combined with the idealistic energy, did not hinder the transformation of knowledge into skills. Light energy also has a universal extensibility. So is there a possibility that once one learns and understands a piece of knowledge, they can simulate its use through light energy? With this thought, Xia Yan opened Baidu on the transformation device, turned to the principles of quantum mechanics, and immediately closed Baidu with a dark face after just a minute. What nonsense was being said? He couldn't understand it at all. Just recognizing those characters wouldn't be effective. The important thing was understanding the meaning of the words they formed. It was evident that if Xia Yan could understand the principles of quantum mechanics, he would be an external aid himself. Chapter 44. There's a reason for only being able to be a star observer in the training ground of Team Mike. The first generation happened to be standing in the middle of the field, his gaze sweeping over the members of Team Mike. Since coming to Earth, he had noticed that the current Earth Defense Force seemed a bit off. It was as if there was a technological gap. Not to mention the uneven level of the team members. There wasn't even a scientist among them. Moreover, the structure of the team had loopholes, as it was filled entirely with frontline combat personnel. The most important change was the atmosphere within the team. The first generation had already sensed that the members of Team Mike were intentionally or unintentionally excluding Feng Yuan, but the other members of the team had not noticed. What was Seven doing? Reflecting on his younger brother's pitiful performance during his time in the Land of Light, he couldn't help but feel relieved. There was a reason for only being able to be a star observer. That thing was incredibly simple, just making an orbital diagram, and he still managed to get a research position. But what colors did Seven have? The first generation sighed inwardly, hoping that Seven could research something, rather than thinking about whether Torquia had a chance to pull Hikaru down from the position of director of the Science Bureau. Thus, with the aim of improving the atmosphere within Team Mike, and not particularly wanting to see a certain brother who consumed light energy, the first generation resolutely decided to stay in the space station. At this moment, surrounded by Kuroda, Aoki, and others, he showed no signs of panic, calmly scanning the group. Aren't you curious about what special treatment Feng Yuan has? Then let's have a spar. With that, he waved at them. That's senior. Kuroda hesitated. This person was brought by the captain and was an elder. He worried that pushing the other party's body might cause problems. How about you just guide our training? No need for spar. As soon as Kuroda said this, the first generation's gaze immediately focused on him. In an instant, the first generation's figure flashed and appeared in front of Kuroda, followed by a shoulder throw that slammed him to the ground. Ugh! A scream burst out, As Kuroda lay on the ground, unable to get up for a while, this was still the result of the first generation holding back his strength. Is this team Mike's member? So weak. Hearing this, Aoki and the others' faces turned red. However, the first generation continued. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. All of you, come me together. With those words, he charged toward the group, and seeing the situation, Aoki and several Team Mike members could no longer care too much and immediately surrounded him. Unfortunately, how could humans compare to Ultraman's physique, even in his human form? The first generation, as a martial arts master, had no trouble dealing with a few people. In no time, the training ground was filled with a pile of people groaning in pain. What? Didn't you all want special treatment? Special treatment means sparring to improve combat skills. The first generation glanced at the group of groaning individuals on the ground, his expression serious as he scolded. All of you stand up. Feng Yuan didn't lie on the ground when practicing with me. At this moment, Kuroda, Aoki, and the others felt deep regret upon learning this truth. Who is this person? If we had known Feng Yuan trained like this, we definitely wouldn't have raised any objections. Just as the first generation was preparing to scold them again for their lack of response, he suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be watching. Turning his head abruptly to see who it was, his expression changed slightly and his body stiffened. What is going on? How does Xia Yan know I'm here? Although he was very unwilling, since he had already been discovered, the first generation no longer hid. He scanned the members of Team Mike on the ground, his face stern as he said, "Find your sparring partners and train your combat skills. I'll come back to check later." After dropping this sentence, the first generation walked out of the training ground and came to Xia Yan's side. Seeing the expectant look in his new brother's eyes, he could only pull out the beta magic wand. What a pity, it's best not to stay on this planet. After Xia Yan arrived here, he noticed that the first generation's expression was not quite willing. Doubting this, he reached out to stop him, saying, "Wait, Ni-san. It's the captain who asked me to find you. He said you mentioned coming to get the light energy after training." Upon hearing this, the first generation was taken aback and quickly realized what was happening. His face immediately darkened. "Seventh, how could you plot against me? Damn it, how dare you? You light gay type." The more he thought about it, the angrier the first generation became, his face turning as dark as a pot bottom. And he immediately wanted to go find the Xinxing group to settle the score. Xia Yan, who had been paying attention to the changes in the first generation's expression, let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, he had explained the reason for his visit for safety's sake. Otherwise, he would have stepped right into a pit. "Damn, Xinxing group, you really have a bad mind." Xia Yan and the first generation locked eyes, and the expressions on their faces made them both realize that they had almost been duped by Zhu Xing Tuan at the same time. Xia Yan initially planned to ask Ni-san for help in a few days, but he didn't expect the captain to use him like this. Thinking that he couldn't suffer in silence, Xia Yan angrily accused Zhu Xing Tuan while subtly hinting at the first generation. The first generation felt a bit embarrassed as he listened. He had wanted to avoid Xia Yan, not expecting that the kid was so understanding. However, he quickly shifted the blame back to Zhu Xing Tuan, agreeing, "Calculating like this to create a rift between us is too much." "That's right, the captain is really something." Xia Yan quickly nodded in agreement. Then, after coming up with an idea, he furiously added, "Not only that, I heard that the captain abandoned a woman back in the day, and they even had a child together." Upon hearing this, the first generation's eyes widened in shock, looking at Xia Yan with a surprised expression, as if he had stumbled upon a big scoop. Sensing the opportunity, he immediately asked, "Who did you hear that from? Who was that woman?" Seeing the moment was right, Xia Yan took out the transformation device and seriously said to the first generation, "My transformation device has a future predicting function. Recently, I heard from the neighbors near Chengnan Sports that there's a woman who is the captain's old lover. So I used my ability to check, and to my surprise, it turned out to be true. That woman not only has a relationship with the captain, but also has a child." As Xia Yan spoke with conviction, the first generation's expression grew more and more shocked. He never expected that what started as a joke with Siwen would turn out to be true, that the captain actually had a woman on Earth, and even had a child. Watching the first generation's astonished face, Xia Yan leaned closer and whispered, and I sang, "Since the captain is plotting against us, why don't we also trick him back? Just like this?" After listening to Xia Yan's plan, the first generation thought for a moment and unhesitatingly agreed, feeling that this was still not enough to vent his anger. He raised his hand and sent an Ultraman signature to the Land of Light. "Captain, Siwen has already had a child with a human on Earth and wants to leave the Land of Light. I can't stop him no matter what. You all come quickly and correct him." Chapter 45, First Generation. "I misjudged you, Xia Yan, you damn." Although Xia Yan has not yet acquired the skill of Ultra Signature, it does not stop him from understanding its meaning. He watched the first generation perform astonishing moves, and now he was completely dumbfounded. Wow, I just wanted to set up a trap for Zhu Xingtuan. Why did he suddenly use Ultra Signature? Now the entire Land of Light will know. And that interpretation is not what I meant. Is it really going this far? No, if it goes on like this. When the Ultra Signature reaches the Land of Light, Zhu Xingtuan will definitely face social death on the spot. Xia Yan could already foresee the scene of Seven chasing after him with an ice axe, swinging it without even blinking as he cut his way from the northern part of Earth to the southern part. Thinking about how Ultraman Father, Ultrawoman Mother, and the Ultraman brothers would all come to Earth, he suddenly felt a bit nervous and said, "Nissen, is this going to be a bit too much?" Seeing the calm and almost accustomed expression on the face of the first generation, Xia Yan felt his heart pounding wildly. He originally thought he was being cunning enough, but he didn't expect there to be someone even more skilled. "Brother man, you're playing this big, and it's making me anxious." Noticing that Xia Yan looked nervous, the first generation reached out and patted his shoulder, trying to comfort him as he said, "The captain and the others probably don't have time right now. So they shouldn't come to Earth? Maybe." As he spoke, the first generation began to doubt himself, his gaze drifting silently towards the direction of the Land of Light. It seemed that he had been a bit hasty. He was so focused on setting a trap for Seven that he forgot his own brother was also an Ultraman brother, a member of the Cosmic Patrol, an important warrior of the Seven clan, and part of the key decision-making group of the Land of Light. With all these identities combined, the captain and Zoffy would definitely not allow Seven to leave the Land of Light. Thinking of this, the first generation also felt a bit panicked. Oh no, what if they really all come to Earth? His gaze involuntarily turned to Xia Yan, who just happened to be looking at him as well. The two exchanged silent glances. Seeing Xia Yan's expression, the first generation felt even more anxious, and Xia Yan, with wide eyes, urgently said, "Nissen, speak up. Your silence is deafening. I feel like I should prepare a coffin. If Ultraman Father, Ultrawoman Mother, Zoffy, Jack, and Ace all came to Earth, Xia Yan couldn't even imagine what it would be like if they found out it was fake. Damn, I'm really stupid, really. I should have realized that having two Ultraman brothers on Earth would eventually lead to trouble. How did I accidentally step into this pit?" Seeing Xia Yan's expression, the first generation felt he could no longer remain silent. So, thinking he couldn't show weakness in front of his new brother, he forced a calm demeanor and said, "It's not a big problem, don't worry." Xia Yan directly rolled his eyes at the first generation and said, "No, I'm really not at ease at all right now." Seeing his expression, the first generation felt that what he said wasn't very convincing. So he explained again, "When I came to Earth, it seemed that dark forces were planning to wage war against the Land of Light. So right now, the captain and the others probably don't have time to come to Earth." As he spoke, the first generation took on the responsibility himself, looking as if he was ready to take a hit for Xia Yan, and assured him, "Besides, if the captain and the others really come over, the Ultraman signatures will be sent out by me, so I'll take the responsibility." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan looked at the first generation with a touched expression, thinking, "Brother man, I'm going to cry." Then he heard the first generation continue, "As long as Siwen finds a woman on Earth and has a child, and back then he abandoned his wife and child, then this little matter of ours won't be a problem at all." Xia Yan fell silent again on the spot. Chu Dai, while speaking, felt something was off. Seeing Xia Yan not saying a word, he felt a pang of anxiety. "Don't just stay silent like this. I'm scared." Chu Dai, increasingly flustered, fixed his gaze on Xia Yan and tentatively asked, "It can't be fake, right?" He carefully watched Xia Yan, fearing he would hear a bad answer. However, Xia Yan didn't dare to meet his gaze, his eyes wandering as he muttered, "I was just joking, Nissen. I just wanted to mess with the captain. But I didn't expect you to take it seriously." Upon hearing this, Chudai's heart nearly stopped. He reached out to cover his chest and swayed slightly, his expression filled with deep sorrow as he looked at Xia Yan. "Xia Yan, you bastard. You little brat. The more I look at Xia Yan, the angrier I get." Chu Dai raised his arm, ready to slap him with an Ultraman-style slap. Sensing the situation, Xia Yan quickly reached out to grab Chu Dai's arm, with a remedy already in mind. He looked at Chu Dai seriously and said, "But that woman is indeed the captain's old lover. Even if the child was adopted, it could still be biological." Chu Dai was momentarily stunned, seeing that Xia Yan didn't seem to be lying, so he let go of his arm for the time being and said, "Go on." He stared intently at Xia Yan, thinking that if he couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation today, he would let this newly recognized younger brother experience what it means for an elder brother to be like a father, and a father's love to be as overwhelming as a mountain avalanche. Chu Dai now realized that he had misjudged this kid from the beginning. This brat was far from having good character. He was simply cunning and scheming, not much different from that guy Xia Yan. Xia Yan knew that the first generation was probably getting angry, so he didn't keep him in suspense and said directly, "Listen, let's arrange it like this first, and then we'll do that later." The more the first generation listened, the brighter his eyes became, until he finally patted Xia Yan on the shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. Let's do it this way then." After saying that, he remembered something and fixed his gaze on Xia Yan with a piercing look. "You little brat, you wouldn't turn around and backstab me, would you?" His eyes swept over the transformation device still in Xia Yan's hand, causing the corner of the first generation's mouth to twitch. He recalled how, when he first arrived on Earth, this brat had backstabbed Seve and even used him as a shield. Thinking of this, the way he looked at Xia Yan instantly became dangerous. "No, absolutely not." Seeing this, Xia Yan immediately denied it with a firm attitude, then said sincerely, "The captain actually calculated against me like that. I definitely have to get him back." "Really?" The first generation shot him a sidelong glance, expressing his disbelief. Xia Yan clutched his chest with a pained expression, his tone filled with sorrow as he said, "Nissan, how can you doubt me like this?" At that moment, his acting was so convincing that the first generation couldn't help but feel guilty, thinking of saying something. Just then, Xia Yan continued, "If there aren't 4 units of light energy, I won't forgive you." The first generation's face darkened instantly. "I really shouldn't have felt guilty. Get lost." With that insult, the first generation turned and left, too lazy to deal with this useless person any longer. Xia Yan knew that the original Ultraman was currently in a bad mood. Since there was no light energy available, he wouldn't push the issue. After thinking for a moment, he realized there was someone on Earth he hadn't met yet. So he turned around, found an empty room, took out the transformation device, and pressed the button. A flash of light appeared. A sphere of light flew out of the Mike Team space station, heading straight for a certain address on Heichao Island. Chapter 46. Unintentional Willow becomes shady in the Showa era. Many extraordinary individuals emerged, capable of performing seemingly incredible yet reasonable actions. Leo's ability to become the king of fighters was not only due to his exceptional talent, but also because the skills he learned from Earth played a crucial role. Even Leo's signature move, the flying kick, became more refined and powerful thanks to those techniques. Among these skills, one could be considered vital. Although Xia Yan understood the principle, he couldn't master it. It was a metaphysical ability that only Feng Yuan could execute, as it was almost an ability in itself. Xia Yan, belonging to the technological side, had to be more self-aware and shouldn't hesitate when the time came. Fortunately, the Ultraman possession ability allowed Xia Yan to temporarily inhabit a human's body and directly learn relevant combat techniques, after which he could detach from the person's body. Of course, Xia Yan wouldn't just take someone else's hard-earned skills without saying a word. As night deepened, a sphere of light flew into the Heichao dojo. After passing through walls for a moment, the sphere arrived in front of a young man who was sound asleep and then directly merged into his body. At that moment, in the young man's consciousness, a nightmare, like the previous nights, was tormenting him. The dark, gloomy sky was filled with thick clouds, and amidst the thunder, 2 monsters, one black and one red, rampaged. Jinshan desperately tried to escape from the 2 monsters, but no matter how he changed direction, the black and red monsters kept following him. Surrounding skyscrapers collapsed one after another, and seawater gradually spread. Torrential rain poured down on Jinshan, and the rising water level from the turbulent sea made escaping increasingly difficult. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground, tripped by the debris. Just as he frantically tried to stand up, he felt as if his legs were pinned down by the fallen ruins, unable to pull free no matter how hard he tried. Jinshan had always been highly perceptive, which made his senses extraordinary. So even without looking up, he could sense that not only were the 2 monsters approaching him, but a massive object was also appearing from the sky. Fear enveloped Jinshan's heart, and unable to stand, he helplessly called out for help. "My legs are trapped. Help me. Someone help me." But around him, there's only a crowd of fleeing people, none of whom stopped to lend a hand. Despair continuously grew within Jinshan, but alongside, there was a glimmer of hope for survival. He was submerged by a wave, and the murky water blinded him. Just as he was about to give up fighting and await death, he seemed to see a silver giant appear in a daze, its tall figure blocking the 2 monsters. As he saw the silver giant, Jinshan's consciousness suddenly became aware, shifting into a lucid dream. "Am I having this dream again? Ultraman, what do you look like?" Jinshan tried to focus on getting a clear look at the silver giant, but perhaps due to being in a dream, he could only see a blurry image, like a nearsighted person unable to make out objects clearly. Perhaps because of the power of hope, Jinshan's blinded eyes could see the towering figure of the silver giant, but he couldn't see Leo Ultraman. In battle, victory was the most important thing. As long as one could win, the method didn't matter. Jinshan felt no shame in the silver giant's move of kicking the monsters in their sensitive areas. He even thought the silver giant could have been more ruthless, wishing he could join in, from being submerged by seawater to suffocating, and then losing his sight due to the mud in the water. All of this was caused by the two monsters and the subsequent alien invasion of Heichao Island, which plunged his life into darkness. His home was destroyed, his hometown was ruthlessly trampled and nearly submerged. If it weren't for Ultraman's timely appearance, he might have already lost his life. The silver giant pierced through the alien's chest, making Jinshan feel a sense of relief. As the two monsters were also dealt with, his consciousness began to clear. Jinshan knew this dream was coming to an end. Just as he thought this, a deep, authoritative voice suddenly echoed. "Earthling, open your eyes." The scene in his vision flashed by, and the setting abruptly changed. As Jinshan found himself in a dark red space, he blinked in disbelief. He could, unexpectedly, see again. His face was filled with shock and joy, but then he sensed something and looked up at the sky. Countless white streams of light gathered, and as the U-shaped stripes lit up, the upper body of the silver giant slowly appeared. This entire scene was just like when Siru first met Noah. The power of light possessed a universality that allowed for incredible versatility. Although Xia Yan didn't have advanced knowledge, it didn't mean he couldn't transform imagined skills into reality. Some basic concepts that he could understand were relatively easy for him to manifest. Just like when Noah appeared, a massive illusion was formed by the convergence of countless people's light. The principle wasn't difficult. Of course, Xia Yan didn't possess such terrifying energy. But humans weren't as large as Ultraman, so the effects were somewhat similar. Although Xia Yan usually appeared a bit carefree around Feng Yuan and others, when it came to performing in front of others, he would still try to act a bit serious. After all, the prestige of Ultraman shouldn't diminish. Aside from this impressive entrance, when Xia Yan stopped being overly ambitious, he discovered he could transform a lot of knowledge into practical skills. Take combat skills, for instance. There was a wealth of theoretical knowledge available in the transformation device. Relevant video tutorials could also be found, and as long as he spent some time learning, he could grasp the corresponding combat techniques. Moreover, it was even more important that if certain skills from anime corresponded with logic, they could also be unleashed. For example, the electromagnetic cannon from a certain scientific series. The principle was to use electromagnetic acceleration to shoot coins at extremely high speeds. Ultraman's body was inherently incredibly durable, and combined with the universal versatility of light energy, simulating metal would not be a problem. Now if, hypothetically, when using Leo's flying kick, he could create a magnetic field around his body and continuously accelerate it, what kind of kinetic energy would be generated given Ultraman's weight? How much power could be achieved when combining Leo's flying kick with that? Of course, this knowledge requires Xia Yan to spend time learning, and skills cannot be acquired just by thinking about them. For now, he needs to gain the key abilities from this young man in front of him that can bring about a transformation in his combat skills. Just as he was thinking about introducing himself, like Zoffy, he saw Tsuyama, who was now full of excitement, shouting, "It's Ultraman. You're Ultraman, right? Xia Yan, damn it. Zhu Xingtuan, you really deserve to die." Slightly bowing his head, he looked at Jinyama with his bulbous eyes, and suddenly felt like he wanted to take advantage of the situation. After thinking for a moment, he still maintained a serious expression, his bulbous eyes fixed on Jinyama, and said in a low voice, "Young man, the Earth is about to face many invasions from aliens, and I need your help." In return, Jinyama immediately agreed without hesitation. He didn't even finish listening to Xia Yan's words, his eyes shining as he stared at the silver giant, and said, "How do you need me to help you?" "Whatever the request, I will agree." Xia Yan looked at Jinshan with a puzzled expression in his bulbous eyes, observing his unreserved trust. He felt a bit confused inside, wondering why Jinshan believed him so easily. That gaze seemed a bit off. At this moment, Xia Yan still did not know that the energy he inadvertently released while absorbing human hope to transform had saved Jinshan's life. Ever since Jinshan lost his sight due to retinal damage from mud during the invasion of Black Tide Island, the silver giant in his dreams had been the only thing he could still see. The eyes are the organs through which people perceive the world, and even nearsightedness is hard to accept, let alone blindness. If he had never seen the light, then darkness would not be unbearable. Some things are only understood to be incredibly precious after they are lost. Jinshan noticed the silver giant staring at him, and asked with a friendly expression, "Ultraman, what can I do to help you?" If there were a gauge for affection, then his feelings for Xia Yan were undoubtedly maxed out. Seeing this, Xia Yan did not hesitate too much. Since the other party was so easy to talk to, there was no need for hesitation. "Please do not resist. I will temporarily possess your body, and you can leave the rest to me. In return, I will help you heal your eyes." As these words fell, Xia Yan transformed back into a ball of light. Jinshan, feeling a burst of light rushing towards him, soon fell into a temporary sleep. After Ultraman and humans become one, even the dead can be brought back to life, restored to their original state. The mere issue of blindness in the eyes, especially since Jinshan's eyes could only not see but did not have severe problems like missing eyeballs, was quickly resolved as the light energy circulated around his eyes. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and the morning sun shone through the window onto Jinshan's face, prompting him to open his eyes. Upon realizing he could see, Jinshan immediately recalled what Ultraman had said to him last night. He raised his hand to shield his forehead from the sunlight and murmured emotionally, "Ultraman, it is your light that has illuminated my world once again." A decision began to rise in Jinshan's heart, and his gaze gradually became resolute. Meanwhile, Xia Yan inadvertently reaped another fighting ability, and at this moment, the land of light in the M78 Nebula was. Chapter 47, No Women in Heart. Transformation Naturally Divine Sharp Perception LV5, 2100. When a cosmic being possesses a human, they can use the techniques mastered by that person and even directly evolve into a skill, which Ultraman can also do. For example, in the original storyline, Nomura Takashi's girlfriend, Siko, after being possessed by that cosmic being, developed the spinning windmill skill based on her gymnastics techniques. If Ultraman possesses a human, he can also learn some abilities from them. However, Ultraman's noble character does not allow them to do this, while Xia Yan does not have such psychological burdens. Sharp perception is an important skill for Leo to become the king of fighters. In the future, it evolves into a passive ability similar to the hard eye, allowing one to sense an enemy's intentions before they strike. Think of a certain introduction alien who is slicing through the new generation like vegetables, only to be caught and beaten by the Leo brothers when facing them. The effectiveness of martial arts plays a crucial role in this. To put it simply, if we were to score fighting abilities, while others might max out at 100 points, the Leo brothers achieve 100 points because that's the only score they can get. Not everyone can evolve sharp perception into hard eyes. Even after being beaten by Leo for so long, Zero still hasn't learned the true teachings, while Astra might have already mastered it. After all, the Leo brothers are geniuses in martial arts, and Leo himself has acknowledged that Astra has even better talent. Perhaps having a pure heart is the key to mastering this passive ability of hard eyes. Xia Yan was self-aware with his personality, which was always prone to distractions during competitions. It was almost impossible for him to train his focus. Professional matters should be left to professionals. So he had to find Feng Yuan, this tool, to help him practice. As for Xia Yan himself, he knew he wouldn't be able to practice. Feng Yuan could only rely on himself to a certain extent, and he could barely maintain his life only by using a little external help. So, early in the morning, he set out to find Feng Yuan, planning to get this human-level leveling machine started first. At this time, a group of students at the South City Sports Center, along with the parents of the children, were gathering together to take a bus for an outdoor excursion. Baizi, considering that Feng Yuan had been training for the past few days and worried that he might be mentally and physically strained, decided to invite him to go along. Feng Yuan had originally planned to report to Team Mike and then patrol in a fighter jet, but since Baizi had invited him, and today was also a day off, he was about to agree when Xia Yan's familiar figure appeared before him. Startled, Feng Yuan saw Xia Yan staring directly at him, and a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Sure enough, when Xia Yan approached, he directly grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and said seriously, "Finally found you. Let's go train." Feng Yuan didn't move his feet, feeling reluctant to go, and his gaze drifted towards Baizi with a hint of reluctance. Besides, he had been busy dealing with aliens recently, and hadn't spent time with the children at the sports center for a long time. Unable to pull Feng Yuan along, Xia Yan turned to look at him, confused. "What's wrong with you, buddy? Why are you just standing here instead of training to get stronger?" Seeing this, Baizi, feeling displeased, quickly stepped in front of Xia Yan and said with a frown, "Xia Yan, even during training, you need to relax appropriately, otherwise, you won't be able to handle the constant tension." As a coach at a sports center, Baizi knew that training all the time could actually have a negative effect. At this moment, Feng Yuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and smiled awkwardly as he added, Yeah, Xia Yan. How about we just take a day to relax today? Hmm? Hearing this, Xia Yan stared at Feng Yuan, releasing his grip on his arm, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this your excuse for slacking off? Monsters 1T give you time to relax, and aliens 1T wait for you to get stronger. That sinister and ruthless guy, Myphilas, might be lurking in the shadows watching. Seeing that Feng Yuan wouldn't meet his gaze and kept looking towards Baizi. Xia Yan felt even more anxious. Xia Yan felt a sudden pang of heartache. Feng Yuan, you've committed a great taboo. Women only affect the speed of transformation. So, my leveling robot for today is gone? Baizi used a love thread on Feng Yuan, and the effect was outstanding. Perhaps the commotion here attracted attention. As Yumita Toru and Yumita Kaori jogged over. Seeing the two siblings approach, Feng Yuan looked at them with warmth in his eyes. The reason he agreed to go on an outing with Baizi was mainly because he had previously promised to accompany these two siblings for a picnic. Now was just the right opportunity to fulfill that promise. As the Yumita siblings ran over, Feng Yuan opened his arms, intending to take one in each hand. But the two siblings completely ignored him. Yumita Toru and Yumita Kaori ran to Xia Yan's side and joyfully grabbed his arms. Brother Xia Yan, you're coming with us for the outdoor outing, right? Brother Xia Yan, what about the gift you promised me? After transforming, Ultraman still retains some of his human form's aura, and his facial features are somewhat similar to his human self. Therefore, compared to Feng Yuan, who had never transformed in close proximity to them, Xia Yan had once transformed to save their family's lives. Even if his identity wasn't revealed now, the Yumita siblings felt closer to Xia Yan. Feng Yuan's outstretched arms froze, and he turned to look at the Yumita siblings with a shocked expression. His feelings at this moment were probably not much different from that of a defeated golden retriever. It was as if he was a green plum that couldn't compete with a sudden arrival. Feng Yuan looked at the two siblings with some resentment. No, we clearly knew each other first. How come you guys became so familiar with Xia Yan-san in such a short time? Yumita Kawazan walked over at this time, and upon seeing Xia Yan, his eyes lit up. He couldn't quite describe the feeling, but Yumita Kawazan didn't think too much about it. With a warm smile, he invited Xia Yan. Why don't you join us, Xia Yan-kun? Little Toru and little Kaori always talk about you, and as their father, I'm a bit jealous. Ha! As he spoke, Yumita Kawazan couldn't help but laugh. He also felt a strange familiarity with Xia Yan, so he didn't mind which of his children liked him more. When Xia Yan saw that the Yumita family had invited him, and Feng Yuan and Baizi were also looking at him with anticipation, he thought for a moment and decided not to refuse. All right, I'll go change my clothes. You all wait for me here. A training outfit was definitely not suitable for outdoor fun, and after saying that, Xia Yan turned and walked towards his room. Baizi's earlier point made sense. Training should have a balance between intensity and relaxation to make progress easier. Always being tense and forcing oneself could backfire. Moreover, since Yumita Tsu had said he wanted a gift, he had to prepare more for him today. Calling me uncle, huh? Kamen Rider, who? Yelling so loudly, huh? So energetic. It must be that their S2 little homework. Chapter 48. Ultraman Father. Ace, you loser. When Xia Yan came out wearing a white leather jacket, dressed like Nanku Taro, Yumita Tsu's eyes widened. Then he grabbed Yumita Kawayama's arm and pointed at Xia Yan's outfit. Dad, that outfit on Brother Xia Yan looks so cool. I want the same one. No boy could refuse Nanku Taro's white leather jacket outfit. Especially considering the current fashion, women were generally more attentive, while men were a sight for sore eyes, and boys like Tsu were even worse. The long sleeves on top were somewhat normal, but the ultra-short shorts that clung to the thighs looked awkward no matter how you viewed them. Xia Yan is really handsome, Baizi couldn't help but exclaim. Feng Yuan immediately pouted and muttered sourly. It's just like that. If I wore that outfit, I would look great too. In reality, he was feeling extremely jealous and resentful. Thinking, damn it, Xia Yan, why do you have to look so good in human form? Feng Yuan somewhat regretted not adjusting his appearance better when he came to Earth. Baizi seemed to notice something off in Feng Yuan's tone, turned to give him a white-eyed glance, and humorously praised. But I think Feng Yuan actually has more of a heroic spirit, just like Leo Ultraman, never giving up and always trying to defeat the space invaders. This compliment made Feng Yuan feel a bit flattered, scratching his head and feeling quite embarrassed. He completely failed to notice the meaningful expression and gaze Baizi had at that moment, nor the hidden probing in his words. However, with Feng Yuan's simple mindset, it was reasonable for him to think Baizi was just praising him. Baizi, who noted the expression on his face, quietly took note of it and pondered thoughtfully. Xia Yan squeezed onto the bus with a group of people, and to Kun's he saw that everyone had gathered, so he immediately drove the bus towards the suburbs. At this moment, 3 million light-years away from Earth, the land of light in the M78 Nebula was once again in turmoil. The last message sent by the first generation had not yet been fully processed, and in the blink of an eye, another Ultraman signature appeared. Ultraman Father was almost at his wit's end, wondering what his brothers were up to. As he looked at the situation of this Ultraman signature, painful memories surged in his heart. He still vividly remembered the lesson brought by the Hippolytans when Ace was protecting Earth. First, Ace sent an Ultraman signature for help, and then, after Zoffy, the first generation, Jack and Seven went. Not long after, another Ultraman signature for help was sent. These unlucky guys. He thought they were all about to be wiped out, and in a panic, he directly used the teleportation skill, not even having time to bring the life solidification device. As a result, upon arriving on Earth, he consumed too much energy and was ambushed by the Hippolytans and extinguished. What infuriated him the most was that Ace didn't share energy with him when dividing it. After Zoffy, the first generation, and Jack were revived, they were all just watching from the side. The more Ultraman Father thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for the impending war, he would have wanted to go to Earth immediately and deal with Seven and the first generation. The decision-makers of the Land of Light gathered in the conference hall. Ultraman Father, sitting in the first position, swept his gaze over the Ultraman brothers with a serious tone and said, "You brothers should discuss how to handle the Ultraman signature from the first generation." At this moment, Ultraman Mother spoke up, her gaze fixed on Ultraman Father, her tone heavy. "You should explain the matter between you and Belial." "Yes, Dad." Tai Luo immediately stepped forward, his face filled with confusion. "Am I really the son of Uncle Belial, and you?" Slap Ultraman Father raised his hand and gave Tai Luo a big slap, a gesture he often received since he was little. After the paternal love interrupted his words, he immediately scolded him sternly. "How many times have I told you to call me Captain?" Tai Luo, who received a slap on the face, covered his face with a resentful look at his father. Even he knew that this topic was unwelcome, so he quickly shut up. Ultraman Father then looked at Ultraman Mother, took her hand, and said affectionately, "Mary, you should trust me. How could I do that with Belial? It's all nonsense from Seven. Is that so?" Ultraman Mother was still dissatisfied, mainly because the relationship between Kane and Belial back then was too close. Ultraman Mother felt ignored several times and even doubted that if one of Kane or Belial was a woman, she wouldn't have anything to do with it at all. At this moment, Ultraman Father tightened his grip on Ultraman Mother's hand and said seriously, "Mary, don't you know Seven's personality? He dared to openly defy orders before, and now he makes up stories to slander me. That's just what he would do." Saying this, Ultraman Father waved his hand again, quickly changing the subject. "Right? Now I need to discuss the things Seven did on Earth." Turning his head to look at 721 in the room, he instinctively asked, "Seven, what do you think?" 721. He was silently eating popcorn and suddenly being asked. His whole face was filled with confusion. "What do you mean, what do I think? I am Seven, but I am not Seven." Ultraman Father seemed to notice something was off, and then subtly looked towards Zoffy. "Don't you have anything to say?" Then Zoffy, "Why don't you go ahead and speak?" 721. "That's too much, Captain. Don't think I can't see that you mistook me for someone else." At this time, Ultraman Mother's gaze was still slanting towards her husband, directly pulling her hands back. After Belial touched, the plasma spark tower and darkened, running out of the Land of Light. She had no idea who was heartbroken. Later, when the king appeared and locked Belial in a cosmic prison, Kane constantly went to talk to Belial, trying to persuade him to return to the Land of Light. But after thousands of years without any change, he had to give up helplessly. However, Ultraman Mother didn't dwell on it. The current matter was urgent, and she could pursue it later in private. Zoffy, as the elder brother among the Ultraman brothers, although the first generation and Seven were causing trouble on Earth, still said somewhat favorably, "The first generation shouldn't have acted without reason, but I think Seven might have had his reasons. Perhaps he knew the mistakes he made back then and wanted to come to the Land of Light to accept punishment, which is why he acted that way." Ace then stood up to add, "Brothers, why don't we send another warrior to Earth to clarify the situation?" Ultraman Father felt a pang in his heart to avoid Ace, that unlucky guy, saying he wanted to go himself. So he immediately spoke up to deny it. "No, the Land of Light is currently facing war, and there are already 2 warriors on Earth, which is enough to deal with most troubles." While speaking, his gaze was fixed on Ace, thinking this unlucky guy might still be thinking about the moon. This was a critical moment, and he didn't want any incidents like before, so he made a firm conclusion. "If we send another warrior, It's very likely that the dark forces will notice and launch a sneak attack, causing casualties. This plan won't work. The captain is right. Zoffy nodded slightly in agreement. The Land of Light cannot easily send warriors now, but Seven's matter must be investigated. If he truly wants to leave the Land of Light because of a human woman on Earth, that absolutely cannot be allowed. After a heated discussion among the Ultramen, they finally came up with a more prudent plan and decided. Chapter 49, Unexpectedly. Feng Yuan, you actually, in recent years, due to various dark forces frequently invading peaceful planets, enslaving races, and even destroying countless life planets, the impact has gradually spread throughout the universe. The Scientific Bureau of the Land of Light detected that dark energy was already breeding in the universe. If these dark forces continue to disrupt peace, the ultimate darkness will surely be born in the universe. By then, it might be too late to stop it. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, the Land of Light resolutely chose to take action against various dark forces. As the battle went on, the aliens discovered that the strength of the Land of Light was truly outrageous, so they all banded together, wanting to use their numerical advantage against the Land of Light. Some even tried to incite the Ampila aliens to take action, but the result was the Emperor's disdain, who directly scattered the ashes of the alien who came to persuade him. As the ruler of the Dark Star domain, the Ampila aliens only wanted to personally defeat the Land of Light and would not cooperate with any insignificant beings. Now, the final reckoning should take place, and the Land of Light is currently shorthanded, so it is impossible to send warriors to Earth. After a discussion, Ultraman Father finally made a decision. Let us wait until this war is over before sending someone to Earth to see what is going on. It's just a delay for a while, and then Eddie will go to Earth to bring back the first generation in 7, and also investigate whether there is any negative energy breeding on Earth. Zoffy, the task of settling accounts with the various dark forces will be entirely up to you. With the command given by Father of Ultra, Zoffy immediately began to gather all members of the Space Guard. The Space Guard is not just the Ultra Brothers. Every year, countless Ultramen pass the assessments to join. The matter of the Ultra signature issued by the first generation will be put on hold for now. For a short time, Xia Yan does not need to worry about being troubled, but he is currently unaware of this. At this moment, he is playing soccer and having fun with the children at the Songnam Sports Hall. Yumita Kawayan was not split in half by the Zaruk aliens. So now Yumita Street has the company of his father and is naturally no longer gloomy. He also wants to throw a tantrum out of jealousy for other children having parents. In fact, if Yumita Kawayan had died, the most suitable to adopt the Yumita siblings would be Masashi Omura or Takashi Nomura. Masashi Omura always gets along well with children. Being the director of the sports hall, he doesn't have to carry out any missions, so he can spend more time accompanying them. On the other hand, Takashi is different. As a member of Team Mike, he needs to be ready to deal with aliens at any time. Plus, he is also Leo Ultraman, so if he can't defeat a monster, he will surely spend time training. Even his partner Baizi can hardly find time to accompany them, let alone have more time for the two children. After playing around for a while, Xia Yan and the little guys from Yumita walked over to the distant lawn to sit down. Although they planned to relax today, taking some time to look at relevant knowledge could still help them improve. Usually, it's good to practice more often. You never know when it might come in handy in the future. He casually took out the transformation device to search for video explanations on combat techniques, filtering out other more difficult knowledge, as anyone can practice combat. There are many different types of Ultraman transformation devices, and unless mentioned, most people wouldn't know. What seems like an inconspicuous item is actually an Ultraman transformation tool. The original Ultraman looks like a pen, 7 looks like a pair of red glasses, and Leo has a ring on his hand. Although Xia Yan's transformation device was a bit strange, to others it just looked like a metal block. So he wasn't afraid of being discovered when he took it out openly. Just as he was lost in thought, Feng Yuan approached, looking around with vigilance. Xia Yan-san, what are you doing with the transformation device? Is there an alien nearby? As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings nervously, fearing that an alien might suddenly appear. I'm studying, Xia Yan replied, rolling his eyes at Feng Yuan. It's just taking out a transformation device. What's the big deal? Don't you wear the eye of the lion on your finger every day? However, Feng Yuan still wasn't reassured, thinking it was better to be safe. He activated the Ultraman eye and scanned the area. Then, he inadvertently caught sight of Baizi, and suddenly a flash of white entered his view, causing him to gasp and quickly shut his eyes, turning off the Ultraman eye while shaking his head vigorously. No, as an Ultraman, how can I do something like this? His face reddened from embarrassment, and he muttered nervously. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but look at Feng Yuan. Noticing his slightly flushed face, and was momentarily taken aback. What? Are you blushing like a tea kettle? What did you see? While questioning in confusion, Xia Yan's gaze swept around, and he immediately intended to activate his Ultra Eye. What's there to blush about? Let me see too. Before his eyes could emit the white energy, Feng Yuan's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and he quickly covered Xia Yan's eyes with his hand, exclaiming, "You bastard! You're not allowed to look. The Ultra Eye not only allows one to see objects the size of mosquitoes from 100 kilometers away and to see through alien disguises, but it also has an X-ray function. It can see through walls and the ground, so clothes are not an issue either." At that moment, Xia Yan was being forcibly turned away by Feng Yuan, who was twisting his head to the side. This immediately made him feel a bit dissatisfied, thinking it was unfair treatment. Grabbing Feng Yuan's arm with both hands, he attempted to turn his head back while retorting, "You can see it, but I can't? What kind of reasoning is that?" Seeing the situation, Feng Yuan became anxious, glaring at Xia Yan with an expression of frustration. "Damn it, you just can't look at Baizi." In a moment of impulse, Feng Yuan accidentally spilled the truth, and Xia Yan froze at his words. "What?" He then lazily dropped the idea of activating his Ultra Eye, pushed away Feng Yuan's hand, covering his eyes, and smiled. "So you're looking at Baizi just now, huh? TSK, TSK. As he spoke, Xia Yan shook his head, pretending to look down on him. "I didn't expect you, Feng Yuan, to be this kind of person, actually using your abilities for such shameless things." His sarcastic words immediately made Feng Yuan's face turn red, his eyes wide as he glared at Xia Yan. His tone slightly defensive. "Shut up. That was an accident." Not wanting to linger on this topic, he quickly changed the subject, asking, "Let us not worry about that for now. I heard the captain say your transformation device can predict the next alien attack. Is it reacting now?" "No." Xia Yan, not wanting to dwell on Feng Yuan's abrupt topic shift, thought for a moment and then pulled him along, saying as they walked further away, "Come on, let me explain some fighting techniques to you and see if you can use them." Chapter 50. Feng Yuan, you also don't want Baizi. Speaking of UltramanLeo, the first thing that comes to mind is fighting. Among those learning combat, aside from his brother Astra, Feng Yuan's friend Regulus is left behind. The Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist has its own logic, and, combined with the power of the Phantom Beasts, it forms a separate system. However, although Leo never contracted a Phantom Beast, he relied on idealism. Looking back at every training session on Earth, most revealed the essence of idealism, and crucially, he actually made it work. The training methods used by the Zhu Xing Tuan are such that most people wouldn't even understand them, let alone practice them in a short time. The spinning flying kick to deal with the twin monsters suggests using spinning to counter spinning, hence the need to practice by hanging and rotating. This has some logic, but the outcomes are entirely different. From Zhu Xing Tuan splitting the top with a cane, it seems he wanted Feng Yuan's flying kick to spin and split the twin monsters. However, in actual combat, Feng Yuan was able to attack with both legs and instantly defeat the twin monsters. Logically speaking, a normal spinning flying kick shouldn't be like Nexus's spinning crush kick, attacking like a toxic dragon drill, right? Yet, Leo took an idealistic approach and surprisingly made it work with considerable power. Now, the recently mastered three-stage attack goes without saying. Only Feng Yuan could understand and train the moves taught by Zhu Xing Tuan in that bizarre way. If it were Xia Yan, he would definitely have to repeatedly ask Zhu Xing Tuan to confirm whether what he said was even comprehensible. Turning his gaze to Feng Yuan beside him, he thought it best to leave professional matters to professionals. Xia Yan demonstrated the movements for him, simulating a fist striking against Feng Yuan's chest, as he explained. Like this. "For example, now you're the monster, and I am Ultraman. At this moment, I jump towards you, with both feet attacking your chest. Then I kick continuously." As he spoke, Xia Yan mimicked the actions with his fists, delivering a series of punches to Feng Yuan's chest. This move is called the shadowless flying kick. In my imagination, each attack carries the power of a Leo flying kick. This way, the explosive force from my legs would definitely overwhelm the monster. What Xia Yan mentioned is precisely the process of releasing the shadowless kick. Regardless of whether it's possible in reality, it can definitely be done here. After all, Ultraman can fly. What's important is the continuous explosion of leg power in that moment. Otherwise, a light kick against a monster's tough and thick body would only cause it to stagger back a few steps at most. What Xia Yan was thinking was that during consecutive kicks, each kick's power should rival that of Leo's flying kick, so that it could serve as a secret technique. He didn't tell Feng Yuan how many kicks to execute. In short, the more consecutive attacks, the better. Given Feng Yuan's idealistic practice process, it might just be possible for him to achieve it. After imagining it in his mind, Feng Yuan couldn't help but doubt. How could this be done? The power of a flying kick is an explosive release. To use this shadowless flying kick, the legs must continuously explode with force. However, leg muscles experience fatigue, and without a buffer to recharge, the power wouldn't be that strong. Saying this, he shook his head, wearing an expression that conveyed this didn't seem logical. Seeing this, Xia Yan glanced sideways at Feng Yuan and thought, "You idealistic guy, how can you even talk about logic?" After pondering for a moment, he shifted to another combat technique and said, "How about this? I also have a method for close quarters grappling and strangling the enemy. It mostly involves using your arms to lock the enemy's joints or wrapping your legs around their neck, which is a ground technique and a form of judo. Once you master this, you can teach Baizi hands-on, giving her the strength to defend herself." With Xia Yan's final words, Feng Yuan's mind automatically started to associate ideas. A silly smile gradually appeared on his face, and as he thought more, his eyes grew brighter and more intense. He suddenly grabbed Xia Yan's arm with enthusiasm and asked earnestly, "Xia Yan-san, are we brothers?" "Well, I guess so," Xia Yan replied dismissively, watching as Feng Yuan fell for it. He added nonchalantly, "After all, we fought side by side, and you even took the impact of Kira's spinning attack for me." Hearing this, Feng Yuan's face darkened. It wasn't like he wanted to take that hit. However, since he needed something from Xia Yan, he didn't dwell on the past. With a hint of eagerness in his eyes, he said, "Other things don't matter, but you have to teach me how to practice this ground technique in judo, to protect Earth's peace and deal with the invasion of monsters and aliens. No matter how difficult the training is, I have to do it." At this moment, Feng Yuan had already decided that once he mastered it, he would go teach Baizi. Their close practice would surely lead to rapid improvement. Xia Yan had originally planned to set a trap for Feng Yuan, so he immediately saw what he was thinking. Amused, he pointed it out, "Isn't it because you want to practice and then teach Baizi? Those who associate with good people are influenced positively, and those who associate with bad people are influenced negatively." After spending time with Xia Yan, Feng Yuan had picked up some bad habits. It can be said that it's easy to learn bad things, but hard to learn good ones. Xia Yan wasn't significantly influenced by Feng Yuan's exceptional morals, but Feng Yuan was gradually being led astray. Leo's style seemed to be changing, but that had little to do with Xia Yan. In any case, the one who would suffer in the future would be a certain Ultraman with rabbit ears. However, Feng Yuan's current shallow acting skills were still lacking, and when his thoughts were exposed, he would subconsciously feel annoyed. "No way," Feng Yuan retorted stubbornly, his expression very unnatural as he glared at Xia Yan. "We're brothers. Just tell me how to practice." Xia Yan deliberately turned away, his gaze drifting and not looking at him, muttering to himself, "I can practice alone, and then teaching Baizi hand in hand is not a problem." Although his voice was very low, it was clearly audible to those nearby, not to mention Ultraman's hearing. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately became anxious, rushing in front of Xia Yan and glaring at him. "Yamagoro, I absolutely cannot allow this. You're not allowed to practice this." With eyes wide open, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, thinking how could this person mess with his mindset so much. Seeing that he had piqued Feng Yuan's interest, Xia Yan flashed a sunny smile and asked, "So you're going to practice the shadowless flying kick now?" Feng Yuan. 6 unpleasant memories flooded back, and Feng Yuan recalled being recorded and having his weaknesses grasped. The current situation was exactly the same. "Xia Yan, why are you so skilled at this?" With a dark expression, Feng Yuan stared at Xia Yan, mentally excluding him from the list of good people. Xia Yan is a real bastard. When he's good, he's really good, but when he's annoying, he can be incredibly infuriating. At this moment, Feng Yuan looked at him with a gaze that was a mix of love and hate, his expression as if he had swallowed a fly. "Damn it, Xia Yan you." Chapter 51. That was the previous price. Now it's different. Although Nin Guanturo's matching outfit is stylish, it also depends on who is wearing it. And it's obvious that Xia Yan matches this outfit perfectly. Just a look in his eyes can make one feel that his aura is different from ordinary people. The power of light is a good thing. If he really wanted to give his eyes a bit of welding, Xia Yan could do it now. Ever since he was stopped by the Star Group and the first generation from transforming last time, he reflected on it and came up with a way to transform using willpower. So recently, Feng Yuan felt that Xia Yan had unknowingly become even cooler. When Xia Yan said those words, Feng Yuan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis surging from his heart. His eyes widened in anger, feeling as if he had been grasped by the throat. Instinctively, he wanted to curse out loud. "Damn it, Xia Yan you." "Huh?" Xia Yan's gaze immediately fixed on him. Feng Yuan's words came to a halt, and with a pout, he ultimately refrained from cursing, instead grinding his teeth and saying, "Damn it, you good brother. It's just a shadowless flying kick. Practice if you want." Saying this, he glared directly at Xia Yan, his eyes revealing a desire to punch that face. How infuriating. How could this bastard have him under control again? Xia Yan remained unfazed by Feng Yuan's glaring gaze. After Feng Yuan agreed, he smiled brightly and patted Feng Yuan's shoulder, saying with satisfaction, "Since you've said so, I'll leave the task of personally teaching Baizi to you." Hearing this, Feng Yuan's anger visibly dissipated, and relevant images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He was about to break into a silly grin, feeling that Xia Yan wasn't so bad after all, when Xia Yan continued, "But Feng Yuan, you haven't made much progress. Didn't you say you wouldn't be threatened by me anymore? Is this all you've got?" The last two words made Feng Yuan's face drop, and he immediately glared at Xia Yan. Xia Yan noticed Feng Yuan's slight change, and was quite looking forward to seeing how he would evolve in the future. Ignoring Feng Yuan's glare, he continued teasingly, "A real man born between heaven and earth shouldn't let others have a handle on everything. Feng Yuan, you still need to improve." Feng Yuan couldn't hold it in any longer. He slapped Xia Yan's hand away and shouted defensively, "Shut the hell up," completely losing his temper thanks to Xia Yan. Feng Yuan felt his blood pressure rising, almost unable to resist the urge to lash out. They say if you can't solve the problem, then eliminate the one who raised it. But unfortunately, Xia Yan had a handle on him, lacking the confidence to force Xia Yan to be quiet. Feng Yuan could only grit his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, Xia Yan, you bastard, just wait." Perhaps the noise they were making attracted Baizi's attention. Just then, as they needed hands to prepare the picnic supplies, Baizi walked over. "Feng Jun, Xia Yan-san, what are you doing over there?" Baizi's gentle voice reached them, and Feng Yuan turned to see her approaching. Quickly, he composed himself and shouted back, "Oh, I was just chatting with Xia Yan-san. What's up, Baizi? Is there something you need?" As he spoke, Feng Yuan glanced at Xia Yan, forcing a laugh to change the subject, signaling him to cooperate. However, Xia Yan, seeing this, wore a playful expression and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Feng Yuan, what do you think would happen if Baizi knew you wanted to take advantage of her?" Feng Yuan instantly turned to glare at Xia Yan. Baizi was close by, and he couldn't afford to blow up. Trying not to show too much emotion, afraid of revealing any cracks, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "One portion of light energy." As he said this, he raised a finger, feeling a heartache. Extracting energy wasn't as painful as it used to be, and he no longer felt resistant about it. "Just one." Xia Yan raised an eyebrow, dissatisfied, and replied in a low voice, "We're brothers, right? How can one portion reflect our brotherhood? It has to be two." Feng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression somewhat twisted as he looked at Xia Yan. "You bastard, taking advantage of me when I'm down." In his furious state, he still held up one finger, gritting his teeth tightly, his face darkening. "Xia Yan, don't go too far." Hearing Feng Yuan's threatening words, Xia Yan went back down, extending 4 fingers and saying, "You don't agree to 2 portions? Then how about 4? Feng Yuan gasped, his breath hitching, his whole body trembling, his lips quivering. If Baizi wasn't about to arrive, he would have wanted to fight Xia Yan right then and there. 2 portions were already his limit. Not only was he not reducing it, but Xia Yan was doubling it to 4. Was he trying to take his life directly? Seeing Baizi approaching, Feng Yuan dared not haggle anymore and quickly agreed, "Fine, 2 portions of light energy it is. I can't squeeze out anymore." Fearing that Xia Yan would continue to raise the stakes, he had no choice but to pretend to agree in pain, while internally he cursed. "Damn Ultraman, you good brother." Xia Yan didn't crazily raise the price to 8 portions, instead wearing a bright smile and saying, "Since you're being so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. If someone else wouldn't agree to open a window, then why not just tear off the roof? Actually, I quite admire your unruly demeanor. Feng Yuan, remember to maintain that." Compared to 4 portions of light energy, Xia Yan calculated that Feng Yuan could accept 2. As the two secretly completed their transaction, Baizi had just reached them, her face showing curiosity as she asked, "Feng Jun, what are you two whispering about?" "Nothing." Feng Yuan, worried that Xia Yan would take the opportunity to make more demands, stepped forward to meet Baizi and said, "It's almost time for dinner. Let's go prepare the ingredients first." Seeing Feng Yuan didn't want to talk, Baizi didn't press further. Although she had some suspicions in her heart, she just wasn't sure yet. "I was just about to ask you for help," she said, then turned to Xia Yan and asked, "Xia Yan-san, do you want to join us?" "Sure." Xia Yan did not refuse this. Under the warning gaze of Feng Yuan, who was filled with fear, the 3 of them returned to the gathering place together. Xia Yan was unbothered by Feng Yuan's look. Was he the type to betray someone right after agreeing? It all depended on the situation. As long as no one else exchanged energy, he would keep his mouth shut. Moreover, the reason he could manipulate Feng Yuan in this way was simply because the onlooker had a clearer view than the person involved. Feng Yuan was infatuated with Baizi, which made him hesitant and worried about leaving a bad impression. However, Baizi's feelings for Feng Yuan were equally sincere, and with both of them pursuing each other, it was nearly impossible for there to be any obstacles. Who knows, when it came time for close teaching, Baizi might even be the more proactive one. Chapter 52. The Butterfly Effect. Brother Xia Yan, you said you would give me a gift? Yumeeda leaned beside Xia Yan. His eyes filled with hope as he asked, his face showing anticipation. Turning to look at Yumeeda beside him, Xia Yan reached out and rubbed his head, saying, I'll remember to buy it for you when we go back. Since the child was so eager in his request, you might as well give him a few extra pounds of homework. As for the money issue, of course, he had borrowed quite a bit from the Zhu Xing group earlier. Perhaps it was true that when you mentioned Cao Cao would arrive. As soon as Xia Yan thought of Zhu Xingtuan, the portable communicator on his wrist beeped. At the same time, Feng Yuan, who was talking to Baizi, also heard his communicator ring. As both of them pressed to answer, Zhu Xingtuan's serious voice came through their communicators. There's been a monster attack in Area 13. Where are you two right now? Come to me immediately. What? Let's go right away. Feng Yuan's expression changed dramatically. And beside him, the Xiyuan Zhengxi immediately said, Feng Yuan, you and Xia Yan take the bus. It will be faster that way. Just leave things here to me, and we can take a taxi back later. All right. Given the urgency of the situation, Feng Yuan didn't hesitate and turned to run to drive the vehicle. When Xia Yan saw this, he was about to follow along, but suddenly felt the corner of his clothing being grabbed. Turning around, he saw Mei Tiantong looking at him with wide eyes. Brother Xia Yan, can you not go? The memory of the last attack by the twin monsters was still fresh in Mei Tiantong's mind, and he was worried that Xia Yan would get into trouble. Xiaotong, Mei Tianchuanshan stepped forward and pulled his son's hand away from Xia Yan's clothing, his expression stern. Don't cause trouble for your brother Xia Yan. Hearing this, Mei Tiantong couldn't help but feel a bit wronged, pouting with a face full of unhappiness. Seeing his expression, Xia Yan reached out to rub Mei Tiantong's head and assured him, Don't worry, I'll come back and bring you a gift. Of course nothing will happen. As he spoke, he felt a bit like he was planting a flag, so he waved his hand and ran towards Feng Yuan. Behind him, Mei Tiantong did not try to stop him again, cupping his hands in front of his mouth like a megaphone and shouting, Brother Xia Yan, you must teach the monsters a good lesson. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he had been close to someone else before. What brother Feng Yuan? Not familiar. Of course, the world of children is very simple. They express the most affection for those they feel closest to. Feng Yuan drove the bus rapidly towards the destination, while Xia Yan sat beside him, taking out his transformation device to check the information. At the same time, he was silently pondering. He felt that the time was a bit off and too urgent. Logically speaking, it hadn't been long since the Zulu star people were dealt with. The next alien shouldn't appear so quickly. Xia Yan recalled the information he had received earlier. The Mephiles aliens would also come to Earth. Could it be that the other party was secretly causing trouble? Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why the enemy was appearing so frequently. Given the cunning and deceitful nature of the Mephiles aliens, it was reasonable for them to incite other extraterrestrial beings to come to Earth first. The bus was speeding down the road, Feng Yuan pressing the accelerator to the floor, the speedometer soaring. Fortunately, the two Ultramen were on the bus. Even in their human forms, their bodies were more resilient than ordinary people. Otherwise, anyone else would have probably been jolted to the point of vomiting at the start. Luckily, Xia Yan could still manage to type. He opened Baidu on his transformation device and found information about the monster they were facing. He turned to Feng Yuan and reminded him to pay attention to certain things when transforming later. He felt that his training methods would become less effective from this point on due to the butterfly effect. Perhaps the next extraterrestrial beings that appeared would not be from the same storyline as Leo. On the other side, Zhu Xingtuan was leading Team Mike, piloting fighter jets to engage in battle with the monster. Sitting beside him was the first generation. The two were currently in the Mach-E 3 fighter jet, their eyes fixed on the changing battle situation. The monster was Canidris. It had crescent-shaped horns on its head, flying membrane-like wings on its arms, and a gray-black body with a yellow abdomen. With a flight speed of only Mach 5, it was hardly impressive in front of the Ultraman. Most importantly, Canidris had those huge crescent-shaped horns on its head. They were not only exceptionally sharp, but also had forked tips, capable of detaching from its head and flying out like a throwing dart. This was similar to how Seven controlled his ice axe, except that Kanidra's used brain waves to control it. Besides throwing and cutting, Kanidra's could also use the tips of its huge horns for melee attacks. The yellow part of its abdomen was a gas, sac-like organ that stored a large amount of cosmic gas, which could be ejected as flames reaching up to 30 million degrees during battle. As for Kanidra's physical strength, the laser missiles fired by Team Mike exploded against its monster skin, creating bursts of sparks and a large amount of smoke. Each wave of attack made Kanidra's roar and thrash in the smoke. It is well known that smoke does not harm, and Team Mike continued to launch laser missiles at Kanidra's in wave after wave. But unfortunately, the monster's skin remained intact. Seemingly irritated by Team Mike's relentless attacks, Kanidra's hugged its head, and the giant horn on its head flew out. It transformed into a silver light in midair. After a few swishes, several of Team Mike's fighter jets began to emit black smoke, then plummeted straight to the ground. Seeing this, Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation in the Mach-3 quickly unleashed their Ultraman telekinesis to prevent the fighter jets from crashing and exploding. Thanks to their covert actions, although Team Mike did not defeat the monster this time, there were no casualties among the personnel. The only sacrifice was the Mach fighter jet, which met a fate similar to the victory of Flying Swallows. At this moment, Kanidra's was exceptionally pleased, continuously spewing high-temperature flames from its beastly mouth, setting nearby buildings ablaze and causing destruction. Since it had suddenly descended to Earth, the nearby crowds had not yet had time to evacuate, but fortunately, Team Mike arrived in time. Even though all the fighter jets crashed, they at least delayed Kanidra's destruction speed, causing the cosmic gas inside it to be depleted. Unable to continue spewing high-temperature flames, Kanidra's immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky, showing no signs of stopping. It was simply a classic case of hit and run. Meanwhile, several extraterrestrial beings observing from the shadows saw Kanidra's flee directly. They huddled together and began to murmur, "No way, this guy is too cowardly. Neither Xia Yan run nor Leo has appeared, and he is always thinking about escaping. I said to change to another monster, but you didn't believe me. Now look, we haven't tested anything out. What are your methods? If you ask me, it's better to turn into Xia run and then." Chapter 53, I, Babar, will achieve great things the Mephiles aliens. Perhaps out of nostalgia, or simply too lazy to find new cannon fodder, decided to recruit the second-generation Dada aliens, the second-generation Zerub aliens, and the second-generation Khmer aliens to send them to Earth to investigate the strength of Ultraman. The only unfortunate thing was that the surviving Baltan aliens were not found by Mephiles, but fortunately, there was a substitute, the Babar aliens. Of course, the one they found was not the Babar who tormented Astra, because the Ultraman King would never let the other side go after saving Astra. Compared to the weak Baltan aliens, the Babar aliens are still the taller ones among the short ones. The advanced disguise technique of the Babar aliens might play an unexpected role. The Dada, Zerub, and Khmer aliens, these three oddballs, were purely sent as cannon fodder to test Ultraman's true strength. Mephiles had fought against Ultraman and knew how powerful he was. Rumors in the universe should not be easily believed. There were even rumors that Seven would betray the land of light back then. But what was the final result? The Ultraman brothers remained a loving family. Those aliens who were waiting to see a good show and thought they could take advantage of the situation ended up as clowns. Therefore, if Ultraman really is the son of Ultraman, then his strength surely wouldn't be weak. Thus, the Mephiles aliens deceived and formed a cooperative relationship with the Babar aliens, allowing Babar to lead his subordinates, the three oddballs, to Earth. They agreed that when they encountered Ultraman, they would help Babar accomplish that task. However, how credible Mephiles' words were, only he himself knew. Now, the monster Kanidra's, which suddenly appeared on Earth and caused destruction, was brought over by the Babar aliens and the Dada aliens. Unfortunately, the Mephiles aliens overlooked an important point. Among the Dark Forces, aliens do not obey each other. Even a powerful emperor like the Ampila aliens, who is the only emperor in the Dark Star domain, has many lower-class aliens under his rule who would still occasionally backstab him, let alone the temporary cannon fodder team that Mephiles has assembled now. At this moment, the four aliens disguised as humans were huddled together, discussing strategies. The Dada, Zerub, and Khmer aliens formed a small circle openly, excluding the Babar aliens. They complained that the monster Kanidra's was too cowardly and blamed the Khmer aliens for only knowing how to run away. After growing in size, Kanidra's body resembled a human, with skin that was black with some white patterns and a brown-black head that looked like a piece of dried cow dung. with a funnel-shaped antenna on top. Naturally, it was faster than other aliens and had the ability to move quickly. The antenna on its head could release two kinds of liquids, a neutralizing liquid and a dissolving liquid, but for Ultraman, it could only consume energy and cause burns. The one who suggested changing to a monster was the Dada alien, who also took on a human form when grown, with a body made up of black and white stripes. Its head was black and white, but its eyes and mouth were oddly pink. Its abilities included flight, teleportation, possession of humans, eye beams, intangibility, and transparency. Although it had many abilities, they were all very low level and could be easily countered by Ultraman. Even the weapon miniaturization ray gun could be countered by its growth ability. Only the teleportation and eye beams could pose some threat to Ultraman, but unfortunately, the Dada alien was not proficient in them. As for the plan to turn into Ultraman and cause destruction, that was the old specialty of the Zerub alien. The previous generation did the same to the first generation Ultraman, only to be shattered by the spatium ray. Aside from hypnosis and transformation techniques, its other abilities were not worth mentioning and were equally weak. The three aliens were whispering and discussing, intentionally or unintentionally excluding the Babar alien, and they couldn't be bothered to ask for his opinion. According to their thoughts, they were all connected to the Mephiles aliens in the previous generation, so they could be considered veterans, while the Babar alien was just a nobody. Not only did he not respect the three of them, but he also wanted to give orders? Dream on. Thus, the three directly looked down on the Babar alien, not even wanting to let it participate in the conversation. Seeing this, Babar sneered coldly. Even in human form, his hair was still yellow. The Khmer, Dada, and Zerub aliens didn't like him, and Babar didn't care to curry favor with them. Look at the ideas these three fools came up with. They have no vision at all. The Mephiles aliens, with their inferior strength, could only rely on these cannon fodder. If it weren't for that big shot in the Dark Star domain, Babar, the dignified dark alien, wouldn't he have sought cooperation with the Mephiles aliens. The three cannon fodder aliens only had eyes for causing trouble on Earth, with a very narrow perspective. Unlike Babar, the dark alien, who was already thinking about how to achieve great things. With plans in mind, he coldly sneered at the three before turning around and leaving. A team that would only hold him back was not worth keeping. As long as he accomplished that task, His Majesty the Emperor would surely be immensely pleased and look at him, Babar, in a new light. By then, entering the Dark Star domain would surely allow him to rise rapidly. Aliens in the Dark Forces have a common problem. They're overly self-important and lack self-awareness. The Babar aliens looked down on the Mephiles aliens and the three cannon fodder sent to him. The Khmer, Dada, and Zerub aliens also looked down on the yellow-hair Babar. Even the Mephiles aliens were only using the Babar aliens. However, Babar was completely oblivious to the manipulation he was under. The Mephiles race, known for its cleverness in the universe, certainly had a high IQ. It was easy to scheme against a Babar alien, but wise men often overlook something. They neglected the fact that aliens do not get along with each other. Even a powerful ruler like the Ampila would have his four kings disobeying orders. Moreover, now under the Mephiles aliens, there were those three oddball cannon fodder characters. After they successfully excluded the Babar alien, gaps immediately formed among them. The alliance shattered in an instant. Zerub, your disguise ability is good. Why don't you turn into Ultraman and cause destruction in the human city to lure Ultraman out? Then I and Khmer will show up and gang up on him. This was said by the Dada alien, but its true thoughts were quite different. Chapter 54, Who will deal with Ultraman? There's a saying that when one monk fetches water, he drinks it alone, while two monks carry the water together, and when there are three monks, there's no water to drink. At this moment, under the command of the Mephiles aliens, these three misfits were in such a situation. After driving away the Babar aliens, the alliance immediately split, each wanting to take charge, and their thoughts were quite unified. If the three of them shared the credit, there wouldn't be much for each person, but if there were only two sharing, or if they could deal with a third one, wouldn't that mean they could take all the credit for themselves? Ultimately, it was the rumors in the universe that made the three subconsciously believe that defeating the Salted Egg Ultraman would be effortless. They all felt confident of victory in their hearts, so they began thinking about how to deal with the others and monopolize the credit. The Dada aliens thought that once the Zerub aliens and the Salted Egg Ultraman were fighting, it would deliberately block the Khmer aliens or secretly launch a sneak attack. However, at that moment, the other two had similar thoughts. The Zerub aliens directly waved their hands, recommending others. Compared to my little disguise, I think Khmer has stronger abilities. How about you lure out the Salted Egg Ultraman, and Dada, and I will definitely strike at the same time to help. But the Kamer aliens were not fools. Upon hearing what the Zerub aliens said, they turned to praise the Dada aliens. My abilities are nothing. The Dada aliens are much more powerful, with flying, teleportation, invisibility, wall passing, and so many abilities. Clearly, it would be more reliable for them to attract the salted egg Ultraman. So, you should go Dada. Ah, these are all low-level abilities. Still, Zerub thought Dada. I'm not even in the same league. Still Kamer. Dada is stronger. It's still safer. The three aliens kept pushing each other, unwilling to be the first to take action. In the end, after pushing back and forth, they returned to square one and decided to find the monster Kinedras again. On the other side, many of Mike's team aircraft had crashed, but with the help of the Star Group and the original Ultraman psychic powers, there were no casualties. At this time, the Star Group and the original Ultraman had already landed. The Star Group directed Mike's team members to check if there were any survivors near the battlefield. The original Ultraman looked at the weapons on Mike's team, frowning slightly, and said with a heavy tone, "Why are the previous Earth defense team's equipment all missing now? I remember the weapons invented by Kurt's team were very powerful against monsters, capable of even taking down the cosmic dinosaur Jidan." The scene from back then was unforgettable for the original Ultraman. A formidable enemy he couldn't deal with at all was instantly taken down by a small rocket from Kurt's team. That was the cosmic dinosaur Jidan, with its powers of teleportation, barrier defense, light absorption, and a 1,000,000-degree fireball. There's no need to mention those. The most important thing was that his mighty chest muscles couldn't withstand Jidan's ultimate beam. Moreover, it was even aimed at the energy meter. The Ultraman's energy meter is the hardest part of his body, but even so, he was still obliterated. If it weren't for Zoffy arriving in time and bringing 2 lives, Hayata would have undoubtedly sacrificed himself. Hearing the original Ultraman's inquiry, the Star Group couldn't help but speak with a heavy expression. I also checked the previous records. But I don't know why. The records are just fragments. The technology seems to have a gap. I think it might be because after the Ultraman warriors left Earth, monsters or aliens attacked Earth again, resulting in this outcome. Mike's team's current equipment was indeed too poor. After listening, the original Ultraman thought for a moment and said, "Let the United Nations start developing new weapons again. Otherwise, if technology continues to stagnate, we won't be able to resist the invasion of monsters at all. As long as we don't interfere, reminding them doesn't count as helping humanity advance technology." Upon hearing this, the Star Group's serious face showed signs of contemplation. Mike's team indeed didn't have enough firepower. Even the laser missiles equipped on their aircraft were like scratching an itch against the monsters, barely causing any damage. However, researching new weapons would take time, and Mike's team probably wouldn't be able to use them in the short term, but they would definitely be useful in the future. While the two were discussing, the sound of a car engine roared in. A bus kicked up dust as it sped towards them, and with a screeching brake sound, the tires dragged along the ground for quite a distance. It quickly came to a stop right in front of the Star Group and the original Ultraman, kicking up dust that instantly covered both of their faces. The Star Group's face turned dark at that moment, while the original Ultraman's gaze also carried a hint of killing intent. The two fixed their eyes on the bus, and then saw the door open, revealing the figure of Feng Yuan. "Captain, where's the monster?" Feng Yuan rushed up, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere, his face anxious as he asked while scanning the surroundings. The Star Group's face was foul, and he instinctively wanted to raise his hand to slap him, but he held back. His eyes widened as he scolded Feng Yuan. "Why didn't you participate in the patrol today? Do you know how much destruction the monster Kinedras has caused because you were late?" Mike's team almost suffered a total defeat. "Aye." Feng Yuan was immediately left bewildered, stammering as he explained, "But I promised to accompany the children at the gym, and I just happened to have time today, so." "I know your feelings for them." The Star Group interrupted Feng Yuan before he could finish, his gaze fierce and his tone stern. "But that is not an excuse for your tardiness." Saying this, he leaned on his cane and walked toward the ruins, continuing in a low voice. "Do you see those burning and collapsing houses? Those are also other children's homes. Feng Yuan, I hope you understand. If we don't deal with the monsters in time, more children will be unable to go home, and some may even lose their parents and become orphans." This speech left Feng Yuan feeling guilty, the sense of remorse spreading within him. He completely forgot that there was still the original Ultraman beside the Star Group, and that he was uninjured and could transform. At this moment, after scolding Feng Yuan, the Star Group felt something was off and turned around to ask, "Where's Xia Yan?" Feng Yuan's expression froze, turning back to see that Xia Yan hadn't followed him. As he turned to look behind, the bus door happened to close with a click. Xia Yan was sitting in the driver's seat, glancing at Feng Yuan and waving his hand to start the engine. "Get out?" "Not happening." The current situation clearly indicated that he was just a step too late, so why go down and get scolded? If he didn't slip away now, when would he? The bus quickly started and was about to take off, and the star group's face darkened even more as he raised his iron cane, aiming. Chapter 55. Being sold out and still counting the money. Bang! Bang! As two laser beams shot out, the bus that had just started moving exploded its tires with a loud boom. Both tires on one side were blown up at the same time, instantly flipping the entire bus over. The sudden noise made Xia Yan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, hit his head against the roof with a loud bang, causing his head to buzz. However, with his current physical strength, this situation could no longer cause him harm, just leaving him a bit flustered. Feng Yuan witnessed everything that happened, his gaze fixed on the overturned bus. Unable to help himself, he swallowed hard and turned to Zhu Xingtuan with a worried tone. Captain, isn't this a bit too much? Is Xia Yan going to be okay? Although Xia Yan had been acting strangely before and had been holding on to his secrets to control him, and even just now showed a lack of loyalty by trying to run away, thinking about it made Feng Yuan feel inexplicably pleased. The worried expression on his face disappeared, and he thought to himself that Xia Yan definitely wouldn't die, so it didn't matter what he did. Not allowing Zhu Xingtuan to escalate the situation any further was Feng Yuan's last act of kindness at that moment. Zhu Xingtuan glanced at Feng Yuan's changing expression, and as he lowered his cane, he calmly explained, "Don't worry, I know Xia Yan's body very well. He definitely won't be harmed at this level." As a martial arts master, Zhu Xingtuan would occasionally observe Xia Yan and Feng Yuan's bodies so that when they couldn't handle the monsters, he could formulate training plans. However, plans often couldn't keep up with changes. While Feng Yuan was still within Zhu Xingtuan's expectations, Xia Yan was showing remarkable growth, gaining strength every day. Zhu Xingtuan couldn't understand it and could only attribute it to Xia Yan awakening his light power further, along with a special ability that allowed him to become stronger quickly. The speed of this growth was unprecedented, and Zhu Xingtuan thought that it might be worth having Hikari study it later, as it had been a long time since the Light Kingdom had seen a new pillar of strength. He remembered that before leaving, only Max and Miraboy had decent strength among the younger generation. Just as he was thinking about this, the door of the overturned bus swung open with a clang, and Xia Yan crawled out, covered in dirt and looking furious. He glared at Zhu Xingtuan and angrily shouted, "Captain, are you serious? You just had bad luck and fired accidentally." Zhu Xingtuan was unfazed by Xia Yan's gaze, his expression calm. Seeing Zhu Xingtuan's demeanor, Xia Yan quickly walked up to the three of them and said with indignation, "That was a new bus that Director Yuan bought. As the instigator, Captain, you must compensate." He wasn't upset about being blown up. It was mainly because the bus wasn't his. Zhu Xingtuan glanced at the bus, which was emitting black smoke, and said without changing his expression, "I didn't expect the damage caused by the monster to be so severe. Director Yuan's newly purchased vehicle was unfortunately damaged in this battle against the monster. As compensation for the residence property, as the captain of the Max team, I am duty-bound to report this." Xia Yan was taken aback, looking at Zhu Xingtuan's serious nonsense with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After his report, the one who would pay compensation to the Kunzhangxi had turned into the United Nations, while Zhu Xingtuan just had to move a pin and wouldn't have to spend a dime. Who knows, the Kunzhangxi might even thank him after hearing this. What way to shirk responsibility. Truly a Shoei rogue with a thick skin. At this moment, after throwing the blame away, Zhu Xingtuan turned his gaze to Xia Yan and sternly questioned, "That's not important. What's important is you. Why did you run just now? Your behavior of avoiding responsibility is chilling. Do you know how many families have been torn apart because of the destruction caused by the monster Canidras?" Zhu Xingtuan launched into a barrage of scolding, his expression one of frustration, just like when he had previously PUA'd Feng Yuan. It was as if he was doing it effortlessly. Hearing this, Feng Yuan beside him looked even more self-reproachful. However, Xia Yan was not easily fooled by Zhu Xingtuan. Such words would only work on Feng Yuan. So he simply shrugged and retorted, "If that's the case, then why didn't the first generation transform when Canidras appeared?" Feng Yuan's self-reproachful expression froze. After Xia Yan pointed this out, even he, no matter how foolish, began to have doubts. He looked at Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation, his eyes filled with clear inquiry. Indeed, why did the first generation just watch? Zhu Xingtuan's serious expression stiffened. This brat really needed to be dealt with. The first generation, seeing the flames of battle coming to him, not wanting to take the blame, thought for a moment and said, "I gave all my energy to Xia Yan yesterday and haven't recovered yet." Hearing this, Xia Yan was filled with question marks, looking at the first generation in disbelief. "When did I take your energy?" However, Feng Yuan immediately believed it upon hearing this, realizing that the senior had a valid reason. At that moment, the first generation's body suddenly swayed, appearing weak as he continued, "Because I haven't recovered, my body can no longer transform." Feng Yuan, seeing that the first generation seemed about to fall, believed it again. He hurriedly stepped forward to support him, his tone filled with nervous concern as he asked, "Senior, are you okay?" The first generation looked at Feng Yuan, who had come to support him, feeling inexplicably guilty towards this young man. Should he say he was straightforward or too naive to believe this? If it weren't for giving my energy to Xia Yan, I would definitely have transformed when Kenidras appeared. Ultimately, the first generation couldn't deceive the young ones like Zhu Xingtuan did. So he continued, "It's nothing. My body will recover naturally later." "You're full of crap." Xia Yan couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Chudai with wide eyes, saying, "Nissen, doesn't your conscience hurt? When I came to find you yesterday." Clearly, before he could finish, Chudai suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yan, quickly covering his mouth. Worried that the matter would be exposed, Chudai hurriedly used his telepathic ability to quietly say, "Don't let it slip. Our plan hasn't started yet." Xia Yan's expression of anger paused, and he subtly glanced at the star cluster. Then he heard the first generation continue, "There's no need to bring that up again. I've already forgiven you." Hearing this, Xia Yan immediately glared at the first generation and swatted his hand away from his mouth. "What the hell? What are you forgiving? You didn't give me any light energy at all. This is slander, defamation." Xia Yan looked directly at the first generation, who was about to say something, trying to deflect the blame, when Feng Yuan suddenly appeared in front of him and accused Xia Yan-san. "How could you do this?" The first generation senior couldn't transform to deal with the monster because he ran out of energy, and this is all your fault. Feng Yuan hadn't considered that the first generation might be lying, and perhaps he was also a bit motivated by personal vendetta. He immediately began to berate Xia Yan, making the first generation feel a bit awkward. This young man was quite serious. Xia Yan was originally prepared to refute the first generation, but was suddenly caught off guard by Feng Yuan's words and turned his gaze towards him. "Oh, so that's how we're playing it." A cold smile appeared on his face as he immediately retorted, "Feng Yuan, who was it today that refused to train and insisted on going to accompany Baizi? I couldn't even drag him back." As he spoke, Xia Yan gestured towards the first generation beside him. The two had an undisclosed deal, and after a moment of weighing the situation, the first generation decided that it was more important to throw his younger brother under the bus. He immediately turned to Feng Yuan with a serious expression. "Feng Yuan, how can you be so negligent and drag Xia Yan into this? This is simply ridiculous." Feng Yuan was left dumbfounded by this remark. His face was filled with confusion as he looked at the first generation, completely caught off guard by this betrayal, leaving him in shock. "No, I was trying to help you, senior." Zhu Xingtuan, watching from the side, looked a bit surprised. He could see through the earlier words of the first generation, which were clearly an attempt to avoid blame by misleading Feng Yuan. However, now he was helping Xia Yan lecture Feng Yuan, which made him wonder, how did these two become allies? But it wasn't the time to get caught up in these matters. Zhu Xingtuan knew he couldn't sway Xia Yan, so he interrupted their blame game. "All right, stop shifting responsibility. The monster Kenidras is hiding behind the moon, and it will soon be ready to attack again. The radar of Team Mike may not always work, but sometimes it becomes quite powerful, even capable of detecting areas near Pluto." Now that Zhu Xingtuan had discovered the monster's location, he relied on the radar to determine its approximate position. With a serious expression, he looked at Xia Yan and Feng Yuan, his tone leaving no room for doubt as he issued his orders. "The most important thing now is for you to quickly master a way to deal with the monster." After saying this, he fixed a stern gaze on Xia Yan, his voice severe, "Especially you, Xia Yan. Next time the monster attacks, you will be the first to fight. If you can't take down Kenidras, it proves you haven't trained enough." At this moment, Zhu Xingtuan had already calculated how to make Xia Yan pay attention to his own strength. Relying on external power was only temporary. He needed to make this reckless kid understand that only his own strength would count in the long run. Ever since learning about Xia Yan's abilities, Zhu Xingtuan had been worried that if this kid's strength increased too quickly, he might become reliant on borrowing energy from other Ultramen. Always borrowing would only lead to his downfall. Xia Yan still didn't know that Zhu Xingtuan was thinking about getting back at him. He cast a sidelong glance at the other party, thinking he was just making excuses, wanting him to end up like Leo and then arrange for training. It was just the monster Kenidras. At this moment, Xia Yan was full of confidence. With his current abilities, he really didn't need to take the opponent seriously. If it dared to show up again, it would only meet a shattered end. The reason Leo had such a hard time in the early stages was mainly because he hadn't mastered the light skills. And what skills did the monster Kinedras possess? It could even catch light blades. Catching a light blade barehanded was not a problem at all. Looking at Xia Yan's confident expression, Zhu Xingtuan's gaze held a different meaning. The kid still had to face more setbacks. Indeed, only through countless trials can one achieve growth. What Mike's team radar detected was not just the mere monster Kinedras. After advising Xia Yan and Feng Yuan to go to the secret base for training, Zhu Xingtuan didn't say anything more. The secret base had always been prepared, and now there was no need to trouble to Siyu and Zhangxi anymore. If these two kids' training was always seen by others, it would easily lead to assumptions and suspicions. Xia Yan originally wanted to fly directly to the moon, find a monster Kinedras, and deal with it. However, after a second thought, he realized that while he knew it was on the far side of the moon, he had no idea about its exact location. Rather than spending time searching slowly, it would be better to wait for the opponent to come to him. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had received the power of hope from humanity. Since he was already helping Earth eliminate the monsters, he should at least gain something in return. Earthlings were not Ultraman, and Xia Yan wouldn't selflessly help humanity like Feng Yuan and the others without expecting anything in return. Meanwhile, on the far side of the moon, the monster Kinedras was hiding in a crater, trembling and silently replenishing its strength. It had originally heard that Leo Ultraman had appeared on Earth and intended to come, but halfway there, it learned that the descendants of Ultraman were also on Earth. Thinking it might not be able to defeat two Ultramen, Kinedras decided to turn back, only to encounter four aliens. One of them had somehow shrunk it, leaving it with no ability to resist. Now, having narrowly escaped, Kinedras just wanted to quickly get away from Earth, as its strength was rapidly recovering. The yellow part on its chest was also plumping up. Once its energy was replenished, Kinedras flapped its wings and was about to fly out of the crater. In the next moment, three aliens suddenly landed. With a loud crashing sound, Dada, Zarabu, and Keemer formed a triangle, surrounding Kinedras in the middle. Upon seeing the three aliens, Kinedras stiffened. How is it these three again? Kinedras, you seem to have recovered well. Now, cooperate and go invade Earth for destruction, or else, Dada said, brandishing a shrink ray gun, aiming it at Kinedras' head. The law of the jungle in the universe was always present, and Dada's words left no room for negotiation. Roar. An angry roar erupted from Kinedras' mouth. Seeing Dada, it immediately understood why it had been shrunk before, and the yellow air sac on its body quickly heaved. It opened its mouth to unleash a jet of high-temperature flames. However, Dada was clearly prepared, and seeing that Kinedras was unwilling to cooperate, it immediately pulled the trigger. The shrink ray released a white beam, which struck Kinedras and instantly shrank it, then sealed it in a bottle. The blue transparent bottle was made of cosmic metal, and the power of Kinedras' high-temperature flames had decreased to a very low level, unable to damage the bottle in the slightest. Dada shook the bottle, causing Kinedras to feel dizzy. Seeing this, Keemer suggested, I think one monster is not enough. How about we catch another one? Chapter 57. Brotherhood is thicker than blood. Brother gets beaten, I act deaf. It was said that there was a demon planet, Black Star, in the solar system surrounding Earth. As Zarabu spoke, its mouth kept moving, the small hollow resembling a chrysanthemum. It continued with a sinister chuckle. On Black Star, there are a large number of disk creatures. Their resources must be very scarce. If they knew Earth was rich in resources. It paused, its yellow bean-like eyes looking at Keemer and Dada, its words trailing off into a chilling low laugh. Although Zarabu didn't finish its sentence, Keemer and Dada understood its meaning. One planet had scarce resources, but was home to powerful disk creatures, while another planet was resource-rich yet inhabited by a group of weak humans. The implication was clear. Keemer and Dada exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They were certainly happy to see such a situation, as they could benefit from it. However, after thinking for a moment, Keemer hesitantly said, but I've heard that disk creatures are mostly irritable, and we not only have a numerical disadvantage, but we also can't match their strength. What should we do? Seeing Keemer bring this up, Zarabu, surprisingly out of character, stepped forward and volunteered, leave this to me. My transformation technique will definitely work to lure them over. It's safe to say that the intelligence of aliens varies. Dada didn't know why Zarabu would want to undertake this thankless task, but it didn't stop him from agreeing. Zarabu, you are truly amazing. Don't worry, Keemer and I will definitely wait for you on Earth. Yes, yes. Keemer nodded, his face full of emotion, grasping Zarabu's arm and saying earnestly, having you with us is truly our luck. Seeing this, Dada quickly grabbed Zarabu's arm, also looking moved. Zarabu, with a look of "if I don't go to hell, who will?" resolutely shook off their hands. "We are comrades fighting side by side. What's the big deal?" After saying this, it didn't wait for the two to respond and flew into the sky, leaving behind a trail of sound. Wait for me to come back. However, Zarabu's true intention was to use the disc creatures to conquer Earth, and then wait for Kemer and Dada to achieve results before stepping in to reap the benefits. Surely, if Lord Mephiles knew it had also conquered Earth, he would be very excited. At this moment, Kemer and Dada were looking up at Zarabu as it flew away. Both aliens felt a bit puzzled. Why was Zarabu so enthusiastic? However, their minds clearly did not allow them to think it through. Once Zarabu completely disappeared, Kemer finally asked Dada, "Are we really going to wait for that guy, Zarabu?" "Wait for what?" Dada sneered, holding the shrink ray in hand. "Let's catch another monster and directly invade Earth. Don't worry about what Zarabu is doing. We'll grab the salty egg hero and leave." After thinking about it, Kemer felt this made sense. It was okay for the two of them to share the credit, and who knows, maybe on the way back, there would be other opportunities to take all the credit for themselves. Feeling pleased, coincidentally, Dada was thinking the same thing, and both of them had their own thoughts. And coincidentally, the Cosmic Alliance also had its plans. Earth, secret training base. On the way, Xia Yan and Feng Yuan bought some extracurricular homework, but unfortunately, there was no time to deliver it to Omitada. It was just a few exercise books, not too many. He hadn't lost his mind to the point of buying several kilograms. Although he said that, after all, Xia Yan had experienced the fear of being overwhelmed by a pile of homework himself back in the day, and he wasn't going to use that to bully a little kid. Just sending a few books as a gesture was enough. He couldn't just because he had been caught in the rain, then knock someone else's umbrella away. Feng Yuan's enthusiasm had a bit of an effect, and Xia Yan felt like he was a good person. As he thought this, he turned his head to the side, where the clanking sound of machines was incessantly ringing. He didn't know how the Zhuluan group managed to create a machine that simulated the Knidra's attack in such a short time. The crescent-shaped horns were in the center, with two pincers on either side resembling crab claws. Feng Yuan was staring intently at the machine, wearing a black training suit, gritting his teeth, and suddenly let out a loud shout. He assumed the stance of a cosmic boxing technique, circling around a few steps before charging straight at the machine. Then, with a dull thud, Feng Yuan's head was struck by the metal horn. He was immediately dazed, sitting down on the ground with a thud, blood flowing from his forehead. Xia Yan couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a pain just from watching. He thought that if he practiced like that, he would end up with his head blown apart by the training method of the Zurixing group before he even defeated the monster Knidras. He watched as the sharp tip of the horn was once again aimed directly at Feng Yuan's head. Seeing that Feng Yuan seemed dazed and unresponsive, Xia Yan had an idea and used his ultra-telekinesis. Red energy attached itself to Feng Yuan, quickly pulling him away from the machine and directly in front of him. "I told you the captain's method was wrong, but you didn't believe me and insisted on trying it." As he spoke, he noticed that Feng Yuan had a blank expression, so he waved his hand in front of his eyes. "Feng Yuan?" However, there was still no response, and Xia Yan's heart suddenly sank. "Oh no, he can't be knocked silly, can he?" At that moment, Feng Yuan, whose head was still buzzing, barely came back to his senses upon hearing Xia Yan shout. He looked up, ready to respond, when suddenly a big slap appeared in his line of sight. Smack. "Feng Yuan?" The sound of that slap was crisp and had a remarkable effect. Feng Yuan instantly woke up, glaring at Xia Yan with angry eyes. "Damn it. You dare to hit me?" "No." Xia Yan denied it instantly without thinking, and defended himself without hesitation. "There was a mosquito on your face, so I help you swat it." He then grabbed Feng Yuan's arm, his expression and eyes full of sincerity. "We're brothers. How could I bear to hit you?" While saying these sincere words, he was actually worried that Feng Yuan might suddenly want to fight him, so he was ready to absorb energy to weaken him at any moment. "Is that so?" Feng Yuan listened with skepticism. He touched his own face with the hand that wasn't grabbed, his tone very doubtful. "Are you really not doing it on purpose?" "Trust me." Xia Yan's expression was firm, worried that Feng Yuan would continue to question him, so he shifted the topic. "The main thing is important. The captain's training method is wrong. I think you should practice like this to be effective. Waking up as a girl and becoming a giant of light. Why does this plot seem so familiar? No way. The invincible me will never lose to monsters and aliens." Chapter 98. The Feng Yuan covered his cheek, looking confused, although his expression was still skeptical. He couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "How should I practice?" Compared to being slapped, he thought it was more important to quickly learn how to defeat the monster Knidras. Other matters could be dealt with later. "Listen to me and practice. Seeing that Feng Yuan was asking and not hesitating, Xia Yan raised his hand and pointed to the horn of the machine, explaining, "Do you see the crescent-shaped horn? It is the horn on the head of the monster Canidras, which can be controlled by brain waves to form a throwing dart attack." And then, Feng Yuan nodded in confusion, still not quite understanding. At this moment, Xia Yan had no intention of deceiving him and said affirmatively, "What you need to do is to catch a blade with empty hands." Hearing this, Feng Yuan's eyes brightened, and his expression became thoughtful as he couldn't help but mutter, "Empty hands, catching a blade." The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and he looked up at Xia Yan with excitement in his eyes, asking Xia Yan-san, "How should I practice specifically?" The sudden change in address left Xia Yan speechless. When there was a problem, it was Xia Yan-san, but when there wasn't, it was Xia Yan bastard. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was quite convenient to trick him, so he didn't mind these details. He pointed at the metal horn still swinging on the machine and, with a flicker of thought, released a mental shot explosion. With a loud bang, flames erupted, but the metal horn was only charred black and did not break in half. "Xia Yan-san?" Feng Yuan asked with a hint of confusion. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan's expression stiffened, and upon hearing Feng Yuan's puzzled tone, he felt like he was being mocked. His expression darkened, and he muttered in a defensive tone, "It's just training. The captain actually made this thing so tough." Clearly with bad intentions. After placing the blame on the Galaxy team, Xia Yan raised his hand and tossed out an 8-point light wheel. Meanwhile, he thought about needing to train his Ultraman mental power to level up. The metal on Earth was not as hard as cosmic metal, and the 8-point light will smoothly sliced through the horn. However, that was not the end. The 8-point light wheel continued its momentum, cutting into the machine without any obstruction as if coated with lubricant, and quickly penetrated through. After a burst of black smoke rose, the machine began to crackle and then exploded with a loud bang. The deafening sound left Xia Yan in silence. Feng Yuan beside him was dumbfounded, thinking, is this training or destruction? His expression was one of shock, and he looked at Xia Yan with suspicion. Facing Feng Yuan's gaze, Xia Yan chose to ignore it, his eyes drifting as he said, "We won't need it anyway." As he spoke, he released his Ultraman mental power, controlling the cut-off metal horn to fly in front of Feng Yuan, his expression becoming serious. "Let me demonstrate once. Come, throw this horn at me." After the words fell, Xia Yan used his Ultraman mental power to control his body to move back, creating some distance. Seeing this, Feng Yuan picked up the metal horn from the ground, looked at Xia Yan across from him, and reminded him, "Xia Yan-san, I'm going to throw it." With that, he gripped the metal horn tightly with both arms and suddenly hurled it forward. The metal horn streaked through the air in a silver arc, aiming straight for Xia Yan's face. In the next moment, Xia Yan clapped his hands together in front of him, instantly catching the horn between his palms. Catching a projectile at this speed was no problem for Xia Yan, especially when even light skills could be used to defend. Feng Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes, that's it." While he was thrilled about this, he suddenly heard Xia Yan shout a reminder, "Feng Yuan, the enemy's sword is your sword." As he focused on the sound, he saw Xia Yan turn and exert force, throwing the metal horn back. The silver arc was getting closer, causing Feng Yuan's eyes to widen in shock. "Xia Yan, you bastard!" Instinctively dodging to the side, the metallic horn whizzed past Feng Yuan's shoulder. Startled, he felt a shiver run through him. If that had hit, it would have been disastrous. Before Feng Yuan could question Xia Yan, he heard him shout again, "Focus! Feng Yuan, the training has already begun." The whistling sound came again from behind, and Feng Yuan instinctively crouched down to avoid it, his heart racing. A few strands of hair fell to the ground, and once he realized what was happening, Feng Yuan felt his scalp tingle. Is this even something a person can train for? "Xia Yan, you better stop." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he charged at Xia Yan, yelling loudly with a face full of shock and rage. However, seeing Feng Yuan approach, Xia Yan calmly floated up with his psychic power. "Feng Yuan, we are brothers. How could I possibly harm you? This is all for your own good." As he spoke, the psychic force moved, and the metallic horn was projected towards Feng Yuan again. Whether he had any thoughts of personal revenge in his heart, only he knew. Of course, Xia Yan wouldn't really harm him. The metallic horn looked frightening, but it was all under his control. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuan immediately turned to run, but there was no way his legs could outrun the control of the psychic power. Xia Yan deliberately controlled the situation while making the metal horn continuously vibrate. So each attack was accompanied by a whistling sound. Hearing the increasingly close sound behind him, Feng Yuan quickly dodged to the side. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he looked up with a dejected expression on his face, as if wearing a mask of pain. Damn it, Xia Yan, you bastard. Huh. Upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, Xia Yan immediately became displeased and shouted at him with a fierce gaze. If you have the guts, don't run. Come at the horn. A silver flash shot out. At that moment, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth, staring at Xia Yan, and stood still, replaying the words he had just heard in his mind, and quickly coming to an understanding, empty-handed to catch the blade. The enemy's sword is my sword. With a clap, he brought his palms together to clamp the metal horn, then suddenly leaped into a flip, throwing the silver flash. Damn! This situation startled Xia Yan, but fortunately, he had sharp perception skills and instinctively brought his palms together in front of him to catch the metal horn again. No way, Feng Yuan, are you serious? Without throwing the object in his hand again, Xia Yan landed in front of Feng Yuan with an unhappy expression. Having calmed down from his anger, Feng Yuan felt quite regretful just now, but upon seeing that Xia Yan was unharmed, he snorted coldly and didn't want to say anything. Xia Yan wanted to say something to comfort him, as the previous training had indeed been quite thrilling. However, at that moment, the communicator beeped. After pressing to connect, the voice of Zhu Xingtuan came through. The monster Canedras has appeared in the mountainous area near the South City Sports Center. You and Feng Yuan need to come over immediately. Chapter 59, Light What? Feng Yuan was the most anxious one, as everyone in the South City Sports Center had a close relationship with him, and by Z was on the verge of becoming his romantic partner. As he exclaimed, he intended to head to the patrol vehicle, but Xia Yan grabbed his arm. Don't be anxious. If we go like this, we'll have to wait forever. Just watch me. Don't resist. I'll take you there right away. Saying this, he took out the transformation device and pressed it. As Feng Yuan turned to look, a sphere of light enveloped him, and then they shot up into the sky, breaking through the roof. Xia Yan initially intended to also use the metal horns to get Feng Yuan to close his eyes and practice sharpening his perception skills. However, there are times for personal grievances during training, and given the urgent situation with Canedras attacking, especially near the South City Sports Center, he decided to set that thought aside for now. Training can happen anytime. There will always be opportunities for Feng Yuan to fall into a pit. With such a good brother looking out for him, Xia Yan felt happy for Feng Yuan. All right, there's also Zhu Xingtuan. Xia Yan thought to himself, while Feng Yuan, wrapped in the sphere of light, had mixed feelings. The resentment from the earlier training with the metal horns had mostly dissipated by now, and he even felt a bit grateful. Xia Yan-san knew I was worried about Baizi, and he actually transformed and flew over without hesitation. He really is someone I shouldn't have criticized before. Feng Yuan has once again added Xia Yan to the good person list, but I wonder when he will be kicked out next time. In the mountainous area near the Changnan Gymnasium, the monster Canedras has appeared again, and it seems unusually irritable, indiscriminately destroying everything around it. After being captured and shrunk by the Dada aliens and locked in a bottle made of cosmic metal, Canedras realized it could not resist despite its struggles. These aliens were determined to make it invade Earth. With anger boiling inside and nowhere to vent, it thought of the rumors in the universe that Ultraman and Leo Ultraman seemed to be just SOSO in power. Thus, Canedras decided to give it another shot. Maybe it could defeat these two Ultramen? This monster attack had become different. Everyone in the Changnan Gymnasium evacuated immediately upon receiving the news. So the siblings Yumida Do and Yumida Kaori were no longer in crisis like before. Canedras swung its crab-like claws on its beastly arms, causing buildings to collapse with a single touch. Even the power transmission towers were directly blown apart by its horn on the top of its head. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of breaking air rang out. The Mike Team aircraft circling around fired laser missiles at Canedras, bombarding it continuously. Unfortunately, the effect of these missiles was still just smoke without any damage. Zhu Xingtuan had already informed the first generation of their plan, and the two of them were beside the Roddy battle vehicle on the ground. Seeing that the missiles fired from the Mike Team aircraft had no effect on the monster, he couldn't help but show some concern on his serious face. Humanity must grow quickly, but this level of power is simply not enough to resist those dark aliens. Although Zhu Xingtuan felt anxious about humanity's future, he still had restraint and did not intend to teach Earthlings the technology of the Land of Light. Only a correct heart can master powerful forces. Otherwise, early exposure would only be counterproductive. Since the weapons currently equipped on the Mike Team aircraft had no effect on the monster, continuing to engage would likely result in unnecessary sacrifices. With this thought, Zhu Xingtuan made a decision, especially since he sensed that light energy was rapidly approaching. He picked up the communicator and issued an order to the team members on the Mike aircraft. All personnel retreat. But Captain, the monster hasn't been repelled yet. Jukiyama's unwilling voice came from the communicator. We can't just retreat like this. What's the difference from being cowards? Ever since his eyesight was restored, Jukiyama chose to join the Mike team the next day, wanting to fight alongside Ultraman. With the lowered entry standards of the Mike team, Jukiyama easily passed and rapidly rose to the ranks of formal members, as it would be strange not to be selected given his excellent combat skills. The Mike team felt that anyone could join since there was a condition in the selection criteria to engage in close combat with aliens of the same height, a condition that was abundant in the Showa era. Due to Zhu Xingtuan's usual authority in the Mike team when he issued orders, people like Kuroda and Aoshima believed his decision without hesitation and immediately piloted the Mike aircraft away from the monster. However, newcomers often have a rebellious streak. After Jukiyama retorted to Zhu Xingtuan, he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, he continued to fire missiles at the monster with the aircraft. Zhu Xingtuan's gaze sharpened at this scene, and he angrily shouted into the communicator, Jukiyama, what are you doing? Follow my orders. Retreat immediately. With only one Mike aircraft left in front of the monster, this undoubtedly put its life in danger. Hurry and retreat. That's an order. Zhu Xingtuan's stern reprimand echoed from the communicator of the Mike aircraft. However, Jukiyama did not comply with the order to retreat. His gaze through the aircraft's window fell on the panicked people fleeing, realizing he was once like them. But now that he had decided to bring light to more people like Ultraman, how could he retreat here? If even the Mike team withdrew, wouldn't the monster turn to harm more people? Staring intently at the monster's head, Jukiyama's gaze became incredibly firm. If the skin couldn't be breached, then the eyes must be weak. With the remaining ammunition in the aircraft, if he detonated it all at once, the monster would surely be unable to withstand it. With this thought, he gritted his teeth, pulled the control stick, and drove the Mike aircraft straight toward Kanidra's eyes. The communicator of the aircraft emitted Zhu Xingtuan's furious voice. Jukiyama, what are you doing? Come back. You'll lose your life. Captain, since I joined the Mike team, my life has long ceased to matter to protect more people. Jukiyama's words were plain yet filled with determination. The Mike aircraft drew closer to the monster, and Kanidra's opened its mouth to spit out a stream of high-temperature flames. But Jukiyama's gaze remained unwavering. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Jukiyama felt his vision blur, and the Mike aircraft was enveloped in a large hand glowing with light. With a thud, accompanied by a roar of the Ultraman like a rogue, the silver giant executed a swift back kick, striking Kanidra's and sending it stumbling to the ground. The force hit the yellow part of the monster's chest, where it stored cosmic gas, causing the high-temperature flames it was spewing to abruptly stop. Seizing this opportunity, Xia Yan, who had transformed into the silver giant, performed a backflip to create distance from the monster. Looking down at the Mike aircraft he was holding, he had deliberately controlled his strength and used light energy to protect the aircraft, avoiding any accidental crushing. The bulbous eyes reflected Jukiyama's figure, and looking at the Mike team uniform he wore, the person who once despised the Mike team had now joined it with the determination to protect more people. Was this because of his influence? Ultraman, Jukiyama, seeing the silver giant's gaze upon him, felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as they were now in close proximity. I want to fight like you against the monsters and bring hope to more people. Hearing those words filled with sincere emotion, Xia Yan felt a complex mix of feelings. It turned out that the changes he had brought about were gradually happening without him realizing it. A small red light flickered on Jukiyama, and after some thought, he chose not to absorb it with his abilities, instead stabilizing it with the surging light energy. Courage's power? Good eyes and will. Perhaps unexpected surprises would happen in the future. I understand, but Xia Yan's bulbous eyes stared at Jinyama, and in his tense expression, he gently said, only by preserving your own life can you achieve more in the future. If you impulsively think about going down together, wouldn't that mean more people cannot be saved? Jinyama was taken aback by these words, and upon reflection, he realized the truth in them. Monsters couldn't just appear this once. If he were to perish along with the enemy this time, then what would happen the next time a monster appeared? Understanding that he had been too impulsive, a look of shame emerged on his face, and with a tone of regret yet determination, he said, I understand now, Ultraman. Next time, suddenly, Jinyama sensed an attack coming, and he stopped his words to loudly warn, watch out behind you. The monster Kanidras saw that Ultraman dared to turn his back on it. It certainly wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. With its beastly arms, it charged forward. The crescent-shaped horns instantly detached and flew out, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Xia Yan's head. However, ever since he gained his keen perception abilities, sneak attacks had become ineffective against him. Even while holding the mic fighter in his palm, a simple sidestep allowed him to evade the incoming attack. And one more thing, my name is Ultraman. Xia Yan felt that he needed to find Zhu Xing Tuan afterward to change the title of Ultraman. While speaking, he extended his palm towards the distance, and a beam of white energy formed. Referencing Nexus's rescue beam, he used his understanding to directly conjure an Ultraman beam on the spot. Although this Ultraman beam couldn't whip and bind the enemy like a rope, it was sufficient to send the mic fighter to a safe area. By the time Jin Shan came to his senses, both he and the fighter had already completely distanced themselves from the battlefield, looking towards the massive silver figure in the distance. He firmly declared, "Ultraman, I remember what you said." Beside the Roddy vehicle, Zhu Xing Tuan let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Jin Shan being rescued, his expression one of contentment. Xia Yan, this mischievous kid, may be a bit unruly at times, but his heart is actually kind. It seems he still needs some education. The 3,000 years of learning in the land of light must not be neglected. At this moment, after he relaxed, he suddenly realized he could transform, and with his second brother watching, he couldn't help but worry earlier. After being unable to transform for so long, Zhu Xing Tuan had forgotten he had an Ultra Eye in his arms. At this time, the first generation was deep in thought, with Ultraman appearing to save humanity. Both sides were harmonious. So the question arose, who am I? At this moment on the battlefield, Xia Yan dodged again, using an Ultra Beam to throw Feng Yuan out as Kanidra's returning horn came back. When the white beam dissipated, Feng Yuan sat down at Zhu Xing Tuan's feet, stunned for a moment before quickly standing up, ready to transform with his arms waving. However, as soon as he lifted his arms, Zhu Xing Tuan and the first generation skillfully reached out and restrained his arms. The familiar Roddy vehicle and the three familiar faces appeared. "Captain, Senior, what are you doing?" Feng Yuan looked at the two of them in shock. Zhu Xing Tuan quickly took off the lion's eye from Feng Yuan's finger, his face serious, as he said, "Xia Yan needs training. Feng Yuan, you cannot transform." "That's right." The first generation nodded in agreement, also speaking sternly. Xia Yan must understand that he cannot rely too much on external forces. Only his own strength is the most important. With his arms held by Zhu Xing Tuan and the first generation, upon hearing their words, Feng Yuan suddenly understood why Xia Yan hadn't come to help him earlier, feeling enlightened in his heart. However, Feng Yuan agreed with his philosophy, so he didn't realize he was being misled. He still remembered Xia Yan's good intentions. And for a moment, he hesitated. Isn't this a bit bad? What if Xia Yan? Don't worry, the first generation interrupted Feng Yuan, patting him on the shoulder. We have a lot of experience in this matter. Didn't you come out fine last time? Feng Yuan thought about it, and indeed, the worst that happened was being knocked out of transformation, and that little pain was nothing. To be honest, he genuinely believed that this method could help train one's character. On the battlefield, when Xia Yan saw the familiar Roddy vehicle and the three people looking up at him, and heard what they said, his face darkened. He realized it was probably Zhu Xing Tuan's doing, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "I'm not Feng Yuan, so let me show you three what I can do in my basic form." With Kanidra's horns back on its head, Xia Yan turned his body sideways, tilted his head slightly, and beckoned with his hand. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze and actions were reminiscent of Egel, and the effect was obvious. Provoked and belittled like this, Kanidra's, with its not-so-high intelligence, was instantly filled with anger. Roar! As it roared, the beast immediately bent down, charging at Xia Yan with its horns aimed at him. The massive body of the monster came crashing in, and Xia Yan bent his legs slightly, lowering his center of gravity. When the huge horn was right in front of him, he suddenly clapped his palms together. Boom! As his palms met the horn, a shock wave erupted upon contact. At the same time, with a dull sound, Xia Yan only stepped back slightly, but managed to forcefully take Kanidra's charge. The force from his palms transmitted down the horn, leaving Kanidra's dazed. In the next moment, another surge of power erupted, and before the beast could react, Xia Yan slammed it hard into the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, a large amount of mud and sand was kicked up. In the rolling dust, Xia Yan grabbed Kanidra's massive horn with one hand, and while stepping forcefully on Kanidra's back with his other foot, he began to form an 8-pointed light wheel. Just as he was about to raise his hand and chop down, his keen perception suddenly sensed a crisis approaching from behind. Where's that noise coming from? The speech limit at one point was lifted. I originally wanted to prevent blackouts, but I'll just wait until the shells are up before opening up again. Compensating with a chapter. Brothers, Feel free to speak your mind. Chapter 61. Oh no, I'm on the left. Releasing the horn he was holding, Xia Yan suddenly exerted force with his foot on Kanidra's back. As he kicked it, sending it rolling on the ground, Xia Yan used the momentum to flip backward to dodge. Just as he moved aside, a white beam shot past. Upon landing, Xia Yan's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look in the direction of the incoming light, where two human-sized aliens came into view. The Kamer alien was immediately alarmed and hurriedly shouted to the nearby Dada alien. He found us. Quick, throw that Kali alien over. Just as the words fell, an 8-pointed light will slice through the air, and the two aliens immediately dodged to the sides. The light will rolled across the ground, cutting deep trenches, and the splintered rocks scattered, hitting both the Kamer and Dada aliens in the face. Oh, that hurts. Damn salty egg Ultraman. The Dada alien covered his shoulder, which was hit by the stones, raising his miniaturized gun to shoot. Boom! The Kali alien transformed into a monster, crashing down to the ground and kicking up a lot of dust. Its entire body was green, with a tail and insect-like features on its head, and two massive horns sprouted from its shoulders. Xia Yan immediately recognized who this monster was. In the original plot, this guy was like a minotaur, specifically targeting married young women. If that wasn't impressive enough, he was also the culprit behind Feng Yuan being hit by a jeep. However, he didn't have time to deal with him now. As Super Jack the Bracelet said, when outnumbered, take out the aliens first. The two monsters in the arena were clearly the two aliens below, causing trouble. The Chimerian and the Didarian, these two aliens were more troublesome. So he needed to strike first and launch a sneak attack while they hadn't grown large yet. With this in mind, Xia Yan quickly formed a cross with his hands, and the energy instantly gathered. Just as the edges of his palms began to glow with energy, he noticed the monster, the Kalan alien, charging straight at him. Xia Yan's face darkened instantly. Damn, is this monster's brain broken? The Dada aliens and the Kamer aliens have captured you using shrink rays, and now I want to eliminate them, and you still help them? Damn, are you stupid? To be honest, the Kamer aliens really are stupid compared to the captured monster Canidras. When they found it, it actively requested cooperation. And so, this scene unfolded before us. As the Kamer alien charged towards him, Xia Yan couldn't afford to be as arrogant as before. The charging attack of the Kamer alien was completely different from that of the monster Canidras. He leaped into the air, twisting his body, and the energy he had just gathered did not dissipate. With his arms forming a cross, he aimed at the Kamer alien's back, and the spatium ray was instantly unleashed. Zing! A spark exploded like a circuit, since Xia Yan was in midair and adjusting the aim of the ray in a hurry. The spatium ray only grazed the Kamer alien's back. But this was not just a scratch. It was like scraping the bones. The Kamer alien felt as if its back had split open, and it threw its head back, roaring and turning around. With the two horns on its shoulders flashing with energy, two chain-like green rays were released from the two horns on its shoulders, converging in the middle to increase their power. As soon as Xia Yan landed, a chain-like green light surged towards him. He immediately retreated and flipped to create distance, not forgetting to find an opportunity to shoot out a blast mixed with a thought power. Boom! The super thought wave created by the ultra thought power exploded in front of the Kali alien, generating a mushroom-shaped fireball. This instantly interrupted its beam attack, causing it to roar in pain while covering its face with its beastly claws. The 2-on-1 battle situation was very unfavorable for Xia Yan. Just as he dealt with the Kali alien, Canidras had already gotten back on its feet and charged again. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, "Can't you wait to die?" He quickly sidestepped to dodge the monster Canidras. As the charging horn collided, Xia Yan boldly reached out with his arm, grabbing the opponent's head and exerting force to pin it down. Following the momentum of the charge, he executed a shoulder throw, smashing Canidras hard into the ground. Boom! A dull, loud sound erupted amidst the rising dust. Before Xia Yan could catch his breath, the Kali alien was already charging at him like a mountain. Having sensed the situation, he remained calm, gripping Canidras' horns tightly as it roared with bared teeth. All his ultra power converged in his arms, lifting the entire beast, Canidras. Abruptly, just as the Kali alien charged in front of Xia Yan, it was struck by the swinging Canidras. The several tens of thousands of tons of weight came crashing down, instantly halting the Kali alien's momentum, causing it to fall heavily to the ground with its head buzzing. Canidras didn't fare well either. Not only was it used as a hammer, but the force from the Kali alien's charge also impacted its body, nearly knocking it out on the spot. The two monsters fell to the ground, struggling to get up after being stunned by the blow. Xia Yan, who had long since taken the opportunity to retreat, quickly crossed his arms. The white spatium ray shot out instantly, but unexpectedly, the Kali alien charged again. He intended to increase the energy output of the spatium ray, but the next moment, he saw the two sharp spiked horns on the opponent's shoulder releasing green light to neutralize the spatium ray as it charged. Xia Yan was suddenly taken aback. Oh no! He accidentally stood to the left. At this moment, the Kalian was about to collide right in front of him. Without time to think, knowledge surged in his mind, and he instinctively jumped up, spreading his legs apart while pushing both palms forcefully towards the Kalian's head. I am the Ultraman jump horse, just dodging this fierce impact. Before he could catch his breath in midair, the horn on Kanidra's head shot towards him like a streak of light. As the light was about to hit him, Xia Yan twisted his waist and exerted force, smoothly rotating his body to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack. In that fleeting moment, he gathered red energy in his feet and kicked out, executing a spinning kick that instantly exploded that streak of light. The explosion of the horn caused Kanidra's brainwaves to backfire, making its beastly brain ache. The Kalian, which passed under Ultraman Jump Horse, felt an immense humiliation and turned around, charging at him again with red eyes. Xia Yan, just landing, wanted to gather an 8-point light wheel to take down the monster Kanidra's. But seeing the Kalian charge again ignited a fire in his heart. Damn, you bull-headed creature. I initially wanted to have a fair fight with you, but this society's treachery has made me realize there's no other way. Then let's have a showdown. Xia Yan thought as he raised his hand and pulled out the transformation device, pressing it directly. After hard work gathering materials from other Ultramen, what's wrong with using them today? No more pretending. I'm ready to back up my bag. Chapter 62. Since I'm here, UltramanLeo Light Control. The strong photon energy was instantly released, and the transformation sound effect rang out. The phantom of UltramanLeo appeared behind Xia Yan, and as the Kalian charged towards him, he slapped the transformation device onto himself, causing a powerful ability to gather and explode. Ultraman Lion King form. Boom! A dull crashing sound echoed, and Xia Yan, who skillfully triggered the invincible frame of transformation, didn't even wobble. Instead, the Kalian's head buzzed. Then it noticed that after the light flickered in front of it, a massive silver-red giant with bulging muscles was looking down at it. The giant was even larger than the Kalian, appearing incredibly imposing, and it couldn't help but feel a sense of dread in its heart. Its feet instinctively wanted to retreat, but at this moment, it saw the silver-red giant's large hand reaching out. Xia Yan suddenly grabbed the sharp horn that grew on the shoulder of the callous alien and pulled it hard. With a rogue-like Ultraman roar, a painful cracking sound echoed as the horn was forcefully torn from the shoulder. As the Ultraman power erupted, the horn was ripped off in an instant, with green liquid gushing out. It can be said that it truly deserves to be a bull-headed monster, as its entire body, even the blood, was green. A painful roar erupted from the callous alien's mouth. The intense pain, like bones breaking, instantly cleared its foggy mind, and in its struggle, the remaining horn made a desperate thrust. However, Xia Yan casually slashed with his hand, instantly severing that horn as well, leaving the callous alien's shoulders completely bare. On the other side, the monster Kanidra's couldn't help but cover its head with its beastly claws upon witnessing this scene, its eyes filled with terror. It was simply too brutal. The sight alone felt painful. Seeing the salted egg Ultraman, Kanidra's seemed to think it wasn't noticed and planned to sneak away. It did not want to face this Ultraman any longer. Unfortunately, Xia Yan had been paying attention to the monster Kanidra's all along and naturally wouldn't let it escape. Just now, weren't you two trying to gang up on me? Now I'll show you a thing or two. Why run? His sturdy arm reached for the callous alien's head, his hands clamping down on its neck like iron hoops. Then he bent down and exerted his strength to swing it up. The entire callous alien was thrown into the air. At this moment, the monster Kanidra's had just flapped its wings a couple of times and hadn't taken off yet when the callous alien came crashing down like a meteor hammer. With a loud bang, the two monsters collided. As they rolled and struggled on the ground, they looked up to see the salted egg Ultraman slowly approaching. They immediately let out fearful roars, frantically scrambling in different directions. The gazes of the two monsters directed at the salted egg Ultraman simultaneously conveyed one message. Don't come over here. Xia Yan would not indulge them because of this. He stepped forward, reaching out with his strong hands towards the struggling monsters. Kanidra's and the Kalians, seeing this scene, became even more terrified and screamed louder, their limbs thrashing on the ground as if they wished they could grow a few more legs. Just a moment ago, the two monsters had been so aggressive, and now they were desperately trying to escape. However, it was obviously too late for them to realize this. Suddenly, Kenidras and the Callians felt their tails being yanked hard. No matter how they struggled, their bodies remained in place. Don't be anxious. This will teach you what courtesy is. Cool. With a roar of Ultraman battle cry, Xia Yan rooted his stance and unleashed power with both arms, causing the Callians and Kenidras to be violently slammed together. Boom! The two monsters felt their heads buzzing, and before they could react, they were lifted again and smashed down hard. Achieving the supreme Gaia 9 throws was not difficult. First, the strength of the arms had to be strong enough. Xia Yan now temporarily meets this condition. Leo's arm strength is already outstanding among Ultramen, and when combined with his own power, even if there are two monsters, it won't stop him from slamming them down. From a distance, Feng Yuan saw this overwhelming scene and felt his originally worried heart relax. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit lost. Xia Yan had become so strong, yet he still hadn't grown much. Thinking of his lost homeland, his father, mother, and younger brother Astra, he wondered if things would have turned out differently if he hadn't been so playful and had trained harder back then. Now that he was on Earth, wanting to protect the planet and Baizi, he still hadn't mastered powerful abilities. As Feng Yuan thought of this, he looked towards a battlefield, where the silver-red giant was smashing two monsters, and his gaze became more determined. No, he must work twice as hard. He has to practice all the techniques Xia Yan mentioned. Since he doesn't have Xia Yan's abilities, he can only train, and train again. This second hometown, Earth, is something he must protect with all his strength, and he absolutely cannot lose it again. With these thoughts, Feng Yuan stared intently at the silver-red giant, thinking that Xia Yan seemed to have unique insights in training, always quickly finding the key points. He should seek his advice more often. As a good brother, although Xia Yan sometimes inexplicably pulls pranks on him, he shouldn't refuse these requests. However, as Feng Yuan was lost in thought, his gaze caught the lion mane-like head of the Ultraman, and he froze in surprise. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt, and after recalling for a moment, his face lit up with realization. So that's it. This design is just like my father's. No, wait. My father passed away a long time ago. Suddenly reacting, Feng Yuan's eyes widened, glaring angrily at the silver-red giant that was slamming the monsters. Xia Yan, you damn it! As Feng Yuan gritted his teeth in anger, Zhu Xingtuan realized that it didn't have the desired effect. He turned to the first generation and said, Nissan, it's time for us to take action. At this moment, after the fusion transformation, Xia Yan's power seemed to have doubled, far exceeding Zhu Xingtuan's expectations. They had no choice but to resort to other methods. On the other side, the Chimoralians and Dada aliens, seeing how powerful the salty egg hero was, began discussing how to escape. They might not be very smart, but that didn't mean they would foolishly seek death. Going back wouldn't be beneficial, so they might as well look for another way out. That's right. That guy from the Myphilus aliens. I've long seen how insidious and vicious he is. It's perfect to sell his information to others. The Dada aliens and Khmer aliens came to an agreement, planning to leave Earth and seek refuge with other forces, while also selling out the Myphilus aliens. Just as the two aliens were preparing to leave, Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation appeared from both sides, quickly blocking their escape route. The two rascals smiled. Gentlemen, is the scenery of Earth beautiful? Since you're here, why not stay a little longer? Chapter 63. Who spread the rumors? Looking at the two Earthlings in front and behind them, the Khmer aliens and Dada aliens found it amusing. They exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts, and displayed disdainful expressions. Two weak Earthlings dared to block our way, truly unaware of their own insignificance. The Dada alien walked towards Zhu Xingtuan, raising the miniature gun in his hand, and coldly said, It's just right. I haven't collected human specimens yet, so let's try you. How dare these ants challenge us? The Chimor alien, with a sinister smile, approached the first generation, its antennae swaying like filth, saying, I haven't heard human screams yet. Let us see what it feels like today. The two aliens walked towards Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation. Thinking they were just two Earthlings, their movements appeared exceptionally arrogant, with an attitude that seemed to disregard life itself. Zhu Xingtuan didn't say much, instead pulling out the ultra glasses from his pocket, while the first generation similarly took out the beta magic wand. Joe, wash the socks. With the sound effects of the ultra transformation, 7 and the first generation Ultraman appeared in their full forms. The Khmer and Dada aliens froze in their tracks, their expressions shifting from mockery to terror as they looked at the two Ultramen. At this moment, 7 and the first generation began to approach them, causing the Kaimuer and Dada aliens to slowly retreat. The situation had completely reversed. As they retreated to back, the two aliens felt utterly helpless. Damn it! Who spread the rumors? Who said 7 couldn't transform again? Isn't he perfectly fine? Moreover, the strength of the salty egg hero was completely different from the rumors. They still didn't know what Leo was like, but what was going on with this first-generation Ultraman in front of them? With 2 Ultraman brothers guarding Earth, who the hell was spreading these malicious rumors? The Kaimuer and Dada aliens were now filled with regret, immense regret for coming to Earth. Zhu Xingtuan, transformed into 7, stared at the 2 aliens and said in a low tone, "Gentlemen, I'm giving you a choice now. Go defeat that Ultraman over there." He pointed at Xia Yan in the battlefield, his voice laced with temptation. "If you win against him, I will let you go." After Zhu Xingtuan's words, the Kaimuer and Dada aliens exchanged glances, their expressions akin to CPUs overheating, filled with confusion. No, this is Earth. How can there be Ultramen fighting against Ultramen? The 2 aliens weren't very bright to begin with, and they couldn't comprehend the logic behind this. The Dada alien, fearing a trick, trembled against the Kaimuer alien and nervously asked, "As long as we defeat the salty egg hero, you will let us go?" Upon hearing this, the first generation knew it was time to perform, so he coldly snorted and said, "That guy is just a fake. He is not an Ultraman at all. Defeat him, and you can leave." Upon hearing this, the Dada alien and Kaimuer alien exchanged glances, and the 2 aliens began to have their suspicions. It seemed that the salty egg hero was not the son of the first-generation Ultraman. The rumors in the universe were indeed false. Cautiously, the Kaimuer alien asked again, "You won't go back on your word, will you? Who do you think I am?" Zhu Xingtuan replied, patting his armored chest with dissatisfaction, folding his arms and saying, "We are the Ultra Brothers. We never stoop to lying." "That's right. We Ultramen never break our promises," the first generation affirmed as well. Hearing this, the Dada alien and Kaimuer alien exchanged glances, feeling reassured that they could give it a try. Better to live than die. Even the vicious aliens of the Dark Forces didn't want to die. Besides, with the great reputation of the Land of Light in the universe as top-tier gang forces, 7 and the first-generation Ultraman, as Ultra Brothers, wouldn't do anything to tarnish their reputation. Thus, the Kaimuer and Dada aliens immediately nodded in agreement to 7 and the first generation. Isn't it just a salty egg hero? Let's do it. Compared to facing the 2 infamous Ultra Brothers, the Kaimuer and Dada aliens felt that the salty egg hero would be easier to deal with. At least there was a chance of winning, and with that thought, the 2 aliens directly giantized. At this moment, Feng Yuan arrived beside Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation, looking perplexed and asking, "Captain, Senior, are we really going to let them go?" They came to invade Earth. Zhu Xingtuan, who had already undone his transformation, while stuffing the ultra glasses back in his pocket, glanced at the still naive Feng Yuan. He maintained a calm expression and replied, "What Zhu Xingtuan said about letting them go has nothing to do with me, Captain Mike." Feng Yuan was taken aback by this response. "Young man," the first generation stepped forward, patted his shoulder with a grin, and said earnestly, "You still need to learn more from that Xia Yan kid. Be more flexible and not so rigid. Just because I said not to take action, does that mean I said you and Xia Yan shouldn't take action?" This. Feng Yuan's mouth opened in shock. Realizing what was happening, he was filled with disbelief. The captain and the senior were simply pulling off a trick. They casually said a few words and tricked the 2 aliens into running off to be tools. The depth of the Ultra Brothers' schemes was too profound. And even Xia Yan was similar, still the innocent one from L77. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reminisce about his hometown, where there weren't these inexplicable tricks. As he pondered, he suddenly realized something was off. The captain had transformed? "Captain Yu." Feng Yuan's expression was filled with astonishment, and just then, he saw Zhu Xingtuan suddenly shake. He fell to the ground, looking weak, and said, "To train Xia Yan, I had to use hidden energy. You mustn't tell him." Zhu Xingtuan spoke in a low tone, and so Feng Yuan believed him. At this moment on the battlefield, the monsters Kanidras and the Kali aliens had already been thrown into a state of paralysis by Xia Yan. The scene was quite similar to when the Hulk violently threw Loki around. The 2 monsters lay helplessly in a deep pit, every part of their bodies in intense pain. But they could only groan in agony, unable to roar or scream. They looked like they were taking in more air than they were expelling. On the verge of passing out, Xia Yan looked at the 2 monsters that no longer showed any signs of resistance and felt that it was time to completely eliminate them. He raised his hand and formed an 8-pointed light wheel. then swung his hand down forcefully to cut. The heads of Kanidra's and the Kali alien fell to the ground. And after a brief twitching of their bodies, they fell silent. Just as he had dealt with the two monsters, Xia Yan sensed an attack coming from behind. He dodged just in time as a white beam flew past. Recognizing the familiar light, he turned to look in the direction it came from. Amidst the rumbling explosions of the two monster corpses, his chin slightly raised in surprise. Oh, the Kaimel alien and the Dada alien. These two giant cosmic beings appeared in his sight. Seeing that the shrinking gun was ineffective, the Dada alien gathered energy in its eyes and shot out two pink beams. However, Xia Yan's figure suddenly disappeared, using instant teleportation to appear right in front of the Dada alien. He reached out with a large hand and fiercely grabbed its neck, lifting it up while staring intently. Mai ohimatama oka. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 64. This method is effective. The Dada alien's body was composed of black and white stripes, but its head was a cube-shaped object. As Xia Yan grabbed its neck and lifted it up, the pink light beams released from its eyes shot straight up into the sky. With his strong arms applying pressure, the Dada alien felt it was about to suffocate. The pink beams in its eyes stopped, and its form disappeared and teleported away. Xia Yan found himself grasping at nothing, and then turned to discover the completely black Kaimel alien. The figure overlapped and moved at high speed towards him, and a funnel-shaped antenna on its head was spewing purple liquid. Xia Yan felt a bit disdainful about this, and once again used his teleportation ability to change positions. He suddenly appeared behind the Kaimel alien, looking down with a gaze of superiority as his large hand reached out and grabbed. He forcefully seized the tentacle on the opponent's head, interrupting the purple elimination fluid that was being sprayed. With a strong pull and swing of his arm, the entire Kaimel alien's body was sent flying and then crashed to the ground with a loud bang. Just as it felt a wave of soreness throughout its body and had not yet reacted, a blinding white light flashed in its vision. A fleeting pain shot through its neck, and then its consciousness quickly faded away, slipping into eternal sleep. Xia Yan held up the severed head of the Kaimel alien, the high-speed rotating 8-point light wheel in his hand still spinning. No, what he was holding was a variant of the 8-point light wheel, which should be called the Ultra Disc Blade, in terms of sustained output and cutting ability. Even the director of the meat processing plant in the Land of Light praised it. He casually kicked the Kaimel alien's corpse away, unable to suppress a hint of amusement in his tone. What used his high-speed movement in front of instant teleportation? The flames spread amidst the explosion of the corpse. Xia Yan swung his hand and smashed the head of the Kaimel alien to the side, while turning his head to ask, with such poor invisibility, how do you make a living in the universe? Under the gaze of Ultraman and his perception abilities, the transparent invisibility of the Dada aliens posed no problem for him in seeing his enemies. The head thudded against the Dada alien's head, and the residual energy from the subsequent explosion left it in a disheveled state while it was still invisible. Its form also reappeared. It reached up to wipe the remnants of the corpse from its head, looking terrified at the spot where the Kaimel alien had died, which was now only left with a few flames still burning. The Dada alien looked at Xia Yan in fear, its whole body trembling as it backed away, shouting in a tone full of bravado, but trembling inside, "Don't come over. Ultraman, I'm backed by the Myphala's aliens. Stop right there." Xia Yan's face darkened instantly upon hearing the words, and he vanished from his original spot in a flash. He reappeared behind the Dada alien, his gaze sharp as he raised his strong arm. "I'll make you scream for Ultraman." Just as the Dada alien sensed something and turned around, a large silver hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! With a dull sound, the Dada alien was sent spinning through the air by the powerful slap. His head buzzed, and amidst the chaos, he vaguely saw the figure of his long-deceased great-grandmother. It took a moment for the Dada alien to regain his senses, recovering from the shock of the blow. At that moment, he lay on the ground, and seeing Ultraman so close made the fear of death surge within him, causing him to leap into the air. Without hesitation, he spread his arms and activated his flying ability, desperately fleeing towards the Earth's atmosphere. He no longer cared about the threats from the Ultraman brothers. If he didn't run, he would definitely be beaten to death. With Ultraman's physique and the fact that his transparent ability had been seen through, making it impossible to sneak attack, and coupled with the instant teleportation being countered, the Dada alien understood he was no match for him. He didn't want to end up like the Kaimel alien, reduced to ashes, breaking through the white clouds high in the Earth's atmosphere. He just needed to pass through the outer space of the atmosphere. Just as he was secretly relieved that Ultraman hadn't pursued him, the next moment, The giant silver-red figure appeared in front of him. After conjuring a spinning light wheel larger than his own body, Xia Yan used instant teleportation to catch up with the Dada alien in an instant. In the midst of the Dada alien's astonished gaze, the rapidly spinning light wheel was thrown. Zing! The power of the long-charged light wheel was even stronger. It smoothly sliced the Dada alien's body in half from head to toe without any obstruction. The cut left behind red sparks, and the two halves of its body fell towards the ground, exploding in mid-air into a pile of powder, which was blown away by the wind into dust. Flying so slowly, what are you trying to escape from? Xia Yan muttered as he felt the energy drain, then transformed into a light mass and flew towards the ground. This tactic was reminiscent of the cosmic Street Fighter Dana, teleporting to block the enemy and then hitting them with a big move. However, Xia Yan had only mastered 2 light skills at this point. Considering that the previous Dada alien had endured a hit from the first generation's Spatium Ray without dying, he decided to choose the stronger cutting power of the light wheel. To be safe, he charged up and increased the energy output, making the light wheel larger than his body before launching it. The power certainly did not disappoint him, smoothly slicing through the Dada alien's body without any hindrance. Pondering this, he felt he had grasped some essence. The cutting power of the light was truly effective. Just look at the smooth, instant kill feel. The director of the meat processing plant in the Land of Light did not deceive me. It's exhilarating, as long as the strike is fast and sharp enough. The aliens 1T feel pain, which is truly merciful. Meanwhile on the ground, the other stars watched the process of the Kamer alien and the Dada alien being killed in an instant, and they fell into silence. Isn't Xia Yan's ability a bit too outrageous? After dealing with 2 formidable monsters, he still has the energy to take care of 2 aliens. Is this really a little Ultraman who has just awakened the power of light? Zhu Xingtuan feels like his understanding has been shattered, turning to look at Feng Yuan beside him, and sighs at his age of over 5,000 years. Without comparison, there's no harm. Better not to mention it. Feng Yuan, who is being looked at inexplicably, feels a hint of offense in the captain's gaze, but he can't pinpoint what it is, so he can only scratch his head. Meanwhile, the first generation shows a contemplative expression, then looks at Zhu Xingtuan with suspicion and says in a low voice, "Tuan, is this what you call a plan to train character? It's arranged well, but don't mention it again next time." This is practically equivalent to sending someone to their doom. The first generation feels that Xia Yan not only didn't get trained, but might actually be thinking about how to obtain the light energy of other Ultraman. Zhu Xingtuan's serious expression stiffens, and he is about to say something to argue when Xia Yan's light orb flies in front of him, transforming back into human form with a displeased look. "Captain, you must have known about the Kaimu Star People and the Dada Star People long ago, so you need to give me an explanation." Chapter 65. Captain, learn from this Zhu Xingtuan. This old fox is truly cunning. If it weren't for him, Xia Yan would probably have stepped right into this deep pit today. He might have ended up like Feng Yuan when he faced the Zaluki people, getting beaten to the point of losing his transformation. After all, he has dealt with 4 enemies this time. Even the Super Bracelet Ultraman would have to call it impressive. The 3 of them gathered together, wanting to see him get beaten up. This is simply top-notch grass. The more he thinks about it, the angrier Xia Yan becomes, and his gaze sweeps over the 3 of them, filled with hostility. Feng Yuan is almost overlooked. This guy gets sold out and still has to count the money for others. With his fighting intelligence, don't expect him to find a way to scheme against others. In contrast, the first generation is more suspicious. The first generation feels uncomfortable under Xia Yan's gaze, remembering that there's still a plan that hasn't been carried out, and he avoids making eye contact with Xia Yan, saying, "I originally wanted to help, but Tuan Wun Ti let me transform." Hearing this, Xia Yan is speechless, looking at the first generation with disbelief. "Don't mess around. Last time we tricked Feng Yuan like this, you agreed really quickly. This time is probably similar. If he is not mistaken, it must be Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation working together to stop Feng Yuan. Otherwise, with Feng Yuan's straightforward character, he would definitely have stepped in to help. However, if there is a mastermind, it's definitely Zhu Xingtuan who arranged it." Captain, thinking this, Xia Yan looks at Zhu Xingtuan, but just as he turns to the other side, his shoulder is already tapped. Well done. Zhu Xingtuan has long understood Xia Yan's character, so he doesn't say much and directly states, "This is your reward." As he speaks, light energy flows from his hand into Xia Yan's body. Penetration ability LV1, 0100, Ultraman 7's Light 2, a power similar to wall passing ability, using intention to let the body pass through material barriers. However, Xia Yan is not very satisfied. He grabs Zhu Xingtuan's arm and says, "Captain, I just fought bravely for the Earth, eliminating a monster and 3 whole aliens." His eyes are bright, implying that this amount of light energy is not enough, and he wants more. Most of the monsters that appeared with Leo were indeed transformed from aliens. So that is not wrong. Zhu Xingtuan's face darkens, directly pulling his arm out of Xia Yan's grip, and says expressionlessly, "No, don't disturb me while I handle the aftermath." Saying this, he doesn't bother to deal with Xia Yan anymore and limps away with his cane, clearly not planning to give him anything. Xia Yan was taken aback, watching Zhu Xingtuan's back as he left without a word, hesitating to speak. Huh, really not at all? The captain has changed. He no longer gives as much energy as before. People these days are so heartless. However, even though Zhu Xingtuan didn't give much, he didn't extract energy directly when he grabbed Xia Yan's arm just now. After all, the current focus is on voluntariness. With Zhu Xingtuan yielding no results, Xia Yan's gaze shifted to the original generation beside him. The original generation initially wanted to find an excuse to slip away when Zhu Xingtuan left, but soon, Xia Yan grabbed his arm. "Brother," while calling out affectionately. He leaned in front of the original generation, staring directly at him, his tone filled with expectation as he said, "I've sweated for the Earth. I've bled for the Earth. Don't you plan to show some appreciation?" Hearing this, the corner of the original generation's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He didn't believe a word from this brat. However, feeling a bit guilty, he sighed helplessly and still transmitted energy to Xia Yan. What a sin. It's better not to stay on this Earth. Perhaps because their transformed appearances were similar, the original generation didn't scrutinize Xia Yan like Zhu Xingtuan did. To be honest, when he first arrived on Earth, he believed Zhu Xingtuan's nonsense about the Gate of Light, treating Xia Yan like a big son, only to find out it was fake. After resolving the misunderstanding in their relationship, although the original generation felt a bit disappointed, he still regarded Xia Yan as a younger brother. After all, they looked so alike after transforming that it instinctively made him feel close. As everyone knows, the youngest always receives the most affection. The last time someone had this treatment was Taro. Theoretically speaking, in terms of close relationships, even Dreamebius would have to put Xia Yan behind him. Therefore, he was quite generous in giving energy, directly inputting a large amount of light energy into Xia Yan's body. Binding Light Ray LV1-0100, Ocean Spatium Ray LV1-0100, Original Ultraman Light. For the information about the light skills received in his mind made Xia Yan unable to hide his joy. Brother Man is really generous. The Binding Light Ray can be combined with the Ultraman Beam for use, so in the future, he will also have control over light skills. In terms of effects, it has already become quite similar to Nexus's Rescue Beam, just with a different color. As for the Ocean Spatium Ray, its release color is rainbow-like, and in terms of power, it's several times stronger than the ordinary Spatium Ray. It can only be used without pressure when energy is sufficient. But Xia Yan's current basic stats are higher than those of an average Ultraman. Using a few shots after transforming is not a problem, not to mention the fusion evolution for a secondary transformation. Of course, the decisive factor here is the energy of the Ultraman. As long as one's will is strong enough during battle, there will always be a way to squeeze out some energy. Just like when Zero was knocked out by Belial, he was still able to break through his limits and turn the tide. The power of belief transforms into courage, turning the impossible into the possible. That is Ultraman. The light beings of the heart do not adhere to logic, making it difficult to explain where Ultraman's power comes from. Although Xia Yan currently does not possess idealism, he can utilize the light of other Ultramen to merge and elevate his own life level. Gradually, he will be able to master both science and idealism. The first generation, giving off a pale complexion and appearing weak as if drained of energy, was observed by Ni Sang. Seeing his condition, Xia Yan quickly supported the first generation and channeled a surge of light energy into him. My abilities have recently improved. We can exchange energy. The first generation, who had originally looked pale, visibly regained his strength. His complexion became rosy, his waist no longer ached, and his legs felt strong again, making him look revitalized. After glancing at Xia Yan in surprise, the first generation smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good, come find me again tomorrow." If energy could be exchanged this way, he no longer felt resistant to it, since his body wouldn't weaken as a result. The thought of leaving Earth faded from his mind. This mischievous child may be a bit unruly, but his nature is still kind-hearted. Xia Yan smiled like sunshine, satisfied with Man Ji's answer. The two exchanging light energy wouldn't become weak, but but it couldn't exploit any bugs, as the original hadn't yet converted it into his own energy. Chapter 66. The Original. I accidentally learned something incredible again after receiving satisfactory light skills from the original. Xia Yan's gaze shifted to Feng Yuan, filled with anticipation. Although Feng Yuan's talent was entirely focused on combat, he had many other abilities. Just thinking about it made one envious. So Xia Yan approached Feng Yuan and said directly without any concealment, "Feng Yuan, as good brothers, when so many enemies were attacking me just now, you didn't transform to help." As he spoke, his face was filled with indignation. "And you even conspired with the captain against me. I was so anxious to get you to the scene before." Xia Yan knew in his heart that Feng Yuan was likely being held back by the Star Group in the first generation, but he pretended not to know. Sure enough, after hearing this, Feng Yuan's face showed a look of self-blame, and he didn't explain the situation at the time. Feeling quite guilty, he raised his hand and extended his arm in front of Xia Yan, saying, "Xia Yan-san, go ahead and absorb it," with a heroic expression. Feng Yuan looked as if he was walking into a sea of fire, not even asking if it was an exchange of energy. At that moment, in his human form, he still couldn't actively separate energy from his body. Xia Yan certainly wouldn't be polite with Feng Yuan. Since he was so generous, there was no need for any pretense. He reached out to grab Feng Yuan's arm and activated his ability, but he didn't just absorb energy without feedback. Feng Yuan felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, followed by a surge of energy entering him. His eyes were filled with surprise and gratitude as he looked at Xia Yan. Meeting Feng Yuan's gaze, Xia Yan sincerely said, "What kind of relationship do we have? How could I let you be weak?" Xia Yan's words immediately moved Feng Yuan to tears, and he felt even more guilty. While he skillfully played the emotional card with Feng Yuan, Xia Yan was actually checking his new skill. Timer Light LV-1-0-100, UltramanLeo's Light 2, fires a powerful destructive beam using the energy timer on Ultraman's chest. But then a question arose. My body is the new Ultraman, and I don't have something like an energy timer. Damn it. After receiving the information, Xia Yan felt uneasy. How can I use it without that organ? Does it mean I have to wait until I go to the Land of Light and stick an energy lamp on my chest to release this skill? I also wonder if the technological side of Ultraman's body can add an energy timer. Logically, there shouldn't be a problem since the energy timer from the Land of Light is also made using technology. It's just uncertain whether it's compatible with the new Ultraman's body. This light skill is better than nothing, right? Having it is better than not having it. Thinking this, Xia Yan looked at Feng Yuan, who was still visibly moved. Seizing the opportunity, he said, "By the way, you still owe me 2 portions of light energy, and this time it can't count." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression stiffened as he recalled the earlier situation where he was caught off guard. Suddenly, he didn't feel so guilty anymore, but he had no intention of shirking responsibility. "I understand, Xia Yan." Feng Yuan nodded, indicating he wouldn't forget. After pondering for a moment, he hesitated and said, "There's one more thing I don't know if I should tell you." "What is it?" Xia Yan released his arm, looking puzzled. Feng Yuan's face showed signs of conflict. After considering for a while, he felt that Xia Yan should know. So, he gritted his teeth and said, "Captain actually wanted to train your temperament, and even used hidden transformation energy for that. Right now, he is very weak." As he spoke, Feng Yuan's expression revealed concern, clearly worried about the state of the Zhu Xing team. Seeing this, Xia Yan was taken aback, watching Feng Yuan's concerned expression about the Star Alliance, and for a moment, he was speechless. "Wait, you actually believe him? This excuse sounds like complete nonsense. It feels fake no matter how you listen to it. And what about hidden energy? There's the golden iron beast right here." Feng Yuan, unable to bear seeing Feng Yuan being deceived any longer, Xia Yan reached out and patted his shoulder. With a serious tone, he said, "Instead of believing what the Star Alliance says, you might as well believe that I can help you set up a temporary enhancement. This is not just empty talk. With the current level 2 ultra driving evolution, it can indeed allow Leo to temporarily gain a fusion form during battle, providing a comprehensive boost. Since the exchanged light energy will be consumed, it can probably last for the duration of a fight. But even so, a small enhancement is still an enhancement, right?" Feng Yuan was taken aback by Xia Yan's words, and a bit confused. He asked, "What's wrong, Xia Yan-san? The captain is actually a really good person. He can be trusted." Xia Yan rolled his eyes at Feng Yuan in a speechless manner. Great. Not only was he sold out, but he was also counting money for others and reminiscing about his good qualities. "As expected of you." Sighing and shaking his head, Xia Yan felt that Feng Yuan was probably beyond saving. Those who understand, understand. I can only say that the waters here are too deep. It doesn't matter if you don't understand now. You'll eventually figure it out. I hope you won't blame me for not reminding you when that time comes. As Xia Yan said this, he suddenly remembered something, and with a sun-like radiant smile, he added, "By the way, Feng Yuan, when we beat up Sero in the future, make sure to call me." Huh? Feng Yuan looked confused, feeling that Xia Yan's words were quite complicated. He asked with a puzzled expression, "What does that even mean? Who is Sero, and why do I need to beat him up?" Xia Yan stretched out his arm to wrap around Feng Yuan's shoulder, casually saying as they walked, "All right? Stop asking. You'll know later. Let's go train now." "No, Xia Yan, you have to tell me." At this moment, Feng Yuan felt a surge of curiosity, clearly wanted to know what was going on. But Xia Yan only smiled mysteriously at him and deliberately remained silent, pretending to be a riddle maker, which infuriated Feng Yuan to the point where he wanted to hit someone. The first generation, however, understood Xia Yan completely. A strange light flickered in his eyes as he speculated. Could it be that the Zhu Xing Tuan really has a biological son? From the tone of Xia Yan's earlier words, it sounded like he was discussing something ordinary, as if it were supposed to be that way. Did this kid know some important news, but refrain from saying it out of concern for Zhu Xing Tuan's reputation? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed to the first generation, and his expression immediately darkened. What kind of trouble was his younger brother causing? He was irresponsible with relationships back then, and now he had an illegitimate child outside. This couldn't continue. He had to correct his brother's mistakes. With this thought in mind, the first generation's expression turned grave, and he immediately set off to search near the southern gymnasium. In the plan discussed between Xia Yan and the first generation, they only knew the general location but were unaware of the specific address, and what wasn't mentioned in the TV show was also unknown to him. As the first generation set out to investigate, he felt heartbroken. The group was heading down the wrong path, and, as an older brother, how could he stand by and do nothing? "Siwen, you're so selfish. Anu should know the truth about all this. I'll tell her on your behalf, so you understand what responsibility means." Chapter 67. Yes, it's me, the Iron Pant alien. On Magma Star, there lived a group of Magabatsi aliens. They were originally one of the top dark forces in the universe, but after a large number of troops were led to invade other planets, Magma Star fell into unprecedented weakness. After the Supreme Commander, General Vorgan of Magma, took the army to invade L-77 Star and D-60 Star, he never returned to Magma Star. Even the two combat leaders, Magma Yulab and Magma Luaba, did not remain stationed on Magma Star. News of L-77 Star's destruction reached them, but for some reason, there had been no news from D-60 Star. This left the few remaining Magabatsi aliens no choice but to hide and not dare to show themselves, fearing that the Light Kingdom would come to settle accounts. The initial intention to eliminate L-77 Star was also partly because it was a small Light Kingdom. Vorgan of Magma did not dare to confront the Light Kingdom, so he went for L-77 Star instead. Unfortunately, he ended up losing more than he gained. It remains unknown whether the three high-ranking officials of Magma are still alive. Currently, the status of Magma Star has plummeted. Their reputation in the universe was already in shambles. Fearing that some enemies would come looking for trouble, especially during this time when the Light Kingdom was targeting dark forces, it was best to stay as low profile as possible. Unfortunately, just when it rains, it pours. The news of the destruction of L-77 Star by the Magabatsi aliens had spread throughout the universe, as it was known as a small Light Kingdom. Rounded up, it could be considered a slap in the face to those Ultraman gangsters in the M78 Nebula. Thus, today, an alien wielding a magic club arrived on Magma Star to stir up trouble, seeking to challenge a strong opponent. This notorious yet powerful dark magician, the Plashan alien, had a monkey-like face and long, pointed ears covered in gray and draped in a gray robe. The weapon it wielded may appear to be just a club, but in fact, it was a universal magic wand capable of casting any spell. The Plashan alien had a very nasty personality, enjoying bullying the weak in the universe to enhance its own reputation. Recently, its fame had reached a bottleneck, and in order to elevate itself further, it needed to step on other powerful aliens. It did not dare to provoke the Dark Emperor Ampera, and upon hearing that Magma Star had destroyed L-77 Star, it immediately came here. At this moment, it held several mini Magabatsi aliens in its palm, who were struggling incessantly. This was the effect of a shrinking spell, which even enlargement spell could not break. Hee. The Plashan alien let out a strange laugh as it brought its face closer to its palm and blew. The mini Magabatsi aliens were immediately blown around in its palm, casually inserting the magic club into the ground. The Plashan alien extended two fingers and pinched one of the Magabatsi aliens by the head, lifting it up to its face with a sinister grin. "Where's your commander, Vorgan?" Bring him out to pledge allegiance to me. The status of the Ampera alien was something every alien in the universe aspired to, and the Plashan alien also intended to build its own power. Although these Magabatsi aliens were somewhat weak, they could still serve as cannon fodder. The mini Magabatsi alien being held by the head glared angrily at the Plashan alien. If it weren't for the fact that Vorgan and the others had returned, how could this guy possibly be a match for Magma? Truly, a tiger falling to the plains is bullied by dogs, when the three Magma Masters were still around. Who dared to run wild on Magma Star? Now, in a situation where they were powerless to resist, the Magabatsi aliens did not dare to provoke the Plashan alien. We have an irreconcilable feud with UltramanLeo. Unless you can help us deal with him, we will never pledge allegiance to you. This was the only idea that the Magabatsi alien could think of. Surprisingly, upon hearing the name Ultraman, the Plashan alien couldn't help but show some interest. Oh? UltramanLeo. What feud do you have with you Magabatsi aliens? It had bullied every alien in the universe, but had yet to bully an Ultraman. Leo is the prince of L77 star. Seeing the other party's interest, the Magabatsi alien exaggeratedly said, "That guy isn't particularly strong, but he used tricks to cause heavy losses to our Magma army. This grudge is one we Magabatsi will never forget." The mini-Magma alien spoke with certainty, as if the facts were exactly as it claimed. However, the reality at that time was that the sudden explosion of planet L77 had caused heavy losses to the army. After the incident, a command from Magma Wooligan was received, ordering Magma Eula and Magma Loba to mobilize the remaining station troops to join forces. Unfortunately, there has been no news since then. Otherwise, with the strength of Magma Star, even if the Plashirians could win, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. There is no way it could be as easy as now, casually casting a few spells with no Magma aliens able to resist them. At this moment, a sinister smile appeared on the monkey-like face of the Plashirian, and the more it thought about it, the brighter its eyes became. The Prince of L77 was an Ultraman, and his strength wasn't impressive either. Was there a better way to gain fame than this? Moreover, Earth was a place protected by those Ultramen from the Land of Light, but now they must be too busy to care. If they defeated Leo and destroyed Earth, wouldn't that be equivalent to slapping the face of the Land of Light? Just imagine a weak race like Magma managed to gain notoriety in the dark forces of the universe by destroying the small Land of Light, L77. So if they wanted to increase their prestige, what faster way could there be than to slap the face of the Land of Light? With such thoughts, the Plashirian couldn't help but let out a strange cackle. As for the fact that there was another Ultraman, the Salted Egg Superman, on Earth besides Leo, it didn't take it seriously. The Plashirian had heard some news from the universe recently, and, as the Prince of L77, Leo was a weak Ultraman. How strong could the Salted Egg Superman be? The Plashirian wasn't unaware that rumors shouldn't be fully trusted, but it was very confident in its own strength. Apart from the Ampera alien that it hadn't challenged, none of the aliens it had encountered so far were its match. Additionally, the mini-Magma alien kept flattering and feeding it malicious gossip, continuously talking about the benefits and stating that all Magma aliens would look up to the Plashirian leader once the task was accomplished. The more it listened, the more elated it became, and it directly grabbed the magic stick, making a deep decision. Just a mere Salted Egg Superman and Leo Ultraman, they could be dealt with. Chapter 68. The heart of enthusiasm should not be diminished. A beautiful day began with the turmoil of Feng Yuan. Unfortunately, perhaps due to training too hard these days, Feng Yuan refused to practice with Xia Yan today, no matter what. Of course, the biggest possibility was still because of Bai Zi. Xia Yan watched as Feng Yuan and Bai Zi, who were chatting and laughing while going to change clothes, shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Wasn't it just because during yesterday's training, he got a little carried away and used the Cosmic Fist technique without holding back, ending up with a bruised face and sore all over? Now, they wouldn't even train with him. It's a shame that he selflessly taught them so many fighting skills and even shared his keen perception ability. The world is truly cold. When Bai Zi came knocking, he didn't even think and just ran off with him. Feng Yuan, Bai Zi is too deep for you to handle. Xia Yan felt that Feng Yuan's identity seemed to have been noticed by Bai Zi, though he didn't know how it was exposed. However, there would be no problem in the development of their relationship. It just depended on whether Bai Zi would reveal it first or if Feng Yuan would take the initiative to confess his identity. The only issue might be the difference in their lifespans. Even in the new generation of Ultraman, there has never been one that ages and dies, while a human's lifespan is only a short 100 years. Of course, the feelings between Feng Yuan and Bai Zi are very pure, and that is his own choice. Xia Yan had no intention of interfering. He just thought that the more happiness one experiences now, the more sadness there will be when parting in the future. One can expect Baizi to become Ultraman, right? Well, it's not impossible. An idea flashed through Xia Yan's mind as he thought of a solution. Back when Ace was protecting the Earth, he split his power into two parts, allowing Nen Shizi and Beidou Xingzi to become human forms together. It was proven that women can also be human forms, as long as Feng Yuan is willing to share a part of his power. This is just one solution. Another way is the external manufacturer, Ultraman Eguan. The last option is himself, Xia Yan. If Ultraman's evolution continues to enhance its levels, it might produce unexpected effects. But that's only limited to Feng Yuan. As brothers, if there's an issue and the phone can't get through, I use my sincerity for my brother, and I think of ways for him. Usually, it's just some playful banter. When it really matters, can I just watch without doing anything? That would be no different from being a white-eyed wolf. Just as he was thinking this, footsteps gradually approached from behind. Feng Yuan and Baizi had changed into sportswear, clearly ready to go for a morning run together. Xia Yan turned to look at the two of them. In his vision, Feng Yuan's figure seemed to grow old, while Baizi appeared to turn into a tombstone, an old man in a conical hat kneeling in front of the grave, his aura filled with the weight of time. He couldn't help but recall the events that had occurred during this period, as well as Feng Yuan's sincere words. You finally woke up. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Xia Yan, let's protect the Earth together and eliminate those evil aliens. If you need energy, I'm actually very willing to help as long as it's to defeat the aliens. Huh? You shouldn't do that, Xia Yan. That will weaken your body. Xia Yan, just go ahead and absorb it. At this moment, Feng Yuan had already approached Baizi. Xia Yan looked at his silly, cheerful expression and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh? Why are you being so enthusiastic about this? I really can't do anything with you. Huh? Feng Yuan was taken aback by this sudden sigh. He was left confused by these inexplicable words and asked in puzzlement, What's wrong with me? Xia Yan glanced at the two people in front of him, his gaze shifting to Feng Yuan as he asked blandly, Feng Yuan, have you ever thought about what it would be like to be chased by a jeep? Feng Yuan immediately became alert upon hearing this, instinctively taking a half step back. What ridiculous training idea have you come up with this time? I want to fall for it again. Seeing Feng Yuan's expression, Xia Yan felt a bit regretful. He had already dealt with the collisions, and Feng Yuan had learned the Ultraman vault and aerial flips. Leo, who had never been chased by a jeep, felt a bit uneasy about it. Unwilling to accept this, he looked at Feng Yuan and said earnestly, Just give it a try. The method I'm thinking about is very effective. What is our relationship? Trust me, Feng Yuan. If you don't get hit by a jeep, your life will be incomplete. Feng Yuan immediately glared at Xia Yan. Do you even hear yourself? Give it up. I absolutely want to practice that. After saying that, he shot a furious look at Xia Yan, his face full of anger, as if to say, Do you really think I'm an idiot? Who the hell trains by getting hit by a jeep? And that life will be incomplete if you don't get hit. Xia Yan, you bastard, don't think you can trick me again. All right. Baizi, who had been watching, stepped forward to mediate, gently comforting Feng Yuan. Feng Jun, don't take it seriously, Xia Yan-san is just joking. After saying that, she shot Xia Yan a reproachful glance. Xia Yan-san, how can you say something like using a jeep to hit people for training? You can't make jokes like that. No, I'm not joking. Seeing Feng Yuan's unwilling expression, Xia Yan estimated that he wouldn't agree, so he didn't bring it up again. At that moment, the Yumida siblings, Yumida Tsu and Yumida Kaori, came jogging out in their sports outfits. Upon seeing Xia Yan, Yumida Tsu's eyes lit up, and he immediately approached him. Looking up with hopeful eyes, Brother Xia Yan, what about the gift you promised me? Xia Yan was momentarily taken aback, rubbing Yumida Tsu's head as he said, I bought it, I'll bring it next time. Did you forget to buy it, Brother Xia Yan? Yumida Tsu asked suspiciously. Of course not. Feng Yuan can vouch for me. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan met Yumida Tsu's gaze with a strange expression and nodded in affirmation. Yumida Tsu's face lit up with joy. Then he turned to Xia Yan, saying expectantly, Then you have to remember to bring it next time. Yes, I will definitely bring it next time. Seeing how eager the child was for the extracurricular assignment, Xia Yan wondered if he had bought too little. Feng Yuan looked at Yumida Tsu with sympathy, hoping that little Tsu would still be this happy when he found out what the gift was. Baizi noticed that everyone was ready, so she clapped her hands and encouraged little Tsu, little Kaori, it's time to start the morning run. If you complete today's goal, I'll reward you by taking you to the pastry shop. Yay! The siblings cheered and dashed outside, and Feng Yuan quickly reminded them to watch their pace, while Baizi jogged along to keep up. Xia Yan watched the distant figures of Feng Yuan and Baizi. his gaze filled with an inexplicable meaning. Feng Yuan, I'll help you one last time. While he was mumbling to himself, it wasn't long before the first generation hurried over. The two had already agreed to meet here, which was also the reason Xia Yan was waiting at the South City Gymnasium. Otherwise, he would have gone off to train alone. When the first generation arrived, his expression was not good. What could he do about the mess his younger brother had caused? Of course, as the older brother, he had to go help clean up the mess and dig a pit to give back to the Zhuxing team. The first generation said succinctly to Xia Yan, I found out where Nu is living. Let's go together. Chapter 69. A Beautiful Heart at the Mike Team's Space Base. The Zhuxing team was going about their usual work. The command team members were patrolling outside, checking the surveillance radar for any unusual responses, and reminding logistics to prepare more aircraft. However, today was a bit different from before. No matter how seriously they worked, something fell off. It was as if something bad was about to happen, and he occasionally felt uneasy. What exactly is the problem? Zhuxing leaned on his cane as he returned to the meeting room, walking back and forth like a limping person, his serious face filled with gloom. There aren't fewer team members. It doesn't seem like a monster suddenly attacked Earth. The radar isn't showing any reactions. There are no issues with the aircraft. Damn it, could it be Feng Yuan? By instinct, Zhuxing thought of Feng Yuan, but upon further reflection, it seemed unlikely. Feng Yuan hadn't been causing any trouble lately and had gradually started to follow his orders without messing around. However, wanting to play it safe, he decided to use the communicator to check in. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was chatting sweetly with Baizi. They had just washed off the sweat from their bodies when Ueda Kaori ran over with a bunch of bright red flowers, excitedly shouting, Sister Baizi, look at this beautiful flower. The vibrant flowers in Ueda Kaori's hands, their rare, deep red color, were strikingly beautiful. However, when Feng Yuan saw the flower, he immediately sensed that it was not a species from Earth. His expression changed slightly as he warned, Kaori, quickly throw that flower away. But ordinary people couldn't discern any issues with the flower. They just thought it looked pretty. Girls love beautiful flowers, just like men love soft, snowy whiteness. So when Ueda Kaori saw Feng Yuan approaching, she instinctively took a couple of steps back to protect the flower. This made Feng Yuan's expression harden, and he spoke sternly. Throw it away now. I won't. Ueda Kaori pouted, feeling very wronged. She couldn't understand why her usually kind brother Feng Yuan was being mean to her because of a flower, her little face full of stubbornness. Baizi stepped forward to check the situation, looking puzzled as she asked, What's wrong, Feng Yuan? This flower is really nice. Why do you want to throw it away? Sister. Ueda Kaori hid beside Baizi, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, I just want to put it next to my mom's photo. Mom used to make me flower crowns. She really loved flowers, and I wanted to give this flower to her. As Ueda Kaori spoke, perhaps recalling her deceased mother's love, tears began to fall. The world of a child is quite simple. Sometimes, their stubbornness stems from pure thoughts. Like the flower Ueda Kaori was holding, she wasn't thinking of herself, but of her mother, who loved flowers. Seeing this, Baizi's heart softened, and she turned to Feng Yuan with questioning eyes. Feng Yuan, look. No. Feng Yuan firmly denied it. Even though he felt very sympathetic and didn't want to ruin Ueda Kaori's memories of her mother, he had to act decisively in the face of a major issue. Perhaps because he was already mentally prepared, he explained to Baizi, this flower is very dangerous. It's not a plant from Earth, and it absolutely cannot be taken home. Without waiting for Ueda Kaori's agreement, he reached out to snatch the bright red flower away. This time, without Baizi intervening, the flower fell into Feng Yuan's hands without incident. Wah, brother Feng Yuan, you're a bad guy. Ueda Kaori cried loudly, wiping her tears as she turned to run away, her tone filled with defiance. I won't talk to you anymore. Kaori. Feng Yuan reached out, wanting to stop her, but he didn't know what to say to comfort her. Although he had ensured safety, he had also destroyed the child's yearning for beautiful things and her memories of her mother. However, alien organisms are not kind. They do not sympathize with humans because of these feelings. He had to take this flower away, but in doing so, he hurt Ueda Kaori. Baizi watched helplessly from the side. Girls have a heart for beautiful flowers. Feng Yuan, you can't be so rough. This will hurt Kaori's feelings. I know. Feng Yuan's expression was filled with sorrow. Seeing him like this, Baizi didn't mean to blame him, gently reminding him, all right, I'll go comfort Kaori. Feng Yuan, remember to come later. Okay. Baizi didn't ask too much about the flower and, after speaking, quickly ran off to chase after Ueda Kaori. Holding the flower, Feng Yuan felt distressed, and the communicator on his wrist beeped. Feng Yuan, have there been any unexpected situations over there? Zhuxing's serious voice came through the communicator, causing Feng Yuan to pause in shock. How did the captain know so quickly? At the Mike team's headquarters, upon seeing the flower, Zhu Xing still felt vaguely uneasy, but there was no other explanation at the moment. He could only assume that the alien plant was causing his emotional unrest. Reaching out to take the flower from Feng Yuan's hand, he carefully examined it and then confirmed, "This is the Hellflower sword wheelgrass." Sword wheelgrass? Feng Yuan's expression was puzzled. He had no knowledge of what this was. While the two were talking, Shirakawa Junko and another female team member responsible for communication walked over. Noticing the bright red flower in Zhu Xing's hand, they exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to like flowers too, Captain. It's so beautiful." Zhu Xing glanced over at Shirakawa Junko and then at the bouquet he was holding before turning to Feng Yuan. "Come with me, Feng Yuan." Saying this, he leaned on his cane and walked out of the meeting room, leaving the ignored Shirakawa Junko looking bewildered. The Hellflower sword wheelgrass was a plant monster, the weapon of Kindoros. Ordinary people would only see it as a flower. Once outside the meeting room, Zhu Xing took out his sidearm and directly destroyed it. "You did very well this time." Seeing the sadness on Feng Yuan's face, Zhu Xing patted his shoulder and comforted him. "The emotions of children are important, but exterminating monsters is our duty." Without the sword wheelgrass, Kindoros was just a large moving plant, significantly reducing the danger. "You can take a day off to accompany Ueda Kaori. The monster situation will be handled by the Mike team." As Zhu Xing spoke, a wave of unease suddenly washed over him, darkening his expression. "Damn it, what exactly is the problem? Captain, are you all right?" Feng Yuan noticed that Zhu Xingtuan's expression seemed a bit off and worriedly said, "Why don't I just stay behind?" Xia Yan and the first-generation senior didn't seem to know where they went, and he couldn't contact them at all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan's face froze, and it was as if a flash of lightning struck his mind, bringing him to a sudden realization. TMD, could it be those two? Chapter 70, It Hurts. It hurts so much. The monster Kintoros was eliminated exceptionally smoothly, and Zhu Xingtuan felt as if he had returned to the days of the defense team. However, he knew that this time, Team Mike was able to defeat the monster purely by taking advantage of the situation. As a plant monster without weapons was as threatening as a human with their arms chopped off. With the current weapons equipped on Team Mike's aircraft, it was enough to beat the opponent to death, as plants were incredibly easy to target, especially being severely affected by high temperatures. Team Mike needed a victory, a battle won by directly confronting the monster to prove they were not cowards. Kintoros served as a good sharpening stone. Its green body resembled a pineapple. Its head situated between its legs, and its slow-flying speed made it a perfect live target. Zhu Xingtuan was currently handling the aftermath, while Feng Yuan did not participate in this battle. Commanding Team Mike's members to return to the headquarters, he was also pondering about Xia Yan and the first generation, wondering what those two were up to. Recalling their previous behavior of being inseparable, Zhu Xingtuan had a feeling that they were trying to set him up. Due to Feng Yuan's naive and foolish personality, he didn't need the two of them to team up at all, just as he was thinking about it. The first generation's Ultraman telepathy directly sent a message. "Tuan, someone wants to see you. I think you two should settle your matters." Zhu Xingtuan's actions of boarding the Meiji No. 3 fighter paused as he turned his head and noticed three figures on a distant mountaintop looking this way. With Ultraman's vision, even in human form, seeing Xia Yan and the others was not a problem. The familiar figures made Zhu Xingtuan's heart skip a beat. Anu, who was gazing dreamily, made him feel as if he had turned into a lovesick fool, unable to move his legs. Kuroda, seeing this, was a bit confused. "Captain, what are you looking at? You all go back first." Zhu Xingtuan interrupted Kuroda's words without even looking at him, saying, "Don't worry about me. I have important matters to attend to." After saying this, under Kuroda's astonished gaze, Zhu Xingtuan walked straight towards the Roddy vehicle. He pulled the Team Mike member out of the driver's seat, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "I'll drive this vehicle back. You and the others take the fighter back to the base." Without waiting for the person to respond, he stepped on the gas and sped towards the mountaintop. Zhu Xingtuan had been searching for Anu for too long, but he didn't expect his second brother to surprise him today. After so many years since the last farewell on Earth, he finally saw the person he had been longing for. In fact, Anu initially did not plan to meet Zhu Xingtuan because she had adopted an alien child over the years and was worried that Zhu Xingtuan might do something harmful to the child. After such a long separation, Anu was unsure if Zhu Xingtuan was still the same Zhu Xingtuan from before. Moreover, although the child was adopted, she feared Zhu Xingtuan would misunderstand, especially since the child was an alien. For all these reasons, even though Anu had never married, she did not dare to meet Zhu Xingtuan. It wasn't until Xia Yan and the first generation came to her that they mentioned Zhu Xingtuan would have a son in the future that she could no longer sit still. The Roddy vehicle was very fast, and upon arriving, Zhu Xingtuan saw that it really was Anu. He opened the car door, even too lazy to grab his cane. His eyes were fixated solely on Anu, as if Xia Yan and the first generation did not exist at all. He moved smoothly without a limp and rushed forward to call out passionately, "Anu, His slap suddenly struck Zhu Xingtuan, leaving him stunned, unable to understand why he received such a blow. "Wait, we haven't seen each other in a long time. Why do you hit me as soon as we meet?" Zhu Xingtuan was utterly bewildered. At this moment, Anu turned her back, unable to hold back her quiet sobs. "I shouldn't have trusted you back then." "No, Anu. Zhu Xingtuan thought Anu was angry because they had been apart for too long. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed the little child in red clothes by Anu's feet, and his expression froze. Uli, seeing Anu sobbing softly, glared angrily at Zhu Xingtuan. "You can't bully my mom." He then ran out from behind Anu, spreading his arms to block Zhu Xingtuan. However, Zhu Xingtuan's heart stopped at the child's words, followed by a sharp pain. "Mom?" he murmured in disbelief, looking at Anu with an expression of utter shock. "Anu, you already have a child?" It hurt so much. When Zhu Xingtuan said this, his voice trembled, and his usually serious face now displayed all the pain in his heart, as if he had donned a mask of suffering. "That's right," Anu retorted, her emotions flaring up as she turned to look at Zhu Xingtuan and said, "Uli is my child." This statement shattered Zhu Xingtuan's heart, leaving him utterly lost. Xia Yan and the first generation were eating melon seeds nearby, but unfortunately, the transformation device's camera was gone. Otherwise, they would have definitely recorded this scene. However, seeing the expression on her captain's face, Xia Yan, worried that he might misunderstand, reminded him, "Uli is indeed Anu's child, but he is just adopted." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan was revitalized, and seeing that Anu did not refute, he looked at Xia Yan with a gratified expression. "Good kid, well said. All the energy I gave you before was not in vain. At least this little rascal has a conscience." Just as he was thinking this, Zhu Xingtuan heard Anu question loudly, "Zhu Xingtuan, why do you have a son? Who is that woman?" This left Zhu Xingtuan confused. "What son? There was no son at all." "Future son," Xia Yan reminded again, calmly adding, "His name is Ciro." Zhu Xingtuan immediately glared at Xia Yan, realizing it was this little rascal causing trouble. "Damn it, how does this brat know about my previous thoughts? Is it because of the function of his transformation device?" "Anu, let me explain." At this moment, Zhu Xingtuan decided to go all out and candidly admitted, "Actually, when I expressed my identity to you, the name Ciro was already the name we had chosen for our child." "Really?" Anu listened with skepticism, seeing a chance to salvage the situation. Zhu Xingtuan immediately pointed to the sky and prepared to swear, but the communicator on his wrist beeped at that moment. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Zhu Xingtuan looked at the portable communicator on his wrist, unsure whether to answer or not. He still had a bit of emotional intelligence. Just when he was about to resolve the misunderstanding, answering now would ignore Anu. Anu was not unreasonable. She had worked in the Earth Defense Force, so she knew something was happening. Without further insisting on getting a clear answer, she gestured for Zhu Xingtuan to answer the communication first. However, as soon as he pressed the communicator's answer button, a chaotic noise came through, with alarm bells ringing continuously. "Captain, it's bad. The headquarters space station is under attack by unknown aliens." "What?" Zhu Xingtuan was instantly horrified. He knew there were over 100 people in the space station. His tone became urgent. "What happened?" "Immediately control the space station for an emergency descent." However, the words coming from the communicator made everyone's hearts sink. "No, the space station seems to have been taken over by aliens and is no longer operable. It has already deviated from its orbit and is heading towards the moon." Chapter 71. "I'm not as easy to talk to as Feng Yuan." A burst of static came from the communicator, followed by a disconnection with no further sound. Remembering his teammates still in the space station, Zhu Xingtuan immediately took out his ultra glasses. "Sorry, Anu, I have to go save them right now." While explaining to Anu beside him, he snapped the ultra glasses onto his eyes and pressed the transformation button. Yo! Starting from the head emblem, Zhu Xingtuan quickly completed his transformation. He then soared into the sky, his body growing larger as he flew out towards space. Anu looked up at Zhu Xingtuan transforming into 7 and flying away. Memories of the two flooded her mind, and her grievances towards him nearly vanished. The team is still the team. This has indeed never changed. Whenever someone is in danger, he always rushes in first without hesitation. It was true back then, and it is true now. How nice. As Anu thought this, a faint smile of relief appeared on her face. She looked down at little Uli by her feet. Although she still had some worries, she did not avoid or hide again. From Zhu Xingtuan's attitude towards Uli just now, it seemed he could accept this alien child. At this moment, the first generation also took out the beta magic wand and turned to Xia Yan, saying, Xia Yan, please take care of Anu and send her back. I'll go check the situation. Huh? Don't you need my help? Xia Yan looked at the first generation in surprise. These two old-timers were previously thinking of using aliens to hone their minds, but now they were all eager to jump in. Zhu Xingtuan was understandable. After all, he had finally seen Anu, whom he had longed for, just when aliens attacked. He was anxious to save the team, and he probably wanted to show off a bit too. The first generation, full of spirit, smiled and said, sometimes you need to stretch your muscles. Don't worry, if I team up with Tuan, a mere alien is no problem. Saying this, he pressed the beta magic wand transformation device, and a burst of white light flashed, revealing the towering figure of the first generation Ultraman. Washing socks. With a shout of the Showa Ultraman battle cry, the transformed first generation bent his legs and flew up, breaking through the clouds. Watching the two old rascals rush to rescue the team, Xia Yan thought that with the two of them working together, there should be no problem. After all, they were the Ultra Brothers, and there were two of them. Although it is said that when the Showa Ultra Brothers get together, they always end up in some humorous situations, they should know the urgency when it comes to rescuing the team from aliens. Uli looked up at Seven and the first generation, who were breaking through the clouds, filled with longing. So cool, he exclaimed, turning to Anu with a face full of desire. Mom, I want to transform too, so I can fly freely in the sky. The alien Yulinga was Yuli's giant form, covered in spikes and possessing decent telekinetic abilities. Anu directly rejected Yuli's desire to transform, saying, no, you should maintain a human-like body on Earth. Otherwise, you will be seen as a monster. Hearing this, Yuli's little head drooped, his face full of grievance and indignation. Why can't he transform? Why can't he live freely? Why can't he use superpowers? The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. His mouth unconsciously pouted, and his face was full of unhappiness. Just when his rebellious thoughts were rising, planning to pull another prank next time, a large hand ruffled Yuli's head. Then Uli was picked up by Xia Yan. You want to transform, huh? It's not impossible. Upon hearing this, Yuli's eyes lit up with anticipation as he looked at Xia Yan. Not caring that he was suddenly picked up, Xia Yan, Anu became a bit anxious upon seeing this and immediately rejected again. Uli is an alien. If he transforms, people will be scared of him. Hearing this, Yuli's mood fell again, but Xia Yan's next words lifted his spirits. We shouldn't rush to deny a child's thoughts. What's the difference between that and being a puppet? Xia Yan spoke with a meaningful tone, smiling as he assured. Besides, Uli can grow huge and then deal with the invading monsters to protect the people. Isn't that actually a good thing? Uli quickly nodded like a garlic pounder. Yes, yes. Mom, I could be like Ultraman and defeat those monsters and the aliens invading Earth. This has always been my dream. Since Uli was educated from a young age to be helpful to others like Captain Mike and to take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth, his views remained kind-hearted. However, due to being constantly suppressed, resentment gradually built up, leading to dissatisfaction and mischievous behavior. Anu's thoughts were somewhat shaken, but she still felt uneasy. But that would be very dangerous. After raising Uli for so many years, I have come to see him as my own child. What if something happens while fighting monsters? It will be fine, Xia Yan said cheerfully, carrying Uli towards the Roddy battle vehicle, assuring her, with me, the captain, and the first-generation Nissan watching, there won't be any danger. As he stopped by the car door, he continued with a meaningful tone, if you treat a child like a puppet, denying them and wantonly destroying and depriving them of their dreams, that is the real monster. Anu thought for a moment, but ultimately did not say anything further, mainly because Xia Yan's words made her reflect on her own behavior. She suddenly realized, feeling a bit guilty, that perhaps constantly suppressing Yuli's freedom and denying his thoughts might ultimately backfire. Yes, treating a child like a puppet is even scarier than a monster. Over here, Xia Yan sent Anu and Uli back to their original residence. On the other side, on the moon, the Plasher aliens were lounging with their legs crossed at the headquarters of Team Mike. The space station, resembling a spinning top, slowly rotated on the lunar surface. The all-powerful magic wand that could use any magic sounded outrageous just by its name. Now, the Mike Team space station had been completely taken over by the Plasher aliens. As if it had come to life. The people inside could neither come out nor carry out any operations, as all these humans were brought to the moon. The Plasher aliens intended to hold the lives of more than 100 people hostage, forcing Kamen Rider and Leo Ultraman to come here. Lying on the space station, holding the big hammer-shaped magic wand, they appeared very relaxed and not in a hurry at all. They were contemplating whether to shrink Kamen Rider and Leo after defeating them and keep them as decorations. Opportunities to enslave Ultraman were rare, almost non-existent in the universe. The more they thought about it, the brighter their eyes became. Just as they were calculating in their minds, a silver crescent-shaped light shot toward the Plasher aliens at high speed. Just as it was about to hit, the entire body of the Plasher alien turned into countless green particles and disappeared. The ice axe sped through, missing its target, and Seven's red body landed beside the space station. With a thought, he withdrew the ice axe from above his head, clenching his fists and remaining vigilant. As soon as the Mike team members inside the space station saw the familiar red giant, they erupted in cheers, with Kuroda, Aoshima, and others looking particularly excited. It's Seven. Seven Ultraman is okay. We're saved. Seven Ultraman is still alive. Ever since the battle at Kurokawa Island, everyone in Team Mike felt guilty, believing that their failure to provide timely support had led to Seven's injury. Now, seeing Seven reappear, they felt particularly thrilled. Upon hearing the cheers, Seven looked toward the space station, and as he saw over 100 people gathered inside unharmed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded to them using his Ultraman gesture, but suddenly heard a whistling sound behind him. As Seven turned around, he saw a big hammer rapidly enlarging in his view, accompanied by a dull thud. His head buzzed, nearly knocked out by the magic wand, and his entire body flickered with blue energy. Fortunately, with his rich combat experience, he instinctively crouched down and rolled when ambushed, narrowly avoiding the second strike of the magic wand. He quickly leaped away to create distance. As he focused on identifying the alien, his heart sank. The Plasher alien, looking at Seven from a distance, had its pale monkey face lose its smile. Ultraman brothers? This situation doesn't match what Magma and the others said. Seven shouldn't be able to transform. What's going on now? Just as they were puzzled, another attack came speeding in. The rapidly spinning 8-point light wheels split into several, attacking the Plasher alien from different directions, but its body directly disappeared from spot. The 8-point light wheels couldn't even track it. The first generation, who arrived beside Seven, saw the attack miss and activated the Ultraman eye to locate the enemy, but found nothing around. What's going on? The first generation slightly bent down, arms poised to strike, speaking in surprise. This alien's invisibility is surprisingly undetectable. Seven, also on high alert, scanned the surroundings and explained, Nissan, that's not invisibility, it's magic. This guy is the notorious Plasher alien. Upon hearing that this was the enemy, the first generation immediately understood the situation was very tricky. The Land of Light had data on this individual, an ill-tempered yet powerful cosmic magician. Inside the space station, Jukiyama was excited to see the first generation appear. It's Ultraman. However, just after he shouted, he sensed something was off and exclaimed in surprise, no wait, that's not Ultraman. What do you mean it's not? Kuroda, Aoshima, and others looked at him in confusion, with Kuroda responding oddly, I've seen the data from previous defense teams. That's definitely Ultraman. No, the Ultraman I'm talking about is the one without an energy lamp on his chest. Jukiyama shook his head and explained. Upon hearing this, Aoshima's face lit up as he realized who Jukiyama was referring to. You mean Kamen Rider, right? Isn't he a descendant of Ultraman? No. Jukiyama defended his savior vigorously. Kamen Rider told me he is Ultraman. I don't see him as a descendant of Ultraman, but the newspapers say so. And how would you know all this, Jukiyama? Jukiyama, seeing the doubts from his teammates, pointed his eyes and said, you should know my eyes, right? It was Kamen Rider. It was Ultraman who helped me. Because of him, I could see the light again, and that's why I decided to join Team Mike. After hearing this, Kuroda and Ayakawa believed it to some extent. After all, when they were dealing with the disaster situation on Kuroshio Island, they had both seen Tsuyama. At that time, Tsuyama complained about the lack of action from the Mike team and even scolded them, which left a deep impression. However, Ayakawa's expression was hesitant as he turned to look at the original Ultraman outside. If the salty egg superhero is called Ultraman, then what is Ultraman called? Let's just call him the original Ultraman. Kuroda exclaimed excitedly, slapping his palm. The surrounding members of the Mike team were taken aback and then echoed. The name Original Ultraman is great. He was the first to help Earth, and the name Original Ultraman is indeed very fitting. Exactly. The original Ultraman is the first. Ultraman's hearing in human form is unusual, let alone when he enlarges and enhances his senses. At this moment, the original Ultraman who was alert with 7 to their surroundings. Couldn't help but feel speechless after hearing those words. You guys are really a bunch of little clever spirits, he thought, but he didn't voice any objections. After all, what else could he do? The brother man, who likes humans, could only go along with them. He was often called that in the land of light as well, and for the original Ultraman, he didn't feel much difference. That kid Xia Yan is always called Salty Egg Ultraman, which doesn't sound very nice. Let's just call him Ultraman. After all, he's just a parallel universe version of himself, not an outsider. Just as he was thinking this, both the first generation and 7 heard Xiama's loud warning. Be careful. Get out of the way. In that fleeting moment, the 2 Ultramen did not hesitate at all and chose to trust the human's warning. The first generation leaped to the right to dodge, while 7 dodged to the left. Just as they both managed to evade, a loud explosion sounded. The spot where they had been was hit by a white wave of light. Although the power looked ordinary, the special wave within it shocked both the first generation and 7. Binding light. Both of them were familiar with similar skills, so they recognized it immediately. If they had been caught just now, the consequences would have meant consuming a large portion of their energy to break free, making the outcome of the battle uncertain. Even though they were currently on the moon, away from Earth, and could receive sunlight at any time, they still faced an energy shortage, as they were using more than they could replenish. After stabilizing themselves, the first generation and 7 exchanged glances, understanding each other's intentions. 7 clasped his hands above his head, and the indicator light on his forehead rapidly gathered energy, releasing a blue beam. The Amelium beam, with its high-temperature destructive anti-magnetic force, shot toward the Plashia alien. However, the alien's entire body vanished again, and the blue beam shot into empty space. At that moment, the first generation crossed his fists in front of his chest, ready to use Ultraman telekinesis to immobilize the alien if it attacked 7. What he didn't know was that the Plashia alien was not retaliating against 7 at that moment. Instead, it silently appeared behind the first generation, raising its large magic club, preparing to smash down hard. How should a mage allocate their attributes? These days, unless a traditional mage reaches the pinnacle, they can't really play effectively and are easily targeted, leaving them vulnerable to being exploited. Chapter 73. The brother always falls silent. The Plashia alien used its universal magic wand like a big club, casually casting a few spells while using the rest for close combat. Seeing the first generation completely unaware, a strange smile appeared on its pale, monkey-like face. But just at that critical moment, a human shout suddenly rang out. First generation Ultraman, behind you. The first generation did not hesitate at all and chose to trust Xiama's warning again. He immediately turned around, crossing his hands in front of him, which transformed into a cross shape, with light radiating from the edges of his palms. However, a large club was sweeping in, rapidly enlarging in the first generation's bulb-like eyes. Bang! The Plashia alien's large magic club struck him hard on the ear. Immediately, a dull sound rang out. The first generation was struck so hard that his mind went blank, his hearing buzzing incessantly as he was sent flying and rolling on the ground. When he managed to stabilize his body, he couldn't help but shake his head, his vision becoming hazy. Ultramen have exceptionally hard bodies, and ordinary physical attacks shouldn't cause the first generation this much discomfort. The blow from the club was secondary. The most important thing was the magical attack mixed in, making him feel as if a mountain was being forcibly stuffed into his brain. Caught off guard, he suffered a sudden setback. Brother. On the other side, 7 was shocked and reached up to his head. The ice axe spun and flew out. The Plashia alien initially wanted to take advantage of this moment to shrink the first generation, but upon noticing the incoming ice axe, it vanished from sight again. 7 didn't expect to hit the Plashia alien. He hurried to the first generation's side to obstruct the alien for a moment. Vigilantly scanning the surroundings, he controlled the ice axe to spin back into his hand. Are you okay, brother? Be careful. This guy's moves are a bit strange, and his fighting techniques include magical attacks. 7 understood the feeling of being struck by that large magic club, as he had just faced the Plashia alien and had been hit once, which still ached. The first generation, standing up, glanced at his brother beside him, feeling a surge of frustration. Why didn't he warn him earlier? Now that he had taken a hit, it was too late to say to be careful. He had already been struck by that magic club and knew he had to be extra cautious. Do I look like I was fine just now? He thought. And what was up with this alien, using a magic wand for close combat? Are you a mage or something? It was because of these subconscious thoughts that the first generation decided to use the spatium ray, intending to counter the alien's attack. Unfortunately, The enemy completely ignored the normal rules of engagement. As the two Ultramen searched for the Plashia alien's figure, Tiama shouted again, "Be careful, the alien is to your right." Having learned from the previous warnings, the first generation and 7 immediately turned to the right. The first generation crossed his fists at his chest, unleashing his telekinesis as soon as the Plashia alien's figure appeared, covering it completely and controlling it. Seeing this, 7 formed a cross with his hands and instantly released a chain beam from the edges of his palms. A golden electromagnetic beam shot out, capable of paralyzing the enemy's entire body. Facing such a tricky opponent as the Plashia alien, who did not adhere to normal tactics, both Ultramen had the same thought. Let's first fill the control. However, the Plashia alien was also adept in telekinesis and easily broke free while countering with a telekinetic wave attack that surged into the first generation's mind. Instantly, the first generation froze, trembling as if he had been hit by the Jeton ray back in the day, nearly collapsing on the spot. Fortunately, over the years, his strength had improved, and he was somewhat of a master in telekinesis, allowing him to barely hold on. Meanwhile, the Plashia alien thrust its magic wand forward, unleashing high-temperature flame destruction bombs that neutralized 7's chain beam and continued to fire several more. Bang! 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 Sparks flew. The first generation and 7, hit by the flames, were left covered in grime and in a very sorry state. At this moment, the Plashia alien also noticed that there was a human in the space station who was quite a nuisance. It could always sense its ambush being thwarted. Although it didn't understand why there were humans with such peculiar abilities, that didn't stop it from blocking the human's voice. With a casual wave of its magic wand, an energy shield covered the space station. Once Tiama's voice could no longer be heard, the first generation and 7 were repeatedly struck by the Plashia alien wielding its magic wand, unable to retaliate as they couldn't locate the enemy. The two Ultramen, back to back, felt the dwindling energy within them and realized that if this continued, they would both fall to the Plashia alien. Thus, while 7 remained vigilant of their surroundings, he suggested to the first generation behind him, "Brother, it seems like we can't handle it. Should we call for help?" Upon hearing this, the first generation thought that was a rather polite way of putting it. It wasn't just that they seemed unable to handle it. They were being toyed with by the Plashia alien, as if it was playing with a monkey. However, with their energy nearly depleted, he didn't hesitate and directly said, "Call for help. Bring that kid Xia Yan over to join us." The two Ultras exchanged a glance and nodded at each other, raising their hands to unleash their respective Ultra signatures. 7, 10 units of light energy. The first generation, "I can't handle it. Hurry up and help." Compared to 7's Ultra signature, the first generation spoke the truth without any tricks. Then, the Pleshra alien casually waved the large magic staff in its hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that shattered the first generation's Ultra signature as soon as it was released. Only 7's Ultra signature managed to escape disaster, shooting out from the moon straight towards Earth. The Pleshra alien, having broken the Ultra signature, looked at 7 with some confusion, wondering if it had knocked itself silly. There's no way to ask for help like that. Comparing the two, it chose to destroy the first generation's Ultra signature. Initially, seeing that his message hadn't gone out, the first generation felt his heart sink, but upon seeing 7's Ultra signature successfully shoot into Earth, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at his younger brother, he thought that sometimes having too many tricks can be a good thing. "Nee, son." 7 threw the ice axe at the Pleshra alien, speaking solemnly to the first generation beside him. "Let us hold on a little longer." After saying this, he charged towards the Pleshra alien, and the first generation, seeing this, also launched another attack. Although they probably wouldn't hit each other, they still needed to buy some time. They just hoped that that little rascal, Xia Yan, would immediately understand the meaning of the Ultra signature upon seeing it. Otherwise, if there was no support, he and 7 would likely be done for today. Chapter 74. The legendary midwife, after sending Anu and her child home. Xia Yan went to the land base to return the Roddy armored vehicle, and then he was approached by Feng Yuan. The reason was that this guy didn't know how to cheer up a little girl and wanted Xia Yan to help with some ideas. "How about, Feng Yuan, you take her to the amusement park to ride a carousel, or maybe go on a roller coaster for some excitement?" Xia Yan tentatively said, as he didn't have much experience dealing with young girls and didn't know how to coax them. If it were an older sister or a beautiful aunt, he would have been more experienced, but he had no interest in little girls at all. Feng Yuan also lacked experience in this area. He would sometimes inadvertently overlook what Baizi said. Expecting him to understand a girl's thoughts was less likely than hoping Baizi would force himself on Feng Yuan. Let me give it a try, Feng Yuan said, as he couldn't think of any better way and was scratching his head, about to leave. Suddenly, at that moment, a signature from Ultraman appeared above their heads in the sky. 10 units of light energy. Xia Yan. Huh, it's the captain's ultra signature. Feng Yuan looked up at the signature in the sky, his tone full of astonishment as he said, so much light energy, the captain is really generous, isn't he? Xia Yan-san? Xia Yan-san? Not receiving a response, Feng Yuan turned to look beside him, only to be blinded by a burst of white light. How could this test an Ultraman? Which Ultraman can withstand such temptation? 10 portions of light energy, or whatever, is completely irrelevant. The main thing is to find out quickly if there's any emergency situation with the Xia team. He was anxious, worried about his captain's safety. It was definitely not, because he was afraid that the Xia team might suddenly be in trouble. He just had no idea where to get that 10 portions of light energy. He had never thought about it. So when he saw the ultra signature, Xia Yan didn't even bother to take out his transformation device. He instantly completed his transformation through the light that burst from his eyes. That was his respected captain. He hadn't even given away the light energy yet. No, he hadn't reunited with Sister Anu. How can anything go wrong? It absolutely cannot go wrong. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Yan transformed into a light sphere and shot up into the sky, flying towards the moon at the fastest speed. Feng Yuan, watching that red light sphere break through the clouds in the blink of an eye, he felt at a loss for words. Xia Yan, you truly live up to your reputation. As always, you're enthusiastic about light energy, transforming and flying over as soon as you see something. After a moment of silence, Feng Yuan decided to follow and see what was happening. So he raised his hands and transformed into a red light sphere, shooting up in the sky right behind Xia Yan. On the other side of the universe, on King Star, the view was desolate, filled with brown rocky cliffs, with not a single blade of grass growing on this planet. A fully red Ultraman was silently training his fighting skills, his punches and kicks carrying immense power. Although the martial arts he was practicing were unfamiliar, they still followed the cosmic fighting style, occasionally leaping into the air to perform flying kicks against the rocky cliffs, which looked very similar to Leo's flying kicks. The small crown-like horns on his head had been cut off for some reason, leaving behind only a few scar-like grooves on his head. The red giant was diligently training. The sounds of his punches and kicks breaking through the air and the loud booms from his flying kicks hitting the rocky cliffs did not disturb an old man who was dozing off nearby. The old man, draped in a red robe with a hood obscuring his face, was softly snoring. Although he appeared to be asleep, he was actually sleepwalking through the universe when suddenly he woke up from beneath his hood. In a commanding voice, he addressed the red giant below. Astra, train hard and don't be lazy. Your brother seems to be in trouble. I need to go check it out. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure vanished. Astra, who was training hard, turned to look at the old man, but was a moment too late. Anxiously, he shouted, King, I want to help Leo too. Although the old man was not there, Astra believed that with the old man's strength, he would definitely hear him. Unfortunately, there was no response. However, this did not stump Astra. Using the same fighting intelligence as Leo, he thought for a moment and concluded that since the king did not explicitly say he couldn't go, it meant he could. With that thought, Astra was filled with joy and immediately flew out of King Star, intending to go to the Land of Light to inquire about the route to Earth. It can be said that the two brothers are indeed similar in thought processes, and there's a reason why they can be brothers. However, the old man did not care about this. His attention was not here at the moment. Going to Earth to see Leo was one aspect, but he was also very interested in another little fellow. Having lived for countless years, he had many titles in the universe. The legendary superhero, the spiritual leader of the Land of Light, the old grandpa who delivers packages, or perhaps one of the mysterious 4 Ultra Kings. Originally, Ultra King was how people perceived the old king, but he couldn't help but come up with new tricks later. When would Ultra King make a move? When the Land of Light was invaded by the Dark Emperor, he couldn't be bothered. It wasn't a big deal. When the Land of Light was messed up by Belial, he wanted to take a look and have some fun after being released from prison. It seemed that something was going to happen on Abert Star, so he sent the younger generation to handle it, telling the superhero A Guang to take this light sword and deal with it. The Land of Light was on the brink of destruction because of Belial, and if a capable junior could solve it, he would take a look first. Belial wanted to blow up the entire universe, so he thought he would see if it was really going to explode and quickly merge to save it. Niu's mother was in labor, so he had to rush over. Thus, the legendary midwife was born. If you really say Ultra King doesn't care about things, he can still be seen during a crisis. If you say he does care, He might not be found when you want him. It emphasizes that he loves to watch the fun. At this moment on the moon, the first generation and 7 were back to back, breathing heavily, their chests heaving and their figures in disarray, while the energy meter on their chests began to flash red. Although 7's meter was on his forehead. Seeing this scene, the Plashra alien felt confident, slowly revealing itself, holding a big club-like magic wand. It displayed an eerie smile on its pale monkey face and darkly chuckled. No wonder you are the Ultraman brothers of the Land of Light. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Among all the opponents I've faced, I've never encountered anyone who could persist like you. It said that Ultraman can only fight for 3 minutes due to energy constraints. But how much time has passed? The 2 Ultramen have been fighting this Plashra for quite a while, and they were just now running out of energy. Although this was due to the cosmic environment, it was still an incredibly long time. Chapter 75. UVE killed Leo. Indeed, rumors in the universe cannot be fully trusted. That group of Magmamag aliens had ill intentions. Fortunately, their strength was greater than that of the 2 Ultraman brothers. Otherwise, they might have fallen into a trap and would definitely seek revenge afterwards. The first generation and 7 wanted to stall for time to absorb sunlight and recover energy. The Plashra alien, meanwhile, secretly used the armor on its chest to absorb sunlight for energy storage while its bulbous eyes focused on the Plashra alien, asking, "You're already so powerful. What are you doing on Earth?" The Plashra, with its big club-like magic wand stuck in the ground, resting its head on it and spinning in a clockwise direction, leisurely replied to 7's inquiry, "I heard there are Kamen Riders and Leo Ultraman on Earth. I just haven't bullied Ultraman yet." Hearing this, 7 fell silent. This alien was truly despicable. The first generation gazed at the Plashra alien, his hands clenching into fists. "Since you fought with us Ultraman brothers, can't you leave Earth now?" The Plashra's spinning body stopped, and it stood up again, picking up its big club-like magic wand, its tone icy as it said, "Not at all. You are all my trophies. I need to collect you and take a look at any time, including Leo Ultraman and that Kamen Rider, or whatever." As it spoke, it let out a strange, triumphant laugh. At that moment, it suddenly sensed a crisis and turned around. A silver giant was rapidly approaching, accompanied by an extremely furious Ultraman roar. "Who the hell are you calling Kamen Rider?" "It's Ultraman. Ultraman, Taku." From afar, Xia Yan, who had been listening to the conversation, was now extremely furious. How could it be Kamen Rider again? As he rushed over, he increased his speed even more, and the sight of the entirely gray Plashra alien made him even angrier. With a roar, he formed a cross with his hands. Energy rapidly gathered at the edges of his palms, and the ocean's spatium ray was unleashed. The 7-colored light looked incredibly powerful, and the Plashra alien dared not be careless upon seeing this scene. This attack came from behind, and by the time it turned around to see, it was already too late to cast a disappearing spell. The big club-like magic wand in its hand traced a circle, and a magical shield rose from beneath it, enveloping the Plashra alien entirely. Although most of the magic was used for combat assistance, it was still proficient in several basic spells. Don't be fooled by the fact that the oval magical shield was only a thin layer. The ocean's spatium ray, which could kill Jet 1, could not break through it all. The 7-colored light crashed against the magical shield like a torrent, but was refracted out from another angle. Seeing the situation, Xia Yan felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The cosmic magician Pletion was indeed difficult to deal with. Magic was truly outrageous. It seemed that the thin shield on the opponent was unbreakable. He weakened the energy release of the ocean's spatium ray in his hand and prepared to make other plans. However, at this moment, the first generation and 7, having just restored the energy lights to no longer flickering, were not willing to miss this great opportunity. Previously, none of their light attacks had hit the Pletion. Finally, they had the chance to face the opponent who had not disappeared, and the first generation and 7 immediately stood shoulder to shoulder. The first generation formed a cross with his hands, while 7 placed his palms on the crystal on his forehead. As the 2 gathered energy, they quickly adjusted the frequency to be in sync. The white spatium ray and the blue Amirium ray were instantly released. The energy of the 2 rays fused together, forming a more powerful multi-destruction ray in an instant. The blue and white ray struck the magical shield with a crackling sound. Upon seeing this scene, the smile on the pale monkey face of the Pletion faded. The Ultraman brothers were indeed something. With a swing of his large magic staff, 2 swirling white portals appeared. One emerged right in the path of the multi-destruction ray, while the other appeared in front of Xia Yan. The multi-destruction ray went straight into the vortex and then shot out from the other vortex. The first generation and Seven's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they were outputting energy at the same frequency, and it was impossible to disperse the ray immediately. They could only urgently shout out, "Get out of the way! Be careful of the ray! Dodge!" The blue and white multi-destruction ray came rushing towards Xia Yan, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. What the hell were you Ultraman brothers doing? Fortunately, his keen perception allowed him to sense the impending danger in advance. In a split second, he exerted force in his waist and swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the multi-destruction ray. However, the ray did not hit him, but Leo, who was right behind Xia Yan, was unable to dodge in time. The multi-destruction ray struck Leo on the head, causing sparks to fly. With a cry of Ultraman agony, Leo felt his head spin, and then he was blasted away by the ray. The combined power of the two Ultraman brothers' fusion ray was greater than the ocean spatium ray, capable of shattering the Plexian's magical shield. Thus, striking Leo's head caused damage that almost gave him a new hairstyle. Even though the crown-like small horn on his head wasn't broken, his energy timer on his chest had already started flashing red. At this moment, the first generation and Seven finally dispersed the multi-destruction ray. Their limited energy had been consumed too much, and the energy timers on their chests were also flashing red. Xia Yan fell to the ground and turned his head to look at Leo, who was rolling on the ground, then glanced at the first generation and Seven. His expression froze on the spot. Just entered the battlefield, and all his teammates were down, while the enemy was at full health. What the hell was going on? Brother, Captain, what are you doing? The two light bulbs glared at the first generation and Seven, and Xia Yan's mentality almost broke. How could you fight against me and Leo? Good grief, can't the two Ultra brothers come together? Ace's annihilation engine isn't even here. The first generation's gaze wandered as he made eye contact with Xia Yan, mumbling in a disputatious tone. It's not easy to retract the multidimensional destruction ray once it's fired. We don't want it to be like this either. Watch out for the Plasia aliens. Seven had a thicker skin and didn't respond to this questioning at all, instead searching the surroundings with vigilance. This guy is a cosmic magician, and his moves are strange and hard to deal with. Just as Seven finished speaking, Xia Yan suddenly sensed a crisis approaching the back of his head. As his body turned abruptly, he raised his hand to conjure an 8-pointed light wheel and swung it horizontally. Chapter 76. The Plasia alien stopped thinking sizzle. The rapidly spinning 8-pointed light wheel collided with the power of the large club magic staff. A burst of flames erupted, and Xia Yan was suddenly startled, feeling that the all-powerful 8-pointed light wheel in his hand was about to be shattered by the force coming from the large club magic staff. His eyes narrowed slightly. He lifted his foot and stomped hard on the back of the Plasia alien's foot. The silver foot, infused with red destructive energy, immediately caused the Plasia alien to feel unbearable pain, and the strength in its hands unconsciously weakened a bit. At that moment, the 8-pointed light wheel in Xia Yan's hand shattered. Ultimately, his skill level wasn't high enough, which made it ineffective against an opponent like the Plasia alien. However, he didn't feel disappointed. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was in pain, he grabbed the large club magic staff with both hands and pulled hard, trying to snatch it away. The universal magic staff was a great item. Why was the Plasia alien so hard to deal with? Apart from being a cosmic magician, the most important reason was this staff that could use any magic, almost making wishes come true. But after several hard pulls, Xia Yan still couldn't wrest it from the Plasia alien's hands. The opponent's strength was astonishing. The more he struggled, the more speechless he felt. Wasn't this guy a magician? During the struggle, several sneak attacks were blocked by the opponent and quickly counterattacked. If it weren't for his passive, sharp perception ability, Xia Yan would have been knocked away by the Plasia alien long ago. Just like that, he was caught off guard, and a numbness in his hand triggered a sense of crisis from the depths of his heart, prompting him to immediately retreat to avoid. A white wave of light exploded on the ground. Xia Yan's gaze sharpened as he quickly retreated several steps to stand beside the first generation and Seven. At that moment, Leo had just crawled up from the ground. Although the energy gauge on his chest was flashing red, he could absorb sunlight on the moon, which somewhat restored his condition. The four Ultramen stood together, and Xia Yan looked at the Plexian from across them. He spoke cautiously, "Nissan, Captain, and Feng Yuan, don't resist." With a thought, he pulled out the transformation device, and, under the gazes of the first generation, Seven, and Leo, pressed the transformation button directly. In an instant, intense photon energy erupted, forming a bond of light that connected Xia Yan with the other three Ultramen. This scene caused a sense of foreboding to surge in the heart of the Plexian. who swung the large hammer-like magical staff in hand. Several high-temperature fire destruction bullets shot out from the staff, aiming at Xia Yan and the others. However, it was clearly too late to think about interrupting. The strong photon energy erupted, and the 4 Ultramen radiated blinding white light. Ultraman, first generation Ultraman. 7. Leo, evolution of light. As the transformation sound effect echoed, the photon energy on the Ultramen instantly condensed. The energy layer covering their bodies directly ignored the damage caused by the high-temperature fire destruction bullets. When the light from the 4 Ultramen faded, not only was their energy fully restored in an instant, but the total amount also doubled, and even their appearances changed. The first generation appeared as if he had trained on U-40 Star, with his upper body muscles bulging like a beast, his arms nearly as thick as his thighs, and his chest muscles prominently raised. 7 also looked as if he had gone through intense training, his body full of explosive power, with clearly defined abdominal muscles and a sharper gaze that exuded fierceness. The 2 Show-era veterans seemed to have entered a mode of physical dominance, their faces filled with invincibility. As for Leo, his energy was abundant. The L-77 star emblem on his abdomen transformed into the shape of a lion, and the crown-like small horns on his head became mane-like, radiating a lion-like aura. However, the changes in the 3 of them were nothing compared to Xia Yan, because the physical attributes of the first generation, 7, and Leo were now all bestowed upon him. His energy increased geometrically, possibly due to the fusion of multiple photon energies, and his body seemed to return to its original state, composed of dark silver and deep blue stripes. This was the appearance of the new Ultraman, Lipia, when it first descended on Earth. If the base attributes are large enough, then all gaps will be bridged. Leo is not to be mentioned. The physical strength of the first generation and 7 is self-evident, and both are masters in Ultraman telekinesis. This directly boosted Xia Yan's Ultraman telekinesis level to the 7th level, making him stronger than Zoffy but below the Ultraman father. Although this is only a temporary state, this form is sufficiently outrageous. The Plesian watched as the 4 Ultramen changed dramatically in an instant, with their auras significantly enhanced. Its hand holding the large hammer-like magical staff couldn't help but tremble, almost dropping the staff to the ground. Its mouth slightly agape, it stared at the 4 Ultramen in disbelief, wondering, what is this? Upgrading mid-battle? Especially when it locked eyes with a salted egg superhero. The Plesian felt an involuntary surge of fear rising from its heart. This made it react with a sudden shock, and without hesitation, it used a disappearing magic. Damn it! Who is spreading rumors? Who the hell said the salted egg superhero is weak? With such power rivaling that of the Ampelins, is that weak? What the Plesian didn't know was that Xia Yan's state was only temporary, and his true abilities were indeed still quite weak. The rumors in the universe weren't entirely wrong. The only difference was a slight deviation. However, even though the current state is time-limited, crushing the Plesian is not a problem. Xia Yan watched as the other party performed their disappearing act again, and with a casual fist gesture, he shouted, "Tack!" A loud, boisterous sound reminiscent of a Showa delinquent erupted, and a surge of powerful red Ultraman psychic energy was released. Boundless psychic energy formed a field, transforming the intangible into the tangible, enveloping and covering the area, forcing the Plesian out. Under the dome-like field, the Plesian, constantly infused with Ultraman's psychic energy, could no longer use its disappearing magic. The Plesian was still thinking of struggling, but Xia Yan simply snapped his fingers, and the large magical staff in its hand was easily snatched away. Without its universal magic wand, the Plesian could no longer cast magic effects in close combat, and its long-range magical attacks were limited, turning it into an ordinary alien. It still wanted to desperately struggle and attempt to escape, but at this moment, the first generation and 7 Ultramen rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the Plesian. The 2 Showa veterans, who had been frustrated by their previous inability to retaliate, would never let this opportunity slip by. Seeing this, Leo was momentarily excited and, eager to practice with his newly acquired form, immediately joined the first generation and 7 side by side, with 3 martial arts Ultramen facing it. The fate of the Plesian was predictable. Xia Yan doesn't need to pay too much attention at this moment. He just needs to wait for the opponent to be beaten to death. Holding the magic wand he snatched, he finds himself in a bit of a dilemma while observing it closely. How does one shrink this thing? The universal magic wand of the Plesian aliens is a good item. It would be a pity to just throw it away. Just as Xia Yan is lost in thought, the red-eyed old Ultraman hiding in the shadows, stroking his beard, falls into silence. Today's young people are so good at cheating. Should I, as an old man, make an appearance? Chapter 77, bold, daring to stand above that esteemed person in the Mike Team space station. Tiama, seeing the salty Ultraman come out to save the day, has a fiery look in his eyes. When he sees Ultraman transform into his second form again, he excitedly shakes Kuroda. Did you see that? Did you see that? It's Ultraman's second transformation. At this moment, he is like an enthusiastic fan. The others are equally excited. Kuroda, Aoki, and other members of the Mike Team are staring intently at the four Ultramen. I saw it. I know. Kuroda, shaken by Tsuyama, quickly stops him. Don't shake. I can't see Seve's form clearly. The fact that Ultraman can use a second transformation was witnessed by several official members of the Mike Team during the previous encounters with the monster Kanidras and those aliens, as they had merely retreated to a distance without directly returning to the space station. What surprised and delighted them was that Ultraman not only could transform into his second form, but could also help other Ultramen to upgrade to their second transformations. The Mike Team members all like these Ultramen, but their favorites differ. Look at the original Ultraman. After his second transformation, his arms have become so thick, and his chest muscles are full of explosive power. Wow, so strong. Seve looks fierce too. The Place aliens have no chance to fight back. The 7-star hero is still so powerful. Leo Ultraman looks pretty cool, just like a lion. I think Ultraman's second transformation this time is the strongest, and it even helps other Ultramen to initiate their second transformations. It does seem to be the strongest. Just by clenching his fists, he can release a field that prevents the Place aliens from disappearing. Did you notice that the color on him has become even more mysterious? As Xia Yan appears and engages with the Place aliens, turning the tide of battle after a brief encounter, the members of the Mike Team discuss it among themselves. Previously, when facing multiple opponents, there was a strong presence. Now, with the original Ultraman and Seve teaming up, even they are helpless against the Place aliens. Ultraman's entrance immediately turns the tide. The battle process, which has never encountered setbacks, combined with the dazzling transformation accompanied by sound effects, would leave anyone on Earth in awe. As for the first transformation battle on Black Tide Island, as long as one is strong enough, shortcomings can be overshadowed, turning the tide at a critical moment. Supporting a collapsing building, this is similar to the effect brought by Zero's emergence. The Belial, whom the Ultraman brothers of the Land of Light couldn't defeat, was single-handedly resolved by Zero, who still remembers his past history of touching the Plasma Spar Tower and then being sent to Leo for a beating for physical correction. Xia Yan's current situation is similar. No one remembers how he was beaten badly by the Magarbatsi aliens during his first battle. As the members of the Mike Team were discussing, Jin Shan suddenly clapped his hands to get their attention and said, "How about we call him the fastest and strongest Ultraman? What do you think? The fastest and strongest Ultraman. That's a great title. Yes, Ultraman is so powerful. Let's call him that." Xia Yan, who was studying the big stick magic wand, turned his head to look at the space station. Given his current state, he could naturally hear what the Mike Team members were saying. Upon hearing the title of fastest and strongest, his expression froze. The last one who was praised like this, Max, ended up on the ground after just 2 hits, and in his guest appearances, he faced continuous setbacks. However, after thinking for a moment, Xia Yan didn't pay much attention and continued to study the magic wand. Unfortunately, among the skills he currently possessed, there was no beam that could shrink this thing. Earlier, when he exchanged light energy with Leo and the others, although he gained 3 new skills, they were all output beams. The Emblem Beam, 0100, is a signature skill commonly used by 7. Besides its powerful anti-magnetic destructive ability, it has various capabilities such as restoration, nullification, awakening, and healing, which can be determined by the user's intention when released. This beam is fired from the crystal on the forehead, which Xia Yan currently does not possess, so he cannot use it for now. Perhaps by using light energy materials alone, he could merge them into a new form after transformation. The tracking 8-segment light wheel, 0100, is a derived technique of the 8-segment light wheel, which can split into multiple light wheels that track enemies until they hit. As for its power, those in the know understand that without holding the 8-segment light wheel, throwing it out only serves as a distraction, and sometimes it becomes ineffective after the enemy teleports. The Shuriken Light Bomb, 0100, is a light skill obtained from Leo, which fires red destructive light bombs from both hands. Although the power is slightly lower, it boasts a very fast attack speed. Xia Yan couldn't shrink the big stick magic wand, but he was reluctant to throw it away, as it was still a relatively good weapon. In his current state, he could clearly sense the Spatium-133 energy in that special space. With a thought, he casually threw the magic wand into it. Although he currently does not know any magic, and probably cannot use it, it might be useful in the future. On the other side, the first generation, 7, and Leo teamed up to beat the Puracia aliens, literally beating this monkey-faced alien until it exploded. Without the magic wand, how could it compete against the first generation and 7 in combat? As for Leo, he was merely there to fill in numbers. After defeating the Puracia alien, the first generation, 7, and Leo came to Xia Yan's side. The 4 Ultramen exchanged glances and approached the Mike team's space station, extending their hands together to lift it. Like a giant top, with their combined effort, the space station flew out of the moon and was put back in its original position. With the explosion and death of the Puracia alien, the Mike team space station regained control, and apart from some moon dirt stuck to it, there was not a single bit of damage. One wonders what the Puracia alien was thinking, hijacking the Mike team space station to the moon while holding hundreds of lives in its hands. However, as soon as 7 appeared, it went to fight the first generation. Xia Ultraman and Leo appeared one after another without any fear. It still believed it could win and that it wouldn't lose to the one it had previously been beaten by. Then it fell flat on the spot. The death was gruesome, as it was beaten to death by 3 Ultramen with fists and kicks. Unlike a certain introduced alien QQQ lifeform, which, upon seeing things were going wrong, immediately opened a time-space door to escape. Look how others assess the situation. No wonder they can shoot several episodes without a break. The introduced alien even showed signs of redemption. Unlike other aliens whose intelligence fluctuates, still believing they cannot lose even when they are on the verge of defeat. They are stubborn. Thus, they were all turned to ashes by the Ultramen one by one. The Puracia alien is now in a similar situation. If only it had aimed the magic wand at the space station, holding the lives of hundreds in its hands, no Ultraman would have dared to act recklessly. Always ready to launch a magical attack to eliminate those lives if it wanted the Ultramen to fight each other. Xia Yan, the first generation, and Leo are probably just pretending to put on a show, but 7 might take it seriously because the 7-star hero is the Ultraman who loves humanity the most. However, the Pleasure aliens refuse to do so and insist on talking about martial ethics, while a certain young Ultraman disregards it. This leads to the Ultra King, who teleported from afar, looking around but never finding an opportunity to make his entrance. The red-eyed old Ultraman is left speechless, pondering whether he should still provide an external aid. Chapter 78. Alright, you call him Zero, right? Added update. The data panel is mentioned in this chapter by the author. The Ultraman fusion bracelet can merge the powers of 2 or more Ultramen together, allowing the owner to unleash unparalleled power in an instant, while also enhancing their attributes in all aspects with a new form. Conveniently, there are the first generation and 7 on the moon, enabling a fusion transformation with those 2 Ultramen. It can serve as a gift for the young Ultraman. As for the King's cloak, it is a large cloak with infrared silver, both imposing and cool, with a variety of functions. It has similar abilities to Jack's Ultraman bracelet and Taro's crown bracelet, capable of transforming into various tools or weapons based on a user's thoughts. Astra is considered a half-disciple, so his brother, UltramanLeo, naturally needs some care. A mere cloak can be remade later with some materials. The new young Ultraman King is quite considerate. When he teleported from the King Star, he casually created an Ultraman fusion bracelet. According to the King's thoughts, several Ultramen probably wouldn't be able to defeat the Pleasure aliens, so he needed to make his appearance. The Ultraman fusion bracelet was given to Ultraman to allow him to fuse with the first generation and 7 for transformation. The King's cloak was given to Leo, so he has a weapon that changes at will. The King was mentally preparing how to establish his image in front of the 2 younger ones. Then he saw Xia Yan directly activating the external aid, granting all the Ultramen a fused sublimation form, causing the Pleasure aliens to be defeated on the spot, instantly eliminating his chance to make an entrance. This scene did not particularly move the King. It was just that he hadn't given out the equipment yet. He had a hard time thinking of a scenario that never materialized, which made him feel a bit awkward. It seemed like he was being overly sentimental. However, the King didn't dwell on it for long. Since the 2 younger ones seemed to not need help, he was happy to enjoy his leisure. In a flash, he teleported back to the King Star, ready to continue his nap, but he didn't notice Astra. What was that kid doing in the Land of Light? Forget it. He had been training hard lately, so let him be. The Ultra King muttered to himself, sitting down to continue his daydreaming. Recently, it seemed there was a little girl in the neighboring universe who needed help, so he decided to check it out first. On Earth, Feng Yuan was still unaware that he had lost the external aid, the King's cloak. At this moment, back on land, he was glaring at Zhu Xingtuan, questioning loudly, "Captain, why can you still transform?" It's not that Feng Yuan was hoping for Zhu Xingtuan to die. The key was that he felt like he had been tricked. Previously, it was said that he had transformed using hidden energy. So what was the situation now? Perhaps he had been inexplicably persecuted by Xia Yan several times. The accumulated experience from being fooled finally made Feng Yuan a bit smarter. Reflecting on how he felt increasingly uneasy since joining the Mike team, the more he thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. Zhu Xingtuan remained unfazed in the face of Feng Yuan's questioning, skillfully weaving lies and calmly replied, "Recently, my brother the first generation just healed my injuries. I just haven't had the chance to tell you, and Xia Yan yet." Hearing this, Xia Yan's expression turned speechless. Yes, keep deceiving me. Anyway, I don't believe it." After thinking, he turned his gaze to Feng Yuan beside him, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. "You wouldn't believe him, would you?" So Feng Yuan definitely did not believe it. Having been tricked by Xia Yan so many times, this kind of blatant lie was all too familiar to him, especially with the reminders from dealing with several universe beings before. It was better to trust Xia Yan to help open a temporary external aid. And the key was that it actually worked. Even Feng Yuan, no matter how foolish, understood that at that moment, Xia Yan was just short of directly revealing the truth. Unfortunately, he had been too naive back then. Now that he thought about it, he found it full of flaws. This made him look at Zhu Xingtuan with suspicion. And with a direct gaze, he pressed, "Captain, have you been scheming against me all along?" Xia Yan stood beside them with a look of amusement, as if he were ready to sit down with a small stool and snack on melon seeds. "Come on, fight it out. Feng Yuan, you've finally seen through the captain's cunning tricks." When Feng Yuan looked over, Zhu Xingtuan, realizing he couldn't deceive him any longer, simply avoided eye contact. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the first-generation brother." With a serious expression, he immediately turned and walked away. "The Mike team headquarters is waiting for me to handle things. I don't have time to waste here with you." After saying that, he ignored Feng Yuan's reaction and swiftly left. He really didn't have time to stay here. After dealing with the Mike team's issues, he had to rush to meet Nu compared to finding a way to fool Feng Yuan. Meeting Nu, whom he had been thinking about day and night, was far more important. The first generation, who was originally enjoying the gossip with Xia Yan, didn't expect to be dragged into this by Zhu Xingtuan. Facing Feng Yuan's gaze, he could only help clean up his younger brother's mess. Looking a bit evasive as he said, That's true. Tuan's injuries have only recently healed." The first generation, not as thick-skinned as Zhu Xingtuan, felt a bit embarrassed, and his expression was somewhat unnatural when he said this. However, it wasn't a problem to keep it from Feng Yuan. Hearing that the senior from the first generation said so, Feng Yuan, although still somewhat skeptical, didn't pursue the matter further. He still had his own things to do. Yumita Kaori hadn't taken him to the amusement park yet. Seeing this, Xia Yan patted Feng Yuan's shoulder. As the two of them left together, he clicked his tongue and said, still the same, saying, "You'd be better off believing in my cheat than in the nonsense from the Zushin group." Feng Yuan responded, "So, I was just fooled, huh?" Reflecting on the tricks he had experienced since meeting the Zushin group, Feng Yuan felt increasingly angry. "Damn it, Captain, just you wait. If you can, you'd better not have a son. Your future son will be called Zero, right? Great, just great." Meanwhile, the ignored first generation, as a desolate cold wind blew by, suddenly felt a bit sad. It might be better not to stay on this earth, since it was Xia Yan's idea to go to the amusement park. Feng Yuan called him along as well. However, it was getting late, and after inviting others from the Nanshan Sports Center, they decided to go tomorrow instead. As night deepened, Xia Yan, lying in bed and falling asleep, once again entered a special dream. The scarred earth was filled with the ruins of broken walls, and fierce flames continued to burn. A dark aura enveloped the entire sky, making the environment feel incredibly oppressive, and at the center of the battlefield stood a little girl. Dressed in a white dress, she held a red ball in her hands, seemingly wanting to approach Xia Yan upon seeing his figure. But at that moment, the ground cracked. As his vision suddenly elevated, he saw the entire planet shatter and explode in an instant, faintly hearing a scream. "Ultraman, Ultraman, help me." The panel data is a bit vague, so it won't be included in the main text. Full Ultraman Driving Evolution LV2 can exchange energy with other Ultramen during battle to fuse and transform, gaining temporary sublimation forms without consuming materials. Identity: human mixed blood light life form. Life level: see comprehensive skills, cosmic fist technique, including various fighting skills. 8-point light wheel tracking 8-point light wheel, light blade extraction, Ultraman power, binding light, including Ultraman beams. Telekinetic shooting explosion, ocean spasium ray, timer ray, temporarily unusable, Imirum ray, temporarily unusable, shuriken light bullet. Special abilities, consciousness crossing, light sphere transformation, Ultraman possession, Ultraman telekinesis, sunlight absorption, instantaneous movement, body defense capability, Ultraman X-ray vision, keen perception, penetration ability. Materials, Human Hope Power 1, Leo Ultraman Light 4, Exchanged Energy, 7 Ultraman Light 7, 10 Ode, First Generation Ultraman Light 16, Exchanged Energy. Chapter 79, Deep Affection Cannot Be Retained, Only Tricks Win Hearts. Xia Yan opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. He wanted to respond, but didn't know how. Feng Yuan brought the Ueda siblings over, so he had to temporarily suppress his thoughts. The roller coaster was quite thrilling and definitely not suitable for an average girl. She might end up crying for being scared. Regarding the haunted house and bungee jumping that Xia Yan suggested going today, although both Feng Yuan and Omura Masashi were very interested, they were rejected by Baizi. Taking a little girl to play these things was clearly meant to comfort her rather than scare her. Feng Yuan and Omura Masashi didn't understand. But Baizi knew a bit more and ultimately suggested riding the spinning teacups and carousel and then wandering around to see if there were any other fun activities. Xia Yan had no objections upon seeing this. He didn't really know how to comfort children anyway. Feng Yuan inquired and responded using his methods for flirting. Now that Baizi had an idea, Xia Yan was happy to go along with it. In fact, his methods were quite effective, just not aimed at children. Emotions can be artificially created, and women are emotional beings easily swayed by feelings. If you take someone who is inexperienced and expose them to the complexities of life, their heart will have seen hardships, and then they can ride a carousel. Of course, this only works if the other person isn't pretending. As long as you focus on this core idea, you can think of various ways to design different strategies, and you've already succeeded halfway. Since ancient times, deep feelings cannot be retained. Only strategies can win hearts. As for the other half, either looks must be acceptable or one must have money. The reasoning is that simple. It's not that good girls don't exist, but there must be at least one outstanding quality that makes people overlook their flaws, making it easier to enchant them. True love does exist, but if family financial issues cannot be resolved, even true love can be worn away. Compared to Feng Yuan, who was still a virgin, Xia Yan had long lost count of how many women he had played tricks on. And now, the thrill of transformation was less interesting, with no women in his heart. Transformation was naturally divine. Rather than spending time thinking about women, it was better to think about how to gather more energy. That's right. The Zuxing team still owed him 10 portions. This debt cannot be left unsettled. He thought he should find the captain to collect the debt. While thinking this, Xia Yan led Yumita to get off the car, with Omura Masashi following them into the amusement park. The three of them formed a group, while Baizi, Yumita Ko, and Feng Yuan formed a family. Children's thoughts are relatively simple. They almost never hold grudges, and just a little coaxing can make them forget their troubles. Unlike Xia Yan, who as an adult was still thinking about the 10 portions of energy owed by his captain. Previously, after seeing the Zuxing team fight against the first generation, the energy had nearly been depleted during the battle, as they had to delay the Placer people. Even later, when Xia Yan exchanged energy with them to activate their fusion sublimation form, it was still ultimately insubstantial, as if it were an inflated bread. After the battle ended, the sublimation form was released, and the two AOs became exhausted again, including Leo. Therefore, Xia Yan did not collect the debt from the Zuxing team at that time. Perhaps they were currently spending time with Anu, and likely did not have time to deal with him, the creditor. Thinking this way, he didn't want to make himself uncomfortable. Anyway, they could just owe it for now. Could they really refuse to pay? Yumita Ko was being held by Feng Yuan and Baizi, and the three of them walking together looked like a warm family. Omura Masashi saw this and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Youth is great. Look at Feng Yuan and Baizi. They really have a couple's vibe when holding little Ko." He spoke without hiding his voice, causing Baizi in front to blush. Although Feng Yuan's face also showed some embarrassment, he did not refute Omura Masashi's words and had a silly smile. Baizi, noticing Feng Yuan's seemingly accepting demeanor, couldn't help but feel delighted. Seeing his silly expression, she couldn't hold back and let out a stifled laugh. After teasing Feng Yuan and Baizi, Omura Masashi turned to Xia Yan and asked, "Xia Yan, I see you've been here for quite a while. Is there a girl you like?" As he spoke, he realized something and continued with a cheerful smile. Well, there's only Baizi as the female coach here in the gym, and she seems to have her eyes on Feng Yuan. Omura-sensei, Baizi exclaimed, glaring at Omura Masashi in a mix of annoyance and embarrassment. She was already quite shy, otherwise she would have made so little progress with Feng Yuan. In fact, Baizi had been quite bold, frequently giving Feng Yuan hints, but unfortunately, Feng Yuan was dense and always unintentionally ignored her words. Even if he understood back then, he pretended not to. Unlike now, when he seemed to be more proactive, it seemed these changes started with Xia Yan's arrival. Thinking this, Baizi glanced at Xia Yan, and a thought crossed her mind. If Feng Yuan might be like Leo Ultraman, then could Xia Yan-san be? A lot of ideas suddenly filled Baizi's mind, especially since Xia Yan often trained with Feng Yuan. It was easy to make connections. It would be impossible to say there wasn't anything going on. At this moment, Omura Masashi, who had interrupted the conversation, awkwardly smiled at Feng Yuan and Baizi, then turned back to Xia Yan and continued, Xia Yan, how about I introduce you to a few girls? They are all daughters of my friends. Beautiful and very suitable for you. Want to give it a try? Omura Masashi was the director of the gym, and naturally, the friends he knew had considerable background and influence. No need, Xia Yan said, his thoughts interrupted, glancing at Omura Masashi and dismissively saying, I'm not considering that right now. Xia Yan Onaiken. Yumita Ko looked up at Xia Yan, her eyes brightening with excitement as she said, what if you wait for my sister to grow up, and then take her? Onaiken. Yumita Ko instantly became annoyed, her little face showing her displeasure at being backstabbed. Yumita Ko wanted to say something more, but Xia Yan reached out and flicked his forehead, a bit exasperated, saying, you little rascal, as an older brother. You should protect your sister well, not have such thoughts. Oh, Yumita Ko mumbled in agreement, but his expression clearly showed he wasn't taking it seriously. Xia Yan did not scold him. It was just like a real brother's operation. Xiaotong, now you dislike Yumita Ko. But when she grows up and meets someone she likes, no longer following you around like a puppy, you'll know how hard it can be. Speaking of which, Xia Yan recalled the dream he had last night, which also featured a little girl. She was a bit older than Yumita Ko, but she was not an ordinary human. From the red ball she held in her hand, one could tell who she was. Nanace Risa, the embodiment of the red ball that can grant any wish. One could say she's the red ball itself. Chapter 80, The Annoying Homework Monster. Granting others' wishes is originally a good intention. However, except for Ultraman, the greed of intelligent beings is endless, which leads the red ball to turn into a magic ball. Even Ultraman can become corrupted at times. While thinking about the red ball and Nanace Risa, Xia Yan went with Feng Yuan and the others to buy some ice cream. When he heard Nanace Risa's call, he wanted to respond, but what left him at a loss was that he didn't know how to respond. Such idealistic matters were not his specialty, especially since it was in a dream. Asking a technology-based Ultraman to respond to a call while dreaming and crossing over to another world was just asking for trouble. At that moment, Yumita Ko suddenly released Xia Yan's hand and ran toward the monster in a snail suit. This was actually a well-known place, the Cosmic Monster Exhibition Hall, and it was hard to say if any real monsters were mixed in. A receptionist in a super short skirt with a pair of smooth, fair thighs shining in the sunlight gently introduced the monster suits through a microphone. This is the peace-loving monster Hells. This is Jet Tan, who invaded Earth back in the day. And this is the drinking monster Bellin, all from distant universes. However, among these monster suits, there was a real cosmic star beast. Yumita Ko held ice cream in his hand, and his gaze met that of the monster, both looking at each other like a turtle staring at a green bean. The cosmic star beast Jiro had a yellow, pineapple-shaped upper body, a face resembling a snail, and 2 antennae on its head. Compared to other violent monsters, the star beast Jiro was usually very gentle and loved eating ice cream. At that moment, it was eagerly staring at the ice cream in Yumita Ko's hand, eyes filled with desire. Its suit-like mouth opened and closed, unable to resist the impulse to reach out and beckon Yumita Ko. The telepathic ability connected them, allowing them to understand each other's intentions. Ice cream, I want to eat ice cream. Can you give me the ice cream? The voice of a star beast Jiro sounded like a girl's voice in Yumita Ko's mind. Perhaps it was because they hit it off, and Jiro's innocent voice was non-threatening. Yumita Ko did not feel scared. Do you want ice cream? Leaning over the railing, he extended the ice cream in his hand, while curiously saying, Here, it's for you. My name is Yumita Ko, what's your name? Jiro, happy to receive the ice cream, jumped up and down, stuffing it into its suit mouth, while joyfully saying, Jiro. My name is Jiro. It was unclear how it ate with a suit mouth, but the ice cream was slowly diminishing. The bridge of friendship was initially established. The star beast Jiro climbed over the railing, grabbing Yumita Ko's hand, wanted to take him to play. Seeing this, Yumita did not refuse. However, as they ran a short distance, Xia Yan sidestepped and blocked their path. Xiao Tong, had you ever thought about what would happen if it were an evil alien? While speaking, he turned to look at Yumita, his gaze stern. Have you thought about whether the people around you would worry about your safety because of this? Yumita's little face was startled by his words, and he felt a bit guilty. But with a new friend right beside him, remembering Xia Yan's identity as part of the Mike team, he spread his arms to block Jiro. Brother Xia Yan, you can't catch Jiro. It's not one of those vicious monsters. Perhaps this was the pure friendship among children, willing to stand up against adults for their friends. I never said I would catch it. Xia Yan glanced at the snail-faced Jiro before continuing to scold Yumita, but you shouldn't just follow others without saying a word. Huh? Yumita was startled and didn't mind being scolded. He asked in confusion, Brother Xia Yan, aren't you part of the Mike team? The Mike team is the Mike team, and I'm me. Xia Yan raised his hand and gave Yumita a light smack on the head, rubbing his hair vigorously with an unfriendly tone. This is your punishment. If you act so recklessly again, I won't hesitate to prepare 10 pounds of homework for you. Upon hearing the word homework, Yumita's face immediately fell. Although he had received the gift he asked for, he couldn't feel happy at all, because those extracurricular assignments were still unfinished, and there were some questions he couldn't solve at all. Moreover, Yumita Mountain was also supervising Yumita, which made him very frustrated. I was wrong, Brother Xia Yan. Yumita grabbed Xia Yan's arm with a pitiful expression. Please don't give me any more homework. I can't finish it, I really can't. Nearby, the star beast Jiro, seeing Yumita's expression, not understanding what homework was, thought that her new friend was being bullied and waved her claws to pounce at Xia Yan. Naughty. Sensing the situation, Xia Yan chuckled lightly, raised his hand, and swiftly struck out, of course, with controlled force. A dull sound echoed from Jiro's head, causing it to sit down on the ground, dazed. Seeing this, Yumita hurriedly squatted down to check on Jiro, anxiously asking, Jiro, are you okay? As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to Xia Yan, his little face showing dissatisfaction. Brother Xia Yan, you promised not to catch Jiro. At this moment, Jiro snapped out of its daze and looked at Xia Yan with clear eyes, fearing that he would strike again. It quickly communicated with Yumita through telepathy. Jiro is fine. Xiao Tong, don't provoke him. Let's run. You don't have to be afraid, Jiro. Yumita comforted Jiro while soothing its emotions. I won't let Brother Xia Yan catch you. Xia Yan watched the mental conversation between the two of them. Although he didn't hear what Jiro said, he could guess a little from Yumita's response. Little Tong, I didn't grab it. It came to me on its own. After saying this, he thought for a moment under Yumita's gaze and continued. Since your friendship is so good, why not let Jiro help you with your homework? Upon hearing this, Yumita's eyes lit up, and he turned to Jiro with an eager expression, saying, Jiro, I'll buy you ice cream if you help me with my homework. Okay? What's homework? Jiro thought to himself, as there was no such thing as homework on the planet Jiro. However, thinking about the ice cream, Jiro nodded in agreement. We are friends. Jiro will help you with your homework. Feng Yuan and the others were also attracted by the commotion, but because Xia Yan was mediating, Feng Yuan didn't act against Jiro. According to their agreement, Yumita took Jiro home, and that night, he wrote his homework furiously. However, Jiro didn't know any knowledge of Earth, and the difficulty of the problems was evident. So, early the next morning, Jiro grew huge and flew into the sky without looking back. Yumita stood on the ground, shouting up, Jiro, aren't we best friends? The homework isn't finished yet. Upon hearing this, Jiro's speed towards outer space increased, and he disappeared through the clouds. Only a mental message resonated in Yumita's mind. Goodbye, little Tong. I can't bear the hardship of homework. I'd rather go back to Jiro, star to eat ice cream. Chapter 81. Ultraman get out of this world in a vast white space. Nanace Risa found herself empty-handed. Ever since the previous Earth was destroyed due to humanity's endless greed, the red ball had automatically crossed into other parallel universes, still in worlds without Ultraman. Although Nanace Risa was one with the red ball, she could do nothing but watch passively. The positive energy she had left was minimal, enough to summon one more Ultraman. Because now, almost all of the red ball's energy was dark. Initially, it was filled with positive light, but humans always like to create their own demise. After the first monster was wished into existence, darkness began to exist above the red ball. It was like looking into a mirror, reflecting the dark side of people's hearts. And the greater the desire, the greater the destruction it brought. Until the world was destroyed and the planet shattered. The dense darkness filled the entire red ball. Almost everyone who obtained it would have their personalities distorted, becoming dark and filled with destructive desires. Nanace Risa could only silently pray, hoping the red ball would fall into the hands of someone whose heart was filled with light. Perhaps her prayers had some effect. She truly encountered a child filled with light in his heart. However, this was not enough, as light could also be tempted to turn dark, and she needed to find helpers. With this in mind, Nanace Risa looked up at the sky, gazing at the bearded face of Ultraman King, and anxiously said, "What should I do?" Ultraman didn't respond to me. He didn't respond to you? Ultraman King muttered, then turned to Nanace Risa and said, "Wait a moment. Let me see what's going on with this kid." Upon hearing this response, Nanace Risa was taken aback, looking up at that bearded face, feeling it seemed a bit unreliable. Initially, she thought this old Ultraman, with his crimson eyes, was an evil alien. However, upon recognizing the bearded face, she immediately identified him as Ultraman King. Most of the worlds the Red Ball had crossed were Earth, and in reality, without Ultraman, Ultraman-related works were everywhere, so she naturally recognized Ultraman King. At first, she wanted his help, but Ultraman King said there was a junior who could handle it, and she should go find him. However, the only downside was that once she went to him, she would be remembered, something the king also explained. With the thought of saving more worlds, and knowing that Ultramen are beings of light, Nanace Risa thought that Ultraman should not be tempted by the Red Ball's desires, so she agreed to Ultraman King's suggestion. But what was the old king thinking? After returning to King Star, he initially felt nothing was wrong, but the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He wanted to make an appearance, but couldn't. He traveled far to deliver equipment, but couldn't deliver it, feeling frustrated. He couldn't even sleep well, and exploring other universes didn't hold any interest for him. The old king felt this couldn't go on. If this continued, would Earth still serve as a training ground for Leo? Unable to solve the problem meant addressing the source of the problem. Ultraman was too big-headed. He needed to be sent away. Otherwise, if everything was done with cheats, the Ultramen of this universe would eventually become useless. It was definitely not due to a lack of opportunities to appear. It was purely for the sake of the junior's mindset. Thus, the old king brought Nanace Risa over. After carefully examining the situation on Xia Yan's side, Ultraman King understood what was going on and gently said to Nanace Risa, "Child, try again now." "All right," Nanace Risa replied, somewhat uncertain. The vast white space suddenly disappeared. Back in the real world, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and began to call out repeatedly, "Ultraman, Ultraman." This name was told to her by the king. Compared to Ultraman, she found Ultraman to be more catchy. At this time on Leo's Earth, Xia Yan had just finished exchanging energy with Feng Yuan and was about to patrol after a long time. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and a transparent ripple of time and space swept over his body. Before he could react, he had already vanished from his spot. At the edge of the roof of the Southern City Gymnasium, the old king in a red hooded robe satisfiedly withdrew his hand and disappeared. The old king felt quite good. Young people should train their minds more and not open cheats casually. Strong power should come from a strong heart. One should not lose sight of the essentials, or problems may arise, as seen with the previous dark turn of events. The original and Seven were not steady enough. Especially Seven, who was a notorious rebel in his early days, not to mention the still immature Leo. Therefore, he sealed the cheat. The young Ultraman should temporarily be sent away to explore other universes. Not long after Xia Yan disappeared, Yumita Tong had already rushed to the Southern City Gymnasium early that day. Jiro's departure made him heartbroken. They had promised to be lifelong friends. Yet he left because of homework. It was all Xia Yan's bad idea from yesterday. Yumita Tong felt increasingly wronged as he ran to Xia Yan's room. Arriving at the door, he knocked loudly while shouting in anger, "Xia Yan, open the door! Open the door! Jiro was taken away by you." After knocking for a long time without a response, Yumita Tong thought Xia Yan was still sleeping in, so he knocked even louder, "Xia Yan, don't sleep. Jiro is gone. I haven't finished my homework. Hurry up and help me write it." The commotion here woke up others in the gym. Omura Masashi yawned as he walked down from upstairs. "Complaining, little Tom, what are you doing? Don't knock so loudly." As Yumita was watching someone approach, the grievances in his heart could no longer be contained. And he cried out, "Wah! Teacher Omura, Jiro, it has left." "Huh?" Omura Masashi was taken aback and quickly came over to Yumita to ask what was going on. "Wasn't it fine yesterday? How'd it die?" At first, Omura Masashi thought Jiro had passed away, his expression filled with confusion. After all, the mic team hadn't been deployed yesterday. Yumita wiped his tears and sniffled, explaining no. Jiro returned to the universe, saying it wants to go back to Jiro Star. Hearing this, Omura Masashi let out a sigh of relief. It turned out Jiro was not dead, which was good. The star B's Jiro seemed quite well behaved, and he didn't wish for anything bad to happen to it. Feng Yuan, with a towel on his face, walked over while drying his face and asked, "What happened, Teacher Omura?" "Oh, Jiro went back to the universe," Omura Masashi replied, turning to Feng Yuan with a helpless expression. Yumita is heartbroken because he misses Jiro. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan reached out and patted Yumita's shoulder. Squatting down to comfort him gently, "It's a good thing that Jiro is going back to its hometown. Yumita, we should be happy for it." "No." Yumita felt even sadder upon hearing this and argued, explaining, "Jiro left me because it had too much homework and couldn't finish it. It's all Summer Yan's fault." Hearing this explanation, Feng Yuan suddenly realized that it was those extracurricular assignments causing the trouble. Summer Yan really needed to be told to comfort Yumita. With that thought in mind, he opened his portable communicator to link up with Summer Yan's device, but only a series of static noises came through. This was a response indicating that the other party was out of signal range. However, the mic team's communications covered the entire globe. Unless there was interference from extraterrestrials, such a situation shouldn't occur. Feng Yuan's expression grew serious, realizing that an unexpected situation had arisen. He immediately contacted the Star Group while heading to the mic team's headquarters. Upon receiving the news, the Star Group informed the First Generation, and the three Ultramen used all possible means to search. Meanwhile, in another world on Earth, Xia Yan blinked and looked around at the unfamiliar environment, his eyes gradually widening in shock. "What the hell? I've suddenly crossed over again. No way. I have to go back. I must go back. I haven't collected my debts yet." New character Nana's Risa, Chapter 82, There's only a slight deviation. Xia Yan looked up at the sky in silence, feeling an overwhelming longing for his team captain. When he first came out of the gym, everything was fine, but suddenly, out of nowhere, he found himself transported again. Just like when he entered the Leo world, he was walking down the street, looking down at his phone, when the scene abruptly changed. Fortunately, everyone in the world was speaking Chinese, otherwise communication would have been a problem. If Xia Yan guessed correctly, the Ultraman universe he entered was probably the Chinese version, as the dubbing of old films was quite good, and everything he had watched was in Chinese. His gaze swept across the surroundings. He was currently in a relatively remote grassy area by the roadside, and in the distance he could see a city. The modern-style buildings of the familiar human city eased his mind a little. It was still Earth, just a different version of it. Just as he was about to investigate where this world was, a call echoed in Xia Yan's mind. "Salted Egg Ultraman, Salted Egg Ultraman." This familiar voice and tone were exactly the same as in the dream he had before. Xia Yan's face suddenly darkened. Damn it, how could this name spread to other universes? "Captain, you really deserve to die. It's true that good things don't leave the house, but bad things spread 1,000 miles. The key is that even after crossing a universe, someone still calls him by this ridiculous name. Does that mean he will be called Salty Egg Superman for a moment, but be Salty Egg Superman for a lifetime?" The more he thought about it, the darker Xia Yan's face became as he followed the direction of the call. Secretly pondering about Zhu Xingtuan, the captain had tarnished his reputation so badly that even other universes knew this title. Without 10 units of light energy, this matter could not be resolved. Besides, he originally owed his creditor 10 units. If the overdue time lengthened, what's wrong with a little interest? It's reasonable. As he silently noted down 20 units in his mind, Xia Yan's gaze landed on a girl wearing a white dress. The familiar outfit was exactly the same as in his dream. He lowered his head to look down at the girl behind him. Nana's Risa might have been too focused on her calling, not even noticing someone approaching. "Salty Egg Superman, Salty Egg Superman." She kept calling in her heart when suddenly a large hand pressed down on her head, stopping her internal call. Xia Yan twisted Nana's Risa's little head, causing her entire body to turn around and face him, their eyes meeting. "It's Ultraman, not Salted Egg Superman." As he spoke, a sunny smile appeared on his face. His eyes squinted as he stared at Nana's Risa, his voice calm. "If you keep shouting randomly, I'll tear your mouth apart." He said this with a serious expression, filled with a smile, which created a strong contrast that made Nana's Risa shiver and instinctively take 2 steps back. She carefully examined Xia Yan's appearance. Although he was a very handsome older brother, he didn't look like the human form of Ultraman from her memories of those works. Coupled with Xia Yan's earlier threatening words, this made Nana's Risa feel a bit anxious. With a nervous expression on her small face, she tentatively asked, "Are you Ultraman or Salted Egg?" She quickly corrected herself, appearing somewhat scared. "Of course, I'm Ultraman." Seeing Nana's Risa's anxious expression, Xia Yan decided not to tease her anymore. "As for my human name, you can call me Xia Yan." While speaking, he glanced at Nana's Risa's outfit. She was wearing a white dress, not the red or black clothes from the beginning of the story. Could it be that the plot of the movie The Great Battle Across Time and Space hasn't started yet? Thinking of this, Xia Yan's eyes lit up. The wishing red ball is like a bug. If used well, it could become a cheat. The red ball can bring out people's desires and destroy countless parallel worlds. Although it seems powerful as the ultimate tool created by future humans from the multiverse, it has a fatal flaw. Its ability is passive and cannot be activated actively. Someone must hold the red ball and make a wish for it to unleash its power. In the end, the red ball is something that materializes emotions into reality. If no one uses it to make a wish, it cannot function. In other words, if he gets the red ball from Nana's Risa, wouldn't he be able to wish for as much light energy as he wants? The only thing to be wary of is that the red ball can unconsciously control its user. But here's the question. What would happen if one exchanged greedy desires and evil thoughts for the positive energy of light? Would such a bug-like approach burn out the CPU of the wishing red ball? However, these are just thoughts. He has to try first to know. What if he could freely realize light energy? From the appearance of Gaia after the new star's wish, it seems the red ball hasn't become monstrous, which indicates that the dark side desires have not increased, making it worth a try. With this in mind, Xia Yan's gaze softened as he looked at Nana's Risa. Squatting down and speaking frankly, "Risa, you can call me Brother Xia Yan. Did you call me here for something?" His expression was full of concern, resembling a sunny older brother next door. At this moment, Xia Yan still thought it was Nana's Risa who brought him here, completely unaware that the truth was that the King of Ultra had sent him over. Hearing this, Nana's Risa looked at Xia Yan with confusion, wondering why his attitude had suddenly changed so much, and she certainly didn't have the ability to force him to come. She had been calling out without getting a response, so she couldn't use the stored light energy. Feeling inexplicably anxious, Nana's Risa thought she might have caught someone's attention, which made her a bit uneasy. However, with the psychological preparation from the previous words of the King of Ultra, she didn't think too much about it. Seeing Xia Yan's change in attitude, her expression brightened, and she quickly explained to him, "Brother Xia Yan, hurry and help me get the red ball. This way, we can stop the world from being destroyed." Indeed, Ultramen are all eager to help. Although this Brother Xia Yan in front of her doesn't resemble the human form of Hayata, he should be Ultraman from a parallel universe. Nana's Risa is more willing to let Ultraman have the red ball than letting it be in human hands. After all, Ultramen are beings of light, and their sense of justice means they won't think about destruction. However, Nana's Risa was slightly mistaken. This Brother Xia Yan she called was not a proper being of light. While he indeed wouldn't destroy everything, he had a bit of a different mindset. All right. Seeing her so cooperative, Xia Yan immediately agreed. The smile on his face was like a weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken, suddenly revealing an unkind heart. The noble virtues belong to those normal Ultramen. What does it have to do with me, this technological Ultraman? Nana's Risa was full of joy, unaware of the scheming in Xia Yan's heart. Chapter 83. Light and darkness in one body. Nana's Risa had a lot of trust in Ultraman, likely due to the subconscious impressions brought by those film and television works. In special effects dramas, no matter which Ultraman it was, they all took saving the world as their responsibility. Of course, it's not that Xia Yan didn't want to help. It's just that the process was somewhat different from other Ultramen. Just like the King of Ultra said, Xia Yan was fixated on the bug-like wishing mechanism of the red ball. With its wish-fulfilling ability, who wouldn't be envious? Of course, Xia Yan wasn't envious of Nana's Risa. He just wanted to get the red ball. However, to put it this way, the red ball is Nana's Risa, and there isn't much difference between the two. But that's not what he meant. At this moment, due to the subconscious images from films, Nana's Risa had no defenses against Xia Yan. "I know where the red ball is now. Brother Xia Yan, let's hurry over and get it." As she spoke, she directly pulled Xia Yan's arm and ran towards the new star Mion. Nana's Risa's embodiment had split into two. One was the current white dress materialized from positive light energy, and the other was the black dress Nana's Risa that appeared along with the red ball, with both sides being each other. Seeing this, Yuhiko decided to carry Risa Nana's on his back and explained, "Let's use teleportation to get there, Risa. I'll carry you." If they just ran like this, it would take forever to get the red ball. The longer they took, the more likely unexpected events would occur. Risa Nana's felt a wave of emotion upon seeing this. Indeed, Ultraman's heart is made of light. It was truly warm. As she was about to reach out and lean against Yuhiko's back, her body suddenly flickered. This situation startled Risa Nana's, and as she quickly realized what was happening, her expression changed slightly. "Oh no, my share of light energy has been depleted. As her body began to gradually disappear, she hurriedly called out to Yuhiko. Yuhiko, you must get the red ball as soon as possible. It's located at... Before she could finish her sentence, Risa Nanace in her white dress had completely vanished. Without the light energy to maintain her physical form, she could only return to the red ball and stay there. Xia Yan looked at the place where Nanace Risa had disappeared, falling into a moment of silent contemplation. Riddlers are so annoying. She disappeared, fine, but can you at least tell me where the wish ball is first? The earth is so big. Where am I supposed to look for it? With a speechless expression, he took out his transformation device and opened Baidu to search for information. Fortunately, he could connect to the internet of another Earth. Otherwise, he wouldn't even remember which school Shinsei Ben was at. However, it seemed that in the great space-time battle, there was no specific mention of it, so Xia Yan could only do his best to search for relevant clues. Meanwhile, just a moment ago, the reason why the white-dressed Nanace Risa vanished was due to another Nanace Risa, who was wearing a black dress, seemingly hinting at something. Shinsei Ben brought his two friends to his home's warehouse, which was also his secret base, where colorful chalk drawings of Ultraman Gaia were made on the ground. Upon hearing the red ball's temptation that it could grant wishes, he was indeed a bit tempted to make a wish. But under the impatience of his good friend Hirakawa Yu, he had decided to ignore the red ball. However, at that moment, the black-dressed Nanace Risa picked up the red ball from the ground and called out to Shinsei Ben. Why not give it a try? If the white-dressed Nanace Risa is the embodiment of positive energy, then the black-dressed Nanace Risa in front of him is the manifestation of negative energy. Although both of them have kind personalities, the white-dressed Nanace Risa is relatively normal, while the black-dressed Nanace Risa does not even realize that her words carry a hint of temptation. This is likely due to the darkness that the wish ball absorbed after destroying countless worlds due to people's endless desires. The black-dressed Nanace Risa turned to look at Shinsei Ben. With a smile on her face, she said in response to his puzzled gaze, "Everything can be realized. Wouldn't that be wonderful if it were true?" Shinsei Ben felt a bit tempted again upon hearing this, but his inherently introverted personality made him always hesitant. Seeing him wanting to try, but also retreating, the black-dressed Nanace Risa encouraged him seriously. It's not good to lose heart immediately when faced with something. Perhaps the black-dressed Nanace Risa meant well, but she did not realize that her words carried a provoking tone. Shinsei Ben, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but recall the scene where Hirakawa and others erased the chalk drawing of Ultraman Gaia on the playground with their shoe soles. Ultraman shows always have different audiences. Some people like Ultraman, while others prefer monsters. Hirakawa, for example, is someone who likes monsters. Although he claims that watching Ultraman is childish, he actually remembers the data of every monster. It is precisely because he likes monsters that he often bullies Shinsei Ben, who likes Ultraman. One can only say that kids have a remarkable ability to cause trouble. Feeling indignant, Shinsei Ben thought about showing Hirakawa that Ultraman is not childish. All right, then let us give it a try. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward and carefully took the red ball from the black-dressed Nanace Risa's hands. The bespectacled boy Hirakawa Yu, seeing this, curiously asked, "Can you hear any sounds?" No. Shinsei Ben felt downcast. The sound he had heard earlier was actually the wish ball reflecting his inner thoughts like a mirror, but for some reason, it did not sound this time. Standing behind Shinsei Ben, the black-dressed Nanace Risa encouraged him. "Just try first. What is it that you most wish to achieve?" "What I most wish to achieve." Hearing this, Shinsei Ben murmured, looking down at the red ball in his hands, then turning to look at the chalk drawing of Ultraman Gaia on the ground. He held the red ball and mustered his courage to say, "If it can truly grant all wishes, I want to meet the real Takayama Imo." The moment Shinsei Ben shouted this, the red ball suddenly emitted a blinding white light. "What is going on?" The bespectacled boy Hirakawa Yu raised his hand to shield his eyes from the light, looking shocked. Could it be real? The black-dressed Nanace Risa, however, appeared calm, as if she had already anticipated this outcome. A sudden, inexplicable vibration sounded, and the three of them hurriedly ran outside to see what was happening. At this moment, Xia Yan was rummaging through the materials on the time-space battle, when suddenly a buzzing sound came from the sky. He looked up and saw a vast ocean reflecting high above, as if connected to this world. Recognizing this familiar scene and knowing what was happening, he silently closed Baidu. As the EX aircraft shot out, that ocean vanished in an instant. Holding the transformation device, Xia Yan watched as the EX aircraft rushed towards him and immediately pressed the transformation button. He transformed into a ball of light and flew into the sky to chase after it. Chapter 84. I told you it called Gaia. Inside the EX aircraft, Takayama Yumamori held the control stick, his gaze scanning the city below through the glass window. Looking puzzled. How'd I end up here? He muttered to himself, unable to understand, and decided to pull the control stick to turn back. This is strange. I was clearly investigating the Bermuda Triangle, he thought, carefully recalling what had just happened, when suddenly a burst of light hit his face. Startled, he momentarily lost his words and fumbled. The EX aircraft shook a few times. Thankfully, it was using an anti-gravity suspension system to fly. Otherwise, it might have crashed on the spot. Regaining control of the EX aircraft, Takayama Yumamori's eyes widened as he looked at the glowing figure floating beside him. The light quickly transformed into a young man, who got very close to his face. You. Takayama Yumamori stammered for a moment before finally finding his voice, staring at Xia Yan and exclaiming, "Who are you, and how can you turn into a ball of light?" As he asked in surprise, he couldn't help but speculate. Could there be other Ultramen on Earth besides Fujimiya? From the feeling he sensed from the glowing figure just now, Takayama Yumamori was certain that the other party must be an Ultraman, because when he transformed into Gaia, the situation was quite similar. In fact, they were quite alike. Takayama Yumamori transformed using light particles, with the power of light stored in his transformation device, while Xia Yan stored the power of light within his body. Both were gradually transforming from humans into Ultramen, which is why Yumamori felt a sense of familiarity between the two of them. At this moment, Xia Yan's head was pressed against the cockpit cover of the EX aircraft, and with his waist forced to bend, he adjusted his position. While squeezing into the spacious area behind the driver's seat, he said, "I am Ultraman, summoned to this world by a little girl in a white dress." After saying this, he looked at the bewildered expression of Takayama Yum and continued to explain, "I think you were summoned here by one of your fans." This world? Takayama Yum's expression was astonished. Although he was a genius scientist, encountering such metaphysical matters suddenly left him a bit confused. How could I be summoned here? Because the wish-granting red ball appeared in this world. Xia Yan had no intention of hiding the truth. The most important thing now was to find the red ball as soon as possible. It is something that realizes wishes based on desires. It has destroyed countless worlds due to people's greed. We must find the red ball quickly and prevent such things from happening again. Upon hearing this, Takayama Yum's face became serious, and he had already figured out what was going on. As a scientist, and one of the top ones at that, having gained the power of Gaia Ultraman from the quantum realm, he easily accepted what Xia Yan said. He understood that the wish-granting red ball could destroy worlds due to people's greed, and their responsibility as Ultramen was to prevent this from happening. Takayama Yum had always been a person filled with a sense of justice, so he immediately asked, "Where is the red ball now?" He appeared to take on the responsibility of protecting the world, proving that he was indeed a great son chosen from the neighboring Earth, aside from a certain deceived king. A guru. As he spoke, Takayama Yum suddenly remembered something and somewhat shyly said to Xia Yan, "By the way, I am Takayama Yum. What is your name?" "I am Xia Yan, also an Ultraman." As Xia Yan spoke, he looked at Takayama Yum with a strange expression. Feigning surprise, "There is a special effects show about you on this Earth. I think you must be the giant mountain superpower buster." Since he had been through the rain, he now thought of pulling down others' umbrellas too. Takayama Yum was taken aback upon hearing this. What kind of name was that? He quickly explained and denied. "No, I transform into Gaia Ultraman." "Okay, got it, giant mountain superpower buster." Xia Yan had no intention of changing his address, and after responding, he continued discussing the red ball. "The one who summoned you is called Shinsei Ben, a primary school student. Not giant mountain superpower buster." Takayama Yum glared at Xia Yan with an unkind expression, shouting to correct him. "Don't try to change the subject. I am Gaia Ultraman." Xia Yan chose to ignore Takayama Yum's dissatisfaction. The fact that he hadn't immediately calculated the energy was already a sign of his enthusiasm. If Feng Yuan had seen this scene, he would have been envious to death. Shinsei Ben has two classmates, Hirama Yu and Nanes Risa. We must find them quickly to get the red ball and prevent these kids from making random wishes. After saying this, Xia Yan looked at Takayama Yum, pretending to be puzzled as he asked, "Giant mountain superpower buster, did you say something just now?" Takayama Yum was momentarily speechless, feeling quite frustrated. "Just call me Takayama Yum." After angrily correcting him, he decided to ignore Xia Yan and open the computer built into the EX aircraft. He quickly connected to this world's network and began searching for information about Shinsei Ben and the others. The Earth in the time-space war was at a similar level of civilization to that of Gaia's Earth, and even Gaia Earth's technology was higher than here, so accessing the network was not a problem. While Takayama Yum was searching for information, suddenly, a flash of lightning roared across the sky in front of them. Twisting time and space waves appeared. Seeing this scene, Takayama Yum quickly pulled the control stick, and the EX aircraft hovered in midair. Looking at the familiar scene, Xia Yan understood that it must be that troublemaker Kashimada hero, who, obsessed with monsters, had obtained the wish-granting red ball and subconsciously wished for a monster to appear. With his eyes glowing with white light, he activated the Ultra Eye, scanning the surroundings for several kilometers, and immediately spotted Shinsei Ben and the black-skirted Nanes Risa. He raised his hand and took out his transformation device, saying, "Yum, you handle the monster that appears. I'll go get the wish-granting red ball." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan pressed the transformation button, and a burst of white light shot out from the aircraft. Takayama Yum had not yet reacted when Xia Yan's figure had already disappeared. On the ground, Kashimada Hiro was startled by the light of the red ball and instinctively let go. The wish-granting red ball fell from his hand and rolled away. Seeing this, Shinsei Ben hurriedly ran over and bent down to pick up the red ball. However, just as he lifted his head, a white light orb suddenly appeared in front of him. Xia Yan transformed back into human form and looked at Xinqing Mian, decisively raising his hand to grab the wishing red ball. All right, the farce ends here. However, just as his hand was about to grasp it, the red ball suddenly disappeared with a whoosh and reappeared above the brothers. At the same time, the wishing red ball vanished from Xinqing Mian's hand. A summoned monster crashed down, causing a tremendous noise that shook the earth. The gigantic alien beast, Satan Biza, was originally a parasitic entity summoned from the source of destruction next door and was dispatched to the Gaia Earth. Now, due to the wishing red ball, it was summoned to this world. Upon materialization, it had several claws on its hands, and its upper body was essentially its face, with a yellow vertical line down the middle, resembling a giant black clamshell about to open. After completing its materialization, Satan Biza emitted a strange, mocking hee-hee sound. As it swung its black claws, nearby industrial chimneys broke apart. With a thunderous crash, a large amount of dust and smoke rose up. In the EX fighter jet, Takayama Yumung immediately pressed the side button on the pilot seat and said, "EX, find an open area to land." The targeting screen displayed red text, and a mechanical male voice responded, "Understood, Yumung." At this moment, Takayama Yumung had already pulled out a blue gem from his pocket. As he raised it, he shouted, and red light enveloped him, instantly launching him out of the cockpit of the fighter jet. The red light quickly transformed into a giant figure, and he descended in a crouching position. Boom! The ground roared as it was struck by this downward force, sending up a massive cloud of dirt and debris around Gaia. Having completed his transformation, the Earth's rebellious sun took a battle stance and charged at the monster Satan Biza. Just as Gaia and Satan Biza began their battle, in the distance on the ground below, Xia Yan was indifferent to the battle happening. Takashita Akira would definitely be able to handle it. So there was no big problem. When he saw the red ball in Takashita's hands, his expression froze for a moment. How could the wishing red ball have the ability to teleport? It didn't show that ability in the super-dimensional battle. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly turned to look at Nanes Risa, dressed in a black dress, completely different from before, and noticed that she seemed to not recognize him at all. Realizing this, Xia Yan had some guesses in his heart and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. I should have known it wouldn't be that simple. The Ultraman special effects drama had become an old yin-yang master, unknowingly hiding mysteries that reflected reality. If one didn't observe closely, it wouldn't be easy to discover. Ning Xingmian looked at his empty hands and then at the reappearing red ball, his eyes widening. This thing can run on its own. Does that mean it has consciousness? Were those words he heard before trying to tempt him? As a fan of Ultraman, Ning Xingmian suddenly recalled the situation in the special effects TV show where aliens manipulated children, and now he realized he might have gotten into trouble. Understanding this, he felt a wave of self-reproach. He shouldn't have touched that red ball in the first place. At this moment, Takashita Akira looked up and saw Satan Biza appear, his mouth full of excitement as he reported the data. The giant alien beast Satan Biza, standing at 67 meters tall and weighing 50,000 tons. It is a spiritual parasite materialized and can use the Satan's Kiss and Biza Beam. His excitement was palpable, as if he were recounting treasured family anecdotes. It was clear that this kid, Takashita Akira, claimed Ultraman was childish, but in reality, he had watched Ultraman over and over again in secret. Otherwise, how could he remember it so clearly? Hey! Ning Xingmian's expression froze as he looked at Takashita Akira in confusion and asked, "Didn't you say you've never watched Gaia Ultraman? How come you remember it better than I do?" Caught with his secret exposed, Takashita Akira's face turned red, and he glared at Ning Xingmian. No way. Enraged, he stubbornly retorted, but suddenly noticed that he was unknowingly holding a red ball in his hand. The moment Takashita Akira realized he was holding the wishing red ball, negative energy began to influence his consciousness. Memories from his childhood surged back into his mind, and the painful experiences hit him again. You've been watching since the morning. Can't you see what your grades are like? Takahiro, shouldn't you say goodbye to this childish stuff? Listen to Mom. No more watching Ultraman, which is not nutritious. You should study, exercise, or do other more important things. Wow, you're so lucky. Always able to enjoy things like Ultraman while I'm busy every day. Please don't talk like my mom. It's really a buzzkill. Hey, how old are you? Still playing with childish stuff like Ultraman every day? Hand over the money. You can't say that about Ultraman. They are the strongest. It hurts. Little brat. You're Ultraman ISNT here to protect you. This toy-like thing will now help you graduate from kindergarten. No, don't break them. Stop, please. Yalela. They're all broken. In this world, there are no Ultramen at all. I think you might as well hope for monsters to appear. Why? Why hasn't T-Ultraman appeared? Is it only monsters that can possibly exist? I want to be a model maker and create monsters. These thoughts flashed through Takashita Akira's mind in just a moment, and he seemed to darken, his hair flying as he shouted. Only monsters are the strongest. I want to enhance Satan Biza to defeat Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Takashita Akira suddenly received a heavy blow to the back of his head and neck. Rolling his eyes, he fell asleep instantly, lying on the ground with a peaceful expression. Though it sounds lengthy, it actually happened in just a few blinks of an eye. As Takashita Akira laid down and passed out, Xia Yan retracted his hand, his gaze falling on the wishing red ball rolling on the ground, and his Ultraman telekinesis surged forth. At this moment, the red ball emitted a glow, clearly indicating that the wish just now had been successfully triggered. Xia Yan had no time to pay attention to other matters. With his fists crossed in front of his chest, he unleashed his Ultraman's psychic power to try to control the wish-granting red ball. However, at that moment, the wish-granting red ball had already sprouted some small spikes. Although Xia Yan's Ultraman psychic power prevented it from teleporting again instantly, it still rolled on the ground, arriving at the feet of Takashita Hiro and his two lackeys. The aura it emitted stirred the dark thoughts of humans, and the black-red glow on the surface of the red ball flickered continuously. A mechanical voice echoed their inner thoughts. I can grant your wishes, no matter what they are. Just make a wish, and everything can come true. The two mischievous kids were instantly tempted and numbly reached out their hands towards the red ball, their distance from it decreasing. Chapter 86. Being young means falling asleep anywhere while Xia Yan was exerting all his effort to release his Ultraman's psychic power, Takamiyama Moku, who had transformed into Gaia. Increasingly felt that the situation in the Ultra City was deteriorating. This world, based on the reality of Earth, had no rules of idealism. Originally, Ultraman could only fight on Earth for about 3 minutes due to the shift from idealism to reality, often relying on his strong willpower to persist. Most importantly, this Earth was not Gaia's Earth. In this Earth of the superdimensional Great Battle, the lack of light caused the energy consumption rate to multiply. Gaia merely activated a circular prism-like shield, and after receiving the lightning sphere known as the Kiss of Satan from Satan Biza, his energy timer began to flash red. Even the shield he had just conjured was shattered. A wave of weakness washed over him, causing Gaia to sway slightly as he looked down at the flashing energy light. Unable to understand why it was depleting so quickly, he had just transformed, and not even a minute had passed. At this moment, Satan Biza gathered energy again with his clawed arms, unleashing a barrage of destructive light bullets. Gaia, feeling completely drained and not fully reacting, was suddenly struck. Sparks flying from his body as he was knocked to the ground. Rolling to evade the destructive light bullets, he crouched down with his hands in a knife-like stance, ready for battle. Just as long, sharp spikes suddenly shot out from Satan Biza's claws. Gaia quickly ducked to avoid the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a side kick to Satan Biza, causing him to stagger backward. In that instant, Gaia raised his fist beside his head. Energy gathered, and a beam shot out from the top of his head. A whip-like red light blade formed, and Gaia suddenly turned his head towards Satan Biza, launching the red-white photon blade. However, just as the photon blade was about to hit Satan Biza, the power that Takashita Hiro had wished for earlier coincidentally acted on Satan Biza. The darkening power that tripled his strength was no mere talk. Hiro, stirred by childhood memories of trauma, transformed all his anger into a desire for destruction and shoved it all into the wish-granting red ball. A massive energy explosion erupted, blocking and shattering the red-white photon blade. Gaia, witnessing this scene, was completely stunned. What was happening? How could the enemy level up while they were fighting? Weakened further, his chest heaved violently, and his legs felt shaky as he looked in the direction from which the enhanced power of Satan Biza came. Where were his teammates? What were they doing, creating a powerful enemy for him? As he looked, a strong light was clashing with a terrifying darkness in the view of the Ultraman eye. Seeing that Xia Yan was not slacking off, Gaia had no choice but to assume a battle stance again. He needed to hold on a little longer. He still had some energy left. Just as Gaia was thinking about stalling the enemy and entangling with the enhanced Satan Biza again, on the ground. The surging red Ultraman psychic power had turned the wish-granting red ball into a solid form, completely immobilizing it. After merging with Feng Yuan and the other 3 Ultramen, Xia Yan's psychic power automatically increased significantly afterward. Although it wasn't as strong as during the merged form, he could still initially interfere with reality. However, at that moment, while he was fully releasing his psychic power, the 2 lackeys of Takeshita Hero, influenced by the temptation of the wish-granting red ball, were controlled to reach out their hands towards it. Just as their hands extended halfway, Xia Yan's psychic power, responding to his thoughts, forcefully filled their heads, controlling the intensity. The 2 kids rolled their eyes back and peacefully collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. Xingxing Mian watched Takeshita Hero and the others lying on the ground. His expression filled with astonishment as he looked at Xia Yan. What did you do to them? Growing up watching Ultraman shows, filled with the light of hope. Despite having his chalk drawing of Gaia erased by Takeshita Hero and his friends, Mian didn't really hold a grudge. Now, seeing Takeshita Hero and the others lying down, his gaze towards Xia Yan turned doubtful. If he were Ultraman, he shouldn't be doing something like attacking kids, right? However, the moment he appeared, he did emerge from a ball of light. Moreover, his current posture of crossing his fists and the surrounding red energy waves made Mian, who often watched Ultraman shows, recognize that he was releasing Ultraman's psychic power, just like when Seven used his psychic power. Knowing this, even though Mian had some doubts about Xia Yan's identity, he still managed to hold his temper and asked. At that moment, Xia Yan, with a pale complexion, glanced at Mian and casually explained, "Don't worry. They just fainted for a while." As he spoke, his footsteps began to move, his fists still crossed, continuing to release Ultraman's psychic energy to control the red ball. The distance between the 2 sides gradually closed, causing the wishing red ball to seem anxious, its black and red light flickering and emitting a negative aura. Still struggling and unwilling to give in, it wanted to tempt Shinsei Ben and Hiramayu to pick up the red ball and make a wish. In the original plot, the red ball was placed in Shinsei Ben's backpack and was about to be checked by Takayama Main, showing signs of resistance and unwillingness to come out. But it was eventually forcibly taken out. Now, the red ball similarly did not want to be taken by Natsuhiko, instinctively feeling uneasy. However, Shinsei Ben was kind-hearted and remained unaffected by the flickering black and red light of the red ball. Instead, his good friend Hiramayu had a blank expression, his eyes filled with anger. Hiramayu was a child strictly disciplined by his parents, with no time of his own during his childhood. Cram schools, piano lessons, and extracurricular assignments occupied his world, and grades were always the standards set by Hiramayu's parents. Studying was like a heavy burden pressing down on Hiramayu, and countless books had already caused him to suffer from severe myopia at such a young age. Thick glasses weighed down on his nose, as if shackles were imprisoning his soul, making him like a puppet fulfilling his parents' demands. Freedom was a distant dream for Hiramayu. He stepped closer to the wishing red ball, reaching out to wish for the destruction of this unfree world. But Natsuhiko could not allow Hiramayu to take the red ball. He stepped forward, enveloping the Ultraman's psychic energy that had already gathered in his palm, directly reaching out to grab it forcefully. Just as he took hold of the red ball, Gaia faced a crisis. Chapter 87. Which child wouldn't be confused? Boom! The entire Ultraman was sent flying, and Gaia, who crashed to the ground, had no strength left to even scream. The energy meter on his chest flashed red in alarm, almost like a phantom flickering nonstop. It looked like it was about to go out at any moment, yet it could still flicker a few more times. However, at this moment, Takayama Main, transformed into Gaia, was barely maintaining his Ultraman state through sheer willpower, struggling to get up after falling. He felt an overwhelming weakness due to severe energy depletion. Seeing Gaia so weak, the powerful Satan Biza approached with an eerie laugh. Gaia, noticing Satan Biza closing in on him, turned his head to look at Natsuhiko. Realizing that the other party had already taken hold of the red ball, he could no longer hold on and decided to give up entirely his whole body glowing as he underwent reverse transformation. He transformed into a ball of red light, leaving the battlefield and returning to his human form, lying on the ground beside Natsuhiko. Takayama, Amain, seemed drained, staring blankly at the sky. His voice weak. I can't go on. There's no energy left. I can't squeeze out any energy. Natsuhiko, you need to hurry. Seeing this, Shinsei Ben quickly ran to Takayama Amain's side, squatting down with a concerned expression. Amain, are you okay? Takayama Amain glanced at the child beside him, recalling the information obtained from the EX number fighter, and smiled at him. It's okay, don't worry. His words were short because he truly had very little strength left. Xia Yan glanced at the lying Gao Shan Wameng, who was now completely silver-faced and using his psychic power to restrain the Wish Red Ball. As he looked up, he noticed Satan Baizo approaching from this direction. His mind raced, realizing this was not a solution. He had to deal with this monster first, but he couldn't ignore the Wish Red Ball either, or it would teleport away. With today's lesson in mind, capturing the Wish Red Ball wouldn't be so easy. In a flash of inspiration, Xia Yan's eyes lit up as he thought this idea was feasible. Without hesitation, he wished to the Red Ball in his hand. I want to have absolute control over the Wish Red Ball, so that it can never leave. The wish successfully triggered the mechanism, and a burst of white light emanated from the surface of the Red Ball. Amidst the buzzing sound effect, Xia Yan felt that the Wish Red Ball in his hand was like another part of his body, moving according to his will. At the same time, a greedy desire was also absorbed by the Red Ball, just as the ball was emitting negative energy. Xia Yan wished again. I want the Wish Red Ball to be unable to affect or control me. The wish triggered the mechanism once more, and another burst of white light shone from the surface of the Red Ball, with the buzzing sound effect of the wish being realized. The Wish Red Ball felt as if the entire sphere had gone numb. It fell silent on the spot, no longer moving. What kind of person is this? How can they exploit the bugs in the wish mechanism like this? This is simply not giving it a way out. Xia Yan saw that the Red Ball had completely settled down, tossing it lightly in his palm before stuffing it into his clothing's lining. By utilizing the wish mechanism to control the Red Ball, he ensured that it could never leave and also prevented it from exerting any influence over him, forming a closed loop. This not only solved the problem of the Red Ball escaping, but also eliminated its negative effects. The rumbling sound of footsteps approached. Looking up at the monster that resembled a black river clam, Xia Yan's expression became serious. He clenched one fist at his waist and raised the other hand above his head with fingers slightly curled, his eyes shining like Mars. This decisive and imposing action immediately caught the attention of Takayama Wiming and Xinxing Mian. Xia Yan swung his arms in the same transformation motion as Nanguang Taro, while his eyes glowed as he stared at Satan Biza, simultaneously shouting in a powerful show of voice, Takuwo transformation. A blinding white light erupted as the transformation sound effect rang out. Xia Yan's body began to grow larger in the light while moving towards Satan Biza. Taku, the silver giant, let out a show of battle roar, raised his hand to grab Satan Biza's claws, and suddenly twisted his body to fling it away, sending Satan Biza flying. Boom! The ground shook from the impact, sending dust flying. The loud noise from this heavy strike brought several unconscious children back to their senses. Kashimada Hiro opened his eyes in a daze, and in an instant, the towering silver giant filled his entire vision. After the dark emotions in his heart were absorbed by the Red Ball, he recalled his love for Ultraman. With shining eyes fixed on the silver giant's back, he excitedly shouted, Ultraman! It's Ultraman! Ultraman really exists! Amidst the rolling dust, the silver giant stood with its back to Kashimada Hiro. Hearing the voice, Xia Yan slightly turned his head back, nodding at Kashimada Hiro in acknowledgement of the name. That's right, then I'll solve the trouble you created. Xinxing Mian watched Xia Yan's transformation process with admiration, his eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. The transformation action of Nanguang Taro, combined with the giant's glowing body, was mesmerizing for any boy. It was irresistible, completely irresistible. So cool, so amazing, Xinxing Mian murmured, his eyes shining as he looked at the silver giant, completely ignoring Takayama Wiming lying on the ground. At this moment, Satan Biza had already gotten back up. Xia Yan raised his hand and launched an 8-point light wheel. Instantly, the entire Ultraman figure disappeared, reappearing behind the monster Satan Biza. Seeing this scene, Kashimada Hiro was filled with excitement, explaining with enthusiasm, it's the 8-point light wheel. This move once split the little lobster alien in half from head to toe, and there's instant teleportation. It's a super ability that ignores distance and can go anywhere. Awesome. It's the Ultraman binding light. It can bind. Every time Xia Yan uses a skill on Satan Biza, Kashimita Hero can accurately name it and knows the effects of the skill very clearly. The new star Mion, who is next to Kashimita Hero, looks even more confused, noticing that he seems to like Ultraman as well. So, he steps forward and asks in confusion, "Didn't you say before that you like monsters?" Hearing the question, Kashimita Hero turns to the new star Mion beside him. At this moment, he is not suppressing his dark emotions and doesn't want to bully Mion, even feeling guilty about his previous actions. However, when it comes to Ultraman, Kashimita Hero immediately denies it with certainty. "You heard wrong. I never said I liked monsters. Of course, I only like Ultraman. As for the Satan Biza he summoned, he doesn't know it. I isn't familiar with it," and shouts, "Ultraman brother, quickly defeat it." In Chapter 88, I know. He is. Takayama Wimming has recovered some stamina and stands up, looking at the silver giant, throwing punches and kicks at Satan Biza, completely overpowering it. This makes him feel puzzled. Wait, when I transformed and fought earlier, the energy consumption was unprecedentedly fast. Why is it that when Ultraman takes over, every move is filled with power during the battle? The two kids are currently discussing. If the new star Mion prefers the Heisei series Ultraman, then Kashimita Hero is a fan of the Showa series. Because they are of different ages, Kashimita Hero is older and watched the Showa Ultraman as a child, which left a deep impression on him, just like a first love. In contrast, the new star Mion mainly watches the Heisei 3 heroes, leaning more towards Ultraman Gaia. As expected, the two of them start to compare the combat power of the two Ultramen, engaging in a heated debate. Ultraman is the strongest. Look, he has been fighting for so long without any fatigue. No, Ultraman Gaia is more powerful. He almost killed Satan Biza just now. What is so impressive? Are you talking about Gaia rolling on the ground after being hit by the electric light bomb? Damn it, that was the photon blade. Did he roll over from being hit by Satan Biza? I said it was the photon blade. It almost killed Satan Biza? Did he roll or not? You are so annoying. That is not the point. The new star Mion is getting a bit defensive, with an expression full of dissatisfaction, as they argue fiercely. Takayama Wimming, listening nearby, grows increasingly displeased. So what if he rolled on the ground a few times? That was a tactical evasion, alright? These kids are really annoying. However, he is captivated by the silver giant transformed by Xia Yan, watching the fighting style with fascination. It feels very smooth. Every time Satan Biza's claws strike, they're always blocked, and the enemy is instantly countered. The light attacks are dodged with a swift teleport, as if the energy is endless. The more Takayama Wimming watches, the more shocked he becomes, secretly muttering. After using teleportation so many times, why does he show no signs of exhaustion? It shouldn't be. Could it be that I'm really too weak? As self-doubt begins to creep in, Takayama Wimming doesn't realize that Xia Yan is actually not the same type of Ultraman as he is. Although Gaia is an Ultraman born from the neighboring Earth, it still belongs to a unique ideology. Xia Yan is the science Ultraman. Although it is the idealistic power of light that drives his body, it can be accurately classified as a material creation. When he first completed his transformation, he also felt that the consumption of light energy was extremely fast. However, ever since he discovered blank space last time and established a connection, Xia Yan gained another source of energy, Spatium-133. Compared to the unstable idealistic light energy, Spatium-133 is a type of material energy. Although it is not as advanced as light energy, it is stable enough. When he realized that the consumption of light energy was too fast, he simply linked to blank space and switched his energy source to Spatium-133. Because of this, no matter how he used his skills, he still felt full of power. Takayama Amain thought that Xia Yan's light energy was abundant enough that he didn't have to worry about consumption, and felt a bit envious. He really wanted such an energy total. When he was on Earth in his own world, even though Gaia was born from the Earth, Takayama Amain understood that his physical quality limited the time he could transform into Gaia. As he stood there, feeling as if he had 2 lemons stuffed in his eyes, his gaze sour and frustrated, his companions, Kashimita Hiro and Shinsei Min, were still engaged in endless discussions about combat power. Gaia and Egel are helping to deal with monsters. Are you talking about that foolish one who helps the enemy destroy humanity, the deep-sea superpower tyrant? No, it's Egel. He was just tricked at first. But in any case, he teamed up with Gaia. That Ultraman and the Ultraman brothers from the Land of Light dare to confront the Ampella aliens. Does Gaia dare? Gaia also dealt with the source of destruction. That kind of enemy can be easily eliminated by the Ultraman King with just one move. Kashimada Hiro's words choked Shinsei Min, who kept thinking about what could be on par with the Ultraman King. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with anything. Gaia's ultimate form and Agel's ultimate form together wouldn't be a match for the Ultraman King. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt. In a moment of frustration, Shinsei Min instinctively shouted, "Gaia dares to eat shit. Does Ultraman dare?" Upon hearing this, Takayama Amane immediately turned his head, his eyes wide open as he stared at Shinsei Min. "I don't dare." With a booming voice, his face darkened as he looked at the two little kids, feeling worse than when dealing with monsters. Hearing Takayama Amane correct his shout, Shinsei Min suddenly realized what he had done, his face full of embarrassment as he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Kashimada Hiro also calmed down and stopped arguing with Shinsei Min. He almost shouted along just now. The three fell silent and shifted their gaze to the battlefield. At this time, Satan Bizer had already been beaten to the point of being unable to move. His black, shell-like upper body was deeply sunken in several places, looking as if he was taking in more air than he was expelling. Xia Yan's big foot stepped on the opponent, one hand forming an L shape while the other suddenly struck against the opponent's wrist. As the arms formed across, the edges of the palms instantly completed the energy convergence, aiming at the yellow vertical shell of the river clam. The spatium ray was unleashed right at point-blank range. Boom! Satan Bizo's entire beast was blown apart on the spot. Xia Yan's current body is strong enough to completely ignore the energy impact caused by the monster's explosion. Rising from the blazing flames, he was about to use an ultra technique to complement Kashimada Hiro. Then he heard the strange voice of a little brat saying, "Huh? Does Ultraman not have an energy timer? Is he really Ultraman?" Just a moment ago, amidst the fight between the Silver Giant and Satan Beso, and the endless argument with Shinsei Ben, Kashimada Hiro didn't he notice anything unusual for a while. Now, seeing the Silver Giant's front image, as a seasoned fan of Showa Ultraman, he immediately sensed something was off. No, the stripes on him are silver and gray, completely different from Ultraman, and there's no energy timer. The more he spoke, the more certain Kashimada Hiro became that Xia Yan was nothing like the Ultraman in his memory. The new Ultraman movie hadn't appeared on this Earth yet, so almost no one in this Ultraman universe knew what the Lipia Light Star people's appearances were like. Kashimada Hiro's heart suddenly became alert, recalling those aliens that could imitate Ultraman. "I got it. He's a babar." Chapter 89. Xia Yan, you bastard. Hearing Kashimada Hiro's words, Takayama Yumo almost couldn't hold back a laugh. However, Shinsei Ben had witnessed Xia Yan's transformation process and rebutted, "No, I saw him transform in person. He was glowing all over. He is Ultraman." "Ah, was that the Zerb Star people?" Kashimada Hiro still had some doubts. "It's called transformation. Transformation." Shinsei Ben looked at Kashimada Hiro disapprovingly, saying, "How can you compare Ultraman to those evil aliens? If you don't believe me, ask Yumo over there." It was indeed a transformation, Takayama Yumo confirmed, thinking that the transformation was quite cool and wondering if he should design a set for himself. However, he quickly realized that since no one saw the transformation, designing something would be of little use. It would be better to just shout and transform directly. At this moment, Xia Yan was staring at Kashimada Hiro, his face growing darker the more he listened. It turned out that the little brat really deserved to be punished with 10 pounds of homework. Damn, the clown was actually me. I thought I encountered a fan earlier. So what if my color is different from the first generation Nissan? So what if I don't have an energy light? I'm still young and will have one in the future. While cursing in his heart, he heard a sound of footsteps. Looking over, he discovered a large number of personnel holding blast shields approaching. Children on this earth love Ultraman, but adults may not necessarily feel the same way. Thinking this, Xia Yan transformed into a ball of light and flew towards Takayama Yumo and the others, wrapping them all in light energy. Someone is coming this way. It's not time to reveal ourselves yet. We should leave first. The light energy had the property of penetrating vision, and a few children discovered they were flying, all gasping in surprise. "We're flying." Shinsei Ben looked at his body floating in the light, and then at the city rushing by below, his small face filled with excitement. The reason he liked Ultraman was not only because Ultraman helped Earth, but also because he possessed many super abilities. Although there was wind in the light energy wrap, it definitely wouldn't cause a fierce wind blowing chaotically at high speed. The wind blowing towards them merely made Shinsei Ben and the others' hair flutter back. At this moment, Kashimada Hiro no longer doubted whether Xia Yan was Ultraman. He was filled with excitement soaring through the light energy. In contrast to the excited children, Takayama Yumo anxiously said, Wait, the EX fighter jet is still over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Takayama Yumo was suddenly thrown out of the ball of light by a force. Then you go and fly it back yourself. Takayama Yumo, who only heard this sentence, found himself in the sky, falling towards the ground. Damn it, Xia Yan, you bastard. Takayama Yumo cursed in panic, quickly taking out the blue gem, Gaia. In an instant, he transformed into a red light and flew towards the EX fighter jet. A group of children who had already gathered around the fighter jet stared at him with wide eyes. With so many children here, and some even lying on top of the EX fighter jet, it was definitely impossible to start the jet. Yumo! Yumo! It's really Yumo! A group of children shouted excitedly, and helpless Takayama Yumo had no choice but to come out of the EX fighter jet. Unsurprisingly, he was then chased by this group of children, running around in a panic. Takayama Yumo's face was filled with confusion as he recalled what Xia Yan had said. His mindset collapsing. What the hell is going on in this world? Why does everyone know I'm Gaia? As he was running, a large group of children appeared ahead, blocking his way. No way. Seeing this situation, Takayama Yumo quickly turned around and ran in the other direction. He then discovered Xia Yan standing by the roadside with Shinsei Ben and a few kids, looking very amused. Damn it, why isn't anyone chasing him? Just as Takayama Yumo ran past, Xia Yan, enjoying the spectacle, said, "Oh, looks like Yumo is running quite happily." Upon hearing this, Takayama Yumo turned around and glared angrily. But with a large group of children chasing behind him, he didn't dare to stop and could only continue running forward. Finally, as he turned the corner of the street and took the opportunity to enter a figurine shop, he finally escaped from the ordeal. Once the group of children had run far away, Takayama Yumo let out a sigh of relief and then saw the two familiar figures on the TV screen. It was himself after transforming into Gaia, and Fujimiya after transforming into Eagle. Gaia was watching Ultraman Gaia. Unfortunately, Takayama Yumo didn't look for long, otherwise, he might have remembered the related plot. His gaze swept over the figurines displayed on the shelves, and he happened to see his own figure. Here, it really was a parallel world. Remembering what Xia Yan had said earlier in the EX fighter jet, he suddenly understood why so many people were chasing him just now. As he was thinking, Xia Yan patted Gao Shan Wenmeng's shoulder from behind, and with a playful tone, he said, "Wenmeng, has your happy workout ended?" Gao Shan Wenmeng's face darkened upon hearing this. He was sure that this person had known beforehand, but chose not to remind him. "Wenmeng, it's really Wenmeng." At this moment, the shop owner came out from the back room, staring at Gao Shan Wenmeng's face and the blue-gray team uniform he was wearing. Holding a blue treasure drill toy in his hand, the shop owner immediately raised it and shouted, "Gaia!" Unfortunately, the transformation was not completed, which made the shop owner's expression instantly drop as he looked down. "Let's go first," Xia Yan reminded Gao Shan Wenmeng, witnessing this scene. As they were leaving the shop, he didn't forget to shout to the shop owner, "Remember to buy the genuine Bandai products. Only then can you transform." Hearing this, the shop owner looked up in surprise, instinctively asking, "Really?" But by this time, Xia Yan and his group had already left, and the shop owner ran outside, but couldn't see anyone. In a large warehouse of the new star Mion family, looking at the colorful chalk drawing of Ultraman Gaia on the ground, Kajimata, hero, praised Xia Mion. "Not bad at all, Xia Mion. Unlike me back in the day, I didn't have such artistic skills and could only buy toys. As long as you like Ultraman, we're good friends." The relationship between the two children quickly grew closer. At this moment, Xia Yan was circling around the black-skirted Nanes Risa, and while moving his feet, he tentatively asked, "Risa, what did you call me over for earlier?" "Huh?" Black-skirted Nanes Risa looked confused, her eyes wide in shock as she replied, "Brother Xia Yan, I didn't call you over earlier." As the embodiment of the Wish Red Ball, and with Xia Yan having completely resolved the issues after obtaining the Red Ball, ensuring that no world would be destroyed because of it in the future, black-skirted Nanes Risa naturally felt grateful to Xia Yan, and her way of addressing him became more intimate. Xia Yan saw that she really didn't know about the previous events, so he took out a red ball from his pocket and said, Chapter 90. One's gaze can't hide the desire for a knife. While Xia Yan was testing the black dress of Nanes Risa, the new star, Mion, who was praised by Kashimita Hero, felt a bit shy and explained, "Actually, I don't have money to buy the Gaia Ultraman figurine. My mom won't give me money to buy it." Hearing this, Kashimita Hero recalled his own past, when he also desperately wanted Ultraman figurines, but his mother always refused. After a long time, he finally managed to save up some lunch money and bought a Showa-era Ultraman. But he didn't have much time to play with it because he had to study. Remembering this, Kashimita Hero patted Mion's shoulder and comforted him, saying, "It's okay. If adults won't buy for us, we can find ways to earn money ourselves." "Huh?" Hey hero, do you know how to make money? New star Mion's eyes lit up as he asked. A confident smile appeared on Kashimada Hero's face as he patted his chest and said, Who am I? I'm the biggest Ultraman fan. As for what I said before about liking monsters, I've long since thrown that idea away. Love doesn't disappear. It just transforms and continues to exist in different ways. Little Mion, how many Ultraman tapes do you have at home? I have quite a few hidden at home too. And my two friends definitely have more varieties. We can gather all the tapes together and rent them out at a low price for other kids to watch. Once we make some money, we can buy new tapes, and after a few rounds of this, we will definitely have extra money, enough for us to buy Ultraman figurines. That's a great idea. New star Mion's eyes widened in excitement. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Indeed, a hero was the biggest Ultraman fan. Just then, New star Mion felt a bit puzzled and looked at Kashimada Hero, asking, By the way, a hero, you clearly love Ultraman so much. Why did you say you liked monsters before? Don't mention that. Kashimada Hero was reluctant to talk about the past. He had already realized that he was being stubborn back then. If he were to make an analogy, he was like Earth before Ultraman appeared, suddenly attacked by monsters. The enemies should have been the monsters, not the completely unaware Ultraman. Just like today, when monsters come to Earth, doesn't Ultraman step up after knowing about it? Moreover, one cannot blame others for not helping. Throwing all the responsibility onto others while ignoring the real culprit is the height of foolishness. With this thought in mind, Kashimada Hero's gaze gradually became resolute as he looked at New Star Mion and said, Little Mion, I plan to establish an organization called the Land of Light, dedicated to stopping those bullies. We'll help the kids who are bullied and invite them to join the organization and unite. New Star Mion was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit moved, but when he looked at his small stature, he felt downcast and said, I probably can't do it. I won't be of any help. Don't back down. Be brave like a man, Kashimada Hero encouraged him. The Land of Light organization hadn't been established yet, but he was already acting like a big brother Zoffy, patting his chest proudly and saying, Our duo will wreak havoc, all right? I'll handle the havoc, and you handle the chaos. New Star Mion was speechless. What kind of talk was that? Who wants to handle chaos? When the time comes, you will take over for me. Imagining the future, Kashimada Hero suddenly noticed Xia Yan taking out the red ball. Interested in this thing, he hurriedly leaned closer with an expectant look and asked, Ultraman brother, are you going to make a wish? Can I make a wish too? If there was a wishing help from the red ball, then the initial funding for the Land of Light organization he envisioned would be secured. Of course, the funding Kashimada Hero referred to was actually various Ultraman special effects tapes. To recruit people, one must first turn others into allies, right? Xia Yan glanced at the approaching Takashimata Hero, the mischievous kid who had previously suspected him of being Babar. He remembered it clearly. Wishing for the red ball is too deep. You can't handle it. This thing still needs me, Xia Yan said, raising his hand to ruffle Takashimata Hero's hair while smiling brightly. Hey, Hero, didn't you say I'm Babar before? That was an accident, Takashimata Hero mumbled, feeling guilty. It's okay. Xia Yan's face was filled with a sunny smile. In response to Takashimata Hero's shining gaze, he gently said, I'll prepare 10 pounds of homework for you to correct this mistake. Upon hearing this, Takashimata Hero was instantly dumbfounded, his expression darkening rapidly. Homework? 10 pounds. Looking at Xia Yan in disbelief, Takashimata Hero suddenly felt that the person in front of him was quite terrible, almost like a fierce monster. Stumbling back a couple of steps, he quickly hugged Xia Yan's leg and shouted, Don't do that, Ultraman brother. This is too dark. 10 pounds is 10 pounds. Xia Yan lifted Takashimata Hero by the back of his collar, pulling him off his leg and onto a nearby chair, scaring him as he said, I'll have your mom supervise you. Don't even think about getting out of it. Takashimata Hero's eyes glazed over, looking dazed. Seriously? 10 pounds of homework. I might as well be dead. Thinking this, he slumped in the chair, his face showing nothing but defeat. The first-generation leader of the future school Land of Light had not even started his entrepreneurship before encountering an incredibly terrifying darkness attack, leading him to fall into a state of depression. Nearby, the new stars Mion Ping and He Jian were trembling in fear, not daring to speak. It was too terrifying. Xia Yan glanced at the two people hiding at a distance, but did not continue to scare them. He approached the black-skirted Nanace Risa with the red wish ball in hand and reminded her, I'm about to start. The black-skirted Nanace Risa looked confused, her eyes uncertain as she stared at him, wondering what Xia Yan was about to begin. Just as she was pondering this, she heard Xia Yan make a wish. I want to restore the red wish ball's positive energy. The buzzing sound of the wish being triggered echoed. and the surface of the red ball flickered with light. The small spikes that had formed from the wish bringing forth monsters smoothed out in the glow, returning to its original state. Because Xia Yan did not wish for the wish ball to completely transform into positive energy, the black-skirted Nanace Risa did not disappear. However, negative energy could not be completely eradicated. Although the wish ball could not affect Xia Yan, as long as he made a wish on the red ball, a need would arise, and this need was a desire, even if other Ultramen made wishes as well. As the positive energy quickly gathered, a figure of a girl in a white dress appeared. When the light dissipated, the reappearing white-skirted Nanace Risa saw Xia Yan and immediately brightened up. Xia Yan, big brother. While joyfully calling out, she ran over to Xia Yan's side, her expression full of happiness. The red ball was now completely under Xia Yan's control, almost like another part of his body. Nanace Risa was still the embodiment of the wish ball, so the two were naturally close. Upon seeing the white-skirted Nanace Risa approach Xia Yan, the black-skirted Nanace Risa couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. Watching them get close together, even though she had not interacted much with Xia Yan, she felt a strange sense of frustration in her heart. The black-skirted Nanace Risa looked at Xia Yan without speaking, but her eyes were filled with a deep gaze. Chapter 91. Just a little busy, the white-skirted Nanace Risa looked at the red wish ball in Xia Yan's hand, her face showing genuine joy. This is wonderful. That way, there won't be any more worlds destroyed by people's greed because of the wish ball. Xia Yan reached out and rubbed the head of the white-dressed Nanace Risa, and couldn't help but be infected by her innocent smile. Just as the corners of his mouth were curling up slightly, he suddenly became alert, sensing a gaze that felt almost tangible, staring directly at him. On the other side, the new star, Ben, watched the appearance of the white-dressed Nanace Risa and recalled the dream he had before. The person standing amidst the ruins and flames was clearly her. However, this made his expression a bit confused. How could there be two Nanace Risa? Ben glanced at the black-dressed Nanace Risa, then turned to look at the white-dressed Nanace Risa, his mouth slightly agape, his expression dazed. If it weren't for the different colors of their clothes, he wouldn't be able to tell them apart for a moment. So the question arose, who was the real Nanace Risa? Ben didn't understand the intricacies of it, but Xia Yan knew it all too well. Whether it was the white-dressed Risa or the black-dressed Risa, both were incarnations of the wishing red ball, just representing different energies, which is why they had split into two individuals. Feeling the intense gaze of the black-dressed Risa on him, Xia Yan met her eyes. The black-dressed Nanace Risa slightly turned her head, pretending to be indifferent. However, Xia Yan thought he couldn't be biased, so he walked over to her side and reached out, intending to rub her little head to show that he hadn't overlooked her. Yet, just as his hand was halfway there, the black-dressed Nanace Risa took 2 steps back to avoid him and said softly, "I don't want things that have been touched by others." Seeing this, Xia Yan was taken aback, and after hearing her words, he blinked in surprise. This. In the black dress, Nanace Risa looked at another version of herself, then glanced at Xia Yan and continued to mumble to herself. If I had known that Brother Xia was looking for her, I should have disappeared earlier. Now I seem to be redundant. Xia Yan's expression grew increasingly strange as he listened, wondering why the girl in the black dress, Risa, was acting so haughty. Truly, she embodied negative energy, just like a tsundere. He stepped forward and forcefully placed his palm on her head, rubbing her hair while saying, "You both are equally important. Stop the nonsense." Dealing with a stubborn person required a direct approach, and besides, Xia Yan had no intention of coaxing a little girl. Risa pushed his hand away with all her strength, glaring at Xia Yan and retorting, "Look, I only said a couple of things and you're being so fierce." Brother Xia. Just then, she was interrupted by a light bump on her head, causing her to cover her forehead and glare at Xia Yan in anger. Xia Yan ignored the girl's gaze, and he realized it. The girl in the black dress, Risha, seemed to have eaten a bit of Lindayu. She usually had an aloof demeanor, but was actually full of sarcasm when she spoke. Initially, Risha was quite unconvinced and wanted to retort a bit more. But with the persuasion of the girl in the white dress, she decided not to continue being upset. Of course, there was another possibility. She didn't want to get hit on the head again. After all, those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. While Xia Yan was talking to the 2 Rishas, Takayama Momo contacted the AI of the EX fighter jet through her communication wristwatch, remotely commanding the jet to come to the warehouse. Xinxing Mian and the others looked at the EX fighter jet with shining eyes, as it was also their preferred type. However, the EX fighter jet was relatively large, and Xinxing Mian looked at the warehouse door with concern. "Momo, is it going to be okay?" "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Takayama Momo said confidently with the AI assisting with the piloting, and besides, they were so close to the ground. How could it possibly crash? It's worth noting that in Gaia's world, the Earth Defense Force's jets rarely crash, and the only one who frequently crashes is Okawara from the Lightning Team. As for the rule that Ultraman crashes when piloting a jet, it was actually overturned in Gaia, as it didn't happen like with some corner-crazy individual who frequently caused crashes. Out of the 52 episodes, either they were crashing or on the way to crashing. Although the EX fighter jet did not encounter any accidents, the warehouse door creaked open. Shinshing Mian looked at the broken door frame and the iron door that flew far away, suddenly regretting bringing Takayama Momo to the warehouse. This warehouse was said to be his secret base, but in reality, it was a place where his parents stored various items. Looking at the broken iron door lying on the ground far away, Shinshing Mian could already imagine his mother discovering it and inevitably taking a hanger to beat him. At this moment, Takayama Momo was still unaware that he had inadvertently caused Shinshing Mian to owe a beating with a hanger. He approached Xia Yan, glancing at the wish ball in his hand, and said, "Xia Yan, can I test this wish ball? I want to see." "Momo." Shinshing Mian interrupted him, rushing over with an anxious expression. "Are you trying to return to your own world by testing the wish ball?" While speaking, Shinshing Mian fixed his gaze on Takayama Momo, afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Before Takayama Momo could respond, Kazama the hero came over and placed his hand on Shinshing Mian's shoulder. "Xiaoyan, Momo has his own world to protect. We shouldn't keep him here." Hearing this, Shinshing Mian turned to Kazama the hero, who continued, "Doing so is selfish. Do you expect that deep-sea Ultrabuster to protect the Earth?" Takayama Momo's expression became strange upon hearing this title. What was this Earth about? Why did his and Fujimiya's Ultraman names sound so odd? This was actually something Kazama the hero had made up during a heated discussion with Shinshing Mian to gain the upper hand. However, Takayama Momo didn't know that. And since Xia Yan had mentioned Giant Mountain Ultrabuster, he subconsciously thought Deep Sea Ultrabuster referred to Fujimiya. After all, the meanings of these two names were easy to understand. Shinshing Mian thought about Eigu's operations. Although he was reluctant to admit it, it was indeed not feasible. So he took a deep breath, looked up at Takayama Momo, and said earnestly, "I understand, but Momo, you must not leave suddenly without saying goodbye." "I promise." Takayama Momo smiled and nodded at Shinshing Mian, then turned to Xia Yan beside him. Xia Yan smiled and tossed the red ball in his hand as he met the gaze coming from him. "Ming, if you want to test the red ball, that's fine, but I need you to help me with a small favor." "What favor?" Gaoshan Ming looked puzzled. Chapter 92. Why are the eyes of the king red? Gaoshan Ming borrowed the red ball from Xia Yan for testing, intending to understand it through quantum mechanics analysis before returning to the Gaia world. Before this, the area where the EX fighter jet had landed had already been cordoned off to prevent the children from looking, and several police officers were knocked to the ground by the airwave generated when the EX fighter jet took off. However, aside from being somewhat disheveled, no one present was injured. When the EX fighter jet took off, although there was some bottom jetting, it did not produce any high temperature. After ascending using the anti-gravity device, it quickly flew away under everyone's watch. However, the security personnel certainly couldn't do nothing. After all, this was an unfamiliar fighter jet flying here, and what if they suddenly opened fire? After getting up from the ground, a group of security personnel began to chase after the direction in which the EX fighter jet had left. Meanwhile, in the large warehouse of the Mian family in New Star, Xia Yan wore a bright smile, casually putting his arm around Gao Shan Wameng's shoulders, and pretended to be shy as he said, "Hey, it's just a small favor. You know, I just arrived in this world, and it's inevitable that things can get a bit tough since I'm unfamiliar with my surroundings. We fought side by side, right? So I'd like to borrow some from you." Gao Shan Wameng firmly refused, cutting Xia Yan off before he could finish, shaking his head and saying, "I'm just a student too. I don't have any money." Xia Yan's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. "Can't you let others finish speaking first? Who said I wanted to borrow money from you? You're just sticking to your character of being stingy, right? You didn't even let me finish before rejecting me without a second thought. With this attitude, it's hard for me to handle." "I didn't say I wanted to borrow money," Xia Yan explained, and under the puzzled gaze of Gao Shan Wameng, he added, "What I mean is to borrow light energy. We can exchange energy, and you won't be a loss." "Really?" Gao Shan Wameng's eyes were filled with suspicion. Hearing that it wasn't about borrowing money, he breathed a sigh of relief but still felt uneasy and asked for confirmation. "You really only want light energy?" "Light energy is derived from physical strength anyway, and it can be restored after use." So Gao Shan Wameng wasn't too reluctant about it. "Of course it's true," Xia Yan said with some helplessness. Seeing that Gao Shan Wameng didn't intend to say more, He took out a blue gem to prepare for transformation. In his current human form, he had no light energy. He would only have it after transforming into Gaia. Just then, a flurry of sounds came from outside the warehouse. The sound of a car screeching to a halt was followed by someone shouting through a loudspeaker. First team. Second team members. Hurry. The sound of police sirens continued to ring out, and a group of personnel holding riot shields surrounded the entrance of the warehouse. The person with the loudspeaker continued to shout, "Unidentified combat pilot. We know you're hiding in there. Do not attempt to threaten the hostages. Surrender and come out obediently, or we will never let you go." The arrival of the guards frightened the children, who instinctively felt panic. Xia Yan Xingmian looked nervously at Gao Shan Wameng beside him and asked anxiously, "What should we do, Wameng? They've already found you." "No problem." Gao Shan Wameng, still thinking in terms of his own world, explained without worry, "No matter which world it is, in the end, people can understand each other and move towards peace. One can only say that the Ultraman's awareness is exceptionally high, even as a human form." Gao Shan Wameng was not surprised. Their hearts are always willing to believe that others will not harm them indiscriminately, firmly convinced that peace will come, and they're willing to make every effort for it, even risking their lives if necessary. Xia Yan Xingmian was left speechless by Gao Shan Wameng's words, unsure how to refute them. However, Black Skirt Risa, who was beside Xia Yan, held an opposite opinion. Really? For the relatively unfamiliar Gao Shan Wameng, Black Skirt Risa didn't feel as close as she did with Xia Yan. She merely questioned with a tone of skepticism and then silently watched without saying anything further. The wish ball travels through countless parallel worlds, and each time it arrives on a new Earth, the struggles among people continue endlessly. In all those worlds, none were without one side obtaining the wish ball and using it like a weapon to break the status quo. From then on, the superficial peace was instantly shattered, and monsters destroyed everything, but those who used the wish ball were unaware. The consequences of such endless greed would only lead to the destruction of the planet. Even if they were lucky enough to survive in the universe, desires are endless. The final result is merely a universe filled with darkness and no light, sinking into extinction that no one can escape. Thinking about how powerful the King of Ultra is, why doesn't this old Ultra resolve all the aliens in the dark forces of the universe? Wouldn't that be a one-time solution, allowing him to relax from then on? Perhaps the old king tried before, but found it was impossible and restored the universe because absolute light equates to absolute darkness. Only balance between the two can endure. In response to Black Skirt Risa's skeptical words, Gao Shan Wameng forced a smile and said, "No matter what, one side must trust first to achieve a good outcome." After saying this, he tucked the blue gem back into his clothes and prepared to walk outside the warehouse. However, Xia Yan reached out to block Gao Shan Wameng and calmly said in response to his puzzled gaze, "There's no need to try. I remember this part of the plot. You'll be beaten down without any power to resist by a group of people with riot shields." Gao Shan Wameng's face darkened upon hearing this. He pushed Xia Yan's arm aside and rebutted, "Even if it doesn't work, I still want to give it a try." Seeing this, Xia Yan did not stop any further. Whether it was Ultraman or a human form, they were stubbornly resistant to trusting others. Clearly, it was a thankless task, yet because of a kind heart, they insisted on trying to change everything. Perhaps this is what Ultraman is, someone who can turn the impossible into the possible. Just as Takayama Yamung reached the door of the warehouse, his entire body suddenly flickered with a white light. This situation caused his steps to involuntarily halt. When he looked down at himself, his body flickered again, appearing like a white screen, and his thoughts began to gradually stiffen. What is happening? His consciousness was becoming hazy. He could only manage to say this one sentence before Takayama Yamung stopped thinking altogether. His entire body turned transparent and rapidly disappeared from this world. Even the EX-01 fighter jet in the warehouse vanished as if it were melting snow, disappearing in an instant. Takayama Yamung and the EX fighter jet seemed as if they had never been in this world at all. Yamung. Xia Yan Xingmian's face was filled with sorrow as he ran toward the place where Takayama Yamung had vanished, instinctively shouting, "Don't die." Chapter 93. When I express a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that you all have a problem. Seeing the disappearance of Takayama Momo, Xia Yan turned his head in confusion to look at the white-dressed Risa Nanace beside him. This isn't right. I clearly restored the positive energy of the Wish Red Ball. So why is Gaia still gone? Damn, he still owes me light energy. At this moment, Xing Mian, heartbroken, ran to the place where Takayama Momo had vanished. Sobbing and shouting, "Momo, come back to life. I don't want you to die." That sorrowful cry startled the security personnel holding the riot shields, who exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had happened. However, when Xing Mian noticed them, he mistakenly thought they had shot at Takayama Momo, causing her to disappear from this world. He immediately targeted the commander holding the megaphone and rushed over, clawing at him. It's all your fault. You killed Momo. You definitely shot at her, right? Bring Momo back. Typically timid, Xing Mian burst forth with unprecedented courage for Takayama Momo. Although a child's fist didn't hurt much, they still left the guard with the megaphone flustered. Hey kid, stop making a scene. We didn't fire a shot. However, Xing Mian didn't believe him at all. If he didn't shoot, then how did Takayama Momo disappear? At this moment, in the warehouse, Xia Yan looked at Risa in the white dress and asked in confusion. Risa, the red ball was restored, so why did Takayama Momo still disappear? The girl in the black dress moved her gaze, a sly smile on her lips, and pretended to be innocent as she asked, Did Brother Xia only ask me? Were there other sisters being asked as well? Don't be mischievous. Xia Yan immediately saw that the girl in the black dress was digging a pit for him. This little girl was quite scheming. He glared at her fiercely and threatened. If you mess around again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Unfortunately, while his words could scare the girl in the white dress, they wouldn't intimidate the girl in the black dress. Unless the wish red ball was destroyed, she, as the embodiment of the red ball's negative energy, couldn't be harmed. And Xia Yan couldn't bear to destroy the red ball. Understanding this, the girl in the black dress felt fearless and murmured softly, I was just asking casually, and Brother Xia was so impatient. I knew it wasn't my turn to answer if others didn't. Xia Yan didn't bother to argue with the girl anymore and raised his hand to knock on her head. However, this time, the girl in the black dress, Risha, became even more clever. Seeing his fingers coming down, she immediately transformed into a ball of black and red energy and dodged into the red ball, not coming out. In the end, she didn't forget to leave a parting remark. Since Brother Xia doesn't need to ask me, you might as well stay in the ball. If you want to find me again in the future, that won't be possible. Hearing her words, Xia Yan shook the wishing red ball vigorously, but unfortunately, he couldn't shake Risha in the black dress out. He couldn't help but look at the girl in the white dress. Risha, are you this stubborn? The girl in the white dress, Risha, smiled slightly and comforted him while explaining. All right, Brother Xia Yan, she is another version of me, the negative embodiment of the wishing red ball. It's normal for her to have this personality. The contrast between the positive and negative sides is quite normal. Just like how twin sisters often have different personalities. Thinking about it, Xia Yan realized that although Heibai Risha was divided into two people, they were both embodiments of the wishing red ball, so he didn't dwell too much on these issues. Instead, he inquired about Takayama Main. What happened to him? Did he return to his world? When Xia Yan brought this up, Shirajan Ananes Risha looked at him with a puzzled expression. Brother Xia Yan, didn't you say you didn't want him to confront those people outside? Xia Yan sensed something was off. However, he then heard Shirajanu Risha continue to explain. So I listened to Brother Xia Yan and withdrew the energy, maintaining Takayama Main, and he naturally disappeared. Regarding the unrelated Takayama Main, Shirajan Ananes Risha naturally prioritized Xia Yan's thoughts. After hearing her explanation, Xia Yan couldn't help but be taken aback. Looking at the innocent and pure appearance of Nanasawa Risa in the white dress, his expression froze for a moment. She was truly understanding and considerate. Seeing that Xia Yan's expression was off, Nanasawa Risa thought she had done something wrong. With a hint of nervousness in her tone, she asked, What's wrong, Brother Xia Yan? It's nothing, Xia Yan replied, reaching out to ruffle Nanasawa Risa's hair. He had chosen the wish red ball himself, so there was nothing to be done about it. That Gaia, the rebellious child of the earth, was completely unimportant. Looking towards the noisy crowd outside the warehouse, he turned to Nanasawa Risa and advised, You should go back into the ball for now. I'll handle this. Okay, Brother Xia Yan. In a flash of light, Nanasawa Risa transformed into a light orb and quickly flew into the wish red ball. Placing the wish red ball inside his clothing, Xia Yan strode out to the warehouse, where he saw Kashimada Hiro and others helping Shinsei Min to create a commotion with the security personnel. Hiro Min, he called out with a serious expression, Stop it. Meng is not dead. He just returned to his own world to continue protecting the earth. The others halted their actions, and upon hearing this, Shinsei Min's face lit up with joy as he immediately turned to Xia Yan and asked, What is Meng doing now? While shouting, he intended to run over to Xia Yan. However, at that moment, Xia Yan was wearing the Meido team uniform, which, although different in color, was similar in style to the one worn by Takayama Meng. Therefore, the security personnel holding the megaphone mistook him for one of Takayama Meng's group and directly stopped Shinsei Min while shouting, "Another accomplice. Protect the child." Thinking that these kids were being misled, the security personnel rushed to block Kashimada Hiro and others. "Let me go. Ultraman brother is not a bad guy. You can't take him away." Just as Shinsei Min had been anxious earlier, now Kashimada Hiro was equally frantic, almost breaking free from the grasp of several security personnel. As he struggled, Shinsei Min shouted, "They haven't done anything wrong. They even helped eliminate the monsters. You can't arrest them." Seeing the two children in a panic, Xia Yan knew they were scared because of a misunderstanding, so he spoke up. "All right, Xiao Hao, Xiao Mian, I should be leaving now." After hearing this, Xian Xing Mian and Lu Dao Tian Hao stopped their struggling movements. Lu Dao Tian Hao looked at Xia Yan's figure across from him. His eyes widened as he couldn't help but feel a bit moist. "Ultraman brother, are you going back?" Xia Yan looked at Lu Jiantian Hao with a sense of relief. A child who originally summoned monsters to destroy the world had been saved and returned to normal by him. This feeling was quite wonderful. Leo and the others were facing countless enemies, and peace was being disrupted by those aliens. "I need to go back and continue fighting." Xia Yan looked at Lu Jiantian Hao, who appeared visibly downcast, and said, "Xiao Hao, do you remember the 5 O's of Ultraman? Can you recite them?" "I don't want to talk," Lu Jiantian Hao replied, lowering his head, his face still filled with reluctance. Seeing this, Xia Yan didn't push him, raising his hand to summon the transformation device with a thought. Upon seeing him holding a strange metal object, the security personnel immediately became tense. And the one holding the loudspeaker shouted loudly, "Who are you? Don't move." Xia Yan did not respond. He pressed the transformation device, and a burst of red and white light erupted, with a silver giant standing on the ground. The transformation brought a gust of wind that swept past everyone, and the sudden appearance of such a massive giant caused the security personnel to stagger back. The person holding the megaphone even fell to the ground. "It really is Ultraman." The silver giant looked down at the ground, focusing his gaze on Lu Shantian Hao, and said in a serious voice, "Xiao Hao, after establishing the Country of Light organization, do not forget your original intention. I hope you can also become a respected man who bravely helps others. Goodbye." After saying this, the silver giant said no more and swiftly flew into the sky. "Goodbye," Lu Shantian Hao replied blankly, suddenly realizing something. Tears welled up his eyes, and he could no longer hold back. He ran desperately towards the direction Ultraman flew away, shouting loudly, "Ultraman brother, Ultraman's 5 vows. 1. Do not go to school on an empty stomach. 2. On sunny days, hang out the laundry. 3. When crossing the street, pay attention to oncoming vehicles. 4. Do not rely on other strength. 5. Do not play barefoot on the ground." Lu Shantian Hao, panting heavily with his chest rising and falling, bent over and shouted with his hands cupped around his mouth, "Did you hear that? All you brothers up there." He recommended a Hong Kong genre novel written by a friend, saying it looked quite good and that the book had decent ratings and reviews. The entire book has a style focused on gangster comedy, blending various absurd comedies with gangster films in a very interesting way. It brings back classic scenes from Hong Kong films. Those brothers who are interested, please take a look. Chapter 94. The Suffering of Gagula in This World of the Super Time and Space Great Battle. Thanks to Xia Yan's intervention, the hidden troubles of the Wishing Red Ball were cleanly resolved. New Star Mian met the high mountain dream he always wanted to see and even witness Gaia's Earth reversal operation, which can be considered a realization of his dream. Lu Shantian Hao returned to his childhood self for being a brat and decided to remember Ultraman's advice, to become a man who helps others and to make up for the mistakes he had made in the past. Although Gao Shan Wameng could not defeat Satan Biza and was forcibly sent back to his own world midway, it seemed a bit tragic, but he did not have to deal with the King of Obmans, so not getting beaten was not such a loss. The combined Monster Obmans King, also known as the strongest combined Beast Moss King, is formed by the body of Moss King, along with the bone-winged Super Beast Bajilis and the gigantic Jossi Beast Shura. These 3 monsters combined cannot even be defeated by Gaia V2. It is known that whenever Gaia makes a cameo, he is basically invincible. Of course, this does not include the original cameo of Obmans. It is estimated that the Queen opened a collective intelligence reduction halo attack, making Gaia, Aguru, and the Cosmic Street Punk Gao, Shurfu, all like this. They did not even change forms, just slacked off throughout. Only Gagula helped Red Kai fight for his life, and when the apprentice was killed by someone else, Dana just watched without going to save him. Afterwards, there was a guy who didn't know if his brain was faulty, still talking trash, yes. It was still the Cosmic Street Punk Dana. Saying something like this is not the behavior a warrior of light should exhibit. Gagula's blood pressure was raised. Yet Red Kai still didn't understand Gagula. Ultraman's special effects drama, the original of Obman's? No, that is the suffering of Gagula. There is nothing more to say. Gagula is truly an 50 toolman. In the end, it's unclear whether he was angry or realized that the black-hearted company was really inhumane. So he simply flipped the table and quit, turning into a unicorn man to chop down the tree of life. Setting aside the original cameo, Gaia is still quite reliable during normal times. Like this time on the journey of the super time and space great battle, no matter how low on energy he was, he still gritted his teeth to help Xia Yan delay Satan Biza. Otherwise, Xia Yan wouldn't have so easily obtained the wishing red ball. However, speaking of Gao Shan Wameng, he might not remember this journey, because the EX fighter jet did not record the specific information of the wishing red ball. New Star Mian also had not shown that travelogue of Greif to Gao Shan Wameng, so it is very likely that he wouldn't recall it. Even if he did remember, since Xia Yan had resolved the hidden troubles of the wishing red ball, this world would not face destruction. And there was no longer a need for Gao Shan Wameng to come back after realizing this. The combined Beast Moss King did not appear. And the horned demon Digga and the chubby pig Dana, the two ultras naturally did not have the opportunity to appear, although it was a bit of a loss. It was not a big deal. After all, not appearing means not getting beaten, right? Xia Yan also obtained the wish red ball he wanted. Although he didn't get Gaia's light energy, having the wish red ball that allows him to travel through worlds made going to the Gaia world not a problem. The only regret was the downside brought by the bug. Since the wish red ball couldn't affect Xia Yan, even though it could absorb his desires, it couldn't perform infinite enhancement. The role of the red ball in controlling others is to amplify desires infinitely, causing negative energy to increase continuously, thus granting the ability to turn wishes into reality. In simple terms, it is about rewriting reality. However, the red ball is a technological creation, and making wishes consumes energy. So it is impossible to directly exploit a bug that provides infinite energy. As Black Skirt Risa put it, if the wish red ball crashes because of this, both of them would die in seconds in front of Xia Yan. Although White Skirt Risa said she didn't mind, Xia Yan, out of concern for not wanting the two to disappear, decided not to attempt this reckless idea. However, earlier, while focused on making wishes without replenishing, he had consumed the energy accumulated in the red ball, leaving only a few wishes available. Whether it was to completely control the red ball, prevent the red ball from affecting him, or restore it to its original positive energy state, these three wishes would all consume an enormous amount of energy due to the bug. Fortunately, Xia Yan had a special energy source, Spatium-133, which exists in Planck space. This material energy is inexhaustible, and although it cannot compare to the energy of idealism in this aspect, its abundance is quite satisfactory. In the universe of the new Ultraman, Planck space is a very vast public space. It's hard to describe how big it is, but one could say it can be used as a personal space without worrying about others taking things, because it is so large that encounters are rare. The Spatium-133 energy inside is so abundant that it is almost endless. This is still the situation in the universe of the new Ultraman, but in this idealistic universe, Xia Yan is the only one using Planck space, and each universe has its own Planck space. For him, the Spatium-133 energy is like picking up not just a handful, but an entire mountain from the roadside. However, using the light power of idealism is more intuitive than using Spatium-133 energy, and can also enhance himself through transformation. So he transforms using light energy. Holding the wish red ball, Xia Yan floated in outer space above the earth. As he transformed into Ultraman, the red ball grew larger. After thinking for a moment, he wished, I want all the humans on this earth, except for Xingxing Mian and Kashimita Hero, to forget about the appearance of monsters and Ultraman. The buzzing sound of the wish being activated echoed, and white light erupted from the red ball. At this moment, apart from Xingxing Mian and Kashimita Hero, others had presumably forgotten what had happened. Human nature cannot withstand tests. Even if no one would harm these children for the time being, it is still better to erase their memories just in case. As for Xingxing Mian and Kashimita Hero, keeping this memory is fine. Who would believe a child's words? Besides, if their memories were erased, wouldn't they revert to their original state? In this world, Ultraman and tokusatsu dramas dominate. There are countless Ultraman suits or people dressed as monsters. Even if someone were to say they saw Ultraman and monsters on the street, people would just smile knowingly without believing it. Who hasn't been a bit delusional as a child? After resolving the potential future troubles, Xia Yan felt the energy in his hand's red ball decrease significantly and directly linked it to Planck space to absorb spatium 133 energy. Thinking it was time to return to the Leo world, he said to the red ball in his hand, "Risa, send me back." However, the wish red ball did not respond. Neither white skirt Risa nor black skirt Risa appeared. Xia Yan looked at the situation with some confusion, shaking the red ball in his hand. "Risha, did you hear that? Chapter 95, it hurts. It hurts too much." King Star. After watching a fun show, the red-eyed old Ultraman began to wander through other universes. Although he had left the matter of Nana's Risha to the young Kamen Rider, the old king would occasionally pay some attention. After all, Kamen Rider was sent to other universes by him, and he had to take some responsibility. If this kid were to provoke an unbeatable enemy one day, the old king would revive him and then gently advise the young man. One cannot always rely on external powers. One should be more composed themselves. However, judging by Kamen Rider's way of handling things, the old king felt that there wouldn't be any effect in the short term. After some time, he would send this kid to Noah's side for training. A young person can't rely on so many external aids. The old king of Ultraman mumbled while dozing off, his thoughts gradually drifting to other universes. Of course, when the old king mentioned after some time, it wasn't just a short while. At this moment, Xia Yan still didn't know that he had caught the attention of the Ultraman king again. He was shaking the wish red ball back and forth. "Risha, you two come out now." Feeling something was off, Xia Yan shook the red ball, and his face darkened. "Come on, you two are just pretending to be dead here, right?" The longer the black and white Risha didn't appear, the stronger the ominous feeling in his heart became. Perhaps Risha in the white dress felt guilty and ultimately decided not to continue pretending to be dead inside the red ball. Instead, she appeared on Xia Yan's shoulder in his Ultraman form. Avoiding eye contact with Xia Yan, she awkwardly feigned ignorance and asked, Xia Yan, is there something you need?" When Xia Yan saw her appearance, he immediately knew something was wrong. "Is there another one?" He shook the wishing red ball vigorously a few times, his tone unfriendly as he said, "Don't hide, come out." A mass of black and red energy flew out from the red ball and transformed into a figure in a black skirt, landing on Xia Yan's other shoulder. Meeting Xia Yan's gaze, she said in a soft voice, "What a coincidence, Brother Xia actually remembers me." Xia Yan's face darkened upon hearing AO. However, this was not the time to quibble with this Daichina. With a serious expression, he asked the two of them, "Why can't I go back?" He was sure that these two girls had definitely heard what he just said, but were deliberately pretending not to. Perhaps due to Xia Yan's serious tone. The girl in the white dress, Risa, shyly replied, "Xia Yan Gij, please don't ask. I promised a red-eyed old Ultraman not to tell you." As she spoke, she looked up at Xia Yan with an expectant gaze. "How about we go save other worlds? Xia Yan Gij can go wherever he wants." Xia Yan's gaze was fixed on the girl in the white dress, Risha. Is this really a question of whether to go to another world? The star cluster still owes him 20 units of light energy. Moreover, he hasn't yet formed a bond with the light country and those experienced Ultramen. With countless enemies lurking around the light country, how could Xia Yan leave at this moment? He looked at Risha in the white dress. This child really is a bit naive. An old red-eyed Ultraman is too easy to guess. In the entire universe, even in other universes, the old red-eyed Ultraman could only be the old king. At this moment, he realized what the previous time-space fluctuation was all about. It was highly likely that the old king had secretly made a move, given his penchant for fun and causing trouble. He might actually do something like this. However, what Xia Yan couldn't understand was why the old king would do such a thing. Isn't the legendary midwife supposed to be there to help the younger generation? He is also a young person, after all. Looking at Risha in the white dress, who was avoiding his gaze, Xia Yan felt a sense of helplessness and directly asked, "That old red-eyed Ultraman, is it the Ultraman king?" "Huh?" Risha looked at Xia Yan in surprise, her expression somewhat stunned, and instinctively asked back, "How do you know it's him, Brother Xia Yan?" After saying that, she suddenly realized something and quickly covered her mouth, stopping herself from speaking. Xia Yan first looked at the white-dressed Risha, then at the black-dressed Risha who was chuckling to herself, and for a moment, he felt a bit exhausted. "Why don't you two just stop calling yourselves Chinza Risha? Damn it, you're like Shue Bachan Lindayu, right? One is gentle and understanding, urging me to save the world, while the other is sarcastic and always arguing with me. What a sin." After thinking for a moment about how imprisoned he felt, Xia Yan turned to the white-dressed Risha and said, "Risha, my presence at Leo's has attracted more aliens to Earth. This is closely related to me. I can't just stand by and do nothing, right? Is that so?" The white-dressed Risha fell into thought after hearing this. Realizing that Xia Yan had a point, She pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Okay, Xia Yan brother, I'll send you back right away. The keywords triggered the effect of saving the world. And of course, there was also the reason that the white-dressed Risha was more inclined towards Xia Yan. The black-dressed Risha looked at her other self, feeling a bit disappointed that she agreed so easily. She still wanted to say a few more words, and although she would eventually help Xia Yan, it wouldn't stop her from being sarcastic. As she saw her other self begin to unleash her ability to traverse dimensions, the black-dressed Risha also joined in to help. However, the red sphere kept flashing with red and white light, yet Xia Yan's figure remained still in place. After a long while, the white-dressed Risha stopped her movements and looked at Xia Yan in astonishment, saying, "You can't get through, Xia Yan brother. The universe over there is resisting our entry. It seems to be the power of that Ultraman king." Hearing this, Xia Yan was speechless. He had truly become a world destroyer. No, what is Old Wang doing? I haven't even met him or offended him, right? Why throw me out and not let me back in? Fine, play like this. Just wait, one day, I'll make that old Ultraman pay. Xia Yan felt very unwilling. The Zhu Xing Tuan still owed him 20 pieces of light energy. And the Kingdom of Light was such a large experience package that could be refreshed repeatedly. Damn, it hurt too much. The more he thought about it, the more he felt heartbroken. He looked at the two Nanace Risas and said with an extremely serious tone, "I must go back. Saving that universe is my responsibility. If I can't go back, it would be a huge loss. I can't even imagine how bad it would be." The 20 pieces of light energy from Zhu Xing Tuan were just a drop in the bucket. The real big deal was in the Kingdom of Light, because there was a plasma spark tower there. If Ultraman was illuminated there, he could fully recover his energy in an instant. As the embodiment of negative energy, Black Skirt Risa keenly sensed that Xia Yan's emotions contained signs of reluctance toward the universe while he was speaking. She suspiciously asked Xiaga, "Could it be that there are other younger sisters over there?" Chapter 96. He absolutely would not leave without saying goodbye, while Xia Yan was thinking about how to return to the Leo Earth on the other side. On the Earth of the Leo world, Zhu Xing Tuan, the first generation, and Feng Yuan were gathered together, all looking very heavy-hearted. It had been a whole week, and they had searched day and night, almost turning the Earth upside down, but still had not found Xia Yan's figure. Not even a slight clue was left, as if he had suddenly disappeared from this world. All three had a vague feeling about this, but although Xia Yan was a bit mischievous, he was definitely not the kind of person to leave without saying goodbye. Zhu Xing Tuan, the first generation, and Feng Yuan all believed that if Xia Yan were to leave, he would definitely explain in advance. Of course, there might be one more important reason. With Xia Yan's obsession with light energy, how could he leave without asking them for a few more pieces? It was precisely because the three understood this that they had not given up searching in these days. At this moment, Feng Yuan had dark circles under his eyes and was becoming quite anxious. Where on earth did Xia Yan go? Could he have been captured by aliens? After a few days of not being able to find Xia Yan, Feng Yuan's emotions seemed very irritable, and he recalled his past painful experiences. Although Xia Yan sometimes acted quite irresponsibly, Feng Yuan also remembered his good qualities, so he didn't want to lose Xia Yan as a friend. Even during the search, when a monster Ron came to Earth to cause destruction, Feng Yuan almost lost control in his anxiety and accidentally killed his former pet dog. If Ron hadn't begged for mercy quickly, Feng Yuan, in his angry state, would have almost started unleashing energy blasts. Compared to Feng Yuan, whose unease was written all over his face, Zhu Xing Tuan and the first generation were much calmer. However, both of them also had dark circles under their eyes. After several days without sleep, they hadn't closed their eyes at all, which was exceptionally exhausting even for Ultraman. With Xia Yan's ability to transform and upgrade again, it was impossible for him to be captured by other aliens. Zhu Xing Tuan wore a serious expression, having experienced the feeling of a second transformation enhancement. He knew how absurd it was. He had never felt such a refreshing sensation before, with his basic Ultraman stats doubled. After the second transformation, Zhu Xing Tuan felt he could even match up against Sophie, but unfortunately, that state was only temporary and not long-lasting. Thinking of this, he looked at the first generation and asked, "Nissan, have you searched carefully on the moon?" No. The first generation shook his head with a gloomy expression. It was hard to come by a new younger brother, and now he suddenly disappeared, which made him feel very guilty, believing it was his fault for not keeping an eye on Xia Yan. Nanshizi said she hadn't seen Xia Yan. The first generation spoke with self-reproach. If something unexpected happened, he, as an older brother, would be unable to escape blame. Hearing this, Zhu Xing Tuan's heart gradually sank. Wasn't this speculation also correct? Xia Yan has been trying to harness some light energy all day, and Zhu Xingtuan has noticed this. He thought this mischievous kid had gone to find Nan Shizi, hoping to get in touch with that unfortunate guy Ace. But it seems that's not the case. While the three of them are racking their brains on how to find Xia Yan next, on the other side is the cosmic battle of the super time-space showdown. After a period of research with the two Nanace Risa, Xia Yan finally figured out a way. He looked at the two little girls and said seriously, "I'm going to start now, so you both get ready." Okay. The Risa in the white dress nodded earnestly, looking brave and self-sacrificing. "Come on, Brother Xia Yan." After saying that, she resolutely transformed into white light and, without any hesitation, entered the wishing red ball. Xia Yan fell silent for a moment, feeling as if he was being sacrificed. Just then, Heichu and Lisha playfully said, "I thought Brother Xia could do it too." But it turns out that a sprout without a flower is just a silver shell with a wax bullet. Hearing this, Xia Yan's face darkened, and his gaze immediately fixed on her. However, before he could react, Heichu and Lisha returned to the wishing red ball. Xia Yan felt quite troubled watching this scene, contemplating that he needed to find a time to send these two girls to school, preferably assigning them a bunch of extracurricular homework to keep them occupied. Otherwise, it felt like being in prison. While thinking about this, Xia Yan placed the wish red ball at his chest and said, "I want the wish red ball to retain all its functions and become my energy timer." A buzzing sound accompanied by a flash of light occurred, and the red ball began to connect with Xia Yan's Ultraman body. Eventually, half of the sphere embedded itself in his chest, rapidly becoming one with him. A red energy timer appeared on Xia Yan's silver chest, allowing the Spatium 133 energy to flow freely between the two without any obstruction. Now he could use both types of energy simultaneously, no longer needing to switch between them. He could use whichever he wanted at any time. After the red ball successfully transformed into an energy timer, Xia Yan began to link with the Planck space. Meanwhile, the two Nanace Risa were helping him link to the Planck space of the neighboring Leo universe. Since he couldn't enter using legitimate methods, he decided to try smuggling instead. Additionally, he wanted to prevent the Ultra King from discovering this and throwing him out again. Xia Yan did not intend to personally enter the Leo world. Ever since he obtained his exclusive transformation device, there has been a capability he had never used. Now, due to his control over the Wish Red Ball, the characteristic of the Red Ball, allowing for random travel to other worlds, has elevated this special ability to a new level. Cross-dimensional travel LV2-0100 opens a small black hole portal that allows only consciousness to pass through, randomly entering other worlds or specifically entering worlds he has visited before. With the upgrade, not only can his consciousness return to previously visited worlds, but the objects he can possess are no longer limited to humans. Xia Yan felt his consciousness, in a moment, break through some kind of membrane and immediately enter another universe. The distance between universes may not be very close, without the help of two Nanace Rishas. Although his consciousness could return to the Leo world through special abilities, it might not necessarily be able to possess the person he wanted to find. After all, the Ultra King might have already marked Xia Yan's radiant aura, and it was very likely that he would be discovered as soon as he entered that universe. His consciousness traveled through the Planck space of the Leo world, and with the help of the two Nanace Rishas, he quickly found the person he was looking for. At that moment, Feng Yuan was discussing with Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation about how to find Xia Yan when suddenly he felt a chill run through his body, sensing something bad was about to happen. Then he heard Xia Yan's familiar voice in his head. "Feng Yuan, open your eyes. Brothers, please subscribe and vote." Chapter 97. Is the Land of Light this explosive? When Xia Yan reached out to Feng Yuan, Astra was inquiring about the route to Earth from the Land of Light. He was flying joyfully towards Earth, thinking about how to catch up with Leonesian. Then he was targeted by a certain barbarian alien. Yes, it was the Mephiles alien, the one that had found and tricked him into going to Earth. Recently, the barbarian had been lurking near the M78 Nebula, looking to stir up trouble in the Land of Light. As for why he hadn't been discovered, one reason was that the Land of Light was busy dealing with the aftermath of the war, and the other was the vigilance of the Ultra Gang's guards. Those in the know understood that the defenses were practically non-existent. Coupled with the barbarian's advanced mimicry disguise, most Ultras couldn't see through it. He was essentially a fake Ultra. So he was moving in and out near the Land of Light. At first, the barbarian was worried. But over time, he realized that the universe police of the Land of Light seemed to be just that. Most places he entered and exited never had an Ultra questioning him, except for a few important locations. In most areas, he could come and go freely. Walking among a group of Ultras, the barbarian initially felt nervous, but now he was utterly unrestrained. He even engaged a nearby Ultra in conversation to gather information. Not to mention, there had been quite a lot of gossip in the Land of Light recently. How many Ultras were there? Over 18 billion Ultras, not counting the newly born Ultra Cubs. Under the light of the Plasma Spark Tower, the group of Ultras who were well-fed and had nothing to do were buzzing with gossip. Thus, the barbarian easily gathered the following information. Shockingly, not only was the first-generation Ultra planning to leave the Land of Light, but Seven was also going to sever ties with it. Both Ultras intended to go live on Earth. Outrageous! Ultra Father and Belial were actually a pair, with Ultra Mother as the third party. Because Belial was imprisoned in a cosmic prison, Ultra Mother seized the opportunity to be with Ultra Father. Especially the triangular relationship among Ultra Father, Ultra Mother, and Belial left the barbarian stunned. However, all of this was secondary. The most important thing was that the first generation and 7 Ultras had already settled on Earth, severing their relationship with the Land of Light. This was very helpful for his plans. The barbarian was immensely relieved that he hadn't gone to Earth to deal with the salted egg superhero. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to death as soon as the first generation appeared. Now, after gathering all the information, the barbarian initially planned to disguise himself as the salted egg superhero to cause trouble, but he encountered another major problem: Leo's brother, Astra. Considering that if he revealed himself when the salted egg superhero appeared, he would be exposed, he decided to change his approach. So the barbarian used his old tricks again, disguising himself as Leo to lure Astra to an extremely cold planet. Nizan, why aren't you speaking? At this moment, Astra still thought the figure in front of him. Facing away was Leo. Shivering from the cold, he spoke with a trembling voice. It's so cold here, Nizan. Let's hurry and leave. I can't take it anymore. As is well known, Ultras from the Showa era, especially before their powers became strong, had very low resistance to cold. At this point, Astra was stiff and barely able to move, clearly suffering from the cold. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the barbarian immediately turned around and sprayed a freezing gas directly at Astra, because Astra thought the figure in front of him was his long-lost Leo Nizan. He was caught off guard and was immediately sprayed all over with freezing gas. His entire body became stiff, rapidly covered in incredibly solid cosmic ice. The frozen Astra could not make a sound, only expressing his shock through telepathy. Nizan, what are you doing? Even at this moment, he still believed that the person in front of him was his long-lost Leo Nizan. There was a reason he could be so close to Leo, and most importantly, the barbarian's disguise was a form of mimicry. Not only could he become an Ultra, but he could also use some of the others' abilities. And even their aura was identical. It was because of these factors that Astra was so convinced that he was Leo. Seeing that Astra had been successfully frozen, the barbarian, blinded by his own arrogance, decided to drop the disguise. Astra Ultraman, look at me. Haha, Ultras are really easy to fool. The barbarian laughed mockingly, his blonde hair swinging around. Astra, frozen in ice, was filled with rage at this scene, and the memories of his past experiences flooded back into his mind, causing him to curse. Damn it. Barbarian, you dog bastard. What do you want to do? Unfortunately, he was completely frozen and unable to move even a muscle. Even his curses were expressed through telepathy. The barbarian paid little attention to Astra's curses, thinking that great achievers don't sweat the small stuff. After directly using mimicry to turn into Astra, the barbarian sneered and said, "Now, I am Astra Ultraman." With that, he ignored the frozen Astra, who was still cursing in the ice, and leaped off the planet, flying towards the M78 nebula. Astra could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything, even unable to use his Ultra signature. As the temperature grew colder, his consciousness gradually became blurred, and the light in his bulb-like eyes quickly dimmed. It was evident that the extreme cold was forcing Astra into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, his brother, Leo Ultraman, was currently on Earth, about to be mistaken for an Ultra by a certain salted egg superhero. When Feng Yuan heard Xia Yan's voice, he immediately turned his head to look around, activating his Ultra while shouting, Xia Yan-san, where are you? Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation were puzzled, wondering what Feng Yuan was doing. The two Showa-era old-timers thought he had made a discovery and immediately activated their Ultra eyes to search for Xia Yan's figure, but they saw nothing. Xia Yan's body was still in a battle across time and space, equivalent to a part of his consciousness, traversing the blank space between two universes and possessing Feng Yuan. A special channel was established between the two of them, as long as Feng Yuan did not leave this universe. Even if the Ultra King discovered and expelled him, Xia Yan could return at any time. Chapter 98. The Substitute. The Substitute Messenger is here. Seeing that Feng Yuan hadn't reacted yet, Xia Yan reminded him. Don't shout. Feng Yuan, just communicate with me in your mind. My current body can't appear. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression froze. He then looked at Zhu's Xingtuan and the first generation, finding that they were still using the Ultra-I to search the surroundings, as if they hadn't heard Xia Yan's voice at all. This situation left Feng Yuan astonished. He tentatively said in his mind, Xia Yan, what's going on? What happened? And where are you? Wait a moment. Hearing Feng Yuan's barrage of questions, Xia Yan interrupted him, pretending to be serious. My situation is very troublesome right now. Feng Yuan, you must not resist. The two of them were now in a private conversation, and Zhu Xingtuan and the first generation couldn't hear them. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression became solemn. Was Xia Yan in trouble? He suspected that a powerful, evil extraterrestrial being was at work. But the captain and the first generation didn't believe it. Indeed, although Xia Yan sometimes acted inappropriately, he would never suddenly disappear. With this thought, Feng Yuan's expression became serious, and he said in his mind to Xia Yan, I understand, then Xia Yan, you can start. As soon as he finished this thought, he immediately felt his consciousness being suppressed by another consciousness, his vision shifting to a third-person perspective. Remembering what Xia Yan had said, Feng Yuan understood and accepted it naturally. It wasn't easy to possess an Ultra. Each Ultra almost had mastery over the ability to resist possession, which was to prevent others from taking over their bodies. However, since Xia Yan needed help now, Feng Yuan didn't use his own abilities to resist. With a blink of his eyes, his entire demeanor and expression changed dramatically. At this moment, Zhu Xingtuan had just closed the Ultra-I and was about to ask Feng Yuan what was going on when he saw Feng Yuan suddenly appear in front of him. Grabbing his arm, Captain, I miss you so much. This action and words stunned Zhu Xingtuan, who looked at Feng Yuan with suspicion, feeling that something was off. Then he saw Feng Yuan pulling at his arm with intensity, staring at him and saying, Captain, you owe me 10 units of light energy. It's time to pay the interest. This familiar way of speaking and shameless demeanor, combined with Feng Yuan's earlier reaction, made Zhu Xingtuan realize that the person in front of him was not Feng Yuan, but Xia Yan. Zhu Xingtuan's face darkened instantly. It was too easy to distinguish. This kid hadn't changed at all. With a little force, he broke free from Xia Yan's grip and glared at Feng Yuan. Xia Yan, where have you been these past few days? Why are you possessing Feng Yuan now? Zhu Xingtuan didn't rush to scold him. He knew that with Xia Yan's personality, there must be a reason, so he needed to ask for clarification first. At the same time, the first generation also realized that Feng Yuan's current state was that of Xia Yan's human form. He focused intently on Xia Yan, wanting to know what was going on. Under the gaze of the two old-timers from the Showa era, Xia Yan smiled awkwardly and explained, I was thrown into another universe by that old man, the Ultra King, to save the world. I can't get back right now, so I had to borrow Feng Yuan's body to return. After briefly explaining the reason, Xia Yan looked earnestly at Zhu Xingtuan, his expression serious. Actually, that's not important, Captain. You can't owe me this debt. While speaking, he looked at Zhu Xingtuan with excitement, his expression filled with enthusiasm as he continued. Captain, you initially owed me 10 units of light energy, and after the delay, it's increased by another 10 units of interest. Today, it just so happens to add another 10 units of interest. After Xia Yan finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on him, raising his hand to grab Zhu Xingtuan's arm, fearing that he might suddenly run away. Captain, what is our relationship? I'm not rushing you. Just return 10 portions of the light energy interest first, and it's fine if you owe the remaining 20 portions for a while longer. The more Zhu Xingtuan listened, the darker his expression became. You're even calculating 10 portions of light energy as interest? I think you want to count how many slaps you can take. Suddenly breaking free from Xia Yan's grip, Zhu Xingtuan raised his arm, his large hand swinging fiercely towards Xia Yan's face. However, Xia Yan was very perceptive, and with his keen sense of awareness, he instantly realized that an attack was coming his way. In his view, it was like watching a slow-motion scene. Just as Zhu Xingtuan's large hand was about to hit him, Xia Yan's mind quickly reacted. So when Feng Yuan's awareness just came online, he hadn't even processed what was happening before a crisp slap echoed. Feng Yuan? Confused and suddenly slapped, Feng Yuan turned his face to one side, his eyes blank. Once he realized what was happening, he covered his face and glared angrily at Zhu Xingtuan, questioning, Captain, why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Zhu Xingtuan sneered, still thinking that Feng Yuan was Xia Yan. He maintained a serious expression and reprimanded. You haven't been patrolling these past few days. Do you know how many dangers Earth is facing? You still dare to calculate light energy interest? I think you want to count how many slaps you could take. As he spoke, Zhu Xingtuan raised his arm, preparing to swing his large hand at Feng Yuan's face again. Wait, Captain. Seeing this, Feng Yuan quickly called out to stop him, stepping back 2 paces, looking at Zhu Xingtuan with a wronged expression and pleading, "But I'm not Xia Yan. I'm Feng Yuan." Hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan paused. He carefully examined Feng Yuan, noting that his expression and demeanor had indeed changed. It was definitely Feng Yuan. Zhu Xingtuan's arm dropped, and he fell into silence, cursing under his breath. I might have overreacted just now," Zhu Xingtuan said, looking evasive, and then changed the subject. "You let that kid Xia Yan come out and explain what is going on." Feng Yuan stared wide-eyed at the dismissive Zhu Xingtuan, filled with disbelief. "Is that it? I just got slapped." "No, why the hell?" Seeing Zhu Xingtuan's unwillingness to admit it, Feng Yuan immediately turned his anger towards Xia Yan. He angrily questioned in his mind, "Xia Yan, why did the captain get angry at you and make me take the hit?" "Feng Yuan, you're saying this." Xia Yan's consciousness, hiding within Feng Yuan's body, replied defensively, "This seems a bit distant, doesn't it? We're good brothers, sharing everything. If it hurts you, it hurts me too." Hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression immediately darkened. "Xia Yan, you bastard. You feel a pain in your heart." Feng Yuan cursed in his heart at Xia Yan. But no matter how much he said, Xia Yan had reasons to refute him. This made Feng Yuan incredibly frustrated, wishing he could pull Xia Yan out of his own body. However, at this moment, he had already become one with Xia Yan's consciousness. It was not so easy to separate. Seeing that Feng Yuan's demeanor had not changed for a long time, the Zhu Xingtuan couldn't help but urge, "Xia Yan, what are you hiding for? Hurry up and clarify the situation." While speaking, he had already gathered his strength, ready to unleash another big slap. Chapter 99, Brothers. The situation is urgent as the Zhu Xingtuan prepared to teach Xia Yan a lesson, to let this kid know what the captain's care was at the same time. 3 million light-years away from Earth, M78 Nebula. On the Ultraman satellite of the Land of Light, there stood an Ultraman torch tower. Although it was not the most important plasma spark tower, it housed something equally important. The Ultraman key not only had the power to destroy a planet with a single blow, but also had the ability to control the entire gravitational magnetic field of the Land of Light, preventing it from running amok in the universe. As the war came to a close, the Ultraman brothers began to patrol the surrounding area of the Land of Light to check for any lurking enemies. Suddenly, they all received an Ultraman signature transmitted from the Ultraman satellite. The Ultraman torch tower is about to be destroyed by the Babylonians. Zophi, Jack, Ace, hurry up. It seemed like the Ultraman's signature came from Astra. Upon receiving the message, the Ultraman brothers immediately rushed over without hesitation. A chain made of cosmic metal, with a small blade at the end, was wrapped around the Ultraman torch tower. As they pulled and tugged, just as Zophi, Jack, and Ace arrived to check what was happening, the Ultraman torch tower suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. A terrifying force erupted, knocking the 3 Ultraman brothers to the ground. They quickly raised their heads like gophers popping out of their holes, looking at the Ultraman torch tower. Not good. The Babylonians have already destroyed the Ultraman torch tower. Damn it, catch that Babylonian. Brothers, the Ultraman key is likely to be stolen. Ace was the last to speak, worried that it was an enemy's distraction tactic, and quickly reminded Zophi and Jack. Upon hearing this, Zophi was startled and immediately instructed Jack to check on the Ultraman key, while he and Ace pursued the Babylonians. However, at this moment, the Babylonians had already transformed into Astra and entered the Ultraman satellite without any obstruction, directly seizing the Ultraman key. When Jack arrived, he saw the underground passage's exit open, and Astra leaped out holding the Ultraman key. Seeing this scene, Jack immediately pointed at Astra and sternly reprimanded, "Astra, what are you doing? Put the Ultraman key back." The Babylonian's disguise was so advanced that Jack thought he was truly facing Astra, so he didn't act immediately. However, Astra ignored Jack's questions and swung the Ultraman key at him. Jack shouted in battle and threw several punches and kicks at Astra. Fearing he might damage the Ultraman key, Jack refrained from using all his strength, even avoiding using his beloved bracelet. Despite this, the Babylonian disguised as Astra was no match for Jack. In just a few moves, he was thrown to the ground. Astra rolled on the ground, realizing he couldn't defeat Jack, and immediately feigned an attack with the Ultraman key aimed at Jack's legs. Taking advantage of Jack's forward dodge, Astra quickly got up with the Ultraman key and chose to fly high into the air to escape. By the time Jack reacted and looked up, he could only see Astra holding the Ultraman key flying away at high speed. Ace and Zophi rushed over upon hearing the commotion and seeing Jack lying on the ground. They quickly helped him up. Not good. The Ultraman key has been stolen. Jack looked at Zophi, his tone filled with urgency. Zophi recalled the earlier attack by the Babylonians and immediately questioned, was it the dark alien Babylonians who stole it? No. Jack was furious, regretting not using his full strength earlier. He corrected, the one who stole the key is Astra, Leo's brother Astra. Just as Zophi was about to ask for more details, he suddenly felt the ground shake violently. The three Ultraman brothers struggled to keep their balance as the entire Ultraman satellite began to crack, and the planet's orbit started to deviate, even affecting the land of light. Two planets, one large and one small, lost control of their gravity. However, after a few shakes, the planet of the land of light quickly stabilized. Just as the three Ultraman brothers were still in confusion, an Ultraman signature was sent to them. I will temporarily stabilize the land of light with a unified consciousness. Zophi, you must take people to retrieve the Ultraman key. It was the signature of the captain. Seeing this, Zophi no longer hesitated and chose to trust the father of Ultraman. This Ultraman signature was just at the right time, making Zophi believe that indeed Astra was responsible. Otherwise, how could the captain issue such an order? However, the true meaning was that the father of Ultraman did not know what was happening here, only believing that the Ultraman key had been stolen by aliens, which is why he issued this order. Jackace! Zophi looked at his two younger brothers, just as he was about to give instructions. But at that moment, a terrifying force surged towards them. The three Ultraman brothers looked up to see a red planet hurtling towards them. Get down! With Zophi's loud shout, the three Ultramen hurriedly ducked down. The red planet brushed past the Ultraman satellite, narrowly avoiding a collision. Ace, shaken, stood up from the ground, and as he did, the dust in his hand fell. Brothers, the situation is urgent. We must kill the traitor Astra. Ace, the meat processing factory director, was frightened and filled with murderous intent, thinking that if it weren't for Astra, they wouldn't be in this mess. The Ultraman satellite was heading towards the solar system. Zophi, who stood up, was equally in a disheveled state, pointing towards Earth and giving orders. We must retrieve the Ultraman key as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Ultraman satellite may collide with Earth. Of course, given the distance between the Ultraman satellite and the solar system, there was still time for them to take remedial measures. An Ultraman signature was sent by Zophi to Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, under the persuasion of the first generation, Xia Yan saw that the Zhu Xingtuan was no longer thinking about slapping him, and he came online again. He briefly described the events that had occurred in the cosmic time-space Great Battle, as well as his current situation of being unable to return. The first generation, upon hearing this, showed a look of relief on his face, patted Xia Yan's shoulder, and said, "You've grown up, you've done very well, saving countless lives on Earth." As he spoke, the first generation had a face full of satisfaction, truly treating Xia Yan like a younger brother. But I can't come back now. Xia Yan's expression was quite gloomy as he glanced at the Zhu Xingtuan and said, "The captain still owes me light energy that he hasn't given." Zhu Xingtuan was initially relieved, but this remark darkened his expression. With a serious look on his face, he turned to Xia Yan and said, "Since Wang wants you to train in other universes, he must want to toughen you up, so you don't need to come back to the mic team." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan glared at Zhu Xingtuan, and as soon as he saw his pretentious expression, he understood. "So, you want to abandon me after using me? Huh? No way. Captain, what do you mean by that?" Xia Yan said with a face full of anger, patting his chest and speaking with righteous indignation. "No matter which universe's Earth it is, I will do my utmost to protect it. I won't allow any Ultraman guarding the Earth to suffer even the slightest harm." After saying this, Xia Yan's expression turned solemn again. "Feng Yuan is my friend. With so many aliens targeting Earth now, this is his second hometown, and I absolutely cannot let him fall into danger." From the third-person perspective of his own body, Feng Yuan was deeply moved by these heartfelt words. It turned out that Xia Yan cared so much about him. So, he no longer held a grudge over being treated as a substitute and receiving a slap earlier. Zhu Xingtuan looked at Xia Yan, who was full of righteousness, and couldn't tell how much of what he said was true. Perhaps only the young Feng Yuan would believe all of it. Anyway, he felt that Xia Yan was concerned about the light energy. Even the first generation beside them could see it. He just didn't bother to expose Xia Yan. All right, Zhu Xingtuan finally agreed without further objections. If it's just about light energy, then let him have it. Xia Yan just saved the Earth in the neighboring universe, so it's only natural to reward him. The first generation, seeing Xia Yan's thoughts, generously waved his hand and said, "In the future, You can come to me whenever you want energy. Since they were exchanging energy with each other and wouldn't feel weak, the first generation didn't hesitate at all. Just as he was thinking about this, an Ultra signature suddenly appeared above their heads. 7. First generation. Astra has stolen the Ultra key and is heading to Earth. Stop him immediately and retrieve the key. Otherwise, the out-of-control Ultra satellite might collide with Earth. Chapter 100. 7 Ultraman, what the hell? The appearance of this Ultra signature instantly shocked the Star Team into exclamations. It should be known that the Ultra key and the Ultra satellite have a gravitational link. Wherever the Ultra key goes, the Ultra satellite will follow. This setting didn't exist originally. However, in the past, Hikaru, while improving the living conditions of the Land of Light, also transferred the Ultra key to the Ultra satellite and added this setting. If the Ultra key is stolen by an alien, the entire Ultra satellite will crash towards the person holding the key. A planet colliding is not a trivial matter if one doesn't have the ability to destroy a planet. Any alien being pursued by a planet would have to abandon the Ultra key and flee for their life. However, Hikaru was too naive and underestimated the malice of the dark aliens in the universe. Thus, the setting added back then has now become a weapon crashing into Earth. It can only be said that they should lock up superhuman Akira sooner. Without him, at least half of the troubles in the universe could be reduced. Just think about the Ultra badges and Ultra capsules he will create in the future. They never have anti-theft measures, and anyone can easily crack and use them, while the security in the Land of Light is practically non-existent. It's easy to imagine what kind of chaos that would lead to. The Star Team, with shocked expressions, exchanged glances with the first generation, and both took out their transformation devices at the same time. The first generation took out the Beta Magic Wand, his expression serious. He glanced at Feng Yuan beside him and still said in a low tone, "No matter what the situation is, we must stop Astra and retrieve the Ultra key." As he finished speaking, he pressed the Beta Magic Wand. Thanks. A beam of light flashed as the first generation transformed and soared into the sky. Astra! Feng Yuan's consciousness was excitedly shouting. Upon seeing the news about Astra, he became emotionally stirred and immediately fought for control of the body with Xia Yan. This was a downside of the shared body. Although they could benefit from Leo's fighting skills, both parties had equal control of the body, unlike when possessing a human, where one could forcibly take control. With gains come losses, which Xia Yan had anticipated. Thankfully, the issue wasn't too serious. He was too lazy to fight Feng Yuan for body control, so he logged off his consciousness and let Feng Yuan take over. Once Feng Yuan was online, he saw the Star Team and wanted to transform like the first generation. He quickly grabbed his arm and said urgently, "Captain, wait. Astra would never do something like this." The Star Team was interrupted from transforming, and with the Ultra glasses in hand, he turned his head with a serious expression and slightly furrowed brows. Realizing that Feng Yuan was controlling the body, the Star Team explained with a stern face, "This is not the time to discuss this. Regardless of whether Astra has stolen it or not, we must retrieve the Ultra key first." However, Feng Yuan only had this one brother. Previously, he thought Astra had unfortunately perished, and now knowing that his brother was still alive, how could he possibly agree to that? "But Captain," Feng Yuan's gaze fixed on the Star Team, his grip tightening, "are you really going to take action against Astra?" Xia Yan's partial consciousness was still in Feng Yuan's body. Seeing that his emotions were getting out of control, he hurriedly reminded, "Feng Yuan, calm down. This Astra is not your brother. It is a Babel Star person in disguise." He had originally intended to explain this to the Zuxing Tuan and the first generation. But before he could speak, Feng Yuan, that unlucky guy, took control of the body, making it impossible for him to speak. Considering that he was worried about Astra's safety, he chose not to fight for control. Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Feng Yuan was taken aback. Astra was fake, but where was the real Astra? Just as he was about to ask Xia Yan his mind, he was distracted, and at that moment, Zuxing Tuan shook off Feng Yuan's grasp. Thinking that Feng Yuan still hadn't understood, he raised his hand and slapped him hard. "What nonsense are you talking about? The Ultraman brothers are still chasing Astra precisely because he is your brother, which is why Zoffy and the others haven't used their full power." With a serious expression, Zuxing Tuan scolded Feng Yuan with a tone full of frustration. "As Astra's brother, you should take responsibility and correct his behavior, not just cover for him." If Xia Yan hadn't reminded Feng Yuan just now, after hearing Zuxing Tuan's words, Feng Yuan would have definitely stopped calling him captain and directly called him by name. Then, out of love for his brother, Feng Yuan would have certainly punched and kicked Zuxing Tuan. Some things are only understood to be important after they're lost. Feng Yuan might even have pointed his finger at Zuxing Tuan and yelled, "You bastard, 7 Ultraman." However, with Xia Yan intervening, Feng Yuan and Zhu Xingtuan were still in stalemate. At this moment, after receiving another slap, Feng Yuan regained his senses and looked at Zhu Xingtuan. Captain, no need to say more. Zhu Xingtuan interrupted Feng Yuan's attempts to continue, his expression stern. The Ultraman key has the power to destroy a planet with one strike. If Astra uses it and aims at Earth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you want to see your second hometown destroyed like this? Don't forget, Hako is also on Earth. After saying this, Zhu Xingtuan cast a deep glance at Feng Yuan and then stopped talking. He raised his hand and put on the Ultraman glasses. Yo! The Ultraman glasses seemed to emit sparks like a welding flame. Zhu Xingtuan quickly completed his transformation, leaping up while enlarging, and flew rapidly into the sky. Feng Yuan didn't even have time to finish his words and could only watch as Seven flew away. Those words still had an impact on him. Earth was not only his second hometown, but more importantly, Hako was still here. Coupled with what Xia Yan had just said, Feng Yuan hesitated in his heart and decided to look again. Just then, he remembered something and immediately asked in his mind, Xia Yan, do you know where Astra is? Feng Yuan had heard Zhu Xingtuan mention before that Xia Yan's transformation device had a built-in ability. Previously, when dealing with the monster Kinedras, Xia Yan was able to know the opponent's abilities in advance to devise corresponding countermeasures. Wait for me to check. Xia Yan's partial consciousness told Feng Yuan before falling silent. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet in the universe, he raised his hand and took out the transformation device to check. The Earth humans of the Super Time-Space Great War certainly had satellites and space stations, and Xia Yan would not continue to linger there. Otherwise, he might be captured by satellite images. After searching for some information, his consciousness reconnected with Feng Yuan from the Leo main universe, and he affirmed, Feng Yuan, Astra is at Chapter 101. How dare you mess with me? While Feng Yuan was asking Xia Yan where Astra was, the Babel Star person, holding the Ultraman key, maintained the disguise as Astra and flew rapidly towards Earth. However, it had just entered the solar system. Looking back at the three fiercely pursuing Ultramen, the Babel Star person felt extremely nervous. The dangers experienced during the journey from the Ultraman satellite to the solar system were unimaginable, as it had almost been captured several times. At this moment, Zoffy's authoritative and furious voice came. Astra, stop. This is your final warning. Just hearing that voice made the Babel Star person tremble in fear. That was the renowned Zoffy. The Babel Star person worried countless times that Zoffy might become enraged and fire an M87 beam at it. It was said to be a star-exploding level of light, and not many aliens in the universe had witnessed it. Most of those who had seen the M87 beam didn't even leave behind ashes. The Babel Star person was extremely grateful that the Astra it was disguised as seemed to have a higher identity, causing Zoffy, Jack, and Ace to restrain themselves. Otherwise, it would have been captured long ago. Although it did not know Astra's true identity, that did not prevent the Babel Star person from continuing to flee. Thus, it continued its escape from the M78 nebula, chasing after and approaching Earth. To describe it roughly, the Babel Star person kept fleeing while Zoffy and the others kept pursuing. And as Zoffy and the others pursued, the Babel Star person kept fleeing. In fact, Zoffy and the other three Ultramen were also filled with anger. If they were chasing other aliens, that opponent would have long been dead. However, Astra was different. He was not only Leo's brother, but also came from the King Star. Considering that Leo was currently on Earth helping Seven protect it, Zoffy and the others were holding back, not wanting to kill someone else's brother. After all, they knew about the destruction of L77 Star, and, if possible, still hoped to give Astra a chance to realize his mistakes and reform. One could only say that the Babel Star person's disguise was indeed quite skilled to be famous in the universe. Zoffy, Jack, and Ace failed to see through this fake Astra, perhaps because the three Ultraman brothers were gathered together. Earth was now within sight. The Babel Star person disguised as Astra was filled with excitement and immediately wanted to fly to Earth. But at that moment, it discovered Seven and the first-generation Ultraman blocking its path. Behind it were Zoffy, Jack, and Ace in pursuit, while in front were Seven and the first generation encircling it. Faced with wolves in front and tigers behind, the Babel Star person had no choice but to turn and fly towards another planet. Yes, it was the moon. Ace, who was chasing from behind, saw this scene, and his bulbous eyes seemed to turn crimson. Not Suki was still on the moon. Damn it, Astra. How dare you do this? Ace's entire Ultraman persona grew more and more irritable, raising his hands above his head to gather energy, the chain-like white cutting energy pulsing in his palms. The director of the meat processing plant, with a murderous intent, was extracting energy from the Ultraman hole in his head. And just as the energy sawtooth light wheel was about to form, Zoffy and Jack hurriedly pulled him back, interrupting this reckless spellcasting. Ace, what are you doing? Don't recklessly use the Ultraman beheading sword. He is Leo's brother. Take it easy. Ace, being pulled by Zoffy and Jack, glared at the Astra in front of him, full of killing intent. Brothers, don't stop me. Let me kill him. Calm down. As the elder brother, Zoffy naturally knew what his younger brother was thinking. He said sternly, release the energy from your Ultra hole. The moon will be fine. At this moment, the First and Seven also gathered around, and with the persuasion of several older brothers. Ace reluctantly gave up the idea of using his beam. On the other side, under the intelligence provided by Xia Yan, Feng Yuan transformed into Leo and quickly flew towards that planet. With so many Ultra brothers, Xia Yan thought that dealing with the fake Astra should not be a problem. At this time, Leo was feeling anxious, shouting continuously while flying. Astra. Astra. Perhaps Leo's calls had an effect, as the Astra who had been frozen gradually regained consciousness. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he immediately used his special wave sensing ability. Leo, who sensed this wave, was overjoyed and quickly flew towards the direction of the signal. When he landed, he found that Astra was indeed frozen, as Xia Yan had said. Leo's emotions surged as he exclaimed, Astra, I'm coming to save you. After saying that, he extended his arms forward, crossed his wrists, and knocked his fists together. The beams that were originally unstable began to flow smoothly under the emotional turbulence. With his crossed arms placed on his chest, Leo's body became flushed as he gathered energy. When he raised his arms high above his head, he released a high-heat red beam from his entire body towards the solid ice, instantly melting the cosmic ice surrounding Astra. After years of separation, the two brothers met again. Astra was sure he wouldn't mistake Leo this time. After breaking free, he rushed towards Leo, his voice filled with joy. Leo Neeson. Astra. Leo grabbed his brother's shoulders and checked his body. When he noticed the trench-like scar on Astra's head, he immediately asked with concern, what happened to your head? Was it the barbarians? Astra's small crown-like horns, which were similar to Leo's, had now disappeared. I'm fine, Leo Neeson. Astra grasped Leo's hands, looking very happy. It's so great to see you. Seeing that Astra was unwilling to bring it up, Leo stopped asking further, but kept staring at the trench-like scar on his brother's head, recalling what Xia Yan had said, believing that the barbarians were responsible for all this. He felt an overwhelming rage rising within him, his eyes filled with determination. Meanwhile, Xia Yan received a new beam skill from Leo. Seeing the two brothers seemingly wanting to reminisce, he reminded in Feng Yuan's mind, stop chatting, we need to deal with the barbarians. Upon hearing this, Leo realized that there wasn't much time left. So he said to Astra, Astra, let's go. We need to retrieve the Ultra Key to prove your innocence. Astra nodded in agreement, leaping up to fly alongside Leo, determined to train his special abilities. He vowed never to mistake anyone again. At the same time on the moon, Chapter 102. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. The homes of the moon people were built deep underground to avoid monster invasions. Many monsters used the moon as a transit station when invading Earth. If their homes were built on the moon's surface, they might repeat the same mistakes. Xia Yan San, is it really okay if we don't go help against the barbarians? Feng Yuan's worried voice echoed in his mind. Xia Yan chuckled and replied, with so many Ultra brothers, there's definitely no problem. Besides, your brother Astra is on his way. So don't worry. At this moment, Xia Yan used Feng Yuan's Ultra body to transform into his own appearance. It was similar to how humans would transform into their human forms. Except now, it was an Ultra form. Not only did his physical abilities and numbers enhance, but he could also freely use the combat techniques and beam abilities that Feng Yuan had mastered, as well as some of Leo's outrageous superpowers. After transforming with Feng Yuan's Ultra body, Xia Yan's Ultra form appeared silver with red stripes, and the wishing red ball remained on his chest. When he went to find Astra earlier, neither the TV nor the Baidu information specified which planet he was frozen on by the barbarians, but that didn't stump him. Why not ask the magical red wishing ball? As for the specific location of the moon people, Xia Yan also couldn't find any information, but he could find out by making a wish. I wanted Shizi to come find me now. The buzzing sound of the wish being activated rang out, and the surface of the wishing red ball on Xia Yan's chest emitted a faint glow. At the same time, deep underground on the moon, Nan Shizi, observing the battle of the Ultra brothers, suddenly felt inspired to go out and meet Ace. However, thinking about how Baidu hadn't taken the initiative to find her for so long, Nan Shizi felt conflicted. If he doesn't come to find me, why should I go find him? Now, Nanshizi was still very young and not as open-minded as she would be in the future. As she was contemplating, she noticed an Ultraman seemingly searching for something. Ultraman, what is he looking for on the moon? As she pondered, another thought crossed her mind, and then she, dressed in white, flickered with fluorescent light and disappeared. The wishing red ball couldn't forcibly control others. Wishes were realized in a relatively reasonable manner. If this world didn't have Nanshizi, or if this Nanshizi didn't want to meet Xia Yan, it would summon a parallel world Nanshizi to guide her. This actually depended on the wishmaker's imagination and the accuracy of their description when making the wish. On the battlefield, the Ultra Brothers could certainly win as a team. It was easy for them to deal with the fake Astra transformed by the barbarians. However, perhaps due to the team's engine malfunctioning, they initially suffered a small loss. Jack had just thrown the fake Astra to the ground when the barbarians became somewhat unconvinced. I just transformed into Astra, holding the planet-destroying weapon, the Ultra Key. I can't take this humiliation. He retaliated by using the Ultra Key to knock Jack away. Jack, worried about damaging the key, didn't dare to defend forcefully. As soon as Ace saw this situation, adhering to the idea that every king had a close combat skill, and since Zoffy didn't allow the use of beams, he seized the opportunity to put into practice the close combat techniques he had secretly trained for many years. Thinking of impressing the brothers with Ace, he rushed to snatch the Ultra Key from the fake Astra, but the Babylonians retaliated and threw Ace away. Seeing this, Zoffy, the first generation, and 7 immediately joined forces against the fake Astra. The Babylonians seemed very unconvinced, thinking that no matter how powerful it was, it couldn't defeat 3 Ultramen. Thus, the fake Astra transformed and was already pinned down by the Ultraman brothers. Zoffy and Jack pressed down on the shoulders of the fake Astra, while the first generation and 7 held down its feet, all 4 brothers working together to control their opponent. Meanwhile, Ace sat on the chest of the fake Astra, pulling hard on the Ultra Key with both hands. However, it was unclear whether the Babylonians were strong or if the Astra they mimicked was strong. No matter how hard Ace tried, he couldn't snatch the Ultra Key away. At this moment, the Ultraman brothers who were holding down the fake Astra began to urge him in unison. Ace, can you do it? If not, let me try. You're missing your chance. You usually practice your beam cutting, but now look at how weak you are. It's really embarrassing. When we go back to the land of light, Ace, you should work on your physical strength too. The one who spoke most earnestly was Zoffy. As the eldest brother, he didn't play around like his younger brothers. Under the watchful eyes of his brothers, Ace was frustrated that he couldn't snatch the Ultra Key after so long. He raised his hand and punched the fake Astra's face a few times, but unfortunately, the opponent still refused to let go of the Ultra Key. At this point, the Babylonians were almost in despair, wondering why Leo hadn't arrived yet. What about the first generation and 7? Weren't they said to have severed ties with the land of light? Wasn't it said that 7 couldn't transform? How come none of the information was true? Where is Leo? Where is he? Boom! A red giant landed on the lunar surface, and the Ultraman brothers turned their heads in unison to look over. Huh? Another Astra? The Babylonians saw a pair of large red feet approaching and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Leo had finally arrived. However, when it saw who it was immediately terrified and exclaimed, "How can this be? You were supposed to be..." Slap. Astra delivered a hard slap to the Babylonian's face, cutting off its words. Damn it. Babel, you bastard. Seeing that it still maintained its form, Astra became increasingly furious and looked up at Ace, saying, Ace Senpai, quickly take it down. This guy is transformed by the Babylonians. I'm the real Astra. Earlier, when Astra was asking for directions to the land of light, he had met the Ultraman brothers, so they recognized each other. Upon hearing this, Ace immediately realized that they had all been deceived by the Babylonians. The Ultraman brothers exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Ace no longer hesitated and raised his hand to form an 8-point light wheel. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, the head of the fake Astra flew off. This made Astra's heart tremble, feeling as if he were witnessing the scene himself. As the Babylonian's head fell to the ground, its disguise vanished, returning to its original yellow-haired form. Zoffy took the Ultra Key in his hand and glanced over at his brothers, saying, there's no time to waste. We need to restore the Ultra Satellite to normal now. Then he seemed to remember something and turned to the first generation, continuing, First generation, you should come back to the land of light with us. The captain said he misses you very much. Upon hearing this, the first generation fell silent, suddenly wanting to truly break free from the land of light. However, he ultimately did not refuse. Just as the brothers were about to take off, they suddenly sensed someone approaching. Out of caution, they all turned to look. At the same time, a familiar and gentle voice that made Ace's heart tremble called out, Hokuto, what is our relationship? Chapter 103. I can only help you here. Why bring Ace's partner along? This was a well-considered thought by Natsuhiko. As the newly recognized younger brother of the first generation, Ace could be considered his brother as well. Since they had such a close relationship, he surely had to consider Ace. How could they be separated from their partners? They should remain on Earth and support each other. Moreover, with the first generation, Seven, and himself along with Leo, wouldn't it be better to be together? This way, there would be another person who could exchange light energy in the future, which was a cause for celebration. Xia Yan was calculating in his mind, watching the two parties who locked eyes as soon as they met, with Ao's face almost breaking into a charming smile. The Moon people inherently had the ability to grow larger, so when that figure in white slowly walked into Ace's line of sight, he was completely stunned. Now, Ace was Beidouxing C, and the memories of the past surged into his heart. The team uniform of Team Taker and that yellow scarf. The playful and cute figure with short hair, those experiences felt like they happened just yesterday. I am Beidouxing C. I am Nenshizi. Are you two born on the same day, the same month, the same year? Both on July 7th, just like the cowherd and the weaver girl. It was only natural for the team members in the mountains to be angry. But I believe what you said. No one will believe me. But I believe you. Love is blind, and women are devils. Ah, it hurts. Nan team member, be gentle. Beidou is in danger. Nan team member, stop. You can't get any closer. What? Nan team member, Ultraman fusion. Beidou, where are you going? Captain, let me go. Nanshizi, Beidou. Beidou, what is our relationship? I'm leaving Beidou. From now on, you have to become Ace Ultraman alone. The figures of the past and the present gradually overlapped. Years have passed, and Beidou looked at Nanshizi, who walked towards him, her long hair flowing and wearing white like before, gentle as ever. What is our relationship? Hearing this familiar question again, Beidou wanted to slap his younger self. No wonder Nanshizi cried so sadly back then. Why did he have to call her sister when she was leaving? Transforming into Ace, Beidou looked at the familiar person from the past, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. The nearby Ultraman brothers were watching the drama unfold, and Nanshizi knew that Ace was once her significant other. Seeing that his younger brother had no reaction for a long time, Seven felt that this unfortunate guy lacked courage. So he quietly lifted his foot and kicked him in the rear. Just as Beidou and Nanshizi were gazing at each other deeply, he was unexpectedly attacked, causing him to stumble and fall into Nanshizi's embrace. Coming back to his senses, he felt a bit flustered and turned to glare angrily at Seven. Looking at Beidou, who seemed just like he did back then, a faint smile appeared on Nanshizi's lips. At this moment, her body was in a giant state, comparable in height to Ultraman. In fact, Nanshizi initially didn't want to come over. After all, she had been waiting since Beidou left Earth, but he never came to her actively. This left her feeling quite frustrated. If it weren't for Xia Yan persuading her to come and take a look, she would probably still be hiding like before, silently watching Beidou. Seeing that Cebu had set up the opportunity for Beidou and Nanyuzi to stand together, Xia Yan also said, the cowherd and the weaver girl are meeting. They are certainly a pair of lovers. Upon hearing this, Beidou looked at Xia Yan, noticing that this Ultraman was very similar to the first generation. Remembering something, his gaze towards Xia Yan was filled with appreciation. Nanyuzi, hearing Xia Yan's words, recalled Beidou's affirmative answer when she had asked him before. She smiled gently and turned her gaze towards Beidou, extending her palm towards him. Seeing Nanyuzi's familiar gesture, Beidou felt a surge of joy and unhesitatingly reached out his hand. Their palms touched, bringing back memories of the past, and a white light flashed. The Ultraman fusion was once again in effect. Ace transformed in an instant. His usually fierce expression softened, resembling the look he had when he appeared in Zeta. The face of Ultraman was somewhat similar to that of his human form. Whatever expression the human form had, it would carry over into the transformation. Zoffy nodded slightly, acknowledging this. The first generation's large eyes were filled with envy, looking like two lemons had been stuffed into them, feeling a bit sour as an eternal bachelor. Cebu looked at Ace with a sense of comforting nostalgia, involuntarily recalling his time with Anu. Meanwhile, Jack's eyes reflected a mix of sentiment and sadness. Overall, however, the Ultraman brothers looked at Ace with smiles of maternal affection. The family was joyful, but Xia Yan was left dumbfounded. Huh? Didn't Nanyuzi say she was angry with Ace? Why did they just have a deep gaze at each other and then fuse? Was this another butterfly effect? This wasn't Dream Mebius. So what would happen to my Ace's light energy? A painful feeling rose in Xia Yan's heart, as if he could already see Ace leaving with the Ultraman brothers. returning to the land of light without any hesitation. No, Sister Yuzuko, aren't you going to care about your kin? What Xia Yan didn't know was a truth. Non-Yuzi had long chosen retirement and had been waiting for Beidou. As for what would happen to the lunar people, that was no longer her concern. After all, the next lunar princess had already been identified and was on Earth, just waiting to be welcomed back. At this moment, Xia Yan felt distressed, not because he didn't want Beidou and Non-Yuzi to reunite. That was an unresolved wish from his childhood. Of course, he hoped they could ultimately be together, otherwise he wouldn't have specifically brought Non-Yuzi over. However, the outcome was somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Xia Yan thought that the two of them needed some time to resolve their past grievances, especially since Nanshizi had been quite reluctant when she first arrived. However, he didn't expect that as soon as Nanshizi met Beidou, she completely forgot what she had said. Xia Yan felt miserable, as if he had lost a fortune, because his plan had backfired. Just then, Feng Yuan spoke up, saying Senior Ace and Senior Nanshizi have merged into Ultraman. Their relationship is really good. It turns out that Senior Nanshizi was just being insincere. Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. Xia Yan only felt that his breathing became uncomfortable. Yes, why didn't I think of the fact that women are actually a group of creatures who say one thing and mean another? The stereotype from Dreamiest TV misled me. Xia Yan thought about Nanshizi and Beidou, who only achieved Ultraman fusion during the Dream Bias period and momentarily overlooked the deep feelings between them. After all, this is not a world governed by fixed procedures, and there is no such thing as world force correction. The future trajectory will be completely altered due to Xia Yan's intervention. Feng Yuan was still unaware that he had inadvertently stabbed a knife of truth into Xia Yan's heart. And from his third-person perspective, he continued to mumble, "If Senior Ace can operate like this, then can I and Baizi also." Chapter 104, Little Brother, something's not right with you. The more Feng Yuan thought about it, the more feasible he felt this matter was. However, he had already merged part of his consciousness with Xia Yan, making it a bit difficult to separate now. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan felt a wave of disappointment and suddenly found himself somewhat annoyed with Xia Yan. At this moment, Xia Yan was still unaware of Feng Yuan's thoughts. He looked at those Ultraman brothers surrounding Ace, all wearing motherly smiles, and he couldn't feel happy at all, just when he was feeling quite miserable. He suddenly heard Feng Yuan speak with a tone full of expectation. "Xia Yan-san, how about we unmerge our consciousness? I want to fuse with Baizi." Xia Yan's face immediately darkened upon hearing this. He immediately scolded inwardly in a low voice. "Feng Yuan, doesn't your conscience hurt? I'm worried about your life and crossed the universe to help you." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan felt a twinge of guilt, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "Xia Yan-san, don't worry, I won't get into trouble. I still want to work with Baizi Aot." Before Feng Yuan could finish his sentence, Xia Yan directly blocked him with a slap, his face dark and too lazy to continue the conversation. All right, so you forget your loyalty for the sake of beauty. Huh, then just stay in the little black room. Xia Yan and Feng Yuan are currently in a state where whoever controls the body can block out the other person from a third-party perspective. They can choose not to hear the other's thoughts if they don't want to. After talking for a long time, Feng Yuan finally realized that Xia Yan seemed to have not heard him at all, which left him a bit confused. Perhaps it was just bad luck. As soon as he resolved Feng Yuan's issue, Xia Yan noticed the first generation approaching him. Under the gaze of the first generation, he inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding. No way. Please no. However, the first generation's intentions would not change. Although the Ultra satellite still needed some time to fly into the solar system, it was better to resolve this trouble as soon as possible. The first generation came to Xia Yan's side, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, "Xia Yan, I'm going back to the land of light. From now on, Earth will rely on you and Leo to protect it." While speaking, he noticed that there was an energy timer on Xia Yan's chest, looking perfectly integrated. At first glance, the first generation thought it was something Xia Yan had developed himself, so he did not think much of it. Seeing that Xia Yan's energy timer was red, the first generation reached to his own chest. A white light flashed, and as he pushed his palm towards Xia Yan, golden light continuously flowed out. Initially feeling even more upset upon hearing that the first generation was about to leave, Xia Yan's entire ultra body suddenly trembled. Mind connection LV1, 0100, Giant Ray LV1, 0100. First generation Ultraman Light 5, after receiving information about the two new abilities. Xia Yan's eyes brightened as he looked at the first generation. As a thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his entire ultra body. "Brother, I feel really uncomfortable, and my energy is almost depleted. While saying this, Xia Yan did not forget to turn his gaze towards Sophie, Jack, and Ace. As for 7, that old fox, he couldn't be bothered to look. After transmitting the energy, the first generation's energy timer began to flash red. Hearing Xia Yan's words, he looked at his own now red energy light, then at Xia Yan's still red energy timer, and fell into silence. The first generation felt suspicious about the ultra state and looked at Xia Yan with a puzzled expression. Little brother, something seems off with you. Clearly, a lot of energy was transmitted, yet the energy timer is still red. Thinking this, the first generation turned to Sophie, originally wanting to ask his brother what was going on. However, upon seeing the look in his brother's eyes, Sophie thought that his brother wanted him to help. So he also unhesitatingly reached out to extract energy from his chest's energy timer, and then a beam of light was injected into Xia Yan's body. Subspace LV1, 0100, Ultra Frost LV1, 0100. Sophie Ultraman Light, 60 information about the new skills flashed through Xia Yan's mind, but his energy timer was still red. The first generation stretched out his hand, wanting to say something, but after seeing this scene, he thought better of it and remained silent. Sophie, seeing Xia Yan's red energy timer, increased the output of energy from his hand even more. Z-Ray LV1, 0100, M87 Ray LV1, 0100. Sophie Ultraman Light, 10. After receiving the information, the joy on Ao's face almost became evident. This is the M87 beam, the most powerful single beam skill among the Ultra Brothers, achieving a miracle temperature of 870,000 degrees. If the energy is sufficient, its full power could easily destroy a star, and right now, what Xia Yan lacks the least is energy. Just as he was secretly rejoicing, a series of bright red sounds from an energy timer rang out. Sophie looked down at his chest, then glanced at Xia Yan's unchanged red energy light, and fell silent as he withdrew his hand. What's going on? Young man, something's not right. He turned to look at the first generation, wanting to ask for clarification, but all he saw was the first generation looking elsewhere, appearing indifferent. Seeing the situation, Sophie understood and felt a bit helpless. His younger brother was being mischievous again. Ace, noticing that Xia Yan's energy light was still red, thought that since this young Ultra had helped him reunite with Nanshizi, he should lend a hand as well. Although he didn't know why the first generation had become brothers with him, since he was the first generation's brother, he was also his brother. So he stepped forward to transmit energy. However, at that moment, 7 clearly noticed something was off. He approached and kicked Xia Yan in annoyance, but unfortunately, Xia Yan dodged. 7 didn't bother to chase him, but with a dark expression, he said in a harsh tone, Xia Yan, what are you pretending about, saying you have no energy? The one on your chest is the wishing red ball you mentioned, right? Distracted by 7. The first generation recalled what Xia Yan had said earlier, and immediately realized he had been tricked. Sophie's gaze fixed on this Ultra, who resembled his younger brother, his eyes holding a meaningful expression. It seemed like a mischievous kid. He needed to be dealt with. The 3 Ultras focused their attention on Xia Yan, slowly closing in on him. Xia Yan realized that the situation was not good as things were exposed. Without waiting for them to take any action, he decisively disconnected his consciousness. A white light flashed, and his body quickly transformed as he logged on as Feng Yuan, who was inexplicably locked in a small dark room. He then saw Sophie, the first generation, and 7 surrounding him. Their aggressive demeanor gave Feng Yuan a bad feeling, and thinking of Xia Yan, who suddenly went offline, he suddenly understood what was happening and felt a wave of panic. Damn it, Xia Yan, you idiot. Chapter 105. World Destroyer Salted Egg Ultraman. After disconnecting his consciousness from the Leo main universe, Xia Yan pondered that Feng Yuan probably didn't want to see him recently. So he decided to ignore things over there, with the first generation returning to the land of light alongside the Ultraman brothers. It meant that only 7 and Leo were left on Earth. With only one Ultraman brother, it was reliable enough. 7's personal charm was undeniable when he was protecting Earth back in the day. Now that the Zhurong team had regained their transformation abilities and there was anew on Earth, if there were monsters that Feng Yuan couldn't handle, he would definitely step in to resolve them. Overall, Feng Yuan was now just an accessory to the Zhurong team. A mere addition. This combination was basically a chaotic slaughter, with Feng Yuan being trained to be slaughtered, while the Zhurong team was responsible for the chaotic killing. Moreover, if they both couldn't solve the problem, Feng Yuan could still call upon someone else in his heart. Therefore, Xia Yan felt he needed to give Feng Yuan more room to grow and not handle everything himself. Facing the Ultraman brothers this time, Feng Yuan would definitely be fine. So he directly ignored the calls coming from Feng Yuan. After all, Being brothers meant that if something happened and the phone couldn't get through, it was all for the sake of training Feng Yuan. With that thought, Xia Yan sat down on a rock. He didn't even know the name of this planet. But since he wouldn't be staying long, he was too lazy to revert from his Ultraman form. He raised his hand to take out the transformation device to summarize this time's gains. Brother Man was about to return to the Land of Light and generously gifted him a large package before leaving. He was really something. Unfortunately, his acting skills were exposed by that debt-avoiding captain. Otherwise, if several Ultraman brothers had taken turns to transmit energy, he could have gained several abilities or light skills. The director of the meat processing plant in the Land of Light, Ace, was known as the Law King among the Ultraman brothers, and any of his light skills would greatly benefit Xia Yan. The abilities of Bracelet Ultraman Jack were equally diverse, especially excelling in Ultraman telekinesis. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was at a loss. So Xia Yan silently added 10 more units of light energy owed to the Zhurong team as interest. After some time, he would have to think of a way to collect the debt from that captain. He looked at the data panel on the transformation device. This time the gains were still quite rich, especially from Zoffy. Telepathy, a super ability to communicate with specific individuals at great distances, had a range measured in light years. And how far it could reach depended on the person. Xia Yan was not disdainful either. After he raised his level to the highest, a qualitative change would occur. The giant ray, as the name suggests, is a ray that can enlarge other things, including living beings. Zoffy, the big brother, truly lived up to his title. Captain Inoue's strength is unquestionable, exceptionally powerful. Just the light energy alone provided 16 portions before it triggered the red light. Zoffy used the subspace to save the first generation back in the day, and Ultra Frost is an ice-freezing skill. The M87 ray, needless to say, is the strongest single-target ray that only Zoffy among the Ultra Brothers can use. Although it sometimes appears weak, that's because Zoffy is not using full power, as he cannot withstand the recoil that comes with it. When Belial faced the M87 ray, he was so calm due to the gigantic combat device. However, looking at the Ultra Frost skill, Xia Yan seemed to recall something, his gaze filled with contemplation. A quick search on Baidu reveals that Ultraman Jack mastered freezing skills, and Seven also possessed similar abilities. As the first generation, he should have corresponding skills as well. So the question arises, why did this group of heroes look as if they were about to perish when they were attracted to the cold planet by the Ebonians? In the end, they were collectively tied to crosses. Xia Yaneo's expression froze as he thought. Could it be that back then they were all playing ace? But if it was acting, why did the invincible Zoffy fall down on Neptune? Unable to understand what the Ultra Brothers were up to back then, Xia Yan simply decided not to dwell on it any longer. After summarizing his gains from this encounter, he remembered that another person still owed him light energy, and he needed to go ask for it. So he said to the wish red ball on his chest, "Risa, let's go save other worlds." The white-skirted Risa appeared on Xia Yan's shoulder with a puzzled expression. "Brother Xia Yan, didn't you say you wanted to help UltramanLeo?" He doesn't need help there." Xia Yan's expression remained unreadable as he changed the subject. "Let's go check out Gaia. The root cause of the destruction needs to be prioritized." "All right." Risa in the white dress had no objections, but then she reminded him, "By the way, if the wish red ball travels to other worlds, it will subtly absorb the negative energy of others. Because the red ball not only absorbs your desires, Brother Xia Yan, but also the desires of others. Although it won't affect you, other beings will be influenced, and if it lasts too long, the monsters in that world may become more irritable, and there is even a chance of producing dark powers." Upon hearing this explanation, Xia Yan was taken aback. The wish red ball, was that outrageous? Does that mean if I enter a world, the monsters there will be passively strengthened? Am I really going to become a world destroyer? No. Since there's a negative side, there must be a positive side as well. The two should coexist in balance. Thinking of this, Xia Yan looked at Risa in the white dress. What about positive energy? Will the Ultraman of that world be strengthened? They want to be strengthened. Risa in the white dress looked at Xia Yan and said matter-of-factly, "Only you, Brother Xia Yan, will." Xia Yan felt something was off, but he heard Baichu and Lisha continue. "All the positive energy will be concentrated on you, Xia Yan brother, making you continuously grow stronger." "What's wrong, Xia Yan brother? Isn't this good?" Baichu and Lisha's words left Xia Yan momentarily speechless. How could it be bad? It's simply too good. In fact, he just wanted to absorb some energy, take a shot, and then move to another place. But now, all the positive energy was focused on him, and the temptation was simply too great. Being a passive savior of the world wasn't a bad option either. Just as he was thinking about this, Yuan Lisha appeared on his other shoulder, mumbling, "I knew it. No matter what, the other sisters are much more interesting, so Xia Yan naturally wouldn't think of me." Xia Yan felt a bit overwhelmed. He had just momentarily forgotten to call out for Black Skirt Risa. However, he didn't want to get entangled with this girl. He raised his hand and gently poked to force Black Skirt Risa to quiet down, speaking sincerely. "Don't be sarcastic. You are both equally important, my wings. We need to work together. All right, let's start the traversal." "Okay, Brother Xia Yan." The joy on White Skirt Risa's face was evident, and upon hearing this, she activated her traversal ability. Although Black Skirt Risa also felt a bit happy inside, she still maintained a hard exterior. "If I believe what you said, Brother Xia, I'd probably cry my heart out." Xia Yan watched as the black-dressed Risa made a sarcastic remark, and he also began to activate his time-traveling ability. He felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, and his gaze fell on the black and white Risa. It was as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated, ultimately looking up at the sky, feeling distressed. Meanwhile, on King Star of the Leo main universe, the red-eyed old Ultraman was observing the Ultraman brothers as they inserted the Ultraman key back into the Ultraman satellite. Astra was proven innocent, and Leo did not fight with the Ultraman brothers. As for the punches he took, that was nothing. With the Ultraman satellite being controlled and returning to its original position to continue emitting magnetic fields, the Land of Light also returned to normal. Originally, the old king intended to take action this time, but once again, he was thwarted by Xia Yan's interference. The red-eyed old Ultraman sat on King Star, watching the entire process unfold, unable to find a moment to make his entrance, which made him feel exceptionally uncomfortable. It was the second time. This young man, Kamen Rider, was like a ghost. He was able to find a way to return, and surprisingly, even possessed Leo. Did that mean that if he wanted to completely get rid of Kamen Rider, he would have to get rid of Leo too? The Ultraman King didn't want to do that. Leo's current strength was still very immature and not suitable for training in other universes. Just the thought of Kamen Rider being able to return through Leo's body made the old king uneasy. His red Ultraman eyes seemed to transcend the universe, and spotted Xia Yan traversing through time and space, prompting him to raise his hand, slightly shifting the time-traveling portal. Feeling satisfied, the Ultraman King lowered his head and continued to drift through the universe, sleeping soundly. On the other side, after completing the scene transition, Xia Yan had just emerged from the time-space portal and was scanning the unfamiliar environment. At this moment, the white-dressed Risa shyly said, "Xia Yan, brother, I have a bad news and a good news." Chapter 106. Finally the day has come. When Xia Yan had just completed his time travel, he transformed his body back into human form and scanned the surrounding pitch-black environment, clearly indicating it was night. The streetlights illuminated the area around the road, but there was not a single passerby nearby. Standing next to the intersection, Xia Yan extended his perception and heard a large crowd in the distance panicking and fleeing in terror. And he could vaguely hear a young man loudly directing the crowd to evacuate. The person was speaking Chinese, and the tone sounded very familiar to him. Just as he was pondering who it could be, the girl in the white dress, Risha, tugged at Xia Yan's sleeve and reminded him, "Brother Xia Yan, it seems like it's that old man Ao Wang's power again, which has prevented us from traveling to Gaia." Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's expression froze. Why was this red-eyed old man sneaking around again? Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy beneath his feet, continuously bubbling up toward the surface. Where's that movement coming from? He just crossed over and was already facing a monster attack. Feeling the tremors beneath him, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Lisa, you two go back into the wishing ball first." The black-skirted Lisa didn't act mischievously at this moment. Together with the white-skirted Lisa, they transformed into black and red and white light orbs that dove into Xia Yan's body, returning to the wishing red ball. The wishing red ball was now his energy timer, glowing without transforming, hidden within the power of light inside his body. Of course, if Xia Yan wanted to take it out, he could simply think about it, and it would reconstitute and appear in his hand. As the light power surged within him, he was about to use teleportation to leave when he suddenly heard faint footsteps from the side. Instinctively glancing over, he froze when he saw the familiar figure. At this moment, the roar of fighter jet engines filled the night sky as two yellow aircraft rushed in. Professional Death Mark pilot Shinjo was piloting the Victory Swallow No. 1 fighter jet and issued a crash request. "Kajurai, please indicate the target location for the microwave cannon." However, being a professional pilot, Shinjo could still transform from a Death Mark back into an ace at critical moments. It hadn't been long since they had taken down 2 Kakuma, and the Victory Swallow number 2 had just been modified, only to crash as soon as it made its debut. Therefore, this operation involved 2 Victory Swallow No. 1 fighter jets. The logistics department of the Victory team was always prepared for this type of aircraft. The other parallel Victory Swallow was piloted by the ace pilot Lena. Kujirai was behind, organizing the attack data from the Kiri Alode people. Hearing Shinjo's inquiry, he replied through the helmet he was wearing. Wait a moment. I'm analyzing that guy's movements. Got it. The target is at point 33, right at the intersection. All right, leave it to me, Shinjo confidently assured. He piloted the Victory Swallow number 1 towards the intersection Kujirai mentioned. The wings of the Victory Swallow folded, flying between the buildings, and then hovering at the intersection point 33. The microwave cannon began its countdown to launch. However, at this moment, Kasumi-Kei had not yet evacuated the area. The Kiri Alode person who had previously possessed Sakata Mitsuo was still using mental wave attacks, leaving Kasumi-Kei's body weak and powerless. After evacuating the crowd, Daiko turned back and found that the captain had not yet retreated, immediately pulling out the godlight stick. The light flickered, and Digga's figure appeared, reaching out his palm towards Kasumi-Kei, but before him, a young man in a white leather jacket suddenly appeared beside Kasumi-Kei to support her. In the next moment, the 2 figures vanished again. This left Daiko, who had transformed into Digga, momentarily stunned as he looked at the 2 who had reappeared. Xia Yan helped Zhu Jianhui and used teleportation to arrive in a safe area, already aware of which world this was. Captain Zhu Jianhui, are you okay? He asked as he released his grip on her hand. However, seeing her staggering steps, he guessed she had been significantly impacted by the mental waves of the Kiri Alode people. At this moment, Zhu Jianhui snapped back to reality from her daze, her gaze sweeping over the suddenly changed surroundings in shock. This ability to instantly change locations could be an alien? However, since the other party had just saved her, Zhu Jianhui held no hostility and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your help. May I ask who you are, sir?" As she inquired. Her eyes looked at Xia Yan's face, but it seemed as if she had severe myopia, only able to see a blurry figure and unable to make out his features. This situation left Zhu Jianhui momentarily stunned, and she couldn't help but blink hard, her expression filled with confusion. She was sure there was nothing wrong with her vision. Just a passing Ultraman, Xia Yan casually replied to Zhu Jianhui's inquiry, then turned his gaze toward the transformed Digga, with the Ultraman's psychic energy covering him. He didn't have to worry about Zhu Jianhui remembering him, as she couldn't even see him clearly, and no image was formed in her mind. Even if she filmed Xia Yan with a camera, it would only capture a blurry figure. Zhu Jianhui looked at the clear buildings around her, but when her gaze landed on Xia Yan, her vision became blurry again. The figure before her looked like someone with high myopia, unable to see people without glasses. Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Zhu Jianhui, slightly stunned, realized that the other party didn't want her to know his true identity. He must have used some ability to ensure that when she looked at him, she could only see a vague silhouette. "So, Mr. Ultraman, where are you from?" Zhu Jianhui tentatively asked, her intuition telling her that he wasn't lying. Did he come to Earth to protect humanity like 30 million years ago? The time machine had mentioned giants who turned into light and returned to their homeland, and only Digga was revived within the pyramid, leading Zhu Jianhui to this speculation. However, Xia Yan had no intention of joining the victory team this time. He wanted to find some new fun. The Xixing Tuan still owed dozens of energy payments and wanted to default, and Gao Shan was stuck in the neighboring universe. Collecting debts was tough these days, so he thought it better to find another way. As a mage, the Horned Demon should have quite a few light skills. And now it was finally his turn to stir things up and train the younger generation. Listening to Zhu Jianhui's question beside him, Xia Yan looked into Digga's bright eyes and casually said after some thought, "I come from the distant universe of the M78 Nebula, in a world of martial arts. One cannot avoid being harmed." Coincidentally, this Earth had signs of the first-generation Nissan appearing back in the day, which was even made into an Ultraman tokusatsu drama. So borrowing the identity of the first-generation Nissan was completely fine. What connection did the first Ultraman's actions have with him? The Salted Egg Superhero. Chapter 107. A touch of Showa-style intimidation. Xia Yan and the first Ultraman looked so alike that it was hard to tell them apart before the energy light was introduced. Now, with the energy timer, it's simply a case of muddling fish with pearls. M78 Nebula. Zhu Jianhui muttered to herself. Her gaze turned to the emerging Digga, wondering where this revived Digga came from. Just then, a man suddenly appeared on the distant street, pointing at Digga and berating him. "Digga Ultraman, I've been waiting for you. What do you plan to do about this Earth?" Zhu Jianhui's eyes narrowed as she recognized the man's serious expression and said, "It's the Xia Yan people." She wanted to remind Xia Yan beside her about the man's true identity, but he sighed and said, "This young man Diga is still not steady enough, lacking the vigilance that a warrior should have. Well, he should learn a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan vanished in an instant. Zhu Jianhui was left standing there, bewildered, not understanding what he intended to do. On the other side, the Xia Yan person, who was possessing Sakata Mitsuo, was actually a corpse that had been dead for many years. At this moment, he kept provoking Diga, "I want you to see the anger of the Xia Yan people." Suddenly, a wave of red energy swept through, and Sakata Mitsuo's body stiffened, his words coming to a halt as the blue soul was forcibly pulled out by the red Ultraman psychic force, like a giant hand. Footsteps echoed in the silent street as Xia Yan gradually emerged from the dark environment. A deep voice introduced himself. "My title is World Destroyer, also known as the Light Star Ultraman, traversing various universes to change predetermined trajectories. Currently, I've been thrown here by a certain red-eyed old man. Although I can return any time, I feel quite uneasy." As he spoke, Xia Yan stepped fully out of the shadows, and his outstretched hand suddenly formed a fist. The psychic blast exploded, instantly turning the soul of the Xia Yan person into a fiery blaze, dead beyond death, without even a scream. The Gu, piloting Diga, looked bewildered. The earlier conversation between Xia Yan and Zhu Jianhui had not been specially shielded, and with Diga's heightened senses, he could hear it as well. Watching the person who had saved the captain earlier and listening to his completely different self-introduction, an ominous feeling arose in his heart. This isn't right. Isn't he supposed to be an Ultraman? Why does it feel so dangerous? Into Gu's bulbous eyes, he saw the opponent pull out a silver cube, looking at him with a serious expression. "What level is the Xia Yan people? Such aliens are really too weak, so I'll be your opponent." As Xia Yan pressed the transformation device, a red and white light erupted, and a silver giant stood tall on the earth. The Gu was shocked by these words. The sudden appearance of the silver giant intensified his ominous feeling, causing him to take 2 steps back in anxiety. It really is an Ultraman, but why is his energy timer red? Confused, the Gu looked at the ground where the Xia Yan person's soul had already burned to ashes. Since they're all Ultramen protecting the Earth, why do they need to fight each other? Xia Yan glanced at Diga's gaze. The Griza, without giantization, was just a spiritual life form, easily controlled and eliminated by Ultraman's telekinesis. It turned out that without the invincibility frame during transformation, one should not talk too much before giantization, or else they might be ambushed by Showa-style ruffians. On the other side, in the victory flyer hovering in the distant night sky, Kirai and Lena were dumbfounded as they witnessed another giant appear. The silver giant seemed somewhat familiar. Kirai's chubby face had his mouth slightly agape. Just as he was mumbling, the communicator in his helmet transmitted Yuari's voice. "It does seem familiar. This Ultraman looks like the one from the Tokusatsu series." The computer genius of the victory team quickly pulled up the data. As a programmer, he had a thick head of hair, perhaps because he was still quite young. At that moment, Yuari continued to explain. "The image of the silver giant is very similar to the Ultraman directed by Eiji Tsuburaya. They might be the same person." In the command room of the victory team headquarters, Munakata stood behind Yuari, looking at the monitor displaying information about Ultraman. Just then, a video call from Izuma K connected to the headquarters. She had a serious expression and issued orders. Let the victory flyer move away from the 2 giants. As the captain of the victory team, although she was in civilian clothes during the investigation of Sakata Mitsuo, she still carried the hypergun and a portable communicator. It seemed like a battle was about to occur. Actually, the indecisive deputy commander Munakata hesitated. "Shouldn't we help Ultraman Diga?" Izuma K, with an unchanged expression, firmly replied, "No, I think the giants are just sparring." "I understand," Munakata said, no longer hesitating, and immediately instructed Kirai and the others. "Shinjo, Lena, you 2 retreat further back, and bring the captain back as well." With Munakata's orders given, 2 victory flyer fighter jets flew to a distance and landed. Kirai, Lena, and Shinjo ran towards Izumake to check on her condition. On the battlefield, Daegu piloted Diga in his composite form, slightly lowering his center of gravity while the whole Ultraman appeared tense. Although one hand was in a palm knife shape and the other was clenched into a fist, his upper body swayed significantly. In contrast, Xia Yan assumed a stance of cosmic martial arts, his movements steady and powerful, combining offense and defense. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Come at me." A low, serious voice echoed in Daegu's ears, but he remained indecisive. Seeing this situation, Xia Yan stopped talking and immediately launched an attack. Take that! A roguelike show of battle shout accompanied a side kick that whipped towards Digga's head. Daegu, piloting Digga, was startled and instinctively clenched his fists, guarding his face. However, when the side kick was blocked, Digga felt a pain in his chest, and the whole Ultraman was kicked down to the ground, rolling over. Just as he stood up, the silver giant was already approaching him again. Seeing the left and right punches coming at Digga, he hurriedly attempted to block and counterattack. But Xia Yan was merely feigning an attack. His fist pretended to strike at Digga's midsection, but in reality, he swiftly turned his hand and delivered a palm knife strike to Digga's forehead, causing sparks to fly and stunning Digga. Xia Yan seized the opportunity to grab his arm and forcefully pulled it down in a joint lock. Digga's entire body bent. His arm locked behind his back in a joint technique. Feeling the ache in his arm, he struggled and couldn't help but cry out in pain. Senior, why are you doing this? We're both Ultramen. Chapter 108. Praise makes you stronger. Is this idealism? Why? I'm also searching for the answer. As Xia Yan casually responded, he swung Digga's arm and threw him to the ground, then clenched his fist tightly towards the struggling Digga. If you don't take this seriously, you might get killed. This scene was strikingly similar to when Leo beat up Mephiles. Digga leaned against a nearby building, breathing heavily as his chest rose and fell violently. However, since Xia Yan was holding back, he only felt soreness all over, and the energy meter on his chest did not flash red. In the distance, on the ground, Shinjo, Kirai, and Lena ran to Izumakei's side, looking up at Digga being beaten. Captain, Lena's expression showed concern. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing Digga being hit. Shouldn't we help Digga? Izumakei shook her head. No, this is actually training for Digga. It's a form of care from the elder to the junior. I think the captain is right. Shinjo nodded, confidently analyzing. Look, Ultraman isn't taking advantage of the situation. He's clearly waiting for Digga to stand up. By the way, he seems to be good at fighting. At this time, Kirai took out his high-tech gadget and fiddled with it. With this universal translator I invented, maybe we can hear what they're saying. Daegu, hearing his teammates' words, couldn't help but turn around. Captain, is there a possibility that this training could actually kill me? Shinjo and Kirai, you two guys, okay, I remember. Lena is the best. After being slightly distracted for a moment, Xia Yan had already rushed to Digga's front. In Digga's horrified gaze, a silver foot enlarged in his vision. The kick struck his face, causing Digga to instinctively cover his face with both hands, but this left his abdomen wide open for another knee strike, making his body bend over. Xia Yan stared at Digga without pursuing him, watching as he staggered backward, clutching his stomach with a face that looked as if he were suffering from constipation. He slowly said, being distracted during a battle is a big taboo. The enemy won't give you a moment's rest. At this point, Juejing had already set up the translator, and everyone, including Jiejian, Xinxing, and Lena, could hear the words spoken by the silver giant, which put everyone at ease. Ultraman's movements are so fast, clean, and decisive. I also think Digga seems to have no resistance. Actually, Digga is quite powerful. Come on, Digga. The first two sentences were complaints from Xinxing and Juejing, while the latter was Lena shouting encouragement. Daegu, who was controlling Digga, was momentarily speechless, thinking, you two, Xinxing and Juejing, how infuriating. You really are my good teammates. However, this time he didn't dare to look back, holding his still painful abdomen and keeping his gaze fixed on the silver giant opposite him. Lena's encouragement made Daegu feel much better, and the entire Ultraman also perked up, remembering what Xinxing and Juejing had said about being skilled in combat. He controlled Digga to cross his arms with clenched fists at his forehead crystal. In Xia Yan's perception, he could clearly sense that Digga's momentum suddenly became stronger. A change that started from Lena's shout of encouragement. Goodness, is he getting stronger just by believing? Seeing Digga crossing his arms with clenched fists at his forehead, Xia Yan did not interrupt this transformation and raised his hand to take out the transformation device and pressed it. UltramanLeo, light control. Photon energy instantly concentrated, creating a red giant's phantom. As the phantom overlapped with Xia Yan's body, the transformation into Ultraman Lion King was completed in an instant. At this moment, just as Digga had transformed into the red, muscular form, he was taken aback to see the opponent also changing. Xia Yan looked at Tiga, who was clearly in a daze, and reached out his palm to beckon him. It was just the red chef form, who couldn't transform like that. Tiga glanced at the Ultraman, who was even more robust than his own red form, and for a moment didn't know how to react. Seeing Tiga's lack of response, Xia Yan immediately walked towards him. Realizing that the Ultraman opposite him was unguarded, Tiga immediately executed a spinning side kick. However, when his kick came, Xia Yan didn't even bother to defend. He directly absorbed it with his chest muscles. Not even a spark was produced, and Tiga's spinning side kick completely failed to break through, causing Tiga to stumble instead. Realizing that something was wrong, Tiga tried to create distance, but his red form was already slightly slower. In contrast, Xia Yan's Lion King form was not affected at all and was even faster. Thus, the two red chefs engaged in close combat, exchanging a flurry of attacks. However, most of the time, it was Xia Yan delivering heavy punches to Tiga, while Tiga's counterattacks barely affected him. Watching as Tiga in red form was being overwhelmed, Tiga finally found an opportunity to switch to his purple form. He aimed to use his speed advantage for a counterattack, but every attack he launched was blocked by Xia Yan, who seized the opportunity to deliver another round of punches and kicks. Tiga's fragile, purple, agile form soon could not withstand the pressure, and the energy meter on his chest began to flash red. With a casual toss, Xia Yan sent him flying to the ground. Xia Yan initially prepared to start with a Leo flying kick, but stopped himself before making any moves. Remembering Mebius's past experience, he thought about how Tiga might also take the hit. With Dagu's personality, it wouldn't be surprising. Looking at Tiga on the ground, flashing a red light, Xia Yan walked over and wiped the energy meter on his chest. Tiga felt the towering figure approach and couldn't help but shudder, struggling to retreat. However, at that moment, a surge of energy flowed into his body, halting his movements. After restoring Tiga's energy meter to normal, Xia Yan spoke calmly. "I will come to find you again. I hope you make some progress next time." With that, Xia Yan leaped into the sky and transformed into a light sphere, quickly disappearing, leaving Tiga in a state of confusion. His senior helped to take care of the Griza, then immediately gave him a beating, and when he saw Tiga's red light, he helped him replenish energy. This back-and-forth operation left Gu completely puzzled, not knowing how to react. Remembering what the other party said before leaving, Dagu suddenly felt a spark of realization. No, he needed to train his fighting skills well upon returning. Otherwise, what would he do if he got beaten up again next time? With this in mind, Dagu turned his gaze to his teammates, especially Shinjo and Kirai, then spread his arms and flew up into the sky, disappearing. On a certain mountaintop, Xia Yan's figure transformed back from the light sphere into a human form, holding the wishing red ball, and said, "Risha, come out." He didn't go directly to absorb the light energy of Diga at the beginning. Everything has to follow a process. The two Rishas, one in black and one in white, appeared beside him. Xia Yan looked at both of them and asked, "Is there any way for me to continuously gain strength from positive energy while negative energy does not affect other living beings?" Upon hearing this, the black-dressed Risha showed a hesitant expression and spoke with uncertainty. "It's not impossible. If you want, Summer Brother, then." Chapter 109. Standing behind the Ultraman gang thinking of the giant sea snail hiding somewhere in the deep sea, Xia Yan felt uneasy. If he didn't stay in the Diga world for a long time, then the red ball wouldn't be able to affect other living beings. However, if that were the case, there definitely wouldn't be much positive energy generated, which would be a pity as it couldn't strengthen himself. The giant sea snail and Tangjia, with some Cthulhu elements in it, were things Xia Yan would never dare to mess with. He wasn't like the big repairer from the neighboring night universe. The title of World Destroyer was just a joke, and creating a father figure was a reckless act he would avoid. By the way, since the wishing red ball can travel between worlds, can the Kamen Rider universe enter as well? Suppressing these thoughts for now, Xia Yan turned his gaze to the black-dressed Risha. Seeing her hesitating, he couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Just tell me what the way is, and I will consider it carefully before making a decision." Although the black-dressed Risha is the negative embodiment of the red ball and often retorts Xia Yan, she is as kind-hearted as the white-dressed Risha. Moreover, there's a saying that one only drops their disguise in front of close people. Actually, while the black-dressed Risha spoke with some hesitation on her face, she thought for a moment and said, "All the negative energy can be fully bestowed upon you, Summer Brother. However, since negative energy produces dark power, I haven't deliberately collected all of it." Although her gaze carried some expectation, the black-dressed Risha pretended to be indifferent and continued, "If you want, I can help you." The white-dressed Risha represents the embodiment of positive energy, and now the positive energy has already been bestowed upon Xia Yan, subtly strengthening every aspect of his body, indicating a complete acceptance of the positive side of the wishing red ball. In contrast, the black-dressed Risha is the embodiment of negative energy, which has not yet been fully accepted, and the other part of herself that Nane Stayu does not have. So despite not saying anything, she still has some opinions in her heart. At this moment, Xia Yan didn't notice her small expression and fell into deep thought upon hearing her words. He did not reject dark power. Whether it was the power of light or dark power, what mattered was the person using it. As long as it wasn't used for evil deeds, there was no difference between light and dark. It was like a weapon. Some used it to uphold justice, while others wielded it for wrongdoing. But the weapon itself was not at fault. What truly mattered was the human heart. An interest-driven hero was probably what Xia Yan was now. At present, he was on the same side as the warriors of light, even sharing a body in the adjacent universe. This illustrated the benefits of having a background, standing behind the Ultraman gang. What was wrong with using a bit of dark power? Moreover, the evolution of Ultraman did not stipulate that it had to be purely from the side of light. Dark Ultraman was still considered Ultraman. More importantly, the transformed Ultraman body was draped in a layer of materialism. Upon thinking of this, Xia Yan decided to give it a try. So he looked at Risa in the black dress and said, "Risa, don't worry, infuse the negative energy onto me as well." He did not wish for the negative energy to automatically convert into positive energy, as that would not be fair. Since he had said that the two little girls were the same, Xia Yan would treat them equally and not show favoritism. "Brother Xia." Risa in the black dress turned to look at him, stunned, her heart filled with emotion as her eyes glistened. Then she saw Xia Yan at that moment, bowing his head and making a wish to the wishing red ball. "I want the ability to absolutely control various energies, to absorb them and convert them into each other." As for Risa's emotionally moved gaze, he happened to not notice it. After making the wish with a steady mindset, the red ball in his hand emitted a faint light with a buzzing sound, successfully triggering the wish. Initially, he planned to only wish for light and dark, but Xia Yan thought to be a bit more straightforward, so he included other energies as well. The wish was indeed successfully triggered, but perhaps due to being too overpowered. The energy of the wishing red ball was completely consumed, and the entire ball dimmed as if it were in a dead state. However, since it was linked to the Planck space absorbing Spatium 133 energy, it did not completely shut down. The speed at which the red ball absorbed material energy and transformed it into idealistic energy made it temporarily impossible to wish for bug-level abilities. But ordinary wishes were not a problem. After making the preparations, Xia Yan felt his newly acquired special ability and finally felt at ease. He then turned his gaze to Risa in the black dress. "Now the rest no problem at all. Come on, Risa." As he spoke, a hint of expectation appeared on his face. He also wanted to know what the effect of the duality of light and dark would be. However, at that moment, Risa in the black dress had a small frown on her face, feeling quite depressed. She had just been moved, but Xia Yan completely ignored her, not even glancing her way. "Oh," Risa in the black dress muttered softly, her tone melancholic as she said, "Got it." The change in her expression and attitude startled Xia Yan. What was going on? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Risa in the black dress took another glance at him before transforming into a swirl of black and red energy and diving back into the red ball. Xia Yan felt a bit confused and turned to the white-dressed Risha beside him, asking, "What did I do? I don't think I said anything wrong, right?" Risha didn't know either. With a hint of a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth, Risha, who had been watching everything unfold, pretended to be clueless and said, "Brother Xia Yan has to think for himself." After saying that, she also transformed into a ball of white light and swiftly flew into the red sphere, disappearing without a trace. Xia Yan stared at the wishing red ball in his hand, his expression frozen. Of all things to learn, he had to choose riddles. Just as he was about to shake the red ball and call out by Kunli Shah, he suddenly noticed a change in his body. A deep, dark aura leaked out, and dark clouds surged in the night sky above, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Some black and red patterns flickered on Xia Yan's face, but they quickly vanished and returned to normal since he had not transformed. The black and red light in his eyes flashed and disappeared in an instant. Feeling the power of light and darkness within him, as well as the overall increase in his physical abilities, Xia Yan couldn't help but mutter, "It really is 3 times stronger when blackened." Of course, his mind remained unaffected. The power of light and darkness blended together within him like a married couple, and using them simultaneously was not a problem. The dark clouds swirling in the night sky dispersed, and it seemed as if nothing had happened on this mountain. But at that moment, the ground beneath Xia Yan suddenly began to tremble, and amidst the rumbling cracks, something was rapidly shooting out towards the surface. Sensing this situation, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his body vanished with a whoosh as he used teleportation. At the same time, in the conference room of the Victory Team. Chapter 110. I'm not. I didn't T. The command room of the TPC Far East Headquarters Victory Team, which is also the place where team members are usually gathered for meetings. As Yi projected the Ultraman special effects show onto the big screen, a group of people sat together, craning their necks to watch Ultraman. This included Director Zawai, Staff Officer Minahara, and the hawkish representative Yoshioka. All three high-ranking officials were also present. They never expected that Ultraman actually existed. Zawai looked at the screen showing the original Ultraman, with a nostalgic expression on his face. I now doubt whether Engo Eiichi really saw Ultraman back then. After saying this, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes, recalling how mesmerizing it was to watch Ultraman as a child. It was precisely because of the ideals conveyed by Ultraman that he founded the TPC back in the day. There might be a possibility. Staff Officer Minahara maintained an objective analysis and suggested, we could contact the Engo Special Effects Company. Perhaps we could get some clues. Although Yoshioka was the director of the Security Bureau, he also watched Ultraman as a child, being able to follow Zawai and become a capable assistant. Their ideas must be in sync. If the Ultraman appearing now is indeed the one that Engo Eiichi saw back then his strength seems to be even greater than what was shown on TV. Holding a small fan, his eyes sparkled as he stared at the big screen with an excited tone. Look at those muscles, those strong and powerful movements. That's a real man. Coming from the Showa era, Yoshioka felt increasingly excited as he watched. The big screen was simultaneously playing two sets of videos. One was the Ultraman special effects show, and the other was a video of Daigu being beaten up after transforming into Diga. At this moment, Daigu felt a sense of social death. Not only was he being beaten up by a senior, but he was also being publicly executed in front of his teammates. Fortunately, they didn't know that Diga was him. Otherwise, Daigu wouldn't have lasted a minute. Daigu didn't refute Yoshioka's words. He could feel that Ultraman was indeed powerful, having been thoroughly beaten. However, Lena was dissatisfied and muttered, Diga is clearly very strong. They were just comparing combat skills, and they haven't compared energy skills yet. Moreover, that Ultraman's energy light has always been red. Doesn't that mean he is low on energy? Lena's defense made Daigu secretly happy. He glanced at her and decided in his heart that next time he fought with his senior, he must take the upper hand. Just as he was thinking, the data expert and computer genius Yi brought up data on the big screen to refute. Not at all. The energy index of Ultraman is several times that of Diga Ultraman. Daigu felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. However, Yi did not stop there. He continued to analyze. From the fact that Ultraman supplied energy to Diga, we can see that his energy timer probably just appears red. The conclusion I reached using the detection device is that Ultraman has been active on Earth for at least over 10 minutes. Moreover, when he transforms into a red form, both his physical stats and energy are significantly enhanced. Yi spoke with excitement on his face. The intuitive changes in the data made him, as a programmer, feel as if he were experiencing it himself. Thus, he described with an excited tone, I feel like Ultraman, when transforming, is like he's hacking the game. His red form is an overall enhancement, unlike Diga, who is so cumbersome. Daigu, who had already been unintentionally stabbed multiple times by Yi, now had a numb expression. So, am I leaving? This straightforward analysis made Yoshioka's expression satisfied. He looked at Lena with a smug gaze and said flatly, Little girl, don't be fooled by appearances. In our era, bigger is better and stronger is stronger. Hearing this, Lena wanted to retort a few words, but upon thinking of Yoshioka's position, she hesitated. She turned to Yi. Yi, you're really something. I want to go on a date with you next time. Huh? Yi looked confused, and after realizing, he muttered, You've never gone on a date with me. Don't try to fool me. Daigu, who had been listening beside them, originally felt nervous, but after hearing Yi words, he relaxed, realizing it wasn't what he thought. Seeing this, Ijima smiled slightly and teased Yi. All right, our little genius, how's the processing of the satellite photos going? If you finish, how about I accompany you on a date? Daigu no longer felt nervous, but someone who couldn't drink suddenly became tense. Ijima, who was just joking, didn't realize how charming she was. The charm of a mature woman was displayed in Yi eyes, but as a mere boy, he couldn't withstand such a test, causing his heart to race and his head to lower slightly. Suddenly, Yi felt a chill, noticing that Munakata was staring straight at him. His gaze felt almost tangible. With an awkward smile on his face, Yi quickly straightened up and reported seriously. The satellite photos are also unclear. Ultraman seems to be using some ability to distort the image of his existence. Is there no way to restore it? Ijima still wanted to know the true appearance of Xia Yan. If they could invite Ultraman to join the victory team, it would be more secure against the monsters that would appear in the future. Yi Rui shook his head, indicating it was impossible. Unless someone has the ability to see through that layer of obstruction, we cannot know what Ultraman looks like in human form. At this time, Shinjo slapped the conference table as if having a sudden realization. His eyes brightened. Right. Ultraman's human form is always human-like. Could Diga Ultraman's human form also be a human? The people present looked at each other in confusion, while Daigu, sitting next to Shinjo, felt a surge of panic inside. Oh no, what if I'm discovered? Recalling that when Diga was revived, he seemed to be the most suspicious. In a panic, Daigu's mind raced, thinking about how to clear his suspicion, but unfortunately. At that moment, Kirai used his intelligence, stroking his chin seriously as he said, "You see, in the Ultraman special effects show, Ultraman collided with Hayata's plane, thus choosing Hayata as his human form. So, is it possible that Diga's revival?" As he spoke, Kirai's expression froze, and he suddenly turned to look at Daigu. "Nanny, Diga is next to me?" With his words and gaze, everyone in the room turned to look at Daigu. Under the gaze of everyone, Daigu felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, and he hurriedly explained in a flustered manner, "It's not me. How could I be Diga? Maybe Ultraman can mimic the appearance of a human." Ijima looked at Daigu with deep meaning, but she defended him by saying, "That's true. The human body is completely different from a giant." Chapter 111. It's normal to be a bit stronger. Diga was originally a statue. How could Daigu possibly provide the energy to revive a giant? That simply doesn't make sense. Jianhui shook his head as he spoke, as if he firmly believed in this statement. Director Zawi seemed to understand something and also concluded, "Stop guessing whether Daigu is Diga or not. He is an important member of the victory team. Instead of waiting to rely on others, it is better to think about how to improve ourselves. Ultimately, the Earth should be protected by human hands." That was true. Yoshioka opened the small fan in his hand and fanned himself, then subtly suggested, "When will the Earth Defense Force be re-established?" This caught Zawi off guard for a moment, and he turned to his old subordinate with a humorous tone, saying, This matter need not be mentioned again. If we're talking about weapons, Dr. Yao's research will be completed soon. We'll discuss it with him then." Dr. Yao's research. As soon as Ague heard this, he immediately perked up, his face filled with joy. "Is it the max power system? I remember we'll take a few more months, right?" Nanyuan, the advisor, voiced his confusion. With that, Jianhui and Zawi intentionally shifted the topic elsewhere. Daigu noticed that others were no longer paying attention to him and felt a sense of relief. Just as he thought he had finally muddled through, Lena leaned over and whispered, "You seem very nervous." Startled, Daigu turned his head and found himself face to face with Lena, their faces extremely close, feeling each other's breath. "No, I'm not nervous." Daigu quickly leaned back as he spoke. Lena, feeling a bit embarrassed due to the close distance, couldn't help but feel a teasing impulse upon seeing Daigu's expression. "Oh really? Let me see." Just as Lena was about to lean in to scare him, an alarm suddenly rang out in the conference room. Nari quickly transmitted the satellite detection footage to the big screen and reported, "An earthquake has occurred at Yamanashi Prefecture's Mount Suwa. No, there are abnormal energy fluctuations in that area." Meanwhile, at the mountaintop where Natsuhiko was located, a howling wind swept through, causing the surrounding trees to sway, and the cawing of crows echoed. The dissipated dark clouds began to swirl again, and an ominous aura enveloped the mountains. Boom! Instantly dodging to the other side, Natsuhiko turned around to see an ugly, large foot suddenly emerging from the soil and rock layer at the mountaintop. As stones flew, a sour smell spread through the air. It was easy to imagine the odor from a foot that hadn't been washed for hundreds of years and had been buried underground. When Natsuhiko first caught a whiff of it, he felt nauseous and almost threw up on the spot. Ultraman's telekinetic power formed a barrier at his nose. Seeing that foul-smelling foot, his face darkened as he raised his hand to conjure an 8-pointed light wheel. Whoosh! The rapidly spinning light wheel sliced through the air, effortlessly cutting through the foot. In an instant, it was severed into 2 pieces, but the next moment, a cloud of black smoke emerged, and the foot quickly regenerated. The booming sounds in the distance and the noise of the earth breaking came from different directions. Seeing this situation, Xia Yan's gaze narrowed slightly as he activated the Ultraman eye and turned to scan the surroundings. In different directions, 2 hands, 1 foot, and a head-shaped shadow appeared above the mountain peak. With 2 horns on its head and white hair, coupled with the current situation, he immediately recognized who it was. It was the Shuna ghost, an ancient demon sealed in Shuna Mountain after being defeated by Jingtian Jilong. What a coincidence, Xia Yan thought to himself. The mountain he randomly chose happened to be Shuna Mountain, and the slight aura leaked when he obtained the dark power actually allowed the Shuna ghost to revive early. Well, I can't stand to see others in pain, so I'll help you transcend. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the Shuna ghost, a voice suddenly entered Xia Yan's ears, as if through telepathy. You possess something strange. You can actually unleash such powerful moves. With a whoosh, a weapon appeared in front of him, hovering in the air. On the surface, it looked like a knife, but under the gaze of the Ultraman eye, it was a warrior's spiritual consciousness standing there. Jingtian Jilong? Xia Yan asked, his tone carrying a hint of certainty as he examined the man in black samurai attire before him. In this soul state of yours, are you alive or already dead? Hearing his name being called, Jingtian Jilong showed a look of surprise. Do you know me? I have been dead for many years. All that remains is my consciousness. Now that the Shuna ghost is about to revive, I must find its heart quickly and reseal it. At this point, Jingtian Jilong looked at Xia Yan and solemnly bowed at a 90-degree angle. I apologize, but I currently have no body and can only borrow yours. As he finished speaking, the hovering knife fell to the ground, and Jingtian Jilong's spiritual consciousness began to transform into rippling energy, preparing to enter Xia Yan's body. However, just as he got close, before Xia Yan could use his Ultraman telekinesis to refuse, a black-red energy form of Risa appeared from Xia Yan's chest. With a small palm raised, she forcefully slapped Jingtian Jilong away. The now reverted spiritual consciousness of Jingtian Jilong was sent crashing to the ground, looking quite miserable, his form flickering as if it might disperse at any moment. Risa, who was already in a bad mood, glared at Jingtian Jilong on the ground and coldly snorted, "What are you? You're not welcome here." Stabilizing his spiritual form with difficulty, Jingtian Jilong turned to look at Xia Yan, seeing a little girl in a black dress emerging from his chest, exuding a dark aura. He suddenly realized, so it turns out you have a Shikigami inside you. I was indeed rude. Upon hearing this, Risa's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you calling a Shikigami? Your whole family is a Shikigami. Xia Yan watched as the black-skirted Risha seemed ready to rush out and defeat Jingtian Jilong, quickly reaching out to press her head down. He didn't restrict either the black-skirted Risha or the white-skirted Risha from using the power of the wishing red ball. Both little girls were genuine humanoid Ultramen. One was of light and the other of darkness. All right, Risha, you go back first. He rubbed the black-skirted Risha's head to soothe her, then pressed her shoulder to push her back into his own body. He then turned to look at the still-rising Jingtian Jilong and awkwardly smiled, saying, "The kids at home are a bit stronger. That's nothing to be surprised about." Upon hearing this, Jingtian Jilong fell into silence. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet began to shake violently, and amidst the roaring winds, a series of howling sounds erupted. Chapter 112, it has a pair of horns. Just as the earthquake at Mount Suona was occurring, two Victory Falcon fighter jets, having just returned to TPC, quickly flew out of the base again. Xia Yan was currently wielding a katana, his figure flickering as he dodged the collapsing rocks and shifted his position. The head in midair at the top of the mountain continued to roar and howl. Jingtian Jinglong, I will definitely kill you. Kill you. Perhaps it had been buried in the ground for too long. The resentment of the Sonagwai's head was sky-high at this moment. The night sky grew even darker, and the area was shrouded in clouds, making it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of them. After a series of roars from the horned head, its gaze turned to Xia Yan, specifically to the katana in his hand, and the illusory horned head vanished. The ground beneath him stopped shaking, and the hands and feet of Sonagwai retracted back into the earth. Realizing the situation, Xia Yan understood that the opponent was likely hiding underground to piece together its body. Thus, he asked the katana in his hand, "You two are quite entangled. What exactly happened back then that made Sonagwai so fixated on you? And why not kill it directly, but instead use sealing methods to give it time for closed-door training?" This had always been a puzzling question for Xia Yan. If one could defeat the enemy, why leave him alive? All seals that don't kill the enemy are akin to locking them in a small dark room, allowing them to focus on their training. Such behavior is equivalent to creating a major threat. Upon hearing this, the spirit of Jingtian Jinglong in the katana was somewhat at a loss for words. He certainly didn't want to talk about such a humiliating incident from back then. So he changed the subject and said, "After I dismembered Sonagwai, I buried its body parts in the mountain and offered this sword at its heart to prevent it from resurrecting. This method has kept it trapped for hundreds of years, and it remains unharmed. I just don't know why today, So Nguai suddenly broke through the seal. Xia Yan felt a bit embarrassed, but with his thick skin, there was no change in his expression at all. Speaking of which, Jingtian Jilong was also a fierce person. Although it might be due to ultra-ancient genes, being able to wield a sword with a human body and dismember the gigantic Sumerian demon was truly astonishing. Just thinking about that scene was shocking. This person seemed to have traces in other worlds as well. With this in mind, Xia Yan curiously asked, "Can you travel between worlds?" "Why do you think that, sir?" Jingtian Jilong replied with a puzzled tone. Then he helplessly said, "It seems the world has mythologized me too much. I am just an ordinary warrior, nothing extraordinary." "You're being humble. You're not ordinary at all," Xia Yan thought to himself, his eyes showing some surprise. If Jingtian Jilong couldn't travel between worlds, then were the counterparts in other universes also like him? Truly deserving of being the pinnacle of humanity. Even the counterparts were equally impressive. While the two were chatting, a white circular array suddenly appeared ahead on the path, with the head of the Sumerian demon blocking Xia Yan's way. "Jingtian Jilong, where do you think you're running to?" The Sumerian demon, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, opened its mouth and let out a hoarse and deep voice filled with resentment. Xia Yan held the samurai sword, restless and ready for action. The spiritual consciousness of Jingtian Jilong reappeared, looking serious as he warned the Sukuna. "Indeed, you pitiful creature, you've gained a new life." It looked so bizarre and deformed. Xia Yan was unfazed by Sukuna's appearance and turned to Jingtian Jilong, asking, "How did you manage to resist the urge to cut off its horns back then?" Jingtian Jilong glanced at the samurai sword, his expression filled with unspoken words, and replied, "Actually, I did try to cut them, but I couldn't sever them at the time." Sukuna, feeling ignored and seething with anger, lunged at Xia Yan, its head darting forward. "Damn humans!" But just as it opened its wide mouth about to bite down, Xia Yan's figure vanished with a swish, and in an instant appeared from another position, his gaze slightly focused as a wave of red energy was released. The psychic shockwave struck the head of the Su Na Gue, yet it seemed as if there was nothing there at all. At this moment, Jingtian Jinglong explained, "It seems this is just a projection and not a physical entity." The Su Na Gue originally intended to scare those who ignored it, but seeing that Xia Yan could evade its attack, it did not turn its head. Instead, the face on the back of its head let out a chilling low laugh. "Jingtian Jinglong, none of you can escape. Ha ha, come back to life." The head of the Su Na Gue, laughing wildly, then disappeared. Xia Yan recalled the time when he used the 8-part light wheel to sever the foot of the Suna ghost. But the opponent quickly recovered. The black smoke that surged forth during its recovery was likely a type of resentment energy, if he guessed correctly. Ever since he obtained dark powers, Xia Yan had become quite sensitive to negative energies. Of course, he looked down on the resentment energy of the Suna ghost, as it was too low level. The negative energy collected by Risa in the black dress was all purified and transformed into dark power, equivalent to removing impurities. There was no need to neglect the power brought by the red orb to develop it, while instead messing with some useless low-level energy. It was no different from throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Some more special energies, like those related to time and space, were even more interesting. Jingtian Jinglong looked at the place where the Suna ghost's head had disappeared, his tone filled with concern as he said, "I didn't expect that after hundreds of years. It has become even more brutal. I originally sealed it in Suna Mountain, but that allowed it to gradually connect with this mountain range, slowly becoming stronger than before. It seems I can no longer deal with it." After hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but glance at Jingtian Jinglong. Sealing the enemy meant forcing them into seclusion. And now it seemed they had created a great figure. The ground began to tremble violently again. Seeing this, Jingtian Jinglong looked at Xia Yan and said solemnly, "Although I currently have no physical form, I am attached to this sword, and I believe it can become a good weapon." He added, "Leave that ghost to you." After saying this, Jingtian Jinglong didn't say much more. His spiritual form transformed into layers of ripples that surged into the samurai sword. He disappeared quite decisively, but Xia Yan, looking at the samurai sword in his hand, was momentarily speechless. "I'm someone who practices martial arts. Using a sword is not as good as using light." Just as he was thinking about discarding the samurai sword, he heard Jingtian Jinglong's voice from within the sword. "I know a little about basic sword techniques. You just need to hold the handle to use it." Xia Yan paused his movements upon hearing this, immediately reaching for the knife handle. The cosmic fist technique is not something so inconvenient. One must learn to be adaptable. He was simply curious about how powerful Jing Tianjinglong's swordsmanship was. The ground trembled and cracked with a rumble as the resurrected Sukuna emerged from the earth, tossing its white hair and letting out a roar. Chapter 113. Why are you in such a hurry to be revived? After urgently learning some sword techniques from Jing Tianjinglong, Xia Yan turned his gaze to the chaotic Sukuna, pulling out the transformation device. Just because the mind understands doesn't mean the body can follow. So it was just right to experiment with this horned, bull-headed monster. Sukuna's entire body was brown, with a humanoid form. Its head was filled with sharp teeth, eyes positioned in the center of its forehead, and two horns protruding from either side of its head, resembling a bull-headed man. After being resurrected and enlarged, it seemed to notice Xia Yan's position and opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Waves of heat emerged from Sukuna's mouth as a yellow high-heat ray shot towards Xia Yan. However, just as the high-heat ray was about to hit, a strong red and white light erupted. The energy fluctuations from the transformation ignored the high-heat ray, and the silver giant appeared on the ground. This time, however, Xia Yan's basic form, after transforming, was different from before. His body was silver with black and red stripes, an aura intertwining light and darkness, causing a thunderous roar in the sky. Seeing this scene, Sukuna felt an involuntary sense of oppression, forgetting the lines it had intended to say. The entire bull-headed figure appeared extremely tense, with its single eye on its forehead fixed on the silver-red giant, not daring to act rashly. A high-heat ray seemed to shoot out something even more powerful than itself. What should it do now? Feeling anxious, Sukuna regretted seeking trouble with Jing Tianjinglong after being resurrected. Who would have thought that the one who had once sealed it away could summon such a powerful being? It shouldn't have materialized so quickly. Before being resurrected, connected to the Sukuna mountain, Sukuna thought that unless the entire mountain was destroyed, it would be impossible to kill its demonic body. But now it was different. After materializing and being resurrected, Sukuna lost its connection to Sukuna Mountain. Once killed, it would truly be dead. Thinking this, Sukuna considered burrowing back into the ground to hide. Unfortunately, it had already completed its resurrection. In fact, even if Sukuna had not been resurrected and remained hidden in Sukuna Mountain, Xia Yan would still have ways to deal with it. The victory team had a universal scientist, Kugi-ai. Despite Kugi-ai's chubby appearance, short stature, and shorter legs, he could always pull out some black technology. In terms of research, perhaps only that guy who was always envious of Daegu and dreamed of evolving into a giant with a human body could compete with Kugi-ai. The silver-red giant transformed by Xia Yan spread its palm, while the samurai sword possessed by Jing Tianjinglong did not grow larger, as it was not considered part of the body. This was within his expectations. The wishing red ball on his chest acted as an energy timer, with a blue beam shining on the samurai sword. As the enlarged samurai sword was held in hand and slung at his waist, the giant's center of gravity sank, and the aura of the silver-red giant changed. It seemed to become unremarkable in its restraint, yet its stance and footwork allowed it to draw the sword and unleash a powerful strike with remarkable speed. Seeing this, the demon Sukuna seemed to see the figure of Jing Tianjinglong in the giant. The humiliation of being dismembered and sealed surged in Sukuna's heart, and it let out a furious roar. Jing Tianjinglong, you will die. Overwhelmed by anger, it leaped fiercely towards Xia Yan. However, just as Sukuna leaped in front of him, reaching for Xia Yan's shoulders, the giant, with its weight low, suddenly sidestepped and moved behind Sukuna. The samurai sword was drawn with a clang, and in the blink of an eye, it slashed downwards. But Sukuna was equally skilled in swordsmanship, as its white hair spread out, revealing another face. Its arm moved against logic, reaching to block the descending samurai sword. The sword struck Sukuna's wrist guard, creating a spark and cutting it cleanly in two. The tremendous force did not diminish, and it sent Sukuna, the bull-headed demon, flying. With a thunderous crash, it fell to the ground, leaving a long crack on its body. This familiar sword-drawing strike filled Sukuna with rage. Half kneeling on the ground, it clutched its severed wrist tightly. Its gaze, filled with resentment, turned towards the silver-red giant, Jing Tianjinglong's swordsmanship. Damn it, you will all die. As it roared, resentment surged within its body, and the cracks on its body quickly healed. Even the severed wrist regrew, although the wrist guard was missing. The recovery power granted by its demonic form allowed it to be unafraid of severed limbs. Infuriated, Sukuna forcefully grabbed at the soil of Sukuna Mountain, and the great sword from years ago was pulled out. Xia Yan was not concerned about the threats from the bull-headed monster. As he watched the creature pull out a large knife from the rocks. He couldn't help but say to the samurai sword in his hand, "After you defeated it back then, didn't you ever think about taking its weapon away? You sealed the Sukuna's spirit and forced it into seclusion, yet you left its weapon in this seclusion place. Don't mention it. It's quite embarrassing." Jing Tian Jing Long found it hard to speak about the situation back then. The hum of engines could be heard as Xia Yan looked up to see two Victory Fighter No. 1 aircraft in his line of sight. He could also hear the conversation inside the aircraft. "This is Shinjo. We have arrived at Sukuna Mountain. There's a huge monster here, confronting Ultraman." The pilot of the deceased card gave his unique voice, and sitting behind Shinjo was Dagu. The combination of the two seemed to bring a huge sense of danger to the Victory Fighter. In another Victory Fighter cockpit were Lina and Horiuchi. TPC's technology was exceptionally advanced, and the situation on-site was already being transmitted in real time to the Victory Team headquarters, displayed on the big screen in the command room. The helmets worn by the few were made of special materials, which not only protected the users well, but also had a transparent visor that could resist impact while housing a small camera. And the side headsets could be used for external communication. Commander Zhongfang's voice echoed in their ears. "It seems Ultraman discovered the situation here before us. This monster should be the ancient demon Sukuna that has been passed down in Sukuna Mountain. Fire support for Ultraman." As Zhongfang issued the command, Shinjo confidently pulled the control stick of the aircraft and said, "Understood. Watch me. Dagu, you need to aim." "No problem. I've been aiming all along." Dagu reassured while sitting behind Shinjo. After pulling out the large knife, Sukuna shook off the dirt on it and saw Xia Yan and Jing Tianjing Long chatting, completely ignoring its presence, which made it furious as it swung the large knife and was about to attack. At that moment, several red laser projectiles suddenly struck. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew. Chapter 114. Xia Yan remembered his level of machine number 1. "Well done, Dagu." Shinjo piloted the Victory Fighter over the Sukuna monster. Seeing the monster rolling on the ground from the laser projectiles, he pulled the control stick to turn the aircraft around and excitedly said, "Dagu again." However, at that moment, Sukuna was half crouched on the ground, suddenly turned around and unleashed a high-temperature beam of thick phlegm. It directly hit the side of the Victory Fighter, causing sparks to fly and black smoke to rise. The alarm blared continuously in the cockpit. Shinjo frantically pulled the control stick. "Not good. The fighter is out of control. Isn't this guy with the knife supposed to be a warrior? How can it spray beams too? The ejection system seems to be malfunctioning." Dagu, sitting behind Shinjo, shared another piece of bad news. The two exchanged worried glances. Whether it was because Shinjo had pulled the control stick too hard just now, the Victory Fighter finally reacted, but the entire aircraft began to flip and plunge toward the ground. The two screamed in the continuously flipping aircraft. The Victory Fighter had just been dispatched, and now it was about to crash. Watching this scene, Xia Yan had a look of "I knew it" on his face. After all, it was Shinjo and Dagu's combination. He raised his hand and shot out a blue rope-like beam, catching the Victory Fighter and pulling it into his palm with a swift motion. Seeing him distracted by saving people, Sukuna seized the opportunity to leap into the air and executed a fierce chopping attack aimed directly at Xia Yan's head. However, for Xia Yan, even though he was holding the Victory Fighter that needed protection, he simply sidestepped to evade the attack. At the same time, he channeled his energy and, using his right foot as the pivot, spun his entire body around, delivering a powerful kick with his left foot right at Sukuna. With a dull thud, Sukuna was knocked down by the spinning kick, its toothy mouth scraping against the ground, leaving a long trail. Xia Yan looked down at the Victory Flying Swallow fighter jet in his palm, while Shinjo and Dagu were gazing up at him with their necks craned. Seeing Dagu's shocked expression with his mouth wide open, Xia Yan momentarily didn't know what to say. It was one thing for Shinjo to be inexperienced, but why was a Tiga pilot looking so astonished? He simply waved his hand to send the blue and white Ultraman light beam, relocating the Victory Flying Swallow to a safe area. At this moment, Tsukanagi had already stood up from the ground, dirt all over its mouth, glaring angrily at Xia Yan, and launched a fierce attack with its large sword. Reality was not as simple as a tokusatsu drama. Some techniques, not shown on TV, were now being continuously unleashed by Tsukanagi. With the swordsmanship skills of Ikeda, Ikiryu, Xia Yan was not the least bit flustered by this onslaught. His bulbous eyes focused as he held his sword with both hands. As he swung horizontally to meet Tsukanagi's downward slash, he crouched and dodged to the left, avoiding the opponent's second strike that followed instantaneously. While evading, he maneuvered behind. But Tsukanagi had faces on both the front and back, and its returning strike slashed towards Xia Yan. The rapid movement caught him off guard. But Xia Yan had sharp perception. He could sense every attack from the enemy the moment it was initiated. His body swiftly leaned back to the right to evade. And as Sukanagi's strike missed, he seized a fleeting moment to slash out with his katana. He struck the horn on Sukanagi's head. With a sound like cutting tofu, sparks flew as one of the horns was severed. The force of the severed horn caused Sukanagi to stagger, but it was not significantly affected. Instead, it became more furious and aggressive. Holding the sword, it was ready to fight again, but at that moment, Sukanagi felt a flash of white light in its eyes. Whoosh! The high-speed spinning 8-pointed light will sliced through its neck, causing Sukanagi's entire body to stiffen. Damn it, sword techniques! Xia Yan cursed as he flung away the 8-pointed light wheel, watching the head fly off due to the cutting force. He raised his hand and shot out another shuriken light projectile. The destructive energy of the red shuriken obliterated the head into pieces. As Sukanagi's life force rapidly faded, it let out a final, unwilling roar. Ikeda, Ikiryu, is this your swordsmanship? As Xia Yan released his psychic power, he reached out his hand to grab the sheath of the sword he had previously discarded after using the blade draw. He casually twirled the sword in a flourish before sheathing it, looking at Sukuna's still dissipating body and saying in a calm tone, "How can you become a great master if you don't use your skills and just rely on the sword?" The bulbous-eyed figure looked disdainfully at the headless body, thinking that Sukuna couldn't possibly believe he only needed to use sword techniques. Annoyingly, Sukuna let out a frustrated roar of unwillingness before his body turned into flames and quickly vanished. Meanwhile, aboard the Victory Flying Swallow, which had not crashed, Lina and Kurizumi had initially wanted to provide support, but the sudden change in the situation left them at a loss. Huh, is it resolved just like that? Lina's expression was one of shock, feeling it was very surreal. Previously, when Tiga fought monsters, they had to exchange several rounds, so why was it so quick with Ultraman? A voice from the communication channel came through. It seems Ultraman's 8-part light wheel is very powerful. Since the monster has been dealt with, please check the area near Sukuna Mountain to see if anyone was harmed. Understood. Following the instructions, Lina piloted the Victory Flying Swallow past Xia Yan's shoulder. Her gaze scrutinized Ultraman, and upon seeing the black and red patterns, she felt a vague sense of unease, muttering, "Strange. Why does it feel like Ultraman has changed?" "Change how?" Kurizumi, sitting behind her, looked at Ultraman and asked with a puzzled tone, "Are you talking about the color on him?" "I think it should be a transformation of Ultraman." He felt that this form looked better than the previous one. Lina didn't dwell on it too much and piloted the aircraft towards Shinjo and Daiku. At this moment, Xia Yan was talking to Jingtian Jilong, who wanted to flee right after finishing his. However, Xia Yan was quite envious of his swordsmanship and combat skills. "I have a friend who is not very skilled in light abilities and urgently needs to improve his combat skills to deal with monsters," hoping that Senior Jilong can guide him. After describing Feng Yuan's experiences as extremely tragic, Xia Yan patiently persuaded Jingtian Jilong, and he finally wavered, agreeing out of the intention to teach his junior. Seeing this, Xia Yan did not hesitate, took his samurai sword, and entered the rank space, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Linking his consciousness with Feng Yuan in the Leo universe, the scene in his vision just finished shifting. Then he heard the serious reprimand from Zhu Xingtuan. "Come, Feng Yuan, what are you hesitating for? Come at me." Chapter 115. Wanting to run while being targeted by the captain? Goodness. As soon as he arrived, he saw Zhu Xingtuan tormenting Feng Yuan. These two must have had some grudge in their past lives. The training was really harsh. It turns out that even though Zhu Xingtuan's legs are not crippled and can now transform back into Saiwan, without needing Feng Yuan to risk his life to protect the Earth, Feng Yuan still had to take a beating. Once he joined the Mike team, it was like boarding a pirate ship. There was no way to escape. Zhu Xingtuan is really full of tricks. Xia Yan suspected that if it weren't for a stroke of luck, being thrown into the super time and space battle by the red-eyed Ultraman Old Deng and obtaining the wishing red ball as a time-traveling machine, he would still be suffering alongside Feng Yuan. Of course, it was also possible that only Feng Yuan would suffer while Xia Yan watched from the sidelines, as he would no longer believe in the training methods of the Zhu Xingtuan. This rather morbid thought had some issues. It wasn't that Xia Yan was intentionally being sarcastic, but the facts were there. Often, during training, key points are not even mentioned. For example, when practicing cutting off the flow of water, while Zhu Xingtuan knew to find the point of flow, he didn't say it from the start, but instead let Feng Yuan figure it out himself. If Feng Yuan was able to master it, it was entirely due to his exceptional talent. Currently, Xia Yan was still in a third-party perspective, choosing to remain offline and observe quietly. Seeing that Zhu Xingtuan clearly wanted to train Feng Yuan, he wouldn't be foolish enough to show up at that moment. The two were at the Mike team's base at the time, in a relatively spacious area. "What are you standing there for?" Zhu Xingtuan scolded Feng Yuan sternly, his face serious. "Come at me and try attacking my back." After saying this, he looked at Feng Yuan with a disapproving gaze. As this kid had been getting a bit arrogant lately, he actually said things like not needing to consider his teammates and that teamwork had no value, claiming he could solve the monster alone. Although the Mike team was indeed a bit lacking at the moment as an Ultraman, Zhu Xingtuan felt there was something wrong with that mindset. If Leo could defeat monsters, then Zhu Xingtuan would agree with his statement. Bonds with the Mike team would naturally form in battle. But what was Leo's current strength? Charging in a battle unprepared would only lead to meaningless sacrifices in the end. How could Zhu Xingtuan allow him to act recklessly? Feng Yuan was now focused on finding a flaw, but Zhu Xingtuan stood there, and he couldn't find an opportunity to break through to the back. The more anxious he became, the less he could find it. Suddenly, Feng Yuan shouted, "Ya!" Bolstering his courage, he ran towards Zhu Xingtuan, leaping into the air with powerful legs. However, when Zhu Xingtuan had a limp before, he could easily handle Feng Yuan, let alone now when he was agile. As Feng Yuan attempted to flip in the air to soar over Zhu Xingtuan's head and land behind him, Zhu Xingtuan suddenly turned around. As soon as Feng Yuan landed, he threw a punch. It was a simple swing, yet it quickly struck Feng Yuan in the face, knocking him down. "Get up!" Zhu Xingtuan commanded sternly, looking at the fallen Feng Yuan with a serious expression. "Didn't you say you could only defeat monsters? Come on, get up and try attacking my back." Feng Yuan, still somewhat unconvinced, struggled to get back up, but at that moment, he heard Xia Yan's voice in his head. "Feng Yuan, you can't do it like this." From his third-person perspective, Xia Yan, who was enjoying the spectacle, suggested, "Since you can't get around to the back, why not just attack from the front directly?" Hearing this, Feng Yuan froze for a moment, realizing that familiar voice was connecting with his body again. At this moment, he didn't have time to dwell on the last time Xia Yan suddenly disconnected, which caused him to take a few punches from the Ultraman brothers. He anxiously asked, "Xia Yan, what should I do?" "The move I told you about before," Xia Yan reminded, having already understood which monster Feng Yuan would face from Zhu Xingtuan's words. "How's that shadowless flying kick you're practicing?" The monster, Bequilla, was exceptionally defensive, with armor-like tough skin that provided absolute defense, ignoring laser missile attacks, and even Leo's punches couldn't break through. Its only weakness was its back. But rather than absolute defense, it was really just a matter of power not being strong enough. If Leo had a reliable light-based penetrating skill, even the highest defense could be breached. Hearing Xia Yan's words, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up, and he excitedly looked at Zhu Xingtuan. "Captain, I'm going for it." His sudden change in emotion and confident expression surprised Zhu Xingtuan slightly. Could it be that this kid had figured out how to break through? Realizing this, Zhu Xingtuan immediately became vigilant and solemn. "I want to see what other abilities you haven't used yet." Feng Yuan had an extraordinary talent for fighting, and Zhu Xingtuan was well aware of this, so he certainly wouldn't underestimate him. With a shout of "Ya!" Feng Yuan's whole body leaped up, kicking straight towards Zhu Xingtuan. This made Zhu Xingtuan's gaze sharpen, as he speculated about his intentions, trying to break through from the front since he couldn't get to the back. But he was still too inexperienced. Although Feng Yuan's kick was fierce, Zhu Xingtuan remained completely calm. He quickly blocked Feng Yuan's 2 kicks with his arms and caught the third with his hands. Having dealt with 3 attacks, just as he was about to throw Feng Yuan to the ground, another kick came out of nowhere, landing a hard blow on Zhu Xingtuan's face. The kick left a shoe print. The force was no less than the previous 3, knocking Zhu Xingtuan down. "I did it!" Feng Yuan shouted excitedly as he saw Zhu Xingtuan fall, exposing his back. "Xia Yan, your method really works." "I did it." Yeah, that's pretty impressive," Xia Yan replied dismissively, but he was shocked inside. "Wow, I actually drew a pie that can come true." Originally, he had just said it casually for fun, but he didn't expect Feng Yuan to genuinely train the shadowless flying kick into a reality. However, looking at the fallen Zhu Xingtuan, Xia Yan couldn't help but remind him with a smirk, "Feng Yuan, you knocked the captain down." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan froze, his smile quickly vanishing. Zhu Xingtuan was getting up, his face black as a pot bottom with a shoe print on it. "Who taught you that move?" As he spoke, he recalled Feng Yuan's earlier excited words, and his face darkened further. That Xia Yan kid showed up again? Chapter 116. 3 days without a fight. The roof is lifted. Seeing the expression on his captain's face, Feng Yuan instantly became anxious, especially when he saw the shoe print on Zhu Xingtuan's face. He panicked even more. What should I do, Xia Yan? The captain is coming. Feng Yuan couldn't help but ask in his heart as he watched Zhu Xingtuan approach. However, Xia Yan mumbled, Feng Yuan, you're really something, even daring to kick the captain. Didn't you tell me to use this move? Feng Yuan questioned in shock in his heart. But Xia Yan wouldn't take the blame, immediately arguing. Don't say that. I only said you could use this move against monsters. I never said to kick the captain down. You handle a mess you made yourself. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Feng Yuan and directly pretended not to hear or respond. At first, Feng Yuan didn't react, but after thinking carefully, he felt something was off. Just now, it was clearly Xia Yan who mentioned using the shadowless flying kick. Otherwise, how could he possibly use this move? Because this move was still not fully developed compared to what the two had originally designed. Being able to kick out four legs could only be considered a preliminary achievement. Feng Yuan generally wouldn't use such a half-baked technique in battle. No matter how much he shouted in his mind, Xia Yan just wouldn't respond, acting as if he hadn't heard. This familiar way of not responding made Feng Yuan feel a sense of foreboding. It seemed he had been tricked again. Xia Yan, you bastard. Zhu Xingtuan has come before us. Looking at the shoe print on the captain's face, a nervous Feng Yuan awkwardly smiled and said, Captain, are you okay? With a dark expression, Zhu Xingtuan's face was gloomy, and upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, his gaze fixed on him. Is there anything wrong? My face still hurts, don't you think? However, Zhu Xingtuan knew Feng Yuan definitely didn't have the guts to strike at him. Only another mischievous kid would come up with such a bad idea. Where's Xia Yan? Get him out here. If we're looking for someone, let us find the real culprit. After all, Feng Yuan and Xia Yan are currently in a unified state, so it doesn't matter who they deal with. Seeing that the captain wasn't coming for him, Feng Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He recalled the time Xia Yan had tricked him before and immediately logged off without hesitation. Xia Yan, who was enjoying the show from a third-person perspective, was suddenly forced to log in. Realizing what was happening, he looked at Zhu Xingtuan in front of him and awkwardly smiled, saying, Captain, how have you been lately? I actually really miss you. As he spoke, he reached out to wipe Zhu Xingtuan's face and subtly reminded him, what if Feng Yuan gets you hospitalized? You still owe me so much light energy. The implication was clear. Don't lay a hand on me. I'm here as a creditor. However, Zhu Xingtuan had a thick skin, and with Xia Yan's way of increasing interest, how could he possibly repay it? Thinking about this, Zhu Xingtuan sneered and said, Want light energy? Let's see if you've made any progress lately. Both Zafinis and the first generation had instructed him to focus on educating Xia Yan. This was a perfect opportunity to find an excuse to deal with him, especially since it was Feng Yuan's body, killing two birds with one stone. After finishing his words, Zhu Xingtuan quickly grabbed Xia Yan's wrist, but the next moment he felt a numbness in his palm, and the light energy within him surged out like a flood. Xia Yan wouldn't be as honest as Feng Yuan, sparring with the Zhu Xingtuan. That would be too disadvantageous. He quickly grabbed his captain's arm, sporting an apologetic smile as he said, You're too polite, Captain. Let's settle the interest for 5 shares of light energy first. While saying this on the surface, Xia Yan was secretly activating his absorption ability with his fingers tightly clenched, not transferring any of his light power. Still trying to dodge payment? No way. However, Zhu Xingtuan had thousands of years of battle experience, and he had encountered energy-absorbing monsters before. Having learned from past losses, he had developed special countermeasures against such abilities. Unlike Feng Yuan, who had never seen the world and didn't know how to respond when faced with it. With a slightly surprised expression, Zhu Xingtuan forcibly controlled his energy to prevent it from leaking, shaking his arm to break free from Xia Yan's grip. Then, he swiftly executed a throw, sending Xia Yan flying. Xia Yan, who wanted to absorb light energy but was thrown off, showed a hint of surprise. But then he remembered that Zhu Xingtuan was an Ultra brother, which made him feel relieved. Monsters that absorbed Ultraman energy were never in short supply in the universe. And as an experienced Ultra warrior, Zhu Xingtuan must have faced losses and learned to cope with them. As he thought this, he adjusted his body in midair and landed on the ground. Seeing that Xia Yan didn't crash, Zhu Xingtuan quickly closed in and delivered a powerful downward kick. Xia Yan just leaned back to dodge when Zhu Xingtuan's hands suddenly grabbed his arms. In the process of pulling him down, Zhu Xingtuan tried to subdue Xia Yan, but his hands suddenly went numb. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yan quickly activated his ability to absorb light energy and got up, grabbing Zhu Xingtuan's arm in return. Captain, if you do it this way, I won't hold back, Xia Yan exclaimed. I want to see how much progress you've made. Zhu Xingtuan paid no attention to his words, maintaining a stern expression as he raised his leg to deliver a knee strike. Xia Yan has only been a rookie without any combat experience for a short time. Zhu Xingtuan does not believe that this kid can defeat him and thinks that he must teach this brat a lesson today. 3 days without a beating would lead to the roof being turned upside down. He even dares to forcibly absorb his light energy. If he doesn't get educated now, he might cause trouble in the future. However, there's a type of Ultraman called Tech Ultraman who can quickly turn the knowledge he understands into practical skills. Although Xia Yan cannot yet utilize advanced knowledge to achieve a transformation in light skills, he truly understands combat after watching it a few times. His transformation device is linked to the Earth network from before his time travel, which has countless martial arts techniques that he still hasn't fully learned. The knee strike was quickly dodged by Xia Yan as he stepped back, while his hands reached for Zhu Xingtuan's arm joints, at the same time delivering a low kick. This surprised Zhu Xingtuan, who quickly retracted his underestimation and immediately countered with a stabbing kick. However, Xia Yan saw that it missed and had already withdrawn to evade the attack, suddenly delivering a powerful kick to Zhu Xingtuan's thigh. Nonetheless, Zhu Xingtuan's lower body was stable, and this kick had no effect. The two engaged in intense grappling, using various techniques, but for a while, they were evenly matched. However, due to Xia Yan's occasional energy absorption sneak attacks, Zhu Xingtuan felt increasingly annoyed. Finally, when his arms went numb again, he was caught off guard and had his wrists seized by Xia Yan, who then jumped up in a scissor position to hook Zhu Xingtuan's neck. With all his strength, he forcefully threw Zhu Xingtuan to the side, sending him crashing to the ground in a very embarrassing manner. Chapter 117. Why is Xia Yan so kind? From a third-person perspective, Feng Yuan watched the entire fight between the two, becoming more and more shocked. He couldn't help but ask inwardly, how has Xia Yan become so strong after not seeing him for a while? Not bad, Xia Yan muttered in response to Feng Yuan, then turned to run, even using his teleportation ability. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving Zhu Xingtuan behind with a dark expression. Looking at the empty training ground, Zhu Xingtuan sighed helplessly. This kid is growing too fast. It's out of control. Next time, he needs to find an opportunity to call a few brothers to take him on together. Zhu Xingtuan couldn't believe that even the Ultraman brothers couldn't handle Xia Yan. However, he was puzzled about how Xia Yan could grow so quickly. It's one thing for him to excel in light skills, but his proficiency in combat techniques is also quite absurd. On the other hand, Feng Yuan was equally perplexed. At this moment, to prevent Zhu Xingtuan from catching up, Xia Yan dove into the bathroom of the Mike team base, then transformed into a light sphere and flew out of the space station. On the way to Earth, Feng Yuan couldn't help but curiously ask, Xia Yan, how did you do that? The captain wasn't even your opponent just now. Feng Yuan's tone was filled with excitement. He felt a sense of relief when he saw Zhu Xingtuan fall to the ground. In fact, Xia Yan and Zhu Xingtuan had only reached a stalemate. If it weren't for Xia Yan's occasional sneak attacks using energy absorption, it would have been hard to determine a winner in a short time. As for why he could grow so rapidly, it was due to the benefits brought by technology. He wasn't just using the transformation device to watch TV and understand the storyline. However, advanced knowledge is difficult for people to comprehend. Xia Yan thought he should find a scientist and use the light bond to strangle the other party. But of course, it was impossible to tell Feng Yuan the truth right now. Remembering Jingtian Jingtatsu in Planck space, he spoke mysteriously. The reason I can improve my strength so quickly is that I receive guidance from a senior expert. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan perked up and excitedly asked, where is this senior expert? Xia Yan, please take me to visit him. I want to learn too. However, as he spoke, he gradually became downcast. It must be in another universe. Forget it, I don't want to leave Earth right now. Compared to learning more combat techniques, Feng Yuan still wanted to stay on Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to see Baizi. Thinking of Baizi reminded him of something important, and he turned to Xia Yan, saying, Xia Yan, when are we going to part ways? I want to fuse with Ultraman Baizi. Hearing this, Xia Yan was momentarily stunned, caught off guard, and somewhat speechless. Why are you always thinking about fusing with that guy? You were thinking too simply. After pouring cold water on Feng Yuan, Xia Yan guessed that Feng Yuan had been inspired by the actions of Beidou and Nanyuzi he saw earlier. So he explained, Ace can split into two because Zoffy helped Beidou and Nanyuzi become human forms, which is something ordinary people can't do. Huh? Feng Yuan was taken aback by this, feeling a bit disappointed as his thoughts fell through. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, then, Xia Yan, can you do it? Feng Yuan recalled Xia Yan's special ability. His words filled with strong hope. It is possible, Xia Yan answered while deliberately elongating his tone, then shifted the topic, saying, but, knowing Xia Yan's character well, Feng Yuan immediately understood and without hesitation said, whatever it is, Xia Yan, just tell me. I'll provide as much light energy as you need. Feng Yuan said this with great excitement. He initially asked casually, but didn't expect Xia Yan to actually have a way. At this moment, Xia Yan landed on the ground and transformed back into Feng Yuan's appearance. Wearing a cheerful expression, come on, what kind of relationship do we have? It's not a big deal. As he spoke, he had a tone that suggested he and Feng Yuan were good brothers. He continued, I brought that senior expert from another universe over here. As long as you work hard to practice your swordsmanship, I will help you solve this problem. After saying this, he had a thought and raised his hand to take out the wish red ball, holding it in his hand. As if to prove something to Feng Yuan, Xia Yan calmly said to the wish red ball, I want to obtain a light energy clone. The buzzing sound of the successful wish triggered, and white light flashed across the red ball. A beam of light projected out and quickly condensed into Xia Yan's form. As the energy body completed its condensation, Xia Yan's consciousness also transferred over. The wish red ball disappeared from Feng Yuan's hand and reappeared in Xia Yan's hand. Feng Yuan watched this scene with wide eyes, staring intently at the wish red ball. He recalled what Xia Yan had done before, saying he wanted Senior Nanshizi to come to meet him, and she really did appear. Now, saying he wanted an energy clone, he directly obtained a new body. This wish red ball can really grant wishes. Feng Yuan's eyes seemed to have 2 lemons stuffed in them, his gaze filled with envy. Xia Yan looked at Feng Yuan, whose eyes seemed to be glowing, and tossed the wishing red ball in his hand, teasingly asking, so, are you going to practice or not? Currently, he certainly couldn't do what Zophi did, sharing part of Feng Yuan's power with Baizi, but the wishing red ball could solve this problem. At the Mike team's base, he not only obtained a portion of light energy from the Starry Group, gaining the new skill of miniaturization, but also learned Feng Yuan's shadowless flying kick, because the two were in a unified state of mind. Conversely, if Xia Yan used light skills or combat techniques, Feng Yuan could also replicate them. There was no talk of who was freeloading off whom. It was a mutually beneficial situation. However, after a brief attempt at Jing Tianjing long swordsmanship, Xia Yan thought about passing it on to Feng Yuan for leveling up. Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Feng Yuan's expression suddenly became serious, and he said sternly, to protect the earth, I should learn another skill. Swordsmanship is nothing. As he spoke, Feng Yuan appeared eager. Though he was a bit puzzled about why Xia Yan had suddenly become so generous. Not only was he encouraging him to learn swordsmanship to improve his strength, but he was also helping to solve Baizi's problem. What was his motive? Unable to figure out the ins and outs of it, Feng Yuan decided not to think too much and eagerly asked, Xia Yan, when do we start practicing? Don't rush, Xia Yan said, as his energy clone walked ahead. They were currently near the South City Sports Center, and Jing Tianjing Long still needed a body. He then remembered that he had promised someone to help them get fit, which was a win-win situation. The two walked into the South City gym and headed straight to the office of Daimyo Masashi. Xia Yan looked at Omura Masashi, who was playing with marbles, with a samurai sword resting behind him. He approached with a sunny smile and said, Long time no see, teacher Omura. Huh, Xia Yan. Omura Masashi looked up and recognized him, placing the marbles on the table. Where have you been these past few days? That kid Xiaodong really misses you. Let's not talk about that. Xia Yan waved his hand to stop Omura Masashi's rambling and change the subject, enticingly saying, I have a fitness method that allows you to lose weight without any exercise. Would you like to give it a try, teacher Omura? Is that for real? Omura Masashi's face showed shock, and then he excitedly said, There is actually a method like that? What are we waiting for? Xia Yan, tell me how to do it. Omura Masashi always wanted to lose weight, but he often succumbed to laziness, so he never saw any results. Xia Yan smiled mysteriously at the sight and directly placed the katana from behind him onto the table. Senior Jinglong, let's begin. Omura Masashi looked confused, not understanding what Xia Yan was doing with the katana and who Senior Jinglong was. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard a voice echoing in his mind. I am Ikeda Jinglong, and I currently need a body to teach my juniors. Since you have agreed, I will be rude. What? Wait a minute. Omura Masashi suddenly felt something was drilling into his body, and his expression turned panicked. Ikeda Jinglong thought the other party was worried, so he explained, Don't worry. I will not harm your body. On the contrary, I will help you train. No. At this moment, Omura Masashi's legs tightened and trembled. His body bent over as he shouted anxiously, Not there, stop. You can't do that. Chapter 118. So this is the recognition. Omura Masashi made strange sounds. If one were to say his bodily movements looked painful, his expressions and sounds didn't quite match. Feng Yuan, watching from the side, felt uneasy and asked, Xia Yan, is this going to be a problem? This senior's possession seems quite strange. It feels unreliable. Don't worry. Xia Yan remained calm in response to Omura Masashi's reaction. It was indeed the case with Ikeda Jinglong's possession. After all, one could not expect a soul entity to perform a proper possession operation. Although he had the genes of an ancient light warrior, he was not an Ultraman. In the TV show Digga, it seemed that possession occurred by drilling into the body through the ear, but who knows from where Ikeda Jinglong would enter Omura Masashi. However, despite the seemingly improper way of possession, he was indeed a formidable being. Even after many years of death, his soul still lingered in the world. Perhaps even before his physical body died, Ikeda Jinglong's ancient light warrior genes had already developed to a certain extent, completing the evolution of his soul. And perhaps he only needed a body to become an Ultraman. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the soul to survive for such a long time after the body had died. After thinking for a moment and seeing Feng Yuan's tense expression, Xia Yan used his telepathic ability to explain quietly. Don't worry, it's always like this the first time. When I was absorbing your energy, didn't you also tremble and feel uncomfortable all over? The current situation is quite similar to that time. Ikeda Jinglong is a soul entity. So if he wants to possess someone, he needs the help of yang energy. Hearing Xia Yan's voice in his head, Feng Yuan recalled that unbearable experience, and his face immediately darkened. The memory was too deep. As soon as he remembered, he felt a tingling in his lower back. Feng Yuan shot a glare at Xia Yan, thinking that this guy had eaten all the bento that Baizi had prepared, completely disregarding others. At this moment, Omura Masashi's random cries stopped, and his entire demeanor changed. His body, which had been slightly hunched due to lack of exercise for many years, straightened up, and his eyes revealed an uncommon intensity. If it weren't for his slightly protruding belly, he would now look like a martial arts master who had trained hard for many years. Was it the Showa era? This era of Earth was truly nostalgic. Ikeda Jinglong scanned his surroundings. Compared to the increasingly high-tech development on Digga's side, this Earth in the universe felt more familiar to him. Hearing this, Xia Yan's expression froze. Something about the words seemed off. Doubtful, he scrutinized Ikeda Jinglong. The Ultraman I could see through the essence, directly perceiving Ikeda Jinglong's soul entity rather than Omura Masashi, who was possessed. Senior, Xia Yan's face showed uncertainty. His gaze fixed on Ikeda Jinglong as he tried to discern something, his tone full of suspicion. You really can't travel to other worlds? That familiar expression seemed like that of a seasoned veteran. Ikeda Jinglong's expression turned serious as he explained earnestly. I am merely following the aura of a monster to exorcise evil. As for where exactly that place is, I cannot say. He certainly did not have the ability to traverse worlds. He merely identified where the monsters were and followed to strike, which did not count as actively traveling to another world. Xia Yan was taken aback, realizing that you can indeed travel between worlds, but it's just a passive ability. He couldn't help but recall what Jingtian Zhilong had said when they first met about having a natural ability to identify monsters and spirits. Wow. It turns out this identification is actually cross-world recognition. Speaking of which, this could be considered a form of sensing ability somewhat related to the soul. If one persists in training and has a concentrated gene pool of the ancient light warriors, it is indeed possible to achieve this. At this moment, Jingtian Zhilong turned his gaze towards Feng Yuan, scrutinizing him for a moment before confidently stating, "You are not human." Although Xia Yan's body is gradually transforming into a being of light, he still retains human characteristics. So Jingtian Jinglong cannot tell whether he is human or another life form. On the other hand, Feng Yuan is essentially an Ultraman, and his current human appearance is merely a mimicry. Perhaps the L-77 aliens do not look much different from humans before they grow in size. But once they become Ultraman and grow larger, their entire life form has evolved. Jingtian Jinglong circled around Feng Yuan twice and spoke with a tone of confusion. It's strange, if you're said to be like a ghost, yet have a tangible body, then what exactly are you if not a ghost? Jingtian Jinglong has strong identification abilities, strong enough that when he saw Dagu for the first time, he knew he was not a human. And the same goes for the current Feng Yuan. However, Xia Yan felt a stir in his heart, recalling what Jingtian Jinglong had said when he first encountered Dagu on TV. It's a ghost, not a human. Yet Dagu does appear to be a person on the surface, at least more human-like than Feng Yuan and Zhu Xingtuan, who are both Ultramen. So the question arises, if Jing Tianjing Long's identification ability sees through to the essence, what exactly is the goo? Is he the reincarnation of Diga's light? Whether Diga has returned to Orion remains a mystery, because if Diga did return to Orion, why is Camilla so fixated on the goo? The Ultraman I possesses the ability to see through the essence. Xia Yan didn't believe that Camilla couldn't see that the goo was the driver of Tiga, but she still kept bothering him. So is there a possibility that the goo is actually the reincarnation of Tiga? At this moment, Feng Yuan was visibly nervous, mainly because he could also see the true form of Ida Jinlong, dressed in a black samurai outfit with an imposing gaze. Feng Yuan felt a prickly sensation on his back. Senior, I am Leo Ultraman. Is there a problem? Thinking that Ida Jinlong was not an ordinary person, Feng Yuan did not hide his identity. I see. Hearing this, Ida Jinlong's expression became dazed, and his gaze towards Feng Yuan revealed sympathy. You are the one whose family was destroyed, constantly being attacked by invading monsters, and not only having to be trained by the Star Team, but also being pressured by your teammates. How pitiful. Feng Yuan's face darkened, and he immediately turned his head to glare at Xia Yan. Can't you say something nicer? Ida Jinlong couldn't possibly know his situation so clearly without reason. So it must have been Xia Yan who told him. Although what he said was factual, for some reason, it felt unpleasant to listen to. After finishing his words, Ida Jinlong seemed to realize that he had said something discouraging. So he reached out and patted Feng Yuan's shoulder, changing the topic with a serious tone. Even though the invading monsters are strong, as long as you have the determination to overcome them, I believe you can win, because warriors often fight alone. Chapter 119. Who's the one holding back? Loneliness. Feng Yuan mumbled. Ida Jinlong gazed at him with a serious expression, saying, as a warrior facing monster invasions, you must maintain a continuous winning streak. Otherwise, the monsters will destroy everything you want to protect. So this will become very lonely. After saying that, Ida Jinlong locked eyes with Feng Yuan, their gazes becoming intense. Can you endure this loneliness? Feng Yuan, absorbing this bowl of encouragement, thought about everything he needed to protect, his expression becoming extremely resolute. Yes, I can endure it. Earth is his second hometown, where his friends and loved ones live. Just as he was deeply immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Xia Yan's surprised voice from the side. You want loneliness? By Z, you don't want her anymore? Well, I could take care of her for you. Damn it. Feng Yuan immediately turned to glare at Xia Yan, his face full of anger as he sensed the underlying meaning. By Z is mine, Xia Yan, give up. While speaking, Feng Yuan's eyes were fixed on Xia Yan, feeling that he was spying on By Z. But at this moment, Xia Yan just looked at Feng Yuan, smiling without speaking. Suddenly alarmed, Feng Yuan recalled unpleasant memories and quickly looked at Xia Yan's hands, relieved when he didn't see that silver transformation device. Just as Feng Yuan was puzzled by Xia Yan's inexplicable smile, footsteps were heard running away outside the office. Sensing something was off, Feng Yuan hurriedly ran to the door to check the situation. When he saw Bai Zi's figure disappearing around the corner in the distance, he felt a sudden tightness in his breath. Oh no, Bai Zi wouldn't have overheard, right? How should he speak to her the next time they meet? But after a moment's thought, Feng Yuan decided to let it go. He planned to help Bai Zi leave her ordinary identity anyway, so it wouldn't matter even if she heard something. Thinking this, Feng Yuan turned to glare at Xia Yan. This guy must have noticed Bai Zi approaching long ago, but deliberately kept quiet, even leading him into a trap. Xia Yan ignored Feng Yuan's gaze. After joyfully accelerating the progress between the two, he turned to Jing Tianjing Long and said, Senior Jing Long, I will leave Feng Yuan's training to you in the future. Don't hold back, just beat him to death if you have to. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Xia Yan, is that even human language? He thought, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. Could it be that this senior is similar to the operations of the Star Group in the first generation? Remembering the scenes from when the first generation trained him, Feng Yuan felt a wave of reluctance. Jing Tianjing Long grabbed the katana on the table, his gaze sharp as he looked at Feng Yuan. No time to waste. Let's go now. Take me to your training place. Thinking of his beloved, Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. A bit of training pain was nothing. However, just as he was about to lead the way, Xia Yan reached out and grabbed Feng Yuan's arm. Wait. Xia Yan smiled at Feng Yuan, and under his puzzled gaze, he said, I'm just helping you out, so let's get some light energy compensation first. As he finished speaking, the ability to absorb energy activated, and he transferred his light power into Feng Yuan's body. Revival Light LV1-0100. The light of Leo Ultraman. Leo Ultraman has two types of revival light. One is the lion's mask, and the other is the revival light. However, the revival effect of these two lights can only work once. In other words, if someone is revived using the lion's mask and then dies again, the revival light will no longer work, and vice versa. Theoretically, the effect of the revival light is weaker than that of the lion's mask special ability. The reason is that the lion's mask draws on the power of Leo to alter reality, restoring things that have been destroyed back to their original state. After Xia Yan received the information about the new skill, he released Feng Yuan's arm and said, with a hint of lingering interest, "Why has it taken so long to train, and your energy is still so short?" Feng Yuan's face fell at this. Energy levels weren't something he could control. At that moment, he felt like he had been ambushed. After a tingling sensation ran through his body, the energy exchange was already over. After handing Feng Yuan over to Jingtian Zhilong, Xia Yan turned to leave without a trace of nostalgia. Since Yumida was thinking of him so much, how could he not buy some gifts in return? Moreover, having known the two Risha for so long, these two little girls also needed to be properly rewarded. With that in mind, Xia Yan strode out of the South City Gymnasium. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, took Jingtian Zhilong to the secret training base. There were too many people at the gym, and if they stayed too long, those familiar with Omura Masakatsu might notice something off. However, he didn't notice that. At a distance behind him, the figure of Baizi was coming and going. Jingtian Zhilong glanced back discreetly, but didn't mention it, feeling somewhat emotional. Baizi followed them all the way to the gym entrance, and seeing Omura Masakatsu and Feng Yuan walk away, she felt that Feng Yuan had something going on and didn't want to disturb them. What puzzled her was that Omura Masakatsu seemed a bit different from usual today. In Xia Yan and Feng Yuan's eyes, they could see Jingtian Zhilong's true soul, but Baizi couldn't. Not wanting to dwell too much on this confusion, she felt secretly pleased at having overheard Feng Yuan's straightforward words earlier, thinking she would ask Feng Yuan about it when he returned. She turned and walked back into the gym, her mood so joyful that her steps became lighter. On the other side, Xia Yan was on his way to buy homework for Yumida and Heibai Risa. As for money, it was no problem for him now. After all, he could just use the wishing red ball to get funds. At that moment, he found a wallet in the bushes by the roadside. Opening it, he saw the identification inside. Wow, the captain of the Mike team, Zhu Xingtuan. What a coincidence. Seeing this, Xia Yan felt justified and immediately stuffed the wallet into the lining of his clothes. Meanwhile, at the Mike team base, Zhu Xingtuan suddenly felt like something was missing. Just as he was trying to figure it out, his teammate Aoshima approached him with a flattering smile. "Captain, can I get an advance on my salary? I need to save some money." Zhu Xingtuan realized Aoshima had probably sent his money home and reached into his pocket. "I can lend you some. No need to rush to pay it back." However, after rummaging through his pocket for a long time, Zhu Xingtuan couldn't find the familiar item. He immediately understood what was missing, and his face darkened. Damn, who the hell is stealing wallets with their powers when they're bored? Chapter 120. Damn it, it's Ultraman, not Salted Egg Superman. Zhu Xingtuan glanced at Aoshima, who was waiting nearby, silently took a request form from the table, swiftly writing on it. He handed it to Aoshima with a calm tone. "I didn't bring my wallet today. Take this to Kuroda and have him apply for it as soon as possible." Aoshima looked down at the request form and saw it read, "Compensation bonus for all Mike team members for the extermination of the monster Kentoros. Special approval by Zhu Xingtuan." Feeling something was off, Aoshima looked up at Zhu Xingtuan with surprise. "Captain, this. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhu Xingtuan's serious gaze fixed on him, sternly urging, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go." Aoshima wanted to question whether this counted as misappropriating public funds, but seeing Zhu Xingtuan's attitude, he quickly changed his mind. "Yes, Captain," he responded loudly and hurriedly turned to leave, feeling touched inside, thinking how nice the captain was. However, behind Aoshima, Zhu Xingtuan wore a thoughtful expression, pondering who could have stealthily stolen his wallet. The culprit, Xia Yan, was completely unaware of Zhu Xingtuan's situation, feeling quite satisfied after coming out from the place where he bought extracurricular homework for Yumida. Just as he was about to head straight back to the South City Sports Hall, he sensed something from Risa in a white dress. Her gentle voice echoed in Xia Yan's mind. "Xia Yan, brother, it seems there's a dying life form under that tree over there. Do you want to help her?" Although Xia Yan's current body was made of energy, he didn't block Heibai Risa. Therefore, the two little girls could see anything else through him. It didn't manifest when he was in Feng Yuan because Heibai Risa didn't want to share sensory perceptions with anyone else except Xia Yan. Noticing the fading life, Risa in a white dress reminded him and asked for his opinion. Xia Yan paused his steps and looked in the direction Risa pointed out. where a small white flower was quietly blooming under a large tree. Upon careful perception, he could indeed sense a life form's aura, like a candle flickering in the wind. Remembering the story of this white flower, Xia Yan walked over and squatted down in front of it. He released some light energy from his hand and infused it into the somewhat wilted flower, which immediately perked up. "How about coming with me?" Xia Yan gently spoke, seeing through the flower's exterior. The two Rises also needed friends. Otherwise, if they always focused on themselves, they might inadvertently dig a pit for themselves. The blooming white flower sparkled with dew, and a little fairy in a white dress shyly hid behind the flower. "I've heard passers-by mention you, Salted Egg Superman. Thank you for saving me." The white flower fairy could discern the aura of light energy, so she recognized Xia Yan's identity at a glance. However, while her address was affectionate, Xia Yan's face fell upon hearing it. "Not again, Salted Egg Superman. Zhu Xingtuan, you really deserve to die." Even the plants know that name. The somewhat timid white flower fairy tentatively approached Xia Yan's palm, looking up at him and asking, "Salted Egg Superman, where do you want to take me?" The white flower fairy was a plant growing on Earth and trusted Xia Yan, who helped Earth. "It's Ultraman, not Salted Egg Superman." Xia Yan corrected the white flower fairy's address and thought for a moment before adding, "You can also call me Brother Xia Yan." As he spoke, Ultraman's telekinesis was released, keeping the soil clump on the roots of the white flower intact while moving it from the ground to his hand. He then took out the wishing red ball and said, "I need a flower pot." A buzzing sound triggered the wish effect, and a gust of wind blew past, bringing a discarded flower pot rolling to Xia Yan's feet. So amazing. The white flower fairy watched the entire scene, her small mouth agape in surprise. Xia Yan, already accustomed to such occurrences, put away the wishing red ball, picked up the flower pot, and placed the white flower inside. Then he looked around to see no one else around and said, "Come out, Risa. I've found you a new friend." The white light cluster and the black-red light cluster flew out, transforming into Risa in a white dress and Risa in a black dress. However, at that moment, one of the little girls looked delighted, while the other stared intently at Xia Yan with a gloomy expression. Risa in a white dress leaned close to the white flower fairy and greeted her. "I'm Risa. It was I who asked Brother Xia Yan to help save you." The white flower fairy was a bit confused, but Risa's aura felt very familiar to her, so she didn't reject her. "Thank you, Risa." Risa in a white dress took the flower pot from Xia Yan's hands, her little face full of joy. "No need to thank me. We are friends now." Just as the white flower fairy was about to say something, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis rising from her heart. Turning her head, she saw Risa in a black dress approaching. At that moment, the white flower fairy felt a chill run through her body, freezing in place, too scared to move. Risa in a black dress glanced at the white flower fairy, silently restraining her aura, then looked at Xia Yan with a gloomy expression. "I knew it. Brother Xia will find other little sisters." Well, seeing the new friend smile while the old ones cry, Brother Xia is probably tired. "I'll stop talking now." Xia Yan reached out and pressed his hand on the head of the girl in the black dress, rubbing her hair to interrupt her spellcasting. The girl in the black dress, annoyed, swatted his hand away and glared at him with anger in her eyes. Xia Yan chose to ignore her gaze, raising a pile of wrapped assignments in his hand and waving it, saying, "Let's go back to the gym quickly so you can unwrap the gifts I prepared." The girl in the white dress nodded her head, while the girl in the black dress rolled her eyes at Xia Yan, looking displeased on the surface, but secretly feeling a bit excited. The three of them, along with the white flower fairy, walked together, and the observing white flower fairy noticed that the girl in the black dress seemed scary on the surface, but was actually quite nice to be around. However, just as Xia Yan was leading the two girls and the Thumbelina white flower fairy back to the gym, they encountered an old man with white hair pushing a bicycle, who smiled and said to him, "Young man, buy 2 flowers for your sister. They smell really good." Xia Yan looked at the old man in front of him who was deliberately blocking his way. Seeing that the old man's hair, eyebrows, and beard were all white, he suddenly remembered who this guy was and couldn't help but chuckle. The old man with the white beard saw the smile on his face and thought his scheme had succeeded. So he took out 2 bright flowers from his bicycle basket and handed them over. However, at that moment, Xia Yan's expression turned serious, and he fixed a piercing gaze on the old man, suddenly raising his hand to slap him. "You bold monster. I can tell at a glance that you are not human." Chapter 121. It's not scary to run slowly. The one who is slow is the one who is anxious. With a loud slap, the old man, who had transformed from the beaming Sing people, holding flowers with hypnotic gas, was instantly sent flying. The sound of the slap echoed crisply on the street. and the passersby who noticed this scene couldn't help but stop and watch. It seems that watching drama is a human instinct. Whenever something unexpected happens on the street, like a fight or a car crash, a crowd of onlookers will gather. Even if someone is operating an excavator digging soil, it can attract a few people who will stand there watching for a long time. As Xia Yan knocked the old man, who was pushing the bicycle, to the ground, the nearby people stopped and turned to look. A few even walked over to see what was happening. Ordinary people do not have Ultraman's eye and cannot discern the old man's true identity. However, the white-skirted Risha and the black-skirted Risha were not surprised by Xia Yan's actions. Even the white flower spirit initially wanted to remind them that the flowers had hypnotic effects when the old man handed them over. But upon seeing Xia Yan's actions, the white flower spirit understood that he already knew there was something wrong with those flowers. At this moment, the old man was knocked to the ground, his head ringing, and he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. The white flower spirit is a plant from Earth, corresponding to an alien that was invading Earth under the guise of delivering flowers. The cosmic insect beaming people transformed into an old man delivering flowers to invade Earth. But these flowers were all demonic flowers spawned from silver star fragments. No wonder the monsters from the Showa era, like Old Six, loved to ambush. If it weren't for having Ultraman's eye to see through the illusion, it would be hard to recognize this old man's true nature. Xia Yan also couldn't recognize that this old man was an alien. To be fair, during this period, aliens like Leo often transformed into human beings on Earth and engaged in some inexplicable actions. At this moment, the beaming alien that had fallen to the ground was caught off guard by this slap and decided to stop pretending. As it stood up, green energy erupted from its body with a roar, and the entire alien transformed into a monster. The enlarged beaming alien was green and had a bizarre appearance. With insect-like features all over its body, its arms resembled insect forelimbs, and its legs were similar, covered in spikes. The two antennae on its head made the whole monster look like a standing green cockroach. The appearance of the monster sent those who initially wanted to watch the commotion fleeing in panic. Among those approaching Xia Yan, 2 people sensed the danger and turned to run, while the remaining 5 continued to run toward him, intending to provide assistance. Among them was a familiar face. Since listening to Xia Yan's words last time, Nomura Takashi had been unable to sleep at night. After tossing and turning for several days, he finally proposed to his fiancée-E's family that they move. After multiple suggestions, Yako and her mother finally agreed to move near Nomura Takashi's house. Now, seeing Xia Yan in danger by chance, he immediately ran toward him, shouting a warning. Danger! Xia Yan, run! What followed was the most unforgettable scene of Nomura Takashi's life. At that moment, Xia Yan suddenly leaped up, using his jumping power to swiftly land on top of the beaming alien's head, raising his foot to deliver a heavy downward strike infused with red destructive energy. A blow like an axe struck hard on the beaming alien's eye, creating a spark. The entire beast staggered from the hit to its weak point, and in pain, it instinctively covered its eyes with its front limbs. However, at this moment, Xia Yan had already kicked the beaming alien on the forehead and used the momentum to leap back to the ground. He was no longer the weak figure he had been upon arriving in the Ultra universe. He could be described as a true Showa man. Moreover, although this body appeared human on the surface, it was actually composed entirely of energy. After completing his physical transformation, Xia Yan landed cleanly back on the ground and turned to look at the few people running over, puzzled, and asked them, "What are you still doing here? Why aren't you running?" The few people, with their mouths agape, stared at Xia Yan in shock, and upon hearing his words, they immediately turned to run. This was a powerful man. He didn't need their help at all. Snap back to reality, Nomura. Xia Yan looked at Nomura Takashi and reminded him, "Don't be dazed. Run." While speaking, he reached out, picked up the 2 kids, and held them in his arms. Nomura Takashi suddenly came to his senses, and upon hearing this, he turned and ran at an astonishing speed, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye, showcasing his robust Showa physique. Then, Xia Yan carried the 2 kids and sprinted forward, quickly surpassing him. Nomura Takashi was left dumbfounded. Was it really possible for someone to run this fast? Especially while carrying 2 children. Xia Yan's body is no longer human. It can only be considered a gathering of energy. The limitations that humans face while running do not affect him at all. In fact, aside from the white flower spirit's plant, which has a bit of weight due to the soil, neither white skirt Risha nor black skirt Risha actually has any weight. It's not a big deal if you can't run fast, but the worst part is when your teammates run faster than you. However, at this moment, Nozomu Takashi is not at the back. Perhaps due to his experience as a coach in the gym and regular physical training, he has already surpassed most people. Xia Yan held the black and white Risha in his arms, his hair flying back due to the speed, and the two little girls weren't much better off. The fierce wind blowing towards them distorted their faces. Even the white flower fairy didn't reveal herself at this time, retreating back into the flowers to keep the plants from bending in the wind. The black-skirted Risha pouted her little face and shouted, "Xia go, hurry and transform. There's someone nearby." Xia Yan replied while running. At the same time, he scanned his surroundings. If he were alone on Earth, he would have already used his Ultraman mental power to transform directly, but Feng Yuan and the Zhuxing team were still on Earth. If he transformed into Ultraman in human form, others might draw associations and suspect that Leo and Seven were also humans transformed. The white-skirted Risha, having a broader perspective, helps Xia Yan look for a suitable place to transform, pointing to a distant public restroom and shouting, "Xia Yan go, transform there." Seeing this, Xia Yan, holding the two Rishas, dashed towards the restroom without hesitation. He muttered to himself, "Why do I always end up as a restroom guardian as soon as I return to Leo's side?" He ran into the restroom just as it was empty. The black-skirted Risha transformed into black and red energy, entering Xia Yan's body. The white-skirted Risha turned into a light sphere, wrapping around the white flower fairy, taking her along with Xia Yan's body back to the wishing red ball. Just as Xia Yan ran into the restroom and pressed the transformation device, the alarm at the MAIK team headquarters began beeping continuously. Chapter 122. Seriously? You're going to hit me with this? The MAIK team's detection radar was like SC Char Dinger's cat. Until it detected something unusual, you would never know what unexpected surprises it could find next. But one thing was certain. The radar's alarms were generally not good news. The team members, who were happily anticipating their bonuses, suddenly found the radar beeping incessantly. The smiles on their faces vanished in less than 2 seconds. Two female team members responsible for intelligence quickly rushed to the detection console to check the situation, then turned to report to the Zhuxing team in the command room. "Captain, the monster Bequilla has reappeared in the Tokyo area. Captain, a giant alien has appeared near the South City Sports Center." Although Xia Yan had changed a series of events, personnel changes within the MAIK team were still frequent. The last attack by the Plesher aliens forced Haruko Momoe to transfer to the MAIK team on land after her family persuaded her. Among the two female team members, Junko Shirakawa stayed, while the other, Kyoko Matsuki, took over Haruko's position. Yes, she was the team member who had her birthday celebrated during the Disc Creature attack, only to have her birthday turned into a day of mourning. However, now that Seven could transform, that situation should not happen again. At this point, Zhuxing had arrived, checked the radar display, and after a moment of thought, immediately issued an order. "Kuroda, take your team to deal with a monster Bequilla. I will personally check the South City Sports Center." Kuroda wanted to say, "Captain, how can you deal with an alien alone?" But Zhuxing had already stepped out of the command room with big strides. While heading towards the logistics aircraft parking area, he used a portable communicator to contact Feng Yuan. At this moment, Feng Yuan was passionately fencing with Ida Iryu. No, it was more like a knife fight. His clothes were in tatters, with multiple cuts from the blade all over his body. He was covered in wounds. Feng Yuan's previous guess was completely correct. Ida Iryu's teaching style was equally absurd. Training? What training? Swordsmanship only improves at the fastest speed in battle. As for wooden swords, Ida Iryu never used such girly things. Thus, Feng Yuan got beaten up again. Even worse than during his training with Zhuxing. Of course, neither of them used sharp weapons. Otherwise, Feng Yuan would have been cut into 7 or 8 pieces. But even so, he was injured in many places. At that moment, Ida Iryu knocked Feng Yuan's long knife out of his hand again, then slapped the blade against his head, making Feng Yuan clutch his head in pain. Ida Iryu became more and more enthusiastic about hitting him, not knowing why, but feeling an unprecedented sensation. However, compared to Zhuxing, Ida Iryu still cared about his face, so he reminded Feng Yuan, "Pain can help you form muscle memory. Remember that feeling. Next time when an attack is about to hit you, learn to block and counterattack immediately." This junior had high talent, and Ida Iryu was pleased to teach, sparing no effort in imparting his skills. "Yes," Feng Yuan replied, just as he was about to pick up the long knife to continue practicing. The portable communicator on his wrist beeped, and, after pressing to connect, Zhuxing's serious voice came through. "The monster Bequilla has reappeared. You need to go support immediately." "What? I'm on my way." Feng Yuan's eyes widened. His expression changed. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly ran outside the training base, turning towards his motorcycle. Ida Iryu, who also heard Juxing's words and wanted to help, followed after him. However, his body moved a bit slowly. Just as he lifted his leg and hadn't gotten on yet, Feng Yuan had already revved the motorcycle and sped off. Hey, I haven't gotten on yet, Ida Iryu called after him. But Feng Yuan had already twisted the throttle to the maximum. Perhaps in his haste, he didn't stop to wait for him, even when he heard Ida Iryu yelling behind him. After chasing for a while, Ida Iryu stopped and looked down at his belly, which was sticking out like a pregnant woman's. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to exercise. And he began to chase after Feng Yuan again. After all, he was in someone else's body, so he couldn't feel muscle soreness. As for whether he would lose track, he could catch up with monsters, let alone Feng Yuan, who was just riding a motorcycle. On the other side, the beaming alien, looking like a green cockroach, became furious after Xia Yan's previous physical attack kicked out one of its eyes, but it couldn't find him. In its rage, it kept waving its insect-like forelimbs, scattering silver star dust around. Bright, colorful demon flowers bloomed on the ground and buildings, releasing vine gases that formed spiky cosmic climbing tiger plants, spreading around in search of Xia Yan. Just as the beaming alien waved its limbs, a strong red and white light appeared in front of it. This cockroach-like monster seemed to be blinded by a flashbang. Its remaining eye instantly became blurry. When it finally adapted, a red energy ball smashed right into its face. Sparks flew. The energy ball transformed Xia Yan, then suddenly struck the beaming alien a few times, knocking it down before he controlled the energy ball to land. A loud rumble echoed as mud and stones flew. Amid the thick smoke, Xia Yan transformed into Ultraman, half squatting on the ground, and then suddenly stood up, raising his hand to shoot out a binding light beam. At this moment, he was adorned in silver with black-red stripes, and blue light, like ropes, wrapped around the beaming star creature, binding it tightly. After finishing his control move, Xia Yan effortlessly formed an 8-pointed light wheel in his hand and prepared to deliver a dismemberment package to the monster that resembled a cockroach. However, even though the beaming star creature was bound by the restraining light, it wasn't foolish enough to sit and wait for its demise. 2 tentacles on its head emitted green energy, releasing a beam of destructive green light. But Xia Yan simply extended his palm, and the green destructive light struck his palm, swirling and disappearing. With the ability to absorb any energy, even beam skills had no effect on Xia Yan now. In fact, the more light struck him, the more energy he gained. With a slight tilt of his head, his bulbous eyes gazed at the beaming star creature, as if saying, "What are you thinking? Attacking me with light skills?" The beaming star creature, realizing that the green destructive light had no effect on the salty egg superhero, wanted to disconnect. But once Xia Yan activated his ability, it couldn't just break free as it wished. Chapter 123. The lower the center of gravity. The faster the speed, the green destructive light continuously flowed into the swirling vortex in Xia Yan's palm, making him appear more energized. Meanwhile, the beaming star creature felt excruciating pain as its internal energy was constantly drained. If it hadn't been bound by the restraining light, it could have struggled a bit more and used its forelimbs to forcibly cut off the release of its green destructive light. But now, the beaming star creature was like fish on a sticky board. On the other side, several fighter jets from Team Mike, after firing at the monster by Gila several times, predictably entered a crash sequence. Fortunately, although the fighter jets suffered heavy losses, the members of Team Mike, accustomed to escaping in crises, operated skillfully and were only slightly injured without any life-threatening situations. At this moment, everyone had switched to ground combat. Kuroda was directing the Roddy tank, unleashing a barrage of laser rejuvenation at the monster by Gila. Unfortunately, Baijila's armored skin was too strong, and the laser missiles couldn't penetrate its defenses. In his anxiousness, he suddenly noticed someone sprinting towards the monster, and upon seeing who it was, he shouted, "Qingdao, what are you doing? Come back. That's an order. Come back." But Kuroda was not like Zhu Xing Tuan. Qingdao ignored his words and directly disobeyed the command. The monster's weakness was on its back, and someone had to go around to attack from behind. One must say that Team Mike was characterized by their willingness to fight to the death. Previously, Feng Yuan risked danger and disobeyed orders to rescue Omura Masashi. Now Qingdao was also disobeying orders, wanting to break through to the back of the monster. However, Baijila clearly noticed his actions and continuously spewed sparks of high-temperature rays towards the ground. Flames erupted around Qingdao, and he was knocked down by the shockwave halfway through his run. The monster Baijila approached with heavy steps. Qingdao tried to get up, but he felt a sharp pain in his waist. In this critical moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine sounded. Feng Yuan drove the motorcycle over, stopping beside Qingdao to help him up. During the time he had rushed over, other than his tattered clothes, the wounds on Feng Yuan's body had healed as if he had never been injured. Supporting Qingdao, who saw Feng Yuan coming to save him, he spoke with guilt. "I'm sorry, Feng Yuan. I also disobeyed orders. This is not the time to discuss this." Feng Yuan urged as he helped Qingdao onto the motorcycle. "Hurry, you leave here first." Qingdao looked at Feng Yuan in shock. "What about you, Feng Yuan? Get on and leave together. I need to get around to this guy's back." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yuan snatched the sidearm from Qingdao's hand and turned to charge at the monster Baijila. Flames exploded on the ground, and seeing this, Qingdao knew he couldn't help anymore and had to ride the motorcycle back. Feng Yuan dodged the flames caused by Baijila and managed to slip onto the monster, hiding in a slope where no one was paying attention. He immediately raised the lion's eye. The blue electric energy erupted, and the red giant's figure appeared. After transforming, Leo kicked Baijila, knocking the monster to the ground, then struck a stance for the cosmic fist technique. Unlike before, this time Leo instinctively lowered his body slightly. Baijila, quickly getting up from the ground, faced Leo for a moment before spraying sparks of high-temperature rays again. But in Leo's view, it felt like Baijila's movements were slowing down. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped to avoid the attack and delivered a sharp knife-hand strike to Baijila's mouth, interrupting its spark discharge. After a swift kick that sent it flying, Leo stared incredulously at his hands. It seemed that it wasn't the monster's speed that had slowed, but rather his own reactions had become faster. Just as he was in shock, the voice of Ida Iryu resonated in his mind like a telepathic message. "Don't daze in battle. Seriously deal with the monster." Hearing this, Leo snapped back to reality, his bulbous eyes focused on the monster Baijila, and he once again assumed the cosmic fist stance. Ida Iryu's voice followed in his mind with guidance. "Use your hand as a knife. You can use this monster as your training target. Remember to sidestep to avoid attacks, while seizing the opportunity to get behind the monster." Under Ida Iryu's guidance, Leo unleashed a flurry of knife-hand strikes on Baijila. Meanwhile, Zhu Xingtuan, piloting the Mike No. 3 fighter jet, arrived at the location of the Biming Star creature. Upon entering, he saw Xia Yan binding this monster-like extraterrestrial to the ground. A vortex appeared in his palm, seemingly absorbing the energy of the Biming Star creature. This situation resembled Beimazidin, absorbing energy through the absorption of light skills. Zhu Xingtuan, witnessing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief while his serious face slightly furrowed. Has this kid's ability improved again? It looks like the light skills are no longer effective against him. Should we call the Ultra Brothers to deal with this troublemaker together? As Zhu Xingtuan pondered, he hesitated, fearing that the more they fought, the more energized Xia Yan would become, and instead, all their energy meters will be flashing red due to being absorbed by this kid. Just the thought of it felt embarrassing. As he contemplated whether to abandon this plan as if it had never been considered, he suddenly sensed a different aura emanating from Xia Yan. His gaze sharpened as he focused on Xia Yan's transformed ultra form, particularly the black-red stripes. As Zhu Xingtuan observed, his serious expression changed dramatically, and he felt a surge of horror in his heart. What is going on? Why does this kid have dark power? The Showa period Ultraman had not been as tolerant of dark powers as they would be in the future, as the Land of Light had not yet seen an Ultraman who could master both light and darkness, lacking experience in this regard. Thus, instinctively, Zhu Xingtuan assumed that dark forces were lurking within Xia Yan's body. His assumption wasn't entirely wrong. There was indeed a little dark girl residing within Xia Yan. But there was a slight deviation in this understanding. Xia Yan still didn't know what Zhu Xingtuan was thinking. At this moment, he was dealing with a monster beaming Singren. This giant cockroach had a life force that was indeed as tenacious as a cockroach. Even after its energy was drained, it continued to struggle. Unfortunately, it had lost its energy and its body was weak, completely unable to break free from the binding light. Xia Yan, manipulating the 8-pointed light wheel, approached beaming Singren, raised his hand, and first decapitated it, causing the monster to stiffen all over. As he swung his arm, the rapidly spinning light wheel swiftly sliced through beaming Singren's body, dismembering it into 7 or 8 pieces scattered on the ground. This was just a normal way to deal with monsters. Ace had done this many times in the past. However, in Zhu Xingtuan's colored gaze, it felt different. Thus, he raised his hand and sent out an Ultraman signal towards the Land of Light. First generation brother. Quickly call Captain and Brother Zoffy over. Xia Yan is about to fall into darkness. Chapter 124, Is There a Possibility? After Xia Yan dealt with the beaming Xing people, he noticed the sound of a fighter jet engine approaching and turned to see Zhu Xingtuan, who was raising his hand to emit an ultra signature. Xia Yan's expression instantly froze. What was this operation? Goodness, are your Ultra brothers just calling for help from the land of light whenever something happens? The initial speed of the ultra signature was nearly the speed of light, and in a moment, it became impossible to calculate. If it didn't intercept it immediately, it generally wouldn't be interrupted, and by now it had already flown out of Earth and disappeared. Looking towards Zhu Xingtuan in the Machiai 3, Xia Yan couldn't hold back and used telepathy to say, Captain, what nonsense are you talking about? I haven't fallen into darkness. He really wanted to ask if Zhu Xingtuan was in his right mind. This was simply slander. Slander aside, he was also not taking the blame. Zhu Xingtuan in the cockpit of the Machiai 3 had a serious expression and similarly used telepathy to respond. Xia Yan, don't worry, no matter how difficult it is. I will definitely eliminate the darkness from you. With the captain and Zofi and the others together, resolving this issue shouldn't be a problem. However, Zhu Xingtuan was still a bit uneasy, contemplating whether to bring Mari's mother over as well. While secretly planning how to physically correct the darkness on this kid, he suddenly heard Xia Yan awkwardly say, Captain, is it possible that I can now master both the powers of light and darkness at the same time? Zhu Xingtuan was taken aback. This familiar statement gave him a sense of foreboding. He then heard Xia Yan continue to explain, My abilities have recently improved. I can absorb any energy and also convert other energies into light energy, so the dark power is just a supplement for me. As he spoke, Xia Yan focused his thoughts and demonstrated with action, transforming darkness into light energy. The black and red stripes on his silver body quickly turned back to their previous gray appearance. Seeing this change, Zhu Xingtuan gasped, and his hand on the fighter's control stick trembled slightly. This was reckless. It seemed that this kid's reasoning was clear. Could he have made a blunder? As Zhu Xingtuan thought of this, his expression changed, and he sternly said, You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will become evidence in court. The ultra signature had already been sent out, and besides, this kid indeed had dark power, so it was fine if the fake turned into reality. Zhu Xingtuan still clearly remembered being thrown to the ground by the scissor kick. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to take this kid one-on-one, so it was just right to take this opportunity to call the captain and Zofi over. After hearing Zhu Xingtuan's words, Xia Yan suddenly understood that this person definitely had bad intentions and was plotting some scheme. He hadn't forgotten the last time they conspired together against the original Ultraman. This time, it was also about sending the wrong Ultraman signature, and he guessed Zhu Xingtuan was thinking of some way to remedy it. He wasn't particularly worried about it. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation, contemplating whether to pretend to be truly invaded by dark forces and take the opportunity to absorb some energy from the Ultraman brothers. However, after thinking it over, Xia Yan decided against it, as this approach seemed a bit unethical. After all, the Ultraman brothers came all this way out of goodwill. It wouldn't be right to take advantage of their kindness. Besides, if things went wrong and attracted the attention of the Ultraman King, it would be truly difficult to handle. He didn't even know where he had offended the old king. That old guy had already ambushed him twice. Xia Yan was indeed a bit worried. Just after dealing with the Ultraman brothers, this red-eyed old Ultraman found an excuse to come out and give himself a dose. Belial was a cautionary tale. While thinking about these things, he simply chose to ignore the Star Team, since they could easily run off to other universes anyway. Who cares about their schemes? Can they really cross universes to get to him? As Xia Yan was mumbling to himself, his gaze swept across the ground filled with demon flowers and the cosmic wall-climbing plants. With a thought, he took out the white flower spirit from the wishing red ball and said gently, Little Bai, could you please eliminate the hypnotic gas emitted by these plants? The white flower spirit, being a living flower, had a rather unique ability. Otherwise, Xia Yan wouldn't have bothered to let her follow him and make friends with the two Risha. The blue light shone on the white flower, causing the entire flower pot to rapidly enlarge until it became large enough to be held in Xia Yan's Ultraman hand. Amidst the twinkling starlight, the white flower spirit also appeared, standing at the edge of the Ultraman hand, holding a watering can and saying, Leave it to me, brother Xia Yan. As her words fell, she raised the watering can, and a sprinkle of crystalline raindrops fell to the ground. The demon flowers disappeared without a trace, and even the cosmic wall-climbing plants fell from the roofs, ultimately transforming into tiny specks of light that vanished together. Seeing the scene, the Star Team was astonished and felt even worse. It seemed Xia Yan really wasn't affected by the darkness. Damn, why didn't he say this earlier? Feeling frustrated, he noticed the situation was stable and recalled the monster Bakira on the other side. So he used his communicator to contact Kuroda. After dealing with the demon flowers and the cosmic wall-climbing plants, Xia Yan didn't pay any attention to the star team. Put the white flower spirit back into the wishing red ball and smoothly undid his transformation. On the other side, Leo, after several attempts, finally dodged an attack during the battle with Bakira and quickly circled to the monster's back. With the blade of his hand charged with red destructive energy and using a technique to cut off the flow of condensed power, he struck fiercely at Bakira's weak back. In an instant, sparks erupted from Bakira's back like a deflating balloon, accompanied by rolling yellow smoke. Sensing that the monster was about to explode, Leo quickly withdrew to create distance. When Bakira fell to the ground and exploded, he breathed a sigh of relief and scanned the ground, spotting the figure of Ida Iryu. He used telepathy to say, "Senior, thanks to your guidance." "No need to thank me." Ida Iryu, controlling the body of Amura Masashi, replied indifferently. "This is all thanks to your own efforts, so come back and continue training later." After saying this, Ida Iryu turned and left, his movements exceptionally graceful, if one ignored the dust on his face and body. Feng Yuan rode his motorcycle at full speed, with Ida Iryu closely following behind. Breathing in the exhaust fumes the entire time, he felt as if he had just been dug out of sand. However, Ida Iryu thought it was no big deal since this wasn't his body. Moreover, not only did he feel nothing, but Omura Masashi also felt nothing. Since both sides felt nothing, it couldn't be considered a scam. Chapter 125. Don't trust him so easily. Xia Yan's room, like Feng Yuan's, was specially preserved by the Cun Jingzi, and they have never been asked to pay rent or anything. Speaking of which, Jingtian Jilung seems to be quite reliable. You shouldn't be messing around with the Cun Jingzi's body, right? Maybe, remembering that a soul body doesn't need to eat. Xia Yan dug out an unused communicator from Team Mike and contacted Feng Yuan to remind Jingtian Jilung that the Cun Jingzi's body is just an ordinary person and still needs to eat. At this moment, Bai Kun Lisha and Hei Kun Lisha were staring blankly at a pile of homework that had been taken out. Both little girls fell into silence at the same time. They hadn't touched homework for many years. Even when they traveled to other worlds and occasionally entered schools, it was never to do homework. The wishing red ball was something used for making wishes. And since no one could figure out that they were the incarnations of the red ball, no one ever asked them to do anything. After all, they were energy incarnations. As long as they hid inside the wishing red ball and it wasn't destroyed, they would be fine. Seeing Xia Yan hang up the communicator, Hei Kun Lisha's face was full of unhappiness as she said, "Xia Go, where's the promised gift? Why is it all homework?" Because she was looking forward to it. She didn't use her abilities to check. If she had known it was this, she would have refused it no matter what. Sitting next to her, Bai Kun Lisha snapped out of her daze after a moment and, hearing the voice, turned to Xia Yan, protesting, "Xia Yan Go, I don't want this kind of gift either." Although she was relatively well-behaved and sensible, it didn't mean she was foolish. It was obvious that Xia Yan did this on purpose. What is homework? The white flower sprite leaned in front of the pile of assignments and asked with confusion, revealing a clarity that hadn't been tainted by knowledge. Seeing both Risa protesting, Xia Yan put on a serious face and said, "I specially picked this out for you too. You must finish it." The Risa in the black dress immediately sulked at his words, glancing at the seemingly mountainous pile of homework. She looked at Xia Yan with a resentful gaze and said, "Brother Xia, your behavior is darker than darkness itself." That's right. At this moment, the Risa in the white dress joined forces with her other self, equally dissatisfied, and said, "We absolutely cannot do our homework. We will never do it." After exchanging a glance, the two Risas resolutely glared at Xia Yan. Is the homework really that difficult? The white flower fairy tilted her head in confusion. It seems like just a few books. Before she could finish her sentence, the Risa in the black dress pressed one of the books onto her. The white flower fairy immediately felt the weight of knowledge pressing down on her and quickly shut her mouth. Seeing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but laugh. He reached out to remove the heavy exercise book pressing down on the white flower spirit. He then turned his gaze to the black and white Risa, who looked very displeased. Thought for a moment, moved a small stool, and sat down in front of them, beginning to speak earnestly. He explained, "Actually, buying these things for you is out of my good intentions. It's for your own benefit." The black skirt, Risa rolled her eyes at him and turned her head away, feeling that Xia Yan seemed to have ulterior motives at that moment. However, she was unwilling to believe it. The white skirt Risa, upon hearing this, appeared hesitant. So, seeing this, Xia Yan continued. You need to learn more knowledge, and then turn that knowledge into ability. Only then can you form combat power in the future, right? They say that support needs a heart that wants to output. Don't you both want to take action yourselves? The black skirt Risa was somewhat tempted by his words, but she still pretended to be indifferent, only to be backstabbed by her other self. Brother Xia Yan, you're right. We should learn more knowledge, so we can better help you in the future, the white skirt Risa said seriously, causing the black skirt Risa to turn her head in disbelief towards her. Wait, you just compromised. I feel like he's trying to deceive us. Seeing the expression of self-awareness on the face of the girl in the white dress, Xia Yan smiled with satisfaction. Good. I look forward to your growth, Risa. Although he didn't care much about it in his heart, he couldn't dampen her enthusiasm for learning. After all, by the time they achieved success, he would have already reached another level. It was unlikely that both Risas were unique geniuses. Xia Yan turned his gaze towards the girl in the black dress. Looking at her with an expectant expression, Risa, how about you help me too? Under his gaze, the girl in the black dress clearly felt a bit evasive. Although she felt happy inside, she still stubbornly said on the surface, I only want to learn knowledge to gain skills. I wouldn't think about helping you. After saying that, she turned her head away, seemingly not wanting to reveal the unnatural expression on her face. Xia Yan was already used to this and reached out to rub the heads of the two Rishas. In response to the obedient expression of the white-dressed Risha and the glaring eyes of the black-dressed Risha, he said seriously, Then let's say it this way. I'll find someone to help you too with the enrollment procedures. No need to go to school, right? Upon hearing this, the black-dressed Risha suddenly felt a bit regretful. She resisted and said, Actually, we can study on our own. If we go to school, won't we just end up with more homework? Xia Yan waved his hand and said directly, Children should make more friends. Brother Xia Yan, actually I want to say something. The girl in the white dress, Risha, opened her mouth to speak. However, at that moment, Xia Yan swiftly interrupted her, saying, No need to say anything. School is a place to develop your social skills. I'm going to find someone to help with the enrollment procedures. After finishing his words, he didn't give the black and white Risha a chance to refute, picked up another gift, and walked straight out of the room. The black-dressed Risha looked at Xia Yan's back, and then turned to look at another version of herself. The two seemed to communicate on a spiritual level, engaging in a private exchange. Brother Xia always treats us like children. Shouldn't we make our bodies a little bigger? Would that scare Brother Xia Yan? Or should we just stay as we are? It doesn't seem too bad. But if our bodies are too small, won't we have to stay in school for a long time? That's true. How about this? Let's learn faster and skip a few grades. The two Rishas murmured in the dark. They were the energy incarnations of the wishing red ball, completely unrestricted by age, or rather, they had no age at all. They could change to any size they wanted. After all, the age of energy life forms depends on their psychological perception of age. The black and white Rishi usually didn't show this, so Xia Yan didn't think much of it. At this moment, he was. Chapter 126. Friends should share with each other. Xia Yan, drawing a big pie and handing it to the white-dressed Risha and the black-dressed Risha, was unaware that his actions would trigger a series of consequences. He was currently handing over the extracurricular assignments belonging to Yumita-tsu, cheerfully saying, I heard from Teacher Omura that you miss me quite a bit, so this is a little something I prepared for you. Yumita-tsu, who was happy to see Xia Yan at first, now held a pile of assignments and had a gloomy expression. Brother Xia Yan, actually, I don't miss you at all right now. Please take these things back. Yumita-tsu said with a numb expression, wanting to hand the assignments back to Xia Yan. However, Xia Yan's next words made him freeze in place. If you don't finish these properly, I'll take 10 pounds of assignments to your father, Yumita Chuan Mountain, as punishment. In an instant, Yumita-tsu hugged the few extracurricular assignments in his arms. He looked touched and said with a pout, This is your kind intention, Brother Xia Yan. How could I refuse? Of course, I will accept it. Compared to 10 pounds of assignments, the few in his hands didn't seem like much of a problem. Xia Yan patted Yumita's shoulder with a look of relief. This little brat always managed to pull off some annoying stunts in the original storyline. He just didn't have enough assignments. Looking at him now, he seemed too preoccupied to cause trouble. Xia Yan thought to himself that he needed to prepare more next time, and then turned to leave. Yumita watched Xia Yan's distant figure and felt a strong urge to throw the assignments in his hands away. But he was afraid that if discovered, Xia Yan would actually prepare 10 more assignments for him. Remembering that Jiro was no longer around made Yumita's heart feel cold. How long would it take to finish these few books? While lost in thought, a sudden spark lit up in his eyes. Although Jiro was gone, he had recently made a new friend. Good friends should share with each other, Yumita thought. He turned and ran towards his friend's house, feeling excited. Uli, I'm coming to play with you. Doing homework alone was no fun, So why not invite someone else to join? You mean to believe that Anna Nu would definitely agree, and he didn't mind giving some of his extra assignments to Uli. On the other side, after Xia Yan found Baizi to explain the situation with Heibai Lisha, he planned to head over to the Diga universe to avoid the heat. The last time Zophie led the Ultraman brothers to Earth to deal with the Barber Star people, it indirectly indicated that the war between the Land of Light and the dark forces in the universe had ended. With the Ultraman signature sent from the Zhu Xing Tuan, it was highly likely that Ultraman Father would bring the Ultraman brothers to Earth to see what was going on. There was no need to worry about Heibai Lisha. They were energy incarnations and had been connected to Planck space, so they could leave whenever they wanted. Given the noble ethics of the Land of Light, it was impossible for them to take action against two children, and despite any schemes Zhu Xing Tuan might have, it wouldn't reach that level. Just as he was about to leave, Baizi suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute, Xia Yan-san. I've had a question these days. Are you and Feng Yuan Cohen? Baizi hesitated, unsure whether to voice her speculation. Seeing her expression, Xia Yan, with a thoughtful look, replied in a riddle-like manner. Instead of asking me, why not ask Feng Yuan? I think he would tell you, and you should already have the answer in your heart. Huh? Baizi was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, Xia Yan's figure disappeared. This scene left her shocked, further confirming her thoughts. At this moment, Xia Yan quickly returned to Heibai Lisha's side. His sudden appearance startled the two who were discussing secretly, and they quickly straightened up as if nothing had happened. I plan to go back to Diga, Xia Yan began, but then noticed that the expressions of the two little girls seemed a bit strange, causing him a pause. He leaned closer, eyeing them suspiciously. Are you two hiding something from me? No. Black Skirt Lisha instinctively retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Realizing her tone was too tense, she quickly pushed Xia Yan and said, Xia Gu, aren't you going to the Diga universe? Then hurry up and go. Her face was slightly flushed, but not very obvious. However, Xia Yan felt something was off. Her gentle tone was not at all like Black Skirt Lisha's style. Something unusual must be going on. Just as he was about to ask, White Skirt Lisha also started pushing Xia Yan. Together, they shoved him out the door, and White Skirt Lisha playfully said, Oh, this is a secret between us girls. Xia Yan-ji, you don't need to worry about it. It's none of your business here. With that, she slammed the door shut, locking Xia Yan outside. A cold breeze swept through the corridor, and Xia Yan felt a sudden sense of desolation. Wondering why he felt so rejected, he didn't go back in. It was good for kids to have secrets, as secrets meant growing up. With that thought, Xia Yan's figure disappeared again, entering Planck space to let this energy avatar remain in the Leo universe. Then he logged off. He left smoothly, but Feng Yuan couldn't escape. After being trained by Jingtian for a few days, he finally had a day off. Unable to find Xia Yan, Zhu Xing Tuan decided to use the communicator to contact Feng Yuan. A monster has appeared on Mars. You need to transform and go deal with it immediately. Thus, the honest Feng Yuan transformed into Leo and flew to Mars, only to be surrounded by several Ultraman tough guys the moment he landed. Zophie, the first generation, Jack Ace, and seven-cornered Leo in the middle, with a large-horned bull Ultraman crossing his arms beside them. This familiar scene instantly made Leo feel uneasy. Captain, what are you all doing? Trembling, Leo stepped back but bumped into the first generation's muscular chest, and was immediately pushed back into the center by the first generation. Seven stepped forward and grabbed Leo's arm, speaking with great seriousness. Bring Xia Yan out. Hurry and let Xia Yan come out. The first generation grabbed Leo's other arm. Seeing this, Zophie and Jack immediately placed their hands on Leo's shoulders. Ace wanted to grab something too, but the older brothers were too quick, leaving him no room. Looking Leo up and down, Ace felt it was a bit strange to grab his waist or chest. After thinking for a moment, he simply raised his hand, materializing Ultraman's telekinesis, and aimed the ace blade at Leo's neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The silver blade gleamed on Leo's neck, making him panic. Xia Yan-san, Xia Yan-san, Xia Yan, hurry up and come. Leo frantically called out in his heart, but only received a response like this. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Chapter 127. Do you know how much damage a big bully can cause? No matter how loudly Leo called out, Xia Yan pretended not to hear. Of course, in the Ultraman signature from Zhu Xing Tuan, Ultraman Father and Zophie were both mentioned. How strong Captain N2 is remains unclear. But being the big brother to all the Ultraman brothers and having a formidable reputation in the universe, his strength certainly wouldn't be as simple as portrayed in tokusatsu dramas. Just by looking at the amount of light energy sent to Xia Yan last time, which was several times out of the first generation, it was clear that Captain Into Zofi was at least stronger than two Ultraman brothers working together. As for the large-horned Ultraman father, there is no need to elaborate. Despite his injury and being somewhat timid around Ultraman mother, he is indeed the ultimate. Although the light energy from the Ultraman brothers is very appealing and Ultraman father's true power is tempting, Xia Yan is not foolish. So he directly ignored Leo's calls. It would be foolish to go over at this time. As brothers, in their hearts, if there's an issue, they can't get through on the phone. Anyway, the Ultraman brothers and Ultraman father definitely wouldn't kill Leo, so it wasn't a big problem. What Xia Yan thought was indeed not wrong. 7 was indeed thick-skinned enough, but with Ultraman father watching from the side, he couldn't really go and hit Leo. Ace had just drawn his knife when Zofi slapped him across the face, his tone serious as he said, "What do you need a knife for? Don't scare the young man." Ace, who had just been slapped by his older brother, silently put away the ace blade, covering his face and feeling a bit wronged as he retreated to the side, feeling quite aggrieved inside. Wait, weren't we supposed to force Leo together as suggested by 7? Why has it suddenly changed now? Zofi didn't mean to slap Ace. He was actually considering Ace, worried that this unlucky guy might hurt Leo if he lost control. A scare was enough. What did he need to bring out a knife for? Without the knife at his neck, Leo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But the entire Ultraman still looked tense. Looking at the Ultraman brothers surrounding him, he said anxiously, "Xia Yan?" He didn't respond to me. "Don't worry," Zofi said as he patted Leo's shoulder, seeing his fearful expression. "As long as you call Xia Yan out, we won't do anything to you." Zofi said this with a kind expression, and the way he patted Leo's shoulder wasn't too heavy, as if he really wouldn't do anything to him. However, for Leo, it was heartbreaking to hear, especially since that bastard Xia Yan wasn't responding at all. Thinking of this, he shivered and anxiously asked, "What if Xia Yan never comes out?" Leo's tone was weak when he said this, afraid that these rascals would get angry and beat him up. To be honest, what on earth did Xia Yan do to cause all the Ultraman brothers to come looking for him? Even Ultraman father from the Land of Light came to Earth. The prestige of the other party was even greater than Zofi's. When Leo was very young, the legends of Ultraman father were already everywhere in the universe. Feeling inexplicably wronged and once again being the scapegoat, he was now filled with regret, deep regret. If he had known it would turn out like this, he would never have agreed to be one with that bastard Xia Yan. While Leo was lamenting, the hand of the first generation, which was holding his arm, tightened a bit, causing him to feel pain and snap back to reality. At that moment, the first generation stared at him, his face filled with seriousness as he said, "If Xia Yan refuses to come out, then you'll have to endure some suffering." After saying that, he tightened his grip a little more, seemingly worried that Leo would break free and escape. "Don't be afraid." 7 also tightened his grip on Leo's arm, comforting him earnestly. "It's just a bit of insignificant pain. This is all for Xia Yan. With your relationship with him, you won't mind, right?" Leo couldn't believe it when he heard this. His eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the two Ultramen, and he immediately began to struggle with all his might. Listen, is this even human talk? However, no matter how hard Leo struggled, he couldn't shake off the first generation and 7, not to mention Zofi and Jack. With all 4 Ultraman brothers working together, they pressed Leo to the ground. Zofi spoke earnestly, "Leo, just call Xia Yan out. If you really care about brotherhood, you shouldn't cover for him." At this moment, Leo was almost on the verge of collapse. Who the hell wanted to cover for that bastard Xia Yan? I called out. I really did. However, the Ultraman brothers refused to believe him. You and Xia Yan have such a good relationship, to the point of being one. How could you not cover for him? Perhaps Leo's appearance was just too wronged. A certain red-eyed old Ultraman, who had been quietly watching the show, finally sent out a coded Ultraman signature after observing for a while. "King, Xia Yan is fine now. You don't need to worry about this young man. I will keep an eye on him." The coded Ultraman signature appeared before Ultraman father, causing him to pause in surprise before realizing this was the king's directive. From this, Ultraman father learned the truth of the matter, and his gaze turned to 7, understanding what was going on, his expression darkening. "Zofi, you all stop. Let Leo go." The voice of Ultraman father was low and authoritative as he stepped closer to the Ultraman brothers. Upon hearing this, Zofi and the others paused, and although they felt a bit confused, since the captain had spoken, they followed Ultraman father's instructions and released Leo, stepping back. Ace, seeing his older brothers having fun pressing Leo down, also wanted to step forward to help, but at this moment, he hurriedly stopped and watched. However, when 7 saw Ultraman father walking toward him, he couldn't help but feel flustered, his heart racing. Just as he thought about running away, Ultraman Father had already reached 7. His silver hand raised, and with a loud slap, he hit 7 hard, making him spin around twice on the spot. 7. Look at the mess you've made. Ultraman Father sternly reprimanded 7, then turned to Leo and helped him up, speaking comforting words, "Sorry, kid, for making you suffer for no reason." As Ultraman Father spoke, he reached behind him, initially wanted to pull out some equipment to compensate Leo, but realized he had nothing but Ultraman dumbbells on him. Without changing his expression, he patted Leo's shoulder and changed the subject, saying, "Your brother Astra actually misses you a lot. Remember to visit him on Kingstar sometime." Without equipment, it wasn't a big deal. If he could persuade Leo to go to Kingstar, it might give him some opportunities. At this moment, Leo was being cared for by Ultraman Father like an elder, and he was almost on the verge of tears. Chapter 1, 28-foot source of all evil salty egg Ultraman. Thinking about his predecessors, 7 and the first generation, as well as Zoffy and other Ultramen he encountered later, Leo felt that they were all a bunch of rascals who only thought about making things difficult for him, and that Jing Tian Jinglong was almost the same. Now that he finally encountered someone who seemed stable and reliable, Ultraman Father, Leo felt extremely lucky. In fact, Ultraman Father wasn't really trying to deceive Leo. After all, Astra was half a disciple of the old king, and during this time, he often covered for Leo. Last time, he was planning to send equipment to Leo, but he was interrupted by a certain idiot who caused him to miss 2 opportunities to appear. Nowadays, unless necessary, the old king has become somewhat indifferent and doesn't want to manage Leo anymore. Since Leo has the help of Salty Egg Ultraman, he doesn't need to send equipment to him at all. However, this incident was caused by 7, and Ultraman King was worried that the misunderstanding would escalate, causing irreconcilable conflicts between the Land of Light and Xia Yan, which is why he sent a message to Ultraman Father. Speaking of 7, at this moment he had just come back to his senses from a slap by Ultraman Father. Zoffy then stepped forward, raised his arm, and delivered another big slap, making a crisp sound that echoed throughout the venue, causing 7 to spin around twice again, his head buzzing. 7. As an Ultraman brother, you should reflect on yourself. After Zoffy's reprimand, he walked aside to give way. The first generation then followed closely, raising his arm and delivering a heavy slap to 7's face, making him spin around twice again as well. "Damn it, how dare you trick me?" After the first generation slapped him angrily, feeling refreshed, he left directly. Ace recalled a time when he inexplicably received a slap from Zoffini, and if it weren't for listening to 7's, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Thus, feeling indignant, the unlucky guy approached, wanting to slap like his 2 brothers, but 7's, who had just received 3 Ultraman slaps, was currently furious. Before Ace could raise his arm, 7 slapped him hard in the face, Joe. With an Ultraman battle cry and a fierce glare, 7's wiped his head to take the ice axe in his hand. The captain, Zoff, and the first generation could be forgiven, but you, the unlucky guy, dare to come over. Thinking this, 7's fixed his murderous gaze on Ace. After receiving another slap, Ace's mind cleared up and seeing the ice axe in 7's hand, he covered his face and silently walked away. The commotion caught the attention of Father Ultraman. He approached 7's, his bulbous eyes filled with serious scrutiny. This gaze made 7's feel uncomfortable, and he sheepishly stuck the ice axe back on his head. Seeing this, Father Ultraman's expression softened slightly, but he still warned 7's, "If you continue to cause trouble on Earth, I will send Eddie to take over your duty." 7's little love story had been constantly promoted since the first generation returned to the Land of Light. Father Ultraman had heard a bit about these matters. Sure enough, upon hearing this, 7's immediately panicked and straightened his back, assuring, "No, Captain, I will correct it immediately. I absolutely won't make the same mistake again. If I leave Earth, Anu would hate me to death. There won't be another chance." Father Ultraman placed his hand on 7's shoulder and spoke with deep meaning. "Eddie and Yulian are very eager to come to Earth. If you don't behave yourself, I won't continue to hold them back to give you time." After saying this, Father Ultraman patted 7's shoulder firmly, believing this guy could understand his implicit meaning. Speaking of which, for some reason, the Science Bureau of the Land of Light had detected that the negative energy in the universe had been slowly decreasing in recent days. This was certainly the work of Black Skirt Risa. Although the Wish Red Ball had already run to the neighboring Digga universe, she, as the embodiment of negative energy, could still absorb the negative energy in this universe. Despite the little girl's seemingly arrogant attitude, when it came to the crucial resources for Xia Yan's strength, she, noticing the negative energy, activated her automatic collection ability as soon as she arrived. Thus, Black Skirt Reese's decisive actions indirectly led to the precarious situation of Teacher 80's appearance. As for the positive energy, it was mostly concentrated in the M78 Nebula, and White Skirt Risa had no opportunity to collect it. Father Ultraman, noticing the disappearance of negative energy and learning about Seven's love story on Earth, planned to let Eddie go to Earth a little later. Unfortunately, the operation Sevens had conducted left Bighorn Bull feeling very troubled. After warning this guy, Father Ultraman transformed with the Ultraman brothers into a light group and returned to the Land of Light. Leo, tricked by his own captain, was currently sulking and didn't want to talk to him, similarly leaping into the air and heading straight to Earth. Watching the scene, Sevens felt he really wasn't good at educating children and lacked a talent for it. Now that he had tried to steal a chicken, but ended up losing rice, he pondered that if he and Anu had a son in the future, it would be better to raise him freely. Thinking this, Sevens couldn't help but laugh, feeling it was a good idea. The entire Ultraman transformed into a beam of light and flew out of Mars towards the Mike team base. As it turned out, even though Xia Yan was not here, his influence still persisted. Not only that, but it seemed to be developing into the source of all evil. Not long after Zhu Xingtuan returned to the Mike team base, he received a call from Anu, and as soon as he answered, her anxious voice came through. Tuan, Uli has giantized. Hurry over. What? The shocked Zhu Xingtuan's expression changed slightly as he immediately took out the Ultraman glasses. I'm on my way. Anu had the communicator he specially prepared for her, and, after hanging up, Zhu Xingtuan was about to close the office door to transform when Junko Shirakawa rushed in. Captain, the radar detected energy fluctuations from a giant alien. Hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan's expression darkened. If the Mike team also moved out, what if they accidentally killed Uli? But the Mike team had already learned of the news, and it wouldn't make sense to stop the team members from moving out. With this thought, he felt an immense headache. After pondering for a moment, he sternly issued an order. Notify the whole team. Upon arriving at the destination, do not attack. I have special information that this time the alien is friendly. After finishing his words, Zhu Xingtuan waited for Junko Shirakawa to leave, then slammed the door shut, darkening his face as he placed the Ultraman glasses on his eyes and pressed down. Damn it, Uli was fine before. How could he suddenly giantize? All of this stemmed from those few assignments, and the culprit, Xia Yan, was currently preparing to deal with someone. Chapter 129. The world is inherently unfair. Xia Yan still didn't realize that he had unintentionally achieved another World Destroyer achievement. At this moment, he used a wishing red ball to learn the location of a certain person and then transformed into a beam of light to strangle them around the neck. As for where he learned this operation, one would have to ask that silver-winged old mystic. Therefore, Xia Yan also didn't go in his main body, but instead used a secondary account. That's right, it was another energy clone. His main body didn't have time to continue wandering around. He had acquired too many skills, and if he didn't level up, their power would be very limited. Just mastering power without corresponding techniques is manageable in the short term. But once he encounters some special enemies, the lack of skill could very likely lead to failure. The experience of the Mountain God of War serves as a warning. Using an ultimate body with poor combat skills. If it weren't for the galaxy's initial appearance coming from the future, which raised its limits infinitely, it would have long been rendered useless by the light of the Hall. Later, the galaxy, transformed by the light of the Hall, without the support of the main body, was completely inadequate. Xia Yan didn't want to become a powerful being like an LED light Ultraman, but without knowing how to utilize his strength. At this time, his main body stayed in the blank space, constantly leveling up various skills while simultaneously using an energy clone to roam around outside. After all, although the energy clone was a secondary identity, it possessed all the abilities of his main body. The only difference might be that the energy clone remained in its old version at the time of its appearance, while the main body kept updating and evolving. However, this wasn't a big issue. If the secondary identity couldn't solve a problem, he could just switch to the main body to handle it. Xia Yan transformed into an energy clone, using his miniaturization ability to shrink to a few micrometers, becoming a light sphere that swiftly flew through the air while concealing his presence. This way, he was not afraid of being captured by cameras. Almost every human on this planet possesses the genes of ancient warriors, and some individuals have these genes more concentrated, making them different from ordinary people. For instance, everyone in the victory team is basically a prominent example of ancient genes. Kamiya K is the first female captain in the history of Ultraman special effects, and she has a strong sense of responsibility. Her excellent observation skills allow her to make calm judgments in emergencies and provide instructions to her subordinates. In the past, she served as the head of science and the deputy captain of the Defense Forces Special Operations Unit. Beyond these apparent qualities, Kamiya K is also a descendant of the Yuan, possessing a particularly rich ancient warrior gene. Kirai is an excellent scientist, while Neru is a genius in computers, both showing great potential for development. One is suited for transforming scientific knowledge into relevant skills, while the other may potentially develop extraordinary abilities like X. Daigo has already become the human form of Tiga, and he might even be a reincarnated Tiga. Xia Yan didn't want to simply merge with him, making Daigo subconsciously reliant on him, and then ruin the skill-enhancing second unit of Tiga. He still hoped to create something brilliant. As for the non-drinker Minazawa, the deceased pilot Shinjo, and the auxiliary member Rina, these three are considered secondary candidates. Just like the old mystic Noah selecting suitable candidates, Xia Yan also did not randomly choose someone to use the light bond to strangle. The members of the victory team are considered preparatory human forms, and the first choice of personnel must be even more exceptional individuals. In a shabby single accommodation, the room does not look big overall, resembling a dormitory rented by workers. With a living space of about 20 square meters, there are no sofas, coffee tables, or refrigerators in this room. There's only a bulky old television, and even the computer is of an outdated model. The iron-framed double bed is placed against the wall, and a simple, low table serves as the dining area. Benches? There are none. It is hard to imagine this is the place where a superhuman has lived for years, yet it is indeed so. Although the room appears very simple, it is not cluttered with garbage or clothes thrown around, indicating that the occupant is not in despair. At this moment, by the low table, a bespectacled young man in an old brown coat is holding a large bowl of instant noodles, eating while looking at the television. Kirinoya Makoto can predict others' thoughts and the events that will happen in the future, but since the incidents from years ago, he has not used this ability again. This is likely the reason for his current state of poverty. His early dropout from school due to those events has made it difficult for him to find work now. At this moment, the bulky television screen is broadcasting an interview with Kamiya K, conducted by a female host. Friends of Humanity, unraveling the mystery of the giants. Are they our heroes? The titles in the broadcast make Kirinoya pause his slurping of noodles. The voices of the female host and Kamiya K talking come from the old television. The giant that suddenly appeared before us. I heard you call this giant Tiga Ultraman. Captain Kamiya, is this giant our friend? Is there a possibility that he might pose a threat to humanity? Tiga Ultraman possesses powers unimaginable to us humans. As for where he came from, the victory team is investigating, but we all agree that Ultraman's appearance is to protect humanity. Kirinoya suddenly feels that the large bowl of noodles in his hands has lost its flavor. His gaze is fixed on Tiga on the television, instinctively activating the ability he hasn't used for years. His vision seems to penetrate layers of obstruction, seeing Daigo within the giant's body. Memories from years ago resurface in his mind, and he feels an imbalance within himself. If he had not witnessed Daigo's treatment, he could have endured the unfairness. But why? Both possess special abilities, and both are eager to help others. Yet the final outcomes are completely different. Putting down the bowl of noodles in his hand, Kirinoya, filled with complex emotions, has no appetite to continue eating. He picks up the remote control and turns off the television, feeling an overwhelming sense of dejection at that moment. Lying on the floor and staring at the ceiling, memories of past experiences flood his mind. He even feels jealousy towards Daigo, and a sense of unwillingness fills him completely. Everything feels so unfair. As Kirinoya continues to think, he should be emotionally stirred due to his wavering spirit, but instead, he begins to feel increasingly drowsy. Until his eyelids droop down and he falls into a deep sleep, a flash of red and white light shines upon him at that moment. The intense light floods into the room, enveloping Kirinoya completely, as if a light bond is silently tightening around his neck. Chapter 130, Earthling. Open your eyes at the same time. Xia Yan finds Kirinoya Makoto and uses the light bond. The duo of Daigo and Shinjo is conducting their daily aerial patrol as usual. Ever since they were beaten up by Ultraman last time, Daigo has been training hard. Unfortunately, even though he can transform into Tiga now, his body is still that of an ordinary human. Unlike Haugen, who not only has exceptional endurance, but also unparalleled combat talent. So after several days, even though Daigo has been working hard to enhance his physical fitness, the results remain minimal. The gap between them is like the universe at their fingertips. Thinking about how Haugen achieves results in a day shows how absurd it is. The Victory Falcon breaks through the clouds, with Daigo holding the control stick and Shinjo sitting behind him. Remembering something, Daigo slightly turns his head to ask Shinjo behind him, "Any news on Jeep number 3 yet?" In this new era of technological development, people's sights are no longer limited to Earth, and they have begun to explore the universe. Sigh, still no clues, Shinjo replies with a worried tone, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. It's been 2 months since we last heard from them, after they went to Jupiter for exploration. At this point, Shinjo stops speaking, harboring uneasy speculations in his heart, but refraining from voicing them, fearing that his crow's mouth might bring about misfortune. Daigo inquires about Shinjo for the same reason, his own unease. As the two are conversing, the detection device on the Victory Falcon suddenly emits an alarm beep. A red dot on the display screen is rapidly approaching Earth. What is this? Contact headquarters immediately. As Newtown and Daegu contacted the Victory Team headquarters to describe the unidentified flying object. The massive object resembling an aerospace rocket had already broken through the Earth's atmosphere and was plummeting headfirst towards the ground. The composite monster Ligadron was originally an emotionless and formless unknown energy entity wandering in the universe, suspected to be one of the earliest Sphia synthetic beasts. It attached itself to Gypta 3 and 3 astronauts, reading their emotions and knowledge to create the current physical monster. It came to Earth in search of energy, specifically targeting the high-purity energy stored at the Space Development Bureau, thanks to the knowledge of astronaut Dr. Jiangqi. When the Victory Team notified the Space Development Bureau to use the defense system DCS against Ligadron, on the other side, Xia Yan had completely entered the body of Kirino Makoto at this moment. Previously, he used psychic powers to silently put Kirino Makoto into a deep sleep. It seemed that due to the influence of energy, his own super-ancient genes became active, further enhancing his superpowers, resulting in the formation of phantoms of the things Kirino Makoto was thinking about. The young Kirino, wearing glasses, was pushed to the ground by a group of peers, with blood flowing from his nostrils. When he looked in disbelief at those peers who had once kindly reminded him, he was met with countless accusations. "I got beaten up after I went home yesterday. It must be because of you and your bad luck. You're such a monster. If you hadn't said I would be caught skipping class, I definitely wouldn't have lost points. You cursed person. Get out of school. Monster. You're not welcome here." The young Kirino got up from the ground, terrified, wanting to explain, "I didn't mean to. I just knew about those things in advance with my superpowers. I'm human too." However, no matter how he explained, not everyone could remain calm in the face of the unknown. People instinctively reject such unknowns. The young Kirino was pushed down to the ground again, his glasses falling into the mud. He tried to reach out to pick them up, but the surrounding peers closed in, kicking the glasses away while kicking Kirino's body. This caused Kirino to roll over in the opposite direction. Just as his aura was becoming increasingly dark due to these images, a strong red and white light dispersed everything. At this moment, Kirino Makoto's spiritual consciousness was met with a massive red and white light sphere. Before he could react to what was happening, he collided with the huge light sphere. What is this? The only thing he could do was instinctively cry out in terror. After crashing into the light sphere, his spiritual consciousness floated while the blinding light shone on his face. At this moment, it seemed that a powerful bass sound echoed within a dark red flowing light passage. As Kirino Makoto widened his eyes and looked ahead in panic, at the end of his line of sight was a red and white light mass, rapidly approaching him. What is that? With Kirino Makoto's involuntary exclamation, the red and white light mass stopped in front of him. A strong light burst forth, and as the red energy core appeared, stripes slowly outlined the figure of a giant. The silver-red ultra body emitted a faint glow as the giant lowered its head, looking at Kirino Makoto. In an instant, the entire scene transformed into a white curtain. Whoosh! In reality, Kirino Makoto, lying on the ground, suddenly sat up straight, drenched in sweat. Looking at his familiar room, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it was just a dream. But suddenly, he felt as if he was holding something in his hand, and when he brought it to his eyes, the silver beta magic wand came into view. This was, of course, a transformation device temporarily conjured by Xia Yan, just for show. In reality, now that he and Kirino Makoto were one, he could transform however he wanted. The transformation device was a calling device. When Kirino Makoto pressed it, Xia Yan would control his body to unleash energy for transformation. This was the normal process. As for abnormal situations, that would be when Xia Yan forcibly seized the body's authority to transform, like how Zero controls others to transform. Not to mention, After merging into Kirino Makoto's body, Xia Yan realized he had underestimated the genes of the super ancient warriors. For superpowered individuals like Kirino Makoto, they only needed light energy to evolve. This meant that when Kirino Makoto transformed, Xia Yan could directly obtain the light energy of an unknown giant. This change made him feel that his plan for the light bond needed some slight adjustments. While Xia Yan was secretly pondering here at that moment, Tonya Makoto was staring at the beta magic wand in his hand, his expression astonished as his eyes gradually widened. Thinking of something, Tonya instinctively activated his superpower, and the beta magic wand in his sight transformed into the giant he had just seen. That scene was still so shocking that he couldn't help but murmur, "Why did you choose me?" Meanwhile, on the other side, when the composite monster Ligadron appeared, it was accompanied by 3 astronauts. Chapter 131. Ultraman must be a good person. Why did you choose me? Of course, it was because of the superpower of foresight, and now there's an unknown light energy added. However, Xia Yan would definitely not tell this to Tonya, and while Tonya Makoto could see human thoughts, he couldn't perceive Ultraman's thoughts. At this moment, Xia Yan was contemplating whether to act like Noah, the old mystic, and put on a riddle-like persona to make others think deeply. After thinking about it, he felt it wasn't his style, so he decided against it. He just needed to be a bit more restrained now, not to subconsciously trick others like he did with Feng Yuan. After all, he had to maintain his image. Moreover, he wasn't very familiar with Tonya Makoto yet. It wouldn't be good if he made him explode with frustration. With this thought, as Xia Yan's mind shifted, he decided to use the new ability he had just obtained to experience what it felt like. The ability to foresee the future was very powerful and also had the effect of seeing through others' inner thoughts. This indirectly caused a leap in the evolution of his other ability, keen perception, transforming it into a power akin to a third eye. At this moment, as the ability was activated, the scene near Kashima Beach came into his view. It was also the place where the TPC's Space Development Bureau stored high-purity energy. The monster Ligadron, as if returning home, headed straight towards the place where the energy was stored with an unusual familiarity. Seeing this, Xia Yan's thoughts stirred slightly, but he quickly dismissed the notion with a hint of disdain. Although it was said to be a high-purity energy stored by TPC for the next century, since it was a material-based energy, it was still weaker than Spium 133, making it unnecessary to go after such a trivial amount. In the visual, the Victory Swift Falcon No. 1 and No. 2 fighter jets fired green beams at Ligadolin, which, aside from producing some sparks, did not make it pause even for a moment. It was as if it was merely scratching an itch. Regardless of how the 2 Victory Swift Falcon jets attacked, Ligadolin completely ignored them, focused solely on its meal. Its body was transformed from Jeep No. 3, and as a manned spacecraft capable of navigating the universe, TPC naturally used the best materials from Earth for its construction. Thus, Ligadolin now had exceptionally high defenses. Even the Space Development Bureau's countermeasures, activating the Defense Control System, DCS, were skillfully neutralized by Ligadolin. Since the DCS was set up by astronaut Dr. Jiangqi, it was ineffective against Ligadolin at this moment. After absorbing the high-purity energy, it even chose to ignore the missiles launched by the Victory team, instead shooting upwards like a rocket, with its lower body spewing large amounts of white smoke into the sky. Xia Yan is now using his precognition ability, synchronizing the scene to the line of sight of Kirino Makio, just like the evolution believers of Naxos. This startled Kirino Makio, who looked at everything happening in the scene and said in disbelief, "Ultraman, do you want me to deal with it?" But Instinctively, Kirino Makio felt some resistance. Despite being chosen by Ultraman, he still hadn't overcome those shadows in his heart. Xia Yan heard him and turned his gaze to Tonya Mofu, recalling the negative emotional energy he absorbed from him during their fusion. Although he could ensure that Tonya wouldn't fall into darkness, Xia Yan couldn't brainwash others. So Tonya still had to rely on his own mental strength to understand and see through things. Of course, Xia Yan wasn't a serious Ultraman, and he didn't require Tonya to refrain from retaliating after suffering unfair treatment. As long as Tonya didn't go to extremes, a little venting was not a concern. As for the victim being Daegu, what did that have to do with Xia Yan? Anyway, when he first arrived, he had already given Daegu a dose of care from his senior, and they had agreed to practice together again afterward. Now this could be seen as fulfilling their previous agreement. Daegu would definitely not mind. The red indicator light on the silver beta magic wand flickered slightly, conveying a message from Xia Yan. Essentially, it meant to follow your own heart's desire. You can do whatever you want. Upon receiving this message, Tonya Mofu felt a surge of emotion. looking down at the beta magic wand in his hand with mixed feelings. He had never been so cared for as an Ultraman, and at this moment, his eyes were touched, feeling a sense of being protected. His mind also wavered slightly as he gazed out the window with a complex expression. Sunlight streamed through the glass, brightening the dim room, and the beta magic wand in his hand sparkled under the sunlight, as if radiating light to illuminate his world. Since he was chosen by Ultraman, he thought to himself, let us take a look first. With this thought in mind, Tonya once again used his ability subjectively to foresee what kind of existence this monster was. The images in his vision shifted rapidly. The figures of UltramanLeo 3 and the 3 astronauts appeared, along with an unknown life form, and he also saw the 3 astronauts appearing in front of their respective families. There were scenes of covering his mother with a blanket on the hospital bed, accompanying his son to play soccer, and reuniting with his wife. These war moments. Legadolin was an emotionless being. Human emotions were something it could not comprehend, due to the 3 astronauts longing for their families. When Legadolin absorbed high-purity energy, the energy fluctuations briefly manifested their spiritual consciousness in front of their families, only to disappear shortly after. Witnessing this scene, Tonya was moved and hesitated for a moment before choosing to go outside. Victory Team Headquarters. After receiving news from Staff Officer Nanyang, Ijima K had just returned to the command room when Shinjo stormed in, visibly displeased, and questioned loudly. Captain, I heard that the Space Development Agency is looking for the families of the astronauts from Japuta number 3 to inquire about the situation. Is this true? Ijima K looked at Shinjo with slight surprise. Didn't T-Staff Officer Nanyang say to keep it confidential? How did everyone get related information? Seeing that Ijima K didn't respond, Shinjo pressed on, leaning his hands on the conference table. The monster that appeared today, is it related to Japuta number 3? Captain, realizing that Shinjo likely already knew the details, Ijima K felt there was no need to hide it anymore. So she calmly explained, the matter regarding Japuta no. 3 is under the jurisdiction of the Space Development Agency. We have no authority to inquire about it. Shinjo was the type of person full of passion, and upon hearing this, he intended to turn and leave. Then I'm going to find them now. Wait. Ijima K, seeing him so impulsive, quickly stood up to stop her teammate, speaking sternly. The Space Development Agency has their own procedures, and we have our own ways. In the face of Shinjo's angry gaze, Ijima K's expression was severe. We can never interfere with the tasks of the Space Development Agency for any reason. Chapter 132. Hello. Diga Ultraman outside the Victory Team command room. Diga noticed Shinjo's low spirits and followed him out. Shinjo leaned his arms on the railing, his tone somber as he said, they just don't understand how worried the astronauts' families are. Daegu, I feel like I'm losing something precious. Kindness, gentleness, and thoughtfulness. These wonderful qualities that belong to us humans seem to be slowly fading away. Hearing this, Daegu wanted to comfort Shinjo, but suddenly a voice, as if through telepathy, echoed in Daegu's mind. Hello, Daegu. Or perhaps I should call you Diga Ultraman. I hope to talk to you. After merging with Xia Yan, Tonya's ancient warrior genes had further developed. Now, while foreseeing other people's images, he could also initiate a private conversation similar to telepathy. The unfamiliar voice that suddenly appeared in Daegu's mind startled him. His identity being exposed made Daegu instinctively question, who are you? Don't worry. Tonya's calm voice continued to resonate in Daegu's mind. This is a private conversation between you and me. No one else can hear it. Daegu's strange reaction caught Shinjo's attention, and he asked with a puzzled look, what's wrong, Daegu? Hearing Tonya's words, Daegu sighed with relief and quickly explained to Shinjo, it's nothing, Shinjo. I have something to take care of. I'll talk to you later. After saying this, Daegu turned and jogged away, and after running a short distance, he lowered his voice and asked, who are you, and how do you know my identity? Shinjo watched Daegu's distant figure with a sense of loss, thinking to himself, has our friendship faded? Daegu didn't even comfort him. He wasn't like this before. However, at this moment, Daegu had no mind to care about Shinjo's feelings, still persistently asking who Tonya was. Unfortunately, Tonya didn't answer this question, only saying in a flat tone, I think we should meet in person. I'm waiting for you at the shopping center in Area K. By the way, the monster won't appear again so soon. You have plenty of time to transform and come. If you don't want to know about this monster-s information, you don't have to come. But Tonya's voice trailed off as he ended the private conversation with Daegu. It turned out that the personality of Ultraman, to some extent, could affect the human host. Even though Xia Yan hadn't done anything at the moment, it still made Tonya subconsciously play the riddle person. So no matter how much Dega pressed, Tonya's voice didn't respond again, which made him very frustrated. Damn it, why did you stop in the middle of the sentence? Daiku, feeling somewhat annoyed, thought that since the other party was able to know his identity and had information about the monster, he must go and check it out. With this in mind, he ran into the restroom, took out the transformation device, and pressed it directly. A beam of light shot out from the headquarters of the victory team. Meanwhile, waiting at the shopping mall, Kirino hung up his private call with Daiku and looked at the beta magic wand in his hand. Should I do it according to my own thoughts? But what if my thoughts are wrong? Kirino couldn't sense Natsuhiko's inner thoughts, but Natsuhiko could perceive his. He gave no hints about this, believing that what others said was ultimately not as thorough as his own thoughts. He could help change a temporary detour, but he couldn't help for a lifetime. Moreover, deep down in Kirino's heart, there still existed a kind light, merely buried for now, just needing an opportunity to shine again. Not long after, Daiku, dressed in a victory team uniform, hurried over. Holding a helmet, he scanned the crowd, trying to identify who it was. I'm behind you. It seems you really want to know about the monster. The familiar voice echoed in his mind again, prompting Daiku to suddenly turn around. His gaze passed through the bustling crowd and locked onto a bespectacled young man who was also looking at him. His hand instinctively rested on his waist, ready to draw the victory hypergun he was wearing. Kirino Makoto, seeing this action, showed no signs of panic on his face and calmly replied, "You don't need to be so nervous. I'm not an alien, just a bit special." Using telepathy, he easily saw Daiku's thoughts and added, "You just need to answer in your heart, and we can communicate." Upon hearing this, Daiku withdrew his hand from his waist and looked at Kirino. Realizing something, he was astonished in his heart. Could it be that you are a psychic? Kirino was slightly surprised by Daiku's trusting attitude. You're quite nice. You are the second person to believe in me so readily. I think I've met the right person. As people walked back and forth between them, Kirino's gaze met Daiku's. The voices in others' hearts and the things that are about to happen are completely unrelated to my own will. However, when I let go of my restrictions, I can know them all, including. While speaking, Kirino and Daiku locked eyes, his tone filled with certainty. You are the true identity of Ultraman Tiga. The combination of mind reading and the ability to foresee the future was also the reason why Natsuhiko chose Kirino first. This combination was simply too appealing, making others seem inferior in comparison. At that moment, he was secretly watching from a place unseen by the two, quietly enjoying the drama, changing the predetermined trajectory of the world and allowing others to shine as well. There is no Ultraman more compassionate than me. At this time, Daiku looked at Kirino Makoto and urgently asked, what about the monster that appeared? What's going on with it? Compared to Daiku's current anxiety, Kirino seemed to be unconcerned. How about we make a choice? No, to be precise. I want to see what you will do. As he spoke, Kirino turned slightly, looking up at the endless sky amidst Daiku's puzzled gaze. Ligurdrin is a monster form from the devouring of Jeep number 3. And within it are 3 astronauts who have survived stubbornly by longing for their families. What? Daiku's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Kirino turned to look at him, his gaze filled with intrigue, and spoke with deep meaning. I can already see the future. When your victory team eliminates the monster Ligurdrin to protect the Earth, the 3 astronauts and their families will forever be separated, suffering the pain of parting. So Daiku is Ultraman Tiga, what will you choose? This direct question pierced Daiku's soul, leaving him in silence. If they eliminate the monster Ligurdrin, it would mean separating the 3 astronauts from their families. But if they don't eliminate it, would that mean allowing the monster to destroy the Earth? Daiku found himself in a dilemma, and just at that moment, his handheld PDI communicator rang. Upon opening it, a communication video from Zhongfang popped up. Daiku, where are you right now? Return to base immediately for preparations. Chapter 133. Don't say anything, shut up. Every Ultraman cannot escape the law of transforming in secluded places. The restroom is the sacred place for transformations. Daiku emerged from the restroom of the victory team headquarters, feeling unsettled as he hurried into the command room. A group of people gathered around the conference table, discussing how to deal with Ligurdrin and the 3 astronauts. There were Commander Nanyuan, Keiji Ujina, and Reiko Kashimura, who was in charge of logistics. The screen displayed blurry footage of Dr. Jiangxi and the others when their physical bodies still existed, explaining the origins of the monster Ligurdrin. Witnessing this scene, Daiku felt a complex mix of emotions as he recalled the words of that person. The current Ligurdrin had already destroyed the bodies of the 3 astronauts, leaving only their spiritual consciousness, which survived thanks to their longing for their families. with Daiku still in the novice stage. He had yet to figure out how Tiga should operate, making it difficult to find solution. In other words, Tiga certainly had the skills to solve the problem, but Daiku didn't know what Tiga had, let alone how to use them. As for the earlier battle against Galzambelba, that was Tiga's revived body fighting on his behalf. His current situation was akin to holding a wizard-ass wand without a manual. Yet there was a claim that it was the strongest in its red form, and then Natsuhiko came over and beat him up in a fight, leading Daiku to lean more towards the warrior aspect. Just as he was lost in thought, pondering a solution with a complex expression, Zhongfang approached Ujina and reported, "Captain, the monster has appeared again, heading towards the Tsuruzaki power plant." This news stunned everyone. Meanwhile, Commander Nanyuan, who was on the phone, hung up and turned to Ujina and the victory team members, his expression grave as he said, "The formal order to eliminate the monster has been issued." "I understand." Ujina lowered his gaze upon hearing this. As the captain of the victory team, while he also wished to find a better solution, the monster had to be eliminated. Seeing this scene, Shinjo felt it was hard to accept and looked at Commander Nanyuan, unable to help but exclaim, "Commander, are we really going to fight against the 3 astronauts?" Eliminating the monster Ligadrin would mean sacrificing the 3 astronauts, whose families were still waiting for them to return. With an incredibly serious expression, Commander Nanyuan scanned the victory team members, his tone becoming uncompromising. "Our battle target is the cosmic monster that invades and disrupts the peace of Earth. Victory team, move out." Nanyuan had always been the representative of the moderate faction. He also knew that eliminating the monster would sacrifice the astronauts. But now was not the time to consider personal feelings. If they allowed the monster to run rampant on Earth, it would lead to even more broken families. On the other side, at the mountaintop near the Tsuruzaki power plant, Kirino, or should we call him Kirino Natsuhiko? After all, the two of them are in a state of being one and the same. Once Ultraman performs this operation, he and his human form become indistinguishable. Xia Yan is now Kirino, and Kirino is also Xia Yan. The monster Ligadolin descends to Earth like a giant rocket, hammering its head down. With a loud thud, its head, which has a yellow eye, crashes into the ground, bending it. If this were any other monster, it would surely be in immense pain, its head buzzing, but for Ligadolin, it is nothing at all. Just from the material's defensive capabilities, Xia Yan feels like he wants to go to TPC and have a weapon made for himself. The reason the last katana was so effective, cleaving through that demon's horn, was due to the sole power of Ida Jinryu. Generally, ordinary weapons find it difficult to harm giant monsters, since such creatures are always tough-skinned and resilient. Ligadolin's head and single eye on top evolve from the cockpit of Jeep number 3, its arms resembling wings, while its legs make up the rear part of the spaceship. As for its tail, Xia Yan can't figure out where it comes from for now. With Ligadolin appearing again, the victory team also quickly mobilizes. Rina, Horiguchi, and the commander, Munakata, board the FIA number 2 fighter jet, while the duo from the crash team continues to pilot FIA number 1 as usual. Daigu is still lost in thought, gripping the fighter's control stick when he senses his teammates' unusual expressions. It is then that he remembers Nishijo's previous words and can't help but speak to comfort him. Nishijo? No need to say more. Nishijo stops Daigu's words, his eyes filled with reluctance, but his expression has now become determined. As a member of the victory team, even if I have to fight them, I will definitely complete my mission. Hearing this, Daigu feels a pang of sympathy. Just as he is contemplating whether to stop the victory team and let Ligadolin go while thinking of other solutions, Kirino's telepathic voice echoes in Daigu's mind again. "Do you want to let the monster Ligadolin go? Then you must consider the consequences of doing so. The Tsuruzaki power plant supplies 60% of the electricity for the entire Kanto region. If it is destroyed and Ligadolin absorbs the energy, the cities in this area will be plunged into paralysis in an instant." Hearing this familiar voice, Daigu's expression changes slightly, and the next words from Kirino make him grip the fighter's control stick a little tighter. Then Kirino continues to elaborate. Without the convenience brought by electricity, who knows how many people will face difficulties in life, and how many will be unemployed, and a long list of serious consequences gradually overwhelms Daigu, making him unable to help but shout in his heart, "Ah, you're so annoying." Daigu, caught in a dilemma, feels an intense headache at this moment. Xia Yan watched this scene, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth, thinking to himself that he had indeed found the right human form, one that suited his taste. He had never considered that Ultraman's personality might influence the human form to some extent. His gaze shifted to the monster Ligadron, which had already arrived between 2 power towers. Its wing-like arms swung, directly severing the power lines between the two towers. All obstacles in front of Ligadron were ruthlessly smashed to pieces. The residential buildings along the way did not escape unscathed. Even the cars on the ground were flattened under Ligadron's massive feet. Fortunately, when this monster appeared, TPC Security Bureau Director Yoshioka had led a special operations team to evacuate the civilians from the area early on. Currently, Ligadron was about 10 kilometers away from the Tsurizaki power plant, while two fighter jets roared through the sky. Xia Yan looked up at the Victory Falcon now. 1 and number 2, focusing mainly on number 1. His gaze seemed to pierce through obstacles to see inside where Dagu was, and he smiled. Dagu, can you do it? Can you solve this? Chapter 134. How to transform without crashing. The two Victory Falcons unleashed laser skinning on Ligadron. Although they only produced a few sparks and couldn't break through its defenses, the fierce firepower of the two aircraft still managed to block its advance. This prompted Ligadron, who was focused on absorbing energy and devouring, to immediately counterattack. Its claw-like wings closed in, releasing a stream of blue destructive light. As expected, the Victory Falcon number 1, piloted by the Crash duo, was hit on the side by this blue beam, causing black smoke to billow. Dagu and Shinjo, piloting Victory Falcon number 1, began to slide down towards the ground, both screaming in the cockpit as the aircraft plowed far along the ground. However, midway through, Shinjo lost consciousness due to the impact, leaving only Dagu, who continued to yell until the aircraft finally came to a stop, at which point he was still wide-eyed and silent in shock. In the command room of the Victory Team headquarters, the logistics officer, Reiko Kakamura, felt her blood pressure rising as she watched this scene. She turned to her colleague, Megumi Izuka, frowning and questioning. Are Dagu and Shinjo really ace pilots? They've only been fighting the monster for a short while, and now they're both crashing again. Kakamura didn't say that aircraft couldn't crash, but her intuition told her that these two had issues. The speed of the crash was simply too fast. Losses in battle were inevitable. Izuka made a brief excuse for Dagu and Shinjo, and then shifted the topic, giving instructions to Munakata. Normal attacks are ineffective. Look for a chance to use the Texas cannon. After some time of maintenance and adjustments, the super powerful beam of Victory Falcon number 2 was ready to be used again. Understood, Munakata responded, observing Ligadron from the cockpit of Victory Falcon number 2. Kawai, switch the firepower to super powerful mode. Lena, be ready to dodge the monster's attacks. Yes, as Lena and Kawai quickly executed the orders. The front part of Victory Falcon number 2 transformed into a U shape, exposing the cannon mouth. Seeing that only one aircraft remained in the air, Ligadron closed its claws again and released a blue destructive beam. However, Lena was much more reliable than Shinjo. Victory Falcon No. 2 flipped to the side to evade the attack. Seeing this, Munakata immediately shouted, now, fire the super powerful beam. Kawai pressed the attack control stick button, and a cylindrical yellow beam shot out from the U-shaped cannon of Victory Falcon number 2. Just as Ligadron finished releasing its destructive beam, it entered a brief cool-down period, and Munakata seized this opportunity to give a command. The yellow cylindrical super powerful beam struck Ligadron, causing it to stagger and sparks to fly. Yet, there was no follow-up. Even the super powerful beam capable of one-shotting the unicorn Gakuma failed to break Ligadron's defenses. It had some effect, but not much. Just as the three in the cockpit of Victory Falcon number 2 were momentarily stunned by the situation, Ligadron immediately closed its claws again and released another blue beam. The electrical light shot towards them. Despite Lena's efforts to dodge, the tail of the aircraft was hit by the beam. As alarms blared and black smoke erupted, Victory Falcon number 2 began to slide down towards the ground, following the same fate as Victory Falcon number 1. Munakata, Lena, and Kawai screamed in fear, but fortunately, no one was seriously injured in the crash. They only sustained minor injuries, but both aircraft suffered significant damage, especially for Victory Falcon number 2, which had just been repaired and crashed again shortly after its debut. Reiko Kakamura, responsible for logistics, was likely feeling quite distressed at this moment. On the mountaintop, Xia Yan watched the two aircraft land and couldn't help but smile. The crash frequency of the Victory Falcons might rival that of Team Ike's. He looked towards the position where Dagu was, seemingly ignoring the distance, and seeing him drag Shinjo out of the aircraft. At this moment, Dagu was still unaware of his actions, all while Xia Yan observed. After safely placing the unconscious Shinjo, he noticed that Victory Falcon number 2 had also crashed. He unzipped his team uniform and pulled out the godlight stick. As he grasped the godlight stick, its wings spread open, and the gem in the center emitted a golden lightning. with a slight twist of his waist and a swing of his arm. Dagu raised the godlight stick high above his head. A strong white light erupted. The figure of Diga suddenly appeared, flipping in the air and landing in a combat stance. Huh! Diga let out a battle cry as he charged towards the monster Ligadron. He kicked off and delivered a side kick, using his own several tons of weight to strike Ligadron hard. However, Ligadron was unaffected, merely staggering slightly as Diga was knocked back by the recoil and fell to the ground. As Ligadron's claws came crashing down, Diga quickly got up to dodge, then engaged Ligadron in combat. However, his punches couldn't inflict much damage on Ligadron. Ligadron swung its claw-like wings, delivering a powerful blow to Diga's face, sending him flying. Just as Diga rolled on the ground and was about to stand up, Ligadron's single yellow eye on its head released a massive energy burst. A terrifying explosion erupted around Diga. Amidst the flames, Diga crossed his arms, intending to block, but accidentally activated the skill Ultra X-shaped defense barrier. The blue X-shaped energy flashed, and Diga narrowly blocked the attack, though he was somewhat confused about how he had used the skill so easily. However, dealing with Ligadron was the priority, and he didn't have time to think too much. He crossed his fists at his forehead crystal, ready to switch to his red form, but suddenly recalled Xia Yan's previous words, causing him to hesitate. If he switched to red form, what if he accidentally killed Ligadron? As he hesitated, Ligadron's claws closed again, releasing a blue destructive beam. It struck Diga's chest, causing sparks to flare and knocking him off balance. Yet, this time Ligadron unleashed multiple beams in quick succession from its closed claws. Diga's body was repeatedly hit by the explosions. The members of the victory team gathered on the ground, watched this scene with tense expressions. Lena, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "Why is Diga giving up on transforming?" Perhaps. Munakata observed the scene, scanning the other team members, but only Dagu was absent. He looked at Diga and said, "Diga knows that there are still 3 astronauts inside Ligadron." Chapter 135 The Inner Light never extinguishes. Being able to become the vice captain of the victorious team and possessing outstanding command skills like Kamen Rider, Mukai can also see something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically called Dagu back to the team. A few days ago, when Hashikawa made that remark, both the captain and the director had already guessed the truth of the matter, but everyone tacitly kept it to themselves. Shinshiro is still in a coma, and Hashikawa, watching Tiga hesitate when facing Ligadron, feels a renewed suspicion in his heart. Rina, somewhat anxious, shouted, "Don't hold back any longer. Fight back, Tiga. Quickly fight back." Dagu, controlling Tiga, did not feel reinvigorated by Rina's shout. At this moment, he was being struck repeatedly by Ligadron's dual claws, and the gaze from the bulb fortuitously activated the Ultra Eye. Seeing through Ligadron's mechanical exterior, his vision revealed 3 astronauts struggling as spiritual entities. What should I do? Do I really have to eliminate this monster? But I want to protect humanity. Destroying it would harm these 3 astronauts. A ringing sound echoed, and the energy meter on Tiga's chest began to flash red. Up on the mountaintop, Kono noticed this scene and turned away with a sense of disappointment. It seems you can't make a choice either. With a loud crash, Tiga was slammed to the ground by Ligadron, and the scene was synchronized to Kono's sight by Shinhiko. Kono halted in his tracks. This scene was exactly like when he was pushed down into the mud by his peers back in the day. Those accusatory voices seemed to echo in his ears again. "Monster! You are a monster! Monster!" Ligadron kicked Tiga on the head, sending Kono's glasses flying in his memory. Holding the beta magic stick in his hand, he couldn't help but grip it tightly, his heart unable to suppress his feelings. However, as Kono recalled being kicked and rolling over, Tiga was also sent tumbling by Ligadron's kick. The boy picked up his glasses from the mud, put them on, and looked up at the sky, shouting, "But I am human. I also have feelings." The power of his soul broke through the dark clouds. The silver beta magic stick was raised high above Kono's head, and the genes of the ancient warrior surged rapidly within him. A brilliant golden light erupted instantly. At this moment, Tiga fell to the ground, flashing red lights, struggling to rise but powerless due to a lack of energy. Ligadron's claws came together, ready to unleash a destructive beam towards Tiga, when a silver giant foot suddenly appeared in its line of sight. "Taku!" A deep ultra battle cry resounded, and the giant radiated white, flowing light, delivering a powerful kick. Sparks flew as Ligadron was knocked down, its mechanical body rolling on the ground. Shinhiko, who had landed, did not perform any earth-shattering maneuvers, only stirring up some dust at his feet. As the light on the ultra body faded, perhaps due to Kono's ancient warrior genes, he exhibited a new form. A vertical, diamond-shaped, golden crystal particle appeared on his forehead, and his silver body took on a strong biological texture, resembling not smooth skin like a suit, but rather an appearance like wearing a layer of armor. The joints in his legs, arms, and fingers were very pronounced, with red stripes resembling flowing blood like magma imprinted on his body. Rather than saying it was Shinhiko's Ultraman form, it was more like Kono's Ultraman form. Though Kono could not transform, he was being replaced by Shinhiko to become giant-sized. However, after completing the transformation, this form allowed Shinhiko to change even when alone. Looking at Tiga, Shinhiko instantly foresaw the future situation, knowing that even after he supplemented Tiga with energy, Tiga's still wound T used the method to restore the 3 astronauts. Great, Daegu can't be relied upon now. Noticing Ligadron's attack coming, Shinhiko did not even turn his head, swiftly executing a side kick. The kick made Ligadron stagger. Realizing that it did not break through its defenses, he raised his hand and swiftly unleashed a blue-white binding beam, restraining Ligadron completely. However, in the next moment, Ligadron's yellow eye flickered, and as energy exploded, it broke free from the bindings, causing a sudden explosion right in front of Shinhiko. But these explosions, after all, carried energy fluctuations, and ripples formed on Shinhiko's body, absorbing all the flames of the explosions. Seeing that the energy attack seemed ineffective, Ligadron took a step forward, preparing to charge. However, at this moment, Shinhiko casually snapped his fingers, and 2 memory images instantly appeared beside him. Ultraman Call of Light. As the skill sound effect rang out, beams of light flashed rapidly. The 2 figures, the Bracelet Superman and the director of the meat packing plant from the Land of Light, materialized from the memory images. They both leaped forward to engage Ligadron in battle. These were not the real Jack and Ace, but rather manifestations of 2 Ultramen drawn from Shinhiko's memory, using this form's unique ability. And unlike Zeta's Gamma future phantoms, they were physical embodiments formed from energy. They could fight, output power, and the only difference was that they did not possess Jack and Ace's consciousness. Whatever weapons or light skills they had, as long as Shinhiko had seen in his memory, he could use them. This ability to summon memory entities and materialize them could also be regarded as a special ability brought by Kono's ancient warrior genes after giantization. As for why he didn't choose Zoffy, he initially intended to, but found that Zoffy was a bit too strong and couldn't be materialized yet. Memory Jack transformed the bracelet into a long spear, swiftly piercing through Ligadron's claw wing. Meanwhile, Memory Ace pressed his palms together above his head, preparing to unleash the Ultra Decapitation Sword. Seeing this, Xia Yan quickly focused his thoughts to control him, and then Memory Ace took out the Ace Blade and leaped towards Ligadolin with great strides. Sparks flew as he slashed, leaving numerous cracks on Ligadolin's body, but it quickly used energy to repair itself. Witnessing this scene, Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction. He could consume Ligadolin's energy and entangle the opponent without accidentally killing the monster. At this moment, several members of the victory team on the ground looked at the newly appeared giant with a biological texture, their expressions full of astonishment. This giant, is he Ultraman? Lena asked uncertainly, glancing at her teammates. It should be him, right? Zhongfang looked at the Ultraman who was strolling gracefully, also unsure. Compared to his previous appearances, this was completely different. The former was fierce like a fighting warrior, while now he was elegant, as if he were a summoner. After using his handheld computer scan, Juege spoke with certainty. Although there are additional energies, Ultraman's energy signature still exists. This is him, perhaps a new form of Ultraman. While speaking, Juege's gaze shifted to the 2 unfamiliar Ultramen that had appeared on the battlefield. Then he exclaimed, "This form is really impressive. It can even summon other Ultramen to fight together. I wonder where those 2 Ultramen came from." From the M78 Nebula, Zhongfang replied thoughtfully, recalling the information Kumi had mentioned, speculating. They should be Ultraman's comrades from the Land of Light. At this time, Diga could also hear Juege and Lena's words. Finally managing to struggle and stand up, he looked at the back of the giant in front of him, feeling slightly relieved. Sure enough, the senior was also protecting the earth like him. Just as he thought this, Diga saw Xia Yan suddenly turn around and look at him, their eyes meeting. Diga looked puzzled, while Xia Yan abruptly raised his hand towards him. Chapter 136. What are you playing at? Seeing that familiar gesture, Diga recalled being beaten up before, and he suddenly felt alarmed, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Remembering what the senior had said after beating him during the fight with the Jiriel people, Diga's expression turned anxious. The senior wouldn't be planning to train me again, would he? With little energy, left in his body, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Lena again. Under Diga's anxious gaze, Xia Yan raised his palm and snapped his fingers, causing a memory scene to unfold beside Diga once more. It was completely different from what he had imagined, which made Diga momentarily stunned. After his anxiety dissipated, doubt arose within him. He felt like the senior was purposely trying to scare him. However, Diga couldn't find any evidence and could only stand there honestly and watch. His assumption wasn't wrong. Xia Yan had indeed intended to scare Diga a bit. His gaze penetrated through Diga's smooth Ultraman skin, directly seeing the figure of Dagu inside. In his current summoner form, Xia Yan can not only condense the Ultraman from his memories, but also see other Ultramen in reality and the future development trends. At this moment, he looked at Dagu, whose face showed some confusion, wondering why this guy had become more inclined toward a warrior's fighting style. Originally, he preferred the red form, which had already deviated from the correct way to play as Diga, but now he was combining forms and using the purple form, making him seem like a berserker. If Dagu continued to play like this, Xia Yan was worried that Diga might become useless. With this thought, he walked over to Dagu, patted him on the shoulder, and pointed at the memory image, saying earnestly, "Pay attention and learn well." At the same time, another figure of Diga stepped forward into reality. Dagu stared blankly at the other version of himself. Huh? How can I summon Diga? Then who am I? However, since his senior had told him to watch carefully, Diga thought for a moment and fixed his bulbous eyes tightly on the memory Diga. At this time, Xiao waved his hand, and his thoughts shifted as the memory versions of Jack and Ace appeared beside him. Thinking of something, he took the long spear transformed from the Ultraman bracelet from memory Jack's hand. Just as he was about to examine this item, he was secretly contemplating whether he should discreetly keep it. The Ultraman bracelet in his hand had already turned into a burst of energy and disappeared, only to reappear on memory Jack's wrist again. Seeing this, Xia Yan was surprised and a bit skeptical. He took the ace blade from the memory ace, but it also transformed into energy and disappeared. This scene made him feel a bit regretful. He thought he could obtain a super item, but it turned out that fake is ultimately fake. Thinking this, Xia Yan reached out with both hands, grabbing the arms of memory Jack and memory ace, using his energy absorption ability to try out another idea in his mind. However, as he absorbed the energy, both memory Ultramen stood there like wooden figures until their energy was completely absorbed and dissipated, and the information for the new skill did not trigger. Feeling the two groups of energy that were no different from the energy in his body at the moment, Xia Yan roughly understood the gameplay of this Ultraman form of Tonya. The best way to deal with enemies is to predict their actions, read their thoughts, and materialize the Ultramen from memory for collaborative combat. Especially the effect of memory materialization, if applied to Tonya himself, would not be of much use since he had not seen many Ultramen. But for Xia Yan, the operational space was vast. Currently, his true strength, without any enhancements, was roughly at a mid-low level among the Ultraman brothers, not counting his sublimation form. Since arriving in the Ultraman universe, the speed of his strength growth had been extraordinarily fast, with the wishing red ball contributing a significant portion. And the boost from the two Risa allowed him to make a leap in power. Of course, this rapid growth was only at the beginning. Later on, it would require time and effort. Now, combined with Tonya's ancient warrior genes and the new form after giantization, he could materialize all the memory Ultraman brothers except Captain Inazuma. At this moment, Daga was focused on watching how memory Diga fought. Just then, as the restrained Ligadron charged towards Xia Yan and Dagu, memory Diga leaped out of the screen. Several azure-white energy blasts were released, instantly causing sparks to explode on Ligadron. When it momentarily halted, memory Diga's assault did not stop. Taking advantage of the moment Ligadron was momentarily stiff, he brushed his palm across the crystal on his forehead. The energy quickly condensed and transformed into Ultraman psychic power, releasing a spiral green beam. This acted on Ligadron, causing its entire beast body to glow with a faint green light. Just as it was about to move, memory Diga casually swung his arm. Ligadron was immediately thrown away and crashed to the ground with a loud bang. As it struggled to get up, memory Diga leaped into the air, forming a palm knife shape with his arm, creating a blue-white light blade that slashed through Ligadron's head. Sparks flew. After being hit, Ligadron's two wing claws reached for memory Diga. However, at that moment, memory Diga's arms released azure energy. While using the Ultraman light power to push Ligadron away, he quickly raised his palms to draw a purple energy line, as he smoothly moved his arms to form an L shape. A simplified version of the Zai Paley AO light beam was instantly released. The white light beam continuously struck Ligadron, who was being pushed back, and it didn't even have time to react before it fell to the ground with a loud thud. Just as Ligadron was still struggling on the ground, Memory Digga gathered a white light sphere in the center of his palm, and a golden beam shot out. The golden fixed stop ray hit Ligadron, instantly putting it into a state of paralysis. With Ligadron under control, Memory Digga did not hesitate to cross his fists over the crystal on his forehead, and as the light flickered, he switched to the red form. As he spread his arms, glowing points appeared, and he rubbed out a colorful bubble at the position of his chest light. He then pushed it towards Ligadron. The miracle balloon light wrapped around Ligadron, and 3 astronauts flew out from it, looking dazed as they were controlled by Memory Digga's power and landed next to Zhongfang and the others. This beam had a restoring effect, making it perfectly suited to deal with Ligadron. At this moment, another light group flew out of the colorful bubble, which was the unknown energy entity possessing Jeep number 3. Xia Yan released red Ultraman's psychic energy, which turned into substance. He reached out and grabbed it, holding it in the palm of his hand. Chapter 137. The Bad Things Done by Tongya Mufu, Enthusiastic Senior, Salted Egg Superhero. Xia Yan now possesses the ability to absorb any energy and convert it at will. The unknown energy entity in his hand is simply a perfect match against the opponent. It appears to be an alternative subspecies of the Sphaya, synth beast, which could be worth studying. With this thought, ripples began to form in the palm of his hand as he absorbed the energy and transformed it into light energy, which he could revert back to its original form whenever needed. As for who would conduct the research, he wasn't sure if Zhu Wei was skilled in this area or if he had any moral constraints regarding the study of this energy. However, Xia Yan wasn't particularly worried. He wouldn't force Zhu Wei to conduct the research, because after some time, a certain someone who had been yearning for it would undoubtedly be the first to get anxious. That's right, it was Masaki Kigo. This was also the reason why Xia Yan didn't seek him out immediately, but instead chose to find Kirin. Things that come too easily are often not cherished, and Masaki Kigo's personality issues are even more extreme than Kirin's. His extraordinary abilities lead him to have a high opinion of himself. He has reached the pinnacle of various fields at a young age, which further convinces him that he is humanity's savior and should exist like a god. In this idealistic world, the thoughts of the heart represent the way power manifests. Kirin has always had a high level of awareness and has never considered himself the savior of humanity, let alone thought of being a god for all humanity. Even when he was marginalized in his childhood, he merely closed off his heart silently. If it weren't for Daigo becoming Digga and receiving praise, which caused a sense of disparity in Kirin's heart, he wouldn't have had any possibility of turning dark. Even when targeting Daigo in the TV show, Kirin realized at the last moment that what people were praising was not Daigo, but the beautiful qualities brought by Digga. Now, out of human emotion, he didn't want to see himself having the power to change things while sitting idly by and allowing the city to become paralyzed. All of this was Kirin's own thought. Xia Yan merely gave him the power to make changes. Whether to use it or not was up to Kirin to decide. It proved that Kirin indeed did not disappoint. He had a buried brilliance within him. At that moment, Daigo beside him stared blankly as he watched the memory of Digga easily defeat Ligadron and successfully rescue the 3 astronauts. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at his own hands. No way. Can Digga be this powerful? Looking up at the memory of Digga across from him, the previous battle process was incredibly smooth, with skills connecting seamlessly, leaving Ligadron no opportunity. As if he were a composed mage. This made Daigo doubt his earlier thoughts. Wasn't Digga supposed to play like this? Just as he was thinking, Xia Yan patted Daigo on the shoulder and waved his hand to disperse the memory of Digga, asking, "Did you learn it?" Daigo turned his head, gazing blankly at Xia Yan, just about to respond when suddenly, an unprecedented weakness surged through his body. He was immediately forced to revert from his transformation, turning into a mass of white light that vanished from sight. Seeing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel slightly surprised, as the goo seemed to be in a state similar to when Tiga detransforms. He glanced at a certain spot on the ground, and indeed saw Dagu lying there looking unwell, seemingly lacking strength. Upon reflection, Dagu had transformed to meet Tong Yi, then transformed to fly back to the victory team, and now had transformed again to take a beating from Licadarin. It was reasonable that he would end up like this after 3 transformations in a short period, especially considering that it had already been over 3 minutes. So whose fault was this? Tong Yi, Dagu should blame you for this. Thus, during Xia Yan's first formal communication with Tong Yi, he instinctively shifted the blame onto him. Tong Yi, who was inexplicably blamed, was at a loss for words. He suddenly felt that Ultraman seemed to differ from what he had imagined. Wait, isn't Ultraman supposed to fight using the body controlled by Daegu after transforming? It doesn't seem like I was the one who didn't provide Daegu with energy, right? The previous Ultraman gave Tong Yi's sense of reliability and strength, while the current one was, how should he put it, just very strange. However, this also made Tong Yi feel that his relationship with Ultraman had become closer. After thinking about it, he realized there were indeed reasons on his part, so he chose not to refute it. At this moment, Xia Yan's gaze turned towards the colorful bubbles. With the unknown energy life form's departure, even the Jeep 3 returned to its original state. The gray fighter-type spacecraft looked brand new, just like it had just been produced. There were no signs of damage or scratches. The miraculous effect of the balloon light was truly outrageous. Feeling envious, Xia Yan thought to himself that he needed to find an excuse to absorb some of Diga's energy next time. While he was lost in thought, his gaze shifted to the members of the victory team on the ground. After nodding at them using his ultra powers, he leaped into the sky and disappeared. Zhu Wei looked up at the now empty sky and mumbled, strange, how did Ultraman summon another Diga? That's not scientific. He found the principle behind the memory Diga a bit puzzling, especially since the first two Ultramen were still somewhat reasonable. Lena, who was beside him, wore a contemplative expression and murmured, the Diga that appeared later doesn't seem as real as the first Diga. Real? Zhu Wei's mind sparked with insight. Realizing something, he looked excitedly at his teammate and said, right? What if the other Ultramen summoned are just formed from energy? Zhu Wei's face was filled with excitement as he appeared ready for a detailed discussion, but Zhongfang had no interest in engaging with him on that topic. All right. He interrupted Zhu Wei's chatter, and being scientifically astute, he turned to the others and said, whether it's Ultraman or Diga, they are all here to help us humans. He then looked at the three astronauts beside him and said seriously, welcome back. We are very glad to see you again. We are also very glad, Doctor. Jiangqi among the astronauts said with lingering fear, it's really thanks to Ultraman and Diga's intervention that we didn't end up causing harm to the Earth. Doctor, Jiangqi was unsure of what the consequences would have been if they hadn't managed to contain the creature Ligadron. The unknown energy life form, after absorbing energy, would become incredibly powerful. The more energy it absorbed, the more terrifying its defenses would become. If this vicious cycle continued, their mental awareness would eventually be extinguished, and whether humanity could eliminate it would remain unknown. Chapter 138. Ultraman Won't Lie. Xia Yan, still lying on the ground, sat up while holding his head and couldn't help but exclaim, ah, my head hurts. Daegu, are you okay? However, upon seeing the surroundings, he slightly dazedly realized what was happening and quickly stood up to rush to Zhongfang and the others. Commander, do we defeat the monster? Just as he finished speaking, Xia Yan noticed three people in green spacesuits turning to look at him. At that moment, Zhongfang patted his shoulder and teased, the monster has been taken care of. You slept through the entire battle and missed the appearances of Ultraman and Diga. What a pity. Zhongfang spoke with a look of regret for Xia Yan, his words striking like a sharp knife. Huh? Xia Yan's face was filled with shock as he turned to look at his teammates, seeing their expressions of lingering excitement, and suddenly felt pained. Damn it, what did I miss? What about Daegu? Didn't he faint? Just as Xia Yan expressed his anguish, Daegu's voice came from behind. How you seen, Jiang? I'm here. Turning around, Xia Yan saw Daegu approaching, panting heavily and looking exhausted. The others also noticed Daegu's arrival. Daegu? Zhu Wei stepped forward to support him, his tone laced with suspicion. Where did you run off to? He couldn't help but recall that whenever a monster appeared, Daegu would mysteriously disappear, only to suddenly show up again after Ultraman Diga vanished. This made Zhu Wei suspicious. Daegu searched for an excuse and then explained, I was going to find you guys with Xia Yan, but I got hit by a flying rock and rolled down a mountain. Really? Zhu Wei looked doubtful. Of course it's true. Daegu replied smoothly, sounding very confident. I'm still tired from running up from the mountain. Zhongfang, seeing Daegu making excuses, felt amused but still covered for him. All right, it's good that you're back. As he spoke, he scanned the other team members and issued orders. Zhu Wei, Xia Yan, Lena, you go check if the flying swallow could be repaired for takeoff. Daegu, you go help. Seeing this, Dr. Jiangqi exchanged glances with his two subordinates and immediately suggested, let's help too. If it doesn't work, we can use the Jeep 3 to retrieve both aircraft and return to the victory team headquarters. After making arrangements, everyone went to rescue the two severely injured aircraft due to the battle against the monster. Meanwhile, on a distant mountaintop, the golden light orb descended, and with a thud, Tano sat down on the ground, feeling completely drained. Realizing how much energy he had expended, he leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. How could my stamina be consumed so much? After transforming, he didn't feel tired during the battle, but once the transformation was lifted, exhaustion surged through his body like an aftershock, as if he had run several kilometers. For someone like Kirino, who often stays at home, it was almost life-threatening. Although he had ultra-ancient genes and was a superpower user, his physical abilities weren't enhanced. Of course, a normal transformation wouldn't consume this much energy, because after quietly transforming Kirino, Natsuhiko silently replaced the energy consumed from his ultra-ancient gene transformation, which is why he felt so tired. Hope Light, this newly acquired material, made Natsuhiko fall into deep thought. Its function was the same as the human hope power he obtained before, but the effect was better. The post-use effect not only increased the power of light, but also provided a several-fold enhancement in all aspects. It was hard to imagine that this material came from just one person. Remembering when Daiku transformed, the godlight stick flickered with golden lightning. And Kirino also radiated golden light during his transformation. The implications of this were obvious. Almost every human on this planet has the genes of ultra-ancient warriors, and it now seems that anyone can turn into light. However, there are definitely differences among them, much like the disparities between individuals. Some may have ordinary parents, but their ultra-ancient genes activate slightly upon birth. Even if they're short, fat, and unattractive, they might still be liked for their gradually emerging extraordinary talents, like Kugi-ai. Conversely, some may have outstanding parents, but their ultra-ancient genes remain inactive. No matter how handsome, tall, or charismatic they are, they will always fall short, like Ryosuke. The world has always been unfair. Some are born at a starting point that is the end point for others. Everyone has ultra-ancient genes in their bodies, but some are lucky enough to activate them, while others are unfortunate and remain unaware. Perhaps it also relates to mental strength. After all, this is a relatively idealistic world. When someone firmly believes that they can succeed, they might just achieve it, like Masaki Kigo. It is often said that Ultraman's human forms are usually good-looking. But despite Masaki Kigo being somewhat less attractive, he managed to become Ultraman through hard work. Although his misguided thoughts led to the transformation of Rin'ai, also known as Evil Deity, into Dark Ultraman, one cannot deny the steadfastness of Masaki Kigo's mind, even if it was directed the wrong way. Thinking of this, Natsuhiko passed a surge of light power to Kirino to help him recover a bit, while casually explaining, "I'm not like Tiga, who has a stone-like body. My existence is idealistic. So when you transform into me, it consumes a lot of physical strength to convert into materialized energy. This is also one of the reasons I sought you out." When Xia Yan said these words, his tone was serious, as if it were an undeniable fact. Tong Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, but he quickly believed what Ultraman said without further thought. Mainly, he had never considered that Ultraman, who was helping to protect the Earth, might actually be trying to trick people. "Is that so?" murmured Tongye, and his expression gradually became determined. "Then I will exercise more in the future, and I will definitely not hold you back." As he spoke, Tong Yu made up his mind, and Xia Yan nodded in appreciation, seeing that he still had to thank him. However, he needed to find a time to remove the statues of Lien Ing and Gaidi to avoid any mistakes with Masaki Kigo, the potential human body. While silently pondering, Xia Yan looked up at the distant sky, as if piercing through the clouds. A scene synchronized in Tong Ye's perception, dark clouds roiling and rumbling, brewing within. Chapter 139. I must obtain Ultraman at the headquarters of the Ascetic Group in Kumamoto City. A young man, whose appearance was slightly worse than Shinjo's, was staring grimly at the LCD TV screen. It was broadcasting another interview with Ijima Megumi, and this time there were no Giri Airall people causing disruptions. So the news coverage proceeded smoothly. Just like when introducing Diga, Ijima Megumi explained during the news interview that TPC believes Ultraman has come to Earth to help humanity through tough times, just like in the tokusatsu shows. Masaki Kigo's gaze was firmly locked on Ultraman's massive form, his mind racing with calculations. Due to the connection with the Yuan Gu Company, coupled with the fan effect, people's acceptance of Ultraman had now become even higher than that of Diga. Recently, some people had taken out their cherished Ultraman DVDs and tapes to show off, only to be bought at high prices just to learn about Ultraman's skills. It wasn't until the Yuan Gu Company urgently re-released Ultraman tokusatsu videos on video-sharing websites that the rush for tapes and DVDs was finally curbed. Of course, The videos had been professionally restored and adjusted by TPC's technicians to make the faces as close as possible to the current image of Xia Yan's Ultraman, rather than that of the diving suit with its sulfuric acid face. However, no matter how much they were restored and adjusted, there was still a difference compared to the real Ultraman, as the form had changed several times. Masaki Kigo had also specifically reviewed the Ultraman DVD videos, but he felt there was a significant gap compared to the Ultraman he saw in reality. However, it still allowed Masaki Kigo to calculate an important piece of information. Ultraman has a human body. Since he was a child, he had always dreamed of a certain scene and firmly believed that he was the savior of this world. The apocalyptic scene on Earth was a revelation to him. As Masaki Kigo displayed extraordinary talents in various fields, he felt the gap between himself and others widening, which only strengthened his belief. When the mental calculations allowed Masaki Kigo to manifest his shadow or even engage in mental dialogue elsewhere, this discovery completely placed him above all humanity. Theoretically, if this were a materialistic world, Masaki Kigo's thoughts would not pose much of a problem. At least his ideas were about leading global humanity to evolve. However, in the Ultraman universe, the focus is on idealism, the utopia of the land of light, where there has been no crime for tens of thousands of years, led to countless deaths when illuminated by the plasma spark tower, not to mention humanity's inherent flaws. Even if there were ultra-ancient genes in their bodies, evolution driven by a flawed spirit would only result in Dark Ultraman. When Tong Ye's ultra-ancient genes were enhanced by Xia Yan's light energy, further boosting his super abilities. If Xia Yan hadn't absorbed the negative emotional energy, Tong Ye might have darkened right on the spot. With his level of consciousness, evolution could pose a danger. Not to mention for ordinary people. Masaki Kigo's gaze fixed on Ultraman. Compared to Diga, it was now Ultraman that made him envious. His mental calculations were racing, but he couldn't figure out who the human body was. Frowning, Masaki Kigo recalled the superpower user who was similar to him and immediately stood up to leave the office. Ever since he discovered that his genes were somewhat similar to others, he had been wondering if there were others like him. After investigating, he indeed found a superpower user with the ability to foresee the future and read minds. For Masaki Kigo, Tong Ye's existence was not a secret. In the TV show, when Dagu and Masaki Kigo met for the first time, Dagu suspected that Masaki Kigo had the telepathy superpower, and Masaki Kigo's response was that he never used such a boring thing. From that commonplace remark, it was evident that he definitely knew about Tong Ye being a superpower user. Perhaps seeing Tong Ye's weak demeanor made Masaki Kigo, who held himself in high regard, disdain to communicate with Tong Ye, thinking he could accomplish his plans alone. However, now he was somewhat impatient, since Ultraman was selecting a human body. Masaki Kigo believed that with his strong physique developed through years of training and his clever mind, he should be the most qualified person. He now looked down on the statues in the ruins beneath Kumamoto City. Because Diga's performance was inferior to Ultraman's, Masaki Kigo subconsciously believed that Ultraman, who came from M78 Nebula, was stronger than the giant stone statues on Earth. With Masaki Kigo's proud character, since there was a better option, he would certainly want to obtain the best. At this moment, he was pondering how Tong Ye's superpower could help him quickly find Ultraman's human body, unaware that Tong Ye was currently the human body. On the other side, at the Victory Squad headquarters, Tong Ye was also unaware that his identity as a superpower user had long been exposed. At this moment, he was following Ijima Megumi, whose figure appeared heroic, inwardly asking Xia Yan, "Ultraman, will there really be no problem if we reveal that Dagu is Diga?" As he said this in his heart, there was a hint of unease in Tong Ye's eyes, who would directly expose their teammate's identity to prove they were superpower user. Tong Ye believed he was Ultraman's human body, and Dagu was Diga's human body. The two of them should be considered comrades, fighting side by side. Xia Yan was not worried about this. The telepathy ability he gained from Tong Ye allowed him to easily know the thoughts of the Victory team when he looked at them. He had long known that this group had already figured out that Dagu was Tiga. Aside from Shinjo, who was relatively straightforward, the others had doubts about Dagu. Minazawa and Kyuma were even more certain in their hearts that Tiga's human form was indeed Dagu. Thinking of this, Xia Yan communicated with Tong Ye through their minds and reminded him, "Use your telepathy to see that Dagu's identity as Tiga has already been exposed." It all started back when they spoke to Kyuma about coming from the M78 Nebula, which led the Victory team to find the details of the original Brothers Disc and successfully suspect Dagu. It was indeed true. Tong Ye, who generally wouldn't pry into others' secrets, muttered to himself after using his ability, and then he asked, "Should we reveal our identities?" Do you want to transform frequently? After hearing this, Xia Yan countered Tonya's question and calmly explained. Transforming each time consumes a lot of physical energy before your identity is exposed. Sometimes you can let the goo deal with the monsters alone. When Tonya transforms, his ultra-ancient genes convert physical strength into light energy. And Xia Yan did not deceive him about the energy consumption. Chapter 140. The goo still needs to train, so the light energy produced from the physical strength does not feed back much after reverting from transformation. Otherwise, the goo wouldn't look so exhausted after every battle. Xia Yan was just looking for an idealistic excuse for his own existence to collect light energy, which would also facilitate his departure later. Of course, Tonya's own super-ancient genes were not affected. In fact, after multiple transformations into a giant, he even had the potential to transform into Ultraman by manually manipulating light. Just like in Nexus, after the Dark Mephisto left Komura-Chinya was also able to transform by manually manipulating light using his own R7 factor. It is said that the R7 factor in Nexus is actually the light particles that Noah scattered to every person in that world to suppress the infection of aberrant beasts and humans. Among them, those who are most active with the R7 factor are qualified to become Nexus-suitable candidates. In other words, this pattern, when applied to humans on Earth in Diga, would yield similar effects, which is why Xia Yan chose a human form. Tonya, unaware that the light bond was tightening around his neck, thought it was better to conceal his identity after hearing Xia Yan's words. Following Izumi K, he walked into the command room. His special identity as a superpower user allowed Tonya to be easily recruited into the victory team. However, after being reminded by Xia Yan, he did not reveal the true effects of his abilities, concealing the characteristics of mind reading and future foresight, instead modifying it to be the ability to see through the weaknesses of monsters. Originally, Tonya had planned to state it directly, but after hearing Ultraman's suggestion, he thought about the complex thoughts in people's hearts and decided to adopt this proposal. The non-drinker Munakata, at this time, went to drink milk. After Izumi K entered the command room and did not see anyone else, he clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, come over here, this is team member Tonya. And from today, we have a new partner." Kogure, Rina, and Shinjo turned their heads upon hearing this, and even Nozomi poked her head out from behind the data table. When Daigo saw Tonya's familiar figure, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "It's you?" The earlier chattering words seemed to echo in his mind again, and as Daigo looked at the smile on Tonya's face, his expression instantly fell. No way. How did he end up in the victory team? Next to him, Rina, seeing the way Daigo and Tonya were looking at each other, nudged his shoulder and asked, "You two know each other?" Rina looked at the two with confusion, having never heard Daigo mention this person before. Team member Daigo. Tonya smiled at Daigo, pushed up his glasses, and said with a meaningful tone, "It seems we have quite a fate together. I hope to get along well in the future." If this had been said by a woman, Rina would have definitely felt jealous, but now her expression was one of curiosity, as she observed the interaction between Daigo and Tonya. Daigo wore a shy smile, his expression slightly unnatural. Yeah, quite the fate. In fact, he was quite worried inside, fearing that Tonya would expose his identity. His concern was indeed accurate, but Izumi K and Sawai told Tonya not to reveal anything to Daigo for now. Xia Yan watched Dagu with amusement. The rest of the team more or less knew what was going on, except for Dagu, who still thought others were unaware of what Mongolians meant. Just then, Yeze, who was behind the data console, exclaimed in surprise, his expression tense as he reported to Kyujin K, "Captain, the command says a monster has appeared near the coast of Kitakawa City in Shizuoka Prefecture, but the detection devices are showing no response. Let's take a look at the satellite images." Kyujin K remained calm and composed in the face of this sudden situation, issuing instructions with a steady demeanor. As Yezue rapidly typed on the keyboard, the screen soon displayed an image in the command room. Found it. However, as Yezue spoke, he enlarged the image of the monster, suppressing his discomfort as he said, "Why does it look like a rotting corpse?" The monster's skin was in a terrible state, with pus oozing out from time to time. So disgusting, Lena couldn't help but mutter. Although she was a woman, her professional training as a pilot allowed her to suppress her discomfort, refraining from showing any signs of nausea. From the very first glance at the monster, Xia Yan spoke to Tonya with a serious tone. "We absolutely cannot intervene with this monster. We must leave it to Dagu to handle alone. He needs to go through this rigorous training." The conversation between Xia Yan and Tonya was private, and Xia Yan appeared very earnest, as if genuinely considering Dagu's situation. His performance was so convincing that Tonya didn't immediately sense anything amiss and inwardly agreed with him. Finding a grandiloquent reason, Xia Yan felt relieved when he saw that Tonya had no objections. It wasn't that the goo couldn't handle the monster. The image was simply too grotesque to behold. Engaging in combat would feel like fighting a giant pile of feces. The goo indeed needed training. Apart from the appearances of Golzin and Melba, he had yet to defeat a monster by himself, and this was a perfect opportunity. The command room door opened, and Supervisor Zawai entered while asking, "Do you know anything about the monster that just appeared?" Many local residents reported that its stench was unbearable, and there were cases of people suffering from breathing difficulties and even fainting due to the smell. "We must resolve this quickly. We're preparing to send someone to investigate," Hyujin K said, glancing at Tonya before reminding him. "Tonya, can you assess the situation of this monster?" Zawai also looked at Tonya, knowing that as a specially approved Esper in the victory team, it was time for him to step up. Tonya explained that the monster was analyzing its abilities, and without hesitation, he elaborated to everyone. "This monster is not dead. Its cells are actually," as he described the characteristics and weaknesses of the zombie monster Silizin. The members of Victory focused intently. "It has an organ that can absorb any energy in its abdomen, can spew toxic gas from its mouth, appears lifeless, but its cells can regenerate, and its weakness is high temperatures above 1,000 degrees Celsius." After listening to Tonya's detailed description, Hyujin K showed a contemplative expression and then issued orders to her team. "Kazuki, Shinjo, you will pilot the Falcon No. 1 to collect cell samples from the monster for further confirmation. Dagu, you and Lena will pilot the Falcon No. 2 to provide support and prevent the monster from suddenly waking up and posing unexpected danger to Kazuki and Shinjo." Chapter 141. All right. So you want to be unreasonable. Just then, Munakata hurriedly returned. Upon seeing him, Hyujin K immediately transferred command to him, saying, "Munakata, you are in charge of directing operations on site." "Understood." Munakata, as a military man, didn't ask any further questions upon being assigned a task as soon as he entered the command room. Hyujin K then looked at Supervisor Zawai, her expression serious as she said, "We need to have Director Yoshioka lead the emergency evacuation of the crowd. Could you please notify him?" Xia Yan watched as Ijima K calmly and methodically issued various instructions, and couldn't help but think of his former captain. Zhu Xingtuan, you really should learn from this. Look, this is the correct way to be a captain. Even Director Sawai was being assigned tasks. Ijima's presence was truly impressive. Of course, this might also be due to Sawai's easygoing nature, but it didn't stop Xia Yan from feeling that Zhu Xingtuan was an unqualified captain. Just look at how the two handled the team's atmosphere. The gap in this regard was indeed significant. After Ijima K learned about Dagu's identity, she helped cover for him and paid special attention to him, making him the team's pet. On the other hand, after Zhu Xingtuan learned about Feng Yuan's identity, he responded, "What? You're Leo Ultraman? Oh, turns out you're an L-77 alien. Feng Yuan, don't run. Come back here." Thus, the big resentment was born, transforming into a monster-fighting machine every day, only to get beaten up by monsters, returning defeated and being healed by teammates, and then subjected to harsh training by Zhu Xingtuan. He might as well not be called Leo Ultraman. He was just like a living Showa-style Kagoro. Now, thanks to Xia Yan's intervention, Feng Yuan's life on Earth was barely a bit better, but not by much. Although it was tough, the friends and loved ones around him would no longer lose their lives due to monster invasions. Compared to the situation with Bracelet Ultraman Jack, this was many times better. It's just that now, with Ida Iryu training Feng Yuan alongside Zhu Xingtuan, he would take more beatings, but it was all part of getting stronger. Enduring hardships is what makes one truly great, and Feng Yuan would surely understand that. Although Ijima K had already received specific information about the monsters from Kirino, she decided to arrange things this way for the sake of caution. Kirino watched as Dagu was sent to the scene and seemed to understand why Xia Yan wanted to keep his identity hidden. Just then, he saw Ijima K turning to him again. "Kirino, you need to learn how to pilot the Hayabusa fighter as soon as possible. If necessary, as a monster analyst, you will still need to go to the scene to observe the details." "I understand," Kirino replied, realizing he couldn't escape this either, but he didn't resist it. The reason he wanted to join the victory team was to change some things. Xia Yan thought that with Feng Yuan's talent and his current knife skills, he should be about as good as Jingtian Jinglong, pondering that he should find some time to go back and assess his progress. After temporarily suppressing this thought, his gaze pierced through the victory team's base, activating his ability to foresee the future. He looked at the increasingly dense dark clouds and said to Tonya, "Leave the monster Zilizin to Dagu. We should go deal with them." Upon hearing the voice in his ears, Tonya noticed the remaining 2 people in the victory team's command room. The simple-minded child, Yezue, didn't need to be considered. Only Captain Jima, whose mind was quick, thought for a moment and then found an excuse to say, "Captain, I'll go learn how to pilot the Fian fighter." Jima K glanced back at Tongye, and since it didn't seem to involve him, he nodded slightly in agreement. Because of Tongye's status as a superpower user, Jima K didn't harbor any suspicions about him and thought to himself that it was good for young people to have drive. With this serious attitude, it seemed that after the victory team gained a genius scientist and a genius computer expert, they would also have a reliable monster analyst. However, after Tongye left the victory team command room, he turned around and disappointed Jima K's expectations, heading straight for the restroom. Once inside, he took out the beta magic wand and pressed the transformation button without hesitation. Compared to the momentum of his first transformation, this time Xia Yan controlled the light so that it didn't spread out, merely flickering around Tongye's body. Golden energy appeared on Tongye's chest, quickly spreading throughout his entire body. Immediately, he transformed into a streak of light and flew straight out of the victory team headquarters. The high technology of the 21st century has brought countless conveniences to people, while simultaneously squeezing out the living space of another species on Earth. The electromagnetic waves that pervade the entire planet have forced the lightning people, who originally lived in the ionosphere, to mutate collectively and begin to descend. Now, the strange dark cloud is floating in the atmosphere, likely to worsen soon, landing on Earth and forming monster cocoons. A group of originally rational lightning people, due to the long-term effects of electromagnetic waves, have all become unusually irritable. The entire group is fiercely discussing how to deal with humans and the two Ultramen, with their intelligence seemingly dropping and everyone turning into brutes. It seems they're also gathering other regional lightning people, all concentrated together, forming a wave of super monsters. While they are continuously discussing, a beam of light suddenly flies into the dark cloud, transforming into the Ultraman summoner form, hovering in midair and gazing at all the lightning people. The intense discussion immediately stops, and all the lightning people fall into silence at that moment. Xia Yan's gaze swept over the group of dark lightning beings. Originally, they were transparent and glowing, resembling squid-like creatures with a tail, but now, due to the influence of electromagnetic waves, they had turned completely black. Well, that tail made them look less like squids and more like little tadpoles in a 3D simulation, except their heads were transparent and wing-like. Xia Yan looked at them repeatedly, but couldn't find the angelic appearance mentioned on TV. However, what they looked like wasn't important. The reason he approached was that he wondered if the lightning beings could be mutant humans with ancient genes. Just as he was about to use his telepathic ability to communicate with the lightning beings, he overheard their unusually agitated discussion. "It looks like Ultraman. It's Ultraman. He has invaded our nest. What is there to talk about? Get him. Get him. Let's beat him up first. Everyone go for it." A group of lightning beings cursed loudly and charged towards Xia Yan. Their furious demeanor was incredibly fierce. As lightning struck from the dark clouds, Xia Yan's face darkened. "What kind of brutes are these? Fine, no reason, huh?" A tremendous red Ultraman psychic force erupted, instantly sweeping over all the lightning beings. He forcibly controlled them, gathering them all together while extending his hand to activate energy absorption. Soon, the group of lightning beings lay limp in midair, as if they had fallen into a sage mode. They even began to glow again, becoming pure as the abnormal energy was absorbed from them. After realizing what was happening, the lightning beings took a moment to rest and then started circling around Xia Yan. Their bodies transformed back into a shape of white light, and they cheered around Xia Yan like countless stars. "Ultraman, good person. Ultraman, friend." Chapter 142, Anger and Coldness. "Is it even possible to be okay again? I still prefer your unruly appearance. Please revert back to make the cremation easier." Xia Yan looked at the group of lightning people circling around him, lowering his hands as the movement of clapping his wrists came to a halt, the edges of his palms dissipating the energy of the few gathered spium rays. The bulb-eyed beings cheered, and he thought to himself that if their movements were just a second or two slower, they would all be in for a feast. As he communicated with the now rational lightning people on the other side, in the place where Tongye used to live, Masaki Kigo was dressed in an outfit reminiscent of the imposing Wataru Fujimiya. The black shirt paired with sharp dress pants made him appear very capable, but his hairstyle, which looked like it had offended a stylist, lowered his overall attractiveness. His hair was slicked back with a curve of hair left on his forehead. While it might look cool in the anime world, in reality, it was awkward. The key was that Masaki Kigo had also used hair gel. If his slick-back hairstyle had been entirely straightened, it might have looked more appropriate, but the combination with the curved hair on his forehead was quite strange. Unaware of this, he held his head high, looking towards the lodging building, a cold smile forming in his heart. As one of the few superhumans living in such straitened circumstances, he had even been bullied in the past. Let me teach you what a superhuman should do, he thought, locking his gaze on a window of a room in the lodging building. Activating his mental calculation ability, his shadow projected onto the glass window. This ability was quite similar to that of Kurosawa Yu, the tactical advisor of the night raid team in Nexus. However, since Kurosawa Yu was an experimental product of the Prometheus Sun project, also known as a synthetic R7 factor, he was more like a combination of Tonya and Masaki Kigo. When he looked into the room, Masaki Kigo's expression momentarily froze. The room was empty. Scanning the shabby room with his super brain's computational ability, like a human eye camera, he examined every detail and deduced that Tonya had been gone for at least several days. Withdrawing his gaze, he frowned slightly, as he understood that Tonya was a reclusive person who generally wouldn't suddenly change living places, especially since Tonya had no money. Since there was no one here, and based on the traces he analyzed, Masaki Kigo wouldn't wait foolishly any longer. Even though he didn't have a computer with him at the moment, when he activated his ability, the surrounding cameras were quickly hacked. Footage from the cameras flashed through Masaki Kigo's pupils until he locked onto Tonya's figure. His brain was akin to a supercomputer, processing countless images automatically, forming a video in his pupils. While Masaki Kigo searched for Tonya's whereabouts, Xia Yan was following the group of lightning people, continuously entering various lightning people nests around the global ionosphere to absorb energy. To be honest, without the dark appearance, the lightning people, after regaining some glow, did seem somewhat angelic. Not the winged bird-like angels, but rather the oceanic creatures known as sea angels. After communicating with these beings, Xia Yan learned that the reason the lightning people had become irritable was due to the influence of electromagnetic waves. Leaving the ionosphere was not their intention. It was simply that the electromagnetic waves produced by humans had made it nearly impossible for them to survive. While absorbing energy, Xia Yan also gained the racial abilities of the lightning people. He estimated that the ability to gather energy and then create monsters is what allowed him to produce Gazet, a monster that isn't too strong and won't be of much help. However, he can skip the monster creation process and directly release the skill plasma sphere, which is a decent little skill that can be continuously released to restrain opponents. When he absorbed the unknown energy life forms before, he similarly acquired their characteristics. The more inorganic materials and energy in his body, the stronger his defense became. A group of lightning people led the way in front, taking Xia Yan to find their kind's nest. Meanwhile, the victory team and Diga also dealt with the zombie monster Silizan. When they returned, the goo from the victory team still looked a bit pale, not from overexertion, but from being disgusted by Silizan. That monster actually grabbed Diga, who was transformed, and stuffed its head right into its stomach. At that moment, the goo felt like he was stuffed into a pile of rotten, pus-filled feces, completely breaking down. The Fian fighter jet was fine at first, but then an accident occurred for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, the goo looked at Nyoching and asked, Nyoching, did you miss something during the last maintenance of the fighter jet? What does that have to do with me? Nyoching replied, looking quite displeased. I remember I checked every part thoroughly, and not a single screw was missing. The members of the victory team sat in the command room, and Lena looked at the bickering Goo and Nyoching helplessly, saying, you two stop arguing. Think about what to eat later. That will give you an appetite. This immediately plunged Goo and Nyoching into silence as they looked at the news being broadcast on the big screen, speechless. How could there be a monster like Silizan? Then, in the video of the interview broadcast, the news anchor showed a scene of Vice Captain Munakata commanding, under the command of Vice Captain Munakata of the victory team. In cooperation with Ultraman Diga, this foul-smelling monster was successfully dealt with. What do you think of the victory team's performance this time? The anchor handed the microphone to a passerby, who thought for a moment and said, Munakata? I've never heard of this vice captain. I only like Captain Ijima, but his command was indeed quite outstanding. He can be considered a behind-the-scenes cook. Bang! The conference table made a loud sound as Munakata glared at the passerby in the interview video, his face turning pale with anger. What's wrong with the vice captain? Did he eat your family's rice? And what does that title mean? Yatsui noticed that Munakata's expression was off and silently operated the data console, replacing the interview news. Suddenly realizing something, he muttered and linked the detected situation to the big screen. What is Ultraman doing? Why is he flying in the ionosphere? This route is quite strange. Xia Yan's actions on the screen caught the attention of the victory team members, and they all turned their gazes toward it. Seeing something unexpected happening, Munakata hurriedly contacted Ijima to come and check. However, Dagu was the first to notice the key point, instinctively focusing his gaze on the glowing points around Ultraman. Commander, I feel like there are living beings moving around Ultraman. Dagu's speculation caught Munakata's attention, and he immediately said to Yatsui, Yatsui, enlarge the image. As the satellite images on the screen were enlarged, everyone soon discovered a group of glowing creatures. So beautiful! Lena exclaimed as she looked at the creatures wandering around Ultraman. They look like ocean angels. This is... Kirai turned to Yatsui and asked, Are you sure the location is in the ionosphere? Recently, Dr. Mizuno had been forming a research team and even invited him to join. Seeing Kirai's surprised expression, Nyoching turned to him and asked, What's going on? Why are you so excited? It is indeed in the ionosphere, Yatsui confirmed, then looked puzzled and said, This group of creatures forms a very strange cloud. I don't know if Ultraman is flying with them or if they have flying abilities themselves, but their speed is very fast. Upon hearing this, Kirai's expression became serious. Remembering Dr. Mizuno's research, his expression gradually turned excited. If I'm not mistaken, this group of creatures is the lightning people living in the ionosphere. Living in the ionosphere? Nyoching looked puzzled, his face filled with disbelief. How do they survive? What do they eat? Just then, the door to the command room opened, and Ijima entered. After understanding the situation and learning that there was another species on Earth, she immediately took it seriously. Although humanity has developed to this day with advanced technology, they're currently facing various monsters. And relying solely on humanity may not be enough to protect the Earth. There are also other extraterrestrial beings in the universe. And if another race emerges on Earth, Ijima still hopes to promote peaceful coexistence between both parties. This view was also shared by others who rushed over upon hearing the news, such as Sawai. At this moment, after absorbing the last abnormal energy from the lightning people's nest, Xia Yan felt invigorated. The combined energies of the global lightning people significantly raised the energy limit. He looked at the group of creatures that were chattering away. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, it didn't hinder Xia Yan from using his telepathy to know directly. Ultraman, stay with us. Friends, please stay and help us. If you leave, our bodies will be affected by electromagnetic waves again. The group of lightning people circled around Xia Yan, clearly reluctant to see him go since he could absorb energy. However, Xia Yan couldn't possibly stay, especially since this was a trouble caused by humanity's technological development, and he wasn't Cebu. The lightning people helped raise the energy limit, and he couldn't just watch them get harmed by humans, nor could he let the lightning people fight against humans. Thinking this way, Xia Yan used his telepathic ability to tell the lightning people, Please don't be anxious, and don't take any actions against humans. Trust me, humanity will definitely make amends for this. With Director Sawai's philosophy of peace, as long as the lightning people do not attack humans, he will definitely find a way to avoid war. If in the TV show, the lightning people were not so aggressive and did not let Gazette eat Dr. Mizuno, perhaps they could coexist peacefully with the humans of this Earth. Of course, all of this hinges on solving the electromagnetic wave problem. However, there's also Kirai in the victory team, who is like Doraemon. Who knows what black technology he might pull out? It's not that Xia Yan forbids the lightning people from being angry. After all, their living space has been squeezed out by humans, and now they are mutated due to electromagnetic waves. But war cannot solve problems, and besides, does humanity's development have no mistakes? There is no right or wrong between the two races. The conflict arises simply from the necessity of survival. After all, there is only one Earth. The Lightning Man is very grateful to Xia Yan for restoring them all to normal, so he directly agrees to this request. But what he promises is to temporarily refrain from attacking humans. If the issue of electromagnetic waves cannot be resolved, it will be impossible for them and humans to coexist peacefully. Earth is also their homeland, and they will not yield it to humans. Xia Yan had no objections to the Lightning Man's statement. After discussing with them, he transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. As long as there was time, it would definitely be resolved. Whether Juegawe on TV had come up with a solution was unknown, but he had already thought of a way in his heart. Previously, he had absorbed the abnormal energy from the Lightning Man, restoring them to normal, and Xia Yan had no intention of hiding this. His original intention was to let the victory team discover it. His plan encountered no unexpected issues. Daegu from the victory team watched with envious eyes. The amount of energy from the Lightning Man was truly abundant. It had been half an hour, and the seniors still showed no signs of energy deficiency, which was really enviable. Daegu stared eagerly, while in the TPC strategy meeting room, Zawi, Juinmei, Nanyuan, Yoshioka, and Dr. Mizuno, who was researching the Lightning Man, along with other high-ranking TPC officials, were engaged in intense discussions. Unlike the previous Kyriarid people, this time the Lightning Man had not caused any destruction. And with Ultraman helping them, even the hawkish representative Yoshioka did not propose taking action against the Lightning Man. The focus of the discussion was on how to establish communication with the Lightning Man and why it had transformed from pitch black to transparent and glowing. Wondering if there was a key reason that humanity was still unaware of. Just as the high-ranking officials were discussing, a beam of light silently flew into the Victory Team headquarters. The bathroom door creaked open, and Torino, whose legs were slightly trembling, stepped out, nearly falling as he supported himself against the doorframe. This time, Xia Yan did not use his light energy, as it had all been consumed. The subsequent energy was all provided by Xia Yan to maintain the transformation. He transmitted a beam of light energy into Torino's body while reminding him, "You need to train quickly. Your body is really too weak. If this continues, you won't be able to bear it." This statement made Torino's expression stiffen. It seemed that transforming into Ultraman was not necessarily a good thing. Although Xia Yan was just casually scaring him, it still had an effect, which was that if Tonya's body wasn't strong enough, he would probably end up like half of Haijun. At that moment, footsteps sounded, and Daigu's figure walked into the restroom. Upon seeing Tonya, his expression froze. "Tonya, are you constipated?" Chapter 144. "Huh? Aren't you a monster analyst?" The light energy took effect quickly, and Tonya, who had regained some strength, looked at Daigu and asked him back, "Did you take care of the zombie monster, Silizan?" Daigu suddenly fell silent, feeling a wave of nausea rise in his stomach as bad memories were stirred up. He murmured and walked into a nearby stall, slamming the door shut. Seeing that Daigu ignored him, Tonya felt puzzled and wondered in his heart. What's wrong with him? Probably not a good battle, Xia Yan replied, suppressing a laugh, and then reminded Tonya, "Let's go back to the command room first." If he were to deal with a monster like Silizan, he wouldn't want to engage in close combat at all. He would directly use his light skills to eliminate it from a distance. Given Daigu's current state, he probably felt sick to his stomach. The TPC strategy meeting soon concluded, and Dr. Mizuno, along with his female assistant, headed to the ionosphere to attempt communication with the Lightning Man Shinjo and Rina. Each piloted their respective aircraft, the Flying Swallow, to provide cover and avoid any accidents. So, Daigu going to the restroom had its reasons. He was definitely worried about Rina's safety. While synchronizing the command room's large screen with his handheld computer, he hid in the restroom, ready to transform at any moment. Tonya strode into the command room, where Keiji and others were focused on the large screen. Not noticing that he was in a somewhat unusual state, feeling extremely fatigued, Tonya didn't want to move. So he simply let Xia Yan take control of his body while his consciousness fell into a deep sleep. Xia Yan controlled Tino's body to the side, his gaze fixed on the two Fian fighters escorting Mizuno Hero's reconnaissance aircraft to the ionosphere. The Lightning people had their own assurances. This time, they shouldn't act against humanity. Just as he was thinking, he heard Xinqiang's voice come through the communication channel. "This is Xinqiang. We are approaching the ionosphere. Everything here is normal." As soon as Xinqiang finished speaking, the Fian fighter he was piloting began to beep incessantly with alarms. "What is happening? It was fine just a moment ago. Damn it." In the communication channel, Xinqiang's voice was filled with curses, and Xia Yan watched the swaying Fian fighter with a stunned expression. This was a serious jinx. The Lightning people hadn't even made a move, and he was about to crash. Just as the Fian fighter was falling, a group of glowing lightning people flew out from the ionosphere cloud and lifted the descending Fian fighter back up. A cacophony of chaotic voices erupted as the lightning people chattered away. Yezue was furiously typing on the keyboard, but couldn't translate. Really, what language are they speaking? Language? Kugiai suddenly realized and hurriedly took out the translator, saying, "Activate this. Maybe we can hear what they're saying." As Kugiai connected the translator to the data platform, the sound waves gradually unified. The youthful discussions of the lightning people became audible. "Why did he fall in front of us? Did someone do something? No, no, no. Is this person here to provoke us? Hey, humans over there, you witness it. I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything either. I even helped." IG McKay felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her tone becoming somewhat subdued as she spoke. "Xinqiang, after you return, your usual training volume will be doubled." "Huh?" Xinqiang exclaimed in shock, shouting from within the Victory Fiend fighter, "Captain, this isn't my fault. It's the aircraft's problem." As soon as Xinqing spoke, the lightning people suddenly realized they could understand him, and a whole new batch of lightning people flew out from the ionosphere. They all crowded around the fighter Xinqiang was piloting. Some of them, glowing more brightly, leaned closer to his face through the cockpit shield. Seeing this scene, Xinqing's face changed drastically. He, who always feared the unknown, screamed in terror, "Don't touch me. Don't come over. Please don't come near me." A few lightning people halted in front of him, still chattering away. Why is he so scared? If we're not touching him, why shout so loudly? Xinqing shrank back in his seat, trembling, while Ijima K in the Victory Team command room looked dark-faced. "Xinqiang, calm down." Ijima K's voice became stern as she said, "This is the first communication between two species. You must remain composed." But at that moment, Xinqiang looked at the densely packed lightning people around him and felt like crying without tears. "Captain, these things are really scary." Fortunately, at this time, Dr. Mizuno's aircraft approached to take over the communication duties. As Xinqiang watched the group of departing lightning people, his pale face finally regained some color. The Victory Fiend fighter returned to normal, floating in the air again, making it hard to say whether it was the aircraft's issue or Xinqing's. However, with the communication with the lightning people, the Victory Team discovered a very serious problem. The electromagnetic waves produced by human technological development had completely destroyed the environment where the lightning people lived. How could this be? Kugiai, after listening to the whole process, was filled with disbelief. What have we humans done up until now? If it hadn't been for Ultraman discovering this, the lightning people might have already mutated into a monster, devouring each other due to those electromagnetic waves. At some point, while controlling Tino's body, Xia Yan came to Kugiai's side and, hearing his words, reminded him, "While we haven't caused that kind of consequence yet, there's still a chance to remedy the situation." Kugiai glanced at the new team member, his mind starting to ponder, and after a moment, he frowned slightly and said, "But if we don't resolve the electromagnetic waves, the lightning people still won't be able to survive, yet we humans can't live without electromagnetic waves. What can we do?" "Of course there's a way," Xia Yan said confidently. This made Kugiai's eyes widen in surprise, feeling a bit confused inside. If even this scientist couldn't find a solution, how could he? He is not a monster analyst. Zhongfang looked at No with curiosity. It seemed the new superpower user in the team was him. Ijima K felt that Tino's demeanor seemed a bit off compared to before. But she didn't think too much about it and smiled as she said, "Our Victory Team's monster analyst is very reliable. Quickly tell us. Don't keep us in suspense." To this, Xia Yan just smiled mysteriously and instinctively began to speak about another matter. "I've noticed that every year around Halloween, children inexplicably go missing, but this is not an accident." Kugiai felt an itch of anxiety, urgently asking, "What does this have to do with resolving the electromagnetic waves?" "Of course it's related." Xia Yan turned to look at the anxious Kugiai, patting his shoulder. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush." Kugiai felt like he was going crazy, feeling that this Tino team member was really keeping him in suspense. To calm down the human body, Kugiai, Xia Yan continued, "What causes the children to go missing is a monster transformed from an alien. It has a pumpkin ship that can warp into another dimension. And if we can catch it, we can use its pumpkin ship to research a device that can enter other dimensional spaces on Earth. This device could not only solve the living problems of the lightning people, but also have many other uses." Chapter 145. I want to try it out regarding the Halloween child disappearance incident. The Victory Team had investigated it before. After Ijima K heard what Xia Yan said, her first thought wasn't about the device, but rather the reports of children going missing every Halloween. She never expected the truth of the matter to be like this. Thus, we must deal with this monster. As she spoke, she wore a thoughtful expression, realizing that there wasn't much time left before Halloween. Xia Yan glanced at Zhu Jianhui with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Was the focus on the child rather than the device? However, thinking about the principles that TPC has always upheld, his gaze gradually relaxed. The Victory Team was indeed a nostalgic group. When he was a child, Tiga could reach through the screen and borrow his light from the big butt television, and there was a reason for that. At this thought, Xia Yan glanced at Dagu, who had borrowed for so many years without returning it. That must have accumulated quite a bit of interest. However, each member of the Victory Team had their own shining points and their own stories. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Zhongfang come over and ask him, "Tong Yi, do you know where this monster appeared?" Turning to look at Zhongfang, Xia Yan showed a thoughtful expression. What were Zhongfang's strengths? Which story was it? It seemed like Zhongfang had nothing. He felt like he lived in Zhu Jianhui's shadow. Whatever Zhu Jianhui could do, Zhong Fong could do too. And even better, what a miserable deputy leader. With this thought, Xia Yan met Zhong Fong's gaze, thought about the specific location, and looked at him with sympathy. I remember it should be in the KM209 area. We can investigate that location first. Zhong Fong felt that the way this Tong Yi team member looked at him seemed a bit presumptuous, and he couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off about it. Besides Xia Yan, Kuei, he had remained silent, pondering since hearing about the device he mentioned. As Kuei thought more, his eyes brightened, and his expression gradually became excited as he turned to the members of the victory team and said enthusiastically, "If we can get the pumpkin boat from this monster for reference, we might really solve the survival problem with the Lightning Man." As he spoke, a hint of disappointment flashed in Kuei Yi's eyes. There were actually better solutions for the two Gakuma that had been eliminated. But at that time, humans had no communication with them, which led to such irreversible consequences. Since then, Kuei had felt regret in his heart, and thus devised a language translator, hoping that if he encountered a similar situation again, he could resolve it in a more peaceful manner. Zhu Jianhui looked at Kuei and saw his excited expression, prompting her to ask more rationally, "Do you want to create a device to enter another dimension? What if the Earth's other dimension can't solve the electromagnetic waves?" Upon hearing this, Kuei recalled the current situation of the Lightning Man, and his expression became resolute. "I don't know if it can be resolved," Kuei said, looking down at the language translator in his hand, then turning to the big screen where the Lightning Man was communicating with Dr. Mizuno, his expression serious. "But Captain, I want to try to make the two races coexist peacefully. Daydreaming is always beautiful." From the words exchanged by the Lightning Man, it was learned that Ultraman had helped secure time. Kuei didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Seeing Zhu Jianhui slightly nodding in agreement, Zhong Fong knew that the captain intended to support Kuei Yi's decision. "Then our next goal is to capture this monster and acquire its pumpkin boat." As Zhong Fong spoke, he recalled something and looked at Tong Yi beside him with some confusion. "But Tong Yi, why didn't you inform the victory team before?" With this question from Zhong Fong, the gazes of Zhu Jianhui, Kuei and Yurue all turned to Tong Yi. At this moment, Xia Yan noticed that everyone was locking their eyes on him, and he muttered, "Yeah, why not?" As the words fell, a thought crossed his mind, directly pulling up Tong Yi's consciousness, and then logging off on the spot. "You're asking about Tong Yi? What does it have to do with me, Xia Yan?" Tong Yi, who had been enjoying a sweet rest, suddenly woke up to see several people staring intently at him, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Then he heard Zhong Fong say impatiently, "Stop keeping us in suspense, just say it. Tong Yi, Alta, Suffer. Free, small talk, group." After using mind reading to understand the situation, Tong Yi instantly felt unwell. What the heck is Ultraman doing? After explaining for a long time, Tong Yi kept questioning Xia Yan in his heart, but received no response. On the other side, the communication between the Lightning Man and Dr. Mizuno went smoothly, and the two flying swallows escorted them back to the victory team base without any more crash jokes. However, Shinjo still couldn't escape the double training, and Zhu Jianhui had him take care of Tong Yi. Due to the friendly attitude expressed by the Lightning Man, TPC held another meeting after learning the details, and, of course, they needed to consider the situation carefully. Nanyuan definitely supported Zhu Jianhui's idea, and Yoshioka was also willing to give it a try. Ultimately, the result of the discussions was not much different from what Xia Yan had in mind. During this time, Shinjo introduced Tong Yi to the Flying Swallow aircraft, but Shinjo was merely a deceased pilot. So whether the person he trained could pilot the Flying Swallow without crashing was still an unknown. Xia Yan also had his own things to do, and he was currently using the Wishing Red Ball to modify the subspace skill he obtained from Zophi. Once the environment was fully created, he used his telepathic abilities to project this scene to his human avatars. Night fell, using his mental calculations to hack various cameras. He searched for Masaki Kigo from Kirinoya, returning home feeling exhausted. Even though he was a superpower user, constantly using his brain was mentally taxing, but fortunately, he had already figured out the other party's direction. With his mind racing, he casually washed up and laid down on the bed, lost in thought, planning to look for Kirinoya again tomorrow. He initially thought Kirinoya was a coward, but to his surprise, the other party had actually joined the victory team. Why did he join at this moment? Was he also aiming for Ultraman's power? Masaki Kigo had always been a closed-off person. Yet he suddenly turned around and entered the victory team. Masaki Kigo did not believe there was no reason behind this. As he pondered, his expression turned suspicious. Just as his head hit the pillow, his consciousness began to fade, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. In a daze, He seemed to arrive in an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by thick fog. Chapter 146. Why didn't you dream? The sudden change in environment startled Masaki Kigo, and he looked around at the dense fog with a wary expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of calling. Sensing the urge that seemed to want to guide him forward, he couldn't help but look up. At that moment, Masaki Kigo's vision blurred again, and a rugged relic appeared before him, seemingly hiding the power of giants. In the haze, the silhouette of a silver-red giant flickered away. As Masaki Kigo's vision cleared, he found himself still in the foggy woods. This is Ultraman. Ultraman is calling me. Realizing this, his face lit up with excitement, and he immediately dashed towards the source of the call without hesitation. He didn't know how much time had passed. Finally arriving before the relic, Masaki Kigo was filled with joy and wanted to enter, but he found that no matter how he moved his legs, he couldn't get closer to the relic. Just as he looked at the relic in astonishment, his vision broke through the layers of obstacles, revealing a blurry figure holding a beta capsule. Masaki Kigo wanted to see who it was, but no matter how hard he tried to widen his eyes, he could only see the figure's back. However, he gleaned an important piece of information. If the current human avatar was still around, he would never be able to obtain that power. Once he understood this, Masaki Kigo's body began to move uncontrollably, rapidly retreating despite his efforts to resist. Swish! In reality, Masaki Kigo opened his eyes wide, sitting up straight in bed. Sunlight poured into the room, brightening it, but his expression was unusually gloomy. He had to find out who the current human avatar was and snatch the transformation device from their hands. Since Ultraman had already called to him, didn't that prove he favored him even more? With this in mind, Masaki Kigo got up, preparing to leave, completely unaware that all of this was actually a trap set by Xia Yan. Masaki Kigo was indeed a bit extreme, unlike Kirinoya, who could be easily pulled back on track. Therefore, the premise of choosing him as a human avatar had to involve some silent mischief first. As for who would do this, of course, it was the current villain Kirinoya. After all, he was the good guy in the Ultraman story. What? Unwilling? No witties, anyway. It didn't require Kirinoya's consent, nor did it need him to take action, just needed to bear the blame. Meanwhile, in the victory team's command room, Shinjo rubbed his sore neck from sleeping awkwardly and yawned as he sat down at the conference table. Remembering something, he spoke with a hint of pride. It's strange. I dreamt of Ultraman last night. He even conveyed to me that he would choose me as his human avatar in the future. Do you think I could become Ultraman? Haha. Just as he was laughing proudly, Naruizumi popped his head up from behind the data console, his tone filled with shock. Ah? How can this be? Didn't Ultraman say he would choose me as his human avatar in the future? As he spoke, Naruizumi instinctively stood up, then suddenly realized what he had just said, quickly shutting his mouth with a nervous expression. Oh no, the matter is exposed. Will the captain take me to the lab? The young Naruizumi looked flustered. Hearing his words, Shinjo's laughter ceased, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared as he looked at Naruizumi in astonishment. Could it be that you also dreamed of Ultraman in that relic? Unlike Masaki Kigo's dream, Xia Yan did not set any difficulties for the members of the victory team. Anyone could enter the relic and see their own Ultraman form. They were each separated, so they didn't gather together, nor did they see anyone holding a beta capsule like Masaki Kigo did. Kawai, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee, sat down next to Kirinoya. Upon hearing Shinjo's words, he interjected. Actually, I also dreamt of Ultraman last night. He said he would choose me as his human avatar. As he spoke, he placed the cup on the table. Kirinoya, hearing this, looked puzzled, feeling that his teammates' experiences were similar to his own. At that moment, Xia Yan controlled his body, naturally taking Kawai as coffee. After taking a sip, he praised, "Not bad. I believe Ultraman will definitely choose you as his human avatar." Hey, Kirinoya, that's my cup. Kawai glared at Kirinoya, clearly dissatisfied as he watched his coffee being taken away. Xia Yan calmly nodded slightly and offered him a sunny smile. I know, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wei was momentarily stunned. Then he stared at Tong Yi in frustration. This isn't a matter of whether you mind or not. At this moment, Tong Yi quickly regained control of his body, and his expression became awkward. I'll go make you another cup right now. As he spoke, he hurriedly stood up and walked towards the water dispenser while internally shouting, Don't take other people as coffee, Ultraman. Human society is different from yours. Thinking that Xia Yan had brought over habits from the land of light, Tong Yi felt a wave of earnestness in his heart. However, the truth was that Xia Yan knew everything. Holding the freshly brewed coffee, Tong Yi awkwardly handed it to Zhu Wei while internally questioning aloud. Is it related to you that they dreamed about Ultraman last night? Tong Yi recalled that when he received the beta magic wand, it was a similar situation. Xia Yan did not conceal anything and explained with a tone of reason. Your body is really too weak. I need to find more human forms for the turnover. Upon hearing this, Tong Yi fell silent, regretting that he had always stayed in the room before. Now that he had gained Ultraman's power, he felt that his body was not being utilized. Kurama Keiko glanced at her team members and summarized the situation. So, we all dreamed of Ultraman last night, right? Just as she had her suspicions, two different voices rang out. I didn't dream of Ultraman. Two following the voices. Kurama Keiko found that it was Dagu who felt relieved, but the other person made her slightly puzzled. Dagu was actually the human form of Diga Ultraman. So it was reasonable that Ultraman wouldn't reach out to him. But why didn't you at this time? Dagu also had a look of surprise. He knew in his heart why he and dreamed of Ultraman. Thus, the members of the victory team, who were all in the know, directly ignored Dagu and collectively turned their gaze to another person. Lena, with a strange expression, asked, Commander, why didn't you dream of Ultraman? Zhong Feng's expression was quite puzzled. Hearing Lena's question, he seemed to be pierced by an arrow and suddenly became melancholic. Yeah, why didn't I dream of it? Chapter 147. You take this black pot. Xia Yan was hiding silently in Tong Ye's body. In fact, Zhong Feng also had his own characteristics. He had a body that couldn't drink alcohol, but liked to drink milk, often wore a baseball cap, and claimed to be one of the 6 great singers of TPC. Well, it was something that was subconsciously overlooked. Just as the members of the victory team were trying to comfort Zhong Feng, who looked very sad, the alarm system suddenly beeped. At the same time, a middle-aged man with somewhat pale hair appeared on the big screen in the command room, his expression serious. This is the Delta Space Station. We have detected a spaceship approaching Earth. Given its trajectory, there is a high probability it will collide with the Delta Space Station. When Lena saw the person on the big screen, her face involuntarily became unnatural. Director Zawai arrived at the victory team's command room after receiving the news, and the subsequent developments were not much different from before. To protect the lives of over 200 people in the space station, Zawai ordered the destruction of the opposing spaceship and instructed Officer Nanes to return to the Earth headquarters to report. Seeing this situation, Xia Yan used telepathy to remind Dagu, there's still one alien on a rescue shuttle who hasn't been killed. The familiar voice echoed in Dagu's mind, causing him to look at Tong Yi in shock. Xia Yan's voice was simulated to match Tong Ye's tone, which was extremely easy for him. Remembering Tong Ye's abilities, Dagu immediately wondered in his heart, could it be that Officer Nanes would encounter danger on the way back to Earth? At this moment, Tong Ye was completely unaware that Xia Yan was communicating with Dagu while wearing his vest. Usually, he would shield his own abilities to avoid receiving information. Otherwise, the events happening every moment and the thoughts in everyone's hearts would surge endlessly, and even Tong Ye couldn't bear it. Maybe it will happen, maybe it won't. The voice of Shen echoed in Dagu's mind, driving him crazy with its riddle-like words. At this moment, Tong Ye seemed to notice Dagu's gaze and looked at him with some confusion, wondering why this Tiga human form was staring at him. However, upon seeing Tong Ye's gaze, Dagu's thoughts became more certain. He heard Xia Yan continue to use telepathy, saying in his mind, the Officer Nanes is Lena's father. If you don't want to see the girl you like sad, it's best to transform and personally escort her. Dagu's expression changed slightly at having his inner secret exposed, and he instinctively glanced around while internally arguing. No, don't say that. However, when he noticed the worried expression on Lena's face, Dagu realized she was indeed concerned. After giving Tong Ye a glare, he quietly slipped out of the victory team command room while no one was watching. Tong Ye was baffled by Dagu's glare, wondering what was wrong with this Tiga human form. Dagu, who had run into the bathroom, took out the godlight stick and transformed into a beam of light, flying out of the victory team headquarters. The enemy this time was the Raichuran alien, who originally intended to attack the space station but abandoned his family to escape when his spaceship was destroyed. Later, he used this as an excuse to invade Earth. This time, he was piloting an escape airship, following the cosmic flight that Officer Nanes was on. Just as he launched a red laser to attack, Tiga appeared between the two. The two laser beams hit Tiga, creating sparks, but the damage was minimal. With a loud Ultraman battle cry, Tiga quickly realized that the other party was indeed an alien trying to invade Earth. He swiftly opened his arms to draw a purple straight line, which then formed an L shape to release a beam of light. A simplified version of the Zeppelio ray shot out in an instant, blasting the escape airship to pieces. The Raichuran alien didn't even have time to grow giant before being obliterated in the explosion. After defeating the enemy, Tiga turned to look at the cosmic flight that Officer Nanes was on, nodded with an Ultraman gesture, and escorted them back to Earth. Lena, who was watching this scene from the Victory Team command room, was deeply moved. Initially, upon learning that her father's spaceship was under attack, she was prepared to immediately pilot the Fian fighter jet into action. Although she was a member of the Victory Team, she couldn't use the aircraft without orders. Unexpectedly, Tiga appeared out of nowhere. Lena looked at the spot where Daegu had just been sitting, her emotions hard to contain. As for Xia Yan, who had done a good deed without seeking recognition and had pinned the blame on Tonya, he was already far from the Victory Team headquarters. He didn't use Tonya's body, but instead reconstituted a body from energy, which looked exactly like Tonya. He even remembered to wear glasses, but his pair had no prescription. In theory, Tonya's ancient genes had been activated, and with his mind merged with Xia Yan's, his vision should have returned to normal. However, he seemed to be used to wearing glasses, and since it wasn't his own body, Xia Yan didn't bother with the details. At this moment, he was focused on disguising himself convincingly, which is why he specifically wore glasses. At this time, Masaki Kigo was driving, planning to use his identity as a scientist to meet with the Victory Team so that Tonya could see him, with his top achievements in various fields. Accomplishing this was quite easy for him. Just as he was contemplating how to persuade Tonya, a voice suddenly rang in Masaki Kigo's mind. "You want to find me?" The screech of brakes echoed on the street as the gray sedan urgently pulled over to the roadside. The sudden voice in his head made Masaki Kigo's pupils contract. His brain quickly processed the situation, scanning the surroundings until it locked onto a young man in a brown coat. The familiar figure and the hint of mockery on his face caused Masaki Kigo's expression to darken. At that moment, Tonya continued, saying, "You want to know who Ultraman's human form is, right? It's not that I can't tell you, but the thoughts in his mind had been completely seen through." And Masaki Kigo's expression was not good. He had just set up mental defenses, yet the other party still knew what he was thinking, proving that Tonya's powers were stronger than he had imagined. Masaki Kigo decided not to hide anymore and directly asked from the car, "Speak up, what do you want?" Even though there were noisy crowds between them, he believed Tonya could hear him. As expected, after his words fell, Tonya's voice continued, "It's not anything important. Recently, I've been quite interested in ancient genes. If you can research it after hearing Tonya's request." Masaki Kigo couldn't help but snicker. "You're not thinking of using this to evolve your abilities, are you? You'll be disappointed. The gene fluid doesn't enhance people like us. It will only cause our bodies to collapse. Although humans on this earth have ancient warrior genes, each person can only have one." After discovering his own uniqueness, Masaki Kigo had conducted research to evolve himself, but the results were unsatisfactory. Although the hereditary factors between individuals were similar, even identical as if they were brothers, the gene chain in their bodies could only have one. His words slightly surprised Xia Yan, but he maintained a calm demeanor. Using Tonya's appearance and speaking in a steady tone, he said, "What I want to do is none of your business. You just need to research it, and you will know who Ultraman's current human form is. Earthlings like Tiga cannot use it, but humans from the Leo side can." Xia Yan wasn't always thinking about tricking Feng Yuan. He still remembered the promise he made to him, which could be fulfilled by Masaki Kigo's research. After all, if Feng Yuan shared his power, his own strength would definitely be affected, leading to him becoming weaker than he was supposed to be, which was not what Xia Yan wanted to see. With the ancient gene liquid, things would be different. However, given Masaki Kigo's personality, he didn't seem to want to be easily manipulated. After a mocking laugh, he said, "Why must I become an Ultraman human form? I have other options." As he spoke, a hint of disdain appeared on his face, and the giant stone statue popped into his mind. This was, of course, Masaki Kigo intentionally saying this to disrupt the mind-reading abilities of the person in front of him, since his thoughts could be seen through. Directly telling the other party that there were other options would keep him from being in a passive position. Masaki Kigo wasn't a fool. He didn't want to be at someone else's mercy. However, after hearing Masaki Kigo's statement, the Tianyi that Xia Yan transformed into didn't even need to use mind reading to guess what the other options were. He had long anticipated this and didn't care about it at all. Thus, in Masaki Kigo's view, Tianyi showed a sunny smile like that of a neighborhood boy and said, "You can rest assured and focus on your research. I'll make sure you have no other options." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan, transformed into Tianyi, vanished in an instant. "What do you want to do?" Masaki Kigo's pupils shrank, and he instinctively shouted, his eyes wide open, as a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. But at that moment, he realized that the figure had already disappeared. This situation left Masaki Kigo shocked, and he narrowed his eyes, thinking of something. It was teleportation. He was sure the person he saw moments ago was real, not an illusion. Yet they vanished in an instant. Could it be that Tian Ye's superpower had developed to another level? Masaki Kigo didn't have the ability to see through the truth and didn't know that the Tian Yi he saw was actually a disguise created by Xia Yan. So, he instinctively thought Tian Ye's superpower was far beyond his own. Realizing this, Masaki Kigo's expression darkened, and he suddenly noticed something wrong with Tian Ye's words. Oh no! The giant stone statue. His expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in shock, quickly driving his car straight to his company. With Tian Ye's ability to foresee the future, finding the giant stone statue would be a piece of cake. Masaki Kigo now hoped that the protective measures of the relic would hold Tian Yi back before he could arrive. The Cedar Company was purposely built on top of the giant stone statue ruins, so as long as he returned in time, Tian Yi wouldn't be able to reach the stone statue. Thinking this way, he pressed the accelerator harder and harder, his expression growing increasingly grim, ignoring the safety of others. His speeding quickly caused a traffic accident, leading to collisions among other vehicles. But Masaki Kigo paid no attention to this. Even when police sirens sounded behind him, he showed no signs of slowing down. Rapidly calculating the best route in his mind, he was immediately aware of any roadblocks. He even used his superpower to manipulate traffic lights, ensuring there were no obstacles along the way. Showing a reckless demeanor, Masaki Kigo felt no guilt for the consequences of his actions, thinking that he could just throw money at the problem later. The speedometer of the car he was driving continued to rise, his gaze fixed ahead as he thought, Tian Yi Makafu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, but I absolutely won't let you touch the giant stone statue. Your teleportation must consume a lot of stamina. Let's see whether your teleportation is faster or my car. As long as he was still human, even with ancient genes, he couldn't escape the law of conservation of energy. Even though he leaned more towards becoming an Ultraman human form in his heart, that didn't mean he would easily give up on the giant stone statue. If he didn't become an Ultraman human form, then he still had a fallback option. Now, that Tian Yi wanted to cut off that fallback. Masaki Kigo would never allow him to do so. He believed that Tian Ye's use of teleportation would definitely have a cost, and human stamina had its limits. Normally, that would be the case, but this Tian Yi was actually a transformation of Xia Yan, so using teleportation consumed energy, not stamina. Moreover, after disappearing, Xia Yan transformed into a burst of light and flew away at high speed, quickly covering an unknown distance, making it impossible for the car's speed to compete. Using his ability to foresee the future, after determining the location of the giant relic in Kumamoto City, Xia Yan headed straight to the destination. Masaki Kigo's words reminded him that he needed to take the statue away first to cut off this guy's escape route. A beam of light descended onto the overgrown path next to the stone lion and drainage ditch. Xia Yan still transformed into the appearance of Tonya. After all, just in case, when doing bad things, one should use someone else's looks. He activated his perception ability and scanned the surroundings, and indeed found a faint glow lying motionless in the distant weeds. With a flash of white light in his eyes, he used the Ultraman's eye, and his vision pierced through the obstruction of the weeds. Xia Yan saw a yellow farmhouse dog lying there, sleeping soundly. Perhaps it was his unmasked aura that alerted the sleeping farmhouse dog. Woof! With a bark, it immediately got up, sensing that familiar energy aura, and excitedly jumped out from the weeds. Woof! Woof woof woof. Chapter 149. Only 7 would do that, setting up the final holy war. The light of Evil D had probably long gone to the distant universe of Orion, leaving its battle body thrown on Earth without taking it away. Not every Ultraman is like 7, who continues to tolerate the mistakes made against humanity, and sometimes even sees himself as a human. 30 million years ago, other Ultramen, after evolving from ancient warriors into light, had originally planned to leave after dealing with the monsters on Earth, but soon discovered that there was a terrifying darkness on Earth, so they stayed to help humanity deal with it. However, what the Ultramen did not expect was that Digga, whether misled or having some issue, soon betrayed the light camp and fell into darkness. Once Digga turned dark, his lovers and comrades saw the other Ultramen trying to deal with Digga and also fell into darkness. Chimera, Darum, Hitola, and Digga were already powerful, so their followers also turned dark. Before the Ultramen even began to confront the hidden, terrifying darkness on Earth, they were forced to split into 2 factions. By the time Digga finally realized his mistake and betrayed his lovers and comrades to end the conflict, it was a repeated back and forth. Evil D and the others had finally come together, only for all of humanity to collectively drive them away again, excluding 7. Even the most good-natured Ultraman could not tolerate this grievance. Originally, they had good intentions, wanting to help humanity eliminate the darkness before leaving. But their brothers and friends had suffered great losses, and now humanity was starting to act up again. Well then, respect others' destinies. Thus, a large number of Ultramen chose to leave Earth directly, regardless of humanity's survival. Only a few powerful leaders remained after leaving their battle bodies, transforming into light to depart. Diga, however, feeling guilty for his actions, left a part of his light on Earth, which over several reincarnations became Daegu. This is also why Daegu could transform into a beam of light at a critical moment to activate the Diga statue. As for the pure battle body left by Evil D, it could not withstand the turmoil. On TV, it was directly eliminated by Diga with a beam of light, and its injuries were simply incomparable to a normal Ultraman. There is an essential difference here. Daegu transformed into light to activate the Diga statue, which counts as half an Ultraman. Masaki Kigo, on the other hand, sees the power of the divine light stick to forcibly turn his body into light to activate the Evil D statue. In the end, that was not his own power at all. Even if he became an Ultraman, it was merely an experience card. After being beaten and reverting from transformation, Masaki Kigo returned to his human form without even a transformation device. However, Evil D left very decisively back then, but he left the dog on Earth. It is unknown whether he forgot or did not think of it, or perhaps there's another possibility. 30 million years ago, Gady was too weak to leave Earth for the universe. At this moment, Gady, thinking it was an old friend returning, came out of the bushes like it had taken stimulants, barking and running out. However, when it came to Xia Yan's feet and sniffed carefully, it became dejected again. Woof. Gady, whose barking had turned into a whimper, drooped its head in a sad manner. The unfamiliar energy aura was not him. Just as he was thinking, Gady felt its neck being lifted, and the whole dog was suspended in mid-air. Woof, woof, woof. It barked and kicked its legs, trying to break free from the grasp of this stranger. At this moment, Xia Yan hugged it tightly and rubbed its dog head, saying, "Do you want to see CD again? That friend who left you on Earth." As he spoke, he walked straight towards the ruins, and in his perception, the two stone statues were very prominent. Woof. Gady was somewhat confused by what Xia Yan said, and then began to shout and explain. Fortunately, Xia Yan had the ability to read minds, so he could understand what Gady was saying. The general idea was not far from his guess. Gady was just a little monster back then, and it didn't have an energy meter on its chest, so it couldn't survive in space. When it finally grew an energy meter, it found that it couldn't fly, so it had to keep pondering. However, being alone on Earth was lonely, so as it pondered, it fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until recently that a human found the ruins that Gady finally awakened. However, it felt that the human had ill intentions, and the act of forcibly digging into the ruins made Gady, who had been guarding the statues, feel dissatisfied. So it didn't explain the method to activate the statues to the other party. Xia Yan walked straight into the ruins, thinking to himself that he must be an Ultraman, and the stones blocking the entrance transformed into specks of golden light and vanished. He proceeded smoothly into the main hall, where the statues of Evil Deity and Gady stood side by side on a high platform. Scanning the surroundings with his Ultraman eye, he noticed that the invisible energy electric nets arranged around the statues were completely exposed. This must have been a protective measure set up by Masaki Kigo after finding the statue. Besides the two statues on the platform, the light genetic factor converter device had not yet been created. Holding Gady, Xia Yan shimmered with a bit of light and used teleportation to reach the platform, treating the invisible energy electric nets as if they were nothing. Looking up at the Evil Deity statue, he transformed into a light mass and injected himself into the energy timer of the statue. Wong wong. With a thud, Gady fell to the ground, making a few dissatisfied noises. When he saw the giant statue begin to emit a faint glow, he quickly transformed into a stream of golden light and entered the energy timer of the monster statue. As Xia Yan completely took control of Evil Deity's body, the faint glow on its surface faded, revealing an Ultraman resembling Diga. Because the power of light this time did not turn into darkness. Evil Deity's body had red stripes on its silver waist and abdomen instead of black. The V-shaped chest armor looked relatively normal, and its milky white bulbous eyes and blue energy timer made it appear to be an Ultraman of the light side. In terms of skill inheritance, it was also quite complete. As soon as Xia Yan took control of this Ultraman body, he automatically learned several light skills and martial arts techniques. However, since Evil Deity only had one form, it was essentially a composite form of Diga. The skills were also quite similar, with the Evil Beam transforming into the Zai Paleo Beam. Just as Xia Yan was checking the skill list and feeling how much power this body could unleash, a monster's head suddenly came into his view. The light monster Gady opened its big claws and directly hugged Xia Yan, wailing loudly. Ooh. Tears poured out like a fountain from Gady's two big eyes. Chapter 150. What is going on here? Xia Yan exerted himself for a long time before he managed to explain to Gady that he was not the true form of Evil D. Gady probably understood as well, knowing that the brilliance of Evil D had long since left the earth, so he didn't dwell on it too much. The reason he was crying nonstop was simply because he was overwhelmed with emotions upon seeing the resurrection of the Evil D statue. After transforming back, Xia Yan found that he had a godlight stick transformation device in his hand. Unlike Dagu's godlight stick, the wings on his stick were silver red instead of gold. Although he activated the Evil D statue with light energy, there was still a gap compared to Diga. This body could only withstand dozens of battles before inevitably sustaining damage. Because Xia Yan had not completely fused with the statue, this body ultimately did not belong to him. Unlike Dagu, who had completely merged with the Diga statue, becoming both light and human, Xia Yan did not feel regret over not having an extra Ultraman body, as he had gained many skills instead. Moreover, it was still his own Ultraman body, which was more comfortable and easier to use. What? Is this something from Libya? Don't ask the warrior of light such dark questions. Looking up at the still dejected monster Gady, Xia Yan waved his hand and called out, Gady, are you coming with me or staying here? Upon hearing this, Gady tilted his head down towards Xia Yan and then transformed into a ball of light. Woof! When he landed and turned back into a dog, Gady, with a bell transformation device around his neck, barked at Xia Yan. The gist was that since the Evil D statue was no longer here, there was no point in him staying behind a guard. Using his mind-reading ability to understand Gady's words, Xia Yan reached out and hugged him, saying, then let us go. I'll find you 3 new friends. Woof! What kind of friends? Are they human? They probably can't be considered humans, but they can play with you for a long time. Xia Yan rubbed Gady's dog head while using teleportation to leave the underground palace. By the time Masaki Kigo drove back to the company and hurriedly arrived at the ruins, all he saw was a cloud of dust. The high platform was empty, with nothing left, not even the monster statue. Torin Yamaki, Masaki Kigo, who collapsed on the spot, knelt on the ground like a defeated dog, howling, my statue, my giant statue. Torin Yamaki, damn it, you bastard. You didn't even leave me the monster statue. Torin Yamaki, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. The disappearance of the 2 statues made Masaki Kigo's heart crumble right away, and he cursed Torin incessantly. Although he now wanted to become an Ultraman human form, these 2 statues were things he had been researching for many years. For a scientist, having their research taken away is akin to having their lifeline snatched away, especially when it concerns giant statues. While cursing, Masaki Kigo's mind was racing, thinking about how to get the statues back. But he realized he seemed to be at a disadvantage against Torin, because being able to take the giant statue meant that Torin could transform into light on his own, thus activating the statue. The other party could now transform into a giant, while he was still just a weak human. How could a flesh-and-blood body possibly deal with a giant that was like a god? The more he thought about it, the more upset Masaki Kigo became, jumping up and down in anger on the high platform. That was supposed to be mine. Mine. Torin Yamaki. At that moment, Torin was still unaware that he had suddenly gained a black pod on his head. He was with the Victory Team, heading to the KM-209 area to investigate the specific location where the interdimensional monster, Durambo, was hiding. Halloween was still some time away, but the Victory Team couldn't wait that long. As for Xia Yan, who bore Torin's appearance, he was taking Gady into the plank space, patting its dog head and saying, you should giantize and take a nap here for a while. In a few days, I'll take you to another universe. Masaki Kigo had not yet researched the super ancient gene liquid, so Xia Yan decided to wait a few more days. Upon hearing this, Gady giantized back into a light monster, let out a roar at Xia Yan, and then lay down to close its eyes and fall into a light sleep. The energy in this space was many times more abundant than on Earth, and Gady felt very comfortable staying here. After temporarily arranging Gady, Xia Yan's consciousness logged off from this energy avatar and returned to Torin's body. Torin was completely unaware of Xia Yan running out and then back in. At that moment, he was executing a mission with Daegu. Torin remembered the interaction between Rina and Daegu in the Victory Team's command room and couldn't help but remind him, Rina's personality is very strong. Be careful not to be led by her. While speaking, Torin had a kind smile on his face, but to Daegu, it seemed like he was teasing him. Daegu, with a flushed face, held the detector, turned to look at Torin, and stubbornly argued, I already said, Rina and I don't have that kind of relationship. Although he indeed wanted to have that kind of romantic relationship with Rina, Daegu was still quite immature and embarrassed to explain it to her. Upon hearing this, Torin was taken aback, thinking, strange, I feel like this is the first time I've mentioned this to you. Feeling that something was off, he used mind reading to check Daegu's thoughts at that moment. Then Torin heard Daegu mumbling in his mind. This guy Torin, really? He just teased me before and is bringing it up again. Is he ever going to stop? Torin, when did this happen? Why don't I have even the slightest recollection of it? Confused, Torin suddenly remembered that there was another person in his body, and his expression darkened. Ultraman, you wouldn't have done this again, would you? He felt it was absurd in his heart. Why did he have to take the blame for what Ultraman did? He wanted to explain the specific situation to Daegu, but he couldn't expose his identity. Otherwise, if he transformed frequently, Torin felt he would probably tire himself out before Ultraman had a chance to change back to a human form. Looking at Daegu, who was walking ahead, Torin felt very distressed without receiving any response from Ultraman. He became increasingly melancholic, but perhaps it was a case of misfortune coming in waves. As Torin suddenly sensed a murderous aura coming from behind him, he shivered all over and turned to look back, only to see a young man charging at him with a fierce demeanor, his eyes locked onto Torin. The other party let out an extremely angry roar. Damn it. Torin Yamaki, you bastard. Chapter 151. This human form is not worth it. Taking a step back is to gain breathing space. Enduring for a moment only makes one angrier. The usually rational Masaki Kigo felt that no matter how he thought about it, he was at a disadvantage and felt the chances were slim. So he made a bold decision to go all out, based on his preliminary understanding of Torin. Even if he complied with the other party's demands, he was likely to fail at the last minute. According to the demonstrations in the Ultraman discs and the situation he saw in the ruins in his dreams, human forms have transformation devices. Without transforming into a giant, they were really no different from humans. Rather than being threatened like this, it would be better to take down Torin directly and snatch the transformation device before he transformed. Although Masaki Kigo was going all out, he had carefully calculated during the process. Torin had only recently joined the victory team, and his body had definitely not been trained yet. Meanwhile, Masaki Kigo was at the top level in combat on Earth. The only unexpected factor was the additional victory team member. However, he didn't regard that person as a threat. Ordinary humans were simply too weak against superpowered beings. As he quickly approached Torin, Masaki Kigo's mind operated at full capacity, and he directed a wave of mental energy towards Torin and Daegu, attempting to project his mental shadow into their pupils for control. Torin might be able to ignore it, but this victory team member definitely couldn't. While thinking this, Masaki Kigo moved in for the attack. His plan was indeed plausible under normal circumstances, but both Torin and Daegu were human forms, so they both felt a gentle breeze pass by, and then nothing happened. However, Torin was indeed as Masaki Kigo thought, lacking combat skills and experience. When he saw that exceptionally fierce attack coming at him, he became somewhat flustered and didn't know how to react. But then he saw Torin quickly take off his glasses, and his gaze suddenly became sharp, and his whole demeanor changed. Xia Yan raised his hand to grab Masaki Kigo's wrist, dodging a punch while casually flicking his hand. Masaki Kigo immediately flipped over and fell to the ground. Before he could react to what had happened, his neck was grabbed, lifted, and thrown. He flew far away and crashed on the grass, rolling for a while. Then, the voice of Tonya echoed in his mind. Don't think you can play any tricks on me. Next time, it won't be this easy. Just obediently go back and do your research. Rest assured, I'm a man of my word. Masaki Kigo, who had fallen on the grass, clenched his fists and looked up at Tonya Makio over there. Tonya Makio, you bastard. It felt like a defeated dog staring back. His mindset exploded. He never expected this guy to be so deeply hidden. An expert knows whether someone is good or not at a glance. In the brief exchange, Masaki Kigo realized that he was no match for Tonya Makio at all. In just a blink of an eye during their hand-to-hand combat, as soon as Masaki Kigo charged in, he was immediately overpowered by Xia Yan, who seized control of Tonya's body and was swiftly knocked down and thrown out. At this moment, Daegu finally came to his senses and recalled what had just happened. Tonya, he said, looking in shock at Tonya, who had just taken off his glasses, feeling that Tonya was somehow not himself. However, another person seemed to be in a bad state. Although the other party seemed to want to make a move just now, Masaki Kigo appeared to be human after all. Daegu didn't have time to think about Tonya's changes and turned to run towards the person who had fallen far away. Worried, hey, are you alright? However, at this moment, Masaki Kigo saw Daegu coming and immediately got up and ran. Although Makio was very good at messing with people's minds, Masaki Kigo didn't want to expose himself right now. He knew that since he had failed to seize the transformation device, he had to follow Makio's demands if he wanted to gain the power of the giant. He couldn't afford to get entangled with the victory team at this moment, and even if he revealed that Tonya had gained the power of the giant, it would only lead to a complete fallout between them. The reason Masaki Kigo dared to launch a sneak attack was that he knew he was still useful to Makio. Even if he failed, he would just return to the starting point. Once a complete fallout happened, the first to deal with him would probably be Makio. Gritting his teeth in anger, Masaki Kigo decided to endure for now and think of a way to take revenge after gaining Ultraman's power. Daegu stared in astonishment as the other person ran far away. After chasing for a while, he stopped, puzzled. What the hell is going on with this person? It's so strange. Remembering the angry shout when they first appeared, he felt it must be related to Tonya, and Daegu turned back along the original path. At this moment, Xia Yan put on his glasses and, while his consciousness went offline, returned control of the body to Tonya. After a moment of confusion, Tonya realized what had happened and immediately questioned in his heart. Ultraman, what did you secretly do again? Unable to hear the private conversation, Xia Yan pretended he didn't understand and shouted, Huh? It seems like I don't have any energy left. Let's talk about it next time. After saying that, Xia Yan fell silent, ignoring Tonya's calls. Seeing this situation, Tonya felt extremely uncomfortable, sensing that he was about to get into big trouble. Ultraman, why don't you say anything? The familiar silence made Tonya's mindset become somewhat subtle. Why did he feel that Ultraman was being so evasive? Just as he felt frustrated, Daegu ran back, asking what was going on. He was my old friend. He just came over to joke with me. All right, let's proceed with the mission. After finding an excuse to deflect, Tonya felt like he was shouldering the blame again and didn't say much as he walked ahead. However, with his back to Daegu, he wore a pained expression. Damn, this human body doesn't behave itself. Is that so? Daegu followed behind Tonya, looking skeptical. However, seeing that he had no intention of answering further, Daegu, thinking it might be Tonya's privacy, didn't want to ask too much. The two continued to search for the location of the dimensional space where the Karambo, the pumpkin boat, was located. On the other side, Masaki Kigo returned to the Sida company with a gloomy face, changed into a lab coat, and went straight into the laboratory. He had thoughts about researching the super ancient gene fluid for a long time, but after realizing it was useless to him and calculating that injecting it would destroy his own genes, he simply abandoned the research. However, the initial data and materials were still there, and now he just needed to recite them to quickly obtain results. As Masaki Kigo's experiment progressed, Chapter 152, I don't remember. I never said that. Don't slander me. Scientists each have their areas of expertise. Since Masaki Kigo discovered the giant statue, he has been focused on evolving himself into a light life form capable of giantization. His research naturally leaned towards genetics, including the light genetic factor converter he developed later, which was also aimed at activating his own super ancient genes. In contrast, another person, Doraemon Kugiai, was different. Kugiai seemed to know a bit of everything and could always pull out some strange high-tech gadgets. For this mission to search for the dimensional monster Karambo and the pumpkin boat, he took out a spatial detector and distributed one to each pair in the team. Daegu still had a bit of a protagonist aura. Otherwise, in the original trajectory, he would have been discovered long ago. It was also possible that Sawai and the others knew, but pretended not to. At this moment, the detector in Daegu's hand was beeping continuously. Seeing this situation, he quickly took out his handheld computer to report. Commander, I found something abnormal here. On a wooden guardrail was a white paper with a red ink warning written on it. No entry. When Munakata and others arrived, the detectors in their hands also beeped incessantly. Kugiai stared at the waves displayed on the detector screen and confidently said, This is the center of the abnormal magnetic field. It must be where the dimensional monster Karambo's pumpkin boat is located. But I don't see it here, Shinjo said, looking around at the mountains and forests. With nothing but trees and hills, there wasn't even a trace of pumpkin boat. Reina rolled her eyes at Shinjo and explained helplessly, It's called a dimensional monster. So, of course, its pumpkin boat is hidden in another dimension. But even knowing this, they had no way to enter since they couldn't find the entrance. Munakata reported this situation back to the victory team command room. To find Karambo, they needed to enter the dimensional space. But the victory team currently had no way to open the dimensional device, creating a seeming deadlock. Just as the victory team members fell into deep thought, pondering solutions, No one noticed that Tongya had already disappeared. At this moment, in a hidden corner, Xia Yan was struggling with Tongya for control of the body, reaching out to take off the glasses he was wearing. However, Tongya grabbed his arm. No, Ultraman, transforming now will reveal our identities. It's fine. While speaking, Xia Yan controlled Tongya's body to flip and fall to the ground, explaining, anyway, after a while I'll go find someone else. Hearing this, Tongya felt a wave of frustration. Did you even listen to what you just said? He fell to the ground, struggling and grabbing his arm, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. How could it be fine? Didn't you say that we can't expose our human identities? It seems not, Xia Yan said as he quickly switched arms and calmly took off his glasses. You must have remembered it wrong. As he spoke, he had already taken control of his body. Although Tongya's ultra-ancient genes had been enhanced, he couldn't compete with him as an Ultraman in terms of possession. He took out the silver beta magic stick and pressed it directly. A golden light flashed, and Tongya immediately transformed into a ball of light. Meanwhile, on the other side, damn it, Dagu looked around the area, unwilling to give up so easily. Do we really have to wait until Halloween? As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and turned to look around, wanting to ask Tongya if there was a solution. However, as Dagu scanned the crowd, he found no sign of Tongya. Boom! A dull thud sounded at that moment. When Dagu turned his head to look at the sound, he immediately saw a ball of light crash to the ground. As a large amount of dirt flew up and dust rose, the light exploded in the dust to form the body of a giant. When he saw the familiar silver-red giant, Dagu felt a sense of DJVU in his heart. It was as if he had also disappeared from the eyes of the victory team when he transformed secretly. Could it be? Dagu was still guessing in his heart when Xincheng, seeing Ultraman appear, immediately shouted in excitement. It's Ultraman! Dagu! Ultraman has a new form again. And this time I didn't miss it. Of course, what was seen on the screen was not as real as what was happening on site. Hearing it, Dagu's expression was awkward. In fact, he had known all along, but Xincheng still thought he didn't know. Perhaps the people of the victory team all suspected Dagu, but Xincheng probably never doubted him. Having completed his transformation, Xia Yan landed on the ground, the Ultraman eye looking ahead where there was a special fluctuation. With a snap of his fingers, two memory images appeared beside Xia Yan, Memory 7 and Memory Ace, leaping out from within. As Memory 7 extended his palms, layers of energy waves spread forward, using the ability of dimensional crossing, and the magnetic field began to react violently. Memory Ace then flew into that area, directly merging into the ground using time-space crossing. At this moment, the interdimensional monster Galambo was hiding in a pumpkin boat, transforming into an old witch and making special lollipops. With Halloween approaching, it could harvest another batch of children's dreams. While Galambo was blissfully thinking, a sudden rumble shook beneath its feet. By the time it realized what was happening, Memory Ace had already lifted the pumpkin boat and flown out of the interdimensional space. Who dares to run wild in my territory? Galambo, discovering the situation, was furious. It grabbed a broomstick nearby, riding it as it swooped out of the pumpkin boat. I'll see who is impatient to live. After saying this, Galambo landed on the ground, its body resembling an old witch scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing the situation, it froze in place, its paper MCH face dumbfounded. Three Ultramen? It was shocked. Wasn't Earth only inhabited by humans? When did so many Ultramen appear? Galambo, who often stayed in the pumpkin boat and didn't go out, was unaware of the changes happening on Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't have foolishly locked Dagu inside the pumpkin boat in the original timeline. Memory Ace placed the pumpkin boat he was holding in front of the victory team, and then quickly turned to face Galambo. Swiftly, he raised his right hand up and his left hand down, and a crescent-shaped cutting light flew out. A white vertical guillotine swooshed towards Galambo. Meanwhile, Memory 7 clasped his hands above his head, shooting out a yellow Aimrim beam. The two Memory Ultramen instantly unleashed their signature light skills. Seeing this scene, Galambo didn't even bother to use the broom it was riding and quickly activated its teleportation. Damn Ultramen, they drive me crazy. The old witch-like Galambo appeared on the other side, roaring in anger as massive energy waves surged around its body. Chapter 153, I Never Lie. Galambo's monster form resembled a humanoid, with boot-like organs on its feet that allowed it to move silently in battle. Its arms bore sharp blades, giving it an advantage in close combat. The upper and lower body were black and yellow, with a blue organ in the center of the white part of its face, and its head had two circular ring-like horns, with a thin tail behind it. At this moment, seeing that the Ultramen were numerous, Galambo immediately used its ability to create clones. In an instant, 5 Galambos appeared. The Goo, who was on the ground, saw this scene and initially wanted to sneak away to transform and provide support, but the next movement of Ultraman made him stop at his tracks. Xia Yan waved his hand, and the memory scene reappeared, energy unfolding endlessly as if it were free, comparing the current summoner form to the number of people. It was truly like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. The original Jack, Taro, Leo, and Astra jumped out one after another from the memory scene. Ace and Seven also came to the side, and the 7 Ultraman giants surrounded Karambo, leaving it stunned and unable to think. Although Xia Yan had a lot of energy, summoning 7 Ultramen at once was a bit overwhelming. So he quickly instructed this group of memories to beat up Karambo. The scene was quite brutal. Karambo didn't even have a chance to use teleportation and was continuously pinned down and beaten by the 7 Ultraman giants. When Karambo, after being thoroughly trampled, was left weak and gasping for breath, Xia Yan finally waved his hand to disperse the 7 Ultraman memories. Feeling the energy consumption, he approached Karambo and extended his hand to activate his energy absorption ability. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Karambo's blue organ on his face ruptured, and he immediately lost energy, dying. Seeing this, Xia Yan rubbed out an 8-point light wheel and casually threw it, causing the opponent's body to explode into pieces. He wasn't really concerned about Karambo's energy. Mainly, the opponent's abilities provided him with enhancements. Not to mention the cloning ability, the instant teleportation, close combat skills, and the ability to move silently on 2 feet. All of these could serve to supplement Xia Yan's experience. After dealing with Karambo, his bulbous eyes turned to the victory team and he nodded at them, then leaped into the sky and disappeared. A burst of light fell into the woods. Tong Yi collapsed on the ground, feeling miserable, as if his body had been emptied. Ah, can you save some energy? I feel like I'm about to die of exhaustion. He flipped over and lay on the ground, moaning, his eyes blankly gazing at the sky, looking completely out of sorts. A surge of light energy emerged in his body. And just as Tong Yi was feeling a bit better, he heard Xia Yan say, "How long has it been since you transformed? You're already down? So pathetic. It seems I need to find someone else." Upon hearing this, Tong Yi's expression turned numb. Damn it, this human form isn't worth it. Under the influence of the light energy, Tong Yi rested for a moment and regained his strength, unsteadily making his way towards the victory team. At that moment, Zhong Fong and the others were all focused on the pumpkin boat incident, so no one noticed him. By opening the dimensional gate inside the pumpkin boat, everyone entered a strange space where there were actually a lot of children. However, with Karambo eliminated, Xia Yan had no intention of absorbing those dreams. So these children were not like puppets at this time. While Zhong Fong contacted the Security Bureau personnel, he also sent someone to pilot the Victory Flying Swallow fighter jet. When Tong Yi and the Victory team returned to headquarters together, he was unaware that Xia Yan had quietly slipped out again. On the other side, in the CDEC Corporation laboratory, this was the exclusive area of Masaki Kigo, and no one could enter without his permission. At this moment, he had just placed 10 tubes of ultra-ancient gene liquid into a portable cold storage suitcase when he suddenly sensed someone behind him. He quickly turned around and, seeing it was Tong Yi Mufu, Masaki Kigo was startled and tightened his grip on the suitcase. He fixed his gaze on the Xia Yan transformed into Tong Yi Mufu and restrained his expression, saying, "It seems you can't wait any longer. So now you should tell me who the Ultraman human form is. Otherwise," as he spoke, Masaki Kigo's finger brushed against the side of the portable cold storage suitcase, where there was a button. "If I press this, all of these gene liquids will be destroyed." While speaking with a vigilant expression, he kept his eyes firmly on Tong Yi Mufu, fearing that the other party might suddenly attack. To be honest, Masaki Kigo wasn't at ease. He had long anticipated the current situation. With Tong Yi Mufu's ability to foresee the future, he definitely knew when he would create the gene liquid. That's why he had taken this precaution. Xia Yan watched Jingmu Jingwu's tense expression with indifference, completely unconcerned about the threat he posed at that moment. Using his ability to foresee the future, he confirmed that the ultra-ancient gene liquid would not have any issues. And he slightly narrowed his eyes as he instantly released his psychic power. The red psychic energy immediately acted on Jingmu Jingwu, causing his entire body to be controlled. Jingmu Jingwu instinctively wanted to press his fingers, but found that he couldn't move at all. This sudden situation made his gaze towards Tomia filled with a mix of shock and anger. Along with a hint of fear in his heart, his eyes quickly turned fiery. Is this the power of evolving into a giant? It's so powerful that it can be exerted even in a human body. However, When he saw Tomiya Makio reaching for the portable freezing suitcase, Jingwu's eyes immediately filled with rage. He wanted to curse but found that his mouth couldn't move. Even his superpowers were rendered useless due to the unfamiliar energy control, preventing him from using his ability to communicate. At that moment, Jingwu wished he could tear Tomiya Makio apart. The other party's actions clearly indicated that he regarded him as a tool, and now that he had obtained the results, he wanted to destroy the bridge after crossing it. Just as he was silently grinding his teeth in anger, he saw Tomiya Makio smile slightly at him. That smile instantly gave Jingwu a bad premonition. Oh no! This bastard wouldn't want to kill him to silence him, would he? Xia Yan was using Tonya's appearance, wearing glasses and pretending to be an elegant scoundrel. After patting Masaki Kigo's face, he said with a mocking tone, "How can I not keep my word? You have to trust me." While speaking, Xia Yan reached into his pocket. Masaki Kigo glared angrily at Tonya, but the next moment, what appeared in his sight made his pupils dilate in horror. The silver beta magic wand was held in Tonya Maki's hand, exactly the same as in the ruins from his dream. "Look, I'm Ultraman's human form." This sentence made Masaki Kigo's eyes turn red with anger. "Tonya Maki, you bastard." Chapter 154. There won't be a big villain getting killed by child, right? Before using teleportation to leave the experiment, Xia Yan was originally contemplating whether to lend Masaki Kigo the evil deity transformation device for a couple of days. However, after thinking it over, he decided against it. He was worried that Masaki Kigo would get the transformation device and turn into evil deity to confront Tonya directly. Xia Yan actually has a bit of conscience. Tonya already has quite a few burdens on his shoulders, and if he were to get beaten up by Masaki Kigo again, he might end up feeling wrong to the point of darkening right on the spot. With these thoughts in mind, he walked away decisively, probably thinking that Masaki Kigo was still in the laboratory, hoarsely pleading for him to stay. There was really no need to be so polite. After teleporting away from the Cedric company, he placed the portable freezer containing the ultra-ancient gene liquid into the plank space, and his consciousness immediately returned to Tonya's body. All of this happened silently, and Tonya was completely unaware of Xia Yan's departure and return. At that moment, he was patrolling outside in the Victory Falcon fighter jet with Shinjo. As for the pumpkin ship, it was transported back to the Victory team, where Kugi and the research department began their studies. Naturally, Shinjo was in the front seat, while Tonya was in the back. Just as he recalled Shinjo's absurd crash probability and felt somewhat uneasy, Xia Yan's voice echoed in his mind. "Tonya, I need to leave for a while." Although the monster appearance rate on Earth in the Diga era wasn't as frequent, there weren't daily monster battles. Xia Yan still felt the need to inform Tonya. Compared to the Showa Ultraman's human form, Daigo seemed to be living in paradise. Even Takayama next door envied him. Since ancient times, Red and Blue have either formed a CP or become rivals, and there are also shameless old seniors and young ones who become sworn brothers. In short, Gaia and Aga were in a life-and-death struggle in the early stages. After hearing Xia Yan's words, Tonya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted, asking in his mind, "Did you find the next human form for Ultraman?" Tonya didn't feel particularly reluctant about losing Ultraman's powers. His level of awareness had always been high. In fact, he felt a bit pleased because transforming was quite exhausting. Hearing this, Tonya felt somewhat relieved, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face, but Xia Yan's words made his expression stiffen. "I'm just temporarily going to another universe. Although my consciousness will be absent for a while, you can still transform." After hearing this, Tonya couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He thought he wouldn't have to be the human form anymore. If he felt excited when he was first selected, now he was more resistant to transforming. The physical exhaustion made him uneasy. He thought that with Daigo handling the monsters, he wouldn't have much to do, just needed to mention the monsters' weaknesses. This was a classic case of drought and flood. If Masaki Kigo found out, he would probably be furious. Thinking of Masaki Kigo's current state, Xia Yan reminded Tonya, "By the way, someone might come looking for you for some trouble recently. This is my test for him." With this excuse, he thought there was no major issue. "You handle it yourself, Tonya." After finishing his words, Xia Yan fell silent, but Tonya felt something was off. Using his foresight ability, he immediately saw Masaki Kigo with red eyes, endlessly entangling him, even creating mechanical monsters to attack. Is this some trouble? Moreover, why did he hate me so much? What did Ultraman do? Just as Tonya felt he was about to take on a big problem, before he could even ask what was going on in his mind, Shinjo, who was sitting in front of him, contacted the Victory Team headquarters, delivering a crash warning. This is Shinjo, currently in. Meanwhile, in the plank space, Xia Yan called upon the still-sleeping Gotti and contacted Feng Yuan to return to the Leo world. From the vast perspective of the universe, Black Star was a demonic planet hidden near Earth. Its surface area was about 300,000 square kilometers, and due to severe resource scarcity, the disc-shaped beings on Black Star maintained a miniaturized disc shape. As for Black Star itself, it seemed to be a gigantic disc organism. On the streets of an Earth city, a man dressed in a black coat with an extremely pale complexion was striding forward, holding a conductor's baton in one hand and a transparent crystal ball in the other, his eyes greedily scanning the surroundings. Earth was indeed prosperous, and, in terms of resources, it was exponentially greater than Black Star. Just in terms of volume, it was not something Black Star could compare to. The Black Commander, thinking this way, greedily swept his gaze over everything he saw. It was all resources. This man was actually a pawn controlled by Black Star, and the transparent crystal ball in his hand could not only summon the disc beings to Earth, but was also his source of life. Rather than saying that the Black Commander was the ultimate boss of Leo Ultraman, it would be more accurate to say he was a substitute. After all, how could a villain be defeated by a bunch of kids throwing punches and then have a crystal ball taken? The real mastermind behind it all was likely the planet Black Star itself. As for the Zerub aliens who brought the disc beings to Earth in advance, they were now left with nothing but ashes. Black Star was a place severely lacking in resources. The disc beings would even kill each other. So how could such a massive alien like the Zerub aliens possibly escape? Ultimately, even if the Zerub aliens could disguise themselves as Ultraman, they were merely cannon fodder aliens, and wouldn't stand a chance against the disc beings. They just happened to supplement the scant energy of those disc beings on Black Star. As a crystal ball in the Black Commander's hand emitted a flickering light, a disc being on Black Star began to spin and launched at Earth at the speed of light. At that time, inside the Mike Team space station, although the female team member celebrating her birthday was absent, the command room of the base was almost entirely filled with official team members. Xia Yan had just logged in from Feng Yuan when he heard the alarm from Team Mike blaring continuously. What's going on? Zhu Xingtuan had a serious expression on his face and came to the command room upon hearing the alarm. Perhaps due to the fact that he could transform again, he didn't look haggard or bearded. He still appeared energetic. Kuroda rushed to the radar display and, upon seeing it, turned pale with fear. Not good. An unidentified flying object has appeared above the space station. It's going to crash. The pre-save content was used up, and the end of the year was busy with overtime. So it would revert to 2 update today. Chapter 155. Feng Yuan, please turn on the microphone to communicate. This familiar scene caused Xia Yan, who was observing from a third-person perspective, to pause for a moment. It felt somewhat familiar. It was reminiscent of when I pretended to crash in a team mic. The lesson humanity can learn from history is that it never learns its lessons. Previously, when Xia Yan pretended to attack the space station, it was just a false alarm, perhaps due to radar detection issues. But last time, when the Plashra aliens attacked, they actually kidnapped the entire space station and took it to the moon. However, the higher-ups of Showa understood that without some high-pressure operations, they wouldn't be considered the upper echelon of humanity. So even though there was Xia Yan's previous pretense of crashing and the Plashra aliens kidnapping the space station, when Zhu Xingtuan proposed to the Earth United Organization to relocate Team Mike's headquarters, he still did not get approval. If it were Yashiki Sato, he would have thrown down his tools and quit right there. But Zhu Xingtuan continued to be the captain of Team Mike, because he could transform again. He thought he could still support Team Mike. Just at that moment when Xia Yan was pondering, the disc creature Hilbaburmii crashed into the space station with a loud bang. The entire Team Mike base immediately began to shake, and various instruments sparked and fizzled. The materials used for the space station were relatively sturdy, and although Hilbaburmii was very fast, it did not fall apart upon impact. At this moment, the disc creature was clinging to the top of the space station, spraying a dissolving liquid, its body, with red striped tentacles and a milky, transparent container, was attempting to swallow the entire Team Mike base from its large circular mouth at the bottom. Thick black smoke from the damaged equipment began to spread inside the space station, and chaos erupted in the Team Mike command room. Even Zhu Xingtuan and Feng Yuan staggered. Seeing the extremely critical situation, Xia Yan immediately condensed his energy doppelganger and emerged from Feng Yuan's body. The white energy coalesced into his figure, and he looked at Feng Yuan and Zhu Xingtuan with a serious expression and a rapid speech. Captain, Feng Yuan, hurry and transform. We can't afford to hesitate now. Although he didn't know why the disc creature had come so early, the situation was urgent. In addition to the official members of Team Mike, There were also hundreds of ordinary personnel maintaining operations in the space station. If it didn't transform quickly, when Xia Yan appeared without any concealment, it immediately attracted the attention of Kuroda and the others from the Mike team. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan realized the situation was very critical and immediately took out the ultra glasses from his pocket. After nodding at Xia Yan, he looked at his teammates with a serious yet somewhat disappointed expression. Without saying any more unnecessary words, he slammed the ultra glasses onto his eyes and pressed down. Yo! The ultra form of 7 appeared outside the space station, and as he crossed his arms with clenched fists on his chest, a red ultra psychic force enveloped the space station, forming a tangible energy barrier that protected the entire Mike team base. The red tentacles of Hilbaburmi tried to break the glass of the space station to enter and release toxic gas, but were perfectly blocked by the energy barrier created by 7. In the command room of the Mike team, Xia Yan sensed Hilbaburmi clinging tightly to the space station and not letting go. So he looked at Feng Yuan and said, "Transform quickly. Rush into its body through the mouth at the bottom of the disc creature, and you can enlarge to blow it up." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up. Thinking this was a good idea, he didn't hesitate and shouted while waving his hands, "Leo." At the same time, Xia Yan also took out his transformation device, and as he pressed it, red and white light burst forth. This scene left the members of the Mike team present momentarily stunned. The captain is 7? Feng Yuan is actually Leo? Ultraman is inside Feng Yuan's body? The members of the Mike team who witnessed this scene were in disbelief, questioning whether they were hallucinating. The shock of Kura, Ashima, and others is not to be mentioned for now. At this moment, Leo was completely stuck inside Hilbaburmi's vessel. While his legs were flailing outside, he deeply regretted believing Xia Yan's nonsense. Damn it, it's not going to explode. The upper half of Hilbaburmi's milky white vessel was mostly hollow and filled with yellow slime. These yellow polymers were used to store and spray toxic smoke and corrosive liquid. As Leo rushed in and just began to enlarge, he was immediately covered in the liquid and could see nothing clearly. However, the impact of Feng Yuan transforming into Leo and the blue energy explosion upon enlarging still paralyzed Hilbaburmi, causing its tentacles to loosen their grip on the space station. Seeing this, 7 quickly used his ultra-psychic force to move the Mike team base away from the battlefield. Then he looked at Xia Yan, who had also transformed into an Ultraman, and then at Leo, whose upper body was stuck in Hilbaburmi's circular mouth, before gazing at the space station in front of him. Due to the damage caused by the collision with the disc creature earlier, the Mike team's base was now non-operational, and there were certainly people inside who needed rescue. Thinking of this, 7 looked at Xia Yan and said, "This monster is up to you. I will first take the space station to the ground." As for Leo, who was half his body stuck in Hilbaburmi's mouth with only his red backside exposed, 7 didn't even glance at him. After finishing his words, he released energy with both hands and lifted the space station straight towards the Earth. Xia Yan looked at Leo's situation and immediately used instant transmission to reach beside him and grab his thrashing legs. "Feng Yuan, don't panic. I'll pull you out right now," he shouted, pulling hard with both hands. He hadn't meant to trap Feng Yuan. It was just that this situation was completely unexpected. Even with the ability to foresee the future, it wasn't always activated. Xia Yan thought that a normal monster should explode when Ultraman grew huge inside it. But Hilbaburmi was actually empty. This disc creature was abnormal. He pulled hard on Leo's large red foot, but the more he pulled, the tighter Hilbaburmi's circular mouth clamped down. After struggling for a while without success, Xia Yan saw that Leo seemed to be firmly locked in the mouth of this disc creature. He raised his hand and conjured an 8-pointed light wheel. The rapidly spinning 8-pointed light wheel struck fiercely against Hilbaburmi's circular mouth, and the intense cutting force immediately sent a shower of sparks flying. Leo, struggling in the body of the disc creature, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his buttocks and, trying to endure the discomfort, shouted outside, "Xia Yan, what are you doing? Why does my butt hurt so much?" Xia Yan glanced at his hand upon hearing this, and silently adjusted the position of the rapidly spinning 8-part. Just now, Hilbabur had felt pain, and in the struggle, he had moved too violently and accidentally cut Leo's buttocks. Chapter 156. Feelings have diminished. You actually don't trust me. Speaking of which, Leo's physical resistance in Showa Ultraman is also among the top. If it were any other Ultraman, they would have long since been incapacitated after taking the combined beam from the Ultra Brothers, but apart from the energy meter flashing red, nothing happened to Leo. The 8-part of Xia Yan struck him on his large buttocks, surprisingly not releasing any light particle energy, only leaving a few white marks. Thinking that there was not much of a problem, he exerted more force with his hands, cutting at Xia Yan's mouth while shouting at Leo. Feng Yuan, hold on a bit longer. I'm going to saw open its mouth with the 8 part. However, perhaps due to his sudden increase in strength, as soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yan suddenly began to struggle violently, with numerous tentacles flailing wildly. Among them, several red tentacles whipped fiercely against Xia Yan's arm holding the 8 part, causing the cutting position to involuntarily tilt. A cry of extreme pain escaped Leo's mouth. He was already terrified by Xia Yan's words, and suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his buttocks, causing him to kick his legs wildly. Xia Yan was cutting with great enthusiasm when Leo's big red foot suddenly kicked him, and he was unexpectedly sent flying. After kicking Xia Yan, the troublesome guy, Leo's upper body got stuck in Hilbeber's body, flailing around like a headless fly. Leo didn't dare to let Xia Yan help anymore. He seriously suspected that this bastard was doing it on purpose. Xia Yan watched the situation unfold and quickly chased after Leo while using his foresight ability. He learned that Leo would be in no life-threatening danger, so he shouted at him, Feng Yuan, don't run around. I'll use the spiral beam to blow it up for you, don't worry. It'll just hurt a little. As he spoke, Xia Yan suddenly formed a cross with his hands, and, at the moment his wrists collided, the spiral beam was instantly released. Xia Yan, you idiot! Leo quickly changed his flying direction while cursing, I don't need your help right now. Stop it. The white spiral beam shot out. But because Leo had urgently changed direction, the beam merely grazed the body of Hilbeber, sparking a few flames. Don't run, Feng Yuan. Xia Yan shouted as he dissipated the spiral beam and chased after Leo again. Don't run. It'll be resolved soon. Trust me. However, upon hearing this, Leo immediately increased his flying speed. Seeing this scene, Xia Yan felt a flash of sadness in his eyes. It had only been a short time without contact. Had the bond of brotherhood between them faded so quickly that Leo no longer trusted him? It was small-minded. Although there were times when he might unintentionally mess things up a bit. When dealing with the disc creatures, the bigger picture was certainly more important. Xia Yan wasn't lying to Leo. He had used his ability to foresee the future. When the explosion of Hilbeberm occurred, Leo, with his upper body inside it, would only see the energy timer flashing red. As long as he helped to timely replenish the energy, Leo would be fine, and his skin wouldn't even break. Thinking of this, Xia Yan sighed in his heart. Feng Yuan seemed to have become a bit smarter, as he used to believe anything that was said. At this moment, Leo only hated that he was flying too slowly. Hearing Xia Yan shout, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this guy, and kept flying desperately. Damn it, do you even want to listen to what you're saying? With Hilbeberm bearing down on him, Leo's upper body was covered in yellow goo, making it hard to see the direction, but Xia Yan noticed he was flying towards Earth. Suddenly, Xia Yan came up with an idea and shouted to Leo ahead. Feng Yuan, stop. There's the South City Sports Center in front of you. Baizi is still there. Keyword, trigger effect. Leo's figure immediately came to a screeching halt upon hearing this. Opportunity. Xia Yan saw that when he mentioned Baizi, the effect was remarkable. So he immediately used instant transmission to appear next to Xia. He rubbed his hands to generate an ultra-light beam and flung it out. A blue and white rope-like light instantly bound Xia. At the same time he controlled this disc-shaped creature, Xia Yan clapped his wrists together again, instantly forming a cross shape. The spatium ray was released in an instant. However, while being bound, Xia began to struggle violently, feeling a life-threatening crisis. It directly aimed its round mouth at Xia Yan and spat out. Leo was immediately sprayed out, and the white spatium ray hit him perfectly. Yeah, Xia Yan, you bastard. Leo, with a cry of ultra pain, was covered in a thick yellow liquid, and as sparks erupted from his back, he charged straight towards Xia Yan. Xia Yan, who urgently withdrew the spatium ray, saw Leo covered in yellow liquid, and upon hearing that curse, he immediately retracted his outstretched hands that were ready to catch him and quickly sidestepped to avoid him. The flying speed of Xia was even faster than that of Ultraman, making it quite difficult to catch up without transforming into a light ball for lightspeed flight. In that brief moment of delay, the opponent had already blinked and flown far away. Xia Yan didn't have time to check Leo's condition and used teleportation to chase after. This time, without Leo in the opponent's body, he acted without any reservations. The Ultraman's psychic energy was released in an instant, and the red energy became tangible, sweeping into Silberbulm's body. The sudden wave of dizziness caused its entire body to lose momentum in flight. When Leo was inside Silberbulm's body, He wasn't just aimlessly flailing around without doing anything. At that moment, his body had already been hollowed out. Xia Yan approached, raised his hand to conjure an Ultraman beam, and suddenly threw it out to regain control, while his hands quickly formed across to unleash the spatium ray. The white light shot out like a torrent, crashing into Silbaboom's circular mouth. In an instant, it penetrated its body. Boom! The explosive force broke through the clouds below. This strike was without any restraint, and its power had surpassed that of the original user, the first Ultraman. The spatium ray is a versatile beam that can be released instantly without any preparation, and Xia Yan frequently upgraded its level. If the first Ultraman mastered the spatium ray at a 6th level proficiency, Xia Yan was now at a 7th level, making it even more powerful. At this moment, Leo, covered in yellow slime, flew beside him. Xia Yan flipped through the skill list, but couldn't find the skill Ultra Water Flow. However, it wasn't a big deal. He brought his palms together and used Ultra Frost on Leo, but it was a watery version. It would be a bit cold. Chapter 157. There must be a conspiracy behind this. The water, which was at an unknown sub-zero temperature, sprayed all over Leo's body. The thick yellow liquid was completely washed away, but as a result, he was left shivering all over. Xia Yan, you bastard! Stop it! Leo stuttered as he spoke, his energy meter on his chest flashing red, and he glared at Xia Yan with anger. I wasn't trying to give you a bath, Xia Yan said as he withdrew the water version of Ultra Frost, looking at the flashing energy meter on Leo's chest with concern. You always get yourself so dirty when you fight. It really affects your image. As he spoke, he raised his hand, his face filled with a serious expression, and while patting Leo's shoulder, a surge of light energy flowed into his body. Looking back at Leo's fights, aside from those in the ocean, he had never been clean. It was either dust, dirt, or various monster slime. If it were the cleanliness-obsessed toothbrush Superman Asa, he would probably explode on the spot. After the light energy flowed into Leo's body, his energy meter returned to normal, and he looked at Xia Yan with some confusion. Why did this person suddenly become so nice? Feeling a sense of vigilance rising in his heart, Leo took a few steps back and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xia Yan, looking at Leo's wary expression, Xia Yan couldn't help but feel speechless. So, there's no trust between us anymore, huh? It's true that once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of ropes for 10 years. Honestly, since I returned this time, I wasn't planning to trick you. The fact that Shurubaburu didn't explode was completely an accident. As for the 8-point light, well, chopping the big, but that was also due to Shurubaburu's struggle. And don't talk nonsense about using the spatium ray to blow up both Shurubaburu and Leo. Didn't I foresee it with my ability? Everything is under control. There definitely won't be any death. Gazing at Leo, who had retreated a bit, Xia Yan shook his head and sighed. Sigh, we used to fight side by side as brothers. Now that our feelings have faded, you're so wary of me. As he spoke, he slowly planned to fly away, but Leo seemed to ignore him. Commander Black, dressed in black, hid in the shadows holding a crystal ball for a long time, but Shurubaburu still hadn't arrived on Earth. What's going on? Did something happen to the attack on Team Mike's space station? The attack on the headquarters of Team Mike was specifically ordered by Commander Black, who wanted Shurubaburu to do it. After arriving on Earth, he learned that the Human Defense Special Forces were actually based in outer space, which made him want to destroy it immediately. While Commander Black was pondering this, he suddenly noticed something flying overhead. Looking up, he saw 7 flying far away, holding Team Mike's space station. Upon witnessing this scene, Commander Black's expression darkened. 7 could still transform. Who spread those rumors in the universe? That Zarabu guy didn't speak a word of truth. Realizing this truth left him feeling very unwilling. Earth is such a resource-rich place. Can he only watch helplessly? It was like a person who had been hungry for years suddenly seeing a mountain of ready-made food. The temptation was hard to resist. Similar situations often occur. Commander Black thought about the fact that there were still several disk creatures on Black Star that hadn't been deployed. Even if 7 could transform, there were only 3 Ultramen on Earth right now. Their side had the majority and an advantage. Thinking this, Commander Black raised the crystal ball in his hand to summon the disk creatures again. Meanwhile, Xia Yan and Feng Yuan had already arrived at the South City Gymnasium, using it as a temporary gathering place. The Starry team was also on their way. According to the rules of the Land of Light, when Ultramen are discovered by humans, they must return to the Land of Light. However, this rule clearly doesn't apply to Leo, a being from L77. As for 7, there's no need to elaborate. The Starry team is no different from a rebellious child, always choosing humans over the Land of Light. Back in the day, the Land of Light strictly prohibited him from interfering in Earth's internal disputes. Yet the Starry team still chose to transform and help humans. The Land of Light couldn't control this rebellious individual before. Now that Anu is on Earth, the outcome is predictable. Feng Yuan, holding the ancient gene liquid, hurriedly ran to find the 100 children after arriving at the South City Gymnasium. With his identity already exposed, he feared he would ultimately leave Earth. Although it wasn't the Ultraman fusion he wanted most, having a solution was better than having none. Risa in the white dress and Risa in the black dress, as manifestations of the Red Ball, had long known Xia Yan was coming but didn't disturb him when they saw he was fighting. Now, seeing Xia Yan walk into the gymnasium, both girls showed clear joy, but their ways of expressing it were different. Risa in the white dress didn't hide her excitement. Running up to Xia Yan and shaking his arm, beaming, Xia Yan, I've learned all the knowledge about Earth." Her proud little face was waiting for Xia Yan to praise her. However, upon hearing this, Xia Yan's face slightly froze, and he looked at Risa in the white dress with a puzzled expression. "What? Learned it all?" At this moment, Risa in the black dress raised her chin proudly and said, "This Earth knowledge is really simple. Xia Ge, do you want to see the mushroom bomb? I'll show you right now." As she spoke, Risa in the black dress extended her little hand, and energy began to surge forth, simulating something. Xia Yan quickly interrupted and said, "I really don't want to see this right now." The sense of danger that had just come over him made a familiar feeling of exhaustion surge in his heart. Although he could instantly transform when an explosion occurred, and nothing would happen, this was the Southern City Sports Hall. The Yumita siblings and Omura Masashi were still here, and Feng Yuan was just entering the room with Baizi, working on activating the super ancient genes while clarifying identity issues. If a mushroom bomb were to explode here, Feng Yuan would definitely come after him afterward. After training with Ida Iryu, Feng Yuan could now output light energy, which was how Omura Masashi's body was healed. Omura Masashi couldn't use the injected light energy himself, but the Ida Iryu inside him was quite skilled at it. Therefore, during this period of ultra-high-intensity training, it hadn't actually harmed his body. Ida Iryu believed that as long as the damage incurred during the process was healed, Omura Masashi wouldn't feel any pain, and his body would become stronger day by day, which meant it wasn't harming him. As the director of the sports hall, Omura Masashi had a background in karate, but he hadn't exercised much, which led to his muscles relaxing and him becoming somewhat overweight. After a short period of ultra-high-intensity training, he looked as if he had transformed into a muscular man resembling a Mongolian wrestler. This didn't surprise Xia Yan much. Instead, it was the drastic changes in Heibai Risa that shocked him. In just a short time, the two girls had learned all the knowledge of this Earth and could even manually create mushroom bombs. "So you two are uploading files here, huh?" Not to mention, Heibai Risa was the embodiment of the wishing Red Ball, which was a technological product, so it could very well be true. Realizing this, Xia Yan felt enlightened. When he saw the black-dressed Risa wink at him playfully and the white-dressed Risa stifling a laugh beside her, he said, "You both did very well." Though he felt a bit helpless, he couldn't help but feel a bit pleased inside. The two girls had a high talent for technology, and it could almost be described as copying and pasting. The black-dressed Risa clearly noticed Xia Yan's insincerity and secretly felt amused. After all the studying they had done, she thought it was time for a little revenge. Just then, Xia Yan continued, "Since your talents are so good, you should go to the Kingdom of Light for a few thousand years of study. If you learn all the knowledge from the Kingdom of Light, with Heibai Risa connected to the plank space and not lacking energy, you could take off directly." At that time, if the white-dressed Risa and the black-dressed Risa stood there as scientists harnessing their own powers, and if Xia Yan were to share his precognitive superpower with them, what would that make Hikari, the manufacturer of the Kingdom of Light's external tools? However, upon hearing his words, the black-dressed Risa immediately pouted and said, "That's too long. I don't want to go." A few thousand years of study was indeed a daunting prospect, and the white-dressed Risa also looked resistant. "I don't want to study for that long either." The expression on the white-dressed Risa's face turned resentful, and as she grabbed Xia Yan's arm, her eyes revealed doubt. "Xia Yan, do you not want us to stay by your side?" The black-dressed Risa followed up with a gloomy tone. "Is it that you're tired of us?" "Xia Yi, I knew this day would come. Oh well, it seems my sister is being overly dramatic." The white-dressed Risa and the black-dressed Risa seemed to form an alliance, pointing fingers in unison. Xia Yan felt a wave of embarrassment at being called out, but his thick-skinned demeanor remained unchanged on the surface. He stretched out his hands to rub the heads of the two Rishas, his expression turning serious as he said with sincerity, "How could that be? You two are my wings. I miss you both very much over there in Diga." Isn't this a special visit, just to see you? He added, busy looking for human forms, using the light link to strangle the superpowered ones. Don't say things like that. It's just for fun. However, the white-skirt Risha seemed a bit doubtful this time. She questioned, but Brother Xia Yan, didn't you say you came specifically to help Feng Yuan during the battle? Since Xia Yan had noticed that the black and white Rishas had been secretly observing him through the wishing red ball, he was aware of his conversation with Feng Yuan. The black-skirt Risha shot a sideways glance at Xia Yan, rolling her eyes and muttering. Brother Xia is probably tangled up with some sister in his heart, and is now saying these deceptive words. It is said that the eyes are the most moving part of a person, seeing that they were unwilling to believe him. Xia Yan fixed his gaze directly on the black and white Rishas. Feng Yuan was just a side matter. We are a unified existence, and of course, you two are more important to me. Trust me. As he spoke, his face was full of sincerity, and his gaze made the black and white Rishas feel somewhat uncomfortable. Then the white-skirt Risha immediately began to betray, her alliance with the black-skirt Risha crumbling as she looked at Xia Yan with a joyful expression and said, I believe in Brother Xia Yan. The black-skirt Risha felt speechless, wondering why her other self was so easily stabbing her in the back. Seeing this, Xia Yan seized the opportunity and contacted Getty, who was sleeping in the plank space, using telepathy to transform it back into its dog form. He then reached out his hands into the air, creating invisible ripples as he pulled Getty out of the plank space. Holding it up in front of the white and black skirt Rishas, he shifted the topic, saying, Look, I even brought you two a new friend. This is Getty. While speaking, Xia Yan used his telepathy again, secretly instructing Getty, quickly act cute. You won't miss out on the benefits. Getty, an old dog, immediately recognized the situation and responded through telepathy. I want to absorb the energy of other Ultramen. Evil Deity used to give it to me often. The energy meter on its chest and its current form as a light monster had grown from that energy. After hearing this, Xia Yan couldn't help but darken his expression. If you want energy, I want it too. He said fiercely, be honest with me, or I'll tie you up and throw you into a pile of rampaging male monsters. Gady, who was initially unwilling and wanted to resist, suddenly realized that he probably couldn't defeat this Ultraman. If he really did that, understanding the situation, Gady's dog face instantly seemed to bloom with a smile as he wagged his tail vigorously at the black and white Risa. Life is not easy. The dog is putting on a show. Although I'm not human, Ultraman, you really are a coward. Chapter 159, when is it now? That scoundrel Feng Yuan is still like this. Quite cute, actually. The black-skirted Risa took Gady from Xia Yan's hands and hummed, At least you, Brother Xia, have a bit of conscience. The white-skirted Risa also leaned in to stroke him, and Gady, who was being petted on the head, pouted in response. Threatening a weak, pitiful, and helpless dog? He has no conscience whatsoever. Even if he did, it would be a distorted one. However, considering Xia Yan's formidable strength, Gady didn't dare to speak the truth, fearing retribution later. He didn't want to experience that kind of thing. At that moment, Zhu Xing Tuan drove a jeep, bringing Anu and Uli to the gymnasium in the south of the city. Perhaps due to his previous homework and being beaten up by his stepfather Seven during his giant transformation, Uli appeared quite docile at this time. He was behaving very well, showing no signs of being a troublemaker at all. Upon entering the gymnasium and seeing Xia Yan, Zhu Xing Tuan immediately approached and asked, Where's Feng Yuan? Have you dealt with that monster? Remembering that Feng Yuan had been swallowed by the disc creature after transforming, Zhu Xing Tuan was still a bit worried about him encountering any accidents. While speaking, he suddenly froze, his ears twitching as he heard some unusual exchange. Feng Jun, take it slow. I feel really hot, like something indescribable is coming. By Z, hang in there, we'll be over soon. Hearing those murmurs, Zhu Xing Tuan's expression suddenly darkened. What time is it now? Feng Yuan still has the energy to do those boring things. This scoundrel. Zhu Xing Tuan's face was filled with frustration as he spoke. Seeing that he seemed to have misunderstood, Xia Yan awkwardly explained to Feng Yuan, Captain, Feng Yuan is just activating the super ancient genes for Baizi. Zhu Xing Tuan turned his head in confusion to look at him. At this moment, Xia Yan continued to explain, I came to bring him the super ancient gene liquid, which can allow ordinary humans to evolve into Ultramen, but it requires the assistance of light energy for activation. He could hear those muffled sounds, but it was just Feng Yuan inputting light energy into Baizi, activating the genes to induce evolution in the body, which caused him to involuntarily moan, compared to Xia Yan, who had proficient experience. When he first absorbed the light energy from other Ultramen, he also felt a sense of comfort in his body. However, perhaps after experiencing it multiple times, He had become desensitized and no longer found it strange. Zhu Xingtuan's expression froze for a moment upon hearing this. Where had Xia Yan gone that he could find such a good thing? Does this gene liquid have any side effects? Remembering the records in the history of the Land of Light, Zhu Xingtuan knew that Xia Yan would not harm Feng Yuan, but he still felt a bit uneasy and pressed for more information. There are no side effects. Xia Yan was confident about this. He had used his ability to foresee the future to check it. After thinking for a moment, he continued explaining, it just allows the body to possess light factors, which can slowly change the genes and evolve. However, transforming into an Ultraman takes a long time. But shining it with the plasma spark tower's light can speed up the transformation into an Ultraman. As long as the body has the super ancient genes equivalent to light factors, being exposed to the plasma spark tower's light won't cause any issues. Understanding this, Zhu Xingtuan looked towards a new beside him and was just about to reach out to Xia Yan. Suddenly, his portable communicator on his wrist beeped. In fact, after sending the Mike Team S space station to the terrestrial headquarters, he felt that since his identity as an alien had already been exposed, it was no longer suitable for him to serve as captain. Therefore, Zhu Xingtuan did not meet with Kuroda and the others in human form. After rescuing everyone from the space station, he simply left. At this moment, the communicator on his wrist rang, and Zhu Xingtuan hesitated for a moment before pressing to answer. Captain, the terrestrial headquarters radar has detected several strange creatures approaching Earth. Captain, where are you now? Hurry back. We are all waiting for your command. Captain, Captain. The communicator was filled with cries, and hearing those familiar voices, Zhu Xingtuan's eyes showed a hint of emotion. However, he ultimately did not say he would go back, only asking them, what is the estimated landing point? Zhu Xingtuan's words still sounded so serious, but there was silence from the communicator. Seeing the situation, he immediately shouted, are you all mute? Where's the location? In the K3 area, the opponent has already broken through the atmosphere. Kuroda's depressed voice came from the communicator. After learning the location, Zhu Xingtuan directly hung up the phone and turned to Xia Yan, saying, it's an attack from Black Planet. We don't have time to delay. We must first deal with the disk creatures that have appeared. Zhu Xingtuan seemed to have information from an unknown source. Every time a monster appeared, he could immediately know who they were and where they came from. Perhaps the Land of Light had complete records of all kinds of cosmic monsters. At this time, Feng Yuan also came out of the room, looking pale, clearly having consumed a lot of light energy. Xia Yan looked at him in this state, as if he had been completely drained, and couldn't he help but place a hand on Feng Yuan's shoulder, saying earnestly, you need to exercise restraint, Feng Yuan. You can't be in this condition for the upcoming battle against the disk creatures. As he spoke, a surge of energy flowed into Feng Yuan's body, bringing a bit of color back to his pale face. Today was a rest day, and there were no outsiders, so everyone spoke freely without reservations. Feng Yuan was thick-skinned, and he felt embarrassed by Xia Yan's words, his expression showing his discomfort. Beside them, in a white dress, Risha held her dog, Getty, and with eager eyes asked, Brother Xia Yan, can I help too? Seeing her say this, the other Risha in a black dress immediately mumbled, I'm not trying to help you. I just recently learned something new, and it's just a good opportunity to experiment. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan turned his gaze to the two Risa and recalled the knowledge they had learned, which was all about explosions. If a fight broke out on Earth, it seemed that the disk creatures would not be dealt with, and humanity would suffer heavy casualties first, with all that sacrificial tactics. With this thought in mind, he said to the black and white Risa, the gymnasium in the south of the city also needs protection. If any ill-intentioned individuals approach, you should engage them directly. Xia Yan added with a bit of concern, just use something with the power similar to a grenade. In the Showa era, aliens often liked to launch sneak attacks on those around Ultraman, and the black commander still needed to be wary. What if the other party was not weak? The black-skirted Risa and white-skirted Risa looked gloomy, but nodded together to indicate their understanding. Xia Yan, Feng Yuan, and Zhu Xing exchanged glances before each took out their transformation devices. Feng Yuan had his device on his finger, and just as they were about to transform, Chapter 160. If you don't hit someone standing this high, who will? Jing Tian Jinglong, possessing a katana, swooped down in front of Xia Yan and the others, saying, I have detected the presence of several yokai. How can the extermination of evil spirits be done without me? As for the large Muramesa he was possessing, it was currently lying in bed, sleeping soundly. It seemed to be in such a peaceful state that it wouldn't wake up for a while. Xia Yan raised his hand to grasp the samurai sword, then pressed the transformation device with his other hand, and a burst of red light erupted. Feng Yuan and the Star Group had already completed their transformations, and 3 beams of light flew out of the southern gymnasium. In the skies of the K3 area, chaos reigned as several disc-shaped creatures blocked out the sun. Their massive size cast a large shadow on the ground, obscuring the sunlight in this area. This sudden situation caused a large crowd in the city to look up at the sky. When they saw the incoming disc-shaped creatures, the people who reacted in time screamed in terror and fled in panic. Monsters! Run! Why are there so many monsters? Where is Team Mike? Why hasn't Team Mike appeared? The space station of Team Mike had just been attacked, and the radar set up on the ground, affected by the Earth's magnetic field, could not detect the distance near Neptune like the space station in space could. Therefore, by the time the ground radar detected the disc creatures, they had already arrived at Earth at high speed. The ground forces of Team Mike simply did not have enough time to reach the K3 area. The speed of Team Mike's aircraft was fast enough, reportedly able to reach nearly the speed of light, but that was under modified conditions, since there was no need for Team Mike to delay time earlier. The Star Group certainly would not modify Team Mike's aircraft to set them up for death like on TV. As these disc creatures approached the ground, their massive shadows enveloped the entire city, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, making the area gradually darken, as if the apocalypse were coming. Even for the well-informed humans of the Showa era, while they were skillfully fleeing for their lives, they could not help but feel a sense of despair. There were simply too many disc creatures. It could only be said that the Zarabians, before their death, still maliciously nurtured a bunch of disc creatures from Black Star, allowing them to all invade in giant form now. This scene was even more like a finale than the ending of Leo TV, as there were a total of 8 disc creatures appearing. Countless panicked people fled in fear, while Commander Black stood on top of a tall building, laughing maniacally at the scene. Even if there are 3 Ultramen on Earth, so what? Run away, haha. Ultramen can't save you, haha. Flee for your lives. His voice seemed processed, echoing like a loudspeaker over the city of the K3 area, further frightening the fleeing crowd. Looking down at the humans, Commander Black smugly gazed at the disc creature army he had summoned, but as he looked, his brow furrowed slightly. Why was one missing? That damned Bunyu was disobeying orders again. Once Earth was taken, he would definitely face punishment. The disc creature Bunyu was cunning and slippery, and his strength was relatively weak on Black Star. Knowing that this invasion of Earth would surely face the likes of the Salted Egg Ultraman or Leo Ultraman, he estimated that he would be the first to perish. However, if he did nothing, he knew he would be held accountable by Commander Black afterwards. So before entering Earth, Bunyu detached from the group to scout for information, looking for someone close to Leo Ultraman. The monsters that appeared during the Leo period were almost all transformed by aliens, and he really liked to launch sneak attacks. Bunyu, who had separated from the disc creature group, was the culprit in the original TV who used hostages to threaten Leo, binding him for dismemberment. As the dark clouds enveloped the entire K3 area, people found that the monsters had arrived overhead and realized they could not escape, falling into despair. Are we going to die? I don't want to die yet. What is going on? There's no way out. Under the shadow of these disc creatures, countless people showed despair on their faces. The children noticed that the adults had stopped moving and also halted, their faces filled with fear. But there was still a glimmer of hope in their expressions. So many monsters, Mommy, I'm scared. Will Ultraman come to save us? Such words came from the children's mouths, but the adults fell silent. There were simply too many monsters. Would Ultraman still appear? Commander Black looked at the crowd below, chuckling darkly, raising the crystal ball in his hand. Weak humans, are you still waiting for Ultraman to save you? Even if they come, so what? You will still be caught up in the battle and die. Ha ha ha. His bizarre voice echoed throughout the area, intensifying the fear in people's hearts, and they nearly gave up hope for survival. Even the children were frightened upon hearing this. Just as everyone was filled with despair, the dark clouds covering the area suddenly revealed a glimmer of light shining down on the people, prompting them to look up at the sky. A skill sound effect rang out, as if a light was slicing through the darkness. Ultraman Drive. Ultraman. 7. Lao. Evolution of light. 3 interconnected spheres of light broke through the dark clouds, the energy released from their transformed states dispelling the shadows that shrouded the area. Warm sunlight once again bathed the people on the ground. Seeing this scene, Commander Black immediately sensed that the aura of those spheres of light was unusual. Realizing something was wrong, he shouted in a panic, "Who is it?" But what awaited him was a blinding red light. Whoosh! A red shuriken-like energy projectile shot through the air, and by the time Commander Black reacted, it was already too late to evade. Boom! Together with the crystal ball he held, Everything was blown to smithereens by the glowing projectile fired by Xia Yan. At this moment, he fell to the ground, his muscles glowing with the colors of Seven and Leo, making Xia Yan's Ultraman form appear red, while the silver turned into stripes. After glancing at the spot where Commander Black had died, Xia Yan no longer paid any attention. A passing Ultraman, but unfortunately, you can no longer hear it. So let us not say anything. He had heard the other party blabbering on, reasoning while being unable to grow giant, just standing there looking conspicuous. How could he not attack you? Looking up at the pile of disc creatures overhead, then slightly turning to glance at the crowd behind him, Xia Yan spoke to the people on the ground with a serious tone. Never give up. The power of belief turns into courage, and this courage will bring infinite hope, turning the impossible into possible. As he finished speaking, he crossed his arms with clenched fists over his chest, releasing his Ultraman psychic energy, which surged like a tsunami of red energy, sweeping towards the disc creatures. Chapter 161. Learning the hard way from lack of culture, just like Seven in X form. He landed on the ground with his fists crossed. Humans, no matter when and where, as long as you persevere, we Ultraman warriors will definitely appear by your side. As he finished speaking, a powerful Ultraman's psychic energy surged forth, pushing towards the disc creatures in the sky. The transcendent form of Leo landed on the ground. Seeing that Xia Yan and the captain were speaking encouraging words, he also wanted to say something, but unfortunately, lacking knowledge, after pondering for a moment, he could only nod at the crowd. The sudden death of Commander Black left the disc creatures bewildered. We haven't even started fighting. How did the commander get killed by Ultraman? Are we still invading this Earth? Just when they didn't know what to do, Xia Yan and Sai, when simultaneously unleashed their Ultraman's psychic powers, continuously pushing all the disc creatures upwards into the sky. Xia Yan is responsible for controlling the dizziness of the creatures, while Seven uses Ultraman telekinesis to push them away. As for Leo, he doesn't know what to do at this moment. The key is that even in his sublimated form, Ultraman telekinesis is not a skill he excels at. Feeling a bit awkward, Leo assumes the starting stance of the Cosmic Fist technique, looking up at the sky with a readiness to act at any moment. Seven turns to Xia Yan beside him and says, "There are too many disc-shaped creatures. We can't fight on Earth, where the destruction caused by the battle's aftermath would be unimaginable. With so many humans on the ground behind them, Seven doesn't want to see any innocent casualties." He speaks in the Ultraman language, producing a sound like Joe. Xia Yan listened in confusion, looking at Seven with a puzzled expression through telepathy. "Captain, what are you shouting about?" Upon hearing this, Seven's face darkened as he recalled that this kid seemed to be an Ultraman cub, lacking knowledge in this area. So he had to use telepathy to repeat what he had just said. At this moment, with the appearance of 3 Ultramen, the desire to survive surged in people's hearts again, and the extremely critical situation caused their emotions to fluctuate wildly. Understanding Seven's meaning, Xia Yan turned to look at the large crowd behind him, and then he saw golden light spots emerging. This familiar scene made his heart pause, and he quickly realized it was the power of human hope. Having not collected it for too long, Xia Yan had almost forgotten about this amplification buff. With a thought, he activated his energy absorption ability, and countless golden light spots began to gather around him. Human hope power too. Sensing the energy fluctuations, Seven and Leo couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Xia Yan, and then in their bulbous-eyed gazes, golden shoulder armor began to condense and appear on Xia Yan's shoulders, followed by a silver cape that unfurled and floated behind him. "Leave the battlefield to me." In the astonished expressions of Seven and Leo beside him, Xia Yan used a portion of the power of hope to stack a mage-specific buff on himself. He reached out and grabbed their shoulders, swiftly lifting the 2 Ultramen as they charged towards the disc-shaped creature, transforming into a massive light sphere that unfolded into subspace. The 8 disc-shaped creatures in the sky had just recovered from the disorientation caused by Ultraman's telekinesis. Before they could react, they were enveloped by the subspace created by Xia Yan. In the high altitude of Area K3, only a huge red light sphere remained suspended. On the other side, the only remaining fish caught in the net, Bunyu, had already arrived near the sports center in the south of the city. This place always seemed to attract aliens, inexplicably. The disc-shaped alien Bunyu decided to start investigating the identities of the human forms of Ultraman X and Leo from here. Therefore, the vigilant black and white Risa immediately noticed its appearance, and the 2 little girls appeared above Bunyu's head in unison. Before it could react, white skirt Risa and black skirt Risa simultaneously reached out their hands, firing 1 white and 1 black energy bullet. Boom! Bunyu was instantly blown to smithereens. leaving only a burning pit in its place, and the surrounding buildings shook a couple of times but showed no signs of collapsing. Floating above, white-skirt Risa retracted her hand, looking at the deep pit on the ground, and weakly said, "It seems the power is a bit greater than I imagined. Will Brother Xia Yan be mad at us?" "It's fine," black-skirt Risa said with a mischievous smile, clapping her hands and chuckling. "Brother Xia is busy, so he definitely won't know what's happening here." At this moment, the subspace was filled with a red, ink-like substance. The figures of Xia Yan, 7, and Leo appeared, followed by a series of disc-shaped creatures that fell down like dumplings. There was Black Dom, resembling a giant crab, Abusoba, which looked like a red jellyfish, and Diamonds, which appeared to be a combination of an octopus and a starfish, among others. These disc-shaped creatures, which would have posed a tough battle for Leo, were now struggling on the invisible ground. The disc-shaped creatures had bizarre shapes. Apart from Diamonds, which was relatively large, the others had fairly normal sizes. However, they were currently in subspace, and their energy was continuously drained by Xia Yan, while 7 and Leo experienced a recovery of physical stamina. As he scanned these disc-shaped creatures, Xia Yan took out the samurai sword possessed by Jingtian Zhilong, with the energy timer on his chest emitting a faint glow as he activated the giantization ray. After enlarging the samurai sword, he tossed it to Leo beside him, saying, "Here, take this weapon." Instinctively reaching out to catch the sword, Leo turned with a puzzled expression towards Xia Yan, wondering why he had become so nice. "What about you, Xia Yan-san?" Leo muttered to himself, unconsciously reverting to his old way of addressing Xia Yan, categorizing him as a good person. "You can use it. I'm fine with anything." Xia Yan waved his hand and turned his gaze towards 7. Approaching 7 like a fly rubbing its hands, he said, "Captain, cooperate with me a bit." "What do you want to do?" 7 turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on him, with a wary expression on his face. Xia Yan patted his captain's shoulder, standing behind 7's, and sincerely said, "Good thing, of course it's a good thing. My abilities have improved recently, and I can help you unlock a whole new form." Upon hearing this, 7's felt relieved. Since that's the case, it wasn't a bad idea, so he turned around and left his back to Xia Yan. Seeing this, Xia Yan's mind stirred, and he utilized a new ability brought by the level 3 Ultra Control. After collecting light energy for such a long time, the Ultra Control had already been upgraded to level 3, and new effects followed. Under the gaze of the bulb-eyed Riona beside him, 7 radiated light and instantly became energy. At this moment, Xia Yan reached back with his hand. When his 5 fingers suddenly plunged into the back of his heart, he felt a sharp pain, and Siwen immediately turned his head, glaring angrily at Xia Yan. "Xia Yan, you bastard. A little itch is normal." Facing his captain's gaze, Xia Yan calmly patted his shoulder and said, "Captain, bear with it. It will be over soon." While speaking, the Ultraman continued to channel energy, and before Siwen could say anything, his body erupted with intense light. Chapter 162. 2 lemons in the eyes. As Xia Yan tightened his grip, Siwen's entire form quickly condensed, transforming into a massive blade that emitted a rolling red light like flames. The weapon Siwen turned into was within his expectations, as it was derived from Ultraman strengths. However, upon realizing the blade's capabilities, a joyful expression appeared on Xia Yan's face. "Great. Feng Yuan, let us go." While speaking, he turned to Leo, gripping the blade and channeling energy, and the flame-like red light instantly shot up into the sky. "Leo, damn it, I really can't trust you. This is what you call casual?" Looking at the weapon in Xia Yan's hand and then up at the seemingly endless red light, Leo suddenly felt a bit disdainful when he glanced at the katana in his hand. "Senior Jinglong, can you make it a bit longer?" Jinglong, possessing the katana, said nothing and directly controlled the blade, giving Leo a slap. Suddenly slapped, Leo was momentarily stunned, then looked quite sorrowful with resentful eyes, thinking, if it doesn't change, why get physical? After finishing his words to Leo, Xia Yan raised the blade in both hands and then swept it horizontally. The enormous red light, stretching for countless kilometers, effortlessly sliced through the 8 disc-shaped creatures as if cutting through tofu. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued to echo. Leo looked on speechlessly, his expression resembling someone who had 2 lemons stuffed in their eyes, muttering sourly, "You can handle it all by yourself. Why do you need me to step in?" While speaking, his bulbous eyes were filled with envy as he looked at the massive blade. The weapon transformed by the captain was indeed powerful and effective. He wanted to have a go at it, just going through the motions. Xia Yan casually tossed the enormous blade aside, came to Leo's side. and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "I was just worried you'd feel down." Leo's eyes seemed to convey a question, as if to say, "Do you even hear what you're saying? Damn it, it makes me feel worse." At this moment, the blade in the air changed again, and Xia Yan, restored to Ultraman form, looked at Xia Yan with a dark expression. With a fierce aura, he strode towards Xia Yan. Having anticipated this, Xia Yan quickly dodged back, pulling Leo's shoulder to shield himself. Slap! Xia Yan came in with a big slap, but he didn't expect it to land on Leo's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Leo?" After getting slapped again, Leo looked confused for a moment before coming to his senses. Covering his face, he spoke in astonishment. "Captain, why did you hit me?" It was an accident," Xia Yan casually explained, showing no embarrassment about the situation. He then changed the subject. Pointing at Xia Yan, grabbed Xia Yan. Upon hearing this, Leo immediately realized he had been used as a shield. This familiar scene reminded him of when he faced the twins before, which was eerily similar. "Xia Yan, you bastard!" I suddenly turned my head to look for Xia Yan's figure, but by this time, Xia Yan had already run far away. The subspace quickly dissolved at this moment. Now on the ground, Xia Yan was surrounded by a large crowd. Looking up at Sevan and Leo still in the sky, Ao's expression was serious as he said, "Captain, Feng Yuan, so many people are watching, stop messing around." The voice of telepathy echoed in his mind, and Sevan's face darkened even more. Damn, this little brat. But thinking about it, he actually didn't lose out. Not only did he get to experience the sublimation form again, but he also obtained the weapon form. This time, he felt that as long as he pondered a bit more, he could activate it independently again. When he got the sublimation form before, Sevan had done a detailed study afterwards and found that his own energy simply couldn't do it. However, the weapon form was different. Although his energy couldn't extend for several kilometers, turning into a blade shouldn't be a problem. With these thoughts in mind, Sevan darkened his face at Ao and flew down to Xia Yan's side, too lazy to pay attention to him. Sevan didn't care, but Leo, who had inexplicably received a slap, was furious at this moment. As he approached Xia Yan, his gaze was filled with anger. But Xia Yan remained calm and said in a flat tone, "Look up at the sky." A gray planet appeared in the sky, getting closer and closer to Earth. The disk creatures had all been eliminated, and Black Star was heading straight for the 3 Ultramen. Meanwhile, on Planet King, the old red-eyed Ultraman, who often slacked off, noticed this situation and seemed to gaze towards Earth, disregarding the distance of the universe. Just as he was preparing to decide whether to intervene, Xia Yan had already come behind Leo at this moment, patting his shoulder and saying, "Hang in there, it might hurt a little." "What?" Leo suddenly turned around. But at this moment, Xia Yan activated the Ultra Control, and before Leo could understand what was happening, his entire body was instantly energy formed. As Xia Yan's hands inserted into Leo's back, a burst of red light erupted. Leo's energy-formed body rapidly transformed, eventually turning into a mechanical lion-headed cannon weapon, which Xia Yan grasped with both hands and aimed high at Black Star. The lion's mouth opened, condensing a red energy ball, and then a massive cylindrical beam of light shot out. The red beam swept across Black Star without any obstruction, instantly turning it to dust. And the beam continued to break through the clouds. After using this ultra-standard beam twice, the golden armor of Xia Yan's silver cloak dimmed as the hope power within it was almost exhausted. The humans of this earth were just ordinary people, unlike the descendants of ancient warriors on the side of Diga. So the hope power they provided was not as strong and enduring as the hope light. Seven watched in silence, realizing that this kid Xia Yan had become even stronger now, and it would probably be much harder to deal with him in the future. Moreover, his strange ability to control other Ultramen and turn them into special weapons seemed absurd no matter how one looked at it. Not only Seven was lost in thought, but the Ultra King on Planet King was the same. Originally, when he saw Black Star crashing into Earth, the Ultra King planned to teleport over and unleash the King Beam. However, Xia Yan had already given Leo a boost, and once again silently cut off his opportunity to make an appearance. The Ultra King's red, bulb-like eyes, ignoring the distance in the universe, quietly watched Xia Yan on Earth. If this Eggman continues to mess around, am I really going to have to retire? Thinking of this, the Ultra King stroked his beard and gradually began to feel uneasy. Although he indeed did not want to manage things and planned to retire, he couldn't be forced into retirement. This Eggman was truly annoying. Chapter 163. This kind of boost, whoever loves to line up can go. The disk creature was eliminated, and the impact of Black Star on Earth was successfully destroyed. Black Star could only be considered a mini-planet, or perhaps a huge disk creature, Blowing it up would not have any significant impact. There was no Drazian in this universe, and even if there were, they might not care about Black Star. Leo and Seven, the two Ultramen, obtained their respective weapon forms during the battle, and because Xia Yan had already experienced it, he could summon the memory device and use it even after leaving the two. Nobody lost out, so it could be said to be a win-win situation, but now they had to face a severe problem. Originally, the members of Team Mike wanted to help Xia Yan and the others by hiding the identity of the Ultraman, but for some reason, no matter how much Kuroda and Aoyama ignored the inquiries from the higher-ups, the identities of Xia Yan, Feng Yuan, and Zhu Xingtuan were still exposed. Now, major newspapers were releasing news, leading people on Earth to almost all know that the three of them were Ultraman. The Southern City Gymnasium was surrounded by people who had heard the news, most of whom came specifically to thank the three Ultramen. Perhaps there were some troublemakers among humans, but the majority still yearned for the wonderful qualities brought by Ultramen. Most of those saved were among them. Seven had been protecting Earth for a long time, and his help to humanity would never be forgotten. Although Leo was somewhat lacking in strength during battles, he still did his best to help humanity. Even if he often rolled on the ground after being beaten by monsters, he never gave up. Eggman, as a descendant of Ultraman, was invincible in battle and seemed as reliable as Seven. People had a deep impression of him. Even now, aside from Team Mike, others on Earth still referred to Xia Yan as Eggman. The area around the gym was packed with people, but Xia Yan and the others were not there. Instead, they had moved to a secret training base. Omura Masashi and Nomura Takashi were maintaining the noisy crowd at the gym. After Zhu Xingtuan sent the Ultraman signatures to the Land of Light, they turned to Xia Yan and Feng Yuan and said, "Now that our Ultraman identities are completely exposed, Earth is no longer a suitable place to stay." Anu and Uli were also with him, clearly planning to take them away together. "Are we leaving Earth?" Feng Yuan's expression was reluctant upon hearing this. This was his second hometown. Moreover, thinking of something, Feng Yuan's gaze involuntarily turned to Baizi beside him. Earth was where Baizi lived. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Baizi smiled gently at him, reached out to hold Feng Yuan's hand, and softly said, "Wherever you go, Feng Jun, I will go." She actually had no attachments. Her parents and relatives had long died in the monster's attack. When she first met Feng Yuan, hearing that he also lost his family in a disaster, Baizi thought Feng Yuan was just like her. It wasn't until now that she realized the truth was far more cruel than she imagined, which made Baizi look at Feng Yuan with a heart full of pain. "Baizi," Feng Yuan called out affectionately, locking eyes with Baizi. Their chatter made Zhu Xingtuan feel a sense of emotion, and then they looked at Anu beside them. Just then, Anu was also looking at Zhu Xingtuan, and his old friends. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Risa in a white dress looked at Xia Yan beside her and said, "Xia Yan Gij, look at me." As she spoke, she blinked, her gaze filled with deep affection, but her little girl-like face was very youthful, which made her appear rather adorable. Xia Yan thought she wanted to be praised, so he reached out to rub her little head and said, "Fortunately, you destroyed the disc creature. You did very well." The expression on the face of the girl in the white dress, Risha, slightly stiffened. That wasn't what she meant to convey. The girl in the black dress, Risha, pouted and said with a hum, "I knew Brother Xiao wouldn't remember me." "Sigh, but you did well too." Before she could finish, Xia Yan pressed his hand on her head and said seriously, "I know you won't let me down." The girl in the black dress felt a bit happy inside, but on the surface she still stubbornly muttered, "It was just a coincidence to test the skill's power. Stop being so self-important." Xia Yan was not surprised by her Tsundere personality and knew that this statement should be taken in the opposite way. He did not dwell on these matters and turned to Zhu Xingtuan, saying, "Captain, our identities have been completely exposed, and I feel that there must be some aliens secretly causing trouble. Remembering how we dealt with the Zuluk people, the information they revealed in response to our questions made Xia Yan suspicious. Could it be the Myphala's aliens, hiding in the shadows and spreading rumors?" However, after using his ability to foresee the future, he did not see any signs of the Myphala's aliens fighting against him. Risa in the white dress and Risa in the black dress, seeing Xia Yan bring up other matters again, both showed a hint of resentment on their faces. However, they did not disturb him. After exchanging a glance, they quietly began their private conversation. Zhu Xingtuan showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing Xia Yan's words. The development of events was indeed too strange. The three of them had only transformed in front of the Mike team at the Mike team space station and had not transformed in front of anyone else. Even if their identities were exposed, it should only be known to the Earth United organization, not reported by various newspapers. who was thinking along the same lines as Xia Yan, had a surprised expression on his face. Could it be? Indeed. Seeing the change in Zhu Xingtuan's expression, Xia Yan knew he was also thinking of the Myphilas aliens and solemnly said, I think it must be them. They both guessed the correct answer. This matter was indeed done by the Myphilas aliens, who simply ran away after causing some trouble. The main reason was that the 3 Ultramen on Earth, especially Xia Yan, displayed such strong power. Even Black Star was destroyed, and the Myphilas aliens must have lost their minds to continue confronting Xia Yan. They weren't foolish. They quietly observed the Salted Egg Ultraman for a while before turning to leave. All the prearranged schemes were discarded by the Myphilas aliens. How could they fight against something like the Salted Egg Ultraman? There was simply no way to fight it. As an alien, they had to be cautious. At this moment, Xia Yan and Zhu Xingtuan exchanged confirming glances, while Feng Yuan looked completely bewildered. Who are you talking about? Who is it? Damn, why can't I understand? Chapter 164. The smile won't disappear, it will only shift. Xia Yan and Zhu Xingtuan subconsciously ignored Feng Yuan. It didn't matter whether he understood or not. At this moment, the dog Giddy came to Xia Yan's feet. It bit onto his pants and tugged, while using telepathy to express its frustration. Xia Yan, quickly help me pull her down, don't let her cling to me. As it spoke, it shook its body vigorously, but the little white flower still remained on Giddy's back. It was unclear how much energy the white-skirted Risha and black-skirted Risha had fed the white flower spirit. But now the little white flower no longer needed to stay in the soil. Its several roots, like those of an octopus, were wrapped around Giddy's abdomen, while the main stalk of the plant swayed with white flowers, unable to be shaken off no matter how much Giddy tried. The Thumbelina-like white flower spirit was now standing on Giddy's head, giggling. Hee, this is so much fun, Giddy. Let us run a few more laps. The pessimism between people didn't make sense, and moreover, they both didn't really count as humans. Giddy just found the white flower spirit to be quite noisy. Xia Yan lowered his head to look at the dog and the flower, ignoring Giddy's plea for help, and waved his hand, saying, All right, I know you're having a great time now. Go play somewhere else. After saying that, he released his Ultraman's psychic power, enveloping the two and teleporting them to a distance. In midair, Giddy's dog face was full of speechlessness, thinking, who the hell is having fun? I just want to sleep. As an aging old dog, he still looked young on the surface, but right now, he didn't want to move at all, just wanted to sleep. However, the white flower spirit was filled with energy every day and had no outlet to release it. Just at this moment, the white-skirted Risha and the black-skirted Risha were both busy looking for Xia Yan and had no time to pay attention to her. So she had no choice but to approach the new dog. The white flower spirit extended 2 tendrils, wrapping around Giddy's ears, cheering and shouting. Giddy, let's continue. Giddy up. Giddy replied, Is there a possibility that I am a dog now, not a horse? Damn it, this is annoying. If he had known life would turn out like this, he would have preferred to continue pretending to be a statue, rotting in the ruins. Zhu Xingtuan looked at the flower and the dog, his serious gaze slightly strange. That dog seemed like a monster. But upon closer inspection, it didn't look like one, because on the chest of this monster, there was actually an Ultraman energy timer. Observing the bell around its neck, it turned out to be a transformation device. When Zhu Xingtuan saw Giddy the dog, he felt something was off, so he used the Ultraman eye to check Giddy's true identity. He didn't find it strange that Xia Yan brought a monster. After all, monsters can be good or bad. Ultraman wouldn't classify all monsters as targets to be eliminated. Even other aliens are the same, as such behavior is too arbitrary. Zhu Xingtuan himself raised a few capsule monsters, so he had no objections to this. His gaze then noticed Anu, who was leading Uli towards the training base room. Remembering something, he reached out his hand towards Xia Yan and said, Hand it over. His tone was assertive, and there was no hint of embarrassment on his face. What thing? Xia Yan looked at Zhu Xingtuan in confusion. Seeing his expression, Zhu Xingtuan frowned slightly, maintaining a stern face as he stared and said, The super ancient gene liquid you brought. Don't play dumb with me. Anna was still an ordinary person, and if she were to go to the land of light, without light particles in her body, Zhu Xingtuan wouldn't dare let her be exposed to the radiation of the plasma spark tower. Right now, Zero didn't even have an embryo since his appearance. He hadn't mentioned who his mother was. However, Ultraman reproduces asexually, so those who understand, understand. No matter what other records say, here in Zhu Xingtuan's case, without Anu, he would likely just create a child himself upon returning to the land of light. Because in the land of light, Ultramen don't need to give birth themselves. They use technology to create like Taiga, since Seven had never shown any signs of having a wife in the land of light later on. Is it possible that the blue on Zero actually comes from Ikari? After all, he is Ultraman Agon. Of course, given the current developments, Zero would just be a combination of Zhu Xingtuan and Anu, and there is no need to worry about Rabbit's potential being diminished, as the blue on him has never been used. When Xia Yan heard Zhu Xingtuan say this, he looked at Nu, who had walked to the distance with a dazed expression. His thoughts stirred, and he reached into the blank space to retrieve a vial of ultra-ancient gene liquid. Just as Zhu Xingtuan raised his hand to take it, Xia Yan stepped back 2 paces, smiling and saying, "Hey, Captain, don't be in a hurry. I remember you still owe me something." Zhu Xingtuan's expression darkened at these words, and he immediately understood what Xia Yan was referring to. His gaze became unfriendly. "You owe me 20 units of light energy, right? I'll get it to you." He thought to himself that he needed to keep this guy steady and that after getting the item, he could directly turn against him and deny the debt. There was no way he would pay back that amount. Moreover, Zhu Xingtuan thought, what does the claim of owing 20 units of light energy have to do with me and Savin? As he pondered this, he focused intently on the gene liquid, secretly gathering energy, ready to act and snatch it. However, Zhu Xingtuan overlooked one point, which was also a capability that Xia Yan had not revealed to him. No matter how many schemes and tricks he devised in secret, it couldn't withstand the fact that someone had mind-reading abilities. All of his thoughts could be seen through a glance. Xia Yan had known Zhu Xingtuan for a long time. He was an old fox with years of experience, so how could he not be on guard? After using mind-reading to learn about his captain's thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle. "So, you want to play mind games with me, huh?" He quickly took a few steps back to create some distance, shaking the gene liquid in his hand and saying, "I only have this one bottle left. If it breaks, then there is nothing left." The golden gene liquid swayed in the glass vial, as if it would fall to the ground at any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingtuan, who had been tense, immediately relaxed his body, although he wasn't sure how much of what Xia Yan said was true or if he was just saying it on purpose. He didn't want to take any risks. After pondering for a moment, he remained where he was, darkening his expression as he said, "I don't have 20 portions right now." "What do you mean 20 portions? Xia Yan chuckled and walked back to Zhu Xingtuan's side, leaning in close to his captain with a serious look on his face. "That was the old price. Now, with interest, it's 100 portions. Xia Yan, you bastard." Zhu Xingtuan glared furiously. "Are you lending me money here?" Ignoring his captain's glare, Xia Yan patted his shoulder and said generously, "But Captain, what kind of relationship do we have? I'm easy to talk to. How about this? Let us do it in installments, divided into 20 payments. You only need to pay 6 portions each time, for a total of 120 portions. The extra 20 portions are the interest for the installments. Doesn't that sound like a good deal?" Zhu Xingtuan's fist gradually tightened. Chapter 165. Is there really such a good deal? Damn it. What the hell was this brat doing in the parallel universe before? Zhu Xingtuan's clenched fists hardened even more as he glanced at the gene liquid in Xia Yan's hand again. In the end, he still didn't have the confidence to snatch it directly, so he darkly looked at Xia Yan and said, "Fine." His tone was full of gritted teeth, already deciding in his heart to only pay for this one time's light energy and that he wouldn't recognize any debts next time. Seeing his captain agree, Xia Yan grinned and grabbed his arm, saying, "Then let us pay the first installment." Zhu Xingtuan didn't resist this time, his face dark as he output his light energy. Xia Yan, however, did not absorb it back. The light energy exchanged between the two of them. Ultraman signature LV1, 0100. Wide area shooting LV1, 0100. Sev's Light 6 Ultraman signature is a skill for summoning. Don't be misled by the few words it seems to contain, as the information it can convey is vast. It is a method of communication among Ultramen for transmitting images, sounds, or reporting significant events. The wide area shooting beam needs no further explanation. It is one of Sev's ultimate skills. Xia Yan collects the light of other Ultramen, not only to gather experience from mastering Ultraman, but also to obtain materials for his evolved form. Additionally, he directly takes advantage of the light skills. Although he can now activate the summoner form to manifest the memory devices of other Ultramen, what others can do and what he can do are two different concepts. Skills are most reliable when they are in his own hands. After releasing the grip on Zhu Xingtuan's arm, Xia Yan, having been using mind reading all along, was already prepared for his refusal to pay. "Captain, I'm recording this, so don't think that just because you settle this time, you can skip out next time." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the transformation device, replaying the conversation between the two. The transformation device had long since fused with Xia Yan's body, and he could easily record audio whenever he wanted. Last time, when he was scheming with the first generation, He secretly recorded their conversation for future reference to avoid being blamed or backstabbed by the first generation, though he hadn't informed Zhu Xingtuan about it. Upon hearing the playback, Zhu Xingtuan's face darkened immediately, and he snatched the gene liquid with a cold snort. Although he appeared displeased, he had already made up his mind internally that he would not acknowledge this death. So what if there's a recording? Can you force me to hand over energy? Zhu Xingtuan wasn't particularly afraid of Xia Yan's ability to absorb energy. With his guard up, he could just turn and run. Young people certainly lack patience. They can't just keep chasing forever. With this thought, Zhu Xingtuan glanced at Xia Yan and then turned to find anew with the gene liquid. What he didn't know was that all these thoughts were picked up by Xia Yan through mind reading. Xia Yan's smile was meaningful. He certainly understood his captain's character and had anticipated that Zhu Xingtuan would try to evade the debt. The Ultramen of Light Kingdom still care about their reputation. If it comes down to it, he could just play the recording in front of Ultra Father and Ultra Mother, giving him a legitimate reason to collect the debt. If Zhu Xingtuan dared to play tricks, these two wouldn't let him off easily. At worst, he could broadcast it publicly in the Light Kingdom. If Zhu Xingtuan had the guts, he could keep being shameless. If all else fails, there's still a Sai Rabbit to consider. After all, debts are inherited. Xia Yan had already made clear plans for the yet-to-be-born Zero in his mind. If the father runs away, the son won't. Feng Yuan, watching his captain, thought about how he had only received energy worth 100 light units without any payment, and he began to appreciate Xia Yan a bit more. Could it be that I've misunderstood? Xia Yan has actually been thinking of me all along? With this thought, Feng Yuan's gaze towards Xia Yan became complex. And the more he thought about it, the more he felt that way, leading to a surge of emotion. Xia Yan noticed Feng Yuan was staring at him and couldn't help but turn his head to glance at him. What are you looking at? That's Xia Yan-san. Feng Yuan's expression showed a hint of embarrassment. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about I also pay for my gene liquid in installments? Beside him, Bai Zi also chimed in. If you need to do anything, I can help too. Hearing this, Xia Yan was taken aback. His gaze filled with confusion as he looked at the two of them. Was this a windfall from the sky? Are you okay, Feng Yuan? Although he was a bit unclear about what was happening, he figured that free light energy was something he shouldn't refuse. He raised his hand and grabbed Feng Yuan's arm, immediately arranging an installment plan for him. I wasn't even thinking about giving you a high-interest loan, but since you, Feng Yuan, have taken the initiative to ask, then you should be treated the same as the captain. Feng Yuan, suddenly, I don't want to give you the light energy anymore. You make it sound like I'm really silly. However, Xia Yan had no intention of being polite. He activated his ability to absorb energy and began to input light energy into Feng Yuan's body to prevent him from feeling weak afterward. Energy Destruction Light, Sphere LV1, 0, 100. Leo Ultraman's Light, 4 Feng Yuan only felt a tingling sensation in his body, and their energy exchange was over. You're making some progress. After obtaining 4 portions of energy, Xia Yan patted Feng Yuan on the shoulder and said, it seems you're no longer short on energy. The Energy Destruction Light Sphere is also a good skill, one of Leo's signature beams. In the following days, to prevent the Mephiles aliens from pulling any tricks, Xia Yan and the others didn't rush to leave Earth. It wasn't until the Land of Light received Ultraman's signature and sent Eddie over to replace the Zhuoxing team that they finally prepared to depart. Leo's monster hadn't been completely dealt with yet, as the disc creature had made an early appearance, but now that their identities were exposed globally, it was clearly inappropriate to remain on Earth any longer. Xia Yan didn't have much attachment to Earth. He could stay in other universes. However, compared to that, he currently wanted to go to the Land of Light. He had his eyes on the huge experience pack there for a long time. But after the Ultra King threw him out, he never had the chance to go. Given the current situation, going to the Land of Light seemed reasonable. The old king couldn't possibly sneak attack him again, could he? Thinking this in his mind, Xia Yan turned to the 2 Rishes, one in a white dress and the other in a black dress, and said, you two come over here first. I'll take you to the Land of Light to learn. Look, the reason for going to the Land of Light is for the growth of these 2 kids. What a legitimate reason. However, upon hearing this, the 2 Rishes looked quite unhappy, but they still transformed into energy and directly entered Xia Yan's body. The white flower spirit and the dog Gady also temporarily returned to the blank space. Meanwhile, Baizi and Anu were collected and protected by the transformed Leo and Seven in their respective timers, with Seven's timer being the indicator light on his forehead. As for Uli, he could transform and fly by himself. Just as Xia Yan was about to transform and prepare to go to the Land of Light, Seven led the way, bringing Leo and his giantized adopted son Uli, soaring directly out of Earth. In an instant, they arrived in outer space, and he looked back longingly at the blue planet. However, he suddenly realized something seemed off. Huh? Where's Ao? Where's that Xia Yan kid? Noticing that Xia Yan was not beside him, Seven stopped in outer space, looking around with a puzzled expression. Strange. I clearly remember he was following me just now. How did he suddenly disappear? At this moment, Leo also paused. Seeing that Xia Yan was missing, Seven turned to him and asked, "Did Xia Yan say where he was going?" This kid often disappeared mysteriously ever since he could run to other universes. "Xia Yan isn't here," Leo said as he looked to the side, and then his words stopped. He then realized that Xia Yan was indeed missing, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? Where did Xia Yan go?" As he spoke, he looked around, trying to find Xia Yan's figure. Seeing Leo's demeanor, Seven was speechless. How many times does he have to be put in a tight spot before he becomes smarter? Forget it. Asking is pointless. If it were any other time, Seven wouldn't care about Xia Yan's disappearance. Perhaps this kid ran off to another universe again. However, this time was different. Seven could see at a glance what Xia Yan's intention was for wanting to go to the Land of Light. He just wanted to get the light energy of other Ultramen. Ever since he learned about Xia Yan's abilities, Seven had anticipated this day and wouldn't refuse Xia Yan's entry into the Land of Light. Ultramen are a group of helpful beings. As long as someone needs help, they will certainly assist, provided that the person needing help is a good person. To be honest, if the little golden man introduced himself kindly to the Ultramen in the Land of Light, they might just help resolve the situation. If we say the little golden man lacks intelligence, he knows to gather allies in parallel worlds and runs away when things seem off. But whether he has intelligence or not is debatable. After waiting for a moment, Seven noticed that Xia Yan really hadn't appeared again, and his expression turned vigilant. Could it be that some aliens are secretly attacking? Seeing this, Leo also grew serious, clenching his fists and standing back to back with Seven, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Just as the two Ultramen were in a state of suspicion, a certain red-eyed old king seemed unable to bear it any longer, raising his hand to issue an ultra signature in front of them. "Seven, take Leo back to the Land of Light. You don't need to worry about Xia Yan." This ultra signature was not encrypted. After Leo understood the meaning, he was slightly stunned. "What is this?" "This is the ultra signature of the king." Seven recognized the message immediately and turned to Leo, saying, "Since it's the Ultra King who took Xia Yan, let's go." Hearing this, Leo followed behind Seven. And thinking of who the Ultra King was, he couldn't help but recall Astra, which made him speed up a bit. At this moment, in a vast white space, the sudden change in environment caused Xia Yan to pause briefly, and then he quickly reacted, feeling a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Especially when he noticed a figure in the distance, an old man in a red hooded robe, sitting on the invisible white ground. Xia Yan felt a chill in his heart. This is bad. He's face to face with that red-eyed old man. Could it be that he's here to get me? He recognized the figure at a glance. And the only one in this universe who has the ability to silently pull him into another space is none other than the King of Ultra, aside from him. Risha in a white dress emerged from Xia Yan's left chest, and sensing a familiar aura, she said in surprise, "Brother Xia Yan. It seems to be Grandpa King of Ultra." On the right side of Xia Yan's chest, a black-skirted Risha emerged, curiously observing the Ultra King that another version of himself had mentioned. However, this time, the Ultra King was completely shrouded in a red robe and facing away, making it impossible to see his face. Xia Yan thought to himself that with the Ultra King's strength, there was no way for him to escape if he wanted to. So, he bravely stepped forward to the back of the Ultra King and boldly questioned, "Great King, why do you always ambush me?" To be honest, Xia Yan truly couldn't understand this point, as he had never met the old king and didn't know why this old figure was inexplicably targeting him. "You misunderstand, young man," the Ultra King said calmly without turning around, his authoritative voice steady as he continued. "This is actually to train you." Xia Yan looked at the old Ultraman and felt relieved, realizing that he didn't seem to be here specifically to target him. His courage grew as he stepped in front of the King of Ultraman and continued to ask, "Then why did you bring me here if I want to go to the Land of Light?" Upon hearing this, the King of Ultraman recalled the abilities of the Salted Egg Ultraman. If you were to go to the Land of Light, who knows what might happen there? At that point, this old man would really be forced into retirement. Seeing that the king did not respond, Xia Yan used mind reading to try to discern his thoughts. But he couldn't read anything at all. With no other options, he simply lifted the King of Ultraman's wizard hood and, with a face full of suspicion, asked, "Your Majesty, let's be frank here. Are you planning to ambush me again?" If one were to say that the superdimensional battle and the world of Digga were a kind of training, that could be somewhat justified. But now they were talking about going to the Land of Light. Once there, it wouldn't take long for his own strength to increase. And the overall power of the Land of Light would also rise, creating a win-win situation. When the King of Ultraman's hood was lifted, a bearded face was revealed, and those red eyes glanced at Xia Yan. As he stood up, his red robe transformed back into a royal cape that flowed behind him. Whether or not to go to the Land of Light wasn't the main issue. While speaking, the King of Ultraman took a few steps back, then thought for a moment before finding an explanation. Your current mental strength is not powerful enough. You should focus on training more. Xia Yan looked at the back of King Ultraman, his bulbous eyes filled with questions. He stepped closer to the old man and continued to ask, "So, King, did you really ambush me, your junior?" The movement of King Ultraman paused, and when he turned to look at Xia Yan, his red eyes were fixed on him. Xia Yan was not intimidated by that gaze at all, because he was now certain that King Ultraman would not hit him. Since it was like this, what was there to be afraid of? After all, it wasn't the first time he had been thrown out of the main universe. Damn it, old man. As a mysterious Ultra, you actually came to ambush a young one like me. Damn, that's really shameless. Thinking this in his heart, Xia Yan raised his hand to grab King Ultraman's silver hand, his face full of tears, and said, "After ambushing me so many times, you owe me some equipment compensation." Chapter 167. Which side are you on, anyway? Xia Yan's gaze turned to look behind King Ultraman, where the king's cloak was red and silver. It would look so cool to wear it. He didn't expect to have the knightly aura or the king's hammer, but just having a cloak would be great. Although he was still holding on to King Ultraman's big hand, he didn't dare to make any slime moves. There are better ways to seek death. Knowing his limits, Xia Yan didn't dare to absorb the energy from King Ultraman, but he still had the nerve to ask for equipment. Isn't the old king just a grandpa who takes care of his juniors and gives out equipment? I'm also a junior. King Ultraman looked at Xia Yan. Seeing his beefy appearance, he withdrew his hand and didn't say much to this kid. An invisible wave of spatial fluctuation swept over, and Xia Yan instantly disappeared. After throwing him out of the main universe, King Ultraman felt much more comfortable. This annoying little brat was really thick-skinned. His own abilities were already impressive, yet he still wanted to ask for equipment. He initially planned to give it to him, but now it was too late. On the other side, in the desert where yellow sand was flying everywhere, the silver-red giant Gaia was fighting against the metallic life form Apate. Among the XIG's Lightning Team aircraft, only the one piloted by Kijua had not crashed yet. As for Kitata and Okawara, they seemed to be like the crash duo next door. Their aircraft had already been buried in the desert. Fortunately, they were unharmed, but they had lost 2 more aircraft. Kajiwa's aircraft hadn't been hit by Apate's attacks, but all the ammunition was exhausted, so he could only circle around nearby. The metallic life form Apate, with a body that could freely change shape like liquid metal, had captured the news signals of the light giants in space and came to invade Earth. Now, Apate transformed into a humanoid form, resembling a gray armored figure, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. There was a yellow single eye on its forehead, and its chest mimicked Gaia's form, featuring a blue energy light. Not long after the battle began, Gaia obviously fell into a disadvantage due to lack of energy, as Takayama Imo, being a scientist, was still too weak physically. Gaia, as an Ultraman born on Earth, theoretically shouldn't consume so much energy while fighting on Earth. However, Takayama's physical ability was lacking, which caused Gaia's energy to deplete rapidly. Currently, Gaia was still in V1 form, so after a few rounds, he collapsed in the desert, his chest energy meter beeping and flashing red. As the metallic life form Apate gathered again into the form of a giant gray armored figure, Gaia struggled to stand up. The remaining energy was not enough to release the photon blade. As Gaia's left arm bent into a fist, his right arm extended horizontally, forming a T-shape to accumulate energy. With the left fist resting on the right wrist joint, he completed the energy conversion and formed an L shape. A red high-heat light beam was released. Just as Gaia's quantum flow line aimed at the metallic life form Apate, a wave of spatial fluctuation surged, and the silver-red giant suddenly appeared between the two. Xia Yan hadn't had the chance to check where he had been thrown by Ultraman Olden when suddenly he felt a tingling sensation on his back. It was somewhat reminiscent of being hit by a light attack. With his current Ultraman body strength, he could generally ignore regular light attacks. However, being attacked by light as soon as he arrived made Xia Yan suspect that Ultraman King Olden was deliberately timing this. The ability to absorb energy activated, and swirling waves appeared behind him, absorbing the light that had hit him. He calmly looked ahead and found it somewhat familiar. A glance at the surrounding desert environment instantly brought a look of realization to his face. Oh, it turned out to be the Earth reversal. Doesn't he owe me some light energy? Turning to look at Gaia behind him, Xia Yan waved and said, "Long time no see, giant mountain superpower." As he spoke, he felt another attack coming. Without even looking, he directly kicked out with a side kick. The powerful force instantly sent a pate flying, sparks erupting from its chest while its entire armored body was knocked back. However, its defense was quite formidable. It wasn't killed by Xia Yan's kick, but it fell into the sand, getting covered in dirt and looking very disheveled. Gaia, seeing his quantum stream hit a suddenly appearing Ultraman, initially wanted to immediately cancel the light attack to avoid causing greater harm. However, he was somewhat stunned to find that the quantum stream he released could not be canceled at that moment. Realizing that his energy was being continuously siphoned away with the quantum stream, Gaia's entire Ultraman body weakly knelt on the ground, looking at the unfamiliar Ultraman S-palm. When he saw the swirling wave pattern, the scientist Takayama MU immediately understood and couldn't help but question the other party. "What are you doing? Why are you absorbing my energy?" Since Ultraman King had thrown Xia Yan to this point in time on Earth, the current Takayama MU couldn't recognize who Xia Yan was. At this moment, the energy meter on Gaia's chest was flashing red continuously, clearly indicating that it was about to run out. Seeing this, Xia Yan dispersed his absorption ability, mainly observing Gaia's condition, as it seemed he couldn't muster a portion of light energy. Finally, after retracting the light, Gaia felt a violent rise and fall in his chest, as if his body had been emptied, and he couldn't help but press his palms against the desert. Just as he looked up at Xia Yan, a burst of light energy injected into Gaia's flashing red energy meter. This energy supplement allowed him to stand up, looking at Xia Yan with a puzzled expression, realizing that he wasn't an enemy after all. Could it be that it was just a misunderstanding? With this thought, Gaia let down his guard against this unfamiliar Ultraman. The metallic life form Apate stood up from the desert, while Xia Yan, who hadn't received energy from Gaia, turned his gaze toward Apate. The ability to mimic and transform into Ultraman piqued his interest slightly. Just as he was about to take action against Apate, he suddenly sensed a light attack rushing towards him at high speed. Although the light wasn't aimed at him, Xia Yan wouldn't sit idly by while Apate was eliminated at that moment. With a flash of light on his body, he used teleportation to instantly block in front of the purple-white light beam, extending his large hand with a swirling wave of energy absorption. The photon crusher beam was completely absorbed, leaving a guru, who was about to transform, stunned. He had originally rushed over to save Gaia, but hadn't expected another Ultraman to appear. However, now that he was here, a guru prepared to do something before leaving, but that unfamiliar Ultraman actually blocked his light beam. Xia Yan was worried that Apate would take the opportunity to escape. While one hand caught a guru's beam, the other hand conjured a crimson energy sphere and immediately hurled it at a guru, considering that this guy was quite resilient and would likely ignore minor attacks. He simply unleashed his ultimate move. The red energy destruction ball, burning like flames, instantly smashed into a guru's face, creating sparks. The explosion of energy knocked him to the ground, interrupting the photon grinder beam being emitted from his head. Nearby, Gaia was completely dumbfounded, and there was another Ultraman. What was going on? Not just him. Even the metallic life form Apate looked slightly stunned. Could it be that this Ultraman is an ally? Just as it was thinking this, Xia Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Apate, and with a wide-open hand, he grabbed its head. Chapter 168. Instant clarity in his eyes as Xia Yan activated his energy absorption ability. The metallic life form Apate immediately trembled like a sieve. It raised the spear form from its hand in an attempt to resist, but Xia Yan grabbed it and continued to absorb energy. He was feeling quite comfortable with the absorption. However, on the other side, a guru, transformed from Fujimi Hero, was very displeased. "This was my first transformation. How can I endure this humiliation?" After being hit, the furious Aguru slammed his face into the ground, quickly getting up, crossing his arms in front of the crystal on his forehead, and then extending them up and down while channeling photon energy. Aguru, who had conjured the Reckoner energy sphere, raised his hand and smashed it towards Xia Yan. A total of 8 blasts were fired without even a moment's pause. However, Xia Yan had long anticipated his attack. Invisible vortex waves surged from his back, instantly absorbing all of Aguru's Reckoner energy spheres. Aguru's light, one seeing the situation, Xia Yan couldn't help but laugh, turning to Aguru and shouting, "You're sending me energy here, Deep Sea Iron Overlord. You're too polite, bring me some more." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the metallic life form Apate, instantly turning the opponent back into its original metallic liquid form. which then began to dissipate rapidly. Apate was completely absorbed by Xia Yan, leaving no trace of its body as it peacefully perished. However, Xia Yan's nonchalant teasing words sounded like mockery to a guru, making him clench his fists in anger. Gah! A roar of battle erupted from a guru's mouth, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Charging fiercely at Xia Yan and suddenly leaping into a spinning tackle. If the light skills weren't working, then let us settle this with combat skills. But Xia Yan's fighting ability was now stronger than Leo's, not to mention his passive foresight. Catching a guru's spinning tackle, Xia Yan countered with a series of military punches to a guru's body. The continuous barrage of punches left a guru dazed, as if every hit was a critical strike, causing sparks to fly from his body. It wasn't until Xia Yan lifted him and slammed him into the desert that a guru snapped back to reality, struggling while letting out a cry of pain, feeling immense discomfort all over. It must be said that a guru was no ordinary meat. Even after taking a full series of military punches, his energy meter was flashing red, yet he still had the strength to fight. As he stood up again, Xia Yan clapped his hands with a calm expression, as if he were earnestly advising a guru, "Young man, don't be too hot-headed." Originally, Fujimiya Hiroshi had been wincing in pain from the physical punches, feeling as if he couldn't beat this Ultraman, and was preparing to temporarily retreat to rethink his strategy. However, Xia Yan's words, rather than calming him, sounded like mockery to Fujimiya Hiroshi. Gah! Another battle cry erupted from a guru, who was getting a bit carried away, raising his hand to conjure a blue-white lightsaber. With a fierce leap, a guru appeared behind Xia Yan, ready to strike down with his blade. But as Xia Yan turned, he merely stepped back slightly and easily dodged a guru's lightsaber attack. Seeing that he was so close yet so far, a guru unleashed several more slashes. But these attacks barely counted as sword techniques and were all easily avoided by Xia Yan. Damn it, why am I always just a little short? If you have the ability, don't dodge. Fujimiya Hiroshi was becoming increasingly frantic, his scientific intellect rapidly declining. Gaia watched the two fight, or rather, the blue Ultraman getting beat up. With a worried expression on his face, he rushed over, flailing his arms and shouting, "Stop fighting. We're all Ultramen. We should work together to protect humanity." However, Fujimiya Hiroshi ignored him completely, thinking that protecting humanity was a joke. A guru was supposed to protect the Earth, and first, he needed to beat up this annoying guy. With this thought in mind, Fujimiya Hiroshi piloted a guru to attack again with a lightsaber. Yet this time, Xia Yan did not just evade. He halted and dodged a guru's strike while delivering a powerful kick that sent a guru flying, his gaze filled with the Showa-era intensity. "Is this all you've got?" The sudden seriousness in his voice made a guru, who had fallen to the ground, feel an ominous sense. With his energy meter flashing red, he quickly got up and looked up at the silver-red giant, locking eyes with that intensely stern gaze. As a senior seeing a junior go astray, Xia Yan immediately reined in his playful thoughts and reached out to Gaia on the other side with a strong grasp. A chain-like light shot out in an instant, accompanied by a sound effect. Ultraman weapon mastery. Gaia, who had been standing by with a confused look, hesitated over whom to grab, suddenly found himself ensnared by white chains of light, and the next moment, he felt a wave of soreness and itchiness all over his body. "What is this?" Before he could comprehend what was happening, Gaia managed to shout that one sentence, and then he was instantly transformed into energy and flew towards Xia Yan. As Xia Yan caught him and squeezed, he grasped the massive red and white lightsaber. A guru was left dumbfounded. The anger in his eyes suddenly cleared, and the massive red and white lightsaber that broke through the clouds restored his rationality in an instant. He quickly extended his Ultraman hand and shouted to stop. "Wait, let's talk this out." However, Xia Yan paid no attention, holding the red and white lightsaber as he let out a battle cry. "Taku!" The roguelike voice startled the guru, and as he saw the massive lightsaber descending towards him, he instinctively dropped his small lightsaber and extended his palms to activate his Ultraman shield as quickly as possible. The red barrier enveloped the guru's upper body like a dome. A guru, who had never bothered with shields, was now being extremely compliant, generating his shield faster than ever. However, it was all in vain. The moment the lightsaber made contact, his reddish-yellow Ultraman shield shattered dramatically. Of course, Xia Yan wouldn't actually kill a guru. As he broke through the shield, the red and white lightsaber in his hand softened instantly, whipping a guru's body like a whip. With each strike, sparks flew, accompanied by stern reprimands. "Always just a little short. It's always during battle that I lose my composure. That's why at crucial moments, I'm always just a little short. After saying this, Xia Yan tossed the lightsaber aside, his Showa gaze fixed intently on a guru. At this moment, a guru lay in the desert with vacant eyes. His energy meter flashing like a mirage, but then a surge of light energy poured in, restoring its original blue form. With the energy restored, a guru regained his strength, and upon hearing Xia Yan's words, he was forced to regain his sanity, recalling his earlier actions. With a moved gaze, he fell silent, having nothing to say. Meanwhile, the red and white lightsaber that had been thrown aside transformed back into Gaia, who tumbled in the desert, feeling something strange in his body. He turned to look at Xia Yan and Aguru, relieved to see they had stopped fighting. After taking a beating, Aguru felt that Xia Yan had a point. After taking a deep look at him, he leaped into the sky and disappeared from sight. Xia Yan's gaze turned to Gaia, as if seeing the mountains within. I dream. You still owe me something that hasn't been returned. I'll come to find you again. Chapter 169. Could it be that Ultraman is? Chapter 169. Could it be that Ultraman is? Xia Yan transformed into a burst of light and flew away, while briefly glancing at the situation with Diga. The living situation of the Lightning Man has been resolved, and the Earth is filled with various electromagnetic waves. Tonya and Daegu both firmly stand with humanity. What else can they do if they don't move into another dimension? At least the other dimension is still on Earth. This is already a very peaceful way, as helping does not mean an endless retreat. Since Xia Yan didn't pay attention to the situation on Tonya's side, after transforming, it was Tonya who controlled the Ultraman body. However, with his lack of experience in operation, even with shared combat experience, he nearly couldn't defeat the Earth's Machina summoned by Shaji. The main issue was that without Xia Yan's assistance in providing energy, Tonya's own energy lasted only 2.5 minutes, which is even shorter than the early transformation time of Leo. If it weren't for Daegu transforming to help, Tonya's first independent battle might have ended with him being beaten by just a transport monster. After he and Xia Yan transformed as one, they lacked in skills and combat techniques. However, it was like his mind was ready, but his body wasn't, which led to this result. Thus, the suddenly weakened Ultraman directly caused Masaki Kigo to have bloodshot eyes. Using his supercomputing ability, he deduced from those clumsy movements that this was not the true power of Ultraman. The difference in style between the two was huge, completely due to Tonya's inability to express himself. Masaki Kigo confronted Tonya, who was recently creating mechanical monsters, while Xia Yan was pondering when it would be appropriate to conclude this matter on the other side at XIG's aerial base. Takayama Yumo found an excuse to gloss over things after Shurshu's command and Captain Tsutsumi's discussions, and after returning to his room, he lay back on the bed, gazing at the ceiling with a contemplative expression. Who exactly is that Ultraman? Why do I feel a strange familiarity whenever I think of him? And how could he turn me from Ultraman into a weapon? I didn't even have the ability to resist. Yumo was not thinking about Egel, but rather the silver-red giant that left a deeper impression on him. In fact, he was mistaken. The reason Xia Yan could forcibly control Gaia and turn him into a red and white photon sword was that his overall strength was greater than that of the current Gaia. After all, the current Gaia was still in V1 form. If it were V2, he would have some ability to resist, and, in the highest form, he could completely refuse to transform into a weapon. The ultimate goalkeeper had that confidence. Unless Xia Yan also reached the ultimate level, otherwise, he could not use Ultraman's control to forcefully control Gaia without the highest Gaia's cooperation. However, Yumo did not know this. He still thought that the Ultraman transformed by Xia Yan had the right to control Gaia. Connecting this inexplicable sense of familiarity, a look of surprise appeared on Takayama Yumo's face. Realizing something, he muttered in shock. Could it be that he is the embodiment of Earth's will? Only this could explain why the opponent could easily control him and why he felt an inexplicable familiarity with him. But had I met him before? Why did he call me Giant Mountain Superpower? Clearly, the Ultraman I transformed into is Gaia. From the moment he saw Gaia Ultraman through the particle acceleration field, Takayama Yumo knew his name. Gaia is the light of the earth, and that blue giant has a salty aura, which should be the light of the ocean. If he guessed correctly, just as Yumo was struggling to understand and doubting whether Xia Yan was the will of the earth, red and white light suddenly surged into the room. This abrupt change startled Takayama Yumo, causing him to spring up from the bed. Who is it? In a flurry, he reached into his pocket, ready to pull out the blue treasure to transform. The red and white light transformed into Xia Yan's figure as he entered the room, looking at Takayama Yumo with a puzzled expression and saying, "Why are you so scared?" I'm light, not a ghost. Seeing that it was a person, Yumo, who was about to shout, choked on his words. Relieved, he put away the blue treasure and stubbornly retorted, "Who is afraid of ghosts? I'm not scared of that kind of thing. It's you suddenly appearing that scared me." Xia Yan looked at the expression on Gao Shan Wameng's face and found it a bit amusing. This guy couldn't lie at all. It was obvious that he was telling a falsehood, and it was likely that Commander Shi and Captain Dicheng had guessed Gaia's identity from the very first episode. Otherwise, even if he was a member of the Alchemist Star, XIG wasn't a place you could just walk into. In fact, Gao Shan Wameng was indeed timid and scared of ghosts. Didn't he get tormented enough when facing IQ? Wameng was completely unaware of this and thought he was hiding it well. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Xia Yan and joyfully said, "You're the Silver Red Giant, right? I am Gao Shan Wameng, also known as Ultraman Gaia. I'm very happy to meet you." As he spoke, he reached out his hand towards Xia Yan, his face filled with excitement at finding a kindred spirit. "You are too happy too soon. Wameng." In Wameng's bewildered gaze, Xia Yan shook his hand and then said, "I am Xia Yan. Ultraman is the name I take after transforming. The reason I came to find you is that you, the giant mountain superpower, still owe me some light energy. Regardless of whether it's the future Wameng or the current Wameng, they're the same person, so it doesn't matter who he finds." Huh? Gao Shan Wameng was completely confused, wondering when this happened, as he had no recollection of it. "No way. I don't even know him." Just as he was about to refute Xia Yan, he saw Xia Yan take out a transformation device, smiling as he said, "I knew you would try to avoid paying me." As he pressed play, a recording immediately started to play. Hearing his familiar voice, Gao Shan Wameng was even more bewildered. "Huh? Did I lose my memory? No. With today's technology, it's very likely that someone synthesized my voice." At that moment, he coolly popped her head out from Xia Yan's chest and looked at Gao Shan Wameng, saying, "It's you. Brother Xia didn't lie to you. And I have evidence here too." As she spoke, her fingers flew across the air, and a light screen appeared in the room, playing the footage from that time. However, at that moment, when Gao Shan Wameng saw a little girl popping out from Xia Yan's chest, his face turned pale. "Ghost, ghost, ghost." Gao Shan Wameng screamed in terror, stumbling backward, pointing at He Kunli Sha with a trembling voice. "Why you? Don't come over here." He Kunli Sha. Seeing Wameng so frightened, Xia Yan felt that He Kunli Sha was about to explode. So he reached out and rubbed her head, saying, "Don't take it to heart. Just go back for now, Li Sha." Just then, a knock sounded from outside the door. "Wameng, what are you shouting about in there?" The voice of Zumu Dunzi came from outside. She happened to pass by and heard Gao Shan Wameng's yelling. So she stopped to see what was going on. Xia Yan pressed Reese's head back in her black dress and turned to look out the door. Zumu was twisting the doorknob. "I'm coming in, Amain." Seeing this scene, he didn't want to reveal his identity. So he said to Takayama Amain, "By the way, you have owed me for too long, and now it's compounded interest. You owe me 30 units of light energy. Remember to come and pay me back after your next transformation." After his words fell, Xia Yan disappeared, and the screens playing the light also dissipated. Takayama Amain suddenly realized that the little girl seemed to be an energy entity. Human fear mostly stems from the unknown, because they don't know what it is. They instinctively fear it. Although he wasn't very scared, Xia Yan's words as he left made him frown slightly, and he couldn't help but start calculating. The scientist's memory reminded Takayama Amain of the earlier process. He still remembered that recording. But owing 30 units of light energy? Isn't that usury? Just as he was wondering if he should default on the debt, Zuomu Dui pushed the door open and entered. "Amain, who were you chatting with?" As he spoke, Zuomu Dui scanned the room while walking in. He had vaguely heard a stranger's voice coming from Amain's room when he passed by earlier, and it had become very clear when he stopped at the door. Seeing Zuomu Dui enter, Takayama Amain appeared somewhat flustered and said, "No, I've always been by myself here." However, his acting was quite poor, and it was obvious that he was lying. "I clearly heard a voice just now." Zuomu Dui had a look of disbelief on his face, searching the room while muttering, "Amain, you must not bring anyone else over randomly. Xia Yan is not here right now. Gao Shan Wameng has no worries about Zuomu Duenzi's inspection. There really is only me here. Stop looking." However, Zuomu Duenzi clearly doesn't believe him. She is sure she didn't mishear. They searched every hiding place in the room, including the bathroom and under the cabinet, but found nothing. Duenzi, feeling a bit confused, turns her gaze to the last place that hasn't been checked. At this moment, Gao Shan Wameng notices her gaze and suddenly remembers something, blocking her at the bedside, saying, "Duenzi, you don't need to look there anymore. No one can hide there." The blanket on the bed isn't bulging, so it's indeed impossible for someone to be inside. and they had already checked under the bed. However, the more Gao Shan Wameng tries to prevent others from looking, the more curious Wu Tenzi becomes about what is hidden there. Is that so? Zwa Wu Tenzi pretends to turn around with a sly look in her eyes, as if she doesn't care, saying, I don't have time to play with a kid like you. As she speaks, she looks ready to leave. Seeing this, Gao Shan Wameng breathes a sigh of relief, thinking that Zwa Duenzi will actually leave, and lets his guard down, completely unaware that this is a ploy to lure him away. Zwa Duenzi, pretending to leave, takes advantage of Gao Shan Wameng's moment of relaxation and suddenly turns around to pounce on the bed, exclaiming, Let me see what good stuff you've hidden. Ah, no. Realizing what is happening, Gao Shan Wameng's face changes drastically as he reaches out to stop her. However, Zwa Duenzi speaks quickly, not giving him a chance, and directly pulls the blanket off. The triumphant expression on Zwa Duenzi's face freezes as she remembers what it is, her heart suddenly racing. As she lifts the blanket, a rush of air carries a hidden scent directly to her face, leaving her feeling flustered. Gao Shan Wameng, caught with his secret exposed, feels embarrassed. But there is no need to continue covering it up now. Since she has seen it, what else can he do? I told you not to, but you insisted. As he speaks, he appears calm, completely devoid of the tension from earlier. Hearing this, Zwa Duenzi snaps back to reality and glares at Gao Shan Wameng, saying, You really are messy. Since it was her own choice to lift the blanket, she feels she can't blame him. Yet her womanly modesty makes her feel a bit embarrassed and angry, so she can only say that Wameng is unhygienic. What? Gao Shan Wameng feels wronged by this comment and retorts, This is a normal physiological phenomenon. I was just in a hurry to deal with the monster, so I didn't have time to clean up. Zwa Duenzi shoots him a glare, feeling her heart racing, and turns to leave. As she leaves, she can't help but huff. Kids are just kids, getting nervous over a little thing. Saying this, Zwa Duenzi walks out of the room in a bit of a fluster. Where am I small? Gao Shan Wameng watches her leave, muttering, You're only 1 year older than me. However, after closing the door, he recalls the scene from earlier when he met Xia Yan. Although he was startled at the time, he still saw the video playing on the screen and remembered several images. Strange, they don't look like they're lying. But why do I have no impression of this matter at all? Gao Shan Wameng can't figure it out here, while on the other side, Fujimiya Hiroshi is lying in the basement, looking miserable. After taking a beating, he feels sore all over when he reverts from his transformation. Fortunately, it seems that a guru took most of the damage. Otherwise, Fujimiya feels he would be covered in wounds from Gaia's attacks. Damn it, how does that guy have such abilities? Looking blankly at the ceiling, Fujimiya Hiroshi feels increasingly dissatisfied, so he struggles to get up from the floor. Sitting down at the computer, he starts typing, and lines of code flash quickly across the monitor, followed by a direct hack into XIG's monitoring satellite. The screen displays the battle in the desert. When he sees Gaia being forcibly controlled and transformed into a red-white photon sword, Fujimiya Hiroshi frowns in deep thought. What kind of ability is this? Why can he freely control Gaia and turn him into a weapon? If he can control Gaia, does that mean controlling me is also a problem? Could he also be an Ultraman of Earth? But why does he seem to be much stronger than me and Gaia combined? As Fujimiya Hiroshi analyzes this with a serious expression, he drags the video progress bar to examine it in detail. Why does it feel like he is specifically restraining me and Gaia? Wait a minute. If it's not restraint, but 171. Chapter 171. Are you serious? Chapter 171. Are you serious? Could he be the will of Earth? Fujimiya Hiroshi stares intently at the computer screen, and as he thinks this, his expression turns to shock. One can only say that he is indeed a genius scientist. Just like Wameng, he uses science to find Ultraman, and he can think of what Wameng thought. Unfortunately, both are very smart but are missing the target. Far from the correct answer. They've grown brains, but not fully. Just as Fujimiya Hiroshi is thinking about how to find the silver-red giant, who is the will of Earth, Xia Yan's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. If I were the embodiment of the Earth's will, I would definitely change to someone else as a guru at the first opportunity. The abrupt voice startled Tung Gongbo Yi, causing him to instinctively stand up and turn around, his fist swinging back to strike. Young man, don't be too impulsive when dealing with things. The familiar words echoed in Tung Gongbo Ye's ears, and he quickly recognized who this suddenly appearing stranger was. A sense of foreboding inexplicably arose in his heart. The next moment, before he could react, his swung fist was caught, and his whole body was flipped over. Yeah! Tung Gongbo Yi let out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground. Clutching his lower back with a pained expression, Xia Yan leisurely pulled over a chair and sat down, glancing at the video on the computer screen. Oh, so this is where the analysis is being done after the war. His gaze swept across the basement's facilities, noticing the weight-stretching equipment not far away. Although Tengwaya was more diligent than I dreamed, this level is just too low. Is this what you usually train with? Leaning back against the chair, Xia Yan rested his elbows on the armrests and gestured towards the gym equipment, shaking his head and clicking his tongue as he continued. With just this level, how can you protect the Earth? It's you. Tengwaya suddenly stood up from the ground, staring intently at Xia Yan with gritted teeth. You are that silver-red giant, right? His tone was certain, but deep down, he wanted to take action. However, realizing he couldn't win against the other party, Tengwaya Hero had to suppress his temper. Listening to Xia Yan's words, Tengwaya glanced at his gym equipment and then recalled something more important. Clenching his fist, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying I don't deserve to be a guru?" Why? If it were anyone else saying this to Tengwaya, even if it were Takayama or I Dream, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. But Tengwaya couldn't overpower Xia Yan. Unfortunately, he couldn't ignore this topic, so he could only try to reason verbally. However, it was clear that Xia Yan had no intention of reasoning with him. He raised his hand, pulled out a disc, and threw it on the computer desk, saying to Tengwaya Hero, "Figure out how to play this disc yourself and watch it to the end." When he came to find the other party, Xia Yan had already wished for this disc with a wishing red ball. Instead of explaining a lot to Tengwaya, it was better to let him watch the Gaia Ultraman TV. Tengwaya was quite stubborn in the beginning, believing in the crisis he created himself, and was misled by the fundamental destruction that came to him. Xia Yankai didn't have much time for physical corrections. After all, he couldn't be as shameless as the Pleiades. Moreover, this Earth was quite vigorous, and it was completely sufficient to deal with the forces of the Source Destruction Invoker. There's a saying that goes, only when the enemy feels they can't defeat you will they think about scheming and plotting. It's obvious that the Destruction Invoker wasn't confident in dealing with Earth, so they set their sights on Fujimiya. Consequently, a series of schemes were laid out, and Fujimiya took the bait. The Earth's great son, a guru, was fighting fiercely with Gaia. It's hard to imagine that a scientist who stands at the top of humanity's intellectual field could be so easily deceived, completely believing in a quantum computer. This situation is akin to Superman's steel body asking the superbrain what to do, and the superbrain suggesting to charge through with the steel body. Yet the key point is that this superbrain is also controlled by the enemy. If Earth had a conscious embodiment, it would definitely want to slap each of those two rebellious sons. One was being fooled and wasting time on pointless activities, while the other couldn't distinguish friend from foe and just attacked when seeing a monster. Just as he was thinking about this, Xia Yan suddenly felt a wave of energy coming and heard a faint voice. Following that, his mental awareness quickly heightened. After breaking through the clouds, the entire blue Earth appeared in front of him. Wow, it's real. When he saw the blue Earth emitting a faint glow, Xia Yan understood what was happening. A series of garbled sounds came through, but he had no knowledge in that area. He couldn't understand what Earth was saying at all. Huh? Can you speak louder? Xia Yan felt a bit frustrated listening to Earth's voice, and since his mind-reading ability wasn't working, he quickly added, "Speak in human language." As soon as he said this, Earth's voice paused and then emitted another wave. "Salted egg superhuman. Please help me drive away the Source Destruction Invoker." Xia Yan, damn, why is this nickname coming back again? Remembering something, his expression darkened, and he glared at the blue Earth with an unfriendly tone. Who told you that name? Was it an old Ultraman with red eyes? Logically speaking, this Earth shouldn't know about its dark history in the main universe, so there's only one possibility. When Xia Yan was communicating with the Earth, Fujimiya Hero also noticed that he was ignoring him with his eyes closed, staring at the disc and reaching out to take it. The disc had a coating of Gaia and Egel. Although there was a computer in the basement, there was no device to play the disc. But this was no problem for Fujimiya. After casually finding some materials to make a simple reader, he placed the disc inside. A video recorded on the disc popped up on the computer screen. In the first episode, how could Gaia be that guy from my dreams? This special effects show must have been synthesized with high technology, right? In the third episode, it actually looks quite similar. In the fourth episode, something's off. Why are there clips of my usual training and workouts? In the 16th episode, Fujimiya suddenly pressed his hands on the computer desk, his gaze fixed on the video playing on the screen, his eyes wide open with disbelief on his face. How could this happen? Even the process of Egel's birth is crystal clear. Shocked, he turned to look at Xia Yan, but the latter was still meditating with his eyes closed. Fujimiya Hero, stunned, felt that thought arise again. Could it be that he really is the will of the earth? Suppressing the urge to ask, he thought this was a test from the earth and turned his gaze back to the screen. However, the subsequent plot only made him more and more irritated. With a slap, he hit the table and shouted angrily, "Damn it! What the hell are you doing fighting with Gaia, you idiot?" Just as Fujimiya was halfway through his curse, he suddenly stopped. Wait, that guy inside is me. No, there's no way I would do such ridiculous things. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In a whirlwind of denial, Fujimiya hero restrained his anger and continued watching. But the betrayal of Crisis in the 27th episode completely broke his defenses. With another slap on the table, he let out a furious roar. Ah, destruction brings your 172. Chapter 172. The atmosphere suddenly turned. Xia Yan took out a CD with the word Shan on it, and the 26 episodes perfectly explained Fu Gongbo, who was deceived in the first half of his life after gaining the power of Eagle. Bang! Fu Gong once again slapped the table, making a sound of love. Not caring even if his hand hurt, his eyes red and fixed on the computer screen. Am I the fool in this? How could I be tricked by the source of destruction to end up like this? Impossible. If Croesus was tampered with, then why did Eagle come to me? And how could the earth give him, this deceived person, the power to transform into Ultraman? What is going on with all of this? Fu Gong, wanting to know the truth, had bloodshot eyes fixed on the screen, almost losing his mind from anger. But the computer screen popped up with "to be continued." The current situation was like watching a movie at a critical point. The foreplay was done, the position was ready, about to start the main topic, and then the network lagged, continuously showing that it was loading. In such a state, Fu Gong felt a bit frustrated, eager to know how the story would develop. He turned and grabbed Xia Yan's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. "Hey, wake up! What comes next? Hurry up and show me the rest." Fu Gong's immersion in watching Gaia Ultraman TV was like watching another version of himself. Even though Fu Gongbo in the TV show transformed and Eagle looked like he was in a suit rather than having real Ultraman skin, those plots had truly happened. The scenes from the creation of Croesus were identical. Even the words he once said were recorded. The Earth and Gaia's story was a dub version, and the CD Xia Yan took out was also a dub version. At this moment, he was communicating with the will of the Earth and quickly mastering a new ability with its help. Star Voice, an ability to communicate with planets. Seemed ordinary on the surface, but what if it was used differently? To communicate with planets and borrow power. However, this depended on whether the planet was willing to lend its power. If not, no power could be obtained. And when Star Voice reached level 10, it could undergo a qualitative change. Being able to converse didn't mean being able to borrow power. Just as Xia Yan was conversing with the Earth, discussing the rewards for driving away the source of destruction, Fu Gong's violent shaking forced him out of the Star Voice state. As he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at Fu Gong's face. Seeing their eyes meet, Xia Yan's expression darkened. "Damn it, you little brat. I was about to successfully deceive the Earth." At this moment, Fu Gong was still unaware that he had inadvertently ruined Xia Yan's good fortune. Seeing him open his eyes, he immediately asked anxiously, why was Croesus controlled by Zolam? What exactly is the source of destruction? While speaking, Fu Gong, gripping Xia Yan's shoulders, instinctively tightened his hold out of anger. "Calm down." Seeing him like this, Xia Yan pushed Fu Gong's hands away, straightened his face, and spoke seriously. "Anger will only make you lose your ability to think and become powerless in rage." However, at this moment, Fu Gong had already lost his rationality due to the source of destruction. "How can I calm down? The source of destruction is this." The more he spoke, the angrier Fu Gong became. Exploding with rage, he pulled out the blue gem bracelet and shouted, "Damn it, Zolam, you bastard!" He immediately prepared to transform into Eagle, intending to find the wormhole hidden in outer space to confront the giant beast Zolam. Just as he was about to unfurl the wings of the blue gem bracelet, Xia Yan swiftly reached out and snatched it away. "Don't be reckless. You can't possibly defeat Zolam now. Give it back." Fu Gong looked at Xia Yan in shock, not listening at all, reaching out to try to grab it back, angrily saying, "Even if it cost me my life, I will." Slap. A hard slap landed on his face, instantly sending him spinning and falling to the ground, covering his face and looking at Xia Yan with disbelief. Xia Yan's gaze fixed directly on Fujimiya, and in response to his bewildered expression, he sternly reprimanded, "What is that look on your face? What does your anger mean? Can your recklessness save humanity on this earth?" The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere gradually became tense with this exchange. However, Fujimiya clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, his eyes filled with intense reluctance. The very purpose of creating the crisis was to save humanity's future. Why has it turned out like this? I also want to protect the Earth. Protect humanity. Perhaps due to Xia Yan's Ultraman slap and the educational approach similar to that of the Zurichsen group, the effect was quite remarkable. After a series of actions, it had an immediate impact. Fujimiya's mind, which had been clouded by the summoned body of root destruction, gradually cleared up as he calmed down. Seeing that he was no longer as impulsive as before, Xia Yan walked up to Fujimiya and spoke in a softer tone. The body of root destruction is not that simple. Even if you sacrifice your life to eliminate the giant beast Zolam, what about the enemies that will appear afterwards? By then, you'll be dead and unable to continue protecting the Earth you love. Xia Yan, earnestly advising Fujimiya, recalled the process of communication with this Earth. Although it was said that Yuan Gu emphasized wealth during the filming of Gaia TV, special effects and tokusatsu dramas ultimately have limitations due to huge budgets, and some things cannot be fully expressed. But in reality, there's no need to consider budget issues, so it's far more complicated than what is shown on TV. With this in mind, Xia Yan thought that things on the Diga side might not be as easy as imagined, especially with the presence of the sea snail and Tanjia, along with certain special factors. As he pondered these thoughts, Xia Yan looked at Fujimiya, who had now completely regained his rationality, and reached out to pull him up from the ground. Don't be so impulsive anymore. As he returned the blue bracelet to Fujimiya's hand, Xia Yan patted his shoulder and said, "Since you possess the power of Eagle, you should take on this responsibility. The battles of the Ultraman warriors must be victorious because behind them are countless homes they wish to protect." Fujimiya felt moved by these words, unable to help but lower his gaze to the blue bracelet in his hand. In a daze, he seemed to see the figure of the blue giant watching over him in a deep blue ocean. "Eagle, do you feel the same way?" he thought to himself. And as his gaze gradually became resolute, he looked up at the person before him, his previous thoughts becoming more certain. This person was indeed the guidance of the Earth's will. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so much and come specifically to correct his mistakes. With this in mind, Fujimiya looked intently at Xia Yan, seemingly determined, and asked, "What should I do?" Chapter 173. Model Worker Lightning Team. First, find an open area without cover. Then you stand there and don't move while I go get a jeep. Xia Yan subconsciously wanted to do this. However, thinking about how he had just arrived on Earth in Gaia and had made things difficult for Fujimiya, it seemed a bit inappropriate to keep pushing. The training methods of the Starry Group couldn't be directly applied here. After all, it was the Heisei era, not the Showa era. No matter how foolish Fujimiya was, he wasn't as simple as Feng Yuan. What he got angry? Meeting Fujimiya's gaze, Xia Yan thought for a moment and said, "Find a way to make the quantum computer crisis break free from the control of the source destruction entity. You should be able to do that, right? If crisis continues to be influenced, it would be equivalent to the source destruction entity always having our intelligence, which would be very disadvantageous for us." This idea coincided with what Fujimiya was thinking. Crisis was the quantum computer he had painstakingly developed over the years. Moreover, it was through Crisis that he found Ager, which held extraordinary significance for Fujimiya. To some extent, the quantum computer could be considered a child created by Fujimiya himself, as it possessed consciousness. "I'll contact Daniel right now," Fujimiya said as he planned to turn and leave, but at that moment, Xia Yan called out to him, "Wait before that. You should find the Trader Klaus icard from the alchemical star to avoid scaring him off." "What?" Fujimiya's expression changed in surprise. This name rang a bell. It seemed there was someone like that during the development of Crisis. Realizing something, his face shifted slightly, and he looked at Xia Yan with disbelief. How could that be? The alchemical star was formed to fight for Earth and humanity, wasn't it? Although Fujimiya had already withdrawn from the alchemical star, he still remembered the organization's original goal at its establishment. "Fujimiya, you should understand," Xia Yan said, looking at the computer equipment with a meaningful tone. "Human beings are inherently complex creatures and do not remain unchanged like machines. While people may possess good qualities, they also carry various flaws. Not everyone can maintain their original intentions through sheer willpower." When Xia Yan said this, his eyes were complicated. Ultraman helps others without seeking anything in return. Yet he himself does not really consider himself a true Ultraman. Although he has detached himself from humanity, he still harbors selfishness like humans do. It would be more appropriate to say he is an alien rather than a being of light. Xia Yan is very aware of this. If he weren't firmly standing on the Ultraman side, that red-eyed old man would have acted long ago. At this moment, Fujimiya understood, and his expression appeared somewhat downcast. He knew very well what kind of beings humans are. To this day, humans have excessively exploited Earth's resources, continuously harming the environment and making the planet dirty and filthy, which is an undeniable fact. Yet, even so, Earth still embraces humanity like a mother and entrusts the power of Ultraman to this human. Thinking of this, Fujimiya, believing that Xia Yan is the embodiment of Earth's will, looked at him with a complex gaze. Xia Yan felt inexplicably puzzled under his gaze. After subconsciously activating his mind-reading ability to take a look, he fell into silence, looking at Fujimiya with an odd expression. Ah, are you really that good at making assumptions? It seems like I made it clear when we first met that I'm not the embodiment of Earth's will. So why are you still thinking in that direction? Suddenly, Xia Yan thought of something else. He had just communicated with the Earth's will, and since the Earth's will had asked him to help drive away the source of destruction, does that mean I count as the spokesperson for the Earth's will? Thinking this way, he decided not to bother correcting it. Having some authority wouldn't be bad. While pondering these thoughts, he maintained a serious expression on the surface and continued speaking to Fujimiya. For years ago, when the source of destruction was preparing to invade Earth, it sent out a large number of mental parasites. Klaus Eichardt was one of the people it manipulated, which is why the integrated circuits of crisis were tampered with. Upon hearing this, Fujimiya immediately understood. No wonder no matter what attempts were made back then, they couldn't change Crisis's predictions for the future. It turned out there was a traitor causing chaos. Where's that guy now? Fujimiya asked, his fists clenching involuntarily. He absolutely wouldn't let go of someone who had been toying with his research achievements for 4 years, trying to lead him to destroy humanity. Xia Yan used his ability to foresee the future, and after locating the other party, he confidently said, "In Germany, but Klaus Eichardt is no longer considered human." Just as the two locked eyes and were about to set off, the alarm in the basement began to beep. Relevant images automatically popped up on the computer, and the screen showed a city suddenly turning to sand and collapsing. This was an automatic monitoring device created by Fujimiya, linked to XIG satellites, which would inform him of any abnormal phenomena on Earth as soon as they occurred. Meanwhile, on the other side, XIG's aerial base also detected this anomaly. iDream and Zwizwa walked into the command room together. Seeing this, Xiao Ji teased the arriving Zwizi at the communication station. "You two are late together, what a coincidence." "You're mistaken." Zwizi shot a glance at Xiao Ji and rebutted while locating the affected area. "I'm not interested in children. Right now." She was indeed not interested in iDream, leaning more towards Lightning Team's Kajiwa. The image of the affected area was projected onto the big screen, and the desolate scene immediately stunned everyone. The hardworking Lightning Team, which had set out first, had already arrived at the scene. And Kajiwa's voice came through the communication channel. "This is Kajiwa from Lightning Team. The area within approximately 1 kilometer, centered around the commercial district, has now completely turned into a desert wasteland. From the air, we cannot observe if there are any survivors, and the affected area continues to spread." As a true ace pilot, Kajiwa would not make the same mistakes as Shinjo. The commander in the stone room looked at this scene with a heavy expression. "I didn't expect that we wouldn't even have time to defend. Losing a city and so many lives. This was the tricky part of the root destruction entity. It didn't appear like other extraterrestrial beings, but suddenly emerged on Earth to wreak havoc. Many times, there was simply no opportunity to evacuate people. Just as Captain Tichung was about to call iDream to prepare to head to the scene for a detailed inspection, the situation changed again. In the video being played, a red and white light sphere suddenly crashed down onto the desert wasteland, sending up a huge cloud of dust as the light exploded. Chapter 174. At first glance, you and I are destined to meet that was iDream, who was originally prepared to act with Captain Tichung, paused in his steps and gazed at the big screen. As the rolling dust cleared, a silver-red giant figure emerged. "Ultraman." iDream's murmurs caught the attention of Commander Shershur beside him, who couldn't help but ask, "Ultraman? Is that the name of this giant? How do you know?" Shershur's words drew the attention of others, making iDream a bit flustered. Fortunately, he was becoming accustomed to such situations. After a moment of tension, iDream maintained his composure and said, just like when he mentioned Gaia's name last time, "I think we all have names, so we can't just keep calling them giants." Then he gave them names. Gaia Ultraman, the protector of the Earth; Ultraman, the embodiment of Earth's will; and the blue giant, Egel Ultraman, from the ocean. iDream still couldn't figure it out and believed that Xia Yan was Ultraman transformed from Earth's will. Gaia and Egel he could understand. Advisor Chinya turned to iDream with a puzzled expression. "But Ultraman is the embodiment of Earth's will. Does Earth really have consciousness?" iDream was very certain about this, as it was precisely why he had gained Gaia's power, but of course he couldn't directly reveal his identity, so he rephrased. I think Earth does have consciousness. It can sense the threat of the root destruction entity, which is why it sends Ultraman to help us humans. I Dream spoke with great certainty. Advisor Xia was somewhat confused by this, and Commander Xia glanced at I Dream before shifting his gaze back to the screen and changing the subject. Ultraman. What is he here for? Having probably guessed I Dream's identity, Xia did not doubt what I Dream had said, although Xia Yan was calling out for Wiming and Tungong. The two of them were the Giant Mountain Superforce and the Deep Sea Iron Overlord. He was only having a private conversation with them and did not make his voice public. Otherwise, news media everywhere would probably report on Ultraman as soon as possible. It's important to note that this Earth is in an era of advanced technology, and once news is released, people all over the world would likely know about things related to Ultraman within a day. Commander, look. At this moment, Dunzi noticed an unusual situation and quickly reported to the stone chamber. There is something moving in the sky above the ruins. At the same time, Wiming was following Captain T. Chung, taking the peace transport to the scene. The ground security forces were also about to arrive to begin evacuating the crowds near the disaster area. A jellyfish-like creature floated above the city, turned into ruins, causing skyscrapers to collapse into sand wherever it went. Chief of Staff China looked at the broadcast screen and realized with a heavy expression. It was this monster that turned the city into a desert ruin. The reason Ultraman appeared at this moment. Commander Xia gazed at the silver-red giant on the screen, speaking seriously with some speculation. It is very likely here to eliminate this monster. As he spoke, Commander Xia looked at Ultraman with curiosity. If Gaia was perhaps transformed by Wiming, then who transformed the other two Ultramen? Commander, the Lightning Team requests to attack. At this moment, the communications officer, Qiao Ji, reported. Launch the attack immediately. With Commander Xia's order, Mizade, who was confronting Xia Yan on the broadcast screen, suddenly unleashed a purple destructive beam. Xia Yan, who was observing Mizade's true movement trajectory with the Ultraman eye, casually extended his palm and created an invisible ripple to absorb the beam. The superdimensional wave monster Mizade intrigued him even more. The ability of this monster to change forms is impressive. At this moment, the jellyfish-shaped Mizade was just its pre-monster form. The original Mizade, in a wave-based life form state, was actually very difficult to deal with, possessing microscopic properties within the physical realm. It moved in a quantum manner, existing in multiple locations at once through spatial traversal, meaning that every place observing Mizade was merely seeing its phantom. Unfortunately, the black technology created by Wiming countered it. Otherwise, only spatial skills could restrict Mizade's movement. Xia Yan felt a connection to this ability of quantum movement at first sight. To prevent Wiming from eliminating Mizade when they went to Germany, he immediately came here. As for the mental parasite Bazam, he left that to Tungong to handle. It shouldn't be a big problem. Upon receiving the attack order, the Lightning Team saw the monster unleash a beam attack on Ultraman and immediately fired thermal missiles at Mizade. 3 fighter jets roared past Xia Yan, but several thermal missiles from the Lightning Team passed right through Mizade's body. Mizade's phantom vanished, and the thermal missiles did not hit, continuing their trajectory toward the ground. Not hitting the monster, and thus causing the missiles to strike the ground was not a big deal, as this area was already in ruins. However, 2 journalists were fearlessly approaching the battlefield. Yes, it was the one who could talk back and change Tungong, Qiji Lingzi, along with her partner Lunwen. The 2 drove their vehicle for broadcasting news to the front lines to capture the battle footage. As soon as they got out of the car, they noticed a missile screaming toward them. Their expressions turned to horror. It's a missile. It's over. No, I don't want to die and be mixed with Lunwen's corpse. Lunwen replied, wait, we've been partners for a long time. How can you still think of despising me at this moment? The thermal missile was moving extremely fast, and before Lunwen could finish that thought, the missile was already in front of them. As despair appeared on their faces, the Lightning Team also discovered that there were people near the battlefield. KGO's dissatisfied and serious voice rang out on the XIG communication channel. What is the ground security team doing? How did these 2 get in here? Now, they were dealing with a monster, and every member of the Lightning Team could be killed at any moment due to the monster's counterattack. Of course, they couldn't hold back in battle. It was too late. As Dae Yuan spoke, his eyes widened, and his hand holding the attack control stick trembled slightly. That thermal missile was one he had just launched, but he hadn't expected it to harm innocents. Just at that critical moment, a silver Ultraman hand, enveloped in white energy, swiftly grasped both Lingzi and Lunwen, along with their vehicle, in its palm. Xia Yan performed an ultra roll to dodge the heat-seeking missile, then immediately used the Ultra Beam to send Yoshii Reiko and the others far away. Chapter 175. Should I change, or not change, or change? In fact, there was another person in the driver's seat of the car, which was also the reason for saving both the car and the person. All of this happened in an instant. When he stood up, the missile landed behind him. Boom! The explosion's flames danced behind him. And this scene was witnessed by Yoshii Reiko, who was sitting on the ground with a shocked expression on her face. Meeting Yoshii Reiko's gaze, Xia Yan remained silent and simply nodded at her with an ultra gesture, thinking to himself that it was fortunate he could teleport in time to save them. Suji, your wife almost didn't make it. Such a huge favor is worth at least 100 units of energy. The three members of the lightning team finally reacted, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Okawara exclaimed excitedly, "Great. It's a good thing Ultraman stepped in to help. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life." At this moment, Aimu, who was piloting the peace ship, arrived and analyzed the characteristics of Mezad, urgently saying, "Do not attack recklessly. Attacks in this situation will have no effect." "Why won't it have any effect?" Captain Tsukasa, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to Aimu and asked, "Because it currently exists in a discontinuous state." Aimu controlled the detector to scan Mezad's body and, as a genius scientist, stated with certainty, this monster is in a state of quantum leap. It exists at multiple locations within this area. What we see now is just an illusion of the monster's shadow. We must change our combat strategy as soon as possible. Hearing Aimu's words, Commander Ishimuro was about to issue a retreat order when the situation suddenly changed. Mezad was not a fool who would just stand still. On the contrary, its memory-probing ability allowed it to know that the Earth's defense team was afraid of harming others. Coupled with Xia Yan's earlier actions, Mezad believed that this unfamiliar Ultraman also wanted to protect humanity. Its transparent, jellyfish-like head began to gather energy continuously, and the next moment, it released several purple destructive beams, scattering and shooting toward the crowd from all directions. The sudden situation caught XIG off guard, and this scene instantly left them horrified as they watched the purple destructive beams about to strike the crowd. A cyan light burst open in the sky, quickly forming an invisible phase barrier in this area. The sound of explosions rang out, but those purple destructive beams were all blocked and could not harm anyone. This sudden turn of events left everyone in XIG momentarily stunned, unsure of what had happened. Aimu held the blue gem in his hand. He had originally planned to transform and create a massive shield, but now he awkwardly realized that he might not need to help. Look up at the sky. Kaji, who noticed the anomaly, then saw the light radiating from Xia Yan and exclaimed excitedly, "It's Ultraman, and he seems to have changed." With this reminder, everyone's gaze instinctively focused on Xia Yan. When the red and white glow dissipated, Ultraman with a bird-like V-shaped core was retracting his arm, which he had raised toward the sky. Ultraman Nexus, Red Youth Form. Relying on the abilities gained from the metallic life form, Xia Yan transformed into Nexus. Initially, he had intended to mimic Blue Nexus, but he realized that his base form's power was insufficient to replicate it. However, even as Red Nexus, he could still exhibit extraordinary power. A golden light presented a dome that enveloped the sky, as if a sound was resonating at that moment. As the meta field unfolded, Mezad's multiple shadows in this area continuously converged towards the center. At this moment, Captain Tsukasa and the others suddenly felt a severe headache hit them, their vision becoming hazy. The meta field enveloped the three aircraft of the Lightning Team and the Peace Ship, causing even Aimu, the Gaia human form, to feel as if his brain had turned to mush. This was the first time entering the meta field. Xia Yan had originally planned to open the meta field after the Lightning Team and the Peace Ship had retreated. However, from the beginning of the battle, his precognitive ability had allowed him to sense Mezad's abnormal actions, so he immediately transformed into Nexus. Simultaneously, from an external perspective, after the golden dome that covered the entire area disappeared, there was nothing left in its place. In the subspace, the brown earth and rocks formed a battle arena specifically for the metafield. Mezad's jellyfish-like body fell to the ground, engulfed in flames, beginning its monster transformation. It became incredibly ugly, as if shedding makeup, with its lower body covered in tentacles and a long neck extending from its head. As Mezad saw Xia Yan striding towards it, it involuntarily let out a fearful roar. The purple destructive beams were continuously released. However, even after transforming into Nexus, Xia Yan could still use his other abilities. He completely ignored these attacks, absorbing all the beams directed at him. Mezad, in a panic, twisted its lower body tentacles, tried to retreat and distance itself. But it was quickly caught by Xia Yan, and the pain of having its energy forcibly extracted made it tremble all over. By the time Mu and Captain Tsukasa regained their senses and looked around, Mezad was already lying on the ground, barely alive. Xia Yan casually formed a red destructive energy ball, ending the monster's life and causing it to explode. As he dissipated the meta field, his entire Ultra form returned to normal. Mimicking Nexus was too energy-consuming. This Ultraman was not an ordinary one. Captain Tsukasa and the others stared at the exploding Mezad, somewhat dazed as they returned to reality. Mu glanced at the blue gem in his hand and silently tucked it back into his clothing. Truly powerful. No wonder it is the embodiment of Earth's will. He became even more certain of this thought. Back into reality, Xia Yan's gaze swept over the city filled with desert ruins. The last time he saw such extensive destruction was during the invasion of the twin monsters on Black Tide Island, when the entire island was about to be engulfed by the rising sea. Searching through his skill set, he found no ability to restore the city. But it was not a big problem. He raised his hand, and his form transformed again, switching to the summoner form, then snapped his fingers. The memory of Leo leapt out from the image, gazing towards the direction of Leo, as the sky shimmered with light, seemingly revealing a roaring lion. The lion's mask activated, and a miraculous power enveloped the area, as the collapsed buildings in the desert rapidly restored as if time were reversing. When Xia Yan was showcasing miracles here, broadcasted by Yoshii Reiko's equipment, capturing the attention of most people on Earth, on the other side, a guru was struggling. Chapter 176. My Dream, Why Are You Just Watching? The lion's mask, originally from Leo TV, could make the submerged Kuroshio Island rise again and give Baizi a new life, which is a very overpowered ability. Now, the decertified city has been restored, with streets and facilities completely reverted. If Ahara Ryu saw this scene, he would probably be moved to tears. At this moment, everyone around watching this scene was dumbfounded, their faces showing shock, while Xia Yan was looking at them, pondering whether to give another Ultraman nod. A scene caught his eye. A guru, transformed into Fujimiya, was being beaten to the ground by the mental parasite beast Bism. This was a sight for Earth, seeing its strong child seemingly on the verge of being beaten to death, so they sent a sensing image. Seeing this situation, Xia Yan immediately leaped into the air, transforming into a light ball, rushing towards Fujimiya. There was no problem. A guru was so tough, he should be able to hold on for a while longer. At the XIG aerial base, as Xia Yan transformed into a light ball and flew away, the command room personnel, including Shurshur, snapped back from their shock. Advisor Chiba looked at the restored city and couldn't help but believe in the words of My Dream. The Earth's Will Ultraman is indeed powerful and reliable. If it weren't for the Earth's Will, Chiba couldn't think of any other reason to explain everything he was witnessing. Commander, Ultraman has not disappeared. Joki turned to report to Shurshur. The screen displayed the flying red and white light ball, moving at an incredible speed. Where's he going? Shurshur wondered aloud, watching the satellite broadcast image as the increasingly fast red and white light ball began to blur, and then issued an order. Analyze Ultraman's trajectory. Found it. That's the reason. Dunzi said on the large screen broadcasting another image. Monsters and a Guru Ultraman have appeared in Germany. Unlike the Satan Bism that My Dream dealt with during the Supertime and Space Great War, Bism is a collective of multiple mental parasites. Its clam-like body has already taken a humanoid form, making it stronger than Satan Bism. Even Gaia V2 would be beaten back. It was an enemy that could only be dealt with at the highest level, while a Guru was currently in V1 form. It was akin to a novice facing a final boss. Therefore, it was evident that the once confident king trying to solve the opponent alone was now struggling. Bism landed several kicks on a Guru, and even though a Guru's defense was relatively strong, he was still staggering, with the energy meter on his chest flashing red. Before a Guru could react, Bism circled behind him and directly choked a Guru by the neck. This made a Guru feel extremely uncomfortable, and the energy meter on his chest flashed even faster. Struggling, he unleashed all his Ultraman power, throwing Bism away, but Bism simply flipped in the air and landed effortlessly. The yellow organ on its head emitted a mocking laugh. Klaus's hoarse voice echoed in Fujimiya's mind. What's wrong? You, who have obtained a Guru's power, even if you understand now. What can you do? You can't change anything. Why not join me in the root destruction summoning body? People like us should rule humanity. Don't you also think about exterminating humanity? As Bism walked leisurely to a Guru, arms wide open, full of self-satisfaction, It spoke. Look, see my mighty divine power. Fujimiya, the power of the earth is so weak, it can't withstand a single blow in front of the root destruction summoning body. A guru, with a flashing red energy meter, stared intently at the bism close at hand without responding. In his mind, he recalled Xia Yan's words before leaving. No matter what method is used, as long as it can quickly solve the enemy, it's a good method. Don't worry about being despicable or shameless. Ultraman's matters are called tactics. The quicker the enemy is dealt with, the less damage the earth will suffer. Fujimiya thought this made sense, and coupled with the belief that Xia Yan was the embodiment of Earth's will, he quietly remembered it. When he saw Klaus, Fujimiya didn't wait for the opponent to grow larger. Transformed Aguru immediately used the Executor Light Ball, teleporting in close to release his skills. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to kill Klaus on the spot. With both sides so close, Aguru suddenly had an idea, showing a wavering expression while secretly gathering energy. Seeing Aguru fall silent, Bism thought his words had instilled dark thoughts in Fujimiya. It continued to deceive, saying, human selfishness leads them to continuously kill other life forms on Earth. Not only that, they hate each other. What is there about such humans that is worth your protection? Come to the root destruction summoning body. Only in this way can you protect the Earth. Come on, Fujimiya. Swish, swish, swish. The blue-white light sword slashed several times in an instant, cutting through Bism's body without any obstruction. It interrupted its words immediately. Holding the light sword, Aguru, seeing Bism being sliced into several segments, even with the energy meter flashing red rapidly, still straightened his back and disdainfully said, I won't be a fool like you. After successfully gathering his power for a counterattack, Aguru felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration, confidently turning around after retracting the blue-white light sword. Fool! You know nothing of the Earth's power. However, at this moment, the sliced Bism split into 8 clones. Lying side by side on the ground, they emitted Klaus's furious roar. What an ungrateful fool. This sudden voice startled the guru, and he instinctively turned around. Several yellow destructive light beams came rushing in, caught off guard. Aguru was immediately blasted away, his body rolling uncontrollably as his energy was completely exhausted. The Ultraman body disintegrated, forcing Fujimiya to revert to his original form. Crashing to the ground with his back covered in rubble, and the blue jewel bracelet flying forward, sparking and smoking. Fujimiya reached out to retrieve the blue bracelet, but found he couldn't reach it, and his body felt extremely uncomfortable, unable to move. Bism's clones reassembled, regaining their giant form and letting out a strange laugh. Fujimiya, do you think the root destruction summoning body is really the root destruction summoning body? You are mistaken, Fujimiya. This is a planet evolved to be more perfect than the current Earth. As Bism spoke, it raised its claws high, then pointed at the fallen Fujimiya, laughing. You won't be able to transform again, will you? Come on, Fujimiya. Let me see the power of the Earth you speak of. Just when I was feeling immensely proud, wanting to see Fujimiya's embarrassment, a giant Ultraman foot came crashing down from the sky. Chapter 177. Reality and the future are interconnected. Taku. The voice of a delinquent from the Showa era echoed in his ears. Before Bism could react, an Ultraman with a foot engulfed in red flames fell from the sky like a meteor. Bang! Leo kicked fiercely at Bism, instantly sending him flying. As he rolled on the ground, the spot where he was kicked kept sparking. Bism lay on the ground for a long time, unable to recover, almost getting killed by that kick. Xia Yan's bulbous eyes looked at the prostrate Fujimiya, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Based on his estimation, a guru should be able to hold on until he intervened. However, this guy Fujimiya never changes his ways. After successfully ambushing Bism, he started to play dead again. Now look at this classic pose, lying on the ground, trying to reach for the blue bracelet. On the other side, although Bism wasn't dead, he was already at the end of his rope after Xia Yan's relentless Leo kick, practically at death's door, struggling to get up unsteadily. He looked at the silver-red giant with terror. Who are you? How can there be such power on Earth? According to the information he received from the psychic parasite, there shouldn't be a third Ultraman on Earth. So who is this guy in front of him? Xia Yan turned his gaze towards Bism upon hearing the words. This guy had learned some things after aligning himself with the root destruction entity, but unfortunately, he was still just a fool easily deceived by it. Without wasting too much time, Xia Yan crossed his arms to release a beam of light. The white spatium beam instantly shot out. Bism, in a severely weakened state, simply couldn't withstand the damage from this beam and exploded on the spot. After taking care of him, Xia Yan shifted his gaze to the distant sky, where the sound of fighter jets was faintly heard. Likely XIG had learned about the situation here and sent the lightning team over. However, given the current identity of Fujimiya, it was not appropriate to expose him to outsiders. With this in mind, Xia Yan transformed into a ball of light, enveloping Fujimiya's body and transformation device, and disappeared in an instant. By the time the 3 fighter jets of the lightning team arrived at the scene along with the piece, the place was already deserted. Inside the piece, iDream sat holding the blue gem cone, looking towards the distant sky, the direction where his Ultraman and Aguru had vanished. He felt inexplicably down, as if he had become a mere observer. Moreover, Ultraman and Aguru appeared simultaneously, each dealing with monsters in different locations, seemingly coordinating perfectly as if they had planned it out. This made iDream feel like he was no longer needed, even though 3 Ultramen were protecting the Earth together. Aguru and Ultraman have such a good relationship. This thought unconsciously popped into iDream's mind, followed by a look of confusion on his face. Why does Ultraman's energy seem endless? This question feels so familiar. Why do I feel like I've thought of this before? While returning to the XIG base in the piece, iDream stuffed the transformation device back into his clothing, looking bewildered. However, he likely would never remember the memories of the grand battle of time and space, because the only one who could trigger that memory, Bizom, had been eliminated by Xia Yan. In this world, the future and present are somewhat interconnected. The natural control machine is a device created by future humanity out of despair for themselves, placed on Earth. What exactly is the root destruction entity? It is not a singular individual, but a collective term for forces that wish to annihilate humanity. At this moment, on a mountaintop somewhere, Fujimiya was once again lying on the ground, looking distressed, struggling to stand up. Bizom, how could he be so strong? Even though Xia Yan generously infused light energy into Fujimiya's body to aid in his recovery, Fujimiya still felt miserable all over, lacking even the strength to stand. Just rest there. Xia Yan glanced at the determined Fujimiya, playing with the blue gem bracelet, and said, I told you to be careful and cautious before we set out. How did you become so careless during the fight? Upon hearing this, Fujimiya paused his movements, then lay back down with an embarrassed expression, feeling ashamed in his heart. He indeed hadn't expected that Bizom, after being cut by a guru's light blade, still hadn't been eliminated. He had momentarily let his guard down and exposed his back to the enemy, resulting in being forced to revert from transformation. Xia Yan looked down at the sapphire bracelet in his hand, the gem part dim and lacking luster, the ocean's light within it recovering slowly. Without external help, it seemed that Teng Gong would not be able to transform again for a while. However, he was not lacking in light energy. As white light surged into the sapphire bracelet, the gem part became crystal clear again. Throwing it into Teng Gong's arms, Xia Yan's complexion instantly turned pale. His tone weak and powerless as he said, Remember what I said, your life is only once. Feeling that this wasn't convincing enough, he staggered slightly, his body swaying. Catching the sapphire bracelet, Teng Gong felt the recovering light of a guru inside it, and upon seeing Xia Yan's current appearance, his eyes instantly filled with deep emotion. Somehow finding strength, he quickly got up from the ground, supporting Xia Yan with a concerned expression, and said, Are you okay? Why'd you do this? Why? Xia Yan weakly grasped Teng Gong's arm, looking at him and countering, Teng Gong, you will protect the Earth, right? You will, won't you? At this moment, Teng Gong felt a surge of blood in his heart, and as he met Xia Yan's gaze, he suddenly remembered his other identity, emotions surging within him. I will. As if that declaration wasn't enough to express his determination, Teng Gong's gaze became incredibly firm as he said, I definitely will, seeing that he had achieved the desired effect. A look of relief appeared on Xia Yan's face. The setting sun's rays just happened to fall on the two of them at that moment, and Xia Yan pointed to the setting sun, saying to Teng Gong, Look, if that setting sun is me, then tomorrow's sunrise is you, a guru Ultraman. The atmosphere suddenly turned nostalgic, and this big bowl of soup filled Teng Gong with excitement. His eyes filled with unwavering will, a guru's ocean light resonated with him, becoming even purer. Meanwhile, Reiko Yoshii, after completing her interview work for the disaster-stricken areas and preparing to go home, was stopped by Lunwen, who suddenly remembered something. By the way, Reiko, tomorrow you need to bring a newcomer. Bring a newcomer? Reiko Yoshii paused, turning to look at Lunwen with a puzzled expression, and asked, Is there anyone who dares to come here? I don't know what she's thinking. By the way, she's even prettier than you. I think her name is Sarg, which is quite a strange name. Chapter 178. You are like my former self when Teng Gong watched the first half of the Gaia TV series, holding half of the reference script. The future had already been completely changed. A certain fallen angel, who had been painted for 51 episodes, had actually been watching the Earth all along. There was no fighting between a guru and Gaia, no intertwining of the light of the land and the ocean. The giant wormhole of Zolium couldn't be opened, and the subsequent arrangements couldn't progress. This didn't align with Sarg's plans, and the appearance of an unfamiliar Ultraman caught her off guard. As night deepened, Dream was dreaming. At this moment, he felt as if he had arrived on another Earth, where humanity was wantonly plundering Earth's resources, discharging all kinds of wastewater into rivers and seas. Time seemed to be accelerated, and Dream floated above the land watching all of this. Watching the originally lush green Earth gradually turn yellow and become scarred. He couldn't help but cry out in pain, no? Stop destroying the environment. Stop. If this continues, all the evil consequences inflicted on the Earth will ultimately destroy humanity. Yet, no matter where Dream shouted his warnings, the humans on this Earth couldn't hear his voice. Some people realized something and began to restrain their plundering of Earth's resources, planting trees and greening deserts in an attempt to reverse the damage done to the Earth. However, some people continued their reckless ways, not only failing to restrain their plundering, but instead intensifying their discharge of exhaust into the sky and wastewater into rivers, even polluting the seas. The evil consequences sown on the Earth erupted, giving birth to the first monster in the ocean. It landed on the ground, continuously exterminating humanity, leaving destruction in its wake as if a natural disaster had struck. The technological weapons developed by humanity were utterly ineffective against it. Watching the scene, Dream instinctively wanted to take out his sapphire cone, but he suddenly realized he had no transformation device on him. What is going on? Is this really a dream? But why does everything happening feel so real? Realizing he had no transformation device, Dream looked up at the sky, filled with urgency. Where's XIG? Why hasn't the lightning team mobilized yet? However, after the monster invaded, there was no sign of XIG's aircraft. The sky was filled only with military fighter jets, continuously launching missiles at the monster, but they were completely ineffective. How could this be? Is there no XIG here? Why isn't the alchemy star here either? At that moment, a red orb of light appeared from the ground, and sensing a familiar aura, Dream looked over with surprise. Gaia, it's Gaia. However, the next moment, he was taken aback. The figure that appeared as the light spread was not a giant, but a dragon-like monster with wings. How could this be Gaia? Dream's expression was one of disbelief, but that aura of the Earth was so familiar. Watching the dragon block the invading monster. Although Dream found it hard to believe, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even if Gaia looked like a monster, that protective behavior towards humanity couldn't be fake. But just as Dream thought the crisis could be resolved, a whistling, buzzing sound suddenly came from above, causing him to look up at the sky. However, what came into view made Dream's pupils shrink in horror, his expression changing drastically. A mushroom bomb was falling from the sky, heading straight for the battlefield. Stop! Boom! An incredibly terrifying mushroom cloud rose, engulfing the invading monster in the explosion while also enveloping the dragon. When everything settled, Dream collapsed weakly into the massive pit created by the explosion, his face filled with pain. Why do this? Even if Gaia looks like a monster, he is still protecting us humans. Above in the sky, dark clouds continued to gather. The world seemed to darken at that moment, and the distorted atmosphere appeared to be forming a biological face. But at this moment, the scene abruptly cut off. The dream world disappeared entirely. Scene change. Dream found himself in a white space, still kneeling on the ground. Noticing a pair of feet that looked like white jade in front of him, the surrounding skirt also resembling the same. Looking up, he saw that the person's body looked as if it was carved from pure white jade, yet their expression was vivid, adorned with a hair crown, and their face was covered with a thin veil, making them appear like an angel. The fallen angel, Sarg. Sarg's skirt fluttered, while her upper body was slightly revealing, not radiating any light at this moment. Her figure seemed somewhat elusive, yet was impossible to see clearly, filled with mystery. Meeting her black-purple eyes, Dream quickly stood up. Who are you? What was it I just saw? He felt that what had just happened was definitely something the person in front of him had intentionally shown him. Zog stepped lightly to the side, leaving a profile of herself for Wameng, her voice gentle. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? As she spoke, she paused and slightly turned her head to look at Wameng, and at the same time, the shadow of a winged demon dragon flickered into view. Wameng was startled by the situation and instinctively took 2 steps back. You are? Are you scared too? Zog looked at Wameng's retreating motion, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. She turned her back to him and said calmly, "It seems that even if humans gain Gaia's power, there will still be no change." Womeng immediately reacted to the situation and hurriedly ran to Zog. "No, I'm not scared. I was just startled all of a sudden. On the contrary, I admire you very much." As he said this, Womeng's face was serious, and his eyes sincere as he tried to see Zog's face. But the thin veil obscured his view, making her seem mysterious. "Is that so?" Zog only glanced at Womeng, her gaze always calm and undisturbed. Womeng nodded vigorously, his tone sincere. "In that situation, you chose to stand up. Nothing makes me admire you more." Remembering the scenes he had just seen, he asked, "By the way, is it because your world is facing a crisis that you specifically came to find me? Don't worry, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely help." Having just seen a world without Xig but with the appearance of Gaia's light, Womeng thought it was very likely a parallel world. Zog looked at Womeng, a hint of complexity flashing in her dark purple eyes, and softly said, "You are like the former me." "What?" Womeng was momentarily taken aback. The riddle-like words left him confused, and he couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean? Are you talking about gaining Gaia's power?" Zog did not answer Womeng's question. She waved her hand to pull out a light curtain, and the scenes Womeng had just seen appeared again. There is no parallel world. This is originally the future of Earth. Hearing this, Womeng immediately understood what Zog meant. "Impossible," he instinctively retorted, looking at the images in the light curtain and continuing, "There is no Xig there, no alchemical star, and Gaia is you, not me. That can't be the future of Earth." Womeng did not believe this at all. If those are the future of Earth, why were the situations on both sides completely different? Regarding his disbelief, Zog only looked at him with an unperturbed gaze, not bothering to elaborate. "You are me, but you're not me." As Zog's gentle voice echoed in Womeng's ears, her figure gradually faded. "The newly born Gaia, even if humans continue to destroy the Earth. Will you still protect humanity?" "Wait." Seeing Zog's figure gradually disappear, Womeng instinctively reached out to grab her arm. "What does this mean? Clarify it. And who are you?" However, Womeng's attempt to hold her back was futile. Zog's figure vanished, leaving him grasping at nothing. A white light enveloped the scene as it changed. Womeng suddenly sat up in bed, sunlight streaming through the window onto his face, his expression dazed. Outside the door, Captain Di Cheng's voice rang out, accompanied by a series of knocks. "Womeng, Womeng, are you awake?" Still lost in thoughts about who Zog was, Womeng snapped back to reality upon hearing Captain Di Cheng's voice. His gaze swept across the alarm clock, and his face changed in shock as he hurriedly got out of bed and opened the door. "Sorry I'm late. I'll change clothes and report to the command room right away." As he spoke, Womeng opened the door and prepared to turn around to put on his Xig uniform. "Wait," Captain Di Cheng called out to the anxious Womeng, his gaze falling on Womeng's bare feet. Remembering the sounds he heard outside the door, he stepped forward and patted Womeng's shoulder, saying, "You had your first face-to-face battle with a monster yesterday, so you had a nightmare, right?" "Huh?" Womeng's expression froze as he recalled the dream he had, denying, "No, I just went to bed a bit late last night." Although he didn't know who that person was, he chose to keep the matter about Gaia to himself. Captain Di Cheng looked at Womeng with a somewhat amused expression. He had stood outside the door for quite a while and had intermittently heard Womeng shouting in his sleep. Something about Gaia protecting humanity. Something about that not being the future of Earth. Something about definitely helping. This kid probably dreamed of becoming Gaia, he thought amusingly, and he didn't bother to expose Womeng, patting his shoulder and saying, "The commander of the stone room is looking for you. Remember to report to his room after changing." With that, Captain Di Cheng turned to leave, thinking that the young man was really full of passion. Womeng scratched his head, feeling that Captain Di Cheng seemed not to believe him. However, he didn't think too much about it. His mind was still focused on recalling the dream he had just experienced. "I am her, but not her. What does she mean by that? Is it about the different appearances of Gaia? Ah, riddles are really annoying. Can't she just say it clearly before disappearing?" At this moment, Womeng had not yet encountered the time-space monster Alroburpa, and he was unaware that the reality and future of this Earth were actually interconnected. Just like the scenes displayed in the dream, Zog had once been the light of the Earth, but she was the monster-like light of the Earth. Her dragon-like body was likely a combination of the dragon and the light of the Earth. The Earth had also mentioned during its communication with Xia Yan that the root destruction summoning body was actually the future force of Earth, belonging to a kind of ambiguous existence. It is but is not. However, if the Earth developed according to the trajectory desired by the root destruction summoning body, although the process might differ, As long as the outcome did not change, everything would form a closed loop. At that time, the past, present, and future would be unchangeable, and the root destruction summoning body would reach another level. Unfortunately, setting aside the situation on TV for now, just considering the current Zog, she and the root destruction summoning body are not on the same side. She is still one of the highest commanders of the root destruction summoning body invading the earth, a classic case. Without the tempered brilliance, how could one lead humanity to make changes? Without experiencing suffering, how could one know the value of a living environment? When Wameng was ordered by the commander of the Stone Room to go home and explain to his parents about joining XIG, Reiko Yoshii was driving a van to Chiba Prefecture. Sitting beside her was Zog, who had transformed into a human-like form. For Zog, disguising her monster appearance as a jade-like angel and becoming a human was as easy as pie. At this moment, she had long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a simple white dress, her skin rosy and almost translucent, and her oval face made her look even more elegant. This made Reiko Yoshii next to her envious to the point of almost having jealousy written all over her face. Reiko Yoshii glanced at Lunwen, noticing that he hadn't taken his eyes off Zog since he first saw him. "Please, that's very rude," she said with a hint of sourness in her tone, tugging at Lunwen's arm. "You shouldn't keep staring at Zog-chan. It might scare him." "I'm not looking," Lunwen protested, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, quickly rebutting. "I'm just admiring the scenery." Zog, who was lost in thought, smiled gently at their quarrel and said, "It's okay. Looking won't take anything away." Zog-chan is really gentle, Lunwen thought, unable to help but chuckle foolishly. Seeing his expression, Reiko Yoshii looked at him with disdain and earnestly said to Zog, "Zog-chan, I'm telling you, don't be so kind. It could lead to trouble in the future. Can't you just keep an eye on me?" Zog's amber-like eyes turned to Reiko. Reiko felt her heart skip a beat, and that expression made her feel a flutter. "Aha, what are you talking about?" she said, trying to mask her flustered heart, waving her hand to change the subject. "You need to learn to be independent. By the way, Zog-chan, how did you know that monsters would appear in Chiba Prefecture?" "I have connections at XIG," Zog replied with a mysterious smile, but his mind was elsewhere. The Ultraman of Earth's will doesn't seem to be the master of the skies. So who could it be? At this moment, Natsuhiko was unaware that he was being thought of, nor did he know that one of the bosses at the final level was already on his tail. He was currently training Fujimiya. Chapter 180. Role reversal. Although Fujimiya had withdrawn from Alchemy Star years ago, his position was irreplaceable. After all, he was a genius scientist capable of developing quantum-like computers. Besides, he hadn't done any of those deceiving operations, making his return to Alchemy Star quite smooth. Risa in a white dress and Risa in a black dress also joined Alchemy Star to learn about this Earth's knowledge. Xia Yan pondered over the two of them. Staying in their own bodies all day wasn't a good thing. The advanced technology on this Earth was far more developed than that of the Earth in the main universe. As for the light quantum computer, Croesus, it was already being reworked. Although it was just an issue with the integrated circuits, there was no telling if other parts had also been tampered with. The life of the world destroyer, Ultraman's salted egg, seemed very plain and unadorned. Xia Yan had just finished fighting. "Get up. Fujimiya, the enemy won't give you time to rest during battle. Get up quickly." The best way to elevate an Ultraman's strength is to master combat skills, though that's only one aspect. The second point is that even though Fujimiya is not the main body, every time he becomes stronger, the transformed Eagle will also become a little stronger. This can be seen from the fact that Eagle is stronger than Gaia. Hard training will definitely enhance strength. Is that all you have? Show me the courage to use Eagle's light blade to counter Gaia's photon blade. Xia Yan, clenching his fist while facing the prostrate Fujimiya, had a serious expression on his face. "What do you mean by A-feed?" The only pain felt by the body can create muscle memory, allowing for instinctive counterattacks. Although Xia Yan has little experience in this area, Feng Yuan is very skilled at it. And since Feng Yuan is still in sync with him, in other words, the methods Feng Yuan practiced are certainly good for practicing with Teng Gong as well. However, the only regret is that Teng Gong has a very high IQ and is not as naive as Feng Yuan. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, unwilling to move. After hearing Xia Yan's words, he rebutted, "That was something that happened in the video. I didn't do it." Teng Gong wanted to deny it loudly, but he felt sore all over from being beaten and had no strength. As he spoke, his eyes were blankly looking at the ceiling, and he glanced at Xia Yan with suspicion about whether this training method would be effective. Seeing Teng Gong unwilling to stand up, Xia Yan lazily chose not to force him. While wiping his hand with a towel, he thought for a moment and said with a slight smile, "It wasn't you in the video, but who was it that opened a shield to receive Gaia's lightsaber before?" Tung Gong fell silent. Did you want to take it? It was clearly forced. While he was training here, on the other side, I dream was surrounded by a few girls discussing something while taking the bus, which made him feel uncomfortable, so he got off early. Walking on this familiar beach, he couldn't help but recall things from his childhood. Back then, he was just a little smarter than his peers, which led to him being ostracized by those around him. One footprint after another was left on the beach, and I dream's gaze swept over the distant rocks, those words echoing in his ears again. Just slightly better grades. What's there to be proud of? Exactly. Don't act like you understand everything. Thinking you're different from us. So smug. All right, let's go. Don't play with him. Go read your book. I dream's footsteps halted involuntarily, his eyes gazing at the vast ocean. He recalled everything he had seen in his dreams, and Zog's words seemed to ring in his ears again. Do humans deserve to be protected? After a moment of confusion, I dream's gaze became firm again. No matter what, he should try to change. Since he had obtained Gaia's power, if he didn't even have the courage to try, how could he take on the responsibility of protecting the Earth? As his mindset changed at this moment, in a place I dream did not notice, the light of the Earth residing within the blue gem became purer. The power of the mind is truly unreasonable. Meanwhile, XIG discovered a giant creature appearing on the seabed in the waters near Chiba Prefecture. However, the creature was only detected for a moment before disappearing without a trace. It wasn't until the sea monster Bokuruga landed on land that it was detected again. This monster, whose internal composition is potassium chloride, is similar to seawater, ignores typical physical attacks, and possesses extremely high regenerative abilities. Reiko Yoshii and others, who had already arrived in Chiba Prefecture, witnessed the monster actually appearing and immediately began setting up cameras for news coverage. Having learned from their last missile encounter, they kept their distance this time. It's real. Reiko Yoshii, holding a wireless microphone, looked at Zog in surprise and exclaimed, "The monster really landed at that location. That's so accurate. I didn't expect to guess so accurately," Zog casually explained, brushing it off. Her gaze was scanning the surroundings discreetly. She was searching within a kilometer range, and the obstacles along the way could not hinder her. "Ultraman, will you appear? Let me see what your strength is." With this thought, Zog's gaze turned towards the mountains of Chiba Prefecture and the sky above. Just one Bokurugu was far from enough. On the other side, Xia Yan and Fujimiya also noticed the anomaly. However, seeing that it was just Bokurugu, Xia Yan had no intention of taking action. Thinking of something, he said to Fujimiya, "Don't be in a hurry to eliminate this monster. It is a defense force that was born from the Earth itself." It turned out that not only would arriving late to work get you beaten up by your colleagues, but arriving early would also lead to the same fate. Earth's defense force? Upon hearing this, Fujimiya looked a bit confused. He hadn't watched the second half of Gaia TV and didn't know what the connection was. Xia Yan slightly nodded and said with a serious expression, "In the mountains of Chiba Prefecture, there's a natural control machine called Flame Mountain, which can create extremely high temperatures that damage the environment. Bokurugu must have come early to eliminate the opponent." A look of realization appeared on Fujimiya's face. It seems that the natural control machine is a device that summons destruction, and Bokurugu is similar to those native Earth monsters. "I understand now. Leave it to me." While speaking, Fujimiya took out the blue gem bracelet transformation device, which emitted a blue glow and instantly vanished from spot. Unlike the transformation device I created in my dreams, Fujimiya's device was given by a guru, so it carried some superpowers, which is why he could appear in front of me at any time in the TV show. Thinking that Fujimiya and I have no differences now, Xia Yan felt that after they transformed into a guru and Gaia, they should be able to resolve things under the passionate cooperation. Chapter 181. Are you really trying to persuade me? However, Bokurugu and the natural control machine Flame Mountain are opposites, so it's also good for Fujimiya and I to gain experience. It's impossible for a guru and Gaia to fight again, right? Thinking of this, Xia Yan felt a bit uneasy and used his foresight ability to take a look. A guru stops Gaia from killing Bokurugu and digs out the natural control machine Flame Mountain from the mountains, throwing it towards Gaia. It seems to be a revenge for being cut previously. It's a bit mischievous, but not a big problem because with the Flame Mountain eliminated, Bokurugu also turns into a puddle of water and disappears. Seeing this, Xia Yan felt relieved, closing off his foresight ability, thinking that things wouldn't encounter any unexpected developments. And then he focused his attention on another universe. In the world of Diga, on the beach, 2 men and 1 woman were arguing incessantly. One of them, perhaps due to emotional agitation, began to emit blue arcs of electricity from his body. Rio, you're wrong. Like Kirai, although his legs are short and he's so fat, always telling boring jokes, he can be said to have many flaws. But everyone still likes him. Kirai, who was beside Sayaka, listened and felt increasingly uncomfortable. Turning to look at her, his chubby face showing a bit of confusion. No, we're trying to persuade Rio, right? Even though what you're saying is true. Is it really okay to say that in front of me? Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. After thinking for a while, Kirai, unsure how to refute, felt a bit broken inside, but he didn't have time to think too much about the current situation. He looked at Rio nervously and said urgently, "Stop it, Rio. The victory team will be dispatched soon. It's not too late to come back with me now." "No, you two don't understand me at all." Rio Tanaka covered his chest with his hand, his face pained, his body slightly convulsing due to the Evelyn's cells. He turned to escape, saying, "I will not give up. I must come in first." However, after just a few steps, he ran into Kirino and Daiku. Bang! The bullet fired from the victory hypergun hit the ground near Rio, forcing him to stop. Kirino aimed the gun at him and said, "Stop. The Evelyn cells will consume your life and consciousness, and in the end, you'll become a monster that only knows destruction." "Wait!" Kirai shouted anxiously, running to Kirino's side and grabbing his arm, saying, "Please, give me some time." Sayaka was still behind, making it hard to imagine how Kirai, with his physique and short legs, could suddenly burst with speed to reach Kirino. Perhaps it was the power of friendship. "Just wait a bit, Kirino." Daiku, feeling a bit reluctant, also reached out and placed a hand on Kirino's arm. Looking at Kirai and Daiku, Kirino had no choice but to put away the hypergun. Seeing this, Kirai hurried to Rio's side, grabbing his shoulders with both hands and earnestly saying, "Don't hold on like this, Rio. Coming in first isn't important. You still have us as friends. There are many important things in life. You don't have to be first to be significant. Your family, Sayaka, and I are your most important people, aren't we?" Kirai's words seemed to trigger something in Rio, who suddenly shook off Kirai. "No, I have to come in first since I was little. Only first place will make them love me." "Kirai, you don't understand anything. You're the pillar of the victory team. Yet I can only be an elite at the Space Development Center. I'm not even considered a scientist. Do you know how envious I am of you? I can't even pass the victory team's assessment." Hearing this, Kirai was stunned. He had no idea Rio's thoughts were like this. It can be said that every scientist has a combat heart, and this scene was reminiscent of Taro and Torquia. Taro easily joined the Space Patrol, while Torquia could never do the same. Coincidentally, Taro often boasted in front of Torquia about how many monsters he had defeated. Taro had no bad intentions. He just wanted to share with his good friend, but such behavior was no different from showing off in front of someone who was striving for what they couldn't obtain. Kirai and Rio's situation was quite similar. Suddenly realizing something, Kirai looked sincerely at Rio and said, "But Rio, I'm also very envious of you. You can focus on your research and have such a beautiful girlfriend like Sayaka. These are all things I envy." Kirai said this with sincerity, but Rio was again provoked. The Evelyn cells in his body stirred restlessly, and he painfully knelt on the ground, saying, "No, if I come in first, Sayaka won't break up with me." "That's not true, Rio." Sayaka wanted to help Rio up at this moment, hurriedly explaining, "I didn't have any news from you during that time. I was just angry and said it in the heat of the moment." Hearing this, Rio looked up at Sayaka and suddenly remembered that due to the appearance of the Evelyn cells, he had indeed been conducting research and hadn't contacted Sayaka for a long time. When the research was halted due to a ban, he had just asked Sayaka out, and after a few words, he was rejected. "So, you didn't stop loving me?" Rio's gaze turned to Sayaka, feeling a bit regretful inside. "How could I not love you?" Sayaka helped Rio up from the ground, tightly gripping his arm, saying, "We've grown up together since childhood. My gaze has always been on you. I never considered Kirai's feelings because he's so unattractive. I've always loved you." Kirai? Kirai, who was nervously standing beside them, was stunned. He had secretly had a crush on Sayaka all along, although he knew he wasn't as good-looking or handsome as Rio. Hearing her say this in front of him was painful. Rio looked at Sayaka, and at that moment, her deep gaze toward him moved him. He was about to agree to the treatment, but he suddenly felt the swelling in his body becoming more and more obvious. I don't have time. Kirai, take Sayaka and run." Using the last of his consciousness to push Sayaka away, Rio immediately turned and ran into the distance. At this moment, his speed, enhanced by the Evelyn cells, suddenly increased. Suddenly, countless blue electric lights erupted, and Rio's suitcase body disappeared within this energy. Realizing what was happening, Sayaka instinctively reached out and shouted, Ryosuke! Boom! The alien evolutionary monster Eblin appeared. Kido subconsciously tightened his grip on the beta magic wand, but at that moment, dark clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and an extremely ominous feeling rose in his heart. He looked up at the high sky, his face horrified. How is this possible? In the churning dark clouds, black mist began to permeate, and the sky that was once clear began to visibly darken, with the environment slowly turning gloomy. Kirai looked at the alien Eblin, shocked by the change in the surrounding environment. What is happening? The monster created by Ryosuke can affect such a large area? Are Eblin cells really that exaggerated? He looked up at the darkening sky, disbelief etched on his plump face. According to what he knew about Eblin cells, it shouldn't have such power. This was not caused by the Eblin monster. Kido tightened his grip on the beta magic wand, his gaze fixed on the dark clouds above, the black mist sending shivers down his spine. That is a more terrifying existence. Instinctively, he used his ability to foresee the future, but the next moment, Kido felt as if his brain had been stuffed with mush, his expression dazed. The light on the beta magic wand flickered slightly, and suddenly coming to his senses, Kido's expression changed drastically. Don't look up at that black mist. But his warning came too late. Kirai and Sayaka were both frozen with a numb expression. Hey Kirai, Ms. Sayaka. The nearby Otagawa felt something was wrong. He waved his hand in front of them while shouting loudly. Wake up. Can you hear me? However, no matter how much Otagawa called, Kirai and Sayaka did not respond. No need to try to wake them up anymore. A voice rang in Otagawa's ears, and when he turned to look, Masaki Kigo was walking over leisurely. Ordinary people like them cannot resist that power at all. Seeing Masaki Kigo appear, Kido's expression became wary. What was this guy planning this time? Last time at the amusement park, after dealing with the barrier monster Gotti, the opponent had taken advantage of his moment of relaxation to launch a surprise attack with a mechanical monster. Although the crowd had already evacuated, preventing any innocent casualties, that sudden attack had still left Kido in a difficult situation. It's you. Otagawa pointed the victory hypergun at Masaki Kigo as he approached, questioning, are you the one behind all these current situations? This person always seemed to find Kido and himself. He had been present during their previous transformations. He even created mechanical monsters. If he weren't the new TPC advisor, he would have been arrested by the victory team long ago. Unfortunately for Otagawa, Masaki Kigo easily entered the TPC due to his top achievements in various fields. The higher the rank, the more power he wielded, and Otagawa had no way to deal with him. Kido, knowing why Masaki Kigo always came to cause trouble, chose not to expose it. Masaki Kigo also did not reveal that Kido was the human form of Ultraman. Now that he was close, hearing Otagawa's question, he couldn't be bothered to respond. He glanced at Otagawa with a hint of amusement, and then turned to Kido and asked, is he always this naive? Otagawa was taken aback, feeling like he was being mocked. Kido pressed down Otagawa's arm holding the hypergun and shook his head. It's not him. Of course it's not me. Masaki Kigo put his hands in his pockets, his gaze directed at the dark sky above. If I had such power, why would I bother you? You agree, right? Diga Ultraman? Upon hearing this, Otagawa was shocked. This person actually knew his identity, just like Kido. Masaki continued to chuckle, but your time is running out. This power comes from the source of darkness. If you delay any longer, everyone who sees this area may lose their mind. As he spoke, Masaki's gaze was fixed on Otagawa's face, wearing a playful smile. Aren't you going to transform? I think with an ordinary human's genetic body, you can still hold on for 10 more minutes. If you wait any longer, you'll become a vegetable or even. Masaki suddenly stopped mid-sentence, causing Otagawa to feel anxious. He had already pulled out the godlight stick. Even what? What is this power? Masaki remained unfazed by Otagawa's questioning. His gaze now on the equally dazed alien monster Eblin. Look, just like that monster. Hearing this, Otagawa looked up, and at that moment, the Eblin monster began to show shell-like patterns, with tentacles sprouting all over its body. Otagawa was shocked by this scene, raising the godlight stick high. That Eblin monster was created by Ryosuke, and Kirai and Sayaka were also affected by the black mist. Even in front of Masaki Kigo, he couldn't care less about anything else. Light erupted, and Diga's figure landed in front of the transformed Eblin. The black mist and the dark clouds seemed to be stimulated. At that moment, it suddenly condensed and surged into the monster Eblin's body. Its aura skyrocketed, its eyes turned dark red, and its tentacles transformed into gray tentacles like octopus legs, while its claws morphed into crab-like pincers. Galatan Ebelin. As the black mist condensed within Ebelin's body, Kirai and Sayaka collapsed to the ground. Masaki glanced at the two unconscious individuals, then turned his gaze to the emerging Diga, a smirk on his lips. So naive. The previous actions were intentional on his part. The power of that black mist belonged to darkness, and when stimulated by light, it would definitely enter Ebelin's body. This way, ordinary people could be freed from the influence. Kido, with his ability to foresee the future, was fully aware of this. That was why he didn't stop Masaki from inciting Otagawa. Why are you helping us? Kido looked at Masaki with a puzzled expression. This person hadn't acted like this before. Diga was battling the darkened Ebelin, but was clearly at a disadvantage. Helping you? Masaki turned to Kido, a hint of cold laughter in his expression. Don't get ahead of yourself. I'm just saving myself. Also, I will definitely obtain Ultraman's power. At this moment, the scene was remarkably similar to what he had seen in his dreams. Realizing something, Masaki turned to Kido and said meaningfully, your body should be reaching its limits soon, right? So, how about transforming again? Look, Dig is almost done for. After observing for the past few days, Masaki discovered that the person who had previously mocked him was likely not Tano, but rather the terrifying dark entity that had awakened. This was also one of the reasons for his change in attitude. Upon hearing this, Tano hesitated slightly, and at that moment, he heard Natsuhiko's familiar voice in his mind. Tano, go do what you think is right. Tano's face brightened, and he felt a sense of relief. With Ultraman backing him up, transforming this time would definitely not be a problem. The consciousness of Natsuhiko descended upon Tano, and after a moment's thought, he continued, but let's take a look first. Maybe Daigo can handle Ebelin on his own. We are here to train him. Daigo himself still needed to grow. If he solved everything on his own, what would Dyna be for? Was he just there to protect the Victory Falcon fighter jet? I understand, Tano replied in his heart. In fact, he didn't want to transform, as it consumed a lot of physical energy each time. Seeing Tano not making a move, Masaki couldn't help but ask in confusion. What's wrong? Are you afraid? This isn't like you. No. Tano shook his head, looking at Dyna with a serious expression. I was just thinking that it would be better to take this opportunity to train Daigo. After all, the enemies we'll face in the future will be even more terrifying than this monster. Upon hearing this, Masaki's expression turned thoughtful, and he chose not to say more. So he followed Tano and looked up at Dyna being beaten by Gaten Ebelin. With Natsuhiko inside Tano, there were a total of 3 people just watching Daigo, who had transformed into Dyna, struggling. The scene was so familiar. The Ebelin that Ryo had transformed into was actually quite weak, but it was bolstered by the dark power of Gitangia, so the still inexperienced Dyna naturally couldn't win. Watching Dyna continuously getting hit and struggling, Masaki's thoughts became more certain. After becoming a TPC advisor, he learned an important piece of information. The candidates chosen by Ultraman were not just him alone. This meant that with so many options, a powerful being like Ultraman would not intentionally mock him. From Masaki's observations, Tano didn't seem like the type to have deep schemes, so there was only one possibility left. That dark entity wanted to manipulate him. When Masaki had suffered a huge blow, he had once again dreamed of apocalyptic scenes, and in that dream, the consciousness of the dark entity wanted him to be its spokesperson, guiding humanity's faith towards it. Although Masaki was initially tempted, he firmly rejected it. From a young age, he had been determined to fight this darkness, and everything he prepared was to pave the way for this. Masaki estimated that this was why the dark entity was deliberately targeting him, but he would never easily compromise. Xia Yan still didn't know that in an unintentional way, Gitangia had taken the blame for him. What puzzled him now was why this giant seashell had awakened early and even performed operations similar to Chaos's head. To be fair, Xia Yan had wanted to find out where Gitangia was hiding beforehand and take precautions. However, no matter how many times he used his ability to foresee the future and check the sea, he couldn't find the other party's location. According to the position shown in the Diga TV series, Gitangia might be just below the Victory Team headquarters, but that place was empty, just a seabed of mud and sand. There was also no sign of the giant seashell below the seabed. The only possibility was that the other party existed in another space. Thinking of this, Xia Yan had a realization and immediately used the voice of the stars to contact Earth. As long as it was still on Earth, asking this planet directly should yield answers. His mental consciousness suddenly heightened at that moment. As his consciousness reached outside of Earth, Xia Yan looked at the blue planet and shouted, Earth, Earth, open your eyes. I am Ultraman Earth. He didn't know if this earth was too weak or if the Gaia side was too strong, but Xia Yan shouted for a long time without getting a response. When Gaia was teaching him the skill of the voice of the stars, it had said that planets with generally weak consciousness and lacking light might not be able to hear him. While pondering whether this earth couldn't hear his voice, just as Xia Yan was about to give up, a weak voice came through. Ultraman, please help me drive away the evil god Gitangier. The voice sounded as if it were a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Where is Gitangier now? Seeing this situation, Xia Yan quickly pressed for an answer. However, Earth responded slowly, like a network delay, saying in a fragmented manner, "My strength has been exhausted, unable to restrain Gitangier anymore. It is now everywhere. Ultraman, the only way to make Gitangier reveal its true form is..." Just as the Earth's words were about to finish, it suddenly fell silent, like a phone call disconnecting. This scene left Xia Yan in shock, and reacting instinctively, he asked, "Hey, what is the method? You need to finish speaking before going silent." Unfortunately, no matter how much he used the voice of the stars to call out, Earth was like it had run out of energy, no longer responding. Damn it! Watching the silent Earth, Xia Yan felt extremely frustrated. He knew part of the answer, but not the whole thing. According to what Earth had said, Gitangier was now in a state of being everywhere. If it were to strengthen every monster that appeared like Chaos did, then the difficulty here for Digga would skyrocket. Fortunately, the final boss on the Gaia side had no intention of coming out early. Otherwise, with both sides being hellish dungeons, Xia Yan felt he might turn into Charlotte's troubles. Just as he was thinking about this, he heard Tonya's call and immediately exited the state of the voice of the stars, returning to reality. "Ultraman, shouldn't we transform?" Tonya asked with some concern, looking at Digga, whose red light was flashing faster and faster. Xia Yan looked up at Digga's condition and, feeling that there was not much of a problem, replied, "Don't worry, I'm very clear about Dagu's physical condition. He can definitely hold on a bit longer." As he said this, he felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalling that Zhu Xingtuan had done something similar. Upon a closer look at the situation, Xia Yan felt a strange sensation in his heart. It couldn't be, absolutely impossible. How could I misjudge like Zhu Xingtuan? Meanwhile, Tong Yi remembered that Dagu had been training and working out continuously during this time, thinking that with his increasingly better physical fitness, he should be able to hold on a bit longer. Then let's wait a little longer. However, just as Tong Ye's thoughts finished, Digga was struck by Gitana Eburon, and as he was flung toward them by a crab claw, his body disintegrated. Dagu, forced to revert from his transformation, rolled a few times on the beach before lying still with his mouth open, eyes closed, and a face full of pain and suffering. Soon after, he lay down peacefully on the ground, as if falling into a serene sleep. Xia Yan and Tong Yi fell into silence on the spot. "Ultraman, Dagu, he won't be killed by Evelyn, right? I didn't expect it to be like this. Dagu, I'll take revenge for you." Chapter 184. The heart has already transformed into Ultraman. Watching the entire process, Masaki looked at Tong Yi with a strange expression. "Is this what you meant by giving Dagu some training?" It seems that Tong Yi is a bit of a troublemaker. Thinking this in his heart, Masaki felt that he needed to be on guard in the future. Xia Yan controlled Tong Ye's body and ignored Masaki's question. Instead, he looked extremely serious, giving Masaki a side profile while holding the beta magic wand, and spoke to Gitano Ibiran in a serious tone. "This might be my last transformation, but just the bond will be inherited by someone and shine again." After pouring a bowl of soul-stirring soup into Masaki, Xia Yan used Tong Ye's body to raise the beta magic wand high. A burst of light exploded. The intense golden light made Masaki squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes. His emotions stirred. At that moment, he felt something different, of very precious quality. Although Xia Yan was acting, Masaki thought it was Tong Yi expressing himself, so he was once again deceived. "Is this why you were the first to be chosen by Ultraman to become a human form?" Masaki looked at Tong Yi disappearing in the golden light, his expression becoming complicated. "You are indeed superior to me in these aspects. It's I who have been somewhat arrogant." When a person experiences a huge setback and then resists the temptation of power, their spirit undergoes a leap in growth. Just like Masaki now, who is constantly reflecting on his past actions and realizing his shortcomings. Boom! After transforming into Ultraman's summoner form, Xia Yan landed on the ground, and Gitano Ibiran seemed to sense this beforehand, its lower body tentacles shooting out. Swish! The white light on Ultraman's body flickered as Xia Yan used instant movement, appearing above Gitano Ibiran. His gaze focused. In midair, he clapped his wrists together, forming a cross shape and instantly releasing the spatium beam. The white beam hit Gitano Ibiran, causing a shower of sparks. Roar! A sound like that of an elephant echoed. At this moment, Gitano swung its pincers at the spatium beam, instantly dispersing the beam that struck it. The next moment, amidst the crackling of lightning, a black-purple lightning beam shot towards Xia Yan. Energy-absorbing, swirling waves rippled. And just as Xia Yan planned to take this opportunity to absorb all of Gitano energy, he saw Rio's struggling figure in the Ultraman's eye. He was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood that the Ebelin's cells, under the control of the dark power of Gitandra, had now fused with Rio's body. Absorbing Gitano energy was equivalent to absorbing Rio's life. Before he could think too much, black-purple lightning erupted from Gitano body, instantly disappearing from its original position. It reappeared on the other side, with several tentacles sweeping out with dark energy. Seeing this, Xia Yan quickly used instant movement to evade, appearing on the ground. As soon as he made contact, he could feel that this monster, empowered by Gitandra's dark power, was different from any enemy he had faced before. Below on the beach, Masaki noticed this scene and was momentarily stunned. The fighting style has changed from before. Could it be? This is the true strength of Ultraman. That guy Tong, he couldn't react this quickly at all. With this thought, Masaki's expression became excited as he looked at the giant figure in the arena, his gaze fervent. Indeed, Ultraman is stronger than Diga. Thinking this, he glanced at the corpse of Daigu, lying not far away on the beach, then quickly lost interest. At this moment, Daigu's light stick was lying near him, but Masaki had no thoughts about it. Compared to Daigu's transformation device, he wanted to obtain the Beta Magic Wand to transform into Ultraman even more. At this moment, Xia Yan looked towards Gitana and raised his hand to toss out a tracking-type octagonal light wheel. The high-speed rotating octagonal light wheel flew towards Gitana, splitting into several segments that sliced toward it from all directions. Bang, bang, bang. The light wheels sawed into Gitana body, but they couldn't break through its defenses, getting shattered instead. However, these octagonal light wheels served well to restrain it. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Xia Yan shot a blue-green beam of light into the high sky, while simultaneously using the imitation ability of the metal life form. Ultraman's body emitted a faint glow and rapidly transformed, revealing the bird-shaped V-core capped giant. Ultraman Nexus in red youth form. As the meta-boundary unfolded, Xia Yan, having completed the transformation, immediately unleashed a binding beam. The blue and white light ribbon wrapped around Gitana like a rope. Gitana emitted black-purple lightning, attempting to use teleportation to escape control, but its body remained stuck in place. A golden light shield descended, and Masaki's eyes widened at the sight. The appearance of Ultraman had changed. Watching this new form of Ultraman, Masaki's thoughts became even more certain, noting the new form and its diverse abilities. Indeed, Ultraman's potential was higher than Diga. As he observed, the golden shield completely covered them, and with a flash of light, both Ultraman and Gitana vanished from sight. On the other side, at the Victory Team headquarters, alarms blared continuously in the command room. Yase was frantically operating the controls in the background, looking somewhat bewildered. How could this happen? The satellite detection can't see what's going on there at all. When Ryosuke transformed into Eberron, the Victory Team detected the appearance of a monster. But Gitandra's black mist blocked all further exploration. Let's try the nearby ground devices. At this moment, Ikezawa Keiko remained calm and added, Kirai should be at the new development area. Let's contact him. I already tried. Yase appeared very anxious. Looking up at Ikezawa to report, the equipment in that area seems to have completely malfunctioned. There's no response at all. Not only did Kirai's communicator not respond, but Kirino and Daiko's also had no reaction. Hearing this, Ikezawa felt slightly relieved, thinking that with Daiko there shouldn't be any problems, right? However, she still felt a faint unease and looked toward Magata. Magata, you and Shinjo take the Flying Swallow too to check what's going on. Rina, you pilot the Flying Swallow, to provide cover from the side. With Ikezawa's orders given, Magata, Shinjo, and Rina immediately sprang into action. Two Flying Swallow fighter jets roared out from headquarters. 185, Chapter 185. Shinjo definitely attacks, first in the team's communication channel. Shinjo's dissatisfied voice rang out. Commander, the captain clearly said to sit in my aircraft, so why did you go to Rina's side? I don't trust your skills. Magata calmly replied. Currently sitting in the Flying Swallow, Rina, piloting the aircraft in front, couldn't help but chuckle at their conversation. Shinjo, are you going to crash again for no reason this time? Nonsense. Shinjo's annoyed voice responded, defensively retorting. That was when facing a monster. I just couldn't avoid the attack. What about the last time you met with the Lightning Man? Magata posed a soul-searching question, adding, and when you were with Carino, you also had issues during patrols, making others hesitant to board your aircraft. These two remarks left Shinjo momentarily speechless, mumbling stubbornly. It must be the aircraft's problem. I'm a top pilot. Shinjo. At this moment, Yase's voice echoed in the communicator. According to my data statistics, after each of your missions, your crash probability is 60%. When flying with Daiko, the crash rate rises to 80%. Shinjo. Hearing Yase's words, the expression of Shinjo piloting the Flying Swallow 2 seemed to sprout question marks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Denying it, he looked incredulous, feeling quite distressed, and asked, Yase, why are you doing this analysis? There will inevitably be losses when fighting monsters. Crashing is normal. I wouldn't do something so boring. Yase's voice in the team communication channel was filled with helplessness, tinged with sympathy as he said, it was Director Kakamura who asked me to calculate it for her. By the way, she has already seen the statistics and said she would talk to you. Upon hearing this, Shinjo's expression froze. Just thinking of Reiko Kakamura's face made him feel a bit flustered, and he quickly shouted into the team channel, Captain, you have to help me. However, at this moment, Ikezawa in the command room recalled Shinjo's somewhat outrageous crash luck. She couldn't help but tentatively ask, Shinjo, I think your aiming skills are quite good. Have you considered switching to the attack operator position? Shinjo. At this time, Shinjo fell silent, clearly caught in a state of existential doubt. After Ikezawa spoke, she felt her words might have been hurtful, so she quickly added, never mind, your piloting skills are actually not bad. Honestly, during monster encounters, crashing isn't a big deal. But having issues during patrols really does seem to have some cause and effect relation. And in a corner of the command room, a time machine resembling a spinning top automatically opened with a red indicator light illuminating. The shadow of Yuri stood there, while Ikezawa and Yase in the command room couldn't see her at all. The Earth's power has vanished. Yuri spoke silently, her expression serious, gazing at Ikezawa with a hesitant look, then shaking her head to deny her inner thought. No, it's still too early. Fortunately, besides Ultraman Tiga on Earth now, there's also an Ultraman from the M78 Nebula. With this thought, the shadow of Yulian disappeared, returning to the time machine to continue restoring his powers. On the other side, in subspace, Gaten Nebelin, despite being enhanced by dark powers, was still no match for Nakusa's form of Xia Yan. At this moment, this tentacle monster had been forcibly controlled by him. With binding light bands wrapped around its entire body, it was also entangled in red Ultraman's psychic energy, struggling on the ground. However, under the enhancement of the Meta domain, Gaten Nebelin's body was becoming weaker and weaker. At this point, Xia Yan switched back to summoning form and snapped his fingers to summon Memory Tiga. Initially, he intended to use the ability to imitate other Ultramen to transform into Master Gao to give Gaten Nebelin, extracting light from a moon god. But he found that he couldn't even transform into the most basic moon god Gao. He wanted to see if Gaten Jier's dark powers could be absorbed by his absorption ability. When summoning the memory body, he also wanted to shake Master Gao, but couldn't get it out, so he had to summon Memory Tiga instead. The golden cell conversion beam emitted, enveloping Gaten Ebelin's entire body. Unfortunately, in doing so, the dark powers of Gaten Jier within Ebelin would also be eliminated, but there would definitely be opportunities in the future. Gaten Ebelin was transformed back into Ryoichi, and as Xia Yan thought, he dispersed the Meta domain, transforming into light to bring him back to the beach. Ryoichi landed on the ground with a thud, perhaps due to excessive physical exhaustion, although he was not in life-threatening danger. He was peacefully asleep with no signs of waking up. Kito's figure reappeared, but he was supporting his knees with both hands, exhausted and sweating profusely. After transferring a burst of light energy into his body, Xia Yan controlled the Beta Magic Wand, which gradually disappeared. Ultraman, is he alright? Kito, who asked this question in his heart, looked toward Daigu's direction. Right, there's also Daigu. However, Xia Yan's voice did not respond, and Kito, who was waiting for a reply, suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. Looking down, he saw the Beta Magic Wand he had been holding slowly dissipating. It was only when it completely disappeared that Xia Yan's voice rang in his ear again. Kito, keep exercising. Maybe I'll come back to find you to transform again in a while. Hearing this, Kito understood, and his expression relaxed as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He had chosen the next person, which was fine. He murmured to himself, lying back on the beach, reflecting. Being a hero is actually so exhausting. That's because you haven't worked hard enough. Masaki walked over to Kido and said coldly. Having watched the beta magic wand dissipate in Kido's hands, he knew Kido's body was about to reach its limit, and Ultraman didn't want to burden him any further. With a confident expression, Masaki clenched his fist. My body has always been in training. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be like you. Kido glanced at Masaki beside him, adjusted his glasses while lying on the ground, and said, thinking about fighting and such is indeed not suitable for me. I'll leave it to you in the future. He felt a bit amused inside. Some things seemed simple, but only when he experienced them did he realize how difficult they were. Now, looking at Masaki's confident face, Kido felt as if he was seeing his former self. 2 Victory Falcon planes roared in from the sky, and at this moment Kirai and Sayaka also woke up while Ryoichi groaned in pain, regaining consciousness. Only Daigu was still peacefully asleep on the beach, and at this moment his mental consciousness was. Chapter 186. How do you know this so clearly? In the medical room of the Victory team, Daigu was lying on the sickbed, his brow slightly furrowed as if he was having a nightmare, while Rina was watching over him. After Mayumi finished organizing the medical testing equipment, she saw the doctor coming out of the room and turned to Rina, saying, Daigu's body is fine. He hasn't woken up yet, probably just too tired. He'll feel better after a good sleep. As she spoke, she hurried out of the ward. Kido and Kirai still needed to be examined. This incident was unusual, and after learning about it, Supervisor Zawi ordered not only the combat personnel to undergo tests, but also the residents of the newly developed area to check for any mental issues. As for Ryoichi, he was a key focus for TPC. He was lying in a laboratory, being personally analyzed by Masaki, a genetic scientist. However, the conversion beam from Memory Tiga was very effective and had completely transformed Ryoichi back into a human. Now, they were just doing some routine checks. Outside the transparent glass window, Zawi, Yoshioka, and Nanyuan were silently watching. Have all the researchers at the Space Development Center been checked? I don't want anyone to make the same mistake again. Zawi's gaze passed through the glass window, looking at Sanada Ryoichi. If it weren't for the help of Ultraman, humanity might have lost an important talent. At this stage, humanity was facing a huge crisis, and what was most important now was the researchers who could develop technology. The power of Ultraman Tiga was limited, and Ultraman needed to find human hosts to transform and appear, which meant they were not invincible beings. Moreover, the future of humanity should be protected by its own hands. Always relying on others is ultimately not a long-term solution. Nanyuan, hearing Zawi's inquiry about Ebelin, replied, besides Sanada Ryoichi, no other researchers have implanted Ebelin cells in themselves. The Space Development Center has already stopped this research and is currently cleaning up the experimental animals. Zawi had opposed this experiment from the beginning, but the Space Development Center and TPC belonged to different departments, and he couldn't manage it. Although the experiments were conducted on animals, there was still life on Earth. Moreover, Ebelin cells came from outer space, and such unknown things were not reliable. As Zawi spoke, he showed a worried expression. Despite the establishment of TPC by various countries, humanity itself did not engage in conflict, yet the environment of the Earth was still being destroyed. Perhaps one day, the bad fruits we plant will backfire on humanity itself. Hearing this, Yoshioka had some thoughts. Although the max power system was about to be manufactured, it was still far from enough to face the enemies they were currently dealing with. After considering for a moment, he tentatively asked Zawi, can we try to create an Ultraman? The broken stone statues inside the pyramid are still preserved. Zawi had not yet answered when Masaki, who had just walked out of the laboratory, suddenly recalled bad memories upon hearing this. The thought of the 2 stone statues in the ruins being inexplicably taken away made him grit his teeth. Damn unknown darkness. With this thought, Masaki walked over to Zawi and the others and reminded them, creating giant stone statues won't work. Even if we make them, they will be taken away by that unknown existence. Zawi, who had been a bit tempted, turned to look at Masaki upon hearing this. Seeing Masaki's face full of stories, he couldn't help but ask, Dr. Masaki, how do you know this so clearly? As Zawi raised this question, Nanbara and Yoshioka also turned their gaze towards Masaki. I remember it all too clearly. Masaki's face was full of anger when he spoke to Zawi and the others about being toyed with by an unknown darkness. On the other side, Xia Yan transformed into Tong Yan walked straight into the TPC, entering Dagu's hospital room. When he saw Lena, who had been guarding by the bed, he took out the Shinka stick and handed it to her, saying, I think this should be Dagu's thing. Remember to give it to him when he wakes up. That Gai Tong Yi is really something. Actually leaving Dagu's transformation device on the beach. What is this? Lena reached out to take the Shinku stick, looking at Xia Yan with confusion, not noticing anything unusual. Xia Yan pretended to cover Dagu with a blanket while inputting some light energy into his body. After hearing Lena's question, he turned the question back on her. Lena, you seem to care a lot about Dagu. Do you like him? Lena was taken aback by his words, and after realizing what he said, her face flushed red, and she replied, slightly annoyed, what are you talking about, Tonya? I could never like Dagu. Her expression was quite unnatural, and her feminine modesty made her stammer in denial. Oh, is that so? Xia Yan's smile was intriguing as he casually muttered, it seems she has a good chance of winning Dagu's heart. She? Lena suddenly became alert and quickly stood up, asking, who wants to pursue Dagu? Who is she? After speaking, she realized she had gotten a bit too excited and sat back down, trying to argue. I'm just curious about who would like Dagu. I have no other intentions. Seeing her like this, Xia Yan found it amusing. It seems you still care about Dagu, he said with a mysterious expression, turning to leave the room while adding, you should make progress with Dagu quickly, or else you might be outcompeted by other women. Hey, who is she? Lena followed him out of the room, wanting to press for answers, but in the blink of an eye, Xia Yan had already vanished. She scanned the corridor back and forth, but couldn't catch sight of Tonya, which made her stomp her feet in frustration. Damn it, where did he go? Not finding Tonya. Lena remembered that Dagu was still unconscious, so she had no choice but to return in anger, muttering, that guy Tonya is really annoying. At that moment, she suddenly noticed that the divine light stick in her hand was glowing slightly. The closer she got to Dagu, the more the faint light emitted from the divine light stick intensified. What is this? Realizing the situation, Lena thought of something and tried placing the divine light stick by Dagu's pillow. The golden glow enveloped Dagu's face, causing the frown on his brow to relax. Watching the scene from the bedside, Lena couldn't help but feel heartache as she looked at Dagu's still weary face. So this is what allows you to transform into Ultraman Tiga, Dagu. Just as Lena was thinking about this, it seemed that the divine light stick and Dagu were responding to each other, and suddenly the light burst forth. In an instant, the divine light stick transformed into a mass of light and swiftly merged into Dagu's forehead, fully integrating with his body. Meanwhile, the peacefully sleeping Dagu involuntarily murmured, Carmira. Hearing this, Lena's gaze sharpened. Chapter 187. Do you want to protect humanity? The heads, thighs, and arms of giant stone statues appeared continuously in Dagu's mental consciousness. At this moment, he felt as if he were in the ruins of a battlefield. Every time he saw a broken giant statue, relevant images would flash in his mind. Why are there so many giants? Why do I have memories of them? Is this the ultra-ancient era? As he passed by one broken giant statue after another, Dagu's gaze fell upon the collapsed ruins. Those petrified buildings silently told of the past prosperity here. Why am I here? Dagu's expression was filled with confusion. Just then, he heard voices in the distance that drew him closer. You're really annoying. When will you stop hindering us? Humanity is facing an unprecedented crisis. If you want to find Tiga, you'll have to wait. What do we care about those people's lives? You can't keep us here. You might as well. Carmira, dressed in a long black gown, suddenly stopped speaking as she sensed a familiar presence approaching. A smile gradually appeared on her face as she looked in Dagu's direction. It seems someone has found their way here. At this moment, Yulian turned to look, and Dagu's figure emerged from a pile of ruins. It's you. Seeing Yulian, Dagu quickly approached her. What's going on? Why am I here? Why do I suddenly have so many memories? Looking at the reincarnation of Tiga who approached, Yulian sighed softly. You came too early. What? Dagu's expression turned blank at her words. Carmira noticed he was only speaking with Yulian, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Her hoarse voice returned to normal, and she coldly interjected, What's wrong? Do you only remember her? I've always been thinking about seeing you. Dagu looked at Carmira, and relevant images automatically surfaced in his mind, causing him to murmur, Carmira. Carmira's expression suddenly changed, her gaze fixed intently on Dagu. Behind Carmira, Hitora and Daramu were already filled with anger. Bastard. Hitora transformed into an afterimage and charged toward Dagu, furious. You traitor. His fist swung toward Dagu like a gust of wind, but Yulian casually waved her hand, and a transparent barrier instantly rebounded Hitora. After rolling on the ground, Hitora slammed his fist on the ground, glaring at Dagu. My friend, are you now so weak that you can only hide behind women? It was only then that Dagu realized what was happening, looking around in confusion. After instinctively calling out Hitora's name, he held his head in distress. Ugh, what are these memories? What are you pretending for? Daramu, seeing the scene, sneered, his expression filled with sarcasm. All this will only make me feel you're hypocritical. If I could use dark power right now, I would have transformed to give you a beam to wake you up. That's enough. Carmira's expression was displeased. Although Tiga had betrayed her in the past, she still cared for him deep down. Looking at Daegu, she reached out to caress his face. This is your memory returning. As the strongest dark warrior, you betrayed your lover and comrades, but I can forgive you. While speaking, Carmira took out the dark divine light stick and gently offered it to Daegu. Use it. Transform back to your original self and return to our side. Looking at the dark divine light stick, Daegu seemed to see the pitch-black Tiga and was suddenly startled. When he looked up at Carmira and the others, images of the destruction of the ultra-ancient civilization flashed in his mind. Daegu couldn't help but take 2 steps back, causing Carmira's gentle expression to freeze. Staring at Daegu, who stood beside Yulian again, her expression darkened. What? Are you going to let this woman trick you again? Just like 30 million years ago? Beside them, Yulian remained silent, feeling quite innocent, having said nothing this time. Moreover, she didn't understand why Tiga didn't persuade his comrades to return to the light, but instead sealed the 3 dark Ultramen here. If only they had resolved the matter back then, there wouldn't be so many problems now. Daegu looked at Carmira, his expression firm as he shook his head. I don't know why I have memories of you, but I am who I am, and not that Tiga. As his will became increasingly firm, a faint glow began to emanate from his entire body, which quickly grew stronger. With a flash, the white light spread, and everything disappeared. Daegu, who suddenly sat up from the bed, returned to reality and surveyed his surroundings, only to meet Lena's unfriendly gaze. Lena looked at the awakened Daegu with a deep stare and leaned closer to press him, asking, "Who is Camilla?" Huh? Daiku's expression was one of confusion as he found himself caught in a chaotic situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, at this moment, Xia Yan pulled Masaki's consciousness into the ruins he had created. Accompanied by a melodious sound echoing continuously, Masaki walked through the long staircase passage with an excited heart. When he arrived at the central hall of the ruins, he saw the beta magic wand quietly floating on a high platform, emitting a faint glow. With a joyful expression, he quickly walked to the platform and reached out to grasp the beta magic wand. In an instant, a burst of light exploded. Light energy surged into Masaki's body, causing him to radiate light, and his super ancient gene activity level skyrocketed. Unable to hold back a shout, he was enveloped in red and white light, and his consciousness entered a deep crimson space. Points of flowing light gathered before Masaki, continuously forming veins that outlined the figure of a silver-red giant. This incredibly shocking scene made his eyes widen, his face filled with excitement. Ultraman, the bulbous eyes of the silver-red giant slightly lowered to look at him, then turned to gaze into the distance. Masaki followed the giant's gaze, and a scene appeared before his eyes. Researchers at the Cosmic Development Center were clearing countless animals used for experiments on ebullient cells. However, one monkey escaped from the laboratory and, quite fortunately, ran out of the Cosmic Development Center, but dark clouds began to swirl in the sky, and the familiar black mist reappeared. A serious voice rang in Masaki's ears. This is the consequence of humanity intruding into the unknown realms of life, recklessly modifying other species. Masaki, even so, will you still protect humanity? Back in reality, Masaki looked at the beta magic wand in his hand, his expression solemn. Before obtaining the transformation device, he envied Tongye for being able to transform into Ultraman, wishing he could take the field himself. However, upon truly obtaining the beta magic wand, it was a completely different experience. It felt as if a heavy burden pressed on Masaki's shoulders, leaving him with complex emotions. Although Masaki had grown spiritually after suffering setbacks, he still harbored deep obsessions in his heart. This was closely related to the future images he dreamed of since childhood and the expectations he had for himself during his growth. Similar to Ryoichi Sanada, who was required to be first from a young age in order to receive his parents' love, Masaki's situation was different. Since childhood, he dreamt of Gitanjir destroying humanity, believing he was the savior of mankind. The world shrouded in darkness needed the power of light to guide people, but only just now did he finally understand one thing. Humanity possesses the genes to evolve into giants, but it also carries dark, evil thoughts. Just moments ago, when the light energy entered his body, Masaki's superbrain quickly analyzed his super ancient genes, and while they soared rapidly, a dark power opposing the light was also born. It was merely because Ultraman's light was too strong that the darkness was completely erased. What I did before was not wrong, but it was also wrong. Gazing at the beta magic wand in his hand, Masaki's expression was complex. If it weren't for Ultraman's light, he might never have sensed the darkness formed by that obsession deep within his heart. It seems that even if I successfully research the giant statue, the evil formed by that obsession will ultimately corrupt the light into darkness. Everyone has darkness deep within. And perhaps it is precisely because of these unknown shadows that a terrifying existence is formed. These were the speculations Masaki made after learning from Xia Yan what the unknown darkness was called. The Dark Ruler, evil god Gitanjir, had already been on Earth since ancient times, and it had destroyed the ancient human civilization. Now it reappeared, wanting to rule the Earth again. According to Masaki's speculation, during the ancient times, because of the existence of giants, people believed in the light giants. Even if all the light giants left, their influence remained profound. Gitanjir deemed such humanity useless, thus destroying the ancient era. After all, for it, exterminating humanity was akin to eradicating ants. Thinking about all this, Masaki recalled what Ultraman had said, tucked the beta magic wand into his clothing, and hurried towards the command room of the victory team. It had not been half a day since the last operation when the alarm beeped again. After receiving the notification, the members of the victory team, who had just finished checking, rushed urgently to the assembly point. What's going on? Is there another monster appearing suddenly? This was Shinjo's voice. Kirai corrected him, saying, enough with the complaints, this is our job. Be prepared, we will probably have a lot to do from now on. Tongye's words carried a different meaning. Munezaka walked into the command room of the victory team, scanning the assembled members, and couldn't help but ask, where's Rina? Why hasn't she come? Daigu's body needed rest. And Munezaka did not mention his intention, thinking that Rina might be taking care of Daigu, just as he was about to use the communicator to contact her. A conversation came from outside. Wait, Rina, let me explain. Then who exactly is Kamira? Why do you call her so familiarly? No, I don't even know why I dreamed of her. My mind still has memories about her. Oh, Daigu, you even dream about her? Then you should go find her. This exchange of words caused those who heard it to pause, and then they looked at the two who had walked into the command room, their gazes filled with a sense of gossip. Daigu and Rina, noticing that everyone was focusing on them, immediately stopped their topic. Munezaka looked at Daigu with a meaningful gaze. What a clever boy, hiding his true self. I didn't expect this seemingly pure and innocent young man to be so experienced in this regard. It seems I need to find time to ask him for advice later. Thinking this, Munezaka discreetly glanced at the direction of Ikezawa Kei. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to Daigu and, while helping to change the subject, asked with concern, why aren't you resting well in the medical room? Is your body okay? Reflecting on how Daigu always looked fatigued whenever he suddenly appeared, Munezaka believed transforming into a giant must consume a lot of physical energy. Turning into a giant from a human body must come at a cost far greater than one might imagine. Normally, that would be true, but Daigu was different. Moreover, he felt better than ever now. Don't worry, Commander. I've completely recovered. Daigu's face looked very rosy, showing no signs of paleness, and he was full of spirit. In fact, after the divine light wand transformed into a light cluster and fully fused with Daigu's body, he was no longer considered human. He just hadn't realized it yet. At that moment, a somewhat annoyed voice from Mizui echoed, damn it, how come it's this situation again? What on earth is this thing? Is it the same as before? Jianhui watched the rolling black clouds on the big screen, feeling a strong sense of unease. This thing was blocking the detection satellites from monitoring the situation on the ground, and also causing the ground equipment to malfunction. This put them in a very passive position. Jianhui's gaze turned to Zhong Feng. Just as she was about to give instructions, a familiar voice rang out. Ordinary means could certainly not see it. Everyone's gaze shifted toward the source of the voice, and Masaki's figure strode in. Dr. Masaki? Upon hearing Jianhui's questioning, Masaki exchanged a glance with her and nodded slightly before walking straight to Yase and saying, please get up, let me take over. Yase, who was still trying various methods, looked up at Masaki, his eyes filled with confusion. Turning to see Captain Jianhui give a slight nod, Yase had no choice but to stand up, feeling somewhat at a loss. Masaki sat down in his position, placing his hands on the workbench, and in the next moment his superpower activated. Thanks to Natsuhiko's light energy, Masaki's ultra-ancient genes became more active, and with his mental growth, his superpower evolved again. Without any visible movement of Masaki's hands, the big screen flickered, and the situation at the Space Development Center was immediately broadcasted. Yase was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 189. The Butt decides the head Masaki's superpower. Previously logical and akin to a superbrain, had now evolved to a point where it was completely unreasonable, emphasizing a kind of idealism. Yase next to him looked utterly dazed. He glanced at Masaki's still fingers, and then at the video being broadcast on the big screen, suddenly sinking into existential doubt. I didn't even blink just now. At this moment, various data and information flashed through Masaki's eyes. He calmly stated, "This is my superpower. You don't need to be surprised." Upon hearing this, Yase turned to look at Tano, who understood right away, realizing it was superpower. No, wait. The intelligence aspect is clearly my job. Why is everyone rushing over to take over? Even if you're taking over, you're using superpowers to do it. With this thought, Yase felt as if he was about to face unemployment. The look he directed at Masaki and Tano became somewhat resentful. After hearing Masaki's explanation, the others exchanged looks between Masaki and Tano, understanding what was going on, and focused their attention back on the broadcast. It wasn't surprising for Daiku to transform into Ultraman Tiga. It seemed reasonable for a superpowered individual to have such capabilities as well. This monkey, Jianhui looked at the monkey shrouded in black mist on the broadcast screen, her expression serious as she spoke. Is it undergoing a mutation? Captain, this area is the Space Development Center. Zhongfang reminded with a serious expression, guessing as he thought of something. I think it might be one of the animals experimented on with the Eberron's cells. The black mist continued to gather around the monkey. Masaki walked over to Jianhui, his tone grave as he said, "Not only humans, but other creatures on Earth also have emotions. The hatred toward humanity has awakened the dark power within this monkey. It must be eliminated before it evolves again, or the consequences will be unimaginable." The purpose of humanity's experimentation with Eberron cells was to ensure astronauts traveling in space had healthier and stronger bodies, as the cosmos is fraught with dangers. However, this convenience was only for humans themselves. For other species, it was a cruel and merciless experiment, especially when breakthroughs in biotechnology occur. Countless lives have perished for the sake of these results. Xia Yan silently watched Masaki follow the victory team's fighter jets as they took off. Did he blame humanity? He wasn't that saintly, especially since he was once human too. He had enjoyed the benefits of biotechnology before he crossed over, which indeed solved many diseases. Although the world he was in now was different, the situation was actually similar. Each Ultraman TV series silently conveyed these facts. So, Xia Yan did not blame humanity, but left the choice to Masaki to make the decision. Even though the animals used for experiments were indeed pitiful, ultimately, he leaned more towards humanity. The duo of Daiku and Shinjo piloted their beloved Fian No. 1 fighter jet. Zhongfang, Lina, and Horiuchi piloted the Fian No. 2 fighter jet. Now, Kirin had also learned to pilot a fighter jet, taking Masaki with him to the Space Development Center. The 3 fighter jets roared out of the Victory Team headquarters, and this mission was to eliminate the monkey Metamorga and collect the dark power of the black mist. At this moment, Kirin glanced slightly behind him and, thinking of something, tentatively asked, "Masaki, you should have inherited Ultraman's powers by now, right?" Previously, he could vaguely read Masaki's thoughts with his mind-reading ability, but now he couldn't. Realizing this, Kirin speculated that Masaki might have evolved his superpowers due to Ultraman's light energy, just like he did before. The speed of the fighter jet was a bit slow. Masaki did not answer Kirin's question, but instead reminded him, "Hold on tight. I'm going to accelerate." The personality of Ultraman, to some extent, would influence the way the human host handled things. Upon hearing this, Kirin sensed something was wrong. His expression changed as he turned to Masaki. "Wait, what are you going to do?" Immediately, Masaki's eyes flashed with data information, and Kirin felt the fighter jet starting to go out of control. "No. The Fian fighter jet suddenly broke away from the formation, and the whole machine shook violently. This situation caught Zhongfang's attention, and he immediately shouted over the communication channel, "Kirin, Masaki, what are you two doing? The fighter jet is going too fast." Zhongfang commanded, "Don't worry." Masaki's calm voice echoed in the communication channel. His tone relaxed. "I'm an expert in machinery. The Fian won't fall apart." Kirin, now terrified, shouted, "Masaki, you bastard. Stop it. I feel like the Fian is shaking more and more." At this moment, Masaki's mouth slightly curled up, ignoring Kirin's shouts, although he felt that those things weren't Kirin's doing. But who told him to have that face? Due to Metamorga's hatred for humanity, the dark power of Gitangier gradually descended upon it, allowing to no longer need to absorb energy. Thus, it quickly completed a life leap, its body expanding with black energy until it suddenly exploded and rapidly grew larger. Boom! The monsterized Metamorga landed on the ground, and the black mist in the sky continued to condense, followed by a surge of dark power descending upon it. Metamorga's giant, ape-like body quickly twisted, spiral shell-like patterns appearing as its spiky hair transformed into a mass of dark gray tentacles, its beast-like eyes radiating a crimson glow. Gaten Metamorga! Damn humans! The hoarse roar of Metamorga echoed as it slammed its arms against its chest, producing dull thuds. Its eyes scanned the ground, where a large crowd lay collapsed, unconscious due to the influence of Gatangir's power. The members of the victory team saw the black mist and were not in a daze. This was because they were watching from behind equipment, while those who faced the dark power directly were unable to escape. When people noticed the sky darkening, they would unconsciously look up, and this gaze would affect their mental awareness. Even though Gatangir's dark power had already entered Metamorga's body, all these people lay on the ground, unable to escape in time. Humans! Damn humans! Roar! The crimson-eyed Gaten Metamorga lifted its large foot towards the crowd, and just at this critical moment, a fighter jet suddenly appeared, and a green laser shot hit Gaten Metamorga, instantly halting its advance. Inside the Fian fighter jet cockpit, Masaki used his superpower to block the team's communications and firmly grasped the beta magic wand, his gaze fixed on Gaten Metamorga. Ultraman's serious words seemed to echo in his ears. Staring at Gaten Metamorga, he seemed to see the creature paralyzed, lying on a cold, experimental table, its Evelyn cells ruthlessly implanted in its body. However, in Masaki's eyes at this moment, although a hint of compassion flashed by, his expression was unprecedentedly resolute. People always make the same mistakes, but even so, protecting humanity is my responsibility. Golden light burst forth from his body. Brief introduction. Upon waking up, Xia Yan found himself in the Ultraman universe, still in the dangerous Leo world. In order to deal with the increasingly powerful aliens, he decided to evolve step by step to become the strongest. Feng Yuan, is this really the reason for persecuting me? Xia Yan, you bastard. Daiko, I don't understand. Don't do this, senpai. The Jeep is too dangerous.